in the format of a novel. Integrate the following lines of text, without elaboration or expansion. During the day, you go to university, repeating to yourself that you must believe in science. At night, carrying the celestial master sword, he shouted loudly, "Evil creature, why don't you kneel when you see me? It's just because you are the 68th generation of the purple robed celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, but you realize that to establish yourself in a society governed by law, you still need knowledge, so you attend classes during the day and do your own job at night. I thought I would live my life peacefully like this, but unexpectedly, I was taken away on the spot by a group of National Security Special Police while watching a program called Debunking the Supernatural with Science. At this time, a cold-looking female special police officer walked into the classroom and headed straight towards you. Zhang Xuani, right? The situation is urgent now. Please come with us." You raised your head, calmly looking at the special police in front of you, couldn't help but sigh, realizing that your identity at Longhushan has probably been exposed. After all, even the seal guarded by the generations of Tianshi and Longhushan has loosened, let alone the supernatural activities in the world. But is it necessary to make such a big fuss? At this moment, the anxiety on the female special police officer's face became more apparent. She took out her credentials and repeated, "I will explain the specific situation to you later. Please come with us for a trip." "All right." You helplessly got up, left your seat, and walked into the special police team. As soon as I left the classroom, I saw a crowd of students, teachers, and the program team's Li Bingbing outside the teaching building. Looking at Li Bingbing calmly said, "Sorry, there was a little accident. I can't treat you to lunch at noon. You can go to the cafeteria by yourselves. I personally recommend eating the bowl chicken at window number 3. Li Bingbing, who was dumbfounded, felt like her CPU was about to burn out. You are. It's okay." She was so shocked that she couldn't even complete a sentence. She never expected that the police would mobilize such a large force to pick her up. And it turned out to be a crispy college student she had interviewed just 10 minutes ago. You nodded slightly and walked towards the school gate under the escort of the special police of the National Security Bureau, like being surrounded by a group of stars. As more and more students gathered around, Li Bingbing made up her mind. Despite some risks, as someone who came from CCTV 6, she knew she couldn't let go at this critical moment. This might be her opportunity to break the live streaming record. Thinking of this, she excitedly shouted to the two photographers, "Resume the live broadcast, let's go wait outside the police station." At this moment, in the main reception room of the police station, you are sitting calmly in the main seat, drinking hot tea in front of you, waiting for the people sitting in front of you to speak. The old leader in front of you, wearing a national security uniform with white hair, cleared his throat politely and said, "Mr. Zhang Xuani, I am from the National Security Bureau. Can we ask you a few questions to confirm some things?" The old leader looked a bit strange as he still doubted the credibility of those documents. The young man in front of me is at most 20 years old. How could he possibly have any connection with the contemporary celestial master? This is simply a fantasy. You put down the teacup, looking calm, and calmly said, "Go ahead, ask." Seeing your posture, the old leader nodded slightly. From entering the police station until now, the other party hasn't even blinked their eyes, setting aside whether their eyes are dry or not. This composure is not something an ordinary person can possess. The team leader of the special police quickly stood up after receiving a signal. "Hello, I am Lu Chuan, the captain of the North Tiger 6th Team of the Hanxia Special Forces. I hope you can answer the following questions truthfully. What do you usually do when you have nothing to do on Mount Longhu?" You calmly replied, "Part-time job." Everyone present couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard this. Who the hell has nothing to do in part-time job to go to Mount Longhu? The captain of the special police force, Lu Chuan, resisted the urge to complain, cleared his throat, and asked in a low voice the question that everyone present was concerned about. "Why does the contemporary celestial master of Longhushan have the same name as you? Please don't say it's a coincidence, because not only do you both have the name Xin Yi, but your birth dates and portraits also match." After saying this, he looked at you with burning eyes. Mount Longhu Tianshi, just by the name, you can tell that this is a true leader of Taoism. According to records, Tianshi is usually passed down from master to disciple, and must go through a strict selection and training process to be born. Usually, only venerable and accomplished Taoists can serve as Tianshi. However, after an investigation by the Hanxia National Security Bureau, it was found that the leader of the contemporary Jingyi Taoism is named Zhang Xuani. All the information is exactly the same as the young man in front of me, because this humble Taoist is the 68th generation celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Your calm response, however, seemed to shatter the tranquil atmosphere in the reception room. In the stunned gaze of the crowd, you calmly continued to explain, "Perhaps it's because I am good at fighting and martial arts, so my senior brothers also trust me. Just kidding. Unlike the ambiguous demon seal on Longhu Mountain, the position of Celestial Master requires no concealment. If you dare to ask, I dare to admit, I haven't committed any crimes, nor have I usurped the position. I have followed the proper procedures and become a legitimate leader of the mysterious sect. There is nothing I dare not admit. Seeing this situation, the people present all reacted and their expressions became extremely shocked. It turned out to be true, although I was mentally prepared early, but it was still somewhat unbelievable to hear the person involved admitted in person. 3 days ago, there were thunderstorms on Longhushan, and the wind and clouds were surging. It is said to be the handiwork of the contemporary Celestial Master. The voice of the former leader of the state security was a bit hoarse, but with a few more expectations than before. If the rumors are true, it is not impossible to suppress the tiger demon rampaging in Xinshan. Only the Taoist priest of Longhushan, who can trigger heavenly thunder, can contend with the Millennium Demon that can resist small missiles. Thinking of this, his mood gradually became fiery. It's me. There was a disturbance with the demons under the mountain that day, so I took action to deter them, you said casually after glancing at him. After the conversation, the entire reception room fell silent, and everyone stared intently with bloodshot eyes, their lips trembling slightly with excitement. Yes, yes. It was also hard to describe the excitement in the eyes of the old national security leaders. He patted his thighs vigorously and after saying 2 good words in a row, he took a deep breath, stood up and arched his hand to Yi Qingxian with a solemn expression. Huanxia all over the spiritual revival, Xinshan area is ahead of 1,000 years of great demon out of the world, flesh can even resist rifle bullets, dare to ask the Celestial Master, these demons how to kill? Outside the reception room, the cool woman in the national security uniform was having a heated discussion with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wearing a police uniform, with a stern face and dark skin, was the chief of the Fenghai City Police Department, Feng Yao. Ms. Tang, it says that I'm to work with you to help deal with the crisis in Xinshan, but what are you doing inviting a school student over here? Feng Yao's complexion was tinged with a bit of anger, and his voice was low. How am I going to explain to the citizens of Fenghai City when you make such a big commotion now? Am I going to say that in today's rule of law society that honors science, someone from the National Security Bureau suddenly ran over to me and told me that a demon had popped up over the Qin Mountain in Jiangnan, messing with the government so much that even a drone couldn't fly into the entire Qin Mountain right now, and then we're going to hire a college student from Fenghai City to go over there and subdue it? After saying that, he stared at the cool woman with a "you're just bolting" look. Director Feng, calm down. The cool woman calmly said, my actions were approved from above, and if it weren't for the relevant regulations, I wouldn't even have to explain myself to you here. Fine, then Miss Tang Ying, count on me to please you, at least tell me who this person is? Feng Yao gasped and laughed. See for yourself. The cool woman named Tang Ying handed him the pile of documents in her hand. Feng Yao took the document and after roughly flipping through a few pages, his face changed dramatically. This can be true? He lifted his head toward Tang Ying incredulously. This man is the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? How is it possible? At his age. I can't believe it either. Tang Ying interjected in a cold voice, but the tablets on Longhu Mountain can never be faked, so won't you and I just see how old Qin reacts later? Feng Yao's sharp eyes flickered slightly before he finally nodded heavily. Good. Chapter 5 Miss Lin, do you believe in ghosts and monsters? Squeak. It was at this point that the door to the reception room was pushed open. Yi Qingxian, who was dressed in casual clothes, walked out, and after scanning the circle, asked in a light voice. Which one is Tang Ying? His voice was like a spring breeze in March, and actually caused the two men's somewhat agitated moods to quickly calm down. This tactic. Tang Ying's eyes widened slightly, and having dabbled a little in this area, she instantly sensed the marvelous change. She quickly glanced at the national security leader in the room, just in time to see the excited look on the latter's face. This gave Tang Ying an instant answer in her mind. The youth in front of him was more than likely the contemporary heavenly master. Suppressing the horror that churned within him, Tang Ying arched his hand and politely said, Hello, Hakusha Security Bureau, Tang Ying, much offense earlier. On the other hand, Feng Yao on the other side only felt his anxiety ease quite a bit, but not realizing the problem, he was not surprised for the time being. Feng Yao, chief of the Fenghai City Police Department. He extended his hand towards Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian, sophomore at Fenghai University of Technology. Yi Qingxian reached out and shook his hand, introducing himself as he did. The corner of Feng Yao's mouth twitched slightly. You kid has no identity can not have to be hard to say. Heh, you'll have to call yourself little phone when my brother's identity is revealed. Yi Qingxian turned around and asked Tang Ying. That demonic creature is now in Qin Mountain in Jiangnan? Tang Ying was stunned, then nodded, yes. Yi Qingxian lightly laughed and said. A Buddhist master in Lingbei heard that you guys came looking for me, so Feng called and volunteered to go to Qin Mountain, saying that he wanted to subdue the tiger demon, so I won't be needed for a while. If that Buddhist master can't solve it, you guys can contact me again. That's it for now, I've got to go and help the netizens break up their superstitions, so call if you guys need anything and goodbye. Yes, yes. Tang Ying, who had a cool temperament, didn't react for a moment and nodded repeatedly. Then, for the first time in her life, this iceberg beauty with a cool temperament asked for contact information from the opposite sex. Then, Celestial Master, what is your number? Ask your leader. Yi Qingxian didn't return his head. Got to, haven't asked for it yet. On the other side, the door to the police station. Lin Bingbing, who had just started broadcasting, looked at the pop-ups that were frantically scrolling in the live broadcast room and laughed somewhat apologetically. Hello fans, good noon ya. There was some accident in the morning live broadcast and I could only be forced to turn off the broadcast for a while. Did you all wait anxiously? The live streamers were quick to reply. Rush rush rush. It's finally on the air. I'm in a hurry. Bing Bing's wife. We all saw it. That person who was taken away by the SWAT team is that college student Yi Qingxian. I saw it through a video someone took too. Yi Qingxian? The one who was interviewed in the morning? To be able to make so many SWAT officers come looking for him, what exactly is this dude's identity? I haven't found out yet, but I'm sure it's something big. Whoever just said that people are playing games. Come out. Up, I was really not expecting this issue of Breaking Creepy to be a whole lot bigger right out of the gate. Expectations are pulling straight through. The morning's live broadcast ended after Lin Bingbing said, sorry, everyone, something unexpected has come up, so we may have to go off the air for a bit. At that time, seeing that he was about to see that important person, the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room felt an inch of general difficulty. So they ran to various channels and searched for information like crazy. And Fenghai University of Technology at that time and a lot of watching the students, a large number of related videos were filmed and put on the internet. Therefore, many people already knew that the morning's commotion was caused by Yi Qingxian. Just can't figure out why such a college student could bring out the local police on such a scale. At that moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room were like a badger that couldn't find a melon, anxiously discussing in the live broadcast room, trying to get the slightest bit of useful information from Lin Bingbing. Aha! Taking the contents of the pop-up screen into her eyes, Lin Bingbing put her hands together and smiled brightly. It seems like a lot of people know about student Yi Qingxian, then I won't sell the story. That's right. The mysterious person who was specially taken away by the SWAT team in the morning is our special guest for this season, student Yi Qingxian from Fenghai University of Technology. As for the reason why he was specially invited to the police station, it will be revealed later in the program itself. Everyone can look forward to it in advance. Being a Rakugo man by birth, Bingbing Lin knows how to whet the appetite of netizens. Even though she didn't know the reason why Yi Qingxian was asked to leave, judging from the attitude of the police station, it was definitely not a small matter. That being the case, there is a need for foxing and bluffing. At the very least, the popularity of the livestream should be brought up. It's a little bit of a livestream. Of course, she herself was curious about the truth. Could it be that Yi Qingxian was a hidden big shot in some field? Well, we must make good use of our verbal skills in the adventure afterward, and set Yi Qingxian's classmates up a few more times to see if we can ask something useful. Lin Bingbing silently made up her mind in her heart. The first round of adventures after that lasted 3 days, and after spending time together, there was no fear that the latter wouldn't miss a butt breaker. The other two staff members in charge of photography, looking at Lin Bingbing, who was bolting without changing her face, looked at each other and then coincidentally raised a wave of respect at the bottom of their hearts. No wonder she's a journalist. This is a trick to fool people plus whet their appetites, which is really handy. Right now, we'll be at the entrance of the Fenghai City Police Station to see when student Yi Qingxian will come out. Oh. He's coming out. Seeing Yi Qingxian's upright figure appearing from the entrance of the police station, Lin Bingbing hurriedly let the camera focus over there. The figure of Yi Qingxian walking slowly appeared in the camera with it. Ms. Lin, did you come all the way here to wait for me? Yi Qingxian, who walked over, was a bit surprised. but the next second he figured it out. He had more than likely become a cipher for topic traffic now, and it would be a bit strange for Lin Bingbing not to run to wait for him. We're all on the same spirit detecting squad now, and we'll have to rely on the two of us to liven up the atmosphere for the live broadcast at night, so we'll definitely have to wait for you. Lin Bingbing said with a smiling face. No matter what kind of little scheme she was playing, at least she couldn't pick any faults in her attitude towards Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian stepped out of the iron-barred door and stretched out and asked. When does the adventure session start? What's the next process? Go to lunch. Pick up a scientific expert at the airport in the afternoon, then leave for our destination, and at 7 p.m., we'll officially begin our psychic quest. Good, so where are we headed? A small village near Liang City. Lin Bingbing's expression couldn't hide her excitement, and she spoke in an extremely quick tone. Many of the contributors claimed that when they passed by there at midnight, there were eerie cries of men, women and children even on the mountain wind. Yi Qingxian nodded and suddenly asked. By the way, Ms. Lin, do you believe there are demons and ghosts in this world? Lin Bingbing was first stunned, then smiled brightly. I used to be a half-believer, but not since I took over the show. And upon hearing Yi Qingxuan's words, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly talked. No way, this student is the type to believe in demons and ghosts? Ha ha ha. Hopefully he'll hold on to that idea next too. After all, I used to believe in it, but not after watching Broken Creep Season 1. Upstairs, don't be so full of words, this buddy can let the police use so much battle in the morning to catch, there must be something outstanding, maybe it is a professional in this area. Laughing my ass off, he can't be a member of some cult. I didn't realize this dude was a funny guy, huh? On the other side, Lin Bingbing was also a bit floored by Yi Qingxuan's question. It was a pity that after Yi Qingxian received her answer, he just nodded without the slightest intention of pursuing further. This made Lin Bingbing more or less regretful. Undeterred, she opened her mouth to ask. Is student Yi Qingxian a little worried that the so-called demonic spirits really exist because of the many paranormal incidents that have been making the rounds on the internet during this period of time? Yi Qingxian smiled and nodded. There is indeed some concern. Well, worrying about catching them is also worrying. Don't worry. Lin Bingbing said in a serious manner. The purpose of our program is to find out the truth behind those paranormal events. To show the internet that there are no monsters in this world. Chapter 6. There are no demons or devils in this world at all. At noon, inside the Fenghai University of Technology. A beautiful young girl with a gentle temperament and picturesque eyebrows stood downstairs in the boys' dormitory, her good-looking eyebrows slightly furrowed, making the obviously young girl have an additional deep-rooted, complaining woman-like flavor. She asked in an ethereal voice. The one who was taken away by the SWAT team in the morning was Yi Qingxian? Why? Did he do something wrong? The tall boy, Wang Shu, spread his hands and was devastated. Senior Sister Feng, we really don't know. We were in the middle of a class, suddenly came in a bunch of SWAT, the woman in the lead named Ji to go with her, who have we seen this kind of battle ah? We were so scared that we didn't even dare to fart. Yeah. My legs and stomach were turning straight. Lu Feng, who was wearing a secondary pain suit, hurriedly agreed. This way ah. Feng Jingyao's slender fingers rested against her chin as she fell into deep thought. As the most famous and talented student of Feng University's forensic medicine department, Feng Jingyao knew that the school had made a big commotion in the morning. However, she was in the middle of dissecting a corpse and didn't pay much attention to it. Because to Feng Jingyao, the things in the world other than Yi Qingxian were trivial matters that did not need to be cared about. However, she never expected that the main character of this incident was actually Yi Qingxian. It was important to know that although Yi Qingxian had outstanding looks, he was usually basically a two-timer at school and rarely got involved in anything else. To the point where no one could reach him once summer vacation came around. But what Feng Jingyao doesn't know is that she can't contact Yi Qingxian because during the summer vacation, Yi Qingxian is usually at the Dragon Tiger Mountain and the last generation of celestial masters passionately bombarded with thunderbolts. Is he usually so quiet because he can't see past little things like provincial competitions? So he didn't break the law by being taken to the police station by SWAT this time, did he? Between thoughts, Feng Jingyao's cold face had a few more points of worry on it. That. Academic Sister Feng, I don't think you actually need to panic too much. Wang Shu coughed lightly and added, although we were indeed scared to death at that time, but Yi, his old man, was not panicked at all and calmly went with them. Indeed. I'll testify to that. Lu Feng nodded repeatedly. Just then, his cell phone rang. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and was a bit surprised. It's Yi calling. Feng Jingyao's eyes lit up and she dryly extended her hand. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he honestly handed it over. Hello? On the other end of the phone, Yi Qingxuan's voice was as lazy as ever. Ishem, I can hear you. Feng Jingyao lightly bit her lips. Qingxian, are you alright? It's Sister Feng? I'm fine, where's Lu Feng? On the side. Then tell him for me to take 3 days off from my teacher for me. I'm going to film a program, that's all, bye. Have you? Drip, drip. Feng Jingyao just wanted to ask something else when she heard the sound of hanging up from the other end of the phone. The young girl blinked, her loss fleeting. He said he's fine and asked you to help him take 3 days off. Oh. Is it going to shoot a program? Lu Feng took the cell phone. Feng Jingyao nodded politely, then turned to leave. Lu Feng looked at her distant silhouette and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Wang sang, how do you rate Sister Feng for being so infatuated with Brother Yi, who remains unmoved? Who am I hooking at? I can evaluate this too? Wang Shu disdainfully said. So I evaluate it? Who are you hooking up with? You even commented on it? UING. Inside CLC Airport. Hanging up the phone, Yi Qingxian calmly put away his cell phone. Because of his habit of turning on the speakerphone, the live streamers were also able to listen to the whole thing without any problems. The moment went straight into argument mode. It's a young lady on the other end of the phone, isn't it? Her voice is so sweet. Why don't we talk a little more? Dude, are you straight? Where's the person who said earlier that Yi Qingxian couldn't find a date? Step out of the line. It's time to liquidate. What kind of normal college student is this? Isn't this pure Sigma man? Student Yi Qingxian is so handsome, wouldn't it be a waste to have a relationship with my mom's daughter? The math upstairs is too loud. I can hear it clearly even from Jiangbei. Lin Bingbing, who was on the side, asked with a smile as she watched the live broadcast pop-ups. It seems like a girl. Student Yi Qingxuan's girlfriend? Yi Qingxian shook his head and said calmly. Regular friend who used to love dragging me out to the movies. Before? Let's get down to business first. When he thought of the situation in the movie theater at that time, Yi Qingxian could not help but sweat a little and immediately changed the topic. Where is that expert? When will he arrive? Oh, let's see. Almost there, this way. Led by Lin Bingbing, the group received the so-called experts from the scientific community without any problems. It was a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a haggard look, and it was obvious at a glance that he was a talent in scientific research. He came to the line in a hurry, carrying a briefcase. My name is Chen Cohen, I am the expert group assisting you this time, and I have previously published. Chen Cohen meticulously conducted his self-introduction. Along with his introduction, the crowd also learned about his attainments in the scientific world and the relevant papers he had published. What made Yi Qingxian somewhat surprised was that Chen Cohen was actually only 35 years old this year. Just by looking at the face, I thought I was over half 100. When he finished his introduction, Lin Bingbing and his group also introduced themselves one after another. The group then left the airport and after renting a van, with one of the two photographers acting as the driver, the five of them headed straight to their destination, Liangchang. In the car, as the scenery around them continued to recede, the group talked about the destination of the trip, the Wuren Village, a small village located in the border area of 3 cities, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and close to Liangchang, was a small village with a population of about 200. Contributors claimed that lately, when passing through the hills here at night, they always hear creepy cries, to which the people in the villages don't react much. There have also been people who have explored the source of the cries, and have either found nothing, or the person who explored has strangely disappeared. It's a paranormal event that's only been around recently, and the heat is on. This was also the reason why Lin Bingbing had chosen this place. The purpose is also to explore the source of the cries. How exciting! It's almost time for my favorite part of the adventure. Hurry up and bring it up. Hey! Go Bingbing! Lately a lot of feudal superstitions say that this is not simple, and said that this morning let the police take over. I think they are just bewildered. Upstairs, you're afraid you don't know how many adventure bloggers have disappeared here. It's just hype. Does anyone really still believe in ghosts in the world in the information age? Everyone in that village is clearly alive and well. It is. I'm staying up to watch it today. If there's really a ghost or monster, I'll live stream it upside down and chop it up. Place so big? The pop-up atmosphere in the live room became more and more intense, and the number of people was skyrocketing. The curiosity of the netizens has long been pulled full of curiosity about this paranormal event that has been rising in popularity lately. Chapter 7: A sudden situation, a walker attack. Whoosh! In the stillness of the night, the van sped along the highway that circled the mountain, and apart from the roar of the engine, there were no more sounds throughout the mountain forest. In this dark mountain forest, a pair of crimson eyes could be vaguely seen, flickering with a strange light, staring motionlessly at the rapidly approaching van below. These red lights were like ghostly flames jumping around in the darkness, creeping people out. Inside the car, the trees on both sides of the road flew backwards, and the distant night scene of Liangchang was quickly thrown back and gradually disappeared. Professor Chen, I'm going to trouble you with more relevant explanations later. I should. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Professor, are you afraid? The staff member carrying the camera asked with a smile. Of course I'm not afraid. Chen Koan snorted coldly. Demons and ghosts are simply just made up by those uneducated people. In today's society, we have to believe in science. Ha, so Professor Chen is a materialist. Yi Qingxian sat in the back seat, the laughter of Lin Bingbing's few people in his ears, a polite smile on his face, his spirit slightly relaxed. Not believing in demons is normal and good for normal people. When a normal person's spirits are high, even an unusual brat would be a bit intimidated. However, right at this moment, Yi Qingxian sensed a demonic aura rushing into the sky from the village in front of him. Aha! While Yi Qingxuan's brows furrowed, he quickly restrained his own aura, not exuding any more at all. Inside, there was some disbelief. Nice guy, so wild? Is this because you're in the middle of nowhere, so you don't even bother to hide your demonic aura? Or does the demon still think that this is one of those times when information is so closed that it thinks that as long as it doesn't let a single person get away, it won't be able to keep the news from leaking out? But since times have changed. Yi Qingxian suppressed the restless heavenly master's seal in his arms, his expression gradually calming down. The show was kind of a no-brainer. You can kill demons and make money on the side. Even, without having to bother searching for the target yourself, you could touch the demon's face without realizing it. As long as you don't expose them too early, you don't have to worry about spooking them. Yi Qingxian wordlessly exhaled. His deep black eyes reflected the look of the mountains ahead of him. Monster, I'm hot. Two headlights illuminated the road ahead. The van turned into the mountain road from the highway, and Yi Qingxian in the car propped his chin up, gazing out the window while thinking about how many % of his strength he would have to put out first later. At first it must be some small demons to test, have to be careful, can't slap them to death, or the big guys will be scared away. Less than 10 kilometers from the village of Warren, there was an accident on the road, and the car was forced to slow to a stop with a sharp brake. Only a few broken cypress trees were seen to have fallen on the mountain road, crookedly blocking the road ahead. The group was forced to step out of the car one after another. It's a bit of bad luck. This kind of thing can happen. The staff member driving the car crossed his arms and couldn't help but curse. Expert Chen Koan looked around and analyzed in a deep voice. It was the rainy season over here a while ago, and most of the time it was broken trees blocking the road caused by loose soil and rocks and external winds. Lin Bingbing asked suspiciously. But the mountain road into the village seems to be the only one, right, and we called to come 2 days ago. Why didn't the people in the village come over to clear it? The tree was just broken today, this fracture surface is still very new, it probably didn't come in time. Yi Qingxian walked over to the broken tree and bent down to observe it before saying. Sure. This was only said to Lin Bingbing and her group. The break in the wood was uneven, obviously broken hard by a huge force. If the tree trunk did not have such a clear residue of demonic qi, it would be reasonable to say that the strong winds caused. It would be reasonable. Just why did the demon break a few cypress trees to block the trail? You know, a few broken trees are not much of an obstacle, even for an unusual adult male. If you want to find out if there are any tough guys in the team, you should send some small demons and zombies, right? What now? Lin Bingbing blinked and subconsciously asked. And before she speaks. The netizens on the livestream have been coming up with ideas for a long time now. It's just a couple of broken logs, for big men can just casually move them aside, can't they? Indeed, I used to run long distances when I came across broken wood, and my wife and I could handle it with 2 people, not a difficult task. Ice, send the address. Let me do it. Punchy punchy punchy. Hey, there's a situation before we even enter the village, this is interesting. Chen Koan rolled up his sleeves and walked over to the broken tree, calling out to the crowd. Come on. Let's a couple of the guys move this log out of the way. It's getting late, we need to get to the village as soon as possible, rest for a while then find a local guide before we discuss exploring the mountains. The staff member carrying the camera nodded, and after handing the camera to Lin Bingbing, he joined the other staff member in striding towards Chen Koan. Yi Qingxian also nodded slightly, moved his wrist and walked over. In terms of physical strength alone, although he didn't dare to claim to be the number 1 person of his generation. But there was still nothing wrong with hanging the human weightlifting champion of Blue Star. Any normal person who ate his slap and didn't get slapped out of his ass was considered to have taken a clean the day before. Seeing that the crowd had discussed the matter, Lin Bingbing said nothing more. The 4 men moving the tree and putting her in charge of photography would have been a bit of preferential treatment for women. Although guys on the internet get their hearts broken by those fairies, most of them still go along to help when they come across something relevant in real life, if they can. It's an innate male responsibility. When all 4 of them held the wood steady, Chen Koan, the oldest, was also the captain of the operation. At a command, the 4 began to work together to move the broken tree. 1, 2, 3. Hey shoo! While Chen Koan and his group were moving the broken tree, Lin Bingbing, who was carrying the camera, was also idly wandering around and returned to the car. After a few moments of small talk, she opened her mouth and laughed while pointing the camera at the mountains not far away. Look everyone, this is where we're going to explore next, but it doesn't look like anything strange right now, this won't be a wasted trip, will it? But as soon as her words fell, an evil wind blew between the mountains and forests, and it even felt a bit sticky on her skin. Woohoo! Faintly, the cries of babies and the wails of women began to be heard on the wind. For a moment, it wasn't even clear exactly which direction the sound was coming from. Lin Bingbing was instantly confused. She just said there's nothing weird about it, and then the weirdness set in. And it's exactly what it says on the internet. What kind of mouth is this? The netizens were also confused. What forced movement? Where's the crying coming from in the middle of nowhere? Whose jade flute flies secretly? Can't you look at the situation upstairs? Are you responsible if something happens? Laughing, didn't you all say earlier that you didn't believe in ghosts? Now one voice and you're scared. The camera was pointed right at the mountains, and with its ultra-high resolution, some attentive netizens quickly noticed something was amiss. Wait a minute. There seems to be a red light in the woods in the distance. I saw it too. Anchor, drive and run. Come back to explore the mountain when it's light tomorrow. Lin Bingbing, who was watching the pop-ups on her cell phone, was suddenly in a tight mood and raised her head, looking toward the mountains not far away. Sure enough, he saw a pair of eerie red lights like eyes. Lin Bingbing was a little scared. She thought of the adventure bloggers who had recently been declared missing on the internet. That's how people are, when a crisis doesn't hit them, they always think they are far away from the crisis. Fireflies, it should be fireflies, don't worry everyone. Lin Bingbing clenched her palms and forced a smile at the camera. The words Yi Qingxian had said during the day vaguely rang in her ears. By the way, Ms. Lin, do you believe there are demons and ghosts in this world? Obviously, at that time, he could still answer that he didn't believe it without hesitation, but now he couldn't get rid of the fear that welled up in his heart. The ray of red light in the distance suddenly gave Lin Bingbing the creeps, and the more he looked at it, the more it looked like the eyes of those psychic legends, the eyes of unknown demons. No, it's okay. Fake. Those are fake. There are no demons in this world. But even though her heart constantly cried out in this manner, Lin Bingbing couldn't help but stand up and pull open the car door, intending to meet up with Yi Qingxian and his group. At this moment, the tawdry words of the live-streaming netizens could no longer dispel her fear. Only Yi Qingxuan's identity as the little Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain could bring her a sense of security. Thus, Lin Bingbing walked out of the car while chatting with the pop-ups to bolster her courage, and walked towards Yi Qingxian and his group, who were 20 meters away. Rustling. The sound of leaves rubbing together rang out, and the red light in the distance seemed to grow a few shades larger, a rich color that made watching it in the middle of the night alarming. Lin Bingbing gulped and quickened her pace. However, just then, the red light in the distance suddenly vanished into thin air. Lin Bingbing's pupils contracted and she subconsciously stopped her footsteps while looking hard over, trying to find where the red light was going. Lin Bingbing? Behind him, a familiar voice suddenly came. Lin Bingbing subconsciously looked back. Apparently, she forgot one very important thing. That is, when your name is called in the middle of the night, don't turn around to look at whoever's voice it is. The next moment, a dead, cold, human face covered with rotting flesh, He appeared in front of Lin Bingbing. It was actually a living corpse. At the same time, Lin Bingbing also remembered the owner of the voice that made her feel familiar earlier. It was his own grandma who had passed away a long time ago. No wonder the book says that the deceit of demons and ghosts is more than human. At this moment, Lin Bingbing's mood was like falling into an ice cave, and she couldn't wait to shout out all her strength. Aha! A shrill scream broke the silence of the night and the netizens in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded as well, not knowing what to do. Even the pop-up stopped. But the walker in front of Lin Bingbing wouldn't stop moving. Its dim yellow eyes were filled with ferocious hostility and greed for life, devoid of any semblance of human clarity, and its sharp-edged nails plunged directly into Lin Bingbing's brow. Just as Lin Bingbing was on the verge of collapse, a flash of golden light appeared from the air. Chapter 8, Shocking the Whole Internet. Taoist Master, you still say you don't know spells. There are two sides to the story. As early as when that strange wind rolled up, the few people on Yi Qingshuan's side sensed that something was wrong. For the cries were clearly audible on this wind, to the point where they could disturb one's sleep. The rumors on the internet are actually true. There really is a cry in this wind. A staff member exclaimed as he stopped moving his hands. I heard that too. This wind. Chen Cohen, who was an expert, frowned tightly and said in a grave tone, it could be that the geographical structure of the valley here is rather strange, making the originally normal wind sound like this. At that moment, he noticed that Yi Qingxian was gazing motionlessly somewhere in the distance and did not listen to him. This kid, from just now onwards, is a little odd, and always looks around when I analyze the reasons. Chen Cohen's heart gave birth to some dissatisfaction. But due to his feelings, he didn't snap on the spot, but walked forward and asked in a deep voice. What are you looking at? Nothing, Professor Chen has something? Yi Qingxian retracted his gaze and returned with a light smile. Chen Cohen's face sank, and he immediately put on his senior stance and began to educate. I remember you were in college, right? I heard that during your vacation, instead of doing some part-time jobs that college students should do, you ran to Lungfu Mountain to become a Taoist priest? Exactly. What can't you do on a college vacation? What's the point of having to run off to believe in those ghosts and gods? Chen Cohen snorted coldly. Taoism is the native religion of Hankiori and has corresponding value in many fields. Yi Qingxian said indifferently. Professor Chen, even if you don't believe that there is a god 3 feet above your head, you should still retain 3 points of respect. Since you are a scholar, you should believe in science instead of believing in those messy gods and goddesses. Chen Cohen sternly rebuked. He tried to show the majesty and vision of an elder. But is it any of your business what other people believe? I believe in science, and it doesn't conflict with me going to the mountains to become a Taoist priest, plus. As he spoke, Yi Qingxian revealed a kind smile and spoke in a gentle tone. Professor Chen, I have no intention of forcing others to believe in these things, but if you blah 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 again, the poor Taoist will have to whip you. Question mark. Chen Cohen was first stunned, then annoyance welled up in his heart. But the next second, he immediately calmed down. The reason is simple. Because, in Yi Qingshuan's body, he actually really felt a majestic pressure from a superior. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were clearly bland, yet it caused Chen Cohen to feel a pang of panic and fear for no reason. That look came with a natural majesty that subconsciously gave people the feeling of standing at the foot of a mountain and looking up at a lofty mountain. I'm just saying. Under Yi Qingshuan's gaze, Chen Cohen stammered for half a day and finally weakly said. Yes, very much from the heart. Yi Qingxian silently put away the pressure. Inside spit. Sinner, if this was a dragon tiger mountain, a few months ago the poor Taoist would have to slap you. That is, it's a different identity now. Now it's the Divine Master, you can't just whip people. Culmination, attention to culmination. Ah! Just then, a sharp female scream suddenly came from the direction of the van. Not good. Something has happened to Sister Bingbing. The two staff members were alarmed. Humph. But before the words fell, they heard Yi Qingxian snort coldly, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. When? At the same time, a bright flash of golden light exploded violently from beside the van in the distance. The three of them, Chen Koan, looked over in confusion. On top of that living corpse, a golden figure smashed down with a rather harsh momentum. Golden Light Mantra. One of the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism. It is the golden light that protects the body and the path. The body has a golden light, which protects the body when it is collected and attacks the enemy when it is released. Lung Fu Shan Lao Deng has a saying that when you go out, you can save people without being petty. Yi Qingxuan's eyes flowed with a majestic golden color, and the golden light on his body surface flowed like liquid. The vivisector only felt an aura of death coming over it, which actually made it, which had died once, fearful. It subconsciously raised its hands to block the figure. In a daze, it saw a slender palm wrapped in golden light reaching. Boo! Yi Qingxian struck out with a palm strike, and the living corpse directly flew out in its entirety backwards, smashing heavily into the distant mountain wall. Boom! Rocks rolled down the mountain, and the walkers buried in them drooped their heads. Not moving a muscle, already dead. Ding! Kill Walker 1, +1 mana. Yi Qingxian landed in front of the shivering Lin Bingbing. The strength is still too much, this walker is actually so brittle. Looking at the living corpses that died on the spot, Yi Qingxian sighed in his heart. He recited the Sutra of Purification in silence silently under his breath, and with his left hand merged into a sword finger, he gently tapped on Lin Bingbing's forehead, causing her to quickly slow down from her state of mental collapse. Afterwards, converging on the golden light, his sight swept over the surrounding blackened mountains and forests, silently noting down the scent of a few demonic creatures that were speedily fleeing among them. Running pretty fast. However, the level that was displayed in this outing shouldn't make the evil creatures here scared enough to run away. Yi Qingxian was silently calculating in his heart. Lin Bingbing slowly came back to her senses and raised her head with tearful eyes to see that the so-called ordinary college student come Longhu Mountain young Taoist priest standing right in front of her. On his face, it was a breezy look. And the horrible walker that had previously flared its teeth and claws had long since disappeared. Her eyes widened. You're a mediocre Taoist priest from the house of the Heavenly Master. Yi Qingxian nodded politely and said calmly, "We'll chat later, go first." With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Bingbing was directly swept towards the side of the car by a strong wind. The three of them, Chen Koan, who had witnessed the whole thing, watched in disbelief from the back. Yi Qingxian just now. Was it a slap that slapped something into the wall? Although I didn't see it clearly, but just this rescue speed, and the golden light around the body. What the hell is going on? Immediately following. Before they could say anything, Yi Qingxian stepped in, picked up a broken tree in the way with one hand, and whistled, dropping it down the mountain path with ease. The broken tree made a dull thud as it rolled down the hill. This scene saw Chen Koan's eyelids jump. This wood was just barely moving for the 4 of them earlier. But now, looking at Yi Qingxuan's demeanor, this thick broken tree was thrown as easily as throwing chopsticks. Boy, this kid was born with natural strength. It's a good thing I didn't play hardball with him just now. Don't gawk, folks, let's go first. Yi Qingxian clapped his hands and calmly called the crowd back from their daze. Did not understand the situation of the party, which is one after another on the van. When the car started, Lin Bingbing, who would have slowed down, looked at the live broadcast. This is not to see, look shocked. The heat of the live room does not know when it soared to the top 3 of the popularity list. The number of viewers also rose from 100,000 to nearly 1 million. And the pop-ups that had previously stagnated in the live broadcast room, at this moment it was as if they had been infected with a cyber virus, and they were frantically swiping the screen. What was that just now? A golden light spell? Ah? It's the golden light mantra. I've seen records of it in the canonical books. But isn't that a legend? Let's not talk about the golden light curse. It's the first time I've seen a zombie in my entire life, and I ended up getting slapped by this dude in seconds. This zombie's combat power isn't very good. I see that this man has the courage of no less than Robe. Whose general is this? Yi Qingxian from Fenghai University of Technology. He says he's just an ordinary college student. He's a part-time Taoist priest at Longhu Mountain. Smacking away living corpses with a slap and using the golden light spell, you call that a poofy college student? And a little Taoist priest? I'm convinced. When I went back to Lung Fu Shan last time and asked those Taoist masters if they knew Taoism, they all said no. The point is I really believed them. There are more and more paranormal incidents lately, and now even the living corpses are coming out. Thanks for the invite, just got in and it feels like the world is really about to change. Coach. I want to learn the golden light spell too. Chapter 9 Rampage, that's the confidence the golden light spell gives me. Looking at the pop-ups that look like snowflakes, Lin Bingbing was also a bit dumbfounded. Living corpses, golden light spells, and soaring popularity on the air. The succession of events had overheated her brain a bit. Ever since he had met Yi Qingxian, such unexpected events had not stopped. Yi Qingxian, what was that one that attacked me just now? Lin Bingbing gulped and asked with a palpitating heart. She had a feeling that Yi Qingxian was extraordinarily knowledgeable about such things. Living corpse. Yi Qingxian said calmly, demons that have become climates ferry a strand of the living's vitality to the dead to create this unseemly thing. Ridiculous. Chen Kuan on the co-pilot subconsciously voiced a rebuttal. However, as Yi Qingxuan's line of sight was cast, he immediately shivered and immediately shrunk his neck and his tone became softer. I mean, how in the world could something like this exist? Just then, a walker came out of the bushes on the side of the road and slammed into the passenger side window. Bam! Ghost! The glass of the car was directly hit by cracks, and the frightened Chen Kuan immediately screamed miserably. The vivisector gripped the door of the car, its blood-red eyes staring at the several people inside the car, and its rotting face began to bang against the glass of the car continuously. The look was as frightening as it could be. Chen Kuan, who was the closest, trembled and his face instantly turned pale. Real walkers. That's too scary. The staff member who drove the car also shuddered, his palms shivering as he gripped the steering wheel, and even the whole van shook with him. Lin Bingbing's face was also a bit pale. However, looking at Yi Qingxian beside her, who looked as normal as ever, she gained a few more points of courage in her heart out of nowhere and shouted towards the photographer beside her. Don't be afraid. Keep shooting. The cameraman shivered and focused the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked by the pop-ups after seeing the appearance of the walker, and then began to frantically send pop-ups for courage. This walker is so human looking. I almost threw my cell phone out. This is the hardest I've ever rushed. No offense. Leave my family alone. Don't pester my mom. Don't stalk my dad. Don't be afraid. Don't we have Taoist priests on our side? Taoist Master Yi, it's time for you to make your move. Taoist Yi, it doesn't matter, I'll make a move. Taoist Yi won't have run out of mana. The live streaming pop-ups were after all across the screen, so they were shouting about how horrible they were, but in reality they didn't take their eyes off the screen for a moment. Growing up, it was the first time they had seen such a powerful program. Live broadcasting this kind of stuff, I don't know when it will be censored by the platform, it's good to see it for a little while longer. What they do not know is that many local police department conference room, at this moment's also in full attention watching this live. At this time in the van, the expert Chen Kuan was so scared that he peed his pants. He watched as the cracks in the car's glass grew larger and the walker in the car moved faster and faster. Right now he finally understood. The world really harbors a lot of unknown monsters. Friend! Help me! He cried out for help towards Yi Qingxian, it's trying to eat me. Indeed. Yi Qingxian nodded his head and calmly said with a light-hearted koan. Living corpses are low-grade evil creatures, not even good enough to be demons, with low IQs that can only rely on their desire for life and instinctively attack the living. It's just that this evil thing is as hard as a mountain stone and is invulnerable to swords and spears, so it's still quite tricky to cope with. In that case, come to my rescue. Chen Kuan's voice trembled, feeling like he was about to pee in fear. Then you say Taoism is awesome. Taoism is awesome. Very well. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly, then he flicked his fingers and a flash of golden light shot over at high speed. Boo! The golden light crashed through the car glass and hit the vivisector's brain heavily, the huge force blowing its entire head apart while sending it flying out. The walker that had lost its head fell back helplessly into the dark mountain forest. Chen Kuan sat back in his chair in a vain manner, panting heavily, his eyes full of incredulity. Is that what you call tricky? I've read a lot. Don't lie to me. Chen Kuan's heart turned over, but he didn't forget to say thank you. Little things. However, as soon as the two men spoke, more crimson eyes lit up from the night ahead. It's all walkers. Lin Bingbing exclaimed. Wah. In the light of the headlights, a single vivisector broke out of its grassy concealment and formed a death squad, pulling its legs towards the van. Looking at the number, it was densely packed, 20 to 30. Good guy, Wurin village's ancestral graves are afraid that the demon behind them has finished hokum. What now? The staff member driving the car asked in horror. If it had crashed directly into it, it would have encountered tremendous resistance and the van would have overturned, I'm afraid. He looked at Yi Qingxian in the rearview mirror, trying to hear the other party's instruction to stop. However, Yi Qingxian merely reached out and laughed aloud. Isn't the mountain road very spacious? Just drive boldly. The staff member's eyes were in despair. It's over. The little Taoist priest is crazy. But in the next second, brilliant golden light surged rapidly from behind. In the blink of an eye, it actually wrapped the entire van, and the entire body became as if it were cast in gold. This. The staff member gasped backward. In this golden light, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Is this a shield credit? Open. Yi Qingxian spoke out again. Taoist, sit tight. Getting reinforced, the staff who drove the car didn't have any more half-hesitation, and directly grimaced as he gripped the steering wheel tightly while pressing the gas pedal to the bottom. Buzz. A power that didn't belong to it instantly erupted from this van, and the body directly catapulted to start, rushing at high speed towards the group of walkers blocking the road. The people in the car, except for Yi Qingxian, all clenched their teeth and prepared for the onslaught that was to come. The next second, the van is like a golden cannonball smashed into the group of zombies, the two collided, and even erupted a burst of gold and iron sound. Boom! 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 The huge kinetic energy wrapped in the front of the car poured out, and the bodies of those zombies were directly crushed, and while the blood and flesh flew, the body did not even tremble for a moment. It's like hitting a stone with an egg, and it's honorable and unmeasurable. After forcing his way out of the walker encirclement, the air in the car was silent. The staff member driving the car gripped the steering wheel in excitement. He felt like he had never felt so good in his life. On the other hand, Chen Koan on the passenger side was staring at Yi Qingxian in the rearview mirror with wide eyes and heavy breathing, unable to say a word. He felt that his unquestioningly materialistic perceptions had suffered a shock. Yi Qingxian was able to drive the golden light and suppress the living corpses, which he could barely accept. After all, Hakusha Longhu Mountain has been passed down for thousands of years, and to say that there are any unimaginable secret arts is not unlikely, even for him who believes in science. But, the walker that suddenly sprang out of this mountain wilderness. There was absolutely nothing before, otherwise it would have been hard to suppress it anyway by PR alone. Could it be that the world has really changed? Meanwhile, Lin Bingbing in the backseat couldn't hide her excitement either. The entire first season of Breaking Weird didn't have this much popularity on the livestream. We may be tired of seeing broken psychics, but this is the first time we've seen broken science. Breaking science and going psychic. Dang, it opens. And the pop-ups in the live broadcast room began to scroll frantically at this time. Chapter 10, The Taoist Master Yi and the Mountain God Lord who pulled it all together. Awesome, awesome. The golden light spell can cover the entire van. Taoist, you're invincible. I'll be a dragon tiger mountain. The golden light mantra can still be used like this? I told you why our toilet was clogged, and at first glance it turned out to be Taoist Master Yi pulling it full. Taoist Master. And you say you don't know Taoism? Although Lin Bingbing is not very old, but these strange men and women is definitely not small. There are indeed some strange people who have something magical to say. However, it was really the first time to see someone as powerful as Yi Qingxian, who had special effects pulled all over his body. He was definitely not an ordinary Lung Fu Shan Taoist priest. At the very least, it couldn't be an ordinary white-robed Taoist priest. Taoist Yi Qingxian, just now that was. Spell from Longhu Mountain? Lin Bingbing bravely and tentatively went forward to ask. Her title had unconsciously shifted from classmate to Tao Master, oblivious to the fact that Yi Qingxian was not as old as herself. Yi Qingxian glanced at her, then pondered slightly. Now, in this situation, you say, there's no such thing as magic in the world. We have to believe in science. Isn't that too far-fetched? But the old thing. Ah no, that's what the master, his old man, taught me. Said to go out and be seen in a fight, remember to use more official words to put it off. Thus, Yi Qingxian opened his mouth in a serious manner. It's just a little blindfold. Ms. Lin is making a big fuss, isn't she? This is the information age, you have to believe in science. Have you forgotten the purpose of our program? Hearing this, Shin Koan on the co-pilot was the first to tense up, the corners of his mouth twitching. Believe in science? If you hadn't been glowing so brightly with gold and crushed a walker's head with a single brainwave, I'd have believed you. Of course, thinking about it was not enough to make him refute it as loudly as he had done before, in any case. This Taoist master doesn't look like he has much baggage, and when he says he'll whip you, it's a real possibility that he'll whip you. At that moment, Yi Qingshuan's voice rang in his ears. Professor Chen, what do you say? Hearing Yi Qingshuan's question, Shen Koan shivered, then immediately cleared his throat and said. Indeed, relying on some chemical reactions and finding a good angle does achieve the previous effect. Words are as cooperative as they need to be. I still like you the way you were before when you were untamed. Can I trouble you to restore it? Yi Qingxian gently nodded his head and smiled towards Lin Bingbing. See, Ms. Lin, even Professor Chen said so, is there any doubt about this matter? You look like a little cutie on the net. Lin Bingbing cried and laughed as she shook her head. No, it's good that you're happy. Anyway, by tomorrow there will be tons of live slices and clips of the video online. The Taoist priest shouldn't be unaware of such things, suggesting that he's only symbolically denying it. Having figured this out, Lin Bingbing's thoughts were clear. And the van, after a brief storm, was well on its way to its destination, the Warren Village. Located tens of kilometers outside of the third-tier city of Lianchang, Warren is an uncompromisingly remote mountain village. The whole village full count is only 200 people, winds in the mountains by the water, the scenery is good. If it wasn't for the overly frightening journey on the way here, Lin Bingbing's few people would have even felt like they were here on vacation. In the darkness of the night, a few people had just entered the village gate when they saw Mrs. Wu waiting here. Mrs. Wu was dressed in simple clothes, with a plain face, about 30 years old, with a warm and mournful air of a human wife. If you look at the looks alone, you can say that you have a lot of charm. Because of the money she received from the show, she was responsible for the clothing, food, and shelter of several people for a few days. You're finally here. After seeing the figure of Lin Bingbing's few people, a hint of a smile was added to Mrs. Wu's sad melon face. Sister Wu, you've been waiting for us here? Lin Bingbing asked in surprise. Mrs. Wu nodded slightly, her tone worried. The appointed time has long passed, and the delay in seeing you, I worry that you have had an accident on the road, and thought about whether to go out of the village to take a look. Egu, on our way. Don't know the way, slightly delayed for a long time, really sorry. Lin Bingbing said in an incomparably sincere tone. As she spoke, she let out a few people behind her and introduced them in turn, as was customary. The two over here are my colleagues, and this one over here is an expert with a doctorate in physical chemistry, Professor Koan Chen. Hello. Chen Koan still had a Sima face. Hello, Professor Chen. Mrs. Wu greeted politely. It was worth caring that she even used the more ancient rituals. It was only when it was Yi Qingshuan's turn to be introduced, when Yi Qingxian just walked out, Mrs. Wu was a bit dumbfounded, with an undisguised amazement under her eyes. Remote mountain village, she seems to have never seen such a handsome youth. This is the special guest, student Yi Qingxian. Lin Bingbing laughed, it's fine if you call him Taoist Master Yi. Hello, Mrs. Wu. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were slightly narrowed, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Mrs. Wu did not speak, still staring blankly at Yi Qingshuan's side face, her mouth slightly open. Sister Wu? Lin Bingbing asked tentatively. Even if Taoist Yi is handsome, you can't stare like this. She inwardly condemned the other party. The disoriented Mrs. Wu then reacted, and her somewhat pale face instantly turned red. It's a shame to look at someone because they're so handsome, she said in a flustered tone with a few apologies. No, sorry, I got a little carried away. Hello, Taoist Master Yi. With that, and without waiting for the crowd to speak, she said again. It's getting late, a few of you have to explore the mountain tomorrow night, right? Come with me, the resting rooms are all ready. Okay. Lin Bingbing happily agreed. The group then stepped into the village. The night was already very late at this time, and the whole village was dead quiet. As the group walked through the village paths, they could only occasionally hear a few dogs barking, which was quite frightening when combined with the atmosphere of the night. Sister Wu, I heard that there were outsiders coming this way during this period of time, but they all ended up disappearing while exploring the mountains? Well, those people said anything to see the mountains to see what's going on, I can't stop them, alas. At these words, Mrs. Wu looked gloomy. Don't be sad, Sister Wu, it's not your responsibility for their disappearance. Lin Bingbing spoke out to comfort her. It's just that I wanted to ask, do you know how those people disappeared? Mrs. Wu shook her head. I'm not sure, but the people in the village say that they rushed the mountain god Sama and were eaten as a sacrifice. Lord Mountain God? Is that the mountain god your village worships? Aha! So? As they spoke, the group stopped in front of a large-sized residence. Squeak! Pushing open the gate and walking into the courtyard, looking at one of the side rooms, Chen Kuan and the others could not help but tsk in awe. The scale of this residence, put in some first-tier cities, that price is afraid to think of astronomical figures. Not only that, but the decor is quite vintage. Just the fact that the patio was furnished with tables and chairs made of mahogany was clearly some years old. Lin Bingbing even couldn't help but be shocked. Sister Wu, your house is so big, no wonder the phone call said it was more than enough to accommodate a few of us. The mansion passed down from my husband's ancestors is big, it's just that it's too cold for just me and my child to live in on weekdays. Mrs. Wu smiled. You guys coming over will also liven up the place a bit, it's just that the kids are a bit noisy on weekdays, so I hope you'll bear with them. It's normal for children to be noisy. Lin Bingbing waved her hand and said, Is your husband asleep? Do you want us to go and say hello? Mrs. Wu sniffed, and her plain face fell a bit more bitterly. He went into the mountains half a year ago to collect medicine for his children, and no one has seen him since. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked that. Lin Bingbing just hurriedly apologized and whirled around to take the topic elsewhere. Fubuki plus undead, this minotaur attribute pulls straight out of the bag. Just. Throughout the entire process, pure love war god Yi Qingxian remained calm. Just a pair of inky eyes with a slight chill. The entire residence, in his perspective, was demonic. Chapter 11 That young man has some Taoist skills. After a brief assignment of rooms, the Lin Bingbing, who closed the door to her room, also laughed at the netizens in the live broadcast room. The time now is close to 3 o'clock in the morning. If you all don't go to bed yet, beware of not being able to crawl up tomorrow morning. The netizens of the live stream, however, did not care and remained quite enthusiastic. Don't go off the air. That's just what I'm talking about. I go to bed at 5 in the morning and get up at 2 in the afternoon, and the King of Hades praises me for my good health. I'm going to go out on a limb and predict that that so-called mountain god is the reason for the disappearance of those adventure bloggers. Prophet, knife up. Good night Bingbing wife, by the way, does Taoist Yi Qingxian have a Shivering Sea account? Why do you all care about Taoist Master Yi? Am I the only one who thinks that Mrs. Wu is still charming? The one speaking upstairs is the Chow thief. Take down the Chow traitors. Looking at the pop-ups that look like snowflakes, Lin Bingbing laughed somewhat apologetically. About the Yi Taoist Master private questions, I cannot answer. Everyone interested in, you can go to their own private to understand. That's it for today's live broadcast. Good night everyone, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. Good night Ice. Good night. I'm exhausted. But the show's unprecedentedly popular, so as long as we keep it up, we'll be assured of a bonus this season. After getting off the live broadcast, Lin Bingbing stretched her back, and after a brief wash, she went to bed, and promptly fell into a deep sleep. After a tiring day and the shock of the walkers, her energy was at its limit. The remaining few were in much the same condition, and after packing up their beds, they soon fell asleep one after the other. In the meantime, Mrs. Wu, who had finished arranging for the rest of the crowd, had just returned to the bedroom in the main house when she saw a head lifting up from the bed. When I hit my eyes, it was a little boy about 7 or 8 years old. Ziheo, why are you still up? Mrs. Wu asked with a diaphanous frown. Mom, who's here? The little boy asked, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. Didn't Mom tell you? It's some adults from the city, all here to visit the mountain. Mrs. Wu dotingly sat on the edge of the bed, stroking the little boy's head while smiling gently. Same as those adventure dial beads? The little boy pursued. It's adventure blogger, well. Something like that. So they can eat them too? The little boy blinked and spoke up. Hearing this, Mrs. Wu's gentle expression instantly froze. But immediately after, the corners of her soft face actually slowly opened up at the corners of her mouth, stretching all the way to her ears, gradually revealing 2 rows of back teeth with remnants of meat residue. In a matter of seconds, her entire face had been disfigured. It looks extremely twisted and ugly. The plain face, at the moment, could only make out a crazy smile that was not human. Of course. My boy. Mrs. Wu's laughter became incredibly shrill, but the food is a bit dangerous this time, oh. Even Daddy's walkers have been taken out by them, so you'll have to listen to Mommy in order to eat them. The little boy nodded, looking up and yawning. Mom, I'm sleepy. Then get some sleep. Mrs. Wu's unreadable humanoid face instantly returned to its original form and smiled gently. She then reached down and recovered the little boy with the quilt, extinguishing the room light herself and getting into bed. The whole room was silent, as if the earlier frightening scene had not happened at all. In a white dream world, the sleeping Mrs. Wu regained her clarity. She shook her head, then looked at a huge black shadow in front of her that she couldn't really see, and smiled flirtatiously. Husband, why do you dream every day? What is it this time? The black shadow opened its mouth, its strange voice extremely piercing. That youngster has some Taoist skills. Just in case, I want you to use some tricks. Is it really that powerful? Mrs. Wu was a bit surprised. She knew her husband's strength. The strength of the demon body of a great toadstool spirit with 500 years of cultivation was even harder than metaphysical iron. His body was like the wind, a single jump was hundreds of feet, his strength was incomparable, and the sound wave of his natural aptitude was even able to shatter mountains and rocks. Just in case. The dark shadow's voice was low and loud. Mrs. Wu frowned slightly. Wouldn't it be a bit of a big deal? It's just a matter of taking out a few walkers. That old Taoist from last time was also able to kill your husband's walkers, but in the end, he was still played to death by you in 3 or 2 strokes. There was a reason for her resistance. If she did, she could easily be seen by the so-called cameras and alert the human authorities. For this reason, she didn't even dare to eat too much of Wu Ren's village, just for fear that these outsiders would see the signs. So Mrs. Wu felt that she should try not to do anything if she could. This man is a bit more powerful than that old Taoist priest, a bit more powerful. He can use the golden light mantra from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Speaking here, the black shadow had a few more clubs in his voice. But with his age there, he's a green-robed Taoist priest at best. Mrs. Wu said helplessly. With your cultivation, husband, even those on that Dragon Tiger Mountain, as long as they are not red-robed, they are not enough to fear, right? Just in case. So I'll put some bone-softening poisonous herbs in the dish? Yes. Early in the morning, warm sunlight poured into the dimly lit residence. Mrs. Wu violently pushed her pillow up. The aftermath of the forced dreaming woke her directly from her sleep. Every dream is so exhausting. She'd scared softly at first, then leaned over to the little boy's ear and laughed softly. Mommy's going to make them a big meal so they don't have any strength in them when they go into the mountains, so go help Mommy talk to them, will you? Yes. The little boy opened his eyes and sat up, nodding excitedly. Good boy. Touching his head, Mrs. Wu dressed and got out of bed, pushing open the main house door and stepping into the courtyard. The next second, however, a calm young voice exploded in her ears. Mrs. Wu, up so early. Mrs. Wu's mind was thinking about what type of poisonous herb she should have, and when she heard the voice, her body shook in fear and almost went haywire. It's not her fault. After all, anyone would be shocked if the person they wanted to harm one second appeared in front of them the next. Actually can quietly appear here, really a little cultivation. Mrs. Wu was shocked and hurriedly followed the sound and saw the young man. Only Yi Qingxian, dressed in white casual clothes, was seen sitting on a mahogany recliner in the courtyard. Propping his head up on one hand, his inky eyes looked at her calmly. If the cell phone in his hand was replaced with a Taoist scripture, and his casual clothes were replaced with Taoist robes, and he was said to be some kind of immortal who had attained Taoism in the earthly world and wandered away from the mortal world, I'm afraid that some people would believe it. Even though she had already seen it once before, seeing it again, a hint of amazement flashed through Mrs. Wu's eyes. After transforming into a demon, the aesthetic is similar to that of humans. Mrs. Wu's throat moved slightly as she watched, and she couldn't help but gulp. Would love to taste the flavors. Resisting the urge to do so, she smiled. Taoist Yi, you got up early too. Yi Qingxuan's eyes returned to his cell phone and politely shook his head. I was not asleep, not the same as being woken up like you. Hearing this, Mrs. Wu's pupils suddenly contracted. What do you mean? How did he know I was woken up? He knows about the husband's entry into the dream? Early in the morning, the village dogs are barking. It's not strange for you to be woken up by their barking. Yi Qingxian smiled gently. Mrs. Wu's shocked look eased. Turns out she was overthinking it. I was indeed woken up by the sound of a barking dog. It is you, Daoist Yi. Didn't sleep? Mrs. Wu quickly gathered her emotions and opened her mouth to ask. Well, I'm a person who recognizes pillows more, and changing to a new place usually prevents me from sleeping for the first night. Yi Qingxian said indifferently. This is a lie. With such a strong demonic aura here, even if he wanted to sleep, the Tiancher seal in his arms wouldn't agree. Just as soon as he closed his eyes, his arms were as hot as an additional small sun, scalded Yi Qingxian wailed. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't too good at tracking demonic qi over long distances, the furious Yi Qingxian would have rushed to the mountains last night and turned on the golden light to kill the four directions. He elbowed the dead toadstool called Mountain God to death. The patio posing at the moment is also forced. Cannot hit the grass to scare the snake. Alas, if there is a small demon that is connected to the bloodline of that demon, it would be good. I can track it down by following the vine to its location. Yi Qingxuan's thoughts diverged. Do you want me to change your pillow? It just so happens I have a new pillow in my room. Seeing Yi Qingxian in deep thought, Mrs. Wu tentatively suggested. Yi Qingxian politely refused. No need, I'm used to not sleeping at night, it's fine. Head, new pillow? I can't believe your husband hasn't had a pillow before. Really? Mrs. Wu showed a surprised look. Really, because it's not good to stay up all night, that's why young people nowadays all stay up all night. Yi Qingxian was serious and spoke the absolute truth. So, what a great body. There was more than a hint of greed in Mrs. Wu's eyes, and she exclaimed with intent. That's not a very nice thing to say, ma'am. Nowadays, the netizens are bold enough to plug anything. Then I'll go prepare breakfast. Daoist Yi, you can call me if you need anything. Mrs. Wu bowed slightly and said with a soft voice. Yi Qingxian nodded slightly as his finger continued to slide on the screen. Displayed on the screen is today's Shivering Sea hot list. #shocked. A large number of living corpses were shockingly found in a remote mountainous area. Hashtag contemporary college students work part-time as Lung Fushan Taoist priests, who can actually perform Taoist magic spells. Hashtag still believe in science? The Taoist priest has begun to cut down the demons. Hashtag mighty tigers have appeared along the Qin Mountains, and so far a Buddhist master and a dozen national security officers have been killed. Hashtag. Unsurprisingly, most of today's Shivering Sea-related hot searches are about last night's events. Chapter 12. Under the eyes of the celestial master to set the human skin, you guys are splashing the sky with guts. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the main conference room of the winning province State Security Bureau was gloomy. A person wearing a national security uniform sat here with a serious expression, and the old man in the main seat was clearly the old national security leader who had contact with Yi Qingxian that day. At this moment, he was wearing a sad face, dropping the report in his hand onto the table and said helplessly. What is the community's view on the incident in which this Buddhist master was killed by a tiger demon? Elder Qin, the heat is currently being suppressed. The external report is an ordinary fierce tiger injuring people, but at that time there were quite a few people who had captured the video. I'm afraid that the news of the tiger demon's emergence will soon be spreading like wildfire. Press it if you can. Shi Lao helplessly rubbed the corner of his forehead. He also didn't expect that the Buddhist master, who seemed to have some sayings, was actually killed by the tiger demon in a second. This makes him cannot help but worry a little, if that Longhu Mountain heavenly master is also such a look goods. Ugh. Don't all of you freeze, tell us what you think. Xin Lao, I told you that monk is unreliable. A national security officer picked up the conversation, angrily voiced back, out of the hands of our national security to ask for 2 million, said it was the money, now well, into the burial fee. Exactly. I think most of these so-called gurus are just crooks. A national security officer said disdainfully. Elder Qin, trying to find a true master is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I say we should stop expecting these charlatans and use large-scale thermal weapons like missiles earlier. Using large-scale heat weapons on the mainland, do you want to cause widespread panic among the people? Elder Qin banged on the desktop and rebuked in a stern voice. You have to know that missiles are not conventional heat weapons like guns and fire, and once they are used around the city, the noise will be so great that not only will the local citizens be thrown into a panic, but it will also be difficult to cover it up afterward. The one who suggested it immediately shrunk his neck in embarrassment and didn't dare to speak again. The entire conference room immediately fell into silence. Everyone looked at me and you. Obviously there is no good solution. Elder Qin, I have a video here that you might be interested in. It's about the celestial master. Right at this moment, a woman with a cool temperament stood up. it was the beauty who managed to ask Yi Qingxian for a phone call that day but didn't get it, Tang Ying. It's little Tang, there's a video about that young celestial master? Elder Qin glanced at her and then asked with some surprise. Exactly. Tang Ying nodded slightly, then turned toward the crowd. His old man ran into a walker while filming a program last night and was forced to show his 2 hands. The video in question is now going viral on the internet, so please take a look, gentlemen. Tang Ying stood up and walked forward, and the large screen spiraled and began to play Yi Qingxuan's footage of last night's vivisection hunt. Only to see the handsome youth of one of the video covered in golden light, lightly blowing a vivisector away with a single palm. Seeing this situation, the entire conference room immediately resounded with a gasp of surprise, and Qin Lao's gaze suddenly became serious as he said. It was a living corpse, and what he had on him was the golden light mantra of Longhu Mountain, and he blasted away the vitality within that living corpse with a single palm. This means. Immediately after that, the video image stirred and shifted to the car, apparently fleeing for its life, and then a walker suddenly pounced on the window of the car, and then kept banging the window out of the crack with its head, causing a middle-aged man in the passenger seat to wail in fear. In the next second, a flash of golden light flew out from the back seat and solidly blasted the vivisector's brain, directly causing its head to explode and fall to the ground helplessly. Good tactics. Elder Qin swished to his feet, his expression excited as if he had seen something he had been pursuing. Seeing this reaction from the leader, Tang Ying's inner awe of Yi Qingxian suddenly increased by a few points and continued. Elder Qin, next is the image of the walker blocking the road. The video continues to play, the camera in front of the driveway appeared densely packed, 20 or 30 sets of living corpses. The picture style has become horrifying, so that the legs and stomachs of those who saw it turned straight. But the situation immediately took a turn for the worse, as a brilliant to the core golden light emerged from behind the camera and wrapped the entire body in it. Qin Lao's face became more and more agitated until the van rushed out roughly. Qin Lao couldn't sit still at all and immediately turned his head towards Tang Ying. Dawn, when will this program of the Celestial Masters end? It should be on later today and should be over tonight. Keep a close eye on this program and contact the Heavenly Master immediately when it's over. Wuren Village, inside the Wu family compound. Yi Qingxian leisurely browsed through the sand sculpture comments of the netizens. Just then, Lin Bingbing's clear voice rang in his ears. Good morning, Daoist Yi. Well, good morning. Yi Qingxian put down his cell phone and stretched. Taoist Master, have you seen the hot search? Now the internet is full of videos of your great display of power last night. Lin Bingbing sat down in the chair beside him and carefully asked while observing his face. There was a reason for her caution. After all, no one knew what Yi Qingxuan's attitude was towards his being on a hot search. If you don't care, that's fine. But if this matter touched Yi Qingxuan's taboo, it would be troublesome. Immediate termination of the shoot is still trivial. Yi Qingxian has so many scientifically implausible visions on his body. In case he is offended, he is afraid that he will die without knowing how he died. Lin Bingbing, who was a journalist, knew all this very well. So she was secretly sweating at the moment, with a 10,000-word little essay on apologizing already prepared in her mind. Luckily, Yi Qingxian only spoke faintly. Saw it, the shivering sea is pushing it like crazy, it's hard not to see it. Not angry, and by the looks of it, it seems to feel indifferent. Taking Yi Qingxuan's reaction into her eyes, Lin Bingbing judged in her heart. That's great. She silently sighed in relief, a smile appearing on her pretty googly eyes as she turned. Professor Chen just sent me a message saying that he and my colleague who drove the car have gone to visit the village and will be back in a while. Aha! When Yi Qingxian nodded his head, Lin Bingbing turned around and shouted excitedly towards the photographer following behind him. Old White, it's time to go on the air, go on the air. Soon. The live broadcast room opened on time, and a large number of netizens flooded into the room. Hey hey hey! Coming now! It's finally on, I want to see Taoist Master Yi show off his power. Can't wait! Someone please knock me out with a punch until it's time to explore the mountain at night. The netizens, who had been holding their breath for several hours, just came in and started posting all kinds of pop-ups, and the heat in the live room rose. Because the village was not very large, and because there were very few sleepers in the countryside, Chen Kuan's visit on the other side proceeded quite quickly. Lin Bingbing's side had just finished greeting the netizens in the live broadcast room, and before they could chat for a few sentences, the serious-looking Chen Kuan walked in through the front door. Good morning. Just after entering the courtyard, he greeted Yi Qingxian. The attitude is so much more polite compared to yesterday. And from his unnatural body movements, it could be seen that he had a considerable degree of fear towards Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian did not care about this and still responded with a light smile as he did when they first met. Good morning. Looks like a mildly weak college student. This action caused the corners of Chen Kuan's mouth to move slightly. To be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Yi Qingxian was the kind of super fierce person who could beat a living corpse into a grandson. No, Yi Qingxuan's kind couldn't be called a fierce man instead. A punch that sends a walker flying, a brainbuster that blows away a walker's head, and a body that can emit a golden glow. It's ing Super Saiyan, right? Just then, Lin Bingbing asked curiously. Professor Chen, what are the results of the visit? Chen Kuan coughed lightly and hurriedly dissipated the strange thoughts in his mind, sitting down on the chair beside Lin Bingbing and speaking in a grave tone. It's very strange. I went to about 30 people in the village and asked them what the crying in the mountain wind was all about, but they all said they didn't know, they weren't sure, they didn't understand. I asked them again what was going on with the mountain gods, but they were all so secretive that they turned their heads and walked away, so it was useless for me to say anything. After listening to Chen Kuan's narration, Lin Bingbing immediately looked nervous. She turned back to Yi Qingxian and asked nervously. Daoist Yi, you say? Did we really run into something weird this time? Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh and was just about to speak when he saw a head peeking out from the main house not far away, his eyes looking this way. It's a little boy. A child? Ah, it's Mrs. Wu's child, isn't it? Lin Bingbing was first surprised and then dazed upon seeing the little boy. Yi Qingxian, however, did not reply. His deep black eyes stared at the little boy without moving. At this moment in time, he suddenly thought of the words spoken by the last Lao Deng of Longhu Mountain. Qingxian, remember that the style of behavior of demons is usually that the strong ones are cautious and prudent, while the weak ones are bold and unscrupulous. Yi Qingxian had only found it interesting before. Now I feel that Olden is true to his word. Good boy, wearing human skin, living in a human house, and role-playing right under my nose? You guys have some serious balls? A flash of incomparably pure killing intent flashed across Yi Qingxuan's eyes. It was just that this killing intent was fleeting, and even the several people close by, Lin Bingbing, had disappeared without feeling it. All they could see was Yi Qingxian revealing a sunny and gentle smile, and then he waved towards the little boy. Kids, come and play. The little boy was not afraid of being born, and ran over in a flash. Looking at the little boy running, Lin Bingbing's eyes lit up and asked with a smile. What's your name, little friend? My name is Wu Zihao. The little boy spoke. Afterwards, his eyes looked around and eventually locked onto Yi Qingxian. The crowd just had doubts when they heard the little boy say to Yi Qingxian in a commanding tone. You. Hold me. Chapter 13, How dare he do it? Hearing this, the crowd was stunned, while Yi Qingxian raised his eyebrows lightly. He hasn't even opened his mouth yet, and this demon comes to his door by itself? Ah, Daoist Yi, this kid seems to like you a lot. Lin Bingbing was the first to react and hurriedly smiled and rounded off the conversation. I don't like him, but I just want him to hug me. The little boy shouted. His raucous voice caused the several people of Chen Kuan to frown slightly and look slightly dissatisfied. No one likes a bear with no manners. However, the crowd was at least adults, not to be directly angry with a child, so they did not have a direct attack. Come on, little friend, don't disturb Taoist Master Yi, let your sister hold you, okay? Adhering to the host's sense of responsibility, Lin Bingbing stretched out her hands towards the little boy with a smile on her face. Although she didn't like rude kids either, her training as a host allowed her to still put on a genuine smile. But unexpectedly, the little boy ignored her, and after a cold snort, his sight glared at Yi Qingxian very nonchalantly, shouting loudly. Do you hear me? I told you to hug me. Little friend you. Lin Bingbing's good-looking brows frowned lightly, and just as she was about to speak out to educate herself, she was interrupted by Yi Qingxian raising his hand. It's okay, I don't hate kids. Yi Qingxian was all smiles as he immediately reached out and lifted the little boy up, slowly placing him on his lap. However, the little boy was not honest and directly moved around on Yi Qingxuan's leg. He first stepped on Yi Qingxuan's white casual clothes, leaving a dirty footprint, causing Chen Kuan and the others to lightly tisk out. Then as if he didn't see it, he stepped on Yi Qingxuan's leg with his shoes on without a care in the world, while his eyes swept over the people present with a smug look. It's like saying, I know you guys don't see eye to eye with me, but don't you dare hit me. Even though Mrs. Wu's instructions were for him to chat with these people, he didn't want to be honest about his mission. He still preferred to act as he usually did, with human suffering as the first purpose of his actions. And in his judgment, just being disgusted with this youth who was hugging him would make everyone in the room very uncomfortable. His judgment was correct. After all his fussing, all those present except Yi Qingxian frowned. The netizens in the livestream have even started birding around a long time ago. What aminos, what let your mother Mrs. Wu wash her ass and wait? The list goes on and on. As for Yi Qingxian, who was the party involved, he always smiled gently, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Taking in the crowd's reactions, the young boy grunted lightly, not worried in the least that he would be taught a lesson. First of all, regardless of the fact that after he opened his true self, he could easily eat everyone present. His mother had told him before that humans in this age were bound by the so-called face, and would convince themselves not to talk to children. Even though he's not a child, just a toadstool spirit in a child's human skin, humans still tolerate him because of his appearance. I remember a courteous adventure blogger who had his luggage thrown all the way into a river gorge, but still didn't get mad at him in the end, just softly told him to be more careful next time. The adventure blogger, who was captured by his mountain godfather after entering the mountain, first begged for forgiveness and then collapsed and died under both physical and mental torture. The despair on that blogger's face as he died is something the little boy still finds amusing. The thought of it cheered up the young boy's mood. He loved tormenting those humans, he loved crumpling up what others held dear and stomping on it a few times. That's the demon. And after seeing the smile on Yi Qingxuan's face, the little boy's originally pleasant mood became somewhat dissatisfied again. Laughing out loud even after dying shows that this person doesn't have much insight. This kind of commoner who knows nothing about demons doesn't know the horror of demons at all. Grinding his back teeth, the little boy pondered on what way he could disgust Yi Qingxian. At this moment, he remembered that Lin Bingbing had previously addressed Yi Qingxian as Taoist Master Yi and immediately asked aloud, "Which Taoist temple are you from?" "Dragon Tiger Mountain." Things having come to this, Yi Qingxian had no more worries and smiled greatly. "Dragon Tiger Mountain? Never heard of it. Is it some kind of unheard of pheasant Taoist temple?" The little boy only felt a flash of familiarity, but soon his head shot up and he snorted in mockery. However, upon hearing these words, not only did Yi Qingxian not get angry, but Chen Koan, who was originally a bit angry on the side, relaxed his eyebrows and revealed a relieved expression that said, "It's true that they are just children, they just don't have any knowledge." Lin Bingbing and the two staff members even laughed out loud. It's like running into a brainwashed person on the internet who likes to carry on. You may be angry, but after you go to his homepage, you suddenly realize that he plays a certain game, and then you release a smile, and things make sense all of a sudden. A little yakuza who doesn't even know about LWSA, that lack of manners makes perfect sense. For a while, the whole courtyard was filled with joy. Perhaps it was because he had disguised himself as a human for many years and had a few more human emotions. The little boy who had failed to arch the fire was instantly a bit annoyed after a brief moment of confusion. "Laugh your ass off. What's so funny?" he shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha. Kids, Dragon Tiger Mountain is not some wild chicken Taoist temple." Lin Bingbing explained with a big smile, and Chen Koan and the others also had some smiles on their faces. "Lung Fu Shan is the pheasant Taoist temple." The little boy shouted out insults, then he glared angrily at Yi Qingxian who had made a fool out of him, a bit of killing intent flaring up in his eyes. He pondered whether or not to defy his mother and kill the group right here. "Ha, little friend, let me ask you a question." Looking at the killing intent in his eyes, Yi Qingxian smilingly stretched out his palm and slowly held the back of his neck, seemingly casually. The little boy stared dead into his smiling face. "Ask what? How many people have you and your mother eaten while you've been alive?" Yi Qingxuan's voice was casually gentle. For this little demon, who was related by blood to the great toadstool spirit of the mountain, was at this moment in his palm. And upon hearing these words, a layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out of the young boy's back, and the anger on his face slowly solidified, and along with it, the air within the courtyard. "How many people have eaten?" When Lin Bingbing and the others heard these words, the expressions on their faces slowly solidified like sculptures. "What do you mean?" Lin Bingbing's heart thumped, and she and the two staff members exchanged glances, both able to see the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that? Chen Koan clenched his fists and stared at that little boy with both eyes, trying to find a trace of abnormality in him. But unfortunately, no matter how he looked at it, the little boy looked like a normal little boy. If it wasn't for last night's incident, he would definitely think that Yi Qingxian was going crazy, but right now, he could only watch from the sidelines for the time being. The atmosphere in the courtyard gradually became oppressive. Boo! In the next second, under the gazes of Lin Bingbing and the others who did not know what to do, Yi Qingxian directly pressed the sweating little boy to the ground. The monstrous killing intent of his black eyes was no longer half concealed, and a flame like dazzling golden light surged out all over his body as a terrifying pressure suddenly descended in the courtyard. "What are you doing? Let go!" The young boy who was pressed on his lifegate felt suffocated. He didn't expect Yi Qingxian to suddenly make a move on himself. Isn't he afraid of his own errors of judgment? Instinctively reached out to break the palm on the back of his neck, the little boy was shocked to find that the palm was as hard as steel. No matter how he tugged and pulled, it did not move. What a grip it is! To have this level of blood chi at this age, I'm afraid that 2 palms worth of humans have entered your stomach. Yi Qingxuan's eyes flowed with a dignified golden color, strands of golden light seemed to dance around him like a blazing flame in the wind. His voice was flat as he said word by word. "When did the original family of this mansion die? Who helped you skin them? Toads don't know the art of transforming into human skin, so which Taoist temple in Hakusha is in cahoots with you?" The voice rolled like a thunderclap. In this situation, anyone could understand that Yi Qingxian was furious at this moment. Chapter 14: A Slap of the Palm. Yi Qingxian, who had greatly demonstrated his divine power. Aha! Without an answer, the little boy's face turned red as he hissed and struggled, but even though he had utilized the power of this physical body to the utmost, he had not broken free from Yi Qingxuan's grip. "Taoist Yi, what are you doing?" At this moment, a voice of panic mixed with anger came from the doorway. Mrs. Wu ran over in a panic with her dinner plate. She anxiously looked at the little boy who was being held down by Yi Qingxian. Her expression appeared at a loss for words. Her mind was anxious and confused. She did not expect that Yi Qingxian, who was still amiable 10 minutes ago, was suddenly as if he was possessed by a god at this moment. Even his eyes became extremely majestic. "Mom! Help me!" In the midst of several gazes, the little boy clamped in Yi Qingxuan's hands was struggling frantically while miserable sounds were coming out of his mouth, causing the crowd to move a little. However, Yi Qingxuan's expression was always as calm as water and his voice was incomparably indifferent. "Mrs. Wu, there's no need to pretend anymore. The poor Taoist can tell at a glance that you're not human. I'm sure you heard what was said earlier. If you can answer honestly, the poor Taoist can consider letting you all be suppressed for a few hundred years less in the palace of vermilion devils." The force of his palm continued to increase, and the golden light on his body became more and more dazzling. Looking at Yi Qingxian, who was in great power, Lin Bingbing's beautiful eyes showed a touch of shock. Based on Yi Qingxuan's words, she was now able to basically deduce the true identity of the little boy. "Demon! How is it possible?" Lin Bingbing murmured with some disorientation. Even though she had seen the living corpse with her own eyes last night, she was still a bit incredulous when she was told right now that such a spiritual little boy in front of her was made of a demon. If the little boy is a demon, then Mrs. Wu is most likely to be one as well, and if Taoist Master Yi is not here, I am afraid that we will be just like those missing adventure bloggers. Aftermath surfaced on Lin Bingbing's face. She looked at Chen Kuan and the others without a trace, and realized that they were also all shocked, obviously associating the truth of the matter in question. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast also exploded, and the pop-ups rolled like a heavy snowfall. Suppressed in the Hall of Voodoo? Isn't that the legendary treasure hall of Dragon Tiger Mountain that suppresses demons? Does Taoist Yi mean that this household is a demon? The first time I watched the live broadcast was ruthlessly shocked. This Taoist master is covered in golden light. Is there really a fairy cultivator in this world? Fuss upstairs, Taoist Master Yi turned on the golden light spell to kill the living corpse yesterday. Times have changed, my friend. I just fell in love with that Mrs. Wu, and the Taoist priest says this family is a toad-turned-demon? I've lost my love. Nyo batch. It used to be hearsay, but I didn't realize that Lung Fu Mountain Taoists really cultivate immortality. I don't care if he's a cultivator or not, I'm just asking him if this is considered abuse of a minor. I'm calling the police. There were all kinds of pop-ups from netizens. Some guessed the incredible real body of Mrs. Wu's family, some were shocked by the divine golden light around Yi Qingxuan's body, some thought it was a special effects synthesis, and some immediately reported it to the police. But none of their reactions affect the situation at hand, and the police are unlikely to be here anytime soon. Taoist Yi, I don't understand what you're saying. Xiaohao, he's still a child. If there's anything that offends you, you can tell me. There's no need to get into a fight with a child. The look on Mrs. Wu's face was anxious as she knelt in front of Yi Qingxian and cried out in tears. She was already born with some charm, and with her wailing posture at the moment, she did look rather pitiful. This scene also succeeded in making Lin Bingbing on the side feel compassionate, saying that it couldn't really be that Taoist Yi was so eager to get rid of the demons that he looked away. Then, somewhat worried, she clenched her silver teeth and stiffly stepped forward, asking Yi Qingxian, who had an indifferent expression. Taoist Yi, do you have any basis for saying that the child is not human? This is a concern for the crowd and the internet. However, just then, Mrs. Wu, who was originally kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly, suddenly raised her head, and her entire face instantly turned bloated and hideous as she tilted her head to the sky and let out a loud raucous and strange sound. Goo! A loud sound resounded through the courtyard, a glass window shattered in response, Lin Bingbing and the others stifled a grunt, only feeling their heads were hit hard by a heavy hammer. The whole person directly lost their center of gravity and staggered down. While their eyes were blazing with gold, they only saw the inhumanly shaped Mrs. Wu rising up from the ground and pouncing on the golden glittering Yi Qingxian. She's such a demon. The collapsed Lin Bingbing felt a pang of chagrin in her heart that she had actually believed the other party's play acting. At the same time, she effortlessly looked in Yi Qingxuan's direction, inwardly praying that Yi Qingxian would be able to withstand this sneak attack, or else their group would really die here. Being hit head-on by my natural aptitude, even a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain would have to be dizzy. Mrs. Wu, who had launched the surprise attack, judged inwardly as she swung her arm. Her palm that was about to break through her skin suddenly swiped at Yi Qingxian with a strong wind, ruthlessly slapping the thin layer of golden light on his body. When the two contact, Mrs. Wu expected the golden light broke and did not appear. Instead, the courtyard resounded with a grand and clear sound of gold and iron. Her palms comparable to steel were also shocked by a burst of raw pain. Is this a golden light spell? How in the world could there be such a hard golden light spell? Mrs. Wu pupil contraction, as a cultivation nearly 300 years of toad spirit, the so-called Longhu Mountain Taoist. She also contacted one or two, but in the fight, those Taoist all in her set of sonic wave plus surprise attack combination of technology attack, fell a golden light broken, people die Taoist end. And clearly the youth in front of him was younger than those dead Taoist priests, so it was logical that it was even more impossible for him to block it. Could it be that he has the cultivation of a yellow-robed Taoist priest at such a young age? Mrs. Wu's heart burst with fear, but the situation at hand did not allow her to think any further, as she saw Yi Qingxuan's long and slender palm lightly attacking and landing on her chest. Boo! An incomparably terrifying force exploded in front of Mrs. Wu's chest, and with the overpowering wind overflowing in all directions, Mrs. Wu's entire body flew out directly backwards, ruthlessly smashing the wall and falling into the bedroom of the main house, rolling over 10 times one after another before being able to get into shape. With great difficulty, Mrs. Wu braced herself. Unable to contain herself, she spat out a large mouthful of blood, with pieces of her internal organs in it, her eyes in undisguised horror. What level of power is this? With a casual slap, he shattered his cultivation bridge. In other words, his own tough demon body, which this 300-year-old demon was proud of, was actually seriously injured by a young Taoist priest in a single glance. Ultimatum. Yi Qingxuan's voice was indifferent, an unquestionable solemn killing intent surged from his body, and the thin layer of golden light around him appeared impenetrable at the moment. Name the Taoist temple that colluded with you, and the poor Taoist can consider giving you a hard time. The little boy who was pressed to the ground kept wailing, and at this moment, his size swelled up several times, looking like a small toad of about 1 meter 5. And his original skin had all but cracked open, revealing the demon's true form under his eyes. Seeing Mrs. Wu being blown away by Yi Qingxian with a single blow, he immediately showed despair and raised the sky to let out an incomparably shrill cry for help. Dad! Come and help us! Chapter 15, The Demon Makes His Appearance. Hearing this, Yi Qingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not stop his plea for help. At the same time, because the camera was not severely broken, the netizens in the live broadcast room witnessed the entire process of the party, and at this moment, all of them were already boiling. Mrs. Wu's half of her body just changed. Their family is really a demon. More than that, when that Mrs. Wu just scurried up, I didn't even react. The Taoist priest just slapped her straight away, too powerful. With the golden light in my hand, the world is mine, and when the palm is out, even the most powerful banshee will have to kneel down and sing in conquest. Bunker. It's a ing land god. Taoist master. I want to learn this. And on the opposite side of Yi Qingxian, the severely injured Mrs. Wu was slowly crawling out of the main house. At the moment, she could no longer maintain her human size and regained most of her own body. Thus, the crowd saw a huge toad, 2 meters away, with a plain human wife's face, struggling to get out of the broken walls of the main house. Seeing this veritable demonic creature, Lin Bingbing and the others were directly shocked into goosebumps and swallowed hard. This thing is way too scary looking. Mrs. Wu's breath was quite a bit shriveled from earlier, and at this moment, her eyes carried an eerie blue light as she looked at Yi Qingxian with an extremely resentful look and roared in sorrow and indignation. Our family has no grudge against you, so why are we meddling? Talking is like farting. Yi Qingxian laughed and said, smoking you is the main business of poor Taoist on the side, how can I say it's meddling? How about if I tell you about that Taoist temple and you let us go? You guys don't have the qualifications to negotiate with poor Dao yet. Yi Qingxuan's smile tightened and his voice was cold. These 3 toadstool spirits are lurking here, and I don't know how many people have died in their bellies, so it can be considered a bad thing. Even if the identity of the celestial master is exposed, there is no harm, one of these 3 toadstool spirits can't escape. Yi Qingxuan's hand exerted a slight force, and that little toad spirit immediately wailed, its fat neck even emitting a sound of muscle tearing. Within 3 breaths, name the Taoist temple and you can still live. Yi Qingxuan's soft laughter seemed extremely oppressive at the moment. Hearing the miserable screams from the mouth of the little toadstool spirit, Mrs. Wu's eyes flashed with a flash of heartache, followed by an outpouring of resentment. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Qingxuan's strength was beyond her imagination, she would have hated to whip him straight into shape. Isn't it just eating some people? As for killing them off? Damn Lung Fushan Taoist priests, husband should be heading this way now, I have to buy some time. As soon as husband arrives, this damn Taoist will be finished. Thinking of this, Mrs. Wu, who had already hesitated for 2 breaths, almost squeezed her voice out from between her teeth and said, it wasn't the Taoist temple, it was Master Wu Jin of the White Cloud Temple who helped us. White Cloud Temple? Lin Bingbing, who had just braced herself on the side, stared blankly when she heard this name. How could it be the White Cloud Temple? That's one of the 4 most famous temples in Hekasia, a Buddhist holy place. Monks actually existed under the door who helped demons skin people and take on human form? If I can get out of here alive, I'll definitely expose them. Lin Bingbing thought indignantly as she forced herself to endure the dizziness in her head. And after hearing the name of the White Cloud Temple, a moment of surprise appeared in Yi Qingxuan's eyes. White Cloud Temple. So it turns out, the poor Taoist will personally visit them later. As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden light in Yi Qingxuan's eyes became so bright that his palms violently pressed down. Boo! Strong force erupted from his palm, and the little toad spirit's head was instantly blown apart. Kill toad spirit with 50 years of cultivation 1, golden light spell plus 50. Golden light spell LV 10650-1000. The headless demon body collapsed helplessly to the ground, and then a strand of translucent demon soul floated out from the body and did not enter Yi Qingxuan's arms. No! Seeing this scene, Mrs. Wu, who had revealed her true form, was enraged and her voice was mournful. Taoist priest, you went back on your word. The poor Taoist only said to give you a way to live, but how you live is up to the poor Taoist. Yi Qingxian straightened up and said aloud in a breezy voice, demon souls suppressed in the Dragon Tiger Mountain Voodoo Temple is not a bad way to live. Mrs. Wu's eyes almost spewed fire, being pressed under the temple of voodoo, having to be burned by your mountain gates and incense all day long, feeling worse than death, that's called living? You Taoist priest is so cruel. Yi Qingxian smiled and asked, and what else? How else do you want to live? Continue to lurk in the earthly world in human skin and eat people every now and then for fun? Hearing Yi Qingxuan's words, Mrs. Wu's face was gloomy. Boom! In the next second, however, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from behind Yi Qingxian. Immediately afterward, intensive stepping sounds rang out, and even the entire residence began to tremble slightly. Obviously some behemoth was rapidly approaching this place. Hearing this commotion, Mrs. Wu's face gained a touch of joy as she hurriedly raised her head and shouted with a voice loud enough to resonate through half the village. Husband! Come quickly to help and kill this Taoist priest! Boom! As soon as Mrs. Wu's words fell, the wall behind Yi Qingxian shattered with a bang, and a huge toad whose size was comparable to that of a mountain appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was taller than the fence just by squatting, and had an extremely thick aura of blood around it, with a large amount of human tissue remaining on its disgustingly smooth skin. Such a behemoth was unlike any creature on Earth. Such a dense demonic aura descended on this place, causing Lin Bingbing and the others, who had originally gained some courage, to become paralyzed with fear once again, their legs unable to stop trembling. Biology doesn't exist anymore. Chen Koan murmured. At this moment he was already dumbfounded, and his decades of learning was completely useless at the moment. The demons that made their appearance one after the other caused his entire worldview to take a huge hit. Lin Bingbing's face was pale and shivering as she held up the camera, aiming it at Yi Qingxian, who was surrounded by 2 giant toads, her clear voice thick with crying. Taoist Yi, let's run! It's alright, poor Taoist can still manage. Yi Qingxian shook his head and spoke back aloud. Lin Bingbing was so moved that she was practically crying. That You go for it. With things having come to this, the weak-legged her could only hope that Yi Qingxian would be able to solve the trouble at hand. Though the latter even looks like a bit of a mantis at the moment. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded by the big toadstool spirit. What the heck is this? Looked more human than an insect with a magnified roar. I dropped my ING cell phone. Look at all those body parts on it. No wonder so many bloggers have disappeared in this neighborhood. Vomit. I can't do it anymore. Taoist, you don't try to be brave, just run. Boy, now I know why the mountain winds here are so weird. It's because too many people have been killed by the demons, resulting in too much resentment here. Finished. This big toad looks taller than my house. Liancheng police have not yet arrived? Soon, I just called the police and said they'll be here in half an hour. Quickly let Taoist Yi withdraw first. The netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing intensely. Seeing such an appalling monster, they all sweated for Yi Qingxian in their hearts. But while the netizens were scared, their eyes didn't roll at all for fear of missing any powerful images. There were even a number of bloggers who wanted to rub it in, trembling and turning on the recording screen, intending to cut the video ruthlessly after it went off the air. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. The number of people online in the live broadcast room continued to soar, and at this moment, it had already come to the number 1 position in the local popularity list of winning province. Chapter 16 Contemporary Heavenly Master's Golden Light Mantra. Ha ha! Taoist, you're dead. Seeing the big toad spirit appear, Mrs. Wu laughed maniacally and shouted out, her bloated body swaying along. Steady! The 200-year-old demons of himself and his husband, this Longhu Mountain Taoist priest, even if he is at the red robe level, will be in trouble today. Yi Qingxian did not say a word, his deep black eyes with some golden light, calmly gazing at the terrifying demonic creature in front of him. Mrs. Wu only thought that he was scared silly and had no will to resist, and immediately laughed recklessly. You think you're invincible just because you've learned a little Taoism? Now you know you're scared. What did you do earlier? Our family just ate a lot of people, so what? What can you do with us? To tell you the truth, we've eaten 1 person from each family in order to keep the people of this village honest and obedient. Old men have eaten it, women have eaten it, men have eaten it, even newborn babies we have eaten it. When you're dead, we'll immediately kill everyone in this village and scout for a new place to settle in Hakusha. As if to vent her earlier hatred, her voice grew louder and louder until it finally resounded throughout the village. Even with all the commotion, the surrounding houses were always quiet, and none of the villagers dared to come and check it out. This just confirms what she said. So it is. Yi Qingxian nodded his head slightly. No joy or anger could be seen on his face as he said, at the beginning of my study of the Tao, my master had instructed me to never let a demon go once I had made my move, and now it seems that there is indeed a corresponding reasoning. What do you mean? Mrs. Wu frowned slightly. Meaning? Yi Qingxian turned back to her and said in an undeniable tone, you won't survive today. How dare you speak up when you're dying? Mrs. Wu's face was gloomy as she yelled, husband, kill him. As soon as the words fell, the huge toad that was taller than the fence immediately attacked Yi Qingxian. Whoosh! A huge tongue of flesh that emitted a foul odor shot out from its huge mouth, actually bringing up an ear-piercing sonic boom that solidly blasted onto Yi Qingxuan's golden light. Boom! In Mrs. Wu's ecstatic gaze, Yi Qingxuan's golden light erupted with a sound as if a flood bell had exploded, and smoke and dust rose in the courtyard. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Yi Qingxuan's body was still resplendent in golden light, with no signs of breaking apart. The golden light is not moving. Mrs. Wu's pupils contracted. Others didn't know her husband's strength, but she did. This hit alone just now was enough to stop and break a sky-high tree that was hugged by 5 people. But such a heavy blow, right now, actually could not even smash the protective golden light of a young Taoist priest. Whoosh! And that ponderous fleshy tongue failed in one strike, followed by a swift second strike, once again with an ear-piercing sonic boom, smashing towards Yi Qingxuan's head at a high speed. Yi Qingxuan's expression was indifferent as the majestic mana began to rush through his body. Lao Deng had once told him that the Heavenly Master was the root of Longhu Mountain, and that there was no room for any slip-ups at any time. So, when you become a celestial master, try not to go down the mountain if you can. This wouldn't have been a problem for him, after all, he was able to gain credit for signing in daily as well. But he still chose to go down the mountain to behead the demon. On the one hand, it's eyeing the gains from demon chopping, after all, who doesn't like killing monsters to upgrade? And on the other hand, he genuinely wanted to drive these demons to extinction. Humph. Yi Qingxian snorted coldly, his body's golden light followed and his right palm unceremoniously pumped up. Boo! A circle of airwaves exploded in the air, and that incredibly loud and powerful tongue of flesh was actually directly jerked away by his slap. How can it be? Mrs. Wu finally couldn't help but yell out, her heart setting off waves of shock. Even those red-robed Taoist priests couldn't possibly be at such a level. Thinking of this, Mrs. Wu suddenly froze. If it was stronger than the red-robed Taoist priest, then what level of Taoist priest was Yi Qingxian? Above the red robe was the purple robe. If she remembers correctly, the purple robe is the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Thinking along with this thought, an extremely appalling thought slowly surfaced in Mrs. Wu's mind. At this moment, Mrs. Wu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and the native toad got goosebumps. Looking over at the upright figure, her incredulous voice held a hint of horror. Heaven! Heavenly Master! No way! How is this possible? He was only 20 years old by full reckoning. Even if he was born and lived in Longmu Mountain, it was impossible for him to inherit that position. I've lived for 300 years, but I've never seen a Lung Fu Shan Heavenly Master who was less than 20 years old. Even though she kept denying this possibility within her heart, Mrs. Wu still couldn't contain the fear in her heart and reminded loudly towards her husband. Be careful. This Taoist is not simple. As soon as the words fell, in Mrs. Wu's eyes that were about to drip blood, Yi Qingxuan's figure disappeared in place. And when that huge-sized toad spirit heard Mrs. Wu's reminder, doubts arose in his heart. Telling me to watch out for this young Taoist? Why? Although the golden light was a bit harder than expected, there wasn't any terrifying pressure felt. However, it also noticed that Yi Qingxuan's figure had disappeared, and the great toad spirit was instantly on guard, and just as he was about to retreat, he saw a white-clothed Yi Qingxian appear in front of his bloated abdomen and pulled his right arm away, his pair of black eyes indifferent like the heart of a lake in the middle of winter with drifting snow. And as a cultivation of 500 years of demons, the big toad spirit of the demon body has long been hammered indestructible. It did not panic, on the contrary, not panicked and transported mana, making the abdomen quickly bulge, smooth skin instantly become as hard as steel. The great toad spirit intended to fight Yi Qingxuan's strike head-on. It's a simple idea. I've cultivated my demon body for 500 years, you're just a little Taoist who wants to break my defense? Idiot. You think you're a contemporary heavenly master? Boom. In the next second, Yi Qingxian twisted his waist and heavily stepped on the ground. The courtyard immediately resounded with shattering sounds, and the earth shook in unison in a 10-meter radius. This terrifying stance caused the originally calm great toad spirit to be horrified. It can't block this punch. Goo. The great toad spirit could no longer care about reservations, and all of his demonic energy surged into his abdomen. Yi Qingxuan's expression was flat, and he handed out a fist as if it was nothing. No longer a light slap, his fist covered in golden light solidly blasted into the hard abdomen of the great toad spirit. Berserk and incomparable power instantly erupted, and the terrifying power struck out as much as it could. Boom! The air instantly exploded in the airwaves visible to the naked eye, as if being thrown into the lake surface of the stone, ripples after ripples. The big toad spirit of the bulging huge belly, as if to resist the bullets of the thin paper, instantly concave inward into a deep pit. Terrifying force exploded in its belly. This sharp pain that went straight to the soul caused the great toad spirit to let out a mournful and incomparable froggy cry and spit out a large amount of muddy demonic blood. Choosing to eat the full damage, it vacated in place, the remaining force sending it flying backwards. Boom! By the time it smashed into the ground dozens of meters away, the earth trembled with it, and it was already motionless, with a large amount of purple blood slowly flowing out from the large hole in its abdomen. The toadstool spirit, who had practiced for 500 years, perished. Kill toad spirit with 500 years of cultivation 1, 5 Thunderbolt positive technique plus 500. 5 Thunders LV8 600 800. Mrs. Wu's bloated body went limp on the ground at once, and she cried out in shock and despair, "Husband!" She never dreamed that Yi Qingxian would be able to kill her husband with one punch. The gods can't even kill the 500-year-old toadstool spirit with one punch, he can kill it with one punch, and he's even better than the gods. Mrs. Wu was stagnant, unable to exert any strength in her body. Yi Qingxuan's punch dispersed her courage to resist along with it. 10,000 ways to die for herself bubbled up in her mind now. At that moment, Yi Qingxian put away his right fist and turned around, his eyes falling on her. "It's your turn next, Mrs. Wu." His icy eyes seemed to say. Mrs. Wu's figure trembled, and this time, as she returned to her senses, realization finally dawned in her mind. No wonder they had the guts to keep going after being attacked by walkers. No wonder they dare to stay here with impunity. No wonder he didn't mind me stalling earlier. It all made sense at the moment. So they have a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master on their team. No more than a Heavenly Master candidate. Damn, 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 damn. Someone save me. She hissed frantically in her mind. The atmosphere in the courtyard seemed to have dropped to the freezing point, making her a little breathless. Desperately trying to regain her human form, she fell to her knees and begged for mercy in desperation. Taoist Yi, let me go, I know I'm wrong, I'm willing to change my ways in the future. Yi Qingxian shook his head, not a trace of emotion in his voice. You just know you're going to die. Chapter 17 excited netizens and shocked police. Marred, Taoist Master Yi is handsome to death. I'm kneeling down. It feels like I'm seeing terrestrial gods. Taoist Master, if I had known you were so powerful, I wouldn't have gone to the temple. The netizens in the live broadcast room were thrilled beyond measure. They had heard Mrs. Wu's comments earlier and they were all fired up. At this moment the situation was reversed and Yi Qingxian instantly became incomparably taller in their eyes. No one was skeptical of Yi Qingxuan's methods anymore, and the pop-up screen was filled with 666. Special effects synthesis? Are you kidding me? If you say it's synthesized with special effects, people won't believe you. Across from Mrs. Wu, Yi Qingxian walked slowly towards her. Didn't you say a lot earlier? You say that you have eaten many people, you say that all the families in this village have been scourged by you. You also said that if you don't die today, everyone in this village will die. Crouching down in front of Mrs. Wu's body, Yi Qingxian continued. So, you're dead today. If you still have a second husband, let him come out quickly, the poor Taoist is in a hurry, and I'll collect you all together today. Mrs. Wu trembled violently, looking at Yi Qingxian who had pronounced her death sentence in front of her. Her eyes were desperate and she had already lost the will to resist. Her heart was filled with remorse. Had she known that she would be reduced to this point, she should not have agreed to that bald ass's proposal before. As pathetic as you pretend to be, you won't get away with it today. Yi Qingxian said indifferently, then pulled out a flowing jade seal from his pocket and slapped it down towards her head. That seal was small and delicate in the eyes of the onlookers, but in the eyes of Mrs. Wu at this moment, it was to the extent that it covered the sky. Boom! As the seal fell, the earth seemed to tremble slightly with it, and Mrs. Wu screamed miserably as her figure instantly disappeared. Refinement of Toad Essence with 300 years of cultivation 1, 5 Thunders Orthodox Technique Proficiency plus 300. 5 Thunderbolts has been upgraded to LV9. After doing so, Yi Qingxian put away the Heavenly Master seal, raised his hand to brush away the dust from his body, turned around, and helped the three of them, Lin Bingbing, up from the ground, while ferrying a mouthful of pure true qi. This made Lin Bingbing's faces of the several people instantly look a lot better, and they all cast a look of gratitude plus awe at Yi Qingxian. If they had previously been more curious than in awe of Yi Qingxian, now it was more awe than curiosity. Then, before they could speak, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Freeze! Police! A group of uniformed police officers fishtailed through the doorway, their sights locking onto Yi Qingxuan's group. After ascertaining that the party were ordinary people, they were relieved to explain. We're from the Cool City Police Department, and we've received multiple reports of demons hurting people here, so we've come over to take a look. They looked a bit strange. Apparently the reason for demons hurting people puzzled them. If not for the excessive number of reports, they would even treat it as a false police report by a member of the public. The old constable at the head of the group looked around at the broken fence, frowning slightly as he skillfully opened his mouth to the group. What are a couple of you called, and what are you doing here? We are the staff of the CCTV 6 special program, here to film the program. Lin Bingbing straightened her messy hair and replied. Yi Qingxuan's four followed and nodded their heads, indicating that they recognized this statement. Shooting a program? Ah, it's you guys. We were notified about it in advance. That old police officer showed a dawning look, and then, while recording something in his book, he went on to ask, when we came over earlier, we heard a loud bang over here, did something explode? This. Lin Bingbing looked at Yi Qingxian with difficulty. She did not know how this should be answered. Is it possible to say that the movement just now was made by a human being? The old police officer laughed at the situation and said, Don't be nervous, just tell the truth. I've been in the police station for decades. What kind of situation haven't I seen before? Even those young people who have never seen a demon have come into contact with it. You guys dare to say it. That's great. Lin Bingbing breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, "Actually, the loud noise just now was caused by Daoist Yi throwing a punch, it wasn't something exploding." Saying that, she pointed at Yi Qingxian, who was calm on the side. The old constable's eyebrows were almost wrinkled together as he said, "Little girl, are you serious? The movement that comes from throwing a punch? You think a gas explosion is more believable than this?" And while he was conducting his cross-examination, the officers on the other side of the room who were recording and probing the scene made a discovery. It was just that the discovery was so shocking that it made the faces of the group of police officers present turn brilliant. "Horseman, there's something over here." A constable rushed over and opened his mouth to shout at the foxy old constable in the courtyard. "Take me there." The old police officer first looked deeply at Lin Bingbing, then walked towards the reporting officer. The two soon came to a spot outside the courtyard. Pointing his finger to a spot, the reporting officer faltered. "Team Horse, look at this." In front of his finger, there lay the body of a toad of appallingly large size. Seeing the situation, the old constable couldn't help but shiver, while his eyes widened. "What is this thing? It looks a bit like a toad, but how in the world could there be a toad that big? Oh, boy. Elephants aren't as big as this thing, are they?" Immediately afterward, he noticed the huge hollow in the corpse's abdomen, and his pupils instantly shrunk. He thought of what Lin Bingbing had said earlier. "Grandma, living hell, is it really the movement from throwing a punch?" The old constable's throat rolled and he muttered, just feeling unimaginable and short of brain cells. At that moment, another officer trotted over and whispered a report to the old constable. "Horse team, this thing has a large amount of body parts in its stomach and a large amount of human tissue on its skin. We've cross-referenced it and the odds are that it's one of those adventure bloggers that went missing recently." Words. The old constable took a deep breath and after a long moment of silence, he then asked, "Has it been reported to the top?" "Reported at the first opportunity." "What does it say?" "The above said, things should be handled how to deal with, but we have to represent the people of Liangcheng, thank that white youth, can stay people to eat the best, but people wanna go let people go." "What? Did they really say that? What is that person's identity?" The old police officer couldn't help but ask with a frown. In his impression, the leaders of Liangcheng had never been upright, disdaining to flatter and curry favor with others. Why are today's orders so strange? Could it be that it's a very big deal? And hearing his question, the officer who spoke actually had a flash of excitement in his eyes, and came to the old officer's ear, lowering his voice. "It says, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Contemporary Heavenly Master." Chapter 18, Crazy Soaring Popularity. On the Liangcheng Expressway, Lin Bingbing and her group rode in the van and began to return in the direction of Fenghai City. With a palpitating heart, Lin Bingbing looked at the mountains behind her, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 3 or 4 hours had passed since they had shut down the live broadcast and left Wuren village, but those two disgusting toad spirits were still lingering in her mind. Luckily, it's all in the past. It was worth mentioning that the old police officer had suddenly become incredibly eager towards Yi Qingxian after his return. Not only pulling the latter to ask for warmth, parents, but also clamored to represent the people of Liangcheng to invite the latter to dinner, and even a granddaughter of his own has not yet been married to this kind of words have been said. And after being rejected by Yi Qingxian altogether, the looks of him and the group of police officers behind him were suddenly as painful as if they had lost a few $1 million, and all of them pounded their chests and shouted pity. It was as if having a meal with Yi Qingxian was some sort of blessing. That scene was another shock to see Lin Bingbing and the others. Thinking of this, Lin Bingbing placed her hand on her round, snow-white thighs and opened her mouth to sigh. "I really didn't expect the police in Liangcheng to be so nice, letting us go after a simple registration." Speaking here, she paused for a moment, putting back the sentence, "Is this also all due to you, Daoist Yi?" She held it back, while her eyes drifted involuntarily towards Yi Qingxian beside her. After experiencing these 2 days together, she had gained a preliminary understanding of this young Taoist who had displayed all sorts of unimaginable abilities. Definitely not simple. That prestige that naturally emanated from his body showed that the other party must have a not-so-low status on Longhu Mountain as well. Thinking of this, Lin Bingbing felt a little more awe in her heart and laughed in a tone that carried a few moments of hindsight. "Daoist Yi, it's fortunate that you've been chosen as the special guest for this program, or else we'd really have to account for ourselves here. And it wouldn't be too much to say that it's a blessing I've cultivated in my 8 lifetimes." Chen Kuan and the others followed and nodded their heads in agreement. Yi Qingxian smiled and returned, "Miss Lin doesn't have to say that. Are you an only child?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" "That's not surprising. Yi Qingxian laughed. Maybe your ancestor was begging up a storm in hell beforehand. Hell. Lin Bingbing's eyes revealed a flash of surprise, obviously hearing this argument for the first time. Daoist Yi, is there really a hell in this world? She asked curiously. I just said it casually, how do I know? Yi Qingxian propped his chin on the palm of his hand, looked out the window at the rapidly receding light, and laughed lightly. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, who knows? In the meantime, the video of Yi Qingxuan's fight was spreading wildly on all the major short video platforms. Letter Summer's largest short video platform Shake the Sea, hot search list in the top 10, Longhu Mountain Taoist demon of the word has come to the third position, force a group of entertainment stars private life gossip. And the heat is still soaring, with no sign of stopping. In just 3 or 4 hours, there can be this level of heat, which makes the major marketing number also see the traffic code, and immediately follow the trend to do the relevant video. Hashtag the Taoist priests of Lung Fu Shan display Taoist magic spells to cut down demons and eliminate devils. Hashtag Liangcheng City Warren Village surprised 10-meter toadstool spirit, the local residents suffered greatly, fortunately, Longhu Mountain Taoist priests to help. Hashtag live streaming demon beheading, approaching science in seconds for a Taoist propaganda video. Hashtag. And in the relevant comments section, some people at first only take it as a marketing number of the means to increase the number of fans, did not take it too seriously, casually look at it and then crossed out. But those netizens who had watched the entire program in the live broadcast room were completely frantic at the moment. At first I thought it was fake too. But after watching the live broadcast in the morning, I just want to say that the Taoist master is awesome. Longhu Mountain is awesome. What a divine technique. I was right there in the live broadcast, and Daoist Yi directly blew that big toad spirit away with one punch. Whoever says that Taoist culture is feudal dross again, I'll fling the live video in his face. Obsessed with Taoist Master Yi, crazy about Taoist Master Yi, and boxed against the wall for Taoist Master Yi. In such an atmosphere, those skeptical passers-by began to be a bit shaken, and in the comments section there were a number of next live kick me requests. And among these people who had witnessed Yi Qingxuan's physical body subduing the demon, the leader of the National Security Bureau, Elder Qin, was definitely the one who was the most excited. At this time within the National Security Bureau, Qin Lao rubbed his hands together in excitement, pacing back and forth continuously within his office. His reverence for the Xinmen Taoist arts has been there since he was a child, and to this day, it has reached a deep-rooted and uncontrollable point, and he has always believed that there must be true Taoist masters in the long-established Henko Xia. Otherwise he wouldn't have advocated searching for strange men and women to fight against spiritual demons. And this confidence suffered a huge shock after that so-called Buddhist master was killed by a tiger demon in a single second, and he suffered a lot of skepticism as a result. But right now, Yi Qingxuan's performance had undoubtedly given Elder Qin a new pill to eat, allowing him to regain some confidence. No, we still need to prepare some reward. We can't let the Heavenly Master do it for nothing. That old bald donkey from White Cloud Temple who was full of lies dared to ask for 2 million. What we give the Heavenly Master can only be higher than that, much higher. He jerked to a halt and turned toward Tang Ying, who was standing in the doorway. Xiao Tang, hurry up and invite the Heavenly Master here. Let's make another trip to Qin Mountain. That tiger demon's good days are over. Yes. Tang Ying, who had a cool temperament, nodded her head in a hurry, then walked towards the door and made a call. On the other side of the van, after hearing Yi Qingxuan's reply, Lin Bingbing couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's really like listening to the king, Daoist Yi." Yi Qingxuan's dashing and easygoing aura subconsciously eased her nervous spirit. The fear in his heart due to Yi Qingxuan's terrifying strength dissipated a bit as a result. Daoist Yi is still the young man with a casual personality before departure. Lin Bingbing's heartbeat accelerated and she subconsciously expanded the topic a bit. By the way, Daoist Yi, have you seen the hot search? Yi Qingxian glanced at her and said, "Looked, what's wrong?" "Ha, the netizens are now shouting for you to make your debut." Lin Bingbing's eyes were filled with anticipation as she said, "Have you ever had an idea for this?" "I could have helped if I had." There was no doubt that after Yi Qingxuan's display this time, the number of his fans on the Hakusha network would definitely grow wildly at an exponentially exploding degree. After all, who could resist powdering a buxom, handsome, gold-covered Lung Fu Shan Taoist master? At this time, if Yi Qingxian chose to debut, just participating in some variety activities would allow him to make a fortune. At that time, as a reporter myself, I'm still afraid that I can't climb into a relationship with him. Lin Bingbing licked her lips, her mood gradually getting hot. Chapter 19, The NSA Calls, Traveling to Qinshan. How does that feel fraudulent? Inwardly spitting, Yi Qingxian faintly replied back. No idea. Why? Lin Bingbing asked with some consternation. Taoist Master Yi, you are handsome and you speak well. I feel that you are very suitable to be a star. Can't we put the Longhu Mountain errand on hold for a while? Unsuitable is unsuitable, just pretend that I don't like acting. Yi Qingxuan's tone was flat, but made people not dare to question it. Heh, this if let the Longhu Mountain Taoist priests know, you want me to temporarily put down the position of Heavenly Master, run to become a star, they must wailing rush down the mountain to hammer you. The unknown Lin Bingbing blinked, then laughed. But the netizens are saying that if you don't come out of the Tao, they're going to make Longhu Mountain a Taoist temple and then worship under you. Come if you want to. Yi Qingxian laughed lightly and casually said. Nowadays, young people are forced by society to be confused, without affecting the fundamental premise, there is nothing wrong with going up to Longfu Mountain to become a Taoist priest. So says. Lin Bingbing nodded approvingly, and after a few moments of silence, asked about business. Then, Taoist Yi, will you still be a guest on this program afterward? The current Yi Qingxian was the embodiment of traffic. If he could stay continuum on the show, the heat would not be too high. Yi Qingxuan's shivering C account alone now had millions of followers. Even, the supervisor had called Lin Bingbing just after leaving Wuren village this morning. He said that as long as he can keep Yi Qingxian, the conditions are open to him, even if he changes the name of the program and redraws the posters, it doesn't matter, and it's even no problem to open a special page. With that attitude, Lin Bingbing suspected for a moment that if the supervisor was asked to call his father to Yi Qingxian, the former would also immediately agree. It can be considered. Yi Qingxian gave an ambiguous answer. College life and mountain purification are both rather boring, and while the day master isn't short on money, most of it goes to repairing the dojo and there's not much left over to spend. A part-time job like filming a program where you can chop up demons and get out and about at the same time is a really good choice. That's great, I'll contact you as soon as the place for the next installment is confirmed. Lin Bingbing's tone couldn't hide her excitement. Yi Qingxian nodded slightly. Ping-ponging against the enemy, the fruit pots and petals are losing their way. Just then, Yi Qingxuan's phone rang. Hold on, take this. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yi Qingxian calmly pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and realized that it was an unfamiliar call from Fenghai. It's from Fenghai City. Could it be someone from the police department or the NSA? Did that Buddhist master miss? Yi Qingxian raised his eyebrows lightly and backhanded the call. Tianchi Yi, I'm Tang Ying, the one from the National Security Bureau, do you still remember me? A slightly familiar cold female voice came from the other end of the phone, revealing a hint of anxiety. Remember, you asked for my phone number which I didn't give. Yi Qingxian said calmly. It's me, where are you now? Is it convenient for me to come and get you? On your way back to the CLC, what's the matter with me? Or do you have an impression of what I told you the other day about the Qin Mountain Tiger Demon? Impressed, why? Yi Qingxian changed his position and... That Buddhist master missed? Missed? One could say the same thing. Tang Ying's voice carried a hint of helplessness. That master brought a team of special police to the mountain, but the video transmitted showed that he was killed by that tiger demon in a single shot, and even that team of special police didn't withdraw, and old Qin is having a headache over this. What? That's it? Yi Qingxian was taken aback. He thought that those who dared to contract this kind of errand had to be more or less monks with a bit of Taoist skill. Dare to take up porcelain work without a diamond drill, did this person run off to deliver takeout to the tiger demon? Can I ask which monastery? Yi Qingxian glanced at the curious Lin Bingbing and the others beside him and asked seemingly casually. As the leader of the righteous ones, it was necessary for the heavenly master of Lungfu Shan to maintain friendly relations with the various sects and factions. If he was close to a famous temple, he had to send a letter of condolence in the name of the heavenly master when he returned to the mountain. Of course, it's the master of the White Cloud Temple. Tang Ying quickly returned. White Cloud Temple? Yi Qingxuan's mouth slightly opened, not expecting it to be the White Cloud Temple again. The toadstool spirit dressed as Mrs. Wu had said that it was the monks from the White Cloud Temple who helped them take shape. Yi Qingxian was planning to find a reason to go over there, but he didn't expect the reason to come so quickly. He was then silent for 2 seconds, confirming. The one in one of the 4 great temples? Exactly, or else Elder Qin wouldn't have believed his bull. Speaking here, Tang Ying suddenly stopped. It suddenly occurred to her that Elder Qin was also very trusting of Yi Qingxian right now, as well as being an existence that was very well established in Taoism and Buddhism. The Heavenly Master shouldn't think that I'm testing or insinuating him. Tang Ying instantly sweated, and hastily changed the topic. Is the Celestial Master asking this with the intention of sending condolences on behalf of Longhu Mountain? I can convey it on your behalf, as long as... No need. Yi Qingxian interrupted her and said in a tone that seemed to be smiling, Longhu Mountain has a good relationship with the White Cloud Temple, so when this matter is over, I will personally go to the White Cloud Temple to pay my respects. Tianchi is really a person who is concerned about the relationship between Taoism and Buddhism. Even that kind of look-alike high monk also want to personally mourn. A wave of respect immediately rose within Tang Ying and turned to him. Heavenly Master, that tiger demon is getting more and more rampant. Last time it even broke through our blockade line on Qin Mountain. The commotion was so big that many people took videos. If not for the fact that your matter is now occupying the hot search, I'm afraid that the matter of the tiger demon would have already become a big deal. But even so, the citizens around the Qin Mountain area are all on edge, and this matter will soon be known to everyone. I know, I will accompany you to rush to Qin Mountain today. Yi Qingxian nodded and then said. Why don't you wait for me in front of the CLC police station first? We'll be at the door there. Okay. Tang Ying hurriedly answered. Both parties agreed on an approximate time and then hung up. Ding. Temporary mission. Demons who defy the Heavenly Master will never be spared. Please tame or kill the tiger demon that caused havoc on Qin Mountain by thunderous means. Reward, puppet manipulation. Killing I can understand, what the hell is taming? Am I going to have a giant golden tapir on Lungfu Mountain? At that time the police station to interrogate, I will say that there are tigers on Lungfu Shan. This is not reasonable. You see, the police station is not confused. Yi Qingxian inwardly spat, and then put away his cell phone. His eyes looked to Lin Bingbing, who had been staring at him, and smiled. Ms. Lin, do I have flowers on my face? Lin Bingbing lightly coughed twice in slight embarrassment, then tentatively asked. Taoist Yi, who's calling you? Is it convenient to talk? Buddhist Master, morning, Longhu Mountain. And so on. Vocabulary, a listen is what is a big deal, which makes her reporter gossip soul began to burn. Yi Qingxian glanced at her and said, Miss Lin, can you keep a secret? Of course. Lin Bingbing's eyes lit up, and even her body sat up straight all of a sudden. However, just as she was expecting just what the big deal was. Yi Qingxuan's softly laughing voice rang in her ears. That's great, because I can too. Chapter 20, The Tiger Demon of Qin Mountain on the hot search engine. After about 2 or 3 hours of driving, the van smoothly drove into the boundaries of Fenghai City. In the vicinity of the Fenghai TV station, Yi Qingxian, after saying goodbye to the fondly remembered Lin Bingbing and his group, stopped a cab and headed straight to the Fenghai City police station. When he arrived at the entrance of the police station, Yi Qingxian saw the Fenghai City police waiting here at a glance. It wasn't that he had good eyesight, but the receiving lineup was just too much attention. Tang Ying, who had contacted him earlier, was standing in front of a black sedan, her brow furrowed as she looked at her cell phone, raising her head from time to time to look around. 3 or 4 black-armed escort vehicles were parked behind her, their doors wide open. A gun-toting SWAT officer was sitting in the vehicle at the moment, looking serious, mostly the troops responsible for escorting them. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yi Qingxuan's mouth moved slightly. This battle, do not know that I thought I was some kind of strategic weapons. At this moment, Tang Ying saw Yi Qingxuan's figure and immediately brightened up, hurriedly getting up and jogging over. Celestial Master, you're here. Yi Qingxian did not say anything, but instead looked at the escort vehicle behind her and could not help but ask. What do these people do? It's responsible for escorting you to Qin Mountain. Tang Ying returned. Escorts. Escorting who? Me? You mean me? Yi Qingxian only felt unfamiliar and fresh, while there were also a few moments of crying and laughing. He cleared his throat and faintly said. The poor man doesn't need an escort, there's no need to waste police power on this. But this is Elder Qin's intention. Tang Ying looked a little embarrassed and. Why don't I go and make a call to Elder Qin for instructions? Unlike the forcefulness of the first meeting, the Tang Ying at this time was less cold and more naturally dull. Mostly due to nervousness. Forget it, let's go. Yi Qingxian sighed and took the lead. It's done. Let's go ahead and decapitate the demon. Okay. Tang Ying nodded obediently, then greeted the SWAT officers in those cars and started moving. By the time they finished getting ready, Tang Ying and Yi Qingxian also got into the black sedan. Buzz. Amidst the roar of the engine, the group began to drive in the direction of Jiangnanqin Mountain, outside of Fenghai City. Tang Ying in the driver's seat hit the steering wheel while addressing Yi Qingxian on the co-pilot. Heavenly Master, how much more do you know about the tiger demon? Well, it broke through a local police cordon in the early hours of this morning and attacked a passing bus, killing 3 people and injuring 17. This matter was blocked from the local police just after it happened. I didn't expect you to even know about this? Tang Ying said in surprise. Looks like Tenchi has his own sources. Just as she was thinking this, Yi Qingxuan's surprised voice rang in her ears. Of course I know, because this news is on the hot search list right now. Ms. Tang, don't you usually brush the shaking sea? What? Tang Ying was shocked and asked, it's already on the hot search? 4th place. The air in the car was briefly quiet for a few seconds. This, Heavenly Master, what else does it say? Tang Ying was the first to break the silence, asking nervously. Just a moment. There it is, it also says there are tiger demons around the Qin Mountain area. Not tigers. It's a tiger demon. The police are pressing the heat, families top it up. Yi Qingxian said calmly as he scratched the screen. Coordinates Qinshan City, the sound of artillery fire on the Qinshan side hasn't stopped for the whole day today, the military is afraid that they've used all the rockets. You're telling me it's a tiger hunt? Reply to Qinshan Tiger Demon, under this comment as a way to give your family a little credit. Sorry for disturbing you all for some time, except for the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist Master. I hope you all can share some of the heat for Qinshan. There's a lot more to it than that, want to hear more? No need. Tang Ying's face paled as she said. It seems that the news is spreading faster than we expected, and the local police in Qinshan have failed to suppress the heat. Heavenly Master, sit tight, I have to speed up. Yi Qingxian nodded his head slightly, then his eyes slowly closed as he fell into deep thought. Based on these few videos, he could roughly deduce a few things. Firstly, to be able to easily overturn a moving large bus with a single claw, this tiger demon's cultivation would not be lower than 1,000 years, otherwise it would be difficult to have such a terrifying physical body. Secondly, the demon wasn't very interested in eating people, and it didn't move the people in the video, whether they were alive or dead, but instead returned to Qinshan itself. This act of breaking through the blockade line was more of a demonstration. It's like telling the Qinshan police, your blockade line is like a sham to me, I can go down the mountain if I want to, and I can kill people if I want to. Either that or they're feeling out the police to see if they have the ability to do harm to themselves. Yi Qingxian whispered softly to himself, his eyes casting out the window. Fenghai was more than 1,000 kilometers away from Qinshan, and even if Tang Ying's sedan could run a red light, the earliest he could get to Qinshan would be tomorrow. And when we get to the place, we still have to communicate with the local police to solve the problem, and when we wait for the confrontation with the tiger demon, it is estimated that it will be late into the night. This is partly because of the time schedule, and partly because it is not easy to alert the local citizens by striking late at night. Hopefully the demon will be honest before I get there. Yi Qingxian sighed and then closed his eyes to refresh himself. Tang Ying, who was on the side, pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, and the sedan sped off in the direction of Qinshan. In the meantime, at the foot of Qin Mountain, in the temporary camp set up by the police, the sound of quarrels continued to ring out. I told you a long time ago that we need to surround Qinshan with a power grid, and what happened in the early hours of this morning wouldn't have happened. A man in a police uniform angrily slapped the table and roared. How about now? The city is full of storm clouds. The citizens of Qinshan City are saying that our police department is incompetent. Grid? How high can your power grid be? 5 or 6 meters at most, people can leap over it in a single leap. A person said in a cold voice. Besides, what's the use of putting a horse in the race now? Things have already happened. Thinking about how to solve the matter at hand is the way to go. Indeed. A police officer nodded his head afterward, then turned toward the old man at the head of the table. Elder Qin, when will that heavenly master of Longhu Mountain you mentioned arrive? Is it really reliable? National Security Leader Qin Lao was rubbing the corner of his forehead as if he had a headache. When he heard this, he looked at the person who spoke and said in a low voice. 100% reliable, this is the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, the leader of the Zhangyi sect. All we have to do now is to wait. Before the heavenly master arrives, we mustn't let that tiger demon come down the mountain again. Words. The crowd fell silent, only with a clear look of skepticism in their eyes. It was clear that most of them had little faith in the so-called celestial masters. However, Elder Qin was the chief commander of this operation, and they couldn't refute anything even if they questioned this kind of decision. At that moment, the man in police uniform who had initially yelled stood up and spoke in a deep voice. Elder Chin. I don't believe in any heavenly masters. Didn't that monk last time also claim to be some kind of Buddhist master? As a result, he was still torn apart in 2 blows and lost his life along with so many of his brothers. You just let me lead the charge once. With artillery support in the rear, I don't believe that Tiger Demon can carry a single cloudburst bomb. And what if it carries it? Xin Lao sternly rebuked back, if you provoke it in advance and allow it to break through the blockade line one more time, Lu Xing, are you going to take the blame for this? The man named Lu Xing's face went green and white as he was admonished, but he was powerless to retort. The experiences of these days had told him the bloody truth. That would be the monster on the hill that is literally likely to be able to carry a heat weapon blast. Damn, how did it happen that there is such a monster? Teeth clenched, Lu Xing's nails almost sunk into his flesh. Elder Qin withdrew his gaze from him and ordered with a serious expression. Put out the news that the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain is coming here soon to subdue the demons, and calm the citizens of Qinshan, and also strengthen the intensity of the patrols around Qin Mountain, and once that Tiger Demon shows signs of descending the mountain, open fire immediately. Before the Heavenly Master arrives, make sure to trap it in the boundaries of Qin Mountain. Yes. As the crowd walked out of the tent, Xin Lao finally removed that look of determination and his face gradually became grave. The Tiger Demon was ferocious, and he was actually a bit bottomless. Caressing the Dongfeng series of nuclear warheads application on the table, Xin Lao's tired voice resounded in the tent. Heavenly Master, if there is nothing you can do, we, Hakusha, will have to lose this person in front of the world. Chapter 21 Tiger Demon's Confidence. The time gradually came to late night, and the entire Qin Mountain was shrouded in pitch black night. Most of the landscape on the Qin Mountain is densely forested and looks deep and quiet, but on the top of the mountain there is a mansion with a plaque inscribed with the words Temple of the Mountain God, surrounded by a rugged and strange rocky terrain, where dozens of corpses have fallen. Combined with the shell casings and blood everywhere, it looked extremely gruesome and eerie and chilling. And in the mansion at that moment, the sound of 2 people conversing rang out minutely. It was really surprising that there were actually 2 people talking in the mountain forest that was blocked by the Qinshan police. Yamakun, according to my understanding of Hakusha, the police here. Ah, that's what you call the official government. They won't take it lying down, and just based on your actions during the day, let alone agreeing to your demands, I'm afraid they'll even have the heart to kill you. A mysterious man with a white scarf wrapped around his face and a short stature opened his mouth and laughed. His Hakusha wasn't standardized but had a few strange accents. Across from him at the long table sat a tall man dressed in classical azure-colored clothing, his tawny pupils revealing an extreme sharpness, his voice thick and powerful. Today is just a warning, when the sky is a little light tomorrow, this seed will break through the blockade line in a dignified manner, enter the city and kill 100 human and animals first, and then after 2 more days, if they still don't agree, they will kill 1,000 more, and I'm not afraid of them agreeing to this seat's conditions. Amazingly, the sound continued to reverberate through the house for a long time, faintly carrying a strange tiger's roar. I wish you luck then, just. The short man's laughter came out from under the white scarf, saying, it's just that you just broke through the seal, and your demonic power has only managed to recover 80% so far, so I'm worried that you're not that Heavenly Master's opponent. Heavenly Master? The tall man frowned slightly. The Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain? The Mountain Lord knows about the Dragon Tiger Mountain? The short man was a bit surprised. Seeing the tall man nod, he then proceeded to laugh. Shanjun doesn't know. The officials of Qinshan Mountain released a message this afternoon that the contemporary Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain has personally come down to this mountain to behead you. The tall man suddenly laughed and said, with them? Does Yamarajan think he can win? The mysterious man asked. Naturally. With an extreme confidence in his voice, the Mountain King laughed out loud. When this seat was rampaging across the world 1,000 years ago, the then Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain wanted to get rid of this seat and set up a heavy siege at Changhong Mountain. What was the result? This seat even beheaded a dozen or so of that old Taoist's disciples, and in the end, I raised my head and left. The mysterious man's eyes appeared shocked, due to the other party's performance was too confident, so he had wanted to use the name of Longhu Mountain to knock 1 or 2, but he didn't expect the other party's strength to be so strong. 1,000 years ago, he had even fought with the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master. And by the sound of it, it seemed like he was still in the upper hand in the fight. This tiger was actually such a ferocious great demon. Mountain Monarch is mighty. The mysterious man couldn't help but praise, then said. In that case, then I have nothing more to urge, and I wish Yamakuni the best of luck in accomplishing his heart's desire. The Mountain King first nodded slightly, then suddenly said. By the way, Fuso Warlock, there is one more thing this seat does not understand. Yamakuni, please. Why did you help me? The mountain ruler's tiger eyes fell on the white-scarfed man, his voice low. Ever since he ran into the latter after awakening, the latter had taken the initiative to help him out, and even helped him find spiritual medicine to help him heal his injuries. Words. The short man froze, and then laughed. Doesn't Yamakuni understand? Because you and I have a common enemy. As long as it's something that can hurt the enemy, I will naturally help. As he spoke, his tone gradually became a bit frenzied. What you want, Yamakuni, is for Hakusha to cede hundreds of miles of territory along the Chin Mountains to you. And what I want is for the hundreds of millions of nationals of this great Hakushu to submit to the feet of my great nation of Fuso. After saying that, as if noticing his lapse, the short man quickly collected his fervor and laughed anew. By the way, Yamakuni, if you want to demonstrate to the Hakusha government, I have a good idea here. What law? Yamajun's tiger eyes twinkled. Tell me. Something called live streaming. The short man smiled and took a brand new cell phone out of his pocket and gently tossed it over, saying, utilize this well and you can definitely cause more panic among the local citizens than attacking a bus in the morning. Yamado-kun, times are different now than they were 1,000 years ago, and the power of public opinion is immense. In the meantime, the network on the Chinshan Tiger Demon discussion, but completely exploded pot. The number of likes for the video in question continues to soar, and along with it, the comments section has become a battleground for public opinion. The viewpoint in one of the most liked videos is from inside the bus, apparently shot by someone who was there in person. The video started off smoothly, the filmmaker seemed to be trying to film the beautiful mountains outside the window, but the next second, a tiger roar that resonated through the mountains suddenly rang out, directly shattering all the glass inside the bus. Passengers immediately panicked. Immediately after the screen appeared a dangling eyes and white forehead model tiger, very impactful color, low roar. The most critical is its size, the height of 2 or 3-story building, just like a behemoth out of the pre-decade. It blocked the front of the bus, full of oppressive tawny pupils fell on the people in the car, the driver was shocked into emergency braking, the original screams on the car even came to an abrupt end. Everyone, who didn't even dare to breathe, watched as the monster walked slowly to the front of the car with a calm pace unique to felines. Immediately afterward, a huge tiger paw that was the size of a car's head slapped the car. Boom! After a loud sound of shattering metal, the video skyrocketed and then the video ended. This video is a shock to every netizen who has seen it. Holy crap! A tiger bigger than a truck. What the is the difference between this and watching a horror movie? I'm pissed, just this Chinshan police still want to block the news? They can't be scared out of their wits by this tiger demon. Where are all those keyboard warriors who said they could take out the tigers with one slide? Why are they all silent now? Such a big tiger, if it rushes into the city, the consequences are unimaginable. Aren't the buddies in Chinshan City afraid? I'm scared to death. But it's no use, the other police are still playing Tai Chi, and I'm all set to leave Chinshan City tonight. The latest news from the Chinshan police is that the Heavenly Master from Longhu Mountain is coming over to behead the demon himself. All of you Chinshan brothers are saved. What the hell? The Dragon Tiger Mountain Master? Is that thing as reliable as a rifle? What we need is artillery support. +1. A bunch of feudal-minded people who actually believe in some kind of heavenly master, laugh it up. Don't be anxious upstairs. In the past 2 days, there's a Lungfu Mountain Taoist master named Ji Qingxian who's very powerful. Nice. I also know that Taoist master. If he's so powerful, there's even less need to ask about the celestial master. Ha! That's just media hype, and you guys really believe it? I've seen the video of that so-called fight, and it feels like it was shot in a studio. What we need now is a hot weapon. Not this kind of charlatan. Chapter 22, Changing the Heavenly Signs. The 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy. Day 2, Morning. After a night of high-speed driving, Tang Ying managed to drive the car into the boundaries of Qin Mountain before sunrise. As the vehicle slowly pulled into the makeshift camp, she let out a long breath, and just as she tried to subconsciously plop down on the steering wheel to catch her breath, she immediately braced herself. No, this is not the time to rest. Tang Ying shook her head vigorously, her short, dry hair flopping along. She flipped the car door switch and said, Daoist Yi, we're here. Yi Qingxian looked up at her and laughed. Your face looks as bad as if you were dying. If you continue like this, you won't even be able to stand. Saying that, he flexed his fingers and flicked, and a flash of translucent white light swept out from his fingertips, straight into Tang Ying's brow. Tang Ying only felt that the exhaustion and tension from the long journey had been swept away. Her soul seemed to be immersed in a treasure pool of warm utility, making her shiver with pleasure, and a gasp instinctively drifted out of her mouth. Ah! In the next second, Tang Ying quickly came back to her senses, and when she heard Yi Qingxuan's mocking like light laughter ring out, a scarlet blush instantly climbed up on her face as she hurriedly said, Heavenly Master, It's okay, it's always like that the first time. Yi Qingxian waved his hand without much concern and said, You get off first, I'll go down after changing my clothes. Yes. Tang Ying stepped out of the car in a sorry state. There was no time for her to waste at the moment. She took a deep breath and headed for the largest tent. Wow! As soon as Tang Ying came in, the military leaders who had been in the middle of a heated discussion came to a halt and looked over sideways. Tang Ying fixed her gaze on Elder Qin on the main seat, arching her hand and shouting, Elder Qin. Qin Lao, who was faking sleep, suddenly shook his tiger's torso and tightened his chrysanthemums, and after opening his eyes and seeing Tang Ying, he looked overjoyed and asked in a hurry, Where's the celestial master? The rest of the crowd also perked up when they heard this and pricked up their ears. The poor Taoist is here, you all have been waiting for a long time. Right at this moment, a calm, steady and powerful youthful voice rang out from outside the tent, causing the hearts of the crowd to move slightly. This heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, who was regarded as a savior by his own commander-in-chief, had finally arrived. All of them got up and walked out of the tent, and then they saw a bountiful and handsome youth standing in front of them. His expression was calm. The purple robe made of gorgeous silk on his body revealed a dignified and mysterious temperament. The gold threads and emblems embellished on it looked incomparably exquisite under the sunlight, and the majesty that was naturally revealed between his eyebrows made the entire temporary camp shrouded in a grand and solemn atmosphere. It's a bit too young, isn't it? Aside from Old Man Qin, many people directly froze in place, disbelief surfacing in the bottom of their eyes. They had expected it to be an immortal old Taoist priest, or even worse, a middle-aged Taoist priest with a calm temperament. But this came from a young Taoist. At this moment, the questioning and dissatisfaction in their hearts grew stronger, and if they hadn't been pressured by Elder Qin, at this moment, they were afraid that they would have already vented their anger. But some people can't hold it in. Only to see that man in police uniform, Lu Xing, who had expressed his dissatisfaction yesterday, quickly stepping forward and pointing at Yi Qingxian in disbelief. Elder Qin. The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain you mentioned is such a youngster? Instead of trusting high-powered heat weapons and suppressive firepower from SWAT teams, you trust a Taoist priest so young? The sound resounded throughout the makeshift tent, causing many of the soldiers standing guard to glance here. Elder Qin frowned and rebuked in a stern tone. Lu Xing. You can wait until afterward if you have any grievances. Go down. Lu Xing's face shifted, but in the end, he honestly retreated to the back, only still looking at Yi Qingxian with an unkind look in his eyes. Qin Lao took a deep breath and forced a smile. Heavenly Master, don't you mind? These are the heads of the units, and they are under so much pressure these days that it is inevitable that they have some fire in their hearts. Yi Qingxian had long been mentally prepared for this and did not say anything more as he nodded and calmly asked. When do we do it? Old Qin said, Tonight. We'll completely block off the area around Qin Mountain later, no vehicles will be allowed to pass through, then I'll take a team of special police and go up to the mountain with you, Tianshi, while the rest of the troops will stand by here, ready to support with artillery fire at any time. Artillery support. Yi Qingxian opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't refuse and nodded. I will be the first to strike then, and you will not act until I am defeated. As soon as the words fell, without waiting for Elder Qin to reply, a SWAT officer ran over. After a hasty military salute, he said anxiously. Elder Qin, something has happened. That tiger demon didn't know where he got a cell phone, and now he's actually broadcasting live on the internet. What? Elder Qin couldn't believe his ears, starting a live broadcast? That tiger demon? The several SWAT team leaders in the back were also taken aback, and they looked at me. The SWAT officer nodded and spoke extremely fast. It's true. It opened a live broadcast in the Shivering Sea 10 minutes ago, shouting across the air toward us, saying that as long as it cedes the land and human and animal life in the area of Qin Mountain in a radius of hundreds of miles, it will be willing to non-aggression with Hakusha, otherwise it will have to come down from the mountain and go on a killing spree. The popularity of the live broadcast is soaring right now, and the viewers who are watching are estimated to be over 100,000 there. Words. Qin Lao's face was incredibly gloomy, the veins on his forehead clearly visible as he laughed angrily. Good. Good. This sinner is arrogant to this extent, this is slapping our Hakusha's face. Cede the Qinshan area to it? And take the citizens along with it? How dare a demon think of that? You immediately contact the relevant executives of Shivering Sea and block its live broadcast. We'll go up to the mountain tonight to get rid of this sinner. The SWAT captains in the back were also irritated by the news and gritted their teeth in anger. This really thinks he is invincible? I've long said that this matter cannot be delayed. Well now, the citizens of Qinshan City are going crazy with fear. I can't stand it anymore. Elder Qin, let me go up to the mountain and join the battle tonight too. I've never been so stifled in most of my life. They were all so emotional that no one noticed that the originally clear sky gradually began to change. In the makeshift camp, some of the soldiers who had sensed something strange first froze, and then stared blankly at the sky. There, dark clouds emerging from nowhere were closing in at breakneck speed. Gentlemen. It was at this moment that Yi Qingxian opened his mouth, interrupting the captain's bickering, and said indifferently, "Instead of arguing here, why don't you follow me up the mountain now?" Everyone froze with it, then stared at him in bewilderment. It was also at this moment that the air throughout Qin Mountain turned dark in one breath. A surging wave of qi swept out from Yi Qingshuan's circumference, and a brilliant blue aura surged out from the bottom of his eyes. Yi Qingxian did not desire the position of Heavenly Master, but he knew the responsibilities that should be shouldered when in that position. As long as one puts on this Taoist robe, no matter what kind of danger a regular person is forced into by what kind of demon, they should feel at ease when they see him coming. This is the responsibility of the Divine Master. If necessary, show some means. Woohoo! The mountains steeply swirled with amazing gusts of wind, and the tall trees on the mountains followed and bent over, looking as if they were worshipping the gods under the mountains, and for a while it looked extremely spectacular. Yi Qingshuan's purple robe fluttered in the wind, his expression was calm beyond compare, and then he took a step out. Rumble! In the next second, a strong tremor instantly spread throughout the entire Qin Mountain, terrifying thunder exploded from high in the sky, and the thick clouds quickly turned from white to black, as if there was a terrifying energy brewing in them. Qinshan was instantly enveloped in nature like greatness. There was dead silence throughout the makeshift camp. Everyone's gazes fell on the figure of that young Taoist, and quite a few people's mouths were so big that they could stuff a whole egg. Yi Qingxian turned around and saw the dumbfounded crowd, and after thinking about it, he had no choice but to say, "Sorry it got dark early today." Chapter 23 The Celestial Master Goes to the Mountain. Central Weather today issued a temporary red warning for heavy rain. It is expected that in the next 3 days, the Jiangnan area, the north, Qinshan, Xinhua, and Huainan, there is a heavy rainfall process. Locally heavy rainfall with strong convective weather such as short-duration heavy precipitation and thunderstorm gusts. The strongest local period of rainfall in Qinshan City is expected to reach 350 millimeters, reaching a record high for the same period. According to the relevant departments to calculate this Qinshan heavy rainfall process, for the past 50 years, the third strongest rainstorms in the south of the Yangtze River. Inside the residential building of a neighborhood in Qinshan City, Yudafe, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but frown when he heard the weather forecast coming from the living room. "It's too noisy." He took off his headphones and shouted toward the door. "Dad! You watch the weather report a little quieter. I can't stop the sound of your TV with headphones." "Oh who? The weather was so good 2 days ago, how come it's suddenly going to be a rainstorm today?" When the weather forecast outside the house disappeared, Yudafe subconsciously muttered. He then put his headphones back on and his eyes fell back on the anchorwoman who was dancing in the screen of his cell phone. As a hungry bar rider shuttling through the bustling city, the boredom of life presses Yudafe to the point where he can't catch his breath, and on a rare vacation, watching these rubbing female anchors is the greatest solace for his soul. Just then, the live feed suddenly disappeared, replaced by a small line on the screen. "Your favorite anchor has been taken off the air due to security concerns, check out the rest." Hey! It was blocked so quickly this time? Yudafe immediately felt bad about his entire being. Immediately afterward, the system helped him automatically jump to the next live broadcast room, only to see that a mottled tiger was squatting next to a tree, with a pair of soul-capturing tiger pupils staring fixedly at the camera. Its figure was even more massive than the 100-year-old giant tree next to it, and behind it, one could vaguely see corpses strewn about, and the entire live room made one feel chilled at first glance. The moment he locked eyes with those tiger eyes, Udafe was so scared that he almost dropped his cell phone. What the is this? A tiger? There's no tiger that big in the world. After slowing down, he clicked into the live broadcast room and was surprised to find that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were as dense as snowflakes, and the number of online viewers in the upper right corner was a frightening 100,000 plus. Tiger demon? Isn't this the Chin Mountain tiger demon that's been rumored like crazy for the past 2 days? Boy, monsters can run live broadcasts too? Don't the police care? How can we control it? This demon just directly shouted at the officials, saying that it wants us to cede it the land and people around Chin Mountain, or else it's going to go on a killing spree. So scary? Blessed are the friends of Chinshan. Chinshan tiger demon? Udafe was slightly stunned, and quickly remembered the source of this familiar name. It was the tiger demon that attacked the bus, which had been making a lot of noise in the past 2 days. His father also instructed him not to go from the vicinity of Chinshan during this time. What's going on? Didn't they say that the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain himself came over to subdue the demon? Fake? Udafe trembled his hands and sent an inquiry on the public screen. Numerous netizens were quick to throw cold water on him. Laugh your ass off. Still thinking about the heavenly master to subdue the demon? The heavenly master is probably going to be scared to death when he sees tiger's size. Aren't you asking him to subdue the demon? Aren't you asking for his life? Don't think about it, don't think about it. My brother is in a makeshift camp on Chin Mountain right now, and he secretly told me last night that their captain wanted to bring people up to the mountain to treat the tiger demon to a cloudburst bomb, but guess what? The commander-in-chief wouldn't let him. Really fake? So does this mean the police and military are scared out of their wits? It's hard to say, but I think it's possible. Ha ha ha. I've long since moistened out of Hakusha. You Chinshans have to hold on out even if you've been abandoned. Believe in the official. Ha ha ha. Udafe in front of the screen was instantly shocked and bloodless. At the same time, 2 military land cruisers departed from the temporary camp, carrying Yi Qingxian and his group towards the mountains. The buggy eventually came to a stop some distance from the top of the mountain, and the drop in the mountains ahead was too great to drive. A group of people whirled and stepped out of the car, lifting up the firearms in their hands with a serious and vigilant expression. Yi Qingxian walked at the forefront of the group and moved forward with unhurried steps. Following him was the SWAT team leader named Lu Xing. Perhaps impressed by his persistence, Xin Lao gave permission for the operation to include him. Some distance up, the land became progressively wetter. Many people's boots were gradually covered in mud, their speed of movement was forced to decrease, but only Yi Qingxian still took large strides without the slightest bit of mud on his shoes. This caused the respect in the hearts of the crowd to grow stronger. And seeing that the crowd's movement was hindered, Yi Qingxian also slowed down his pace. At this point, they were fairly close to the top of the mountain. A faint hint of blood could be smelled in the air, enough to prove that several bloody battles had taken place here some days ago. Hard work. Yi Qingxuan's calm voice rang in Lu Xing's ears. It's not hard, it should be. Lu Xing shook his head. He then pursed his lips and added, my brother was sacrificed in the battle 2 days ago, my attitude may have been a bit rude, don't mind if you don't mind, heavenly master. No harm done, it's understandable, the poor Taoist is a cultivator. Nearing the top of the mountain, Lu Xing's palms had long been tense to the point of sweating, while Yi Qingxuan's relaxed tone of voice made his heart feel a little more courageous out of nowhere. Elder Qin glanced at him, but did not say anything more. Soon, the dirt road under the crowd's feet turned into a mountain path paved with rocks, which meant that they were less than 100 feet away from the Tiger Demon's temple. The other side had probably sensed their arrival. Thinking of this, it was difficult to contain the crowd's mood of some clutter, and even some panic, the previous several times of charging in exchange for a painful price, so that at this moment they did not even dare to gasp for air. As the outline of a temple gradually revealed itself in front of them, a tall man dressed in an ancient azure-colored costume appeared in their field of vision. The group stopped and looked at the tall man above them. The latter was not slow, following the stone path and walking slowly down. Are you here to die? The pupils of his tawny eyes looked down at the crowd below who had stopped in their tracks, and his mouth was tinged with a pronounced smile, looking extremely confident. Whoa whoa whoa! One by one, the muzzles of the guns were quickly raised and aimed at the tall man above them. The situation here was also transmitted in real time by the law enforcement recorder back to the temporary camp at the bottom of the hill. Xin Lao, who was over 70 years old, rolled his throat and utilized a Bluetooth headset to address the artillery support section down the hill. Report, the other side is closing in on us. The Heavenly Master he wants us to retreat. Chapter 24 Heavenly Master's Hand, Tiger Demon Trembles. An ordinary tiger can still smell the scent of prey blood and intruders within a range of 5 kilometers, and the cultivated mountain monarch is even more alert in this aspect. Otherwise it wouldn't have made the SWAT team fail in their previous attempts. Therefore, even if it was at the top of the mountain, it had long detected the movement below the mountain, even before the birds in the mountain. However, it did not go straight down the mountain, but chatted with the netizens of the live broadcast without haste. It then told the netizens of the live broadcast in a braggadocio's tone about the police action in the past few days. Many of the netizens of Pi were enraged when they heard that this tiger had actually killed a number of police officers who had gone up the mountain to decapitate the demons, and the public screen was quickly filled with a large number of highly offensive pop-ups. The mountain monarch who had cultivated for 1,000 years frowned when he saw this. His intention was to terrorize this group of ordinary people who hadn't been exposed to killing, but he hadn't expected that under this provocation, the netizens who were still infighting just now suddenly united, and actually all pointed their spearheads at him. It seems that the government of this era is very popular with the people, and it is mostly a prosperous time when the people are not worried about food and clothing. The Mountain King was thinking a lot, but a fire gradually welled up in his heart. Because the cursing on the public screen was just too dirty. It's totally a full circle, deathless bashing of him. If you look at the ancient officers and soldiers of 1,000 years ago, the guy who could curse the most had never said anything so unpleasant. However, he was at least a great demon who had cultivated for over 1,000 years, and after a short period of annoyance, the mountain monarch regained his composure. Looking at the constantly scrolling pop-ups, he sneered. Your mouths, indeed, are powerful. But if this seat palms to death this group of officials and soldiers who have come up the mountain today, and then removes the head of that so-called heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, I wonder if you can continue to talk tough? The netizens in the live stream heard this and quickly understood the situation. The Qinshan Police Department SWAT unit is on the mountain? More than likely. And it looks like this tiger demon is about to be unable to sit still, so I'm afraid he wants to come down the mountain to finish off our people. What then? I don't know. But from what he said, the Heavenly Master from Longhu Mountain has really come. We can only hope that the Heavenly Master, his old man, can subdue the tiger demon. Subdue this seat? The tiger demon only felt like laughing a little, and after commenting a fool's errand, the sound of dense footsteps suddenly came from the bottom of the mountain. Officers, come on. Yamakun finally stood up, not bothering with the pop-ups on the public screen as he left the camera and walked down the mountain path. The huge figure instantly transformed into a tall man dressed in an ancient azure-colored costume. Soon, he saw the gun-toting warriors as if they were enemies, as well as a handsome young purple-robed Taoist priest. Are you here to die? The mountain ruler's mood grew excited, and he asked calmly. While the crowd of SWAT troops looked at the tall man who walked down the mountain path from above with ease, there was an extra touch of lingering pressure in their hearts. It's times like these that this blandness just shows the other person's chest. Some of the fighters silently gripped the guns in their hands and exchanged glances with each other, ready to join forces in fire at a moment's notice. And at this time, the mountain monarch's pupils glared violently, an incomparably dense demonic aura burst out from his body, vaguely transforming behind him into the silhouette of a ferocious tiger that had lowered its stance and assumed a hunting stance. The warriors below were shocked in place by this terrifying demonic aura, and their movements of raising their guns became stiff all of a sudden. Pull back. Right at this moment, radiant golden light surged out from the front, the terrifying demonic aura dissipated extremely quickly, and Yi Qingshuan's plaintive voice resounded in their ears. Leave the main battlefield to me, you guys wait for your chance. Elder Qin and dozens of others, glancing at each other, retreated towards the back. Seeing this, the mountain monarch's eyes narrowed slightly, his sight falling onto the purple Dao robe as he said with a smile. What a big mouth, are you the contemporary heavenly master? Exactly. Yi Qingxian slowly stepped forward and laughed while rolling up his sleeves. Sinner, the poor Taoist is giving you 2 choices. Yamakuni frowned lightly and looked over at him, asking, which 2? Sit on the Dragon Tiger Mountain with your new pet, or be killed by the poor Taoist, your choice? Taoist, you're reckless. The mountain monarch became furious and directly swept down from the mountain path, heading straight for Yi Qingxian, who was covered in golden light, and lifting his hand, he chopped over with a demonic force. Yi Qingxian sneered, the golden light around his body instantly became dazzling, looking solemn and mysterious. The rear fighters had pulled back a bit by now, and were looking their sights here. When only a loud sound of gold and iron clashing was heard, Yi Qingshuan's golden light around his body did not even move a bit, causing the mountain monarch's eyes to freeze. Golden Light Curse. You have some skill. As soon as the words fell, his figure arrived in front of Yi Qingxian, while his right palm slapped out fiercely, vaguely accompanied by the shadow of a tiger claw the size of a car's head. Yi Qingxian's expression was as calm as water, without the slightest intention of retreating, directly sinking his waist and sitting on his hips in place, his right arm stretching backward like a bow. Dang! Along with the tiger's claws falling, an even louder sound of gold and iron clashing exploded once again, and for the first time, the golden light on Yi Qingxian's body trembled a little. Yamajun's pupils shrank. What are you kidding? His palm has the force of snapping a small cliff, and the other party's golden light is actually just slightly trembling. This golden light curse was much harder than that Longhu Mountain heavenly master he had faced 1,000 years ago. But at this moment, there was no more time for him to think. Yi Qingxian's right fist, which had finished storing up its power, smashed solidly on his abdomen. Boo! The golden light exploded and scattered. The mountain monarch was hit by this punch and his body detached from the ground and flew out backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the distant trees. The roar was unceasing and continuously crashed through 3 sky-high trees before coming to a halt. The mountain ruler spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes blazing, and instinctively braced himself from the ground before a figure had arrived in front of him. The mountain monarch was shocked and only had to mobilize the demonic power in his body to wrap his entire body, making his entire body's muscles as hard as steel, while his arms were interlaced, blocking in front of his body. The visitor let out a cold snort, his purple Dao robe swaying in the wind, and again swung his right arm round, smashing the tall man with a punch that plunged most of his body into the earth. Howl! The mountain monarch only felt his brain trembling madly. His residual consciousness made him roar out in anger. A tiger's roar that resonated through the mountains and forests followed, shaking the earth to the point that it trembled slightly, and his entire being instantly transformed into a 3 or 4 story tall mottled fierce tiger. After restoring his original body, his physical strength increased drastically. The Mountain King stood up and rose to his feet, his low voice accompanied by a tiger's roar of anger. Taoist! To be able to force out the seat's original body, you do have some skills. That old Taoist from 1,000 years ago didn't even make it this far. But you still can't help the seat. Zhang Daoling is dead, and heavenly masters who can't summon heavenly thunder are nothing more than tricky Taoist priests. The tiger's roar shook the sky and the earth, sounding majestic to the extreme. Have you finished your last words? Yi Qingxian's voice was indifferent, then his body took off into the air and nonchalantly landed a palm on the tiger's head, smashing the latter's figure to sink half a zhang once again. Roar! The mountain monarch, who had transformed into a huge tiger, stifled a grunt as incredibly depressing emotions welled up from the bottom of his heart, causing him to growl out. The incarnation proper was still smashed into the earth with a palm. He had never seen such a raw Taoist in his life. Are you being reasonable? This seed is 1,000 years of fierce tiger into the essence. The force can destroy the mountain. How do you this look so weak? However, he who had eaten a mouthful of mountain rocks had just pulled his head out of the ground when he saw Yi Qingxian's black as ink eyes gradually light up with lightning. Rumble! As if in response to his move, a thunderclap suddenly exploded from the cloudy high sky. At this moment, Yamarajan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. The 5 thunder method of the heavenly master? You can summon heavenly thunder? Chapter 25 Thunder Law Present. The netizens in Mountain King's live broadcast room all sweated when they saw its figure disappear. That tiger demon had a huge body, and its force could easily fan and explode a bus, terrifying to the extreme. Able to fight off fighters wielding hot weapons. All of this expressiveness is far more than they could have imagined. Thermal weapons have ruled the biosphere for so long that they have long forgotten the horrors of the beast. Right now, demons that were 1,000 times stronger than the beasts appeared in modern times, which undoubtedly put heavy psychological pressure on them. They were all worried about what to do if the other party really came back later with the corpse of a Taoist priest dressed in purple robes. Is it really necessary to give up Qinshan City and move the peaceful east wind? Yu Dafei in the residential building of the district sat on a chair, sweating, staring nervously at the screen of his cell phone, listening to the loud noise that kept coming out of it. The rest of the netizens who had their hearts set on Qinshan City were also fully concentrated, listening to the voices coming out of the live broadcast. Just at this time, a chilling sound of a huge tiger whistle suddenly sounded. Seems to be affected by the sound waves. The live broadcast of the picture began to appear to flash. The sound also gradually become distant. Just this tiger whistle too shocking human department you. People legs soft, heartbeat accelerated, so still can clearly feel the hatred and anger contained in the sound. Taoist. To be able to force out the seat's original body, you do have some skills. That old Taoist from 1,000 years ago didn't even make it this far. But you still can't help the seat. Zhang Daoling is dead, and heavenly masters who can't summon heavenly thunder are nothing more than tricky Taoist priests. Then, a tiny purple figure appeared from the far side of the camera, and along with his movements, a roar of the earth came out from the live broadcast, followed by a tiger's roar that was mixed with pain. Immediately after. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky emitted a shocking thunderous sound, and the originally majestic tiger's roar came to an abrupt end. The cell phone used for live streaming is damaged. The live feed followed, and the black screen reflected a face frozen in shock. The pop-ups were dead silent. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were churning with thunderous aura as he walked slowly towards the glistening tiger that was frozen in place. The Five Thunder, named Five Thunder, is actually Five Air also. The mana in Yi Qingxuan's body was rapidly depleted, and his aura continued to soar. Yamakuni looked back and subconsciously took a step back. The original confidence it had in its heart against the Taoist had long since vanished. That's heavenly thunder. Thunder Law. Elder Qin looked at the roaring sky, slightly lost in thought, his voice carrying unspoken awe and yearning. The many warriors behind them also looked up at the dense thunderclouds in the sky, and the expressions on their faces were all shocked. And looking at the growing size of the dark clouds above, fear had grown in the heart of the Mountain King. Can't win, gotta go. It entertained the thought of escaping, and as Yi Qingxian quickened his pace, the mountain monarch could not help but take a few more steps back. It retreats and he chases it, it takes wing. In spite of this jingle, though, in the mountains, regular people can't outrun tigers after all. Similarly, if the mountain monarch insisted on trying to escape, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for the young Taoist to catch it. As the saying goes, let the tiger return to the mountain and the submerged dragon enter the abyss. There is no fear of being left without wood. Not good. That tiger demon wants to run. Old Qin in the distance realized the tiger demon's strange behavior and shouted in alarm. Phew! Accompanied by Yi Qingxuan's another step, the mountain monarch's tiger pupils contracted, and he violently turned back, and in one leap, his body directly swept through a large area of the tree canopy, which was actually already hundreds of feet. As long as it escaped this place, it would still have a chance to rise again. Damn Taoist priest! I'll remember today's revenge in my heart, and I don't believe that you'll be able to guard Qin Mountain every day. A voice filled with resentment came along with the sound of a tiger whistling. Listening to the sound, in just 2 or 3 seconds, the owner of the sound was afraid that he had already run out a distance of several miles. What a cunning tiger demon! Qin Lao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly contacted the camp below the mountain into his Bluetooth headset. That demon is trying to run. Quickly send a drone to locate its position. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly and said, there's no harm, that demon won't be able to escape. Heavenly Master still has a way? Elder Qin's eyes lit up as he asked, could it be that you can sense his location? I can't, poor Taoist is not good at long-distance tracking. Yi Qingxian shook his head slightly. Elder Qin froze at hearing this, then why did you say that the demon couldn't escape? Because, though, the poor Taoist cannot sense it. Yi Qingxian pulled out the instrument from his arms and looked at the speeding away light point on it. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he said. But modern technology can. In the previous slap, the poor Taoist slapped the locator hard into that demon's flesh. Now comes the time to play a role, as the saying goes, the fairy strokes my top. Thunder Law shatters the spirit of heaven. Rumble. The thunderon capable of illuminating the earthly world into day exploded violently, and the blinding white light illuminated the gaps between the trees below, illuminating a mottled tiger that was frantically fleeing in the mountains below. Yi Qingxuan's eyes slightly converged, his palms slowly extended out from his sleeve robes as he lightly smiled. Sinful animal, in order not to startle those demons, the poor Taoist didn't even dare to use the Zhang surname under the mountain. Letting you run, you really dare to run? He whirled around and raised both fingers, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the wretched point of light. At the same time, more than 100 miles of thunderclouds circled high in the sky, as if they were natural thunder dragons stretching their muscles, and the thunderons that pulsed from time to time were like giant pupils that took in souls, looking down on the mountains and forests below. In the next second, Yi Qingxuan's 2 fingers clicked on that point of light as if it was a chessboard drop. Rumble. A thunderous sound like the roar of billions of giants boomed. The clouds backed up the lightning and ruthlessly fell to the earth. A huge pillar of thunder that was too dazzling for people to see straight came down. It was wrapped with unparalleled power and the aura of awakening the vitality of all things. Together with the sound of thunder and the destructive power of exterminating everything, it did not enter into the Qin Mountain and wrapped the fierce tiger in it. Boom! In the midst of countless shocked gazes, the entire Qin Mountain trembled. Chapter 26 Thunder Law Upgrade, Puppet Manipulation Technique. As the thunder mantle fell, a relevant system beep sounded in Yi Qingshuan's ears. Kill 1,500-year-old Tiger Demon 1, 5 Thunderbolt Technique Proficiency plus 1,500. 5 Thunderbolts, LV 10600, 2000. Ding! Mission accomplished. Host has acquired the art of puppet manipulation. Puppet manipulation technique can transform creatures that have eaten a part of the host's body into puppets to be deployed at will. Puppet manipulation. Sounds awesome, but what the hell is the idea of eating a part of my body? Blood should qualify too, but it's always weird to let someone else drink my blood. Imagine if he tried to fool some demons into converting into his puppets later on. Those female demons would be afraid to tilt their heads and ask him, "Master Celestial Master, is it true to drink this and live forever?" Feelings? Like it's even weirder? Yi Qingshan let out a light laugh, and after thinking that his hair should be considered a part of his body, he chose to put this divine ability behind him for the time being. His eyes looked to the crowd of people who were still stagnant on the side, and he said in a relaxed tone, "Everyone, the tiger demon has been ambushed, follow the traces and you should be able to find its corpse." The words fell. The crowd then woke up as if in a dream. When they heard Yi Qingshan, a strong shock surged in their hearts, and when the two of them looked at each other, they could both see the flash of shock in each other's eyes. This invincible tiger demon that had been troubling them for many days was actually destroyed just like that. Or the specification of the heavenly thunder descending, extinguished cleanly. Is this the means of a contemporary celestial master? For a while, the old national security leader Qin Lao's expression was a bit dazed. Previously, Yi Qingshuan's god was light, his momentum was like that of an eagle, and he was simply the legendary immortal's posture. Despite his prior high expectations of this young Taoist, the light of the party still let him, a person who has lived for most of his life, feel the shock of. He fixed his mind, his eyes looking towards Yi Qingshan, who was wearing a smile on his face, arching his hand and respectfully saying, "Heavenly Master, many of our warriors have died in the hands of this tiger demon in this little half-month. If you hadn't come here today, perhaps those of us would have had to die a heroic death as well, and here, from the bottom of my heart, I would like to say a word to you." As his words trailed off, Elder Qin's voice had choked, but he still said respectfully, "Many thanks to the Heavenly Master for his help. This favor is something we will remember." In his rear, a group of warriors were also holding their fists and bending over at this moment, each voice filled with hatred for the tiger demon as well as gratitude for the person who helped them in front of them. "Many thanks to the Heavenly Master for his help. We'll remember this favor with all our hearts." The voice echoed throughout the mountains and forests, and Yi Qingshan also smiled faintly and said, "It's the poor Taoist's job to eliminate demons and devils, so there's no need for all of you to thank us in such a grand manner. If you really want to thank me, when you are free one day, just bring your family and friends up to Longhu Mountain for a pillar of incense." "Definitely, definitely." Elder Qin nodded and then asked, "What are your next arrangements for that day, Master? Do you want to stay for a casual dinner?" "No." Yi Qingshan looked in the direction of Longhu Mountain and laughed lightly. "This trip up beheaded 4 demonic creatures. It's time for the poor Taoist to make a trip back to the mountain, and I have to press the demonic souls of these demonic creatures into the vermilion hall as fertilizer before I can do so." Here he paused and continued in an admonishing tone. "By the way, Elder Qin, I'm afraid that the next spiritual recovery will expand further, and although there aren't too many demonic creatures of this level like the tiger demon this time around, there shouldn't be none left." Qin Shangji nodded and said, "I understand. As long as the next demonic creature stays away from the city, we will immediately use the cloudburst bomb." Yi Qingshan coughed lightly, seemingly casually. "I mean, you can let the other Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain come to help. Usually on the mountain they have no place to use their strength, often sneak their gongs, and they are always photographed by the tourists, which gives me a headache. The psychic resurgence is also a good thing for them right now, and it's not appropriate to say this, but if you run into trouble that you can't solve, you can have the relevant police officers come up to the mountain and ask for their help." "Understood, thank you, Heavenly Master." Elder Qin's eyes lit up and he nodded his head in a hurry. Ordinary fighters facing demons have an extremely high battle loss rate. If they can have the assistance of a professional Taoist master from Longhu Mountain, then the efficiency of the case will certainly be twice as effective. Even if those Taoist masters were not as terrifying as Yi Qingshuan's strength, they thought that they wouldn't be that bad, right? "Don't worry, Heavenly Master, I will definitely thank the Tao Masters at that time according to the highest level of pay grade." Elder Qin's mood gradually lightened and he smiled. "Well, that's something I'm not worried about." Yi Qingshan casually nodded his head and turned around. Also, if you run into a problem that none of the Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples can solve, you can also call my number, but the time can't be too evil. Understood, the Heavenly Master has to deal with the affairs of Longhu Mountain from time to time during his day. That's not true. Yi Qingxian shook his head. I have someone to help me with the affairs of Longhu Mountain. Elder Qin froze. That day master usually is too? Yi Qingxian glanced at him somewhat strangely and returned. The poor man is still a college student and usually has to take mandatory classes. At the same time as the tiger demon was put to death, the related discussion on the internet about this matter intensified. First, after Tiger Demon's livestream went black, Shivering Sea's live management finally came late to the party and banned the livestream. Subsequently, someone soon cut out the final clip of Tiger Demon's live broadcast separately, and used editing software to fix the picture quality, and finally enlarged the lens and posted it online. In the video, a figure dressed in a purple Dao robe rushed up to the sky, although it was impossible to see his face, but as his palm fell, the entire Qin mountain shook the ground, accompanied by a mournful tiger's roar. Seeing this, the comments section below blew right up. This is definitely a ING strike by his old man, the Heavenly Master. With this commotion, I'm afraid it's not a slap that shattered the tiger demon's head? Purple-robed Heavenly Master. It can't be wrong, huh? Who said earlier that the Heavenly Master couldn't do it? Come out and get beaten. Time for green garlic. The brainwashed people who just said that the Heavenly Master was too scared to come, there's one of them, and they'll never have toilet paper in the restroom for the rest of their lives. The Heavenly Master is awesome. This tiger is going to die just after blowing is awesome, huh? The tiger demon in the video was clearly losing the battle, and the netizens in the comment section were naturally delighted with the situation, and immediately lined up, eating melon, shocked, and green garlic. And even then, there are still some discordant voices out there. Ha! A tiger whistle made you guys orgasm all over again? And I said it was a contemptuous tiger whistle. That is. What evidence is there now to show that Longfu Mountain Heavenly Master won? A bunch of people are here to YY, and it's funny when the results come out and they don't win. Chapter 27, The White Cloud Temple that repeatedly violates the taboo. For these tough-talking enemy, the netizens in the comments section did not have a soft mouth, and both sides immediately broke out in a no-smoke internet scolding. And since there is so little valid information in the video, the two sides were at a stalemate for a while, with neither side being able to argue with the other. It was at this point that a video appeared that directly reversed the situation. The title of the video is simple. Extraordinary Thunderstorm in Qinshan City, suspected to be the Five Thunders method of the Heavenly Master. As soon as the video started, dark clouds and lightning could be seen in the sky over the entire Qin mountain, and an oppressive feeling of a mountain rain came over people, making them subconsciously a little frightened. Soon, a loud roar came from Qin mountain, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Rumble. The sky exploded with loud and unmistakable thunder, followed by a bolt of lightning that swooped down into the clouds at great speed and did not enter the dense forest on Qin mountain. Next. Boom. The entire mountain of Qin mountain trembled crazily as if it had been smashed by a terrifyingly huge force. Immediately after that, several thunderbolts descended one after another, erupting with a shocking might in the mountains and forests below. Dirt and rocks rolled down and the earth trembled. Eventually things slow down to a calm, and the camera slowly pans down to reveal the time on the cell phone. March 2nd, 202, at 16:56 Hakodate time. It was exactly the time when the Tiger Demon and that Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master were fighting. This concludes the entire video. The number of likes for the video soared, reaching the point of millions in just 2 or 3 hours, and the comments section was in an uproar. Such a terrifying heavenly might, what kind of Taoist friend is here to cross the threshold? The headline says it's a thunder spell from a celestial master, really? Any big brother analyze it? It's tightly timed, and with editing, it's definitely too late time-wise. I'm going to come right to the conclusion this is definitely the ING thunderbolt of the celestial master. Heavenly thunder descends to the world and cuts down the demons? I just want to ask, what is this tactic of the heavenly master if not an immortal? Where are those enemy agents who denigrated the divine master and the police? Where are they now? How come none of them are screaming anymore? Don't mention it, I followed a few and now they're all logged off, my $500,000. On the other hand, taking advantage of the terrifying heat, there were quite a few people who ran to leave messages under Yi Qingxuan's Shivering Sea account. Taoist Yi, does the Heavenly Master have a Shivering Sea account? I want to worship his old man as a teacher, the kind that kneels and receives and kneels and sends. Coordinates Qinshan, Taoist Master Yi returned to Longhu Mountain. Remember to help us Qinshan people thank the Heavenly Master, his elder. I promise to go to Longhu Mountain to offer incense when I have time. Ever since I watched the video of Taoist Master Yi's fight with the Heavenly Master, a seed of cultivation has been planted in my heart, and I just hate that I was born 20 years earlier. Don't be sad upstairs, you can let your kids go to Lung Fushan to learn Taoism. But I don't have a girlfriend yet. That would be a labor of love. By the way, are there any beautiful Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain? The online discussion intensified. As for those comments on his account, Yi Qingxian simply skimmed through them, and after thanking himself, he did not pay attention to them anymore. He doesn't care about the spread of images. People who cultivate the way never care about such trivial matters. Or rather, it's the official Hakusha who has to care about these things. However, in terms of the current speed of psychic resurgence, it's only a matter of time before the official Hakuhodo Xia can't hold down the heat, thus announcing the relevant news to appease the public. As long as it is known that there are people who can control the paranormal and that most people's lives are not affected, the fear that the group has about the paranormal will actually dissipate very quickly. As for the Lung Fu Shan side, let those senior brothers and nephews have their headaches. How can you let the Heavenly Master personally come out for such a trivial matter as recruiting new Taoist priests? For good reason. On the side of the netizens, it seems that they have not yet connected him with the Lung Fu Shan Heavenly Master, and only regard him as a very powerful Lung Fu Shan Taoist priest. Great, then I can still use the Rakugo man persona for my own part-time jobs later. Neither need to worry about damaging the appearance of the mountain of Longhu Mountain, nor worry about others will have a psychological burden because of their own identity. Simply win hemp, okay? Yi Qingxian nodded slightly. As for when the netizens found out the truth, that was out of his hands. At this moment, he was on the high-speed train returning to Longhu Mountain. With his sight looking out of the window, Yi Qingxian wordlessly exhaled and laughed with a volume that only he could hear. Lao Deng ah, your own inexplicable play disappearance, put me hard-pressed in this position, is really not afraid of the Dragon Tiger Mountain destroyed in my hands, yo. And not far from Yi Qingshuan's side, a short-haired young girl with a good-looking face was watching the screen on her cell phone with full attention, watching the very same video that was suspected to be the Heavenly Master's Thunder Law. When the video finished, her companion beside her laughed and asked, "You've watched it about 10 times, do you like it that much?" "Of course." The short-haired girl nodded without hesitation, her eyes full of admiration, and said, "Chang Zi, let me tell you, this Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain is definitely an old deity. He can summon heavenly thunder to subdue demons. I really want to learn from him." The girl she called Chang Zi smiled, knowing that this friend of hers loved Taoist culture. She immediately asked, "How about we go around to Lungfu Mountain next stop, then?" The short-haired girl's expression became frustrated all of a sudden. "It's too late, it's all because you have to go to the White Cloud Temple. I really don't know what's so good to see in that crappy temple." Chang Zi reached out and touched her head, smiling reassuringly. "Aya, it's not like we went to White Cloud Temple for nothing. Didn't we also get a string of Buddha beads carved by Master Wu Jin himself?" Saying that, Chang Zi took out a string of delicate Buddha beads from her bag and held it in her hand to play with it. But before Orange could play with it for long, a gentle young voice came from above her head. "Hi, can I ask where you got this string of Buddha beads from?" Chang Zi followed the sound and saw a handsome young man in white casual clothes standing in the aisle, looking at her with a smile on his face. So handsome. Despite having seen many handsome men, Orange couldn't help but blush slightly and subconsciously replied, "I bought this when my friend and I were visiting the White Cloud Temple." White Cloud Temple? So that's how it is. Yi Qingxian was first surprised, then quickly nodded his head. "Excuse me, what's wrong?" Chang Zi blinked her watery eyes and asked curiously. The short-haired girl next to her was looking at Yi Qingxian with a wary face. "No big deal, just over there to see your string, some like the style of the White Cloud Temple, heart really like tight, so specially come over to ask." Yi Qingxian smiled faintly, causing the young woman to lose her concentration a little, and then he laughed a little forlornly. "I've wanted to go to the White Cloud Temple for a long time, but suffered from a lack of opportunity and never made it. It's a shame." "This is a lie." This string contained a bizarre curse power within it, and had just taken it out to startle Yi Qingxian, who, adhering to the principle of being nosy, had run over to set up a conversation. Looking at Yi Qingxian, who looked a bit forlorn, Chang Zi's heart was touched, and she took the initiative to hand the string over, smiling lightly. "Since you like it so much, I'll give you this string of mine." "May I?" "It's fine, our school isn't very far from the White Cloud Temple, so we'll just buy one next time we pass by." Chang Zi smiled sweetly. "Thank you guys so much." Yi Qingxian took the string and thanked him sincerely before turning to leave. When he was gone, the short-haired girl couldn't help but mutter. Chang Zi, you're too kind. That thing is something you saved up months of living expenses to buy. Aya, it doesn't matter, I'll save up to buy one next time. Chang Zi laughed foolishly. And right at this moment, Yi Qingxian, who had originally left, turned back again, only to see him take out a string of lightning striking with strings unique to Longhu Mountain from his bosom, and opened his mouth somewhat hesitantly. This string is the string that I have in Longhu Mountain. But, if you don't mind, take this, it's said to be good for self-defense. Ah, no need. Before Chang Zi finished speaking, the short-haired girl beside him surged forward and took the string, thanking Yi Qingxian from the bottom of her heart. Sir, you are a great man. Saying that, she glanced at Chang Zi, whose pretty face was slightly red beside her, and then laughed. By coincidence, this friend next to me doesn't have a boyfriend right now, and the phone number is. Chapter 28, Small Punishments. After politely thanking the short-haired girl for her kindness, Yi Qingxian returned to his seat with the Buddha bead string, examining it while his thoughts turned over inwardly. Cursed beads that can suck the wearer's chi and then feed the sucked chi back to the maker? It's amazing that the Buddhist sect has such an evil magic weapon. Yi Qingxian frowned lightly. Chi luck, an esoteric and mysterious thing, has an extremely important role for everyone. Those with strong luck can turn bad luck into good luck. Those with weak luck, however, are prone to falling down on very minor matters or encountering a bad relationship at a crucial fork in the road of life. And this kind of Buddha bead magic weapon, the evil is evil in the production of simple, but can hurt the root. A single bead may only make the wearer unlucky and the maker unprofitable, but when the number reaches the level of thousands, it can make the maker horribly profitable. This thing was like a moth attached to the wearer's body, gradually eating away at the precious thin chi luck in each person. Selling this kind of thing in a dignified manner, this Wujin master of the White Cloud Temple. Oh, when we take care of the things on the mountain, let's take a trip to White Cloud Temple. Feeling the power of the curse contained in the Buddha bead string, Yi Qingxian silently made up his mind and finalized his next itinerary. Go back to Lungfu Shan and then up to Bai Yin Temple. Buzz. Right at this moment, the Buddha bead in his hand began to emit a strange suction force, actually attempting to suck in the vastness of Yi Qingshuan's body's oceanic dragon tiger mountain's chi. You've got guts. You're really not afraid to brace yourself. Yi Qingxian was first stunned, and then with a cold smile, he actually directly mobilized his own metaphysical and terrifying chi, and ruthlessly poured it in towards the Buddha bead. Boom! A tremor came from the void, and with the surrounding passengers completely unaware of the difference, the Buddha beads in Yi Qingshuan's hands trembled violently. Only a bang was heard, and visible cracks appeared on the entire string of Buddha beads, which then became incomparably dimmer all of a sudden as if they had lost something. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the White Cloud Temple. At this time of the day, it was already nightfall, and the tourists throughout the monastery had become sparse, most of them preparing to leave the temple. Inside a large hall, an old monk sitting here with a saddened face, his hands folded together, holding a string of Buddha beads emitting a faint Buddhist light, chanting sutras under his breath. Several young monks sitting at the back, at this moment all look longingly at the old monk who was chanting with his eyes closed. One of them can't help but sigh in a small voice. Just listening to the sound of Master Wujin's chanting feels soothing. I'm afraid that Master Wujin's merit has been cultivated to near perfection, right? Yeah, it feels like even the abbot doesn't have such a high level of merit chi next to him. The monk beside him nodded his head in agreement, his tone full of envy. Moreover, just the string of Buddha beads in the hand of Master Uncle, after years and years of warming, I'm afraid that it has long since become a piece of fine Buddhist treasure. I really hope that someday I can have a Buddhist treasure from the temple. A man said with some yearning. Don't dream. He, I'm just saying, but with this temperament of Master Wujin, it's no wonder so many people are looking for him every day. From their words, we can learn that the old monk chanting sutra is the star monk of Baiyun Temple, Venerable Wujin. And just as the young monks were discussing, Venerable Master Wujin, who was chanting in front of them, suddenly opened his eyes, his face changed drastically, and the chanting in his mouth came to an abrupt end. In the next second, the latter even directly spat out a mouthful of blood on his back, and his entire aura immediately became sluggish. The monks who were originally still envious all ran over in a panic when they saw this. Master! What's wrong with you, senior? Why are you vomiting blood? Some of them inquired with concern while reaching out to help up Venerable Master Gojin, but after touching the latter's skin, they jerked back with an electric shock. It's hot! The young monk exclaimed. At this moment, Venerable Master Wujin's skin was red to the point of being outrageous, and even a faint white vapor was faintly rising. The temperature was quite appalling. "Senior, what's wrong with you?" Venerable Master Wujin sat up with difficulty and wiped away the blood from the side of his mouth. His expression was first grim, then quickly became bland. "There's no harm in it. I was paying too much attention when I was chanting the sutra and went into a state of 5 hearts in the sky, and I accidentally confronted the Lord Buddha directly, so I received some chastisement." "I can't believe this is happening. Then how are you feeling now? Do you want us to go get Master Abbot?" "No need." Venerable Master Wujin waved his hand, laboriously swallowing a mouthful of surging heart blood, and blandly said, "This kind of low-level mistake shouldn't have been made, so let's consider the result this time as me punishing myself." After saying that, he put his hands together and recited a Buddha's name with a solemn expression. Several young monks moved to follow and recited the Buddha's name. At the same time, he inwardly sighed, Master Wujin is worthy of being a high monk who was about to attain enlightenment. This kind of thought realm is really hard for them to reach. Seeing that he had successfully fooled a few people, Venerable Wujin adjusted his breathing with difficulty and asked in as calm a tone as possible. "Some days ago, that Qin Mountain tiger demon that forced your 7th elder uncle to the point of passing away, how is it now?" "Back to senior, that tiger demon is dead." A monk honestly returned. "Well, that tiger demon has been practicing for 1,000 years, so it's really hard." "Wait, what did you say?" Venerable Master Wujin first nodded his head calmly, and then his words trailed off as he looked incredulously at the disciple, his voice carrying obvious surprise. "That tiger demon is dead?" "Yes." "Rather unexpected." Venerable Master Wujin muttered out and turned to ask. "It was the local police who used a weapon of mass heat to subdue it?" "No." That disciple shook his head and said in a tone that carried a bit of awe. "According to the notice posted by the local police on the scarf this afternoon, the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain personally rushed to Qin Mountain, and that tiger demon was beheaded by his old man himself." With a beat of his voice, this disciple then exclaimed, "Senior, you usually don't use cell phones, may not know, Longhu Mountain is really out of the limelight these 2 days. First there is a young Longhu Mountain Taoist master who beheaded 3 toad spirits live over in Liangqing City, and then there is the Tianshiri." "Wait." Venerable Gurujin's face suddenly turned a bit ugly as he interjected and asked, "Are you saying that a young Taoist priest decapitated a 3-headed toadstool spirit in Liangqing City?" "Yes." This disciple nodded and said, "I also specifically watched the relevant video, and that one practiced the golden light incantation to perfection. It's definitely a good hand on Dragon Tiger Mountain." Venerable Master Wujin was silent at first, then nodded somewhat stiffly and said, "It's a bit of a pity. If that tiger demon hadn't died, I had planned to personally go ahead and temper it a bit, but I never thought that the Heavenly Master would have gotten there first, so there's nothing I can do about it. That Longhu Mountain disciples have always been like this. Senior uncle doesn't need to be concerned. There will be another chance next time." That disciple complimented. Venerable Master Wujin gave a sort of agreeing with this statement, and said, "You guys go back first today, senior. I have some damage to my heart veins, so I'll have to close my door and recuperate for a while next." "Yes." Several young monks agreed in unison. The elders in the sect often had to go into seclusion, either for cultivation or healing, and this matter was not uncommon to them. Venerable Wujin nodded slightly, then added seemingly casually, "By the way, if there is a noble guest from Dragon Tiger Mountain coming to the door in the next 2 days, you guys remember to inform me in advance." "Understood." Chapter 29 Young Taoist Nuns. When the group of disciples left the main hall, Venerable Master Wujin's face finally became completely gloomy. "Damn it, to actually be able to reverse injure me based on those trafficked Buddha beads, what kind of person is this?" He whispered to himself while pacing around the hall, looking annoyed. He only felt at that time that there was a round of steaming great sun forcibly intruding into his well-cared-for heart chakra, and in just a moment it made his heart chakra damaged and his body burning and tingling. Although he didn't know what tactics were used, it was most likely a high-ranking person from one of the Xianmen Taoist sects. Otherwise the means would not have been so strong and overbearing, and it would have been impossible to detect the curse hidden in the beads. This made Venerable Master Wujin even more worried. If the other party was the kind of high-level person who was good at tracking over long distances, then it was impossible to say that they would find them along the way in the next few days. That would be a big problem. A famous monk sells Buddhist beads with curses at a high price. Once this kind of thing is publicized, it will destroy the reputation that one has been operating for decades. Calm down, calm down. Relying on those drawn merits and qi, Venerable Master Wujin's panicked state of mind quickly calmed down, and he slowly stopped in his tracks and calmly analyzed, That style of bead is sold by masters throughout the monastery, and even if I knew my name from the owner of the bead, there's nothing convincing about it based on that person's word alone. Hee, if that person really seeks it out and makes a big fuss and forces trouble, then don't blame me for the White Cloud Temple's ruthlessness. Venerable Gurujan's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness, and then he began to have a headache about something else. Rumor has it that the three-headed toadstool spirit that was decapitated by a young Longhu Mountain Taoist priest. While others were not clear, Venerable Wu Jin was clear in his heart. That three-headed toadstool spirit was the very form that he had helped to transform with the skin of a living person from a family when he was passing by back then. And he's been rewarded handsomely for it. All the vitality that the toadstool spirit had extracted from dozens of people with his natural aptitude. Precisely because of that vitality, Venerable Master Wu Jin, who was almost 70 years old this year, looked only about 40 years old, and was full of vigor and vitality. Now, the toadstool spirit was decapitated. If he confessed his name before dying, then that Longhu Mountain Taoist priest would most likely come to the door. Thinking of this, Venerable Wu Jin's brows furrowed as he contemplated for a moment before coldly snorting. A Longhu Mountain Jr., actually listening to the last words of a few demons before they die. If he really comes to the door, I will definitely discipline him on behalf of his master. With that, he turned around and walked into the depths of the Great Hall. Lung Fu Shan, the Heavenly Master's mansion. Under the night, the entire Longhu Mountain revealed a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. And as Yi Qingxian returned to the mountain, the news spread throughout the entire Longhu Mountain as if it had wings, and the mountain, which had originally quieted down at night, became lively again. Master Shifu was back. Really? What my master said, can it be a lie? The video of Master's demon subduing has been shown to me for the past 2 days, and that golden light mantra was used in a really exaggerated way. If it wasn't for my master's request to keep it a secret, I'd have to make a big deal out of it. Why do you need to say anything about master's level? If you really dare to talk nonsense, let's see if your master smacks you. Hey, I'm just sentimental, so let's go see Master Shifu. Go! Similar conversations take place in different places on LW. Soon, there were quite a few younger generation Longhu Mountain disciples who slipped out of their rooms and rushed in the direction of the main hall. But the situation soon disappointed them. Only to see a young Taoist nun dressed in Taoist robes with a cool temperament standing outside the door of the main hall. She has a slender posture, the whole person in the bright moonlight looks elegant and dusty, together with the absolutely beautiful face, like coming out of the immortal sword cleansing scrolls without a trace of pyrotechnic gas. Looking at the crowd of Longhu Mountain disciples, she looked calm, her voice as cold as a clear winter spring, and said, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping?" Seeing this situation, some disciples immediately shrunk their necks, and after smiling awkwardly, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart before rolling away in a puff of smoke. Some of the bold ones, on the other hand, stiffly went forward and smiled. Uncle Zui, Disciple Me and the others heard the news of the master's return, really admiring in our hearts, and have come to pay our respects. Yeah. Uncle Shifu. We miss master. Right. Uncle Zui, what did master say about the demons under the mountain? Why don't you let us go in and ask? Buzz. Words. That young Taoist nun named Zui had radiant golden light surging around her body, and her entire aura climbed upwards as she said in a calm tone. Want to see master? Can. Those who can take a slap from me without falling will be allowed to go in to see the master. Who wants to go first? The crowd of young disciples were instantly dumbfounded, and a thick flash of awe flashed through their eyes. Obviously, they had an unspeakable psychological shadow over this stunningly beautiful-looking Taoist nun. Ta! Accompanied by Zuoyi's step, they were busy shouting in terror. Senior uncle! We suddenly feel incredibly sleepy. Exactly. You also rest early. Disciple will leave. Looking at the group of gatekeepers who left in a panic, Zui put away the golden light around his body, turned around, pushed open the gate, and walked in. The corners of her mouth rose slightly after seeing the young Taoist who was solemnly offering incense in the main hall, then she walked over with brisk steps. Yi Qingxian, who was busy worshipping the three Taoist Qingxian, glanced at her with his afterglow and did not speak. Zui was the disciple he had taken on when he had not inherited the position of Heavenly Master back then, when he had gambled with the previous Heavenly Master, as well as the only disciple he had so far. There was a deep and pure teacher-student bond between the two, Yi Qingxian thought to himself. When Yi Qingxian finished his worship, Zui stopped behind him, bowed slightly, and said softly, "Master, quite a few of the disciples under the mountain came just now." "The master hears you." Yi Qingxian laughed and said, "This gang of mixed brats, usually practicing kung fu, was not on in the past 2 days to see the master in the mountain to cut down the demons. Know that the heart itch, want to run to kiss the ass. Hey, I will not give them this opportunity." After saying that, he stretched his back and pulled out the flowing Tianchi seal from his bosom. "Don't freeze, reach out." Yi Qingxian raised his hand and 4 illusory demon souls flew out of it, and Zui Yi hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch them. "This is the demon souls that master harvested in the past 2 days." Yi Qingxian said succinctly, "Go and press them all underneath the voodoo hall and use them to warm up the spirit tree on the mountain." Disciple understands. Well, in addition, master will not stay too long when he returns this time, so there is no need to inform those old guys to come over to greet him. Yi Qingxian slowly said. Understood. Zui Yi obediently nodded and asked. Then where is master going next? Do you want disciple to accompany you? If it's to return to Fenghai University of Technology, disciple happens to be somewhat yearning for university life. Yi Qingxian listened silently, and after 2 seconds of silence, he said. Indeed, you're young, it's hard to avoid being a bit bored staying on the mountain all day, but it's the master who has not thought it through well. But master is going to visit White Cloud Temple next, not to go back to school. If you aspire to college life, master can find someone to find a college for you to borrow around Longmu Mountain. How about it? Zoe blinked and said. Master, actually. Disciple suddenly wants to go around the White Cloud Temple. Oh, no. Chapter 30, Going to the White Cloud Temple. Yi Qingxuan's refusal was categorical. Zui Yi appeared not very surprised by this and only sighed with some regret. Seeing this situation, as if he felt that something was wrong, Yi Qingxian smiled helplessly and then added. For the master this time to go to the White Cloud Temple is not to be a guest. You help the master to draw up a letter of condolence in the name of the Heavenly Master's house, for the master to use the name of delivering the letter to go over there. Master is going to mourn the 7th Venerable Master of White Cloud Temple who perished under the tiger demon? Zui Yi was a bit surprised, then his lips pursed slightly as he said. Then, wouldn't it be better to bring along our disciples to show how much we at Longhu Mountain want to do? Her temperament was cool, and now she was putting on this begging-like posture, thinking that it would be hard for anyone in the world to bear to refuse. If the disciples under the mountain see that this unearthly sect elder reveals this kind of little girl attitude, they will definitely be shocked off a piece of their jaws. However, Yi Qingxian did not falter in the slightest, and after casually glancing at it, he calmly said. The next time there is news of a great demon coming out of the world, master will bring you along again. Okay. Zui Yi's eyes lit up, so we have a deal? Yi Qingxian smiled and nodded, then explained. This time, when I went up to the White Cloud Temple, nominally I went to pay my respects, but in reality, I had something to verify for a moment or two. The master estimates that the commotion this time will not be small. The network media are afraid to follow by then, so don't you follow and get involved. Master has something to verify? Zui Yi looked even more surprised. Since the master has always been able to do absolutely not move his mouth, and look at this situation now, obviously go to the dry fight, actually have to be verified before doing anything. It seems that the position of the Heavenly Master is really heavy and it can actually force the master to reason before he fights with people. Zui Yi nodded silently in his mind. As for the commotion in Yi Qingxuan's mouth, after the news bombardment in the past 2 days, she had long gotten used to it. For his own master, once he actually did it, it would be strange if there wasn't a big commotion. It's called the trouble of the strong. If we do it without being sure, others will inevitably say that our Longhu Mountain is acting overbearingly. Although I don't care about it, I can't let the disciples on the mountain also follow and be pointed at, right? Yi Qingxian sighed slightly helplessly and continued. In addition to that, there is another thing. The next period of time, every now and then I guess there will be police officers on the Longfu Mountain for help. You watch and deal with it, help if you can. Tell the disciples of Longhu Mountain that if they want to go down to the mountain to cut down the demons, they can, but they have to practice their kung fu aptitude first. If you run into trouble that you can't even solve, you don't have to be a hero, call master, and he'll come back and solve it himself. Zui Yi nodded gently and said with an upturned tail, understood. Well, go get ready. Yes. Zui Yi's figure quickly disappeared into the great hall. Yi Qingxian was about to go back to his room to rest when his system beep came to his ears. Ding. Temporary mission triggered, punish the scheming badbee monk. I asked the host to expose the scandalous behavior of the White Cloud Temple in public within 3 days, and to make that venerable Master Wu Jin in the White Cloud Temple, who has harmed countless people, receive the punishment he deserves. Rating values will be used for this mission. The higher the rating, the more generous the reward. Rating system? Yi Qingxian raised his eyebrows lightly. This was the first time the system had issued this type of mission. Literally, this mission was divided into two parts. One part was to expose the scandalous behavior of the White Cloud Temple, and the other part was to punish that venerable Master Wu Jin, and by completing one of the two, one should be able to obtain part of the reward. However, since the quest was here, it was really not in line with Yi Qingxuan's style if he did not take the rewards to the fullest. This mentality is as simple as the fact that in some games, you can get most of the rewards by beating 2 stars on a level, but many people still go through the trouble of trying to get 3 stars. Think a little bit about how you're going to accomplish it. After muttering to himself, Yi Qingxian fell into thought as he walked towards the courtyard where he slept. The other side of the web. The matter about the Qinshan tiger demon has basically been finalized. Originally, people on both sides of the fence were still on the same page, but they didn't realize that local officials had updated the fence that afternoon with a newsflash. Thanks to the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain for his help, the tiger demon has been put to death. Below is also attached a photo, is the Qinshan city, all the police officers' collective salute, incidentally at a Longhu Mountain official account. The official downfall, the cover-up. Now no one was saying that the contemporary Heavenly Masters were no good anymore. Instead they all transformed into avid fans and engaged in all sorts of bragging in the comments. Not much more to say. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master is my father is awesome, I will go to the mountain tomorrow to recognize my family. Now you know how to climb relatives? It's too late. Heavenly Master, look at me, I'm your long-lost disciple. This 5 thunder positive technique used is truly comparable to a heavenly disaster. I feel that the contemporary Heavenly Master is already invincible. Heavenly Master, I'm invincible under immortals, 1 for 1 above immortals. While the internet is buzzing, Lin Bingbing of Fenghai City TV station is preparing for another event, the Expose the Scandalous Behavior of the White Cloud Temple. She had heard clearly that day in Wurin village, the words that the demon had said on the verge of death. It was the venerable Master Wu Jin of the White Cloud Temple who had used the skin of a living person to help them take on their form. Such an evil act really shocked Lin Bingbing to the core. If we do not stand up and expose it, it is really a waste of time to be a reporter of Radio 6. Therefore, after recuperating at home for 2 days, she resolutely chose to temporarily resign from her position as the host of the 2nd season of Sealing Dial, and set off for the White Cloud Temple with a video camera in hand. In order not to affect the work of other colleagues, she didn't contact anyone else and only sent some messages to Yi Qingxian for help. The latter, however, seemed to not read cell phone messages for years, so he did not write back to her. Without Taoist Master Yi accompanying me this time, I always feel so insecure. On the high-speed train, looking out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, Lin Bingbing sighed deeply. She could understand about Yi Qingxuan's failure to reply to her. The other party was, in the end, the Taoist Master of Longhu Mountain, and as it concerned the relationship between the two families of Longhu Mountain and Baiyun Temple, he would most likely report the matter directly to the contemporary Heavenly Master. I just don't know what the contemporary Celestial Masters would choose to do with it. Due to the special attributes of the work, Lin Bingbing must always pay attention to the focus of today's social topics. Therefore, she knew that the reputation of Longhu Mountain had reached a heavenly level in the past 2 days. Usually at this time, most smart forces would choose to remain silent for a period of time, lest it backfire and be backfired by the flow. Lin Bingbing felt that if she were a contemporary Heavenly Master, she would most likely also postpone this matter and wait for some time before dealing with it. This is not malicious speculation, it's just routine speculation following formal logic. But I can't wait, Taoist Yi, on behalf of Longhu Mountain, please bless me with a smooth trip. Lin Bingbing sighed in her heart. After all, the purpose of this trip is considered to be against one of the 4 famous temples, Baiyun Temple. She is a reporter of the Central Mon 6, the pressure on her body cannot be said to be heavy. Moreover, if that demon's last words before death are true, her trip can be absolutely fierce. Excuse me, coming through. Just as Lin Bingbing was feeling apprehensive, a familiar young man's voice came from the back, sounding like heavenly music from the former's ears. Lin Bingbing snapped her head back and shouted with great joy after seeing that handsome young man dressed in white Dao robes. Taoist Yi, where are you going? Chapter 31, Venerable Master Wu Jin with a Hidden Agenda. Luonan City, White Cloud Temple. Venerable Master Wu Jin stood in front of the Buddha statue in the center of the main hall, his gaze calmly looking at the tourists coming and going, the string of rather divine Buddha beads in his hand turning one by one. The White Cloud Temple was built in a popular area of the city, and although it is not good for purification and chanting, the incense is so strong that it fills the temple with smoke and fire. At this time the time has not yet arrived at noon. The White Cloud Temple has been a steady stream of incense. To come here to find his incense even in the temple outside the long queue, just look at the flow of people, with the 2 days of the popularity of the Dragon Tiger Mountain then also no less than. A few moments of complacency were born in the hearts of the monks of the White Cloud Monastery. The benefits they received from accepting the incense of the earth in this way were not comparable to those ascetic monks who called themselves masters. Master Gautama. Another incense burner walked into the main hall and after respectfully offering incense, greeted Venerable Master Wojin. Amit Ba. Venerable Wojin folded his hands together and recited a low Buddha's name with a smile on his face, but inwardly, he was not as relaxed as he appeared to be. 2 days ago, he had gotten word that the Longhu mountainside had sent a Taoist priest down to White Cloud Temple to greet him on the grounds of mourning. There was no hiding, and to make himself appear righteous, he volunteered to receive this Lung Fushan Taoist priest himself. For this reason, he choked off the related Buddha bead business in the past 2 days, destroyed those beads with the power of the curse, and found some excuses to urge those old former patrons not to talk nonsense in the future when they encountered people, or else they would lead to the Buddha's chastisement. Even, he used the living vitality that he had accumulated over the years to make his injuries heal quickly. It's just that in doing so, he's lost most of what he's accumulated over the years. Venerable Wuzhen knew deep down that if the other party had really come because of that three-headed toadstool spirit, it would definitely not be simple. If the other party detected the horse's foot, and thus moved to fight, and afterwards the other party was successfully palmed to death by himself, that's fine, but if he was negligent and accidentally allowed the other party to slip away, then the trouble would be big. If he really forced that Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master to come in person, Venerable Master Wujin felt that his 10 lives would not be enough to die. That day's heavenly thunder alone was enough to shatter his golden body. Venerable Wujin understood that the contemporary Heavenly Master's methods were far above his own. Therefore, the only way to treat this Lung Fushan disciple who didn't know the depth of the mountain was to adopt a soft approach. Venerable Master Wujin slowly walked to the door and looked out of the temple. Looking at the temple full of incense, his mood gradually relaxed. That Lung Fushan is not a godly land either. The contemporary Heavenly Master, despite the formidable fighting skills, may not be proficient in the hearts of the people, and he, who hates demons to the bone, will most likely not listen to the slanderous words of a demon, and how will he specifically send someone to White Cloud Temple to find him for proof? Mostly, they are sincere condolences, and you just have to deal with them as you normally would. Who would have thought that the White Cloud Monastery monks, who are usually so kind, would help the demons to take shape and eat people? Venerable Master Wujin smiled faintly and turned around to return to the temple. As long as that Lung Fu Mountain Heavenly Master didn't come, he himself would be in high spirits. Outside the temple, the monk in charge of ringing the bell ascended to the attic, moved the mallet, and the sound of the bell rippled out. Dang! 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 The bells were ringing loudly and resonated throughout the monastery. Yi Qingxian was dressed in a Taoist robe and picked up the steps. Lin Bingbing followed beside him, looking left and right while whispering towards him. Taoist Yi, I really didn't expect that you would come over to White Cloud Temple at this time. Is it because you want to verify plus expose the scandal of White Cloud Temple just like me? You have a system mission too? Yi Qingxian inwardly spat, and lightly smiled on his face, saying, Didn't the poor Taoist tell you that this trip over was to honor the memory of that venerable master of the 7th century who had passed away? Why are you still asking? Lin Bingbing blinked her soulful eyes and laughed heatedly. Taoist Yi, you can't fool me, others haven't spent time with you, others don't understand, but I understand you. You're cynical, you must be here to find that Netflix master, right? Netflix master? It's that venerable master Wu Jinla. Lin Bingbing pulled out her cell phone from her pocket, and after a few clatters, a shivering C homepage appeared on the screen. She handed her cell phone to Yi Qingxian and said, Look, 57 videos were released in more than 3 million followers. For that matter, the poor Taoist has posted a single work with almost 5 million followers. Yi Qingxian casually glanced at it with a confident look on his face. That's true, Taoist Yi, you're the top stream right now. Lin Bingbing put away her cell phone and laughed. How many people have we met along the way who want to take a picture with you? Are you still not used to it? Get used to it, I'm just saying. Yi Qingxian coughed lightly. As a top-notch handsome man in a Taoist robe, not only was he frequently recognized on the high-speed train station, even among the incoming and outgoing incense burners, there were quite a number of people who looked towards his face from time to time. There was no way that the LWH handsome guy with temperament plus crushing looks just had such a turnaround rate. Among them, there are a lot of fairies secretly photographed him and posted it on the internet, not only to add the label secretly photographed, but also attached to the classic text of bad comments I will delete. It really made Yi Qingshuan's scalp tingle. Let's not talk about it, let's get a move on. Yes. Lin Bingbing whirled around and quickened her pace, walking alongside him with a sense of reassurance filling her eyes. Yi Qingshuan's stance was lithe as he kept advancing in the direction of the main hall while looking around as he walked. It's also a good way to get a sense of how the White Cloud Temple operates. It had to be said that after looking down in this circle, Yi Qingxian admired the White Cloud Temple for its ability to gather incense and expand its business. Various kinds of open Buddha beads, name-taking business, incense, and joss oil. The monks often walk up to the various incense burners, enthusiastically selling all kinds of business, and finally reaching out to make fortunes. Yi Qingxian asked himself that he would not be able to do this to this extent. Home Longhu Mountain never like this. The disciples of the door is to do as they wish, to the incense guest to take a road, take a picture has been considered good, even incense money you're trying to give, do not want to give to pull down. It can be said that the White Cloud Temple has all the commercial services that Lung Fushan has, and the White Cloud Temple has what Lung Fushan does not have. The Ha-Man. Yi Qingxian sighed inwardly, and without realizing it, he arrived at the front door of the main hall. Lin Bingbing beside her nervously swallowed and asked cautiously. Taoist Yi, I saw that venerable master Wu Jin, what shall we say? Of course I'm going in to see it. Yi Qingxian laughed lightly and directly picked up the steps to enter. Lin Bingbing looked bright and hurriedly moved her legs to follow in excitement. She smelled big news. As it is, the internet loves to see bloodshed these days. Chapter 32, Venerable Master, don't you want to stay with poor Taoist for dinner? There is excellent lighting throughout the hall, and many incense burners stop here and kneel in front of the Buddha statue to make a wish. Some are seeking children, some are seeking money, and some are praying for a smooth academic journey. In Yi Qingshuan's line of sight, dots of incense floated out from their bodies and quickly disappeared into the statue of Buddha in the center of the hall. At that moment, Venerable Master Wuzhen, who was in the midst of his divine journey to heaven and earth, saw Yi Qingxian, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, and was so energized that he actually took the initiative to walk over. Yi Qingxian was also very facetious as he walked towards the secluded area on the side of the main hall in order to facilitate the conversation between the two. Amat Ba. When he arrived in front of Yi Qingxian, Venerable Master Wuzhen folded his hands together, recited a high Buddha's name, and smiled. I presume that you are the honored guest who came from the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Precisely, Venerable Wu Jin is truly wise. Yi Qingxian looked at him with a smiling face and nodded his head back. Hee, monks are plump and handsome, dressed in Taoist robes, poor monks can tell at a glance that you are extraordinary. Venerable Wu Jin's voice was gentle, I wonder how I should address you? The poor Taoist's surname is Yi. Ah, so it's your master Yi. Venerable Wu Jin revealed a look of surprise, then turned his head to Lin Bingbing who was on the side and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. And this one is? Being suddenly accosted by such a high-ranking monk with a not-so-low status, Lin Bingbing was far from being as relaxed as Yi Qingxian, and instantly became a bit nervous and introduced herself. My name is Lin Bingbing, a friend of Taoist Yi. However, she was at least a reporter by trade, and quickly adjusted her emotions and revealed a professional bright smile, when she winked and then laughed. Mage, I don't suppose you'll mind if I stand aside. Venerable Wu Jin subconsciously looked towards Yi Qingxian. Honestly, he was a bit flustered right now. Standing next to someone at this time and listening to him chatting with Yi Qingxian was just a bit diabolical. However, he saw that Yi Qingxian did not give any indication. His expression was as usual, as if he was in a posture of acquiescence. That being the case, he had no reason to refuse. Since Scholar Yi has no opinion, then naturally, neither does the old lineage. Venerable Wu Jin said. Be my guest, monks. Thank you, mage. Lin Bingbing laughed, and immediately afterward took a step backward, sort of leaving some space for the two to chat. At that moment, Yi Qingxian finally spoke. Venerable Wu Jin. There was a slight smirk in his tone, guess what the poor Taoist is here for this time. Venerable Wu Jin suppressed the annoyance in his heart and folded his hands, his voice gentle. Naturally, the abbot greeted my old lineage 2 days ago, saying that a noble guest from Longhu Mountain had paid a visit, intending to pay tribute to the 7th venerable master who had passed away in our temple. Nice. Yi Qingxian wore a smile on his face as he calmly stared at the other party and slowly said. The poor Taoist has indeed come on this trip to pay tribute to Venerable Master 7, who defied the tiger demon's lechery and stepped forward to help the local police by valuable time. With that, he fished out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Venerable Master Wu Jin, then said, "This is a joint letter of condolence for Venerable Master 7 from the disciples of Longhu Mountain, please accept it." Venerable Wu Jin took the letter and sighed as he took it into his arms with a compassionate expression. 7 times he was alive when the heart of the world, then Qinshan is in trouble, he really cannot ignore, whoever thought. Alas! It's really a pity. Yi Qinshan nodded his head afterward and then asked, "By the way, Venerable Master Wu Jin, the poor Taoist is curious, which is stronger or weaker, your cultivation than that of the 7th Venerable Master? This should be a bit stronger for the old lineage." Venerable Wu Jin mused. "So it is." Yi Qinshan nodded his head slightly, revealing a dazed look, then asked, "That tiger demon wreaked havoc in Qin Mountain, did the Venerable Master not think of stepping in to help? Why is this young Taoist so rude?" Venerable Wu Jin frowned slightly, then quickly stretched and returned, "On that day, my lineage was in seclusion to study the Dharma, so I really had no intention to do anything. So that's what happened, but I was out of line. No harm done." Venerable Wu Jin shook his head, and just as a smile reappeared on his face, he heard Yi Qinshan faintly ask, "I don't think Venerable Gurujin is usually on the internet very much, is he?" Venerable Wu Jin was stunned and nodded his head. "That's right, Buddhism is profound, and I usually only hear some young monks and incense burners talk about today's current affairs." He then laughed again. "But even so, I have heard of your Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's deeds of descending the mountain to slay the tiger demon, and my heart is full of admiration." "Ha, thanks for the compliment, mage." With such words on his lips, Yi Qingshuan's face did not see any joy, his pair of dark eyes still staring at the old monk in front of him, smiling but not laughing. "But mage's news is still closed, the rumors about our Longhu Mountain in the past 2 days are more than just this one." Venerable Wu Jin had a sudden ominous premonition within himself, but he still asked, "I don't know which one of these is what Venerable Yi is talking about? The matter of the Longhu Mountain disciples beheading the 3-headed toad spirit, have the disciples in your sect never mentioned it to you?" Ah! There is indeed such a thing." Venerable Gurujin seemed to have just remembered as he hastily added, "I'm forgetful, so I'm hoping for more from Patron Yi." Looking at this old fox who was pretending to be confused, Yi Qingshuan's tone did not see any impatience, and after saying 2 sentences in a row that it was fine, he suddenly turned his words around and said, "Earlier, when I asked the Venerable Master if he knew what the poor Taoist was doing on this trip, do you remember how you answered? Bad, it's really coming at me." Cold sweat oozed out of Venerable Master Wu Jin's forehead, and he forced himself to laugh. "You have come to pay tribute to our temple's 7th Venerable Master on behalf of Longhu Mountain. Well, but actually you're only half right about that, there's one more thing that the poor Taoist has come here for." As he spoke, Yi Qinshan slowly walked over to Venerable Master Wu Jin while lowering his voice and asked with a cold smile, "Venerable Master Wu Jin, is the living vitality from the toadstool spirit delicious?" "What did you say?" Venerable Master Wu Jin was immediately startled, his eyes wide open. His status in the temple was not low, and now that he was acting erratically, many of the small shamans who were doing odd jobs and the passing incense burners suddenly looked over curiously. "What do you mean by that? What living vitality? I don't understand." Venerable Wu Jin's face was ugly, his eyes fixed and angry at Yi Qingshan, as if the other party had said something greatly disrespectful. Yi Qingshan, however, acted as if he didn't see it and still smiled. "Take it easy, mage, I'm not done yet." "What? Venerable Master, as a Buddhist monk, how can you sell cursed Buddha beads to an incense burner?" Upon hearing this, Venerable Wu Jin blew his beard and eyes out. "Master Yi, I have never sold any Buddha beads, those are all objects sold by other masters in the temple to the incense burners." But just then, before Yi Qingshan could reply, a surprised voice came from behind him. "Master Gurujin, so you're here." A beautiful figure walked quickly from the entrance of the main hall, while opening her mouth regretfully towards Venerable Master Wu Jin. "The string of good luck beads you sold me for me to give to someone else, could you sell me another one?" As the words fell, the anger on Venerable Wu Jin's face gradually stiffened. He hadn't expected the smack in the face to come so quickly. Venerable Master Wu Jin slowly looked at the smiling Yi Qingshan and barely managed to squeeze out a smile as he said, "Scholar Yi, I have to eat too, it's not too much to buy just a Buddha bead, is it?" Yi Qingshan smiled without saying anything. And that pretty shadow also noticed that the atmosphere was not right at this time, and hurriedly asked, "Venerable Gautama, is this a bad time for me to come?" "No, you came at the right time." Yi Qingshan shook his head slightly, looked at the pretty shadow and smiled. "Miss Changzi, we meet again." The visitor was none other than the naturally dull young girl, Changzi, who had given him the cursed Buddha beads on the high-speed train that day. Changzi was also a bit surprised, his mouth slightly open, obviously not expecting to run into this beautiful young man again here. Yi Qingxian turned around and directed his sight towards the green-faced Venerable Master Wuzhen, taking the initiative to speak, and said indifferently, "Venerable Master, it's getting late, it's about to be mealtime, won't you leave the poor Taoist to have a fasting meal?" Chapter 33, The Afterlife Merit and Virtue Supreme Treasure. Baiyun Temple's backyard is spacious, the roof of the green tiles, a redwood beams and pillars in the house stands, placed in each place of the protector of the Vajra statue, for this place to add a few points of killing the solemn flavor. Amidst the curious gazes of the many backyard monks, the most prestigious one at White Cloud Temple, Master Wu Jin, was walking slowly with a young man in a Taoist robe, followed by two outstanding-looking girls who were talking to each other. And what made them feel strange was that the normally extremely cultured Master Wu Jin's face was unsightly at this time, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his face skin was all taut, in an urgent posture as if he was facing a great enemy. On the contrary, that young Taoist had a relaxed and easygoing face, calm and completely unlike a guest who came here as a guest. "Venerable Master, do you still have something you want to say to the poor Taoist?" Yi Qingxian asked calmly. "Scholar Yi." Venerable Wu Jin's throat rolled and his voice was low. "The matter of the cursed Buddha beads was a momentary confusion on my part, and I'm willing to recognize the punishment, but the matter of that toad spirit in your mouth, I really don't know anything about it." "Venerable Master, the poor Taoist still has some Taoist skills." "What do you mean by that?" Yi Qingxian laughed lightly and said lightly, "It means that the poor Taoist's eyesight is called excessive. Not only can unusual demons be seen at a glance, but some unnatural reactions of regular people when they lie can also be seen at a glance." Not waiting for Venerable Master Wu Jin to reply, he continued, "Mage, there is something you may not know." "What?" "That three-headed toad spirit died precisely under the palm of the poor Taoist." Venerable Master Wu Jin's face had turned white. Words to this point, the other party is considered to be basically determined that he is the mastermind, and then more explanations at this time is also a bit pale and powerless. The air was a little silent for a moment. At this time, several people had already walked to the front of the room dedicated to meals. Pushing through the door, several people sat down at the table one after the other. Venerable Master Wu Jin's palm in his sleeve robe was tightly gripping the string of Buddha beads. The beads emitted a faint white light. As long as he had a single thought, the beads would be able to drastically enhance his spells, but when he thought that the other party was able to easily take care of even that three-headed toadstool spirit, he was a bit hesitant at that moment. "Mistress Yi, how did you subdue that three-headed toad spirit?" he asked. The poor Taoist knows a little about the Golden Light Mantra. Venerable Guru Jin was speechless for a moment. "A little knowledge of the Golden Light Mantra? You look like a little cutie to the old man." "What? That toad spirit has 500 years of cultivation, even I may not be able to beat it. If you just know a little bit about the Golden Light Mantra, can you kill 3 heads in a row?" He growled inwardly. Changzi, who was at the side, was shocked to hear these words and could not help but ask Yi Qingxian. "The other day, the one who killed the 3-headed toad spirit was that Longhu Mountain Taoist master as you?" She only thought that it was a reunion of ping pong and that the other party was acquainted with Venerable Master Wu Jin, which was why she followed her. I hadn't thought that the other party was such a famous figure. If her own friends know that the Lungfu Mountain Taoist master was standing in front of the two, but she did not ask for contact information, I am afraid that her intestines are going to repent. "Xiao Chang, you're asking the right person." Lin Bingbing's eyes lit up and added helpfully. "Taoist Yi really showed off his power at that time. 1 punch and 1 toad spirit, that big toad looked appalling, but in the end he didn't even last 2 minutes. Venerable Master Wu Jin's face twitched violently. He stood up and saluted Yi Qingxian, barely smiling. "Mistress Yi, I wonder if you can allow me to get a pot of tea and let's chat over a cup of tea?" "Good thing too." Yi Qingxian nodded casually. He did not only the other party fled, because observing his performance, this Wu Jin venerable master was obviously the kind of character that regarded honor as life. If they let these people of theirs leave peacefully, I'm afraid that they won't be able to sleep well in the future. So, the other side must have gone to ask for reinforcements. In this regard, Yi Qingxian always held a welcoming attitude. Come 1 he fights 1, come 2 he fights a pair, come 10 he directly fights cool. A few moments. After saying this, Venerable Master Wu Jin pushed open the door of the room and left in a hurry. Looking at his departing back, Yi Qingxuan's eyes flickered. Lin Bingbing, on the other hand, was feverishly recounting the circumstances of that day, and also pulled out her cell phone from time to time to show the video to the other party, and the naturally dull teenage girl Chang Zi listened to it with a slight loss of concentration, and even the way she looked at Yi Qingxuan's eyes had changed. Yi Qingxian didn't care about this as he suddenly interrupted towards Lin Bingbing. Ms. Lin, let me confirm that the purpose of your trip is to expose the White Cloud Temple's scandalous behavior in front of the world, correct? Lin Bingbing immediately stopped her narration and responded solemnly. Yes. Very well. Yi Qingxian said, then you can start broadcasting live. Huh? Lin Bingbing was first stunned, then she nodded her head in a hurry. Oh. Okay. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the White Cloud Temple. Looking at Venerable Master Wu Jin, who had hurriedly arrived, the abbot of White Cloud Temple looked surprised and asked. Senior brother, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Venerable Wu Jin took a deep breath and pulled him aside before he anxiously said. It's not good, abbot, that Dragon Tiger Temple's disciple is at the door. It's just a door-to-door visit, why make a fuss? The abbot of the White Cloud Temple frowned lightly and said, he's only here to mourn the 7th anyway, right, so just let him be. Go with him? Abbot, this Taoist priest says he's here to mourn, but in reality, he's here to raise hell on behalf of Longhu Mountain. Venerable Wu Jin snapped. Hinging? Seeing the abbot's confusion, Venerable Wu Jin came to his ear and lowered his voice. This Taoist priest knows all about the cursed Buddha beads and the collusion with the demons. What? The abbot of the White Cloud Temple's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly asked, the Heavenly Master knows about it as well? It should be unknown. Venerable Wu Jin shook his head and calmly analyzed. The contemporary Heavenly Master likes to do everything himself. Even when a tiger demon came out of Qin Mountain 2 days ago, he had to go over and subdue it himself. If he knew about this, I'm afraid he would have come himself, but this time, it's only a young Taoist priest who came. It's that youngster who beheaded the 3-headed toadstool spirit. The abbot of White Cloud Temple weighed his words and asked. So? What do you want to do? Get rid of it. Venerable Master Wu Jin's face was sinister, completely losing his previous image of a gentle high monk as he snapped. If I let him expose those things about me or tell the contemporary Heavenly Master, then our White Cloud Temple's decades-long reputation would be over. The abbot of White Cloud Temple opened his mouth and after 2 seconds of silence, he couldn't help but ask. Then, on the side of Longhu Mountain, how are we going to explain it afterward? It's not simple? Venerable Wu Jin sneered and said. Waiting to kill this Taoist priest, the entire White Cloud Temple united bites as this Taoist priest trouble, we are forced to fight back, anyway, when the death of no evidence, thanks to that Longhu Mountain would not dare to directly turn the other cheek. How can this be? The abbot of White Cloud Temple's face changed wildly. What kind of place do you take Longhu Mountain for? Their disciples had an accident in White Cloud Temple, and you treat them as little cuties. That won't be pursued? Abbot, what do you say then? What do you say I should do then? After a long period of silence, the abbot of White Cloud Temple suddenly spoke. Follow me. After saying that, he walked straight towards the outside of the main hall. Venerable Wu Jin was uncertain, so he just followed. The two of them went all the way to the White Cloud Temple's scripture collection pavilion, walked into the pavilion, and went straight up to the 3rd floor. Just as soon as he came up, Venerable Guru Jin froze on the spot. Only to see the Buddha's light overflowing here, the faint sound of Buddha constantly echoing, a piece of treasure displayed here. Baiyun Temple's centuries-old collection of Buddhist treasures and scriptures are stored here. The abbot of the White Cloud Monastery made his way forward, finally stopping in front of a tattered blouse made from hundreds of scraps of fabric. In Venerable Wu Jin's eyes, a blinding Buddha light overflowed around the worn-out blouse, an amazing power of merit coalesced in it. His pupils shrank. To be able to have this kind of expressive power, it meant that this worn-out blouse was definitely a top-quality meritorious treasure, and could even be called a holy relic of the Buddhist sect. A touch of shock slowly welled up in the bottom of Venerable Wu Jin's eyes as he said. This is Bacchanal? He was impressed with this Buddhist treasure. More than a decade ago, a mega earthquake struck Hakodate, and the local hospital collapsed during the quake, leaving hundreds of expectant mothers and healthcare workers with nowhere to go. The local temple, which has strict rules and regulations, not only took in pregnant women, but also cooked meat in the temple to feed 108 babies, so the women tore off a piece of cloth from the clothes of 108 babies, and together they sewed this 100 cassock garment. The 100 nascent clothes inherited its merit and was just born and was warmed up to become a latter-day merit supreme treasure. The abbot of White Cloud Temple was silent for 10 seconds or so, then he removed this Buddhist treasure and handed it over to Venerable Master Wujin. Venerable Wujin was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this Buddhist treasure in that Luohan temple? How come it's in our White Cloud temple?" "In the name of the vice president of the Buddhist Association, I had that abbot forcefully turn it in." The abbot of White Cloud Temple said indifferently, "If you wear this Buddhist treasure on your body, that Taoist monk will not be able to hurt you, and afterward we will disguise his corpse as an accident falling off a cliff, and then pay this Buddhist treasure to Longhu Mountain. Even if it's the celestial master, there's no reason for him to look for trouble from us again." Amat Ba Buddha. Venerable Wujin was instantly ecstatic and said after shouting a Buddha's name, "Thank you, Abbot." Chapter 34 Monks Confrontation, Taoist Masters Battle. Several monks have been waiting for a long time. The old lineage has returned. A gentle voice came from the doorway, and the Venerable Master Wujin, clad in a bana suit, walked in, carrying a tray of tea utensils, his demeanor restored to its usual composure. And in a corner he hadn't noticed, a small motion camera had long been set up, relaying real-time footage from the room. At this time, the netizens in the relevant live broadcasting room, who were still happy because of Lin Bingbing's opening, became excited when they saw Venerable Master Wujin enter the room. "Holy, what Bing Bing said is actually true. Taoist Yi really came to White Cloud Temple to link up with Venerable Master Wujin. Coming, Master is here. Venerable Master Wujin gave me my name back then. I feel so honored now." Venerable Wujin's reputation in Luonan City isn't lower than Taoist Ye's. It's said that he knows quite a few spells as well, and he can even communicate with Buddha. More than that, I heard from my grandmother that Venerable Wujin even helped cure people in our village when he was young, and can be considered the living bodhisattva of Luonan City. Venerable Master Wujin placed the tea set on the table, his eyes looking towards Yi Qingxian, who was frowning lightly. He smiled and opened his mouth. "Scholar Yi, I have quite a lot of good tea leaves. You're lucky to have a taste of it today." "Really? Then it's really thanks to Venerable Master." Yi Qingxuan's brows stretched and he said with a smile, "The mage looks confident. Could it be that he's gotten some kind of winning spell? Doesn't enlightened Master Yi boast of his superior eyesight? Why do you even ask about this?" Venerable Wujin asked with a gentle smile and some surprise while making tea. "Can't you see? It seems that this 100 diamond coat is not an imitation. No wonder this old thing is crazy up." Yi Qingxian wore a smile on his face as he tapped his fingers on the desktop and slowly said, "For the two things I said earlier, I would like to confirm. The first is that you, Venerable Master, have been privately selling Buddha beads with the power of a curse to incoming and outgoing visitors, causing the beads to eat away at their chi to feed back on you. The second one is that you fornicated with the demonic creatures of Wurin village and skinned a family of 3 in the raw and used them to give form to the 3-headed toad spirit, thus allowing them to wreak havoc on the party. Do you recognize these or not?" At the end of his words, Yi Qingxuan's voice shook like thunder. The air in the room seemed to drop to the freezing point, causing the breathing of Lin Bingbing and Chang Zi to gradually become ragged, not even daring to gasp for air, and the latter's pupils were even trembling, only feeling incredulous. That Buddha bead is a cursed object that devours chi? A high priest of the White Cloud Temple fornicating with a demon? What is all this with what Chang Zi felt like his brain was burning, and his entire body sat on the ground in a duck sitting position, not daring to move a muscle. The live broadcast room even exploded directly. What did Taoist Yi say? Cursed Buddha beads? Fornicating with demons? Skinning people alive? This. Is this true? It can't be. Although Taoist Yi is a disciple of Longhu Mountain, Venerable Master Wujin is also a senior monk of White Cloud Temple. Both are decent and capable people, right? Boy, if this is true, this venerable guru is truly damned. Don't talk nonsense upstairs, maybe it's Taoist Master Yi joking. And in the face of Yi Qingxuan's questioning, Venerable Master Wujin only smiled faintly, his voice gentle as he laughed. Mistress Yi, the door walls of the White Cloud Temple are made in a special way. Even if you shout your throat out, the people outside won't be able to hear you. So you admit it? Yi Qingxuan's tone returned to calm. To this point, this young Taoist priest is still entangled in this kind of thing, really a rash. Venerable Master Wujin felt a bit amused at once, and then nodded his head carelessly. How about admitting it, and how about not admitting it? Monkey, even if I admit to these two things, what can you do next? Want to kill the old lineage? Well, you die. The golden light under Yi Qingxuan's eyes flickered. Venerable Wujin was instantly speechless to the point of giving a laugh and said, Don't you feel overconfident saying such things when it comes down to it? Yi Qingxian lifted his chin slightly in a non-committal manner and turned to say, "One more thing." Venerable Wu Jin only thought that the other party was dying last words, and immediately laughed. "Please speak, schizo." Yi Qingxian slowly said, "The Venerable Master has been in the White Cloud Temple for many years, so I think he has been immersed in Buddhism for many years, and he should have had a good heart to relieve the world. But the Venerable Master has taken a different path. Selling strings of Buddha beads that hurt people at their very core is just that, but also fornicating with demons, killing fellow citizens, and now even trying to take my life. Such behavior, not to mention the Buddhists, even human can hardly be worthy of it. Isn't there any shame in it? Doesn't the Venerable Master have palpitations of shame when he faces a room full of Buddhist sounds and statues every day? Ha ha, old lineage when you are about to say something." Venerable Wu Jin laughed out loud. "It's just a clay statue made of dead things. You and I are both cultivators. We should understand that there is no true bodhisattva in this temple, much less a true Buddha." "Indeed." Yi Qingxian nodded. Immediately afterward he slowly got up, stretched, and spoke again. "It seems that the Venerable Master can't listen to reason in that case. The poor Taoist is also slightly versed in fisticuffs. Mage, do you have any last words before you do?" Chapter 35, Positively Positive. After hearing the conversation between Yi Qingxian and Venerable Master Wu Jin, the netizens in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded at first. "Did I hear correctly? Is this a directed mission from Venerable Wu Jin?" "You heard right, I can't believe it either. This Venerable Gu Jin is actually such scum. Ooh, I was given my name by Venerable Master Wu Jin, and I feel so humiliated right now. Is this ing linkage? Why do I get the feeling this is going to be a fight soon? +1. Taoist Master Yi is standing up. You guys are listening to this, meaning that a fight is about to start. Taoist Yi. Dry crush this bald donkey. I want to see blood flowing. That is. Take it out on the fathers and mothers of Wu Rin village." The pop-ups on the public screen continued to jump. The netizens' mood gradually became indignant. They never dreamed that the outwardly moralistic Venerable Master Wu Jin was actually such scum. The Venerable Gautama himself, on the other hand, was still oblivious to this. If he had learned that his reputation, which he regarded as his life, had collapsed at this moment, he would not have been as calm as he was at the moment. After hearing Yi Qingxuan's final inquiry, Venerable Master Wu Jin clasped his hands together, followed by getting up, and with a slightly smiling gaze, he looked at the two people behind Yi Qingxian, Lin Bingbing and Chang Zi, and said, "Shouldn't I let the old lineage ask this? Monkey, before making your move, won't you let these two female monks leave first?" Chang Zi's eyes widened at once. She was just a college girl with a little money. How did she suddenly get involved in this kind of dispute? I. She stammered, hesitant to say, "I'm going out." "Does it make a difference if they leave or not?" Yi Qingxian asked. "If the poor Taoist died, would you let them walk out of this temple?" Chang Zi looked violently at Venerable Gojin, his eyes incredulous. The latter's gentle smile gradually turned grim as he slowly shook his head. "Naturally not." Done. Chang Zi's heart turned to dust at once. She looked helplessly at Lin Bingbing beside her, but was dismayed to find that Lin Bingbing not only looked as normal, her eyes were even a little excited? "Aren't you even afraid?" Chang Zi dully passed her a look. Lin Bingbing quickly noticed her eyes and immediately returned a look of excitement that said, "Let's watch Taoist Master Yi perform." Chang Zi did not know why, but only obeyed and looked towards Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh and chanted softly under his breath. "Heaven and earth Xuanzong, the root of all air, extensive training for hundreds of millions of years, to prove my divine power, the three worlds inside and outside, but the Tao is the only one, the body has a golden light, overlaying my body. See no evil, hear no evil. Encompassing heaven and earth, it nourishes all living beings. Having been practiced 10,000 times, the body has a bright light. Servant of the three worlds, welcomed by the five emperors. All the gods are facing the rights, and they are serving the thunder, the ghosts and demons are losing their courage, the spirits and monsters are losing their forms, there are thunderbolts inside, the god of thunder is hiding his name, the whole and wisdom are intertwined, and the five airs are flourishing. The golden light appears quickly, covering and protecting the real person. Buzz. Accompanied by Yi Qingxuan's constant voice, a bright and dazzling golden light gradually appeared around him. Seeing this, Venerable Wu Jin knew that Yi Qingxian was going to get real. His eyes pursed slightly, and he finally changed his face, his voice grimly drinking. Kid, coming to the White Cloud Temple alone and trying to ruin the 100-year reputation of Lao Di in the White Cloud Temple, how dare you? After he said that, he shook the tea light, and the tea light dripped and broke through the air. Yi Qingxian casually grabbed the edge of the table and directly lifted it up, smashing it straight through. Boo! The flying wooden table crashed into the tea light, but when it was about to hit Venerable Master Wu Jin, the latter's half-open, half-closed eyes suddenly opened, golden Buddha light emerged from the surface of his body, and the wooden table instantly exploded into flying debris all over the sky. Scholar Yi, if you want to destroy the White Cloud Temple in Lao Di, you can't do it, let the current generation of heavenly masters come. Venerable Master Wu Jin shouted loudly. His body was filled with Buddha's light, and his entire figure was clearly not drawn up, but he suddenly possessed a majestic aura like a furious Vajra. He stepped on the ground and ran straight towards Yi Qingxian, his voice high. I've long heard that the golden light mantra of Longhu Mountain is unique in the world, so let my old lineage get a taste of it today. He launched out his palm and a huge golden palm print appeared out of thin air, coming towards Yi Qingxian's face. Yi Qingxian sank his waist in place, twisted his body, and unceremoniously delivered a punch. Boom! As soon as the golden fist and the palm print came into contact, a shocking sound erupted, and overwhelming waves of air swept out. Venerable Master Wu Jin thumped backwards several steps one after another, looking at Yi Qingxian who stood still, not moving at all. He lost his voice in some shock. To be able to practice the golden light mantra to this extent, you're actually not even named Zhen? What responded to him was a flash of golden light that came at great speed. When? The bullets like golden light struck the Venerable Master Wu Jin's body's bana clothes, and it actually resounded with a crisp sound of golden iron, knocking his figure directly backward by several steps. It's just too strong to do me any harm. After stabilizing his stance, Venerable Wu Jin couldn't help but feel happy inwardly. This Bacchus is really a treasure. Whoosh! On the opposite side of him, Yi Qingxuan's body at the moment was covered with a golden light spot the size of a grain of bean, which was precisely what the golden light mantra was transformed into, and as soon as he lifted his hand, the golden light spots flew in like rain. Dang! 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 Amidst the intensive sounds of gold and iron clashing, Venerable Master Wu Jin's figure kept falling back, and although he was a bit stifled, he couldn't stop his tone from being smug. Cultivator Yi, save your strength. You can't break this merit supreme treasure. Yes? Yi Qingxian laughed coldly, his face did not change, the golden light was still wrapped around his body, it just stopped the behavior of the condensed points of light. The merit supreme treasure on the other side was indeed a bit troublesome, but one was not without means. There's nothing that can't be solved by one heavenly thunder, and if there is, then two. Dark clouds gradually churning and converging on the sky. Yi Qingxian did not want to use the thunder law for the time being. After all, this merit supreme treasure on the other party's body was hard to come by, even he had heard about it, and the value and affection carried on it was said to be precious. It would be a shame to just destroy it. Think of some other methods to try, and when it really doesn't work, then consider casting heavenly thunder. Yi Qingxuan's mind was racing with thoughts. Venerable Wu Jin did not know what was in Yi Qingxuan's mind, but when he saw that he had stopped condensing golden points of light, Venerable Wu Jin assumed that he had an opening, and immediately his heart rejoiced as he chanted loudly. Amat Ba Buddha. The Buddha has a compassionate heart as well as a Vajra wrath. As soon as the words fell, a 2 to 3 foot Vajra Buddha statue suddenly emerged behind him, stepping towards Yi Qingxian and swinging out with a fist. The Vajra statue behind him followed the movement, and the gigantic fist poured in gold slammed down. Phew! As the wind of the powerful fist brushed against his face, Yi Qingxuan's eyes flickered and his sight landed on the pannier jacket, and his thoughts were instantly enlightened. Merit Buddha treasure have spirituality, although not up to the degree of communication, but the Buddha's self-manifestation, other dare not say, purify the grievances of the people who are haunted by such a simple thing to ward off evil is able to do. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxuan's figure advanced instead of retreated, dazzling lightning surfaced from his palm, and then he met it with a palm. Boom! The golden Buddha statue's powerful punch shook the golden light around Yi Qingxuan's body slightly, while Venerable Wu Jin's figure directly crashed through the door panel and flew into the courtyard, his feet scraping the ground and sliding dozens of feet before he managed to stop his figure. Only to see the electric light flashing on Venerable Master Wu Jin's body, but the whole person did not suffer any great damage, and he looked surprised. The 5 Thunder Laws of the Heavenly Master's Palace. Cultivator Yi, your position in the Heavenly Master's Palace is not low. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh and did not reply. At this time, none of the monks who were previously busy in the entire backyard could be seen, and were obviously all called elsewhere. Do you have any other means? Venerable Wu Jin straightened up and asked indifferently, if there are more, feel free to use them, I will accept them all today. A smirk welled up under Yi Qingshuan's eyes, and in Venerable Master Wu Zhen's haughty eyes, he actually directly withdrew the golden light incantation, and casually said with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Venerable, this coat of 100 diamonds of yours will help you withstand damage. Will it help you block out the spirits of the wronged? Question mark. Venerable Guru frowned at his handsome face. Isn't this Buddha treasure just an effect to resist damage? What else does it do? Seal off the spirits? Without waiting for Venerable Master Wu Zhen to figure it out, Yi Qingxian then laughed. That string of Buddha beads you've been pinching all day, it's got a lot of living souls hidden inside, doesn't it? It's not true that this Buddha bead can warm your flesh, but if the bead breaks, and the countless wrong souls blocked in it rush out of the bead, old bald ass, you're so close at hand that you can't run away? Chapter 36, A Punch That Shatters a Vajra Statue. What kind of monster is this? Words. Venerable Master Wu Zhen's face changed and he hurriedly looked down, and he saw that the string of Buddha beads he was holding was now dull and even covered with cracks. Only then did he realize that Yi Qingshuan's previous slap was directed at his Buddha bead. Vertical son, how dare you? Venerable Wu Zhen's face was ugly. Bang! In the next second, the Buddha bead in his hand shattered completely, and countless illusory souls flew out from it, emitting gusts of mournful sounds, and without hesitation, they pounced on Venerable Master Wu Zhen, who was close at hand. No good. Venerable Wu Zhen's face changed drastically, and just as he was about to activate the Vajra statue behind him, he felt the 100 diamond clothes on his body suddenly burn like a blazing fire. Buzz! Gusts of Buddhist sounds floated out from above the Bana clothes, and the Buddha's light appeared. The light grew brighter and brighter, and Venerable Master Wu Zhen felt his body getting hotter and hotter. This treasure of merit and virtue unexpectedly began to automatically purify the evil people who were haunted by unjust souls. The sound of Buddha purifies the soul and the light of Buddha purifies the body. Ah! Miserable screams drifted out from Venerable Master Gozhen's mouth as he was burned to the point where his divine soul trembled, and his body was ablaze with clearly visible flames. The sharp pain caused his figure to twist right up. But after all, he was a senior monk who had been practicing for many years, and after a few seconds of screaming, Venerable Master Wu Zhen actually endured the severe pain, and yanked on the cassock on his body, and then tore it off hard. Phew! As the 100 diamond clothes left his body, Venerable Master Wu Zhen immediately breathed a long sigh of relief, but before he could catch his breath again, his afterglow glimpsed the figure of that young Taoist. He craned his head to look. Brilliant golden light instantly surged forth, and what was introduced to the eyes was the young Taoist's black eyes that were devoid of the slightest bit of emotion. Gotcha! The young Taoist's voice was cold. Venerable Wu Zhen's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but shiver. His heart was shocked and fearful, so he hurriedly shouted. The old lineage knows it's wrong. Taoist master, spare my life. But let him shout. Yi Qingxian, who was close by, had already pulled his arms apart. The entire person's aura climbed rapidly. As a senior monk of Hakusha, he colluded with demons, brutalized his compatriots, and had no remorse in his heart. Decades of Buddhist scriptures have been read into a dog's stomach. Such scum do not deserve to live. In the face of the terrifying sense of oppression Yi Qingxian brought, Venerable Master Wu Zhen could hardly contain the fear rising in his heart and hurriedly shouted out. My Buddha is merciful. Buzz! The tall statue of Vajra Buddha instantly emerged behind him, and with a flash of light, the two instantly fused into one, looking indestructible. Venerable Wu Zhen sighed in relief. He had cultivated this Vajra statue for half his life, and its sturdiness was unparalleled. The opponent's age was not more than 20 at full count, and even if he started practicing from a young age, he could not have the ability to blast through his own Vajra statue. It works! As long as he resisted this punch, he would be able to escape from the backyard, and in public, he would understand that the other party would not dare to kill him. Facing the huge Vajra statue in front of him, Yi Qingxian turned a blind eye to it and simply handed out a fist. Boom! In Venerable Master Wu Zhen's terrified expression, the punch solidly blasted into the chest of the Vajra statue, the terrifying force instantly bursting out, and the huge Vajra statue shattered with a loud bang. As for the internally wrapped Venerable Master Wu Zhen, his figure was also smashed by this punch like a full moon bending bow, flying out with a loud bang and smashing heavily into the crumbling wall. Put! Venerable Master Wu Zhen threw his head back and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock, his light quickly dissipated, and his entire aura shriveled up. One punch must kill. Yi Qingxian withdrew his palm flatly. Lin Bingbing and Chang Zi, who were on the side, were dumbfounded as their eyes glowed. The netizens in the live stream were also horrified. Meanwhile, outside the gate of the backyard of the White Cloud Temple. The abbot of White Cloud Temple is pacing back and forth here. He frowned, looking at the sky over the courtyard every now and then. Almost half an hour had passed since he had evacuated the monks elsewhere to make room for Venerable Master Wujin. He even cast a few small sound isolation spells to act as an insurance policy in order to prevent the incomers outside the courtyard from hearing the strange noises. But until now, his own senior brother still hadn't shown the slightest sign of coming out. This made the abbot of the White Cloud Temple a little worried. Could it be that you missed? He stopped and muttered. It shouldn't be, senior brother, his Tao is the strongest in the White Cloud Temple, and there is also the supreme treasure of the 100 diamond clothes to protect his body, and he set out to say such declarations as he will win. The opponent is just a junior from Longhu Mountain, how could he miss? Could it be that a change has occurred that has caused him to drag his feet? Squeak! Just then, the door to the backyard was suddenly pushed open from the inside. The abbot of the White Cloud Temple heaved a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward. Elder brother, why did you delay until now? The word solution was stuck in his throat, because what appeared in front of him was not the familiar Venerable Master Wujin, but a handsome young Taoist. The moment he saw the Taoist, the abbot of White Cloud Temple's breathing stopped almost instantly. He realized something at once. The self-same brother won't be around much longer. Also, the White Cloud Temple is going to be finished. As for why he was so certain, it was because as the abbot of White Cloud Temple, he knew the identity of the young Taoist in front of him. The other party was the leader of the Orthodox Church, and he was the vice president of the Buddhist Association, so it would be strange if he didn't know. The abbot of the White Cloud Temple felt his brain trembling as he opened his mouth with difficulty and squeezed out a voice from his throat. How is it that you have come in person? Yi Qingxian did not reply, only looking at him with calm eyes. The abbot of the White Cloud Temple's heart was thumping furiously, resounding in his ears like the beat of a drum, and it seemed as if all the blood in his body had stopped flowing at this moment. No wonder Senior stayed so long and didn't come out. Rather, it would be better to say that when he encountered the contemporary Heavenly Master, it was really thanks to him that he could hold out for so long. Abbot! Yi Qingxian spoke. Hey! The abbot of White Cloud Temple squeezed a smile on his face and said, You said. Take care of your own affairs. Yi Qingxuan's voice was indifferent, and then he walked straight past the abbot of the White Cloud Temple, leaving the latter standing in place with a terrified expression, his body shaking like a sieve. Immediately afterward, two young girls walked out from the courtyard, and the camera-wielding girl among them quickly followed the young Taoist after angrily glaring at the abbot of the White Cloud Temple. The other sweet-looking young girl, whose demeanor looked somewhat intelligent, pursed her lips slightly, and then also followed the two to leave. Taoist Yi, we're just leaving? Walking out of the backyard, Lin Bingbing lowered her voice and asked with some reluctance. And what else? This. At least warn them? Hearing Lin Bingbing ask this, Yi Qingxian gave her a somewhat strange look and asked in return. Poor Tao has already called the police, also reported to the leadership of the State Security Bureau, next go back and wait to see the news bulletin is not on the line? Say yes. Chapter 37 Obtaining a Divine Grade Talisman. With the matter settled, the group was ready to leave the White Cloud Temple. Just after leaving the monastery, Yi Qingxuan's ears rang with the system's beep. Ding! Temporary mission completed, rated S, evaluating rewards. Reward, Great Seal Talisman Xiaoshi for you Talisman, Divination Talisman Tianji Duyin Talisman. A talisman? Yi Qingxuan's expression was slightly surprised. This was the first time that the system had rewarded something other than a divine ability technique. Longhu Mountain was a great school of talismans, and although he hadn't immersed himself much in this area, he still had some understanding. This was the first time he had heard the names of these two talismans. Yi Qingxian then checked the effects of its two talismans. This was not to be seen, but at first glance, with his insight he was a little startled. Small stone for a mountain talisman. By casting this talisman, a nail-sized stone can be instantly switched into a majestic mountain of hundreds of feet, with the ability to suppress and seal. Evaluation, a great sealing talisman that contains a strong suppression power. If it is used to suppress regular brats, it will inevitably be a bit of a waste. Celestial Chance Projection Talisman, a large amount of relevant information can be projected through a small amount of media. In addition, by carrying this talisman on one's body, the bearer will possess a strong counter-projecting power. Boy, the powerful means have increased again. Yi Qingxian nodded silently in his heart. He then envisioned the scene of using the talisman in his mind. Small stone for you fu, he temporarily cannot be used. After all, can so far encountered demons and evils can be forcefully pumped to death by his power brick fly. There is no need to seal down, to the future generations of people feudal trouble. And the heavenly chance deduction talisman was a good solution to his shortcoming of not being able to track demons and evils from a long distance. Although it was disposable, it was much better to have it than not having it. After figuring out these 2 points, Yi Qingxian casually put away the system panel. At this time, Lin Bingbing closed the live broadcast and asked curiously towards him. By the way, Taoist Yi, I see that monk punched you out a long way just now. Are you injured? No harm done, that monk didn't even break poverty's defense. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh, and without waiting for Lin Bingbing to continue asking questions, he then asked. Poor Taoist is ready to go back to the CLC next. It's not a good idea to take leave all the time. What do you two plan to do next? I'm going back to Feng Hai as well. I'm going to make the relevant report tonight so that everyone recognizes the true face of White Cloud Temple. Lin Bingbing returned without thinking. Looking at her expression, she was obviously furious by what she had seen and heard today, and tonight would more than likely be a sleepless night of all-night overtime. On the side, Chang Zi's eyes twinkled. As a female college student in Luonan City, she has some knowledge of Taoist mythology because her friends around her love Taoist culture, but it all stays at a superficial level. After all, this was the information age, and she didn't think those so-called strange arts existed in the world. But the light of the party made her become a little skeptical. Although Chang Zi did not know Yi Qingxuan's exact identity, just looking at the light just now was enough to shock her. There actually is such a godlike figure in this world. If that friend of his were to see this, he would be afraid that he would have to cry and beg on the spot to be a teacher. Moreover, from that venerable Master Wu Jin's words, it could be heard that if it wasn't for Yi Qingxuan's presence today, she was afraid that she would have to spend a large sum of money again and then buy a cursed Buddha bead to go back happily, being victimized without even knowing it. At worst, you might even die here. With this thought in his heart, Chang Zi's heart beat faster as he replied softly. I was out of school on vacation today, so I'm going back next, this. Taoist Yi. She paused for a moment and looked at Yi Qingxuan's impeccably handsome face and then asked. My name is Chang Zi, thank you for that day on the high-speed train, and today, can I ask your full name? Yi Qingxian. Thanks a lot. Chang Zi's eyes brightened a few more points. Then can I leave your contact information again? I want to find a chance to repay you afterward. Don't bother. Yi Qingxian shook his head and said indifferently, if you want to thank me, when you are free, just bring your family and friends to Longmu Mountain to burn incense. Well, that's fine then. With that on her lips, Chang Zi's sweet little face looked unusually dejected. It was the first time she had encountered this kind of looks and personality of her peers that made her a little heartbroken, and she had not thought that she could not even ask for contact information. Slightly understand the feelings of those boys when they were rejected by me. Chang Zi deflated inside slightly. But after a brief moment of frustration, she quickly perked up. Isn't it Lung Fu Shan? When we go back, we will pester our own father to throw a small target on the travel program of Longhu Mountain, and we don't believe that we can't even ask for the phone number of a Taoist priest on the mountain. At the thought, Chang Zi's eyes brightened anew, and her small hands fisted in front of her body to cheer herself up. Poor child, charmed to death by Taoist Yi. Lin Bingbing glanced at this little beauty with natural dullness attributes and inwardly sighed. Even though she also admired Yi Qingxian in her heart, that was all. And at the same time Yi Qingxian returned to the sealed sea. On the other side of the internet, the video of the fight between him and Venerable Master Gojin was spreading rapidly. What did I see? Lungfu Mountain Taoist priests are fighting against White Cloud Temple monks? Looks like I really should be sleeping. Upstairs, you read it right, I was in the live broadcast at the time. This is the real thing that happened this morning at the White Cloud Temple. That Baiyun Temple monk is an insidious bastard. Taoist Yi is doing justice for heaven. I'll be damned. You smothered a statue of Vajra that big with one punch? This Taoist master is too fierce. Isn't this Master Wu Jin of the White Cloud Temple? What the hell is going on? The Grand Master won't be killed by this punch from the Taoist master, will he? I seem to be like that melon field that can't eat melons now, Badger. Me too. After watching the footage, netizens have been posting their opinions in the comments section, and many of them are baffled. Because although Lin Bingbing had a large amount of fans, that live broadcast in the morning happened suddenly without any advance notice, so there were only a handful of 200,000 or so viewers in the live broadcast room at that time. Luckily for netizens, the confusion didn't last long, as Lin Bingbing's shaky C account was quickly updated with the video in question. In the video, she recounts in detail what she experienced at the White Cloud Temple, especially when it comes to Venerable Master Wu Jin confessing to the crime. She directly gnashes her teeth and is simply furious. To know, Wanxia existing capable person was not much, which also emerged as such tumor, not helped to solve the recovery of the spiritual ghosts and monsters even if, but also in turn colluded together, mutilation of compatriots, is really hateful to the extreme. Traitors, at all times, are the most detestable. And after learning the ins and outs of the matter, netizens are also furious, originally could not find the direction of the anger all toward the White Cloud Temple to vent out. Damn old bald ass. It turns out that you had a hand in the toadstool spirit's cannibalism some time ago, it's true damnation. No wonder when I went over to the White Cloud Temple this afternoon, the gates of the temple were seized by the national security, so that's what happened. There's no need to get angry, everyone, this asshole has already been swung to death in the morning by Taoist Master Yi of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At Longhu Mountain Taoist Master Yi. Ah. Then Taoist Master Yi won't go to jail for killing someone, right? Jail? The parties involved didn't say anything, give Taoist Yi a 2-minute ban to mean it. Ha 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 ha. Well said. I feel the same way. Chapter 38 The Dumbfounded Buddhist Association. The debate on the internet grew more heated. On the other hand, the National Security Department that received Yi Qingxuan's report arrived at the scene at the first time and cooperated with the local police to launch an investigation. The monks who were aware of the situation were controlled at the first opportunity, and that abbot of the White Cloud Temple, fearing the pursuit of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, confessed to the crimes of the venerable Master Wu Jin. This news caused an immediate uproar. The White Cloud Monastery, along with the entire Buddhist Association, was thoroughly investigated by the NSA. But with that came the pressure to descend. 2 days later, early in the morning, 3 old monks in robes arrived at the headquarters of the National Security Bureau. After learning that the other party was the president and several vice presidents of the Buddhist Association, and that they had come here to prosecute the contemporary heavenly master of Lung Fu Shan, the State Security Bureau assigned the matter to the person in charge of the Central Plains area, Qin Shangjin. It was that old national security leader who admired you, Yi Qingxian, Elder Qin. Inside a conference room at the headquarters of the National Security Bureau, Qin Lao was sitting at the table, with 2 real warriors standing behind him, and he was calmly asking questions to the 3 old monks in front of him. 3 masters, what is the purpose of your visit from afar? Amit Bab Buddha. The old monk at the head of the group was the first to speak, his voice low. Poor monk is the president of the Buddhist Association, Dharma naming Kong. This time I came to report the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, who indiscriminately kills innocents and strikes out with impunity, seriously disturbing the Taoist sect's morale. So it's Venerable Ing Kong. Elder Qin nodded slightly and said indifferently. I remember trying to get in touch with you some time ago when there was a tiger demon infesting the area of Qin Mountain, but it turned out to be nothing, and you thanked all the warriors who came to invite you outside the temple. The poor monk was physically ill at the time and was really unable to go out. Understood. Elder Qin laughed and continued, anyway, the tiger demon has already been decapitated by the heavenly master, so you continue. Venerable Ing Kong was momentarily speechless, then said with an ugly face, Bureau Qin, you can't favor the heavenly master in this matter just because he helped you once. Of course not, you go on, how did the heavenly master, he killed innocents indiscriminately and disturbed the atmosphere. Venerable Ing Kong snorted coldly before questioning angrily. He brazenly struck out at the White Cloud Temple this time, directly beheading one of my Buddhist sect's senior monks on the spot in front of millions of civilians. Isn't this an indiscriminate killing of innocents? Still playing the role of an ordinary Longhu Mountain disciple, humph, others don't know that he's a Longhu Mountain heavenly master, but don't the poor monks and a few others know that? His behavior like this is tantamount to declaring war on my Buddhist sect on behalf of the Zhangyi sect. What does it mean in these peaceful times? Think about it, Qin Bureau. Venerable Ing Kong. Elder Qin's eyes were playful. You have to be careful with your words. That so-called high monk that the heavenly master, his elder, beheaded was a traitor who colluded with the demons, and you're saying that it was a high monk of your Buddhist sect? Venerable Ing Kong's face changed slightly, but he still said without hesitation. Even if he colludes with demons, that should be left to my Buddhist sect to deal with, and he's disrupting the atmosphere by making such an unauthorized move. He's only a heavenly master of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, not a heavenly master of our Buddhist sect. Looking at the angry 3 old monks, Elder Qin tapped his fingers on the desktop and slowly returned. I probably understand what a few of you are saying. What would you like to do if I say that the Divine Master did indeed overstep his bounds in this matter? Nullify his cultivation. Venerable Ing Kong's face was livid and he did not hesitate. That's right. Waste his meridians, at least make it so that he can't perform the golden light mantra for the rest of his life. The other two monks followed and clamored. Words. Xinlao's face twitched slightly, his palms slowly clenching. He really didn't expect that these old bald asses could be so shameless. Yi Qingxian everywhere disregarded the reverence of his own status. Right now he personally went down to the mountain to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. This time he even made a move that was considered to be helping to remove a poisonous thorn from the Buddhist sect. Such behavior, in exchange for the other party could not say thank you, even if it is, actually think of abolishing his cultivation? Not to mention anything else, but in the future, if there is another great demon that cannot be dealt with, who is going to solve it? The lives of the Hakusha warriors, or these three old vultures in front of us who are making a big deal out of it? Damn, three assholes, do not dare to go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain to ask for the crime, ran to me to sell their mouths. Xinlao bit his back teeth, his face gradually became gloomy, and he said word by word. This time, the incident has already been capped by the above, and the Heavenly Master, who struck out in front of many netizens, has no problem with it. He paused for a moment, and his gaze went to the beard-blowing Venerable Inkong as he said in a cold voice. The only problem, if you insist, is that it will make those Buddhist sect members with ghosts in their hearts fidgety, fearing that they will be next. Upon hearing this, Venerable Inkong's eyes widened, and just as he was about to retort, he heard Elder Qin continue. A few of you, if you keep messing around, don't blame the NSA for evicting you. Then shouldn't he be punished for exposing his means in front of so many people? Another old monk asked unwillingly. The area of spiritual recovery is expanding, not only Hakusha, all the countries in the world are starting to have movements. This matter can't be hidden for long even if it is concealed. The Heavenly Master standing out at this time can instead appease the hearts of the people. It can also deter the remaining countries. Hearing this from Elder Qin, the three old monks' faces changed color, and in the end, they couldn't say a word. They had to admit that the other side had a point. The situation at hand is tantamount to holding the contemporary Celestial Master on the fire, and as long as there is one miss, then most likely what will greet him is not encouragement and understanding, but death and ridicule. After figuring this out, they were instantly balanced in their hearts. After a long moment of silence, Venerable Inkong asked about another matter. That 100-diamond garment from the Rakshasa temple, which had been kept in the White Cloud temple, is now missing. Was it taken away by the Celestial Master? If that's the case, we hope that he will return it to us. This is after all the greatest treasure of our Buddhist sect. An old monk followed and spoke, his face unkind. Ah, Bacchanal, I forgot if you guys didn't tell me. Elder Qin revealed a dazed look, then took out an unopened letter from the drawer and handed it to the three men. This was given to me by the Celestial Master, with instructions to give this letter to you if you ask about the Bacchae. An old monk snorted coldly. It wouldn't be an IOU for borrowing the centurion, would it? That won't do. Open it up and see if you don't. Venerable Inkong took the envelope, opened it in 3 tries, took out the letter paper from it, and proceeded to unfold it. The 2 old monks beside him hastily leaned over, and their 3 lines of sight fell on the letter paper at the same time. The handwriting on the letterhead is atmospheric and quite succinct. The roll. The 3 people's expressions became wonderful all of a sudden. Chapter 39, A Strange Death. Fenghai City, Fenghai University of Technology. Inside the lecture hall. Yi Qingxian was sitting in his seat, propping up his chin while his head was empty. It had been 4 or 5 days since he had returned from the White Cloud Temple. Now he has become a celebrity of Fenghai University of Technology. After all, it was the most recent traffic figure. All kinds of awesome and coaxing divine tactics would be used, and it was also the same school as his own, so it was a very normal thing that the young students would feel shocked, and thus run to gather around. Aside from some little fairies who were extremely confident in their looks and would strike up conversations out of place, Yi Qingxuan's daily life had not been affected too much. If I may say so, it was the teachers who gave him lessons that had all become polite. Yi Qingxuan's counselor didn't even dare to ask him why he took so many days off a while ago. Kidding aside, being invited away by the National Security Brigade and showing off his power in the live webcast afterwards, even the dumbest person would know that Yi Qingxian was not simple. If this can say a few more words, it will be one's network in that world later. Thoughts returned to the present. Yi Qingxian did not care about his classmates outside the door who peeked at him from time to time, and after another 5 minutes of meaningless days, he slowly came back to his senses. Days is a necessity of everyday life for everyone. At that moment, 2 friends beside him struck up a conversation with him. Brother Yi. Lu Feng, still wearing that secondary pain suit, hemmed and hawed. In the past 2 days since you came back, Wang Sang and I have really been asking for cell phone messages. Indeed. The tall Wang Shu nodded his head along, quite emotional. Yesterday when I went back to the dormitory with Brother Yi, there were still girls looking for me to ask for green bubbles. Really? Brother Yi is right next to you and people can actually look at you? Lu Feng looked at him in shock. Het, dude is tall and his looks are still bored, isn't it normal to have girls like him? Uncle Wang returned with disdain. I still can't believe. Lu Feng, not everyone is as addicted to the secondary world as you are. As if he was proving himself, Wang Shu said perkily, by the same token, not every girl likes a handsome guy of yes type. Oh, then why do people keep asking about Yi in their chats with you? Wang Sang, you still say you're not a dog licker. When the did you touch my phone away? Wang Shu became furious and immediately fought with Lu Feng for his cell phone. Yi Qingxian silently chose to sit a little further away. Just then, most of the boys in the classroom raised their heads in unison and looked towards the doorway of the classroom, while those who didn't raise their heads also followed under the reminder of their companions beside them, followed by a stunning backward intake of breath. Only at the entrance of the classroom, a cold-looking, tall, black-haired beauty walked in, and just the sight of her gave people a feeling of lightening up. Feng Hai University of Technology, the department flower of the Forensic Medicine Department, Feng Jingyao. Feng Jingyao's eyes swept across the room and quickly locked onto Yi Qingxian in the back row. Immediately afterward, in the envious gazes of the surrounding boys, this beautiful young girl with the attribute of being 3 less sat down on the seat beside Yi Qingxian, smoothly lifting her hair behind her ears, revealing her snow-white and delicate neck. As soon as she sat down, Lu Feng and Wang Shu, who were arguing on the side, quickly quieted down, and the two of them looked at me and I looked at you, and both of them could see the laughter in each other's eyes. It is also strange, the Forensic Science Department of Feng's sister has always treated people cold, not to mention the opposite sex, even the same-sex friends are not a few. In addition, it is also known as the new generation of talented forensic pathologists in Fenghai City. Such an excellent school sister, favoring Yi obsessed to death, really infatuation ah. Lu Feng sighed inwardly. He then passed Wang Shu a sure enough, here it comes look. Wang Shu on the side snorted coldly and returned a look of I guessed it long ago. And Yi Qingxian didn't lift his head, his eyes still resting on the textbook in front of him, asking in a casual tone. Sister Feng, I don't think you've enrolled in this elective course as I recall, right? Aha! Feng Jingyao's voice was also faint. It's been 3 days in a row, senior Sister Feng, what exactly are you doing following me to class like this? Yi Qingxian asked somewhat helplessly. There's no reason, I simply wanted to stay with you 2 days ago. Feng Jingyao's eyes blinked lightly as she spoke out of turn. Even if you play a straight ball, the poor Taoist will not have any heartfelt feeling. Yi Qingxian coughed lightly and then asked. 2 days ago? Meaning not today? There is something really wrong today. Feng Jingyao nodded her head. Then you say. Yi Qingxian reached out and spread out his textbook. As soon as the words left his mouth, the teacher of the elective class walked in, and the whole classroom fell silent. Feng Jingyao's eyes lit up as she softly said. Teacher's here, I'll have to keep my voice down, Qingxian, get closer to me or you won't hear me. Don't. Yi Qingxuan's face was expressionless, his voice flat, you can wait until after class. Worthy of being the man in charge of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, facing beauty is to sit still, not giving the bad woman who salivates for his flesh a bit of space at all. Feng Jingyao blinked her clear eyes, then her entire body pressed up. The fresh scent of the young girl's body drilled into the tip of his nose, Yi Qingxian asked with a light frown. What do you do? The situation is urgent. Feng Jingyao's expression was cold, and she said in a matter-of-fact tone. If you won't come over to my side, then I'll have to come over to yours. What you said makes so much sense, I actually can't refute it. The corners of Yi Qingxuan's mouth moved slightly and he couldn't help but spit inwardly. Then seeing Feng Jingyao wanting to go further, he let out a light tsk and quickly stretched out a finger against the other party's head and said. That's fine, just say it. A trace of regret flashed under Feng Jingyao's eyes, then her red lips slightly opened and slowly said. There have been several murders in CLC City in the past 2 days, and people from the police department have asked me to go over and help with the autopsies, but the results are all very strange. How? The cause of death in 2 of the corpses was due to severe damage to the atlanto-occipital joint, and here's where the weirdness comes in. Slow down. Yi Qingxian raised his hand and helplessly interjected, say something I can understand. The cause of their death was a broken neck. You continue. Yi Qingxian silently memorized this term. Feng Jingyao's mouth showed a mischievous and successful smile, but it flickered away. She followed up with, these two bodies had uniform grip marks on their necks, as if someone had pinched their necks hard with one hand. But if that's what happened, it can be deduced that the murderer couldn't have been less than 3 meters tall, and that's where the problem lies. There are no humans that tall in the world, unless... She paused for a moment, her eyes looking towards Yi Qingxian. Unless the murderer is not human. Yi Qingxian followed her words. Well, that's what I thought. Feng Jingyao gently nodded her head and asked in an expectant tone, then are you willing to come over and help me? Her absolutely beautiful face matched with the moving tone of the moment. Not many people in the world could ruthlessly refuse. Not going, the credits are going to be insufficient. Yi Qingxian said without hesitation. A woman? Meh, it's just a red herring. Feng Jingyao didn't feel the least bit surprised as she blinked and said. Extra credit. What? Yi Qingxuan's eyes lit up, add a few points? 15 points. So generous? Yi Qingxuan's heart thumped as he listened, casually using his pen to draw out the relevant key points on the textbook, and after a slight contemplation, he nodded his head in a slightly unseen manner. Fine, then I'll come with you. He said. Ding. Temporary mission triggered, the lamentation of the Fuso Undertaker. The damned Fusan Yin-Yang master is lurking in Fenghai City, please host the other party to be successfully uncovered and killed. Reward, random spell reward 1. Chapter 40, The Fuso Yin-Yang Master and the Woman in Sword Costume. Fenghai City, inside a certain shabby rental house. A short man with a white scarf wrapped around his face sat at the end. If that dead tiger demon from Qin Mountain saw his attire, he would most likely be able to recognize him on the spot. Because he was the very same mysterious person who had suggested that the tiger demon open a live broadcast to intimidate the local citizens that day on Qin Mountain. And his real identity is a yin and yang magician of the Tekawawa family, one of the 3 great families of Fusan. Name is Ken Tekawawa. At this moment, he was sitting in front of the table, looking at the oil lamp on the table that was constantly rising up with black gas and burning with a black flame. He grinned and couldn't help but be excited. Use the human soul as the oil of the lamp, and your own life as the wick, along with the method of sacrifice, to light a divine fire. This family's method really works, this divine fire is finally almost done. That tiger demon from the previous bout really helped me a lot, letting me take the opportunity to collect the souls of so many Hankiori warriors, all of them with tough souls, all of them are good lamp oil. If it wasn't for that dragon tiger mountain heavenly master coming too quickly, this divine flame would probably be a done deal by now. Associating it with that Lung Fu mountain heavenly master, Ken Tekawawa couldn't help but shiver. On that day, he had intended to sit back and watch the tigers fight, but he had not expected to be greeted not by a tug of war that was evenly matched, but by a lopsided crushing game. He hadn't even seen that heavenly master's face before he heard the tiger demon's roar of agony. With the ground shaking, Ken Tekawawa didn't dare to delay for a moment and fled in a hurry from the boundaries of Qinshan. Fortunately, that Longhu Mountain heavenly master appeared to be not good at long-distance solicitation and did not detect his trail, allowing him to successfully escape. This made Ken Tekawawa secretly happy. And after escaping Qin Mountain, Ken Tekawawa went to Fenghai City, which was thousands of miles away, intending to refine the divine flame in one breath here. For one thing, this place was far away from both Qin Mountain and Longhu Mountain, and even if the disciples of Longhu Mountain heard the news and came, it would take some time. Secondly, the reputation of Longhu Mountain is now as high as the sky. Once the disciples under the door to go down the mountain, it is bound to cause some of the good media coverage. At that time, he got the news and fled in the wind, so even if the disciples of Longhu Mountain dug up the ground, they wouldn't be able to find him. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. At this rate of progress, with just a dozen more ordinary human souls, the divine fire will be refined. Ken Tekawawa muttered to himself, his entire body so excited that he was trembling a little. This divine fire that he refined was tremendously powerful, and was the divine fire used by the fire god Kagetsuchi in the Fusan mythology. As long as it is refined, it will definitely increase in strength. At that time, not to mention returning to Fusang in a big way, even that golden light divine spell that had been handed down from the world of Longhu Mountain, he was confident that he would be able to burn it. This is the power of the divine fire. Ha ha ha. Ken Tekawawa let out a delighted laugh. Although the police department of Fenghai City noticed him at the moment, but Hakka is not like Fusan. The former is a huge country with a vast land area, and there are a lot of places that need to be guarded by capable people, and it is very difficult to draw out relevant personnel to target him in a short period of time. Moreover, as a member of the three great families of Fusan, Ken Tekawawa was quite confident in his own strength. In the ordinary Taoist sects, those experts of the older generation did not dare to say, but among the disciples of the younger generation, it was impossible for anyone to be his opponent. Ken Tekawawa was certain that if he underestimated his strength and sent in disciples from the younger generation, it would only allow him to refine the divine flame faster. After a moment of silence, Ken Tekawawa fished a paper cutout from his sleeve. With a gentle shake, the paper cutout was transformed with a brush into a slender woman clad in plain clothes, her skin so white that it was scary, holding a short sword, and exuding a cold aura of a dead thing. Style of God. Aquatic flower marriage. To be on the safe side, Ken Tekawawa is sending out gods to help him harvest souls on a daily basis and switching to a new type of god action every day so as to confuse the direction of the Fenghai City Police's investigation. To have been active in the territory of another country until now, his nature can be described as cautious and subtle. Go on. Along with Ken Tekawawa's words, the plain-clothed woman instantly disappeared in place. At night, the bright moonlight shrouded the entire Fenghai in a white veil. Outside the police station in Fenghai City, Feng Jingyao and Yi Qingxian walked slowly side by side towards the gate. Looking at the calm youth beside her, Feng Jingyao's mood was unusually light. In fact, she didn't care at all about the bizarre nature of the case, and the reason for her lightheartedness was because she could take the youth with her. At work, Feng Jingyao was only responsible for checking out the cause of death of the corpse. She didn't have to care about other aspects, and she didn't want to care either. It was purely because this kind of case might attract Yi Qingxuan's attention, thus allowing her to stay by Yi Qingxuan's side, that was why she was extra attentive. Ensuring the safety of the lives of the citizens of Fenghai City and staying by Yi Qingxian's side, these two things were not at all on the same level of weight in Feng Jingyao's heart. The two had just walked into the police station when they heard a clear, arrogant female voice ring out. "You guys just follow the clues I gave you to line up, and when we lock onto the target, I'll take care of it myself." Yi Qingxian raised an eyebrow and took the lead as he walked in. He saw a young girl dressed in a black and white sword outfit standing in front, her hands encircling her chest, her chin slightly raised, holding a long sword in her arms, her features carrying a bit of Englishness, and the whole person revealing an undisguised sharpness that made the surrounding police officers a bit terrified. Sharpness. This was Yi Qingxuan's first impression of the young girl. And upon hearing the sword-suited girl's words, a young, older police officer returned with some embarrassment. "Master Jiang, it's not that we're not looking for it, it's our forensic consultant. She's found a very powerful Taoist master from Lungfu Mountain. He's coming this way. How about we wait until they arrive to discuss it?" A very powerful Lungfu Mountain Taoist master? The sword-suited girl came to be interested. At that moment, she saw Yi Qingxian, who walked in and instantly raised her chin and asked, "Is he?" A roomful of people followed her gaze. After seeing Yi Qingxian, the old police officer nodded in surprise. "That's him, Taoist, you're finally here." "What the heck?" The sword-suited girl frowned, revealing a disappointed look and said, "Isn't this a young Taoist priest younger than me?" Rude. This was Yi Qingxuan's second impression of the young girl. Chapter 41, Anemia Takes Command. "Tell me, what is it now?" Ignoring the sword-suited girl's offense, Yi Qingxian casually pulled a chair and sat down, looking at the people present with a calm expression as he opened his mouth to ask. Snap. Feng Jingyao followed behind him and also followed suit and moved a chair to sit down, only the distance was very close to the latter. Seeing this scene, the color of disappointment on the sword-suited girl's face became a few points heavier, and even more than a little bit of impatience. She only thought that Yi Qingxian was a Jianghu Taoist priest who relied on his looks and was dragged in by Feng Jingyao to fill in the blanks. "I've seen a lot of this kind of vain pretense," the sword-suited girl said inwardly. "Taoist Yi." The old police officer obviously recognized Yi Qingxian and hurriedly walked up and spoke back. "As of now, there are 4 bodies with strange causes of death, 2 of which had the same cause of death, both of which had their necks broken by external forces. The other 2 were different. One had extensive superficial trauma, hemorrhage resulting in death, and trauma marks much like those of a large carnivore scratch. One was killed instantly by a slap through the heart from the back, with a wound only the size of an unusual woman's wrist." He paused for a moment, and his eyes went back to the sword-suited girl on the side, then laughed. "This one over here is the relevant expert who came from the border province in response to the call from the higher-ups, Zhang Yu. You can just call her Master Jiang." "Humph." Kan Yu let out a sound from her nose, neither recognizing nor resisting the title. The old constable added, "Master Kong thinks it's a gang crime, and has given us a picture of 3 different-looking murderers to follow, and we're discussing this." I see, the idea is quite good. Yi Qingxian nodded his head slightly, his eyes looking towards Jiang Yu as he faintly said. However, this Master Jiang's experience is obviously not rich enough, and the clues given to you cannot be said to be irrelevant to solving the case, only to be said to be completely useless. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyebrows shot up and she said in a cold voice, the clues I gave are useless. Taoist, do you know who I am? And do you know who I am? Yi Qingxian pressed down the urge to spit and continued calmly. This incident is not a gang crime, but a single person's action, and the poor Taoist has roughly surmised the murderer's information so far. Although the system told me that. Words. The police officers were a bit surprised, while Jiang Yu asked with disbelief on her face. It hasn't been 5 minutes since you walked in the door and you've surmised information about the killer? This is experience. Yi Qingxian was concise. The power of the system, kid. Ginger Moon laughed in exasperation and. So tell me, for corpses, 3 very different methods, even different presumed body sizes, what is this if not a multi-criminal offense? Yi Qingxian raised his eyebrows lightly and opened his mouth to ask. Master Jiang has never heard of the yin-yang magicians of Fusan? The words left his mouth, just as he expected the other to drift off into realization, no more than a contemplative reaction. Surprisingly, Jiang Yu actually revealed a blank expression and asked. What's a yin and yang magician? You don't even know that? Yi Qingxian all froze for a moment. He didn't expect that as a so-called expert, he actually didn't know about the famous forces in foreign countries. Dare I say this turned out to be a DDYU? Yi Qingxian suddenly released a smile and said. The Fusan yin-yang art, which is derived from our yin-yang and 5 elements art, includes many of Fusan's native gods, and yin-yang masters are often capable of counting, as well as driving all sorts of weird gods, which is why the cause of death of the corpses varies. As his words fell, the room of police officers, including Jiang Yu, felt a bit shocked. In less than 5 minutes, the identity of the culprit can be deduced from the information in a few words, which see. Can't do it, Master Jiang definitely can't do it, Taoist Yi is truly unfathomable. The group of police officers couldn't help but think inwardly. Yi Qingxian looked at Jiang Yu across from him and asked in a teasing tone. Master Jiang is an expert, yet he doesn't even know about the yin and yang practitioners of Fusan? Jiang Yu seemed to have realized that it was her own problem, and immediately a blush appeared on her face, then her silver teeth clenched and she said in a cold voice. Sword cultivators of my generation, it's enough to keep a sword in our hearts, why do we need to know these things? Indeed, but there are some things that can be used against the enemy. It doesn't matter if you don't put it in your heart, you just put it in your head. Yi Qingxian lightly laughed. He didn't say big boobs, no brains because of his status, even though the other men fit the idiom quite well. But this is also enough to provoke the opposite side of the kendo master. You mean I don't have a brain? Chilliness filled Jiang Yu's small face. I'm saying you don't see it. As soon as the words fell, he saw obvious anger welling up in the bottom of Jiang Yu's eyes as he violently raised his hand and pushed the sword out of the scabbard by inches. Buzz! A stern sword aura erupted steeply around her body, directly covering over towards Yi Qingxian. The hair in front of his forehead was blown away, and Yi Qingxian frowned lightly. One word and you're done? The sword she released by Jiang Yu wasn't strong, but it was strong enough to be called blowing hair, and right now it was rushing towards his head in a hurry, obviously wanting to give him some color. Dodge it honestly. Obviously not his style. She's so young and has such a temper. Didn't anyone ever teach her to keep it in check? Really, how can you just punch a fellow Taoist outside? Yi Qingxian laughed as if scolding. Boo! He lightly lifted his finger, and the incoming sword chi was then instantly blown apart, with waves of chi spilling out in all directions. Jiang Yu's pupils shrunk. Immediately after, Yi Qingxian tapped his finger on the desktop. Boom! An incomparably strong pressure suddenly descended from the top of Jiang Yu's head, and under the enormous pressure, her face changed so much that she had difficulty stabilizing herself for a while, and even directly fell on her but on the ground. Master Jiang! Seeing her fall, several police officers on the side rushed forward to assist her. Go away, I'm fine. Jiang Yu pushed away the approaching officers. Afterwards, she stood up and looked at Yi Qingxian with angry eyes. You sneak attacked. Yi Qingxian, however, did not even look at her and reached out to receive the autopsy report handed over by Feng Jingyao, flipping through it while saying in a flat voice. Master Jiang, if you dare to do it casually again, you will go out by yourself, and investigate as much as you want to, poor Taoist. You think I wouldn't dare? John Yu directly interrupted angrily. Be my guest. You. Jiang Yu gripped the long sword in her arms tightly, gritting her teeth a bit between her words. Even if I don't know any yin-yang magicians, with the long sword in my hand, I'll still be able to bring that murderer back. After saying that, she actually turned around and left directly, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded police officers. Jiang Yu is an expert sent from above. It is reasonable to say that he is the commander-in-chief of this operation, but right now, he just directly dumped his hand and walked away? The room full of police officers were all a bit at a loss for words. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were slightly narrowed and he did not have the slightest intention of retaining them. After Jiang Yu left, the air was quiet for a full dozen seconds before a police officer walked up stiffly and asked. Taoist Yi, Master Jiang Shi. Don't bother with her. Yi Qingxian said indifferently, looking at her attire. She is most likely a disciple of the horizontal sword sect. The poor Taoist has some affinity with a few elders in her sect, so even if she asks for blame afterward, it will not fall on you. Taoist Yi, what about this operation? A police officer asked apprehensively. Yes, Taoist Yi, Master Jiang is the chief commander of this operation. A group of police officers spoke in a variety of words, almost writing on their faces the line, Taoist Master Yi, you will take command. As police officers of the Fenghai City Police Department, there was no one who believed in Yi Qingxuan's gold content more than them. The webcast might have been for show, but the light of that day when Yi Qingxian came to the police station with a group of special police officers was something they could not forget for the rest of their lives. That's okay. Finally, Yi Qingxian closed the report and said indifferently, report to your superiors and say that poor Taoist is going to be the chief commander of this operation. The faces of a group of police officers suddenly appeared joyful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Taoist Yi, even you are so powerful, it really isn't that contemporary heavenly master, and what kind of character is he? The corner of Yi Qingxuan's mouth moved slightly. That's a nice compliment. Next time, don't. Chapter 42 Lucky Jiang Yu. The words are split. After leaving the police station, Jiang Yu hung her longsword on her waist, while she herself kept a small face as she quickly walked through the city center. She was in a bad mood. This time, when she received an assignment in the division, she had come in high spirits. After all, her master had told her that there were very few opportunities to go out and grind in today's society, and demons with unrefined cultivation couldn't even carry a bullet, so there was no need to entrust the disciples of the major hidden sects. But the situation was different now. The number of missions during this time had taken a qualitative leap, and the few fellow disciples who were of Jiang Yu's generation all chose to take on some missions to help the police around the world share the pressure after they were released from the gate. One can earn prestige and money. Secondly, they could hone their sword skills and refine their cultivation. Arguably, there is no better opportunity for exercise. Jiang Yu, in the younger generation of the horizontal sword sect, her sword cultivation was said to be at the top, and she should have been the busiest one in the sect. However, her master had always refused to let her travel on missions on the grounds that her heart was not up to par. This time, she had taken advantage of her own master's seclusion, which was why she had found the opportunity to ask for the help of the elders in the sect, taking on a large task with a not-so-low difficulty factor, and hurriedly arriving at the CLC. I didn't expect to come up and take a beating. Darn Taoist, better not let me run into you alone. Recalling the situation just now, Jiang Yu clenched her fists tightly and viciously whispered to herself. Although there is a rule in the Taoist sect of not to harm fellow practitioners at will, but only to teach a lesson or two, generally no one will say anything. Jiang Yu flatly decided that it was because the other party had sneaked up on him earlier and attacked before he was ready, which had led to his predicament. If it was a head-to-head fight, he could definitely win his opponent within 10 rounds. Jiang Yu thought with incomparable confidence. Grinding her tiger teeth hard, she detached herself from her humiliating dilemma, her thoughts returning to the present. Fusang Yin Yang Master, have to find him somehow, the mission must be completed. Relevant information flashed through her mind, and Jiang Yu whispered softly to herself. Without realizing it, she came to the perimeter of the city. If there was any place where people were still out and about at night in Fenghai City, it was mostly here. Jiang Yu's eyes swept over her surroundings. By now, it was nearly midnight, and the horizon was all eaten up by the darkness of night. The street was sparsely populated, and many pedestrians were in a hurry, heading in the direction of their homes. The victims so far have all been found in isolated alleys, suggesting that this is alert enough to pick the dead center of a surveillance probe. Thoughts tumbled through Jiang Yu's mind as her eyes wandered over the bodies of those pedestrians. She paid particular attention to the figures that approached the alley, her mind highly focused. If she failed in this mission, then it would be difficult for her to leave the mountain gate again in the future, let alone taking on missions and honing herself. So, this time, you definitely can't miss. But honestly speaking, Jiang Yu's way of searching was tantamount to a headless fly stifling its head in a room, and it was hard to make a discovery. But it seemed as if the heavens sensed her longing in general, or maybe her luck just happened to be that good. In the middle of the morning, just as Jiang Yu wanted to change the place to crouch, a vision suddenly appeared. Phew! A white shadow suddenly swept down from the nightlight and attacked towards a pedestrian who had just turned into the alley. The pedestrian was engrossed in looking at his cell phone screen, oblivious to the impending danger. Whoosh! At the moment when the white remnant shadow was about to make contact with the pedestrian, a sword chi came from the back at great speed, aiming straight for the white remnant shadow's back. Danger came, and the white stump was forced to turn around in the air, blocking a bright short sword in his hand in front of his body. When crisp sounds of gold and iron vibrations exploded, and that white shadow flew directly out a dozen feet. The pedestrian was startled by the commotion, and just as he turned his head back, he saw a cloaked, white-clothed woman fall to a short distance away, holding a short sword, her scarlet eyes looking straight at him. Ghost! The pedestrian screamed miserably. In the next second, Jiang Yu, dressed in a black and white sword outfit, blocked in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Move." Meanwhile, inside a rented house. Seeing the delay and waiting for the return of his own god, Ken Tekawawa was so anxious that he paced back and forth in the house, thoughts racing through his mind. Could it be that it was intercepted by someone high up in Fonghai City? Thinking of this, Ken Tekawawa hurriedly sat down in place, quieted his mind, and carefully sensed the white-clothed woman like style god. Soon, he realized that his own god was in a fierce battle with someone. This caused Ken Tekawawa to be alarmed, fearing that it was that Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master who had come to seal the sea. But after a brief moment of panic, he realized that the man was fighting his own god, and could only even gain a small upper hand. So it's a weakling. Ken Tekawawa was overjoyed. Just as he was about to switch his style to manual, his afterglow suddenly glanced at the black flame oil lamp on the table. The divine fire that was still about 10 souls short of being successfully lit. Ken Tekawawa's heartbeat gradually accelerated. After a few seconds of silence, he finally made up his mind, his smile gradually turning into a grimace. Killing one a day is just too much of a delay. Instead of being on edge all day like this, why don't we take a big gamble and kill all the remaining souls in one go? At that time, even if the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Mountain and other famous sects come after me, I won't be afraid of them even if I refine the divine flame. As long as I can make it to Fusan, even that heavenly master can't do anything to me, right? Thinking of this, Ken Tekawawa immediately put his heart on the line and directly touched the remaining 6 paper figures at once from his bosom, followed by a flick of his wrist. Palm! 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 After a series of sounds, 6 differently shaped style gods appeared in the rental house, and the originally spacious space suddenly became crowded. Bring back 3 souls each, and return quickly, Ken Tekawawa ordered. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 6 gods disappeared from their original position, while the sound of the air breaking continuously far away came from outside the window. After doing so, Ken Tekawawa closed his eyes again, and his mind gradually shifted to the white-clothed woman like style god. Phew! When Ken Tekawawa opened his eyes again, what met his eyes was a young girl dressed in black and white sword robes. The corners of Ken Tekawawa's mouth gradually became cruel. Chapter 43: The Immortal Young Taoist. Strange. This was Jiang Yu's true feeling when he fought the woman in white. Her opponent's moves were one-dimensional, as if they were preset values, giving her the feeling of a dead object. Is this what they call a shinigami? After all, it's a dead thing, it's not considered tricky. Jiang Yu's eyes slightly condensed as she lightly shouted. The sword she exerted by the long sword in her hand once again became a few points more powerful. When? After slashing the woman in white back by more than 10 meters with her sword, she took the time to sweep the surrounding streets. The few pedestrians who saw the commotion here fled, and the entire area around the mall seemed unusually empty. Good. People are evacuating. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Next, it's time to take out the female gods. Jiang Yu's heart was full of confidence. As a talented disciple of the horizontal sword sect, she had never lost a fight among her peers in the sect. How could a mere Fusojutsu master's style god be a match for her? It's very simple, you can't use the Taoist's investigation at all. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth lifted up as she laughed softly. However, just then, the feeling given by the white woman in front suddenly changed. It felt like a dead thing had suddenly come to life, even the look on his face became vivid. The woman in white raised her face and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What's going on? Jiang Yu frowned. Although it was not clear what the god in front of him had done, but things that were out of the ordinary were bound to be evil, and it was most likely not good. A quick fight and a quick decision. Jiang Yu lightly grunted as her sword trembled and violently chopped out a sword chi towards the woman in white. The masterstroke of the horizontal sword school was the ability to cut out sword chi that was loud and powerful. However, the woman in white who had previously fought her in a difficult battle, this time, after blocking the sword chi, she did not fly out backwards, but instead, she turned her body around, easily dislodging the astonishing force contained on the sword chi, and then violently rushed towards Jiang Yu. Ominous premonition surged through Jiang Yu's heart, but she still tightened the long sword in her hand, her figure disappearing in place and meeting her without fear. She was confident she could win. When? The sound of gold and iron clashing exploded from under the night sky, and the two figures touched and separated. The short knife in the white woman's hand was stained with blood, which was slowly flowing down the blade. A shocking wound had suddenly appeared on Jiang Yu's chest, and her clothes were shattered a little, revealing a piece of snow-white spring light, and she was panting heavily. Obviously, in the brief exchange just now, it was Jiang Yu who had the disadvantage. Something is wrong. Not only is the blade technique not as stereotypical as it was originally, but the body technique has become incomparably subtle. Jiang Yu was secretly alarmed in her heart. But she didn't think much about it, and after she had luck to stop the bleeding, her body pressed down and attacked straight in the direction of the woman in white. The white-clothed woman's figure instantly became illusory, floating lightly towards Jiang Yu. The two collided together again. Dang! Jiang Yu only felt a huge force coming, his throat was sweet, even the tiger's mouth that was holding the sword was cracked, and his body shape even flew directly backward a dozen meters. On the contrary, the woman in white only shook her body slightly, dancing and turning around, and then she once again removed Jiang Yu's force. The battle experience of the two, which was stronger or weaker, could be seen at a glance. Without pause, the white-clothed woman's illusory figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Jiang Yu, nonchalantly swinging her short sword, and the latter only had time to block her long sword in front of her body. Only hearing a dang sound of gold and iron clashing, Jiang Yu's figure fell back again, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. When the woman in white turned her body around, she attacked towards Jiang Yu again. In the face of the white-clothed woman's continuous short sword attack and her bizarre unloading stance, Jiang Yu's figure retreated again and again. The color of despair had gradually appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. Until finally, her body gradually became staggered, accompanied by another swing of the knife from the woman in white. Her delicate body immediately flew out and fell to the ground, her limbs barely supported, and a mouthful of blood was coughed out. I'm going to kill you. She tilted her head back to look at the woman in white and spoke with difficulty, her tone filled with anger. When the white-clothed woman heard this, her footsteps slightly lurched, and she directly opened her mouth and laughed. Which Hakusha sect are you a disciple of? To be able to execute this level of sword chi at this age, your talent is considered good, but for you to only be able to use your strength to overwhelm others is a bit too brainless. Didn't your master teacher teach you anything else? In the previous clash, Jiang Yu had actually only been able to wield her sword chi in a straightforward manner, without the slightest consideration for anything else. It was as if he had put all his essence into the matter of swinging the sword. Stance, defense, tactics. All are shortcomings that can be seen at a glance. What a living parochial student! Anger welled up in Jiang Yu's eyes, but at this moment, she could no longer shout back like she did in the police station, and could only glare at the other party with reddened eyes. I'm also sick in the head, so what's the point of wasting my time with you? Looking at Jiang Yu's appearance, the woman in white shook her head and lost her smile. Hurry up and get you sorted out, I still have to kill the ones that got away, and the souls haven't been counted yet tonight. In the eyes of Kong Yu's despair, Ken Tekawawa maneuvered the white-clothed woman Shikigami to raise her short sword and swung it down fiercely. Just when he thought that this slash would result in an opponent, a slender palm wrapped in radiant golden light reached out from behind him and slapped the white-clothed woman-style god solidly in the face. Boo! The air suddenly erupted with a piercingly sharp sonic boom. The white-clothed woman's figure flew out uncontrollably, slamming into a distant building at an extremely fast speed, and exploding into a sky of confetti like a firework after a loud bang. A young Taoist in Taoist robe stood at the location where the woman in white had disappeared, looking at his masterpiece, which he was filming with his cell phone while nodding his head in a rather satisfied and casual tone. The seventh one. It's an easy fix, too, familiars. Phew. The evening breeze blew the hem of his coat, setting him off as dashing as an immortal descending to the world. Kamyu on the ground stared blankly at the scene. The god who almost drove himself to death was just slapped to death? How is that possible? Did this young Taoist turn out to be so powerful? Jiangyu was in a bit of a trance for a while. She tilted her head back to look at Yi Qingxian, whose sleeves were fluttering, the corners of her mouth opened wide, and she couldn't help but want to say something. Yi Qingxian turned around and condescendingly looked down at this arrogant and impolite-natured sword sect maiden and asked indifferently, "Can you stand up on your own?" Jiangyu clenched her silver teeth and propped herself up several times, but she fell heavily to the ground and finally coughed out a mouthful of blood, only to shake her head unwillingly. "Can't." The next second, she was picked up by what felt like someone's arms around her. "Ah!" Jiangyu subconsciously screamed out, her face turned red as she looked at Yi Qingxian incredulously and subconsciously shouted, "What do you do?" "I..." "Shut up." Yi Qingxian's tone appeared a bit impatient. "One more yell and the poor Taoist will leave you here to fend for yourself." "I..." Jiangyu's breathing gradually shortened as her heartbeat continued to ring in her ears. The words "put me down" were stuck at the back of her throat and she couldn't get them out. Whoosh! Yi Qingxian ignored her dissimilarity, and with a single step, his figure arrived on the roof of the room, and then began to fly in one direction. Time is short and the task is heavy. That Fusan Yin-Yang master is probably on the run. The poor Taoist is going to go and finish him off. "On the wind," he explained in a calm voice. "But the poor Taoist isn't sure if he still has any more styles, and you're liable to die if you stay here, so I'll take you with me, understand?" Jiangyu's lips pursed slightly as she nodded her head, and her voice actually became somewhat well-behaved. Got it. Chapter 44. That's Celestial Master Seal? On the other side of the rental house. The style god was destroyed, and Ken Tekawawa, whose consciousness returned to his body, paled greatly. To actually be able to shatter his style god with a single slap, that young Taoist's cultivation was unfathomable. Immediately afterward, he noticed the anomaly again. The rest of his own 6 gods couldn't be sensed either. Ken Tekawawa hurriedly communicated the last images of those style gods before they shattered, and without exception, they all saw that handsome young Taoist in the death replay. That scared Ken Tekawawa. His main combat power was these gods, and now that they were all destroyed, his combat power was already 10-1. "This place can't stay any longer, gotta go." Ken Tekawawa grabbed the black oil lamp on the table and rushed out of the room, all the way downstairs. His feet suddenly lurched and he couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air. In front of him, a dozen or so gun-toting police officers were looking at him with sharp eyes while aiming their pitch-black guns at his head. "Modern heat weapons, kid." At this moment, Ken Tekawawa was so angry that he wanted to curse. These police officers, actually sneaking over while he was concentrating on manipulating the style gods, this behavior was simply shameful. But he didn't have the time to be reasonable at the moment. After all, that unfathomable young Taoist could come at any time. "Baka! Get out of here!" Tekawawa Ken was rushed out of his native language, roared angrily, waved his hand, and the black oil lamp in his hand then instantly emitted a thick black smoke. Phew! The strange black smoke attacked, a group of police officers hastily retreated. Tekawawa Ken took the opportunity to take advantage of his feet, directly over the crowd, scampered up to the roof of the house, toward the distance quickly fled. When the smoke cleared, looking in the direction he disappeared, a police officer couldn't help but ask, "Captain, aren't we going after them?" "No need." The old constable shook his head and sneered. "Taoist Master Yi is probably waiting for him over there. Let's scare him here and call it a mission accomplished." On the other side of the roof, Ken Tekawawa was on his feet, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He guessed that the reason the officers didn't shoot was mostly because the young Taoist was almost there. Thinking of this, Ken Tekawawa ran while pinching his fingers with one hand and mouthing the words under his breath as he began to deduce his opponent's position. Immediately afterward, he saw a hot, rolling great sun rising in his mind, vaporizing the wisp of his divine soul with direct violence. "Ah!" Ken Tekawawa let out a miserable scream from his mouth, and 2 lines of blood tears actually flowed directly from his eyes. This was a consequence of the excessive gap in strength with the person who had made the deduction. But despite the damage to his soul, Ken Tekawawa's heart was filled with more than a little joy. As long as you can gain the other side's position, a few injuries are nothing at all. But the next second he froze. Because his mind was still blank, he couldn't deduce his opponent's position at all. What kind of tactic is this? Burning me without giving me a message? How strong is this Taoist? Ken Tekawawa could only feel 10,000 alpacas galloping in his heart, and even his steps stumbled a bit. In the next second, a golden light suddenly descended behind him. Ken Tekawawa's pupils shrunk, his chrysanthemums tightened, his tiger's body shook, and he felt a little sweaty all of a sudden. He turned a little, his face stiff, his eyes struggling to see. The person who came was none other than Yi Qingxian. He was seen casually dropping Jiang Yu on the ground, storing one hand into his sleeve robe, holding up his cell phone with one hand, aiming it at the short man in front of him, and laughing softly. "Come on, look at the camera, poor Taoist has to bring this video back to Longhu Mountain afterward for the disciples to enjoy," Ken Tekawawa said in a low voice as his throat rolled. "Taoist master, I have no intention of making enemies with you, Ken. You?" Bang! Before he could finish his words, a flash of golden light flew in sharply, hitting him squarely in the jaw, resounding with a crisp bone-cracking sound. Hearing Ken Tekawawa wail up in pain, Yi Qingxuan's eyes slightly narrowed, still smiling. "The poor man told you to look at the camera, he didn't tell you to speak. After killing so many people in Hakusha, are you not wanting to cross paths with Poverty Road? You're not treating Poverty Road as a human being." As he spoke, he walked towards Ken Tekawawa. And the commotion here has attracted many night owls staying up late in the surrounding residential buildings. They poked their heads out of the window, and at the sight of a golden figure standing on the eaves of a house not far away, they became excited, and hurriedly took out their cell phones and focused over. In front of the camera, Tekawawa Ken's jaw crushed, unable to speak he stared dead at Yi Qingxian across from him. Seeing the latter slowly walk towards him and then raise his palm, an uncontrollable flash of fear appeared in Ken Tekawawa's eyes. Can't blame him. The 7 gods that he was so proud of being slapped one by someone else, all of them swung and exploded, no one could stand it. Sneaking Hakusha for more than 10 years, or the first to encounter such a horrible monster. Tekawawa Ken struggled to suppress the fear in his heart. Lifting his hand and touching it, the oil lamp burning with black fire appeared in his hand. This fire of the gods that was about to be lit, if his soul was turned into lamp oil and added to it, I thought that it would be successfully lit. At that time, even if he were to die, this unquenchable divine fire would surely be able to cause great trouble for the Taoist in front of him. Yo, there's still something there. Yi Qingxian looked surprised. From above the black fire, he sensed a hint of substantial threat. Under Yi Qingxuan's gaze, a flash of ruthlessness flashed across Ken Tekawawa's eyes before he directly reached out and held the black flame. Tent. The black fire flashed with light, instantly sucking Ken Tekawawa's entire body into it, and the fire instantly rose against the wind. Ha ha ha. Dead Taoist, what are you going to do now? Ken Tekawawa's maniacal voice came out from the black fire, only it was extremely mournful and showed signs of disappearing at any time. Unlike it, the black fire began to rapidly grow in size, the entire roof of the room was instantly engulfed by it, and even a side of the heaven and earth showed signs of burning up. Looking at the black fire that rose rapidly, Jiang Yu's heart suddenly became extremely panicked, her legs trembled madly, and her heart couldn't stop the urge to turn around and escape. All 5 of her senses roared, telling her in no uncertain terms that the black fire held great terror. Not only her, but also the citizens in the surrounding houses who were either watching or filming the battle. The moment they saw the black fire, they lost their minds and their eyes were empty. However, in the face of this situation, Yi Qingxian did not seem to be alarmed as he let out a light smile and pulled out the flowing Tianxia seal from his bosom, then with a lift of his hand, the jade seal flew towards the black fire. The moment he saw this jade seal, a palpable sense of panic finally erupted on the black fire. This seal is... Ken Tekawawa's horrified voice came out of the black fire in an attempt to stop it. Don't! Boom! But it was too late, the flowing Tianxia seal covered the sky, and a solemn and majestic pressure instantly descended. Chapter 45, Suppressing the Fusang Yin-Yang Master. The Seal of the Divine Master. Born in the Tekawawa family, one of the 3 great masters of yin and yang arts in Fusan, Ken Tekawawa would never mistake the style of that seal. That was a symbol of the status and position of the head of the Hakusha Orthodox Road. Not to mention him, a yin-yang master who had been sent to Hakusha. Even if the contemporary head of the Tekawawa family was allowed to come over and see the light on that seal, he would be so horrified that he would turn around and run away. After all, if one were to go against the owner of the seal, it would simply be the equivalent of going to war with the entire Hakka's orthodoxy sect. The people of the Tao sect that he encountered in the future, he would also definitely kill one of them on sight, and would never be lenient. Longhu Mountain will even issue a relevant wanted notice. At that time, the disciples under the door all down the mountain, run to Fusan, that scene. The soul of Ken Tekawawa in the black fire couldn't help but tremble. The seal was dripping towards the divine flame where he was hiding, and Ken Tekawawa's soul immediately felt an unspeakable sense of suppression. Down with bloody luck! He cried out in despair, what the kind of luck am I having to run right into you? Those media news are all fake. You're not some ordinary dragon tiger mountain Taoist priest at all. Boom! Without waiting for him to finish, the square seal smashed down, Ken Tekawawa's desperate voice ended abruptly, and the weird and terrifying black fire disappeared instantly. Ding! Temporary mission accomplished. Acquire random spell 1 can be drawn. Yi Qingxuan's ears rang with the system's system tone, and he nodded slightly, putting away the panel, intending to wait until he returned to extract the spells. At this moment, behind her, Jiang Yu woke up as if from a dream, her heart startled. That settles it? The black flame that she couldn't help but want to run away from just by seeing it, Yi Qingxian actually solved it in a single glance? This strength had far exceeded her imagination. I am afraid that there are few elders in the sect who can act as his opponents. She had a strange look on her face, out of her mind as she looked at the young Taoist's back. The thought that he had originally thought the other guy was a looker, that the time he pinned himself down in the police station was a sneak attack. And to think that he felt that his own strength was far superior to the other side, and that he could be taken down in a frontal battle in 10 rounds. Jiang Yu's lips were pursed and her face was on fire. According to the current situation, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to walk away from a slap from Yi Qingxian. The strength of the two people was simply not in the same dimension. A pang of sourness arose in her heart. Jiang Yu clenched her fists and said in a hoarse voice. Thank you, this favor, Jiang Yu keeps it in mind. The arrogance of the attitude is so great that it makes me laugh. Even if it is a female brat attribute arrogant girl, after being saved, she will also honestly say thank you all. Yi Qingxian laughed lightly inwardly and casually nodded his head, asking in a teasing tone. How does Master Jiang feel now? Is there still only the sword in his head? No. Jiang Yu shook her head without seeing her annoyance. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now there's an extra you. Jiang Yu said seriously, her eyes staring straight at Yi Qingxian, extremely aggressive. Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian, ? Bad. Female brat turned lickspill. No, man. What are you trying to pull? Don't give the poor road to make some kind of body to promise the poor road can't afford it. Seemingly guessing what he had in mind, a slight panic surfaced on Jiang Yu's expression as she explained. I mean, I will definitely surpass you in the future. I see. Yi Qingxian laughed, then it's up to you, try it if you can do it. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually lit up as she asked in a serious manner. Then, if it's convenient, I wonder if you can let me study at your side in the future? If I can, I think I'll progress very quickly by the time. No way. Yi Qingxian refused cleanly, poor Taoist has always preferred to be alone. He then looked at Jiang Yu with strange eyes and couldn't help but say. The poor Taoist kindly saved your life for the sake of fellow travelers, so don't be gracious. What the hell? Jiang Yu's eyes dimmed slightly. There was no telling how many members of the opposite sex in the gate who wanted to stay with her, but when it came to Yi Qingxian, she became the one who was begging for it instead. Whoosh! Yi Qingxian directly ignored her reaction, and with a flip of his hand, he put away the seal and took the lead in jumping off the eaves of the room while walking back. Let's go, time to go back and turn in. Jiang Yu, who didn't recognize the celestial master's seal, nodded and jumped off the roof after him. With the departure of Yi Qingxuan's two, the surrounding onlookers came back to their senses. They rushed to check the video and the phone, found that there is no problem, first surprise, exclaimed, and then sent directly to the internet. In the information age, everyone wants a chance to be famous. A wave of related videos immediately caught the attention of the Shivering Sea Review. Soon, after confirming that it is the superior's requested special handling of the Lungfu Mountain Yi Taoist Master, the staff quickly opened the push flow. The title of the video is accompanied by copy. Hashtag a mysterious man casts a mysterious ghost fire in a small area, and Taoist Master Yip appears on the spot and beheads the demonic Taoist. Hashtag. In the video, Yi Qingxian, dressed in Taoist robes and with a bit of sword-suited beauty, confronts Ken Tekawawa, and then the black fire is revealed and quickly suppressed by the seal. A silky smooth little combo down the line, and the comment section is looking straight up awesome. That short man was not a good person at first glance, and the black fire that he cast out made them feel a palpitation for no reason even through the screen. However, this black fire, which was terrifying at first glance, was actually suppressed in the blink of an eye by Yi Qingxian with a side of jade seal. Such a scene, watching the netizens all hot. Just as they were trying to speak their minds straight, some more videos about Yi Qingxuan's demon beheading were topped up. It was the video of Yi Qingxian running to various parts of the CLC and slapping Ken Tekawawa's 7 style gods one by one. As it turned out, many citizens who were hiding upstairs used their cell phones to photograph the situation below and put it online in the first place, with the text. # in the dead of night, the mysterious Taoist master of the city decapitates the demons. ##. Yi Qingxian in the video could not see his face, he could only see the radiant golden light, and the airwaves generated when he did it. Netizens have been sniffing around and are all excited to watch the video. Just as they were talking tawdry under the comment section, the CLC City Police published a long post on the bib late at night. The perpetrators of the recent serial killings have been brought to justice. Here, we would first like to thank the Dragon and Tiger Mountain for their great assistance in the conduct of this operation. Aside from announcing the case, this is a piece of thank you, and throughout, the arrow is pointing straight at LW. In doing so, someone soon connected the three together and arrived at a truth. The murderer of this serial murder case was the short man who had cast the black fire, and the Taoist priest who had done it was all the same Taoist priest Yi that they knew so well. For a time, the entire internet shook. Chapter 46, The Parties Shake. My charming Taoist master Yi, I knew it was you. The face character of Longhu Mountain. Yeah. Taoist master Yi, we honor and love you. Mouth and teeth. Taoist Yi, as long as you give the order, we will immediately embrace you as the new heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Taoist Yi, the contemporary heavenly master knows the golden light mantra, and so do I. Why don't you ask the heavenly master if he fears me? You guys are really hurting Taoist Yi by talking like this. Then again, what's the seal that Taoist Yi used to suppress that black fire? It looks so pretty. I also feel. It feels like it must be some kind of magic weapon from Lung Fushan. Is the official number of Lung Fushan watching? Give me the link if you are. Still coming out late at night to behead demons. Taoist Yi has really worked hard. Whenever Taoist Yi is free to come to my house, I'll treat you to dinner. It just so happens that my mom's daughter doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Upstairs, you're doing this math that I can hear all the way from Longxi. I heard it in Sichuan too. For a time, public opinion on the internet was heated, and the heat of discussion for Yi Qingxian continued to rise. Handsome and capable of fighting, it's hard for such a Lung Fushan Taoist master not to be popular. After plaguing the citizens for days with the ambush of a serial murderer, the police department of Fenghai City held a celebration party that night just to thank Yi Qingxian for his help. But, as the saying goes, there are a few joys and a few sorrows. Tekawawa Ken's death was a good thing for Hakusha, but for Fusan, which is across the sea from Hakusha, it was a downright bad thing. Unbeknownst to ordinary people, a storm is brewing on Fuso Island. One of the 3 great masters of the Fusan yin-yang arts, the Tekawawa family. Inside the ancient main house, with a stone tablet on the wooden table suddenly bursting, there were old men dressed in strange costumes with frozen expressions. Ken's soul tag is broken. The old man's tone was a bit stunned. Hearing the old man's words, someone behind him lost his voice and spoke. How is that possible? Didn't he, Uncle Jian, send back news a few days ago that he was about to refine a divine fire? With the divine flame in hand, who in the world would dare to touch it? The old man pondered for a long time before he returned. Perhaps it was when his divine flame had not yet been refined that he was taken advantage of and killed. But the man's expression was still a bit hard to accept. Uncle Jian, he has 7 types of style divine arts in his hands, and he's also proficient in yin and yang divination. Even if someone from Hakusha can defeat him, Uncle Jian should be able to avoid it in advance. The old man slowly shook his head this time and said, instead of guessing here, why don't we quickly go and find out what's going on over there in Hakusha? Maybe it's the righteous forces over there that have made a big move and combined their efforts to surround Jian. Yes. The young man in the magus costume had a fierce face and nodded heavily, his aura erupting around him in a shocking manner. He then got up with a flourish and cursed as he walked towards the outside of the house. Uncle Ken, he contributed so many Hakusha souls to the Tekawawa family. There are actually Hakusha people who dare to kill him. Really don't know how to live. When let me know who it is, little master, I will have to burn him along with his disciples in a fire. Shamrun. The old man sighed as he picked up the pieces of the stone tablet on the table. You are still young, don't be so murderous in your heart. The future of the Tekawawa family will depend on you to support it. Got it. Without turning his head, the magus teenager known as Tekawawa Shangren left this main room without looking back. When the teenager left, the old man's expression gradually became grave. He stroked Ken Tekawawa's shattered soul plate, and his mind conjured up an incident that had been making a lot of noise over in Hakusha some time ago. The contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain summoned heavenly thunder and killed an adult tiger demon on the spot. In this matter, the old man had thought that it was Hakusha's side that was trying to deal with the constantly reviving spirits, and thus was building up momentum for Longhu Mountain. Even now, he didn't believe that Mjolni's human power could drive the thunder that symbolized the call of heaven. However, the fall of Ken Tekawawa's body showed one thing for sure. There are still capable people alive in Hakusha to this day. The old man murmured softly, sighing in his tone. His attitude towards this ancient civilization that had been antagonistic to Fusan for a long time had never been 3 parts awe and 7 parts salivation. Originally thought that those old guys who can fight are all dead. I didn't realize that there are still such tricky characters left. Is this the so-called 5,000 years of wait? Oh. The old man chuckled to himself as he walked towards the depths of the main house. Finally, he stopped in front of a statue of a god with black flames wrapped around its body. The old man closed his eyes and slowly sat down on his knees. Silence ensued in the large main room. After a long moment of silence, he suddenly laughed to himself. What am I panicking about? Since ancient times, this Hankiori has loved to engage in the play of one against many, but forgive them for having so many capable men and women, but how can they contend with the greatness of the gods? It's just a case of resistance, and the death of a Ken Tekawawa is no big deal. After a pause, the old man then continued softly. It's just that it's not my Tekawawa family's tradition to underestimate our opponents. Well, we have to think of a way to feel them out. After saying that, the old man seemed to comfort himself with a smile, stood up, and walked towards the outside of the house. Hakusha, Wind Province, Fonghai City. Despite the shock of the incident, Yi Qingxian himself maintained a soothing and peaceful pace of life. He first bid farewell to Jiang Yu and then returned to Feng Jingyao with Fonghai Engineering University. On the way back, Feng Jingyao's always cold face carried a few points of gravity. Yi Qingxian glanced at it and casually asked, "What's wrong?" "That Master Jiang is not a good person." Feng Jingyao said, "Qingxian, there's something wrong with the way she looks at you. Let's lessen our dealings with him in the future." "How come it's just us?" "I don't associate with her, you don't associate with her, isn't that us?" Feng Jingyao's expression was flat. "So it is." Yi Qingxian didn't bother to argue after her and nodded his head. A pleasant glow surged in Feng Jingyao's eyes. After saying goodbye to Yi Qingxian, the two of them each walked back in the direction of their dormitories. Yi Qingxuan's footsteps were level. A few wisps of the shard of the Shikigami remained on his sleeve. Pushing open the door, Yi Qingxian walked into the dormitory room and heard loud cheers ringing out from within the room. Lu Feng and Wang Shu both rushed up with a bunch of male students, clapping while excitedly rushing towards the former, unable to stop himself from opening his mouth. "Yi, awesome! Is up! You've been a real showstopper tonight, the whole floor has just been talking about your exploits. The golden light mantra shows me standing. Brother Yi, is it difficult to take the entrance examination of Longhu Mountain? Do you think I still have a chance?" "Brother Yi, just now the dormitory checker asked who didn't come, and after we said it was you, a few of the student council were so scared that they didn't even dare to send a fart. Ha ha ha." Chapter 47, The Rampant Forces in Northern Burma. While the Hakka territory was in an uproar because of Yi Qingxuan's urban demon beheading. Across the border in Hakasia, in northern Burma. This is a place where the laws of Hakusha are hard to reach, and often young men from Hakusha who want to take the easy way out are tricked into coming here and dying with their arms and legs missing. But even so, there is something akin to order here. The so-called 4 great families of northern Maine run the rules. However, the 4 great families were not united as one, but instead often engaged in firefights because of their interests. "Today my goods are detained by you, I want to fight with you in blood." Tomorrow his goods are seized by the customs of Henshaw, he wants to lift the table with everyone. Suffice it to say, it's quite a chaotic zone. Late at night, in the dense forest near the border of Hakusha, a blood-stained silhouette was staggering. His face was filled with terror, and he looked back from time to time, as if some horrible monster was following behind him. His name is Qingxian, originally a peaceful and happy Hakusha, but... damn! Talking about beautiful women chatting naked is supercharged. This is simply a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. Qingxian's tone was nearly collapsed, tired and out of breath. Luckily, Duke Bai has taken his men out to have a firefight with the other 3 families today, or else. Hiss! A sharp pain came from his abdomen. Qingxian covered the wound on his stomach. At this moment, his eyes were bleary and his head was dazed. He could only be forced to sit down under a tree. He intended to rest here for a moment or two, and then rush to Hakusha's territory in one breath. Once there, the so-called four great families would not dare to act rashly, I'm sure. Going home. Shinjin imagined the cozy scene when he returned home, and his mood unconsciously relaxed a notch or two. Immediately afterward, with his spirit highly tensed, he actually accidentally fell asleep in this sleepy and tired situation. Ta-da! The dense footsteps coming from behind caused Shinjin to jolt awake. I fell asleep? He scrambled to his feet and peered cautiously to the rear. Only to see the crowds of 30 or 40 people, each armed with guns and electric batons, is approaching here. The leader is a young man in a suit, born with a pair of phoenix eyes, a hostile atmosphere hovering in his features. It was none other than the son of one of the four great families, the Bai family head, Duke Bai. Shinjin was scared out of his wits, and his entire body hid behind a tree, not daring to move. And that white male was talking to the crowd beside him. How the do you watch the post and let someone run out? And ran so far? Duke Bai scolded with dissatisfaction. Yes, I'll just crash the one watching the guard. The man beside him laughed along. The White Duke still didn't look very satisfied, and his gaze swept menacingly over the dense forest in front of him. 10 more miles to the borderline of Hakusha, no sign of the one who escaped yet? He asked. Not yet. A henchman returned, then are we still chasing? Chase. Duke White snapped. Damn it, if we let a big living person run back to Hankiori from northern Burma, where will we put the face of the Bai family? When I catch him, I'm going to whip him into shape. When Shinjin behind the tree heard this, he could no longer suppress the fear in his heart, turned around, pulled his legs and ran in the direction of Hakusha. His movements managed to startle a group of people in the distance, and as Duke Bai bellowed, the 34 of them immediately chased after Shinjin in the direction he had fled. Maybe the adrenaline played a role, or maybe the mountain guns were hard to cast. After a bit of chasing, Shinjin actually managed to run to the boundaries of the Hakusha border. A large group of people followed in his wake, finally stopping in front of the monolith that symbolized the dividing line. Bai Shao, what should we do? He ran into the border of Hankiori. Someone asked a question to the pale-faced Duke Bai. Duke Bai looked at the still dark and deep night, his face grim as he slowly said. Keep chasing. Bai Shao. No way. A henchman rushed to stop it. The old man explained that we can't start a head-on conflict with the Hakusha military, or else. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot exploded, startling a flock of birds and killing the henchman who tried to stop it on the spot. Seeing their own boss strike so viciously, the spirits of the rest of the men were lifted. The White Duke put away his smoking pistol and took the lead in crossing that national border monument, and snapped at the crowd. What are you waiting for? Keep chasing after me. The faces of the crowd changed slightly, but due to the other party's obscene power, they could only follow and cross the national border, chasing after Shinjin in the direction he disappeared. Bai, then what if we run into Hakusha's warriors on the road? A henchman couldn't help but ask. Kill. Duke White's face was livid. Over time. Under the night, the broad dense forest suddenly resounded with fierce gunfire, as if someone was exchanging fire, which lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Early in the morning of the vertical day, a weighty message descended upon the territory of Hakasia. Yesterday night, a group of forces suspected to be the White family of northern Burma appeared inside the Hakusha borderline and clashed with Hakusha fighters by force. A reporter from Central News was broadcasting the message. The incident occurred suddenly, and the other side managed to escape from within our borderline after leaving more than 10 bodies behind, and 2 Hakusha warriors were killed in this conflict. Hankiori officials attach great importance to this matter and are pressuring the relevant high levels in northern Myanmar and issuing relevant wanted notices. Once this news was released, the related heat quickly soared, and soon in Longhu Mountain Taoist master urban demon beheading alongside. It's only 9 a.m. and the news video already has over 1 million likes. A large number of eaters commented below. The White family in northern Burma dares to make a move against us? How did they dare? You don't understand upstairs, do you? The military in northern Burma is very strong. I think this time I guess they are prepared. They can't beat us, can they? Aren't they afraid we'll send an army to raid him? Damn, daring to strike within Hakasia's territory and killing Hakasia's border fighters, these northern Burmas are really damned. Alas, Hakusha has always been able to talk, many times even if they can fight, taking into account many factors, they will not really fight, this time most likely will not make a move. It's so infuriating. Just listening to the news makes me want to rush over and them up. North Burma, most Hakushas are known only by name. The impression was that it was just a bullet-ridden area outside the national borders, and this clash of force with Hakusha was the first of its kind in memory. In this regard, many people have expressed that they are stimulated by this incident, and they have demanded that the official Hankiori give some color to the forces in the north of Myanmar, and began to comment frantically under the Central Mother's shivering sea number. However, for a huge country like Hakusha, every move could have a huge impact. Officials remain silent in the face of netizens' outrage. Just at this juncture, another Newsmax post. Upon investigation, a fierce gunfight broke out in northern Burma yesterday, and a crossfire shell crossed the national border and fell into our territory, injuring 17 local citizens. This made the netizens sit up even more. Grandma, it's in our ing phase, won't the higher-ups do something about it? Yes. I can't stand it anymore either, there's a hammer use in issuing a wide wanted notice, hurry up and strike in them. The 4 big families in northern Burma have been rooted in that land for decades. The armed forces should not be underestimated. If you want to make a move, it is estimated that you have to prepare for a long time. Let's give our own family some time. The north of Burma, that piece of land, do not know how many of our Hakka people. My cousin is there, was dug up a kidney. The Thai place should have long been green garlic. How much longer do we have to wait? Our country isn't going to play dumb and not dare to fight, is it? Chapter 48, Rising the Altar. The poor Taoist will leave tomorrow. For a while, the discussion on the internet about liquidating the forces in northern Myanmar intensified. Seeing this situation, many Big V followed the article to rub traffic, making the impact of this matter further expand. In just 5 hours, the relevant topic came directly to the first position on the hot search list. It is also interesting to note that some netizens have begun to associate the Lung Fu Shan Taoist master with the liquidation of the forces of the north of Myanmar, perhaps because of the close proximity of the two to each other on the Hot 100 list. Soon, there were quite a few netizens leaving messages under the official Longhu Mountain number and Yiqingshuan Shivering Sea account. Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain, right now, the forces in northern Burma are rampant, and they even dare to offend the border of my Hakusha. Does Heavenly Master, his old man, have anything to say about this? Yes. Such a strange shame that an uncle can endure, but an aunt can't. If you guys are willing to go out on a limb and just go on the air, I'll just max out my credit card. Me too. Oh. Where is my charming Taoist Master Yi? Longhu Mountain quickly released Taoist Yi. $1 million ahead on the wanted notice. Taoist Master Yi, he needs extra money too, doesn't he? Indeed. Incidentally, opening a live broadcast, so that we can have a long look, is also to promote the development of tourism in Longhu Mountain. In the comments section, the comments that wanted the Taoist Master of Longhu Mountain to fight were really a pick of the litter. Yi Qingxian could basically determine a few things after briefly looking down. This time, the conflict in northern Burma, the netizens of the reaction is big, but it is still far from letting Hakuna send troops to crusade to the extent that, at most, the economic pressure on 1 or 2. Subsequently, then look at the comments section of his own Dragon Tiger Mountain, for wanting to let himself out of the call is very high, and even has helped himself to think of all the reasons. I have to say, this session of netizens think is really thoughtful. Yi Qingxian whirled around with some hesitation. Should I go there myself? It's good to have a deterrent or two. It doesn't matter if you make money or not, the important thing is to give the dead Henshaw warriors, and the injured border citizens a breath of air. But if that's the case, there's a problem to be faced. If Hakuhodo's senior management has other arrangements for this matter and wants to take advantage of this momentum to do something big, then what's the point of taking the lead in helping them to fight? It's easy to be nice, that's all. Yi Qingxian sighed silently and was just about to turn off his cell phone and go out for dinner when he realized that a call had come through. It's the old national security leader from before with the surname Qin Changjin. As soon as it was connected, Xin Lao's eager voice came out. Heavenly Master, how is your health? Shan Hao. Yi Qingxian said, calling at this hour, is there something you need my help with? Hey, can't hide it from you. Where are you now? Are you free? Yi Qingxian said with a slight contemplation. In the sealed sea, there is no time. Depends on what you want to do. There's a big thing I want to ask you for. Elder Qin on the other end of the line organized his wording and returned. Did you see the news about northern Burma this morning? It was about the 2 soldiers who died, and the dozen or so civilians who were wounded. Look, the internet is buzzing for Hakusha to send troops to crusade against northern Burma. Elder Qin sighed helplessly, under a request. plus he had completely trusted this contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, he sighed. You don't know, there's been a lot of bickering over this morning. Some say we need to strike back with a thunderbolt to set the country straight, some say it's enough to beat them up, and then cut them down economically, and some say we need to send in special forces to carry out decapitation operations. In short, now say what all have, I was also out of ideas, casually mentioned let the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Masters to take action, all the people involved in this incident are resolved. And as a result, guess what? Yi Qingxian smiled and followed Qin Changjin's words, what? Qin Changjin lamented. It turned out that it was fine if I didn't say anything, but just after I mentioned it, the top voted unanimously straight away. It says that this will allow the army to reduce unnecessary casualties and at the same time pacify the public. In the end, we are going to take out $30 million to ask you to take a shot at us once. I know that this $30 million is nothing to you, it even looks like a pile of waste paper, but we really can't think of any way to thank you. Afterwards, the NSA will also help promote related industries on Longhu Mountain. I wonder what you think. After saying that, Qin Changjin's heart was a little apprehensive. Yi Qingxuan's image in his mind was magnificent to the extreme, taking money for this kind of transaction was more or less blasphemous in his opinion. On the other end of the phone, Yi Qingxian fell into silence for a while. Number $30 million a shot? Is the poor man's slap worth that much? He also helped to promote the related industries of Longhu Mountain, now who can still say that he is a shirker in the future? Yi Qingxian had even thought of the conversation of the gatekeeper on the mountain. What? You're saying that Master Shifu only cared about his own pleasure when he came down? It's simply nonsense. The master's descent from the mountain was clearly to gain benefits for Lungfu Mountain, it was an effort to continue Lungfu Mountain. Gosh, this is what I want. Yi Qingxian took his attention back from his fantasies, cleared his throat, and said. Indeed, you have a point. What does the Celestial Master mean? The forces on this piece of land in northern Burma are indeed too rampant, a bunch of scumbags have violated my land and injured my compatriots, and the poor Taoist can no longer tolerate it. Qin Changjin's heart was slightly moved, he couldn't help but be a little touched, and the respect for Yi Qingxian in his heart deepened a few more points as he asked. Is that a yes from you? Naturally. Qin Changjin was silent. Then he took a deep breath and solemnly said, many thanks to the Heavenly Master. No harm done. What are you planning to move? Qin Changjin asked, next week? Or next week? Next week? Yi Qingxian smiled faintly. Where is the need to wait so long, the poor Taoist will move tomorrow. 49. Pre-clearance operations. Subsequently, according to Qin Changjin's narration, Yi Qingxuan's current strike would be followed by the relevant personnel from the military, and the entire process would take the form of a live broadcast as a way to make an example out of him. The two men hung up only after discussing the relevant details. Qin Changjin is going to go on a pre-promotional tour, as he has to leave first thing in the morning and is on a tight schedule. Yi Qingxian pondered slightly, his thoughts diverging. Thinking that the rewards after killing the Fusan Yin-Yang magician had yet to be extracted, he casually called out the system panel, and his mood finally fluctuated. Something that rewards uncertainty like this is always intriguing. Studs are wise. Yi Qingxian called up the extraction panel and the system's beep sounded in his ears. Currently possesses a random spell bonus 1. Is it extracted? Yes. Yi Qingxuan's mind moved and the system panel flashed after him. Buzz. In the next second, an illusory golden light erupted out from the system panel and directly entered Yi Qingxuan's brow spirit platform. Wow. That's out of the money? Yi Qingxuan's eyes lit up. If I had this kind of luck in my previous life, would I still have to take the full grand guarantee every time? A new divine power golden mark appeared above his spiritual platform, and related messages surged in his mind. Recruitment of clouds, it is to harness the auspicious clouds, and can use the heavenly momentum to soar into the clouds, with the speed depending on the cultivation of the caster and the weather. Oh, yo! Does this mean that dude will be able to fly later? The corners of Yi Qingxuan's mouth rose in a happy mood. With the means of flying on clouds and mist, coupled with the divine arts passed down from generation to generation in the Heavenly Master's mansion, mustn't that group of small, unseen demons be shaken to death? Push down the excitement in your heart. Yi Qingxian stood up and made his way to the rooftop. Phew! Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Yi Qingxian waved his sleeve, and there was a gust of clear wind and white clouds surging to him, quickly lifting his figure up, and with a thought, he hovered around for a moment, and found that the white clouds underneath him were exceptionally stable, with no signs of collapsing and tumbling down at all. Good stuff! Yi Qingxuan's heart was slightly pleased, and after trying some more, he hit his figure, accelerated, and with a whoosh, he instantly climbed hundreds of feet in height. His figure shot straight up into the sky, shuttling between the curtains of clouds at breakneck speeds, a sense of impunity as he took to the air and rode the wind. Night. On the internet, the discussion on liquidation of forces in northern Myanmar has become more and more intense. Many netizens have shown their righteous indignation in the comments section of the video in question, and there has been a steady stream of dissatisfied voices. Obviously, no one wants this one to just go away. Any foreign force that injures my compatriots will have to pay a terrible price. This is the instinctive reaction of almost every Hakka person after hearing about this incident. No matter how much everyone usually fights internally, at times like this they all come together as one. Therefore, at this moment, the comments on the internet against the forces in the north of Myanmar have been scolded, side by side expressing everyone's dissatisfaction with the inaction behavior of the National Security Agency. Just then, suddenly someone yelled in the comments, "Y'all go watch the new video posted on the Central Mom's news account." This was followed by more and more waterboys posting comments like this in the comments section. The netizens who saw it first froze, puzzled in their minds. Could it be that the Hakusha National Security Bureau has finally stepped in? With this excitement in mind, a large number of netizens suspended their denigration and sniffed their way to the new CCTV news video. In the video, a dignified-looking female host with graying temples faced the camera and said in a serious tone, "Hello, dear netizens. I am Dongshi, a reporter from CCTV News. As of now, Hakuna officials still have not received any explanation or apology from the forces in northern Burma. To openly exchange fire on our territory, and to make some of the shells fall on parts of our country, causing injuries to dozens of people, and to refuse to apologize, I don't think that's something that any Hakusha people can accept." The hostess became more and more agitated as she spoke, with a hint of anger in her voice. In the face of such a bold move by the forces of northern Burma, the Hakka State Security Bureau has openly stated that it will strike back with forceful means. Therefore, the National Security Bureau has invited Taoist Master Yi of Longhu Mountain to lead a team to attack the northern border of Burma tomorrow morning, aiming to completely wipe out the so-called Four Great Families. Yes, Operation Purge. In addition, this operation is transparent throughout. The Hakusha State Security Bureau will open a relevant live broadcasting room on the Shivering Sea platform, and I hope that all netizens will come to supervise it at that time. This is the end of the video. And after watching the video, the comments section is already all abuzz. I thought the official would be an ostrich and deceive themselves, but I didn't realize it was holding back a big wave. Invite Taoist Master Yi to lead the team? Holy, wouldn't that main North Force just blow up the anus? It's hard to disagree. It's a wave of metaphysics versus technology. Could it be that Taoist Master Yi is going to come with a wave of force to push across northern Burma? Will that scene be brutal? Ha ha ha. What did I say? Trust our Ministry of State Security. When you guys were denigrating in the morning, I told you not to rush. Let the Taoist master take a break. Upstairs is so fast at changing faces. I see you were the one who cursed the most in the last video. In the face of out of their own expectations of the NSA, netizens demonstrated the mastery of the change of face, previously scolded how hard, and now praised how on the power. The NSA was clear this time. It was impossible to have a way to conceal such a potentially loud action, and instead of that, it would be better to broadcast the news live in the name of the officialdom, and still reap the favor of a large number of the people of Hakusha. As soon as the news of the purging operation was released, it caused a huge shock in Hakusha territory. A number of experts voted against it and took to social media platforms to ask questions in protest, arguing that the bloody operation, which took the form of a full live broadcast, would seriously affect the physical health of youngsters. In response, NSA Chin Chong-jin calmly posted a response, stating, "The blood of the enemy doesn't frighten teenagers, it only makes them trust their country more." The so-called experts were dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, a reporter was urgently sent to the borderline by his own boss and prepared a lot of written materials to see if he could be mixed into the team for this attack on northern Burma. The NSA's phones are ringing off the hook. But it's no use, no newspaper can grab the headlines with the official reporter on this one. The sky had just broken, and the reporters from the central station arrived early and waited in the nearest Hakasai city outside of northern Myanmar. The local armed forces also moved in, and a number of vehicles wishing to leave the country were stopped and told not to proceed. The driver's passenger in the car rolled down the window and looked forward to the open strip of land, a heavily armed army stationed here, the original calm city shrouded in a murderous atmosphere. The silence makes people a little trembling. The driver and passengers all fell silent and began to speculate in their minds about what would happen to Maine North next. The same speculation is happening over and over again throughout Hakusha, and it's such powerful news that one simply can't help but discuss it. Many netizens opened posts in the relevant forums, discussing the results of Hakusha's action. Do you think this operation will work? What's the split between us and the North? 19 drive it, 9 explosions a minute in northern Maine. I put my words here, with Taoist Master Yi's hand. If Maine North doesn't get beaten out of history this time, it's all counted as a clean pull for them. I also think that if Maine and North don't surrender in the end, I'll just deer. Damn, say it straight if you want a deer, don't get a cheap shot here. What time is the show on? I'm the king of rush. Apparently, the entire Hakusha network is paying extra attention to this operation. Chapter 50. Let's be careful of a Taoist priest? North of Maine, inside a mansion that covers an extremely large area. The ferocious-looking White Duke has just gotten up and is pacing leisurely in the courtyard, with dozens of foreigners who have been tricked into coming over kneeling in front of him, all of them as if they were dead, and they don't dare to breathe. It's not their fault. After all, they had just witnessed the former beating a large living person to death alive, and that bloody scene had brought quite heavy pressure on their hearts. All kneeling honestly. Duke White said with a smile, stroking the back of one of the men's neck with his palm. Weren't you quite cross when you first came here? You even said you'd get me killed, why don't you say so now? That person was a middle-aged man with gray hair. Upon hearing his questioning, the middle-aged man's face turned blue and he didn't say a word. No talk? It's okay if you don't speak, you listen to me. Duke White's face pulled out a smile and said. You still have a daughter within Hakusha, leukemia. You came over here because you wanted to raise money for medical expenses, you wanted to take your chances, didn't you? He paused for a moment, casually pulling a picture of a young girl from his pocket and smiling again. Aya, so pretty even with leukemia, your daughter doesn't look like you. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man finally changed his face as he saw his daughter's photo in the other man's hand. Don't be so agitated. Duke Bai smiled coldly and beckoned. Immediately 2 of his men rushed up and held down the middle-aged man with red eyes. She is now in Hakusha, you can't move her. The middle-aged man recovered some of his senses and shouted angrily. Indeed, you are right. The white male squatted down in front of the middle-aged man and laughed while looking at the photo in his hand. But I've sent someone to contact your daughter to bring $200,000 over here to ransom you. I don't know where she got the money together, but anyway, she's on her way here right now, and when she arrives, I'll arrange a father-daughter reunion for you. How about that? You. I'll kill you. The middle-aged man struggled frantically, his incomparably angry expression tinged with intense fear. Ha 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 ha. Looking at this desperate face of the other party, Duke White couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. He loved torturing people to this kind of despair too much. Just then, a henchman ran in from outside the courtyard and spoke in a deep voice towards Duke Bai, who was letting out a loud laugh. Xiao Bai, master wants you to come over. Looking for me for what? Duke White asked with a frown as his laughter stopped. This. I don't know, Elder Bai just said for you to come over. Duke Bai let out a light tsk. Being disturbed at a crucial moment put him in a somewhat irritated mood. But he didn't dare to disobey his own father's words, so he only scratched his head and said, Lead the way. The 2 then exited the mansion and headed in the direction of a large compound. A few moments later, the 2 walked into the compound, when they heard a furious cry ring out. Rebel son! Look at the trouble you've gotten me into! Immediately afterward, a cracking sound rang out, accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, and Duke White was slapped solidly in the face. The person who made the move was a dark-skinned old man, who was none other than the old man in charge of the Bai family today, Bai Yongchang. Look at the news yourself. Bai Yongchang slammed his cell phone hard, hating it and shouting angrily. How many times have I said, don't clash with Hakusha head-on, don't clash with Hakusha head-on. You were good, last night led troops to chase people failed even if, but also shot dead 2 Hakusha warriors, you were wanting my life? Duke White explained helplessly as he took the cell phone. Father, I was in a fit of anger. And although 2 warriors died on Hakusha's side, our side suffered more casualties, more than a dozen brothers died. The Bai family head cursed angrily, "Bastard. Do people Hakusha care about how many people you've killed? Also, I told you to watch the news." Only then did the white male reluctantly turn his eyes to his cell phone. The screen shows a headline. Hashtag letters to the Xia State Security was furious. The Lung Fushan Taoist master personally led a team to the north of Burma to implement the purging operation. Hashtag. A purge? Duke Bai changed slightly, then he mumbled as he looked through it. Didn't Hakusha's side used to turn a blind eye? Our armed forces are so strong, how? This time? Suddenly, his words trailed off, his tightly furrowed brow stretching as he lost his smile. Dad, you're just going to scare me. This is some gimmicky news story some media outlet came up with, isn't it? What? Still pretending. The white male laughed and handed over his cell phone. You see, specially invited Taoist Master Yi of Longhu Mountain to lead the team. Isn't this obviously fake news? What kind of combat power can that group of godly Taoist priests have? How can the Hakuhodo military ask for their help? And leading a team, I'm really laughing. Rebellious son. Bai Yongchang coughed violently twice, and without being able to slow down his breath, he proceeded to speak. Haven't you been following the news in Hakodate lately? This Taoist priest is almost a national idol over in Hakusha now. You don't know? I don't know. The white male frowned and said, this Taoist priest is very powerful? Bai Yonglong swallowed his saliva and thought twice before he said in a tone with a hint of clubbing. The eyes I planted on the Hakusha side say that this Taoist priest is quite capable of fighting. Duke Bai snorted, what's the point of him being able to fight? We have guns and cannons and nearly 10,000 troops, can we still be afraid of him, a feudal Taoist pretending to be a god? This. Bai Yongchang frowned, he felt that what his own son said was somewhat reasonable, but then he always felt that something wasn't quite right. Speaking of which, Hakusha's side of the short video, he seldom pays attention to it on weekdays. This time, he heard that Hakusha had a big action. Fong urgently learned about it, and then he received a reminder from his eyes, and in the heat of the moment, he was scared a little bit of six gods. However, right now, by his own son, Bai Yongchang instantly felt that the other party's lineup this time was nothing to be afraid of. After all, no matter how much of a fighter a Taoist priest is, he can't possibly outwit a bullet cannon, can he? Could it be that this time it's all thunder and no rain? It's possible. A dawning look appeared on Bai Yongchang's face as he felt he understood. He just assumed that the other party had come to do some superficial work to appease the people. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Bai Yongchang slowly said. Since Hakusha's side of the national security wants results. How about this, you send some random people to go around the national border and symbolically stop that Taoist priest, just as a way to give Hakusha a chance to take out the anger, and also so that people can go back and deliver the results. Duke White smiled and nodded, saying, Father, don't worry, I'll send 3 platoons over to put on a show for that Taoist priest across the street. I'm begging for flowers and love. Chapter 51, Taoist Master Yi, can he still fly? Outside of the city of Hakusha, the closest city to northern Burma, an armored vehicle pulls up to the national highway line. Beside the car, the serious-looking Qin Lao had his hands in his pockets, and beside him was the captain of the fighters of this operation, as well as a group of reporters sent from the central station. The reporter who came from the central station was a mature woman with a sensible temperament. She held up the camera and looked at the whitened skyline in the distance with a somewhat worried look, and finally couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. Elder Qin, did that Taoist Yi really tell you that we should wait for him directly over here? Qin Lao nodded. He sent a message last night saying that he didn't need to come to Fenghai to pick him up, just give him the coordinates of his destination. Most likely he plans to fly to this side of the city on his own plane and then take a taxi over. By the end of the sentence, he sounded a little uncertain. The CCTV reporter shook his head. Elder Qin, instead of letting Taoist Master Yi come over on his own plane, why don't we just send a special plane to pick him up? In less than 5 minutes, the live broadcast is going to start, the action can't be delayed. Qin Lao spread his hands helplessly and said, I also want to go pick it up, but Tian. Taoist Master Yi, he won't let me. Why? The warrior chief on the side returned, I've heard that all Taoist priests are concerned about karma, and that Taoist Master Yi most likely doesn't want to trouble us. It's not necessary at all. We're the ones who asked him to help, where's the point of bothering us? The central station reporter said with some anxiety. It's almost time for the broadcast. If Taoist Yi doesn't come yet, when do we have to wait? Why don't we pick him up at the airport? The warrior leader suggested. Qin Lao fell into silence for a while, and the central station reporter saw that the time was up, so he had to open the live broadcast. Hey, hey, hey! I'm gonna get my ass kicked. It's on air, it's on air. I've ordered coffee, prepared snacks, and even taken a vacation. Dedicating a day to enjoy Taoist Ye's divine prowess. I'm in a hurry, but it's finally on. As soon as the live broadcasting room was opened, a large number of netizens flooded in, all ready to sit in rows of melon seeds, just waiting to watch a blackout battle. They came from various channels, and they were all attracted by the headline Lung Fu Shan Taoist Master Cleans Up Northern Burma. The relevant departments of the Shivering Sea also began a large number of push streams. The number of people online in the live room soared, 2 million, 4 million, 6 million. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already approached the 10 million mark. Soon, this group of wise netizens noticed something strange. Ha! Where's Taoist Master Yi? I didn't see it either. Could it be that today is a no-show operation? You ask me? I can't reach it either. Seeing the questions of the crowd in the live broadcast, that central station reporter only had to patiently explain. Taoist Yi hasn't arrived yet, I guess there's some kind of delay, so don't be anxious. The netizens in the live stream had no doubts, and immediately started chatting about something else on the pop-up screen. That so-called white eunuch just now posted a video in Shivering Sea, openly clamoring for our Hankiori military, saying that if you have the ability, come to the fruit and dare hinterland to fight them hard. True or false? So wild? Doesn't he know that I, Taoist Master Yi, am here? He knows, and he even said he'll just bring 3 platoons, and that he'll give Taoist Master Yi a sieve if he dares to go. I'm really laughing. I just went to check it out and this asshole is so mad as hell and said the mugshot we got him was too ugly and told us to get another one. Has Taoist Yi not come yet? It won't be impossible to fight today, right? What? That kind of thing don't. Mr. Reporter, when will Taoist Master Yi arrive? As more and more netizens began to inquire about Yi Qingshuan's whereabouts, a drop of cold sweat seeped from the forehead of the CCTV reporter. Even if you guys ask me that, I don't know. Just as she was having a headache, Elder Qin beside her suddenly exclaimed, "It's coming." Finally. The CCTV reporter was overjoyed, and together with the warrior chief, he turned his eyes toward the national highway. However, the national highway is quiet and peaceful. Where are the people? What the hell? The CCTV reporter was just puzzled when the shocked voice of the warrior chief suddenly rang in his ears. Up there! Up there? The CCTV reporter subconsciously raised his head and stared with wide eyes, his face suddenly changing. On the morning of the Hakusha border, the weather was sunny and the blue sky was as clear as a wash. In the midst of the clear and bright sky, a figure swept out at extreme speed, dragging out a long high-speed airflow behind it, and rushing straight down with a low air rumble. The CCTV reporter opened her red lips and instinctively turned the camera over. Phew! In the sight of 3 incomparably horrified eyes, a white line descended from the sky and landed on the ground in a valiant manner. The sun is bright and the white robes are like snow. Yi Qingshuan exhaled a mouthful of white breath. The boiling mana in his body quickly calmed down. With his current cultivation level, he was really able to achieve Mach-level speed when he executed the Invoking Cloud avatar. That's cool. Pressing down the pleasure in his heart, Yi Qingshuan looked at the 3 people who froze beside the car. He then cleared his throat and smiled lightly. The poor man was slowed down by a search on his cell phone's navigation that was all flights and no relevant flight paths. Gentlemen, no offense. The plain words were like a bolt from the blue in the ears of the 3. Taoist Yi will ing fly. Shut up upstairs. What Taoist Master Yi is using is clearly my Huanxia Taoist technique. It's really handsome. Laughing to death, Taoist Master Yi's comment about not being able to search for flight paths on the lack of virtue map is so ed up. Lack of map. I also sister thought someone can fly. Taoist Yi really gave me a numb look with this wave. He can fly and fight, and he's handsome, so what is he if not an immortal? Kneel down, I'm really kneeling down with this hand of Taoist Master Yi. Seeing Yi Qingshuan descending from the sky, the viewers in the live broadcast room only felt an eye-opening experience. All of them were excited, and the pop-ups on the public screen were as dense as if it was snowing heavily. Flying has never been the pursuit of immortality for every Huxia person. The white clothes and wind, but also to meet the many people for the cultivation of immortal fantasy. Elder Qin and the 2 people beside him also looked dumbfounded. One must know that although the former knew a bit more than an unusual person, he still hadn't expected that Yi Qingshuan could even do something like leaping over 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers with the wind. The visual impact is not much better than cracking a mountain. and that CCTV reporter was already shocked to the point of jaw-dropping. She, who thought she had traveled across the great rivers and seen countless deeds, was also seeing such a miraculous means with her own eyes for the first time. It was a long time before she came back to her senses, her voice revealing a strong shock as she swallowed. Taoist Yi, you are truly an immortal. You this. Poor Taoist is just an ordinary Longhu Mountain Taoist priest. Yi Qingxian explained calmly. He turned to Qin Changjin and asked. When do we move? Xin Lao said, you can now if you are ready. Let's go then. Yi Qingxian let out a light smile and took the lead to get up and get into the armored car. The three behind him followed closely behind. It was worth mentioning that on Yi Qingxuan's way here, the system had once again released a relevant temporary quest. Ding! Temporary mission, push across the north of Burma. Pushing across the north of Burma, the four great families that have long been entrenched in this area are running amok, and the head of the White family and his son have sensed your arrival, but his son, who is a murderer and looter, does not take you seriously and intends to send you off with a few random troops. For the sake of upholding the righteous path and purging the evil winds, I ask you to use your means to destroy the armed defenses that the four great families are so proud of from the front, and to break their will to resist. Reward, Avatar. Detaining the gods and calling the immortals. Chapter 52, say again, what did he do with the rocket? The armored car sped along the mountain passes, moving smoothly in the direction of Kokong. Buzz. The warrior chief driving the car was silent, and beside him was the serious-looking Qin Changjin. Yi Qingxian and the reporter from the central station sat in the back row, the former propped up his chin and leaned against the side of the car window, his sight looking towards the mountains in the distance. By the looks of it, this neighborhood is mostly a well-traveled area. It should be noted that not many sane people stay in this environment. It seems that this time around, you can slightly liberalize your hands. The corner of Yi Qingxuan's mouth rose slightly. Soon the vehicle crossed the border and drove into the territory of Kokong. Looking at the unfamiliar scene around them, the audience in the live broadcast room gradually became excited. It's been a long time coming. So this is what northern Maine looks like. I can't wait to see Taoist Master Yi make his move, guide, fast forward. Damn, this gang of from northern Burma, an industrial park will remove thousands of people's organs for sale every year, and I don't know how many of them are our Hankosias. Don't get angry upstairs, isn't Taoist Master Yi here? The atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually heated up, thanks to the speed of the network's dissemination. Many people in Hakusha hated this filthy place that eats people without spitting bones. Because of this, the number of people following this operation is much higher than ever before. At this point, the CCTV reporter asked in a curious tone. Northern Maine is so big, where do we start? Xin Lao, who was in the passenger seat, smiled faintly. Where do we need to make the first move? The first batch of trouble is most likely waiting for us right in front. Front? The CCTV reporter first stared, then asked in surprise. Is that video on the internet real? That Mr. White really brought someone to block us? Based on the intel we've intercepted so far, it's true. The warrior chief driving the car spoke up. Intercepted intel? After a moment's thought, the CCTV reporter realized what the other side meant. Undercover? She asked, lowering her voice in some surprise. Elder Qin nodded his head imperceptibly and sneered. We've also got the locations of the four great families' main strongholds, so as long as we find them one by one, we're not afraid that we won't be able to catch them. Then, what if the number of people coming by then is too large and the firepower is too fierce? What if Taoist Yi can't take it? The CCTV reporter frowned, looking very worried. Words. Xin Lao gave her an odd look. The CCTV reporter tried not to interpret the look in his eyes as, what nonsense are you talking about? The netizens in the live stream were also happy. Jesus. What did I hear? This reporter is actually questioning Taoist Yi's strength? Ha ha ha. It looks like Taoist Yi's earlier hand from the sky hasn't subdued him yet. No harm done. Gossip comes all the time, it's natural not to listen. Taoist Yi will use his strength to break the skepticism later. Am I the only one who thinks you guys are a bit blindly optimistic? It seems like Taoist Master Yi has never gone head-to-head with a hot weapon so far, right? If this flips over. Shut up upstairs, barbarian, you're really the only one who thinks the guys are blindly optimistic. Even a fierce tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. Taoist Yi is also human. Inside the car, after hearing the concerns of the central station reporter, Yi Qingxian did not say anything more. After the vehicle had been traveling for nearly 5 more minutes, he turned his eyes to the hillside high in front of him and laughed softly. Coming. High on the hillside. Nearly 100 people had gathered here, each of them holding a weapon, their eyes looking grimly at the gradually approaching armored car below. They are the very soldiers who were sent here by Duke White. The man at the head of the group had a cell phone and was talking to the other end of the line. Bai Xiao, the target is here. Okay, as planned, we'll symbolically fire a few shots at the gun and then run. You said you want to give them a kick in the pants and then run? This. No, I get it, we'll do it right here. The words came here. The man hung up the phone and his voice was low as he addressed the crowd behind him. Bai Xiao has given the word to give these people a head start, so they know what northern Maine is like, so they can be here with their tails between their legs. Then, we'll fight as we withdraw, and whoever runs slowly deserves to be killed by the other side. Got it? The crowd nodded in understanding. Very well. The man nodded in satisfaction. Considering that bullets have minimal effect on armored vehicles. He turned around and took an RPG directly from one of the men, then slung it over his shoulder and aimed it at the armored car below, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. No armored vehicle was unharmed by the RPG bombardment. No effect as a result that will never appear in the bombing record. Therefore, even if the opponent's armored car could carry the RPG, the personnel inside would be harmed by the impact. The damage might not be fatal, but it was enough to act as a dismount. Behind them, the crowd silently disengaged the safety of the weapons in their hands, and hundreds of blackened muzzles followed, aiming at the armored car below. At that moment, however, the armored car below slowly reduced its speed, and finally even came to a stop directly underneath the hillside. What the hell? The man at the head frowned, a trace of foreboding rising in his heart, but now was the best time to strike. He gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket instantly detached from the shoulder and shot at high speed towards the armored vehicle below at hundreds of meters per second. Wow! However, it was at this point that the armored door was suddenly opened. The cerebellums of the Burmese soldiers who saw the scene shriveled up. The soldier at the head of the group even turned wildly pale. Eunuch Bai just asked him to give the other side a head start if he accidentally blasted the opposite side to death, not to mention Hanko Xiao's military, even the local forces in northern Burma could flay him alive. It can't be helped, that's what happens when a weak country faces a strong one. There is dignity, but not much. Phew. Just when the man was at the end of his rope, a golden silhouette swept out from the open door of the car, blocking the rocket at an unimaginable speed. Immediately afterward, an even more bizarre scene occurred. Only to see that golden silhouette lifting his right hand seemingly slowly, but he directly held that rocket in his hand and then casually threw it back like a piece of trash. No, what? The rocket was thrown back? The man at the head of the group, along with the hundreds of soldiers behind him, had their mouths wide open, staring blankly at the rocket that had been thrown back. The rockets are coming in at breakneck speed, much faster than they went. I must not be awake yet. The man murmured. Boom! In the next second, in the sight of hundreds of horrified and bewildered eyes, the blazing flames instantly erupted, instantly engulfing the several soldiers at the forefront. Asking for a wave of gifts and hype so the author doesn't die easily. Chapter 53. You have been surrounded by the poor Taoist alone. The moment the rocket exploded, a wave of air swept out. Several people engulfed in flames let out shrill screams, causing the hearts of the nearly 100 remaining soldiers to tremble. After witnessing the party scene, their brains were a bit down at the moment. What a joke. It's amazing that there are people in this world who can grab a fired RPG in the palm of their hand and throw it back as they please. Is this some kind of super British movie? However, just as they were lost in thought, the figure covered in golden light had already arrived at the cliff in front of them. It was only then that the Burmese soldiers got a good look at the man's figure. Only to see that the person who came was dressed in white clothes that won the snow, with a slender figure, handsome face, and indifferent expression, which was a posture of an earthly immortal, but the pair of pitch-black eyes were permeated with an incomparably pure killing intent. Wordlessly, an indescribable sense of oppression suddenly descended on this hillside, actually causing nearly 100 soldiers to have the thought of escaping in the bottom of their hearts at the same time. Right now, it was clear that nearly 100 people were surrounding one person, but there was a sense of dissonance that one person was surrounding hundreds of people. What's this panicky feeling of facing death head-on? You have been surrounded by the poor Taoist. The young Taoist's voice was icy cold, an invisible pressure enveloped the hearts of every soldier present. Fire! Someone among the soldiers shouted out of panic. The soldiers from the northern part of Myanmar who heard the command subconsciously aimed their guns at Yi Qingxian before pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The densely packed bullets connected and poured and flew towards the latter. But they obviously didn't understand that even the more destructive RPGs could not yet pose a threat to the other side, so what use could the less powerful bullets be? Dang it! A large number of bullets struck the golden light on Yi Qingxian's body surface, emitting a loud sound of gold and iron. The bullets were like small stones that had not entered the vast ocean, and did not even manage to stir up many ripples. The young Taoist looked as normal, lifted his feet, and just walked slowly against the line of guns, toward the circle of nearly 100 people. Seeing this, many of the soldiers showed a look of horror, and while pulling the trigger to the bottom, they broke down and yelled. Why? Why is he okay? Monster! Monster! Fark! Why don't the bullets work on him? It's not like what was said beforehand. Facing that young Taoist who walked hard against the bullets, these people who usually take pleasure in killing people, their psychological defense began to collapse, and fear spread in the bottom of their hearts. Yi Qingxian's heart was as quiet as water. In his vision, each of these soldiers was haunted by an evil spirit, and it was clear that none of them were good people. That said, he had a slap on the wrist, and the group of Burmese soldiers in front of him happened to have a face. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? Therefore, it was the destiny of this group of northern Burma soldiers to run into him here today. This is God's will. Yi Qingxian lightly laughed without any nonsense, his eyes lit up with a brilliant golden light and his figure disappeared from its original position. The next second, he appeared in front of a Burmese soldier who was trying his best to fire. Ah! The soldier was so frightened by the sudden appearance of Yi Qingxian that he shouted and hurriedly turned the gun in his hand and tried to face it towards Yi Qingxian. But it was too late. What's the nonsense? The young Taoist spoke in a disgruntled tone. Boo! The air exploded with a loud bang, and the soldier was directly slapped by the Taoist with a slap that cracked his skull, and with a harsh cracking sound, he tumbled out towards the bottom of the mountain. And Yi Qingxian kept moving. He flashed to the next soldier once more and raised his palm. Boo! The palm wind was like an explosion of thunder, and the soldier's head directly rotated in place by 270 degrees, his mouth and nose overflowing with blood, and his body scraping the ground as he flew backwards for dozens of feet. Many of the soldiers rounded their eyes. Boom! Another soldier was smashed by the young Taoist's palm, causing his body to sink into the earth, as crisp bone cracks and miserable screams emanated from the soldier's body. An aura of blood gradually filled the air. At this moment, Yi Qingxian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his pair of golden pupils glittering. Surrounded by nearly 100 soldiers, he walked idly as if he were in no man's land, and every time he lightly raised his hand, a mournful scream rang out. Some of the surrounding soldiers had collapsed, dropping their guns and running away, while some were overwhelmed by the bloodshed and gripped their guns tightly, pulling the triggers frantically towards the Taoist. But when those bullets hit the golden light, it was as if they had hit some kind of fortress like a bronze wall, and they crumbled as much as they could. The group of soldiers finally collapsed, dropping their guns in despair and scattering. Facing the monster like young Taoist, they simply couldn't raise any resistance at the moment. Yi Qingxian turned a blind eye, his footsteps did not stop, his body shape pranced around, a slap slapped a dead, a wave of the sleeve swung a group of dead. There was no mercy in his hands. He genuinely wanted to wipe out this group of Maine North soldiers. Taoist Master Yi is awesome. When it comes to this group of bastards who are trying to gash our Hakka people's loins all day long, they should all be beaten and killed. What do I, a military buff, see? Someone taking a bullet hard? To explain to the newcomers, this is Taoist Master Yi from Longhu Mountain, who specializes in reasoning with golden light spells and slaps. It's too good to watch. I'll see if that Duke White is still pretending to be a pussy now. Taoist Master Yi will hit his doorstep right away. Maybe the wanted photos will be posthumous photos later. He just posted a video in Shivering Sea. Said he sent 3 platoons to Taoist Yi as a meet and greet gift. I didn't expect it to actually become a meet and greet gift now. The netizens gloated in disgust, the live broadcast of various gifts one after another, and many big brothers put words, Yi Taoist Long Palm killed a soldier to brush a super rocket. With such emotions rendered, the atmosphere of the live broadcast room gradually became enthusiastic. And at the bottom of the hill, the CCTV reporter holding the camera had been too shocked to speak by the scene in front of him. It wasn't until then that she realized why Elder Cheen had looked at her with that kind of look back then in the car. This. What is this? It's too brutal. Even if the bullets hit his body like tickles, he's chasing after a group of people to kill them by himself? How could it be such an unreasonable scene? The CCTV reporter was at a loss for words for a moment and stood still, staring blankly at Yi Qingxian, who was chopping and slicing his way through the crowd with as much panache as he could. The air, thick with blood, made her want to vomit a little. Elder Qin and the warrior chief stood behind her. Both of them were bigwigs in the Hakusha military and had seen Yi Qingxuan's methods that day at Qin Mountain, so their expressions were still calm at the moment. However, it was only the face that remained calm. These two were looking stupid inside. I have a good boy, Tiancher. This is to take a hot weapon as what? Directly carry bullets hard. AK in the hands of hundreds of people, in his eyes are all toys? Elder Qin subconsciously associated it with a scene. Beautiful Country's cruise missile broke through the national border, was about to blast Hakusha City, then was rushed to Yi Qingxian slap burst. Even though it was just an imagination, Xin Changjin couldn't help but shiver and roll his throat. Because according to the scene at hand, Yi Qingxian might actually be able to do it. But in the blink of an eye, he resumed his smile. Because such a powerful character is now one of their Hakusha. With such thick thighs, as a member of the NSA, he was now dreaming sweetly. Chapter 54, Toward the Tao, Death in the Evening. The White family mansion, in the hinterland of northern Maine. The White Duke, who had finished releasing a new video in Shivering Sea, was lying in his own courtyard basking in the sun in a rather good mood. In the video just released, he makes a rather high-profile statement about who he is and speaks directly about the operation he has arranged. At the end of the video, Mr. White even laughed in a mocking tone. I just sent 3 platoons of troops, with a couple of AKs on the way. I hope your so-called Taoist master of Lung Fu Shan can hold out. Don't let me down earlier. Oh. He did this for no other reason than pure excitement. The sense of accomplishment that comes from this kind of rubric of provoking the majesty of a powerful nation is just too much to pass up. Not to mention that the so-called Longhu Mountain is still an ancient Taoist temple that has been passed down for thousands of years in Huansha. Stomping things that symbolized majesty under his feet, the white male enjoyed the process. He didn't take it too seriously, even though his old man told him to keep it in check. There is a reason for his recklessness. After all, as long as it does not make too much noise, Hankook Xiao will not target them in the north of Myanmar have any big action. After all, it will lose military strength, but also cannot get any benefits. This incident illustrates that very well. Even though they shot artillery shells into Hakusha's territory and killed 2 border warriors, Hakusha still didn't make much of a statement and even sent a Taoist priest to lead this purging operation. This is clearly a pretense. The white male's mood became more and more relaxed as he smiled and muttered to himself. What a stupid Hakusha people. I can't imagine that in this day and age, there are still so many who believe in bulls and ghosts. It's really a waste of tension. He now waited for those 3 platoons of soldiers to return to the battalion before posting a video and proceeding to taunt the netizens of Hakusha. Thinking of this, he picked up his cell phone and casually turned on Shivering Sea's live stream, intending to molest Hakusha's netizens. Although his live room would soon be blocked because of the wanted notice, a few short minutes was enough for him to satisfy his vanity. A large number of netizens flooded into the live broadcast room just as soon as it was opened, which made Du quite a bit surprised as well. It seems like he's getting quite a bit of attention in Hakusha. His mood grew lighter. Just then, the pop-ups in the broadcast room began to roll, and the large number of netizens who had flooded into the room began their own gloating. Duke Bai cast his eyes casually, and after rummaging through it, his smile gradually froze on his face. Yo! Isn't this Mr. Bai? You're going to start a live broadcast to make money before you die? You have a sense of ceremony. Dude, go check on your 3 platoons, they're now 3 grams of oil, ha ha ha. Mr. Bai, just woke up? Quickly, don't fall asleep. Taoist Master Yi will be hitting your house soon. Get up and prepare some tea for Taoist Master Yi. I could die of embarrassment if I were you. I just posted a video bragging about being awesome and it flipped at light speed. Jumping face to face and mocking on the front foot, and responding to the battle at the speed of light on the back foot of Taoist Yi, I really can't strain to laugh. Mr. Bai. You've messed with a soft persimmon by messing with us, but you've kicked a steel plate by provoking Longhu Mountain. Put your own wanted in your mouth and reduce some workload for me, the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain, lest we have to verify your identity later. Ah, Xiaobaya, Taoist Master Yi is coming here. Seeing these pop-ups, Duke White's first reaction was confusion. Why do they all look like they're here for a joke? Could it be that those 3 platoons of soldiers didn't give that Lung Fu Shan Taoist priest a hard time? It shouldn't. There were hundreds of them, with an AK and grenades and RPGs, so even if he had a lot of people from Hakusha this time, he should still be able to cause some trouble. Look at his face, everyone, clueless, haha. Anxious, our white duke is really anxious this time, he doesn't even smile anymore. The smile won't go away, it's just transferred to our faces, making this one a good morning's work. If we had known, we wouldn't have done it. I can only say that the people in the north of Myanmar do not pay attention to the news of Hakangsea is so, dead to the end and still do not know, provoking ye Taoist, really want to live a lone life. Looking at the sneering pop-ups in the live broadcast, Duke White's face changed. He pushed down the many questions in his mind, got up and left the camera to call the soldier who had led the way. The call was quickly answered. What the hell, isn't this fine? Duke Bai subconsciously sighed in relief, then asked in a deep voice. What's going on? What's going on over there? Why are there suddenly a bunch of people coming to see my jokes? Yeah, why is that? The voice on the other end of the line smirked. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Duke Bai's face changed slightly. It didn't match the soldier's voice he remembered at all. Who are you? He questioned in a stern voice. A soft chuckle came from the other end of the line, the young male voice slightly amused over the faint sound of a car engine. Didn't you send 3 platoons to test the level of poverty? Now you want to turn the other cheek? At those words, Duke Bai's eyes widened and he lost his voice. You're the Lungfu Mountain Taoist priest who led the group. How is that possible? 3 platoons of soldiers were taken care of by him? Poor Tao should not have disappointed you, right? Yi Qingxian on the other end of the phone asked rhetorically with a smile. Duke Bai's head swam, but he managed to force his composure and said in a cold voice. Impossible. That's 3 platoons, each well assembled, even if it's hundreds of steamed buns, you'll have to gnaw on them for a little while. The caller just laughed softly and didn't retort. This made Duke White even more flustered. Even though he tried to convince himself, the thought of maybe it's true inevitably appeared in his mind. Where are you now? What the hell do you guys want? Duke Bai asked through clenched teeth. He knew it was unlikely that the other man would answer, so he was just asking casually at the moment. But I didn't think that the Longru Mountain Taoist on the other end of the phone suddenly came to life and answered the question. There's an old saying in Hakusha, it's called if you hear the word in the morning, you can die in the evening. Do you know what that means? The white male frowned and returned honestly. I don't know. Yi Qingxian laughed loudly. It means that if the poor man knows the way to your house in the morning, you'll be dead by night. Please ask for a favorable review, positive feedback over 50 plus one more chapter. Every day there are nearly 10,000 people chasing more, it should not be difficult, please everyone. Chapter 55 Love doesn't come out of nowhere, but a terrifying thunderstorm can. Hearing this, Duke Bai's face changed drastically. He suspected something was wrong with his ears. Someone actually tried to kill him in northern Burma? Are you kidding? He's the son of the Bai family, one of the 4 great families. Duke White asked incredulously. What do you mean by that? You want to kill me? Sure. By this point, the voice on the other end of the phone was actually still slightly smiling. The poor Taoist is already on his way. Duke Bai couldn't help but laugh angrily. How dare you? I am. Toodle-oo. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a hang-up came from the other end of the line. Dare to hang up on me? Bai Gongxi's face was ugly, and when he came back to his senses, he slammed his cell phone on the ground and stood in place for half a day. He was puzzled. The other party is just a Hakusha Taoist priest, where on earth did he get the guts? Could it be that a lot of Hakusha warriors really came this time? That's impossible. The white male frowned. If the other side mobilizes a large number of people for this operation, then they can definitely get some wind of it beforehand. Judging from this situation right now, the warriors that Hakusha came with this time definitely won't exceed 1,000 at most. Eunuch Bai's thoughts electrified. If there's only a few hundred, and I've lost 3 platoons on my side so far, then they'd have to have 1 platoon dead or wounded to say the least. Looking at it that way, it seems like it can still be fought. It's just a bit of a price to pay. Damn Hakusha, what kind of madness has he gotten this time? Duke Bai said with some exasperation. In the past, they wouldn't have spent troops on them. Unable to think, the White Duke became irritated and muttered to himself. Want to kill me? Bring someone if you can. I have more than 500 soldiers near this mansion, let's see if you can do it. I just don't believe it, a Taoist priest from Acacia, plus a few hundred gun-toting fighters, wiped out my white family in northern Burma. A look of anger and fear filled his eyes. Anger was because there was someone who dared to openly disobey him in this realm, which was simply unimaginable in the past. And the fear, not because this disobedient man was trying to kill him, but because there was so much doubt in his mind that the other man might actually be able to do it. The threat of a strong man is always extremely weighty. Don't panic, the probability that Hakusha is willing to spend yuan chi to encircle the north of Maine is very low. The high probability that the Taoist priest just brought a few hundred people just now is just a bluff. The white male took several deep breaths in succession, which barely stabilized his emotions, and then turned towards the cell phone that was broadcasting live. He was going to shut down the broadcast and rush to his old man to call for some reinforcements. If the first news of the time, the white male can still listen to the cleanup operation as a joke, but now it is not laugh out loud. As Duke White's figure appeared in the camera, the netizens, who had long been happy in the live broadcast room, turned on their taunts. Laughing my ass off. Mr. White, you didn't turn off the microphone just now, you know? I was just in Taoist Master Yi's live broadcasting room. The phone call this guy made was answered by Taoist Master Yi, and when he heard that Taoist Master Yi was coming to kill him, Duke White's voice was shaking just now. Ha! Rush, rush, rush. Listening to the commotion, I'm afraid that they even smashed the cell phone just now, right? Don't talk about the voice, look at his face now, it's green. Looking at the pop-ups that continued to swipe on the public screen, Duke White was enraged. This bunch of Hakushas, he was in a hurry and on fire, and actually had the leisure to look at his jokes. He quickly snuffed out the live feed, rubbed the corner of his forehead, and yelled out towards the courtyard. Come on, man. Bai Shao. A henchman soon walked in from outside the courtyard and answered with his head bowed. Gather back all the men who have gone out, and whenever you see any of Hakusha's troops approaching the mansion, fire directly without asking for permission. Killing intent welled up in the bottom of Duke Bai's eyes, and his voice was gloomy. Also, notify my father, tell him that Hakusha has a lot of people coming this time, and tell him to hurry up and think of something. Yes. The henchman turned to leave. Soon, a large number of northern Burmese soldiers appeared near the residence, each armed with an AK, their eyes alertly watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street in the distance. The pedestrians saw that the atmosphere around the mansion was not right, plus the infamous white family in northern Maine. They felt that they couldn't afford to mess with them, so they all hid far away as well. Ta-da! The neighborhood of the residence was, for a time, reduced to the sound of soldiers patrolling. Duke Bai stood on the attic, his sight first looking to the extreme distance, the mountains beyond the town, and then landing on the soldiers below guarding the area around the residence. Watching the hundreds of soldiers heavily armed patrolling around the residence, his heart finally felt a little more secure. More than 500 northern Burmese militia with real guns, even if the quality is not as good as the Hankiori fighters, in the case of a small difference in numbers, it can make the other side not dare to act rashly. Moreover, there were sentry posts on the road from the mountain forest to this town, so once Hakusha's people appeared, he would be able to get the news early on. If it was really an error in judgment and tens of thousands of warriors came from Hakusha's side, he would be able to escape in time. Some are so perfect. Duke White revealed a confident smile. Now that he is self-conscious of the advantage in his hands, he suddenly wants to open a live broadcast to taunt the Hakusha netizens who were watching his jokes earlier. Forget it, there's no rush, it's not too late to taunt when it's completely safe. Duke White shook his head and smiled. He held out his right hand and glanced at the expensive wristwatch he wore on it. It's 2:12 in the afternoon. The white male looked up at the sky again, the sun was shining and the blue sky was clear. It lightened his otherwise tense mood. Woohoo! Just then, a strong wind rolled up steeply between heaven and earth, and a shockingly loud cloud emerged from the sky, obscuring the light of the sky at an extremely fast speed. The air above the town grew dark in one breath. Duke White's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up at the sky, doubts arising within him. It was sunny just now, how come it's cloudy so soon? The walkers in the town also raised their heads and looked blankly into the sky. High above the sky in the distance, white clouds continued to toss and turn, with dark undertones emerging with them, and finally completely transforming into thunderclouds that symbolize destruction. How extensive is this thundercloud? 2 or 3 miles? Or 10 miles? Such questions arise in the minds of many people. Boom! A shocking thunderclap exploded from the sky. At this very moment, in the sky of the Kokong hinterland, thunderclouds close to 100 miles gathered, as if they were born as thunder dragons stretching their muscles and bones, and the throbbing thunderons were like giant pupils of souls, looking down majestically on the earth below. The range of this thundercloud was unprecedentedly lurid, and the darkness began to flicker with blinding light one after another, and a depressing atmosphere enveloped the realm below, and the light gradually gained weight. Obviously it was just an ordinary change in the weather, but the goosebumps on the white male's back had a hidden tendency to explode. He couldn't help but shiver as his eyes locked onto the thunderclouds in the sky. A sense of foreboding rose from the bottom of his heart. Rumble. In the next second, a deafening thunderclap resounded through the heavens and earth. A ray of thunder fell from the distant sky, and where Duke couldn't see it, a sentry post along the way was hit by the ray of thunder, and with a loud roar, all of these sentry posts without exception exploded. Chapter 56, Crushed White Duke, He's Practically Superman. The sound of a building exploding in the distance. The white male frowned lightly, the uneasiness in his heart intensified, but he did not care. After all, it was normal to have the sound of explosions in the north of Burma. Taking a step back, it makes sense that during a thunderstorm, there is falling lightning that destroys individual unlucky buildings. He was just about to turn around and head back to the house when his body stumbled and he accidentally fell to the ground. Woohoo! The wind whistled, and I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Duke felt that the entire house was trembling slightly, and what caused this illusion was the almost unreasonable change in the sky outside at the moment. A loud thunderclap followed one after another, not to mention the houses. Even the hearts of the people shivered a little in this environment. Duke's face instinctively paled a little as he held onto the ground, and just as he stood up, a henchman ran up the stairs to report, his voice full of shock. Bai Shao. The outpost closest to us was just hit by a falling mine, we. Rumble. A thunderous boom rudely interrupted the sounds of conversation inside the house, followed by what appeared to be an explosion in a building outside. The white male's head snapped back and looked out of the house, and he couldn't help but let out a cry. Only a scorched blackness with a diameter of more than 10 feet appeared in the courtyard, and dozens of gun-toting soldiers were lying down sideways and motionless, with wisps of black smoke drifting out from their bodies. Gusts of shock came out of the mouths of the soldiers who were watching. Duke's throat rolled as he raised his head, and when he once again looked at the circling thunderclouds in the sky, that uneasy feeling in his heart was instantly put to the maximum. He felt that he had missed some point, and his still smart head instinctively began to run. When that Taoist priest entered the country, a lot of netizens in Hakusha cheered. The Taoist crossed the border and ran into 3 platoons he had arranged for, unharmed, while his own 3 platoons seemed to have evaporated. None of the netizens who ran to see his hilarity showed any anger. This indicates that there were basically no casualties on the Hakusha side. Why were there no casualties? The White Duke's heart sped up dramatically, like a drum. He recalled that when he spoke to the other party on the phone just now, the other party acted incredibly relaxed, as if he was confident that the next action was a sure thing. This is northern Maine, a place where the law is said to be unreachable. What makes the other side so confident when all 4 families have gun-toting militias and heavy weapons like cannons? And, just after hanging up the phone, the entire Kokong hinterland was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder. Not only were there explosions at sentry posts along the way, but a falling mine landed in his courtyard. Hakusha's legendary Taoist priest can call the wind and rain. Duke White's pupils suddenly contracted. In this moment, he suddenly understood something. A terrible truth slowly emerged from his mind, and emotions of fear and shock welled up from his heart. No wonder Hakusha trusted this Taoist so much. No wonder the other party was able to take out hundreds of soldiers without a sound. No wonder he had no worries about the outcome of this operation. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, one had been sitting on the sidelines understanding the other party's tactics. All of this is because the other side's tactics are far beyond the realm of reality. Calling the wind and the rain, calling the thunder of the sky. The goosebumps on Duke's back simply wouldn't stop. This is the means of that Taoist priest. What army could stand in the way of such an ability? How could there be no confidence? This matchup is completely unfair, it's a lopsided grind. The moment he thought clearly about the truth, Duke's body was chilled all over, like falling into an ice cave. How in the world can something be so outrageous? My God, this is Superman. He mumbled in pain. At that moment, there was a shout from the soldiers of the Burmese north outside. Target sighted. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunfire rang out from outside the house, followed by the ever-present sound of gold and iron clanking that made Duke's heart sink. Barely bracing himself, he walked over to the windowsill and looked down. Outside the mansion's walls, a handsome young man in white robes walked slowly, a radiant and mysterious golden light wrapped around his body, and a bullet struck it, emitting a crisp and desperate sound of gold and iron. The light caused one soldier to turn pale, exclaiming and retreating while continuously firing. But the white-robed youth's figure seemed like a heavenly god, and just simply advancing forward made them feel a huge sense of oppression. The white male on the second floor even closed his eyes in despair. That's a hell of a shot. At that moment, the white-robed youth smiled faintly, and towards the nearest soldier, he raised his right palm. Boom! A sudden roar exploded outside the room, and the soldier's figure directly panned out, leaving only a mist of blood in its place. There was a sudden silence in heaven and earth. The remaining soldiers all looked at the scene in horror. The light in front of them had already subverted their cognition, and it was completely a bridge that could only be seen in a superpower movie. That white-robed youth continued to advance, his palms continuously raised, bursting the air while beating one gun-toting soldier to the point where he spat blood and fell back, unable to rise again. In less than 10 seconds, the perimeter walls began to collapse one after another, and the deaths and injuries of the northern Burmese soldiers exceeded triple digits. Seeing such a disparity in combat power, this group of militia with not high combat quality began to collapse, and even directly dropped their guns and ran away. Boom! 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 The white-robed youth had no intention of catching up, only that there were thunderbolts descending from the sky one after another. The white male inside the house forced his guts and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. He had just turned around and returned to the house when he heard a boom. The wall was smashed open by a huge force, and a golden figure was then reflected into the line of sight. It was none other than Yi Qingxian. Seeing this, the nearly collapsed Bai Gongzi unexpectedly laughed two nervous dry laughs. Are you being reasonable? In response, he was met with the thunderous wind of an explosive fist. At the end of the street, the temperamentally sensible CCTV reporter was holding up a camera. Unlike her earlier shocked expression, she was full of exuberance at this moment. Boy, live so big, the first time to see such a strong black sweep, completely is not at all reasonable strong attack Now that's what you call a cleanup operation. The netizens in the live stream were also exuberant. Daoist Ye's hand with the golden light mantra strong open AK-47 is pleasing to the eye no matter how many times I see it. This is the ultimate violent aesthetic. That mother ing by family's youngest son just looked dumbfounded on the second floor. Ha 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 ha. He thought that times had changed, but it turns out that Taoist Master Yi managed to tell him in 2 slaps that the times haven't changed. The contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain is also powerful enough. Across such a distance, 1 second Taoist Master Yi says to the camera that the heavenly master is helping, and the next second the sunny sky of Kokong turns into a rainstorm in seconds. It's really cool for me. Once Daoist Yi comes, the evil 4 great families are considered to be dead in the water. Chapter 57, The Strong Dragon Beating the Snake on the Ground. As the netizens in the live broadcast room were enthusiastic, and Yi Qingxuan's figure quickly walked out from a building that was about to collapse and walked towards the armored vehicle. He was carrying a dead dog like white male. At the moment the latter's eyes are godless, mouth full of blood, although there is still breath, but obviously has been as dead as ash, no longer half the will to resist. With such a lousy appearance, how could there be any trace of the arrogance of the great young man of Maine North? Seeing such a white male, the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Oh yo! What a tragedy. I can't help but think of the way this Duke Bai's spirited internet taunts us as if it was just yesterday. Ha 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 ha. Not as if, just yesterday. Forgive me for laughing out loud. 15 minutes ago he was filming a video and singing a song, only to be suddenly beaten to the door by Taoist Master Yi. This pussy brain is absolutely buzzing. Who would have thought that Taoist Master Yi could carry bullets so unreasonably hard? If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. This bastard has harmed so many people, and now he's going to die no matter what he says. Seconded. And beside the armored vehicle, the CCTV reporter carrying a camera swallowed her saliva as she looked at Yi Qingxian who was walking with fiery eyes. As a reporter, one thing is clear to her at this moment. Yi Qingxuan's horrifying performance today would next spread throughout the entire northern Burma at an extremely fast pace. This was evident in the surrounding buildings, and in the careful look of the northern Maine civilians who were looking here. Witnessing the scene just now, they all now had shocked expressions on their faces. They knew best how strong the power of the Bai family was, and right now not only did someone dare to directly hit the door, but they also violently took down that lawless Bai Gongzi in a way they couldn't comprehend. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to think about it, let alone do it. Until Yi Qingxian got into the armored vehicle and the group drove away from the place, none of the northern Maine civilians dared to come out to check the situation. However, it's true, the news that Yi Qingxian had captured the Bai family's Bai Gongzi soon spread like wings to the ears of the leaders of the various organizations in northern Maine. In response to this, instead of stopping it, Yi Qingxian took advantage of these people who were spreading the news in openly released words. In this operation, the family heads of the 4 great families in northern Burma are all targets of Poverty Road, and none of them can escape next, so Poverty Road will visit them one by one. As long as the day has not captured all the soldiers in the whole of northern Burma, the poor Taoist will see one, kill one, and will never be soft. In addition, if there is another intrusion into the land of Hakusha in the future, the poor Taoist will come back again. The words were filled with a sense of solemnity. Such a gesture is arrogant. Isn't he afraid that the 4 great families will unite against him? Quite a few of the smaller leaders in northern Maine couldn't help but think. And the news went viral and quickly began to spread. North of Maine, afternoon. Inside the Bai family compound, Bai Yongchang, the head of the Bai family, who had learned that his son had been caught, was furious. He slapped the coffee table in front of him with a slap that sent tea splashing, and the henchman who had come to report in front of him immediately lowered his head, and Bai Yongchang then said angrily, "Damn Hakusha Taoist, dare to touch my son? Is it too long to live? I didn't even lay a finger on him, and he took care of me with his men and his soldiers? And in front of the town's civilians? Hakusha is outrageous this time." He was trembling with anger, and then he turned his eyes to his men on the side and asked, "How many soldiers did the Taoist bring? Hundreds? Or thousands? It can't be tens of thousands, can it?" Family Master, as far as the relevant video is concerned, that person only brought a total of 3 people. The henchman was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. 3 people? Bai Yongchang froze and laughed angrily. "You treat me like a little cutie. What's the matter? My son has a militia of nearly 1,000 men at his disposal. If he's got only 3 men, how can the Taoist priest catch him?" "Family Master, it's not 3 people, it's 3 people other than that Taoist priest," the henchman honestly returned. And, as far as the video goes, the 3 that came along were watching the whole thing, and the only one who did anything was the Taoist priest. Ridiculous. Bai Yongchang slapped the henchman hard in the face and snapped. "I asked you to report on the situation, I didn't ask you to make fun of me. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll shoot you. See for yourself then." The henchman took out his cell phone from his arms and pulled up a video before handing it straight to Bai Yongchang. Bai Yongchang took the phone and first gave him a cannibalistic look before tapping on the video on his phone. The filmmaker of the video is apparently in the building, the camera trembling as it focuses on the mansion in the distance, the sound of intense gunfire filling the background. And underneath the mansion, a plump and handsome white-robed young man was standing hard against the gun lines of hundreds of people, slapping and flinging away a soldier who was shrieking out of fear, and along with him, the surrounding buildings continued to crumble. The scene looks extremely impactful. At the end of the video, the soldiers scurry away, and the white-robed youth collapses the wall of the mansion with one swing, rushes inside, and slaps that famous white male into the wall. Watching the video, Bai Yongchang's angry expression gradually froze on his face. What did he see? Boy, you can take bullets in your body and break reinforced concrete with a single punch? What the hell is this? Bai Yongchang couldn't believe his eyes, and his lips trembled slightly from shock. Make a movie? Editing a synthesized video? Several possibilities surfaced one after another in Bai Yongchang's mind, but they were all rejected by him one by one. For one thing, the video looked too real, the buildings of the scene aside, even the faces of the soldiers matched those in Bai Yongchang's memory. Secondly, the weather in the video was characterized by dark clouds and rolling thunder, a rare thunderstorm in northern Maine. Bai Yongchang remembers very clearly that today, at noon, it was exactly this kind of weather. So, the scenario in the video is probably true. But how is that possible? Bai Yongchang's throat rolled, the fear and panic that welled up in his heart constantly denying this fact. He had lived most of his life believing in the awesome power of hot weapons, a belief that was slowly beginning to crumble at this moment. Any more news about that Taoist priest? Bai Yongchang's voice was a bit hoarse. This time it was indeed our fault in the first place. What do they want to do about it? The henchman calmly returned. He said that he was targeting you and the heads of the other 3 families, and that he would be coming to your door one by one next, and that he wouldn't leave northern Burma as long as he didn't catch you, and that he would kill a soldier if he saw one. As he spoke, the henchman's eyes flickered. Bai Yongchang's face changed slightly and he couldn't help but curse, this Taoist priest is so cruel. In that case, it's simply not giving us a chance to live. In that case, what the hell is there to talk about? You go and contact the remaining 3 family heads for me. I just don't believe it. The 4 families in Northern Maine's troop strength put together can't help a Taoist priest. His words were filled with anger. But having said that, from the slightly trembling palms, one could still tell how he really felt at the moment. Yes, letting go was his lie, and his actual intention was to wait for these soldiers to tangle with the young Taoist and take advantage of the chaos to flee northern Burma. The remaining soldiers of the 4 great families added together amounted to tens of thousands. Assuming that these soldiers swarmed all of them, that Lung Fushan Taoist might not be able to kill them all. Though somewhat humiliating, it is what it is. The quality of the army in northern Burma was not high, even though there were tens of thousands of people. As long as they were torn open by that Lung Fu Mountain Taoist, they would inevitably be directly routed. Therefore, Bai Yongchang planned to walk away as the best plan. There is no fear of being left without wood. Strong dragons don't suppress snakes, and that's if the strong dragons aren't motivated to kill. Once the strong dragon gets serious, that groundhog is the bag to die for. In response to this situation at hand, Bai Yongchang is panicked, really panicked. Chapter 58 What is oppression? However, along with the fall of Bai Yongchang's words, the henchman was slow to move and remained standing in place. Don't go yet. Bai Yongchang angrily rebuked. Old mongrel, still yelling? The henchman's reply was unexpected. He sneered, in the past, you were the biggest and everyone listened to you. Now that Hakusha has come to liquidate you, you still want us to get killed? Bai Yongchang sensed that something was wrong and asked with an ugly face, what do you mean? Want to rebel? Rebellion? We're losing our lives, what's the point of rebelling? Anyone with eyes can see that that Taoist priest is not a fellow we can deal with. The henchman snapped back. They want your heads. As long as we tie you up and hand you over to that Hakusha Taoist, we'll still be alive. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pulled out the pistol on his waist and fired a shot into the sky with a bang. Whoa, whoa, whoa. At the entrance of the courtyard, a large number of AK-carrying Bai clan militia suddenly poured in, all of them looking at Bai Yongchang inside the house with unfavorable eyes. Bai Yongchang was dumbfounded. Hadn't he spent so many years in northern Burma, spent so much money, raised so many soldiers, just to be used at times like these? But he never expected that at this critical moment of looking, this group of soldiers actually betrayed him. You bunch of white-eyed wolves. Bai Yongchang cursed through gritted teeth. Even if you hand me over, that Taoist priest won't let you guys go, he's simply murderous. In the face of his exasperation, the group of Burmese soldiers didn't react much, only a few of them said in a cold voice. Once we hand you over to the others and release the Hakushas held in the park, I don't think they'll give us too much of a hard time. That is. At most, we'll just go to jail for a few years, it's better than being slapped to death for no reason. Everyone, don't be compelled by this old man's words. Huxia has the temperament of a great nation, and Longhu Mountain has 1,000 years of inheritance, so as long as we are honest, that Taoist won't make things difficult for us. Don't even bother, take him. Ta-da! A group of soldiers began to approach towards Bai Yongchang, and the dense sound of treading on the ground made the latter feel a wave of despair. He had killed so many people with these soldiers, not realizing that one day he would fall on this. As each blackened muzzle approached his head, Bai Yongchang lost all his strength at once, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. He knew that when it came down to it, the white family was finished. He so regretted why he indulged his son in the first place. He should have been peaceful, at least not to provoke the Taoist priest, and now he can also run away. But time could not be reversed, and Bai Yongchang was soon pinned to the ground and sent outside the compound, bound and gagged. In the meantime, dramas similar to that of the white family were being played out one after another in the remaining 3 families. A constant stream of soldiers turned against them and surrounded their own master and his first family, intending to take them down and turn them over to that young Taoist for disposal. These big shots who had been entrenched in northern Burma for a long time had actually fallen from heaven to hell because of the words of a young Taoist. Many discerning people can see the reason for this. The entire private army of northern Burma had had its spine broken by that Lung Fushan Taoist priest in the most brutal way, and all of them had lost the will to fight again. To these soldiers, that young Taoist was no opponent that guns could kill. Nor is it an opponent that can be won over by sheer numbers alone. In that case, why don't you wag your tail and maybe save your life? Therefore, the soldiers of the 4 families combined their efforts and directly played the wide-open gateway trick, tying up the heads of the 4 families as well as the relevant direct lineages, and then assembled towards the white family, intending to show their surrender there together. As for the many details of the situation in northern Burma, Yi Qingxian and his party, who were rushing along in an armored vehicle, were naturally unaware of them for the time being. They only got the information that tens of thousands of soldiers from the four families in the north of Burma are all closing in on the White family and deduced that the four families might be joining forces to fight against them. This caused Yi Qingxian to be greatly excited. He whirled around and chose to close his eyes in the back seat, intending to move next for real. Although the abuse is bad and not beneficial to improve the cultivation, but it decompresses and relaxes Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Qingxuan's mouth rose slightly. For these unrepentant and extremely evil people, his five thunders Zhengfa had long been hungry and thirsty. Beside him, the crowd in the car was chatting. Elder Qin. The CCTV reporter said worriedly, "We released the news at noon that our next stop would be straight to the White family's lair. Will we startle them in advance?" "Don't worry, the forces in northern Burma have always been difficult to gnaw on and won't easily escape." Elder Qin smiled. Furthermore, according to the information we have, the basement of the White family's lair harbors tons of raw drug materials, and the campus houses thousands of poor people who have been tricked into coming here from all over the world. With these things in place, even if the Bai Clan's people wanted to run away, they wouldn't be able to do so for a while. Speaking here, he paused and then looked at Yi Qingxian, who was leaning against the window in the back seat, and said in a grave tone, "Daoist Yi, is that thing I told you earlier really okay?" "Yeah, I'm a little worried too." The CCTV reporter nodded along. The undercover agent sent a message saying that the soldiers of the four families in northern Burma are now assembling towards the location of the White family's lair. This is obviously a showdown with us. The netizens on the air were worried about this information. "I'm really sweating for Daoist Yi. There's a limit to the defense of the Golden Light mantra, right? Tens of thousands of soldiers' guns added together, can Daoist Yi really block it? Why don't we just go back and shake people? With tens of thousands of people on the other side, even if Daoist Yi is a god, it's still hard to fight." "I think so too. Anyway, our army is number one in the world, so we'll just crush them with our equipment." Upstairs, once the army moves, the nature of this purging operation changes. Taoist Master Yi went out single-handedly, and the old US is worried about rising to the international level. You shaking people now is right up their alley. What then? We watch tens of thousands of people surround Daoist Yi alone? It seems that way for now, but I see that Daoist Yi isn't even in a hurry, so to be honest, I'm not in a big hurry either. I think this Taoist priest is just pretending, because of a little means to come over to the north of Myanmar, but did not expect the opposite side of the joint. Now it's hard to get down. Hee, I think so, haven't you guys noticed? Ever since he knew that the opposite side had rallied, he didn't even say anything. He's obviously scared and panicked. There are still secret agents on the air? Don't you believe it, it's coming, we'll see. P.S. Gentlemen, positive feedback walk, positive feedback broken 50 plus more. Chapter 59, Conquering Northern Burma, Avatar in Hand. And in the face of the quarrel in the live broadcast room, the Central Station reporter, after seeing it, also secretly sweated in his heart. She knew that Yi Qingxian was very capable of fighting, and had also seen with her own eyes how much Yi Qingxuan's personal combat power was beyond common sense. But, after all, she was about to face an army of tens of thousands of people, and this huge difference in numbers still made her a little apprehensive. Calm down, when I took over this live broadcast task, wasn't I already mentally prepared for it? Tightening the camera in his hand, the Central Station reporter's heartbeat gradually accelerated. As for Elder Qin and the warrior chief in the front seat, their moods weren't much better than hers, and their complexions were quite serious at the moment. Both of them were also informed people who had seen Yi Qingxuan's strikes, but they still couldn't have an accurate judgment of the latter's battle power. Is it possible to take on tens of thousands of armed forces head-on? Are there any accidents due to physical problems? Where is the limit of defense for that golden light? All of this was currently unknown, and no one knew where Yi Qingxuan's limits were. This also led to Qin Lao and two people were very nervous when they got the news of the soldiers gathering in northern Burma. They were afraid that Yi Qingxian wouldn't be able to defeat them. After all, as long as Yi Qingxian had an accident, the failure of this purging operation was a small matter, but if he lost Yi Qingxian, it would be a big matter. At that time, perhaps the entire Orthodox Christianity sect of 100 Days of Summer would have a large-scale disturbance due to the fact that the group was leaderless. As for their nervousness, Yi Qingxian in the backseat always looked as if he did not see it, still calm and relaxed, his face is normal. As the three of them peeked nervously, his good-looking brow revealed a natural authority. This familiar and terrifying sense of oppression made the three of them secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Phew! The wind was howling outside the window, and the distance between this armored car, loaded with 4 people, and the White family's lair was shrinking. The compound of the White family's lair was far away from the market town and surrounded by mountains and rocks, so there was no need to worry about an ambush. The atmosphere in the live room gradually rose. Finally, the armored car slowed to a stop as the distance was drawn in to about a kilometer. Wow! The car door opened and Yi Qingxian stepped out of the car, his eyes looking ahead. The three of them, Elder Qin, the warrior chief, and the central station reporter, got off the bus behind him in turn and also looked along. Immediately afterward, the three of them unanimously drew in a breath of cold air. Just see, and that covers a very wide area around the White family compound, standing in a great number of soldiers of the north of Myanmar, and stand by, neatly stand there. It's very visually appealing from a distance. Did this Bai family really gather so many soldiers? Boy, I had no concept of the quantity 10,000 before, never thought I'd see so many in person. I'm stupid too, bro. This people are filling up the hill, it's scary to look at. It's so panicky to watch. Can Taoist Yi really do it? Ha ha ha. Now you know you're panicking? It's too late, this Taoist priest is now riding a tiger. Upstairs is a brain-dead agent from Fuso, he's being disgusting again, I've reported him. After seeing the crowds of northern Myanmar soldiers outside the White House compound, the netizens in the live broadcast room were nervous, and the pop-up screen rolled like crazy. Just a handful of gloating pop-up dogs remained in the midst of these tense and concerned pop-ups to denigrate, drawing a torrent of abuse from the crowd. Beside the armored vehicle, Yi Qingxian stretched his waist as he laughed aloud. Go! The remaining three nodded, and after donning their bulletproof equipment, the group headed in the direction of the compound ahead. As the distance drew closer, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Qin Lao's three men, and the darkened muzzles of the guns in front of them made them feel a tremendous amount of pressure. Just then, someone in that group of northern Burmese soldiers spotted the four who were approaching, and yelled at once. Not good. I'm afraid I'm ventilating. Qin Lao's pupils shrank, and he had just drawn the pistol at his waist when he heard Yi Qingxuan's flat voice, resounding between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are the basics, the root of all air. Cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. There is a golden light in the body, overlaying my body. Between the words, Yi Qingxian slowly stepped forward, and the entire main North Legion instantly rioted. See no evil, hear no evil. Encompassing heaven and earth, it nurtures the herd. Receive it 10,000 times, and your body is bright. The three worlds are served and the five emperors are welcomed. This voice went on, seeming to resonate with the heavens and the earth, and brilliant to the core golden light surged within the young Taoist, illuminating the dim sky and illuminating the panicked faces. As the young Taoist figure swung forward, the tens of thousands of main North legions actually began to retreat in unison. The power of one person is terrifying. All the gods are on a pilgrimage to serve the thunder. Ghosts and demons lose their courage, and spirits and monsters lose their form. There is thunder within, and the god of thunder hides his name. Yi Qingxuan's voice was sometimes low, sometimes high, the golden light on his body swelled more and more, and the whole person dazzled like a supernova in an outbreak. The commotion in the Burmese legion grew more and more violent, and not one of the men was delayed in firing a shot. Instead, there was a constant stream of people shouting into the courtyard, with a look of impatience. The unknown Yi Qingxian frowned lightly, but the voice still echoed between heaven and earth. The cave wisdom is intertwined and the five airs are in full swing. The golden light appears quickly, overlaying the protection of the real person. Buzz. As the last syllable fell, the golden light around Yi Qingxuan's body radiated to the extreme, and a mighty pressure as lofty as the great mountains of Dongyue swept through the heavens and the earth, which almost turned into substance, pressing down the 10,000-man legion in front of them to fall to their knees in a clattering manner. Viewed from above, this was the terrifying aura of one person overwhelming tens of thousands of people. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room became excited, and the pop-ups rolled so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to react. Taoist Yi is awesome. Taoist Yi is awesome. Open up and fight. With this scene, I wouldn't believe me if I said Taoist Master Yi couldn't win. This golden light is as bright as the sun. Just now it said that Taoist Master Yi rode a tiger out. The guy cancelled his account and ran away. Missed $500,000. In the countless horrified and inexplicable lines of sight, Yi Qingxuan's eyes flowed with a dignified and sublime golden color, and like a god, he took a step out. Boom! With Yi Qingxian as the center of the circle, the earth in a 10-mile radius shook in unison, and the buildings on it all shook with it. Yi Qingxian raised his right hand, and with that, the sky condensed 100 feet large hand made of golden light. Amidst the terrified eyes of the Burmese North Legion, Yi Qingxian let out a cold smile, and without hesitation, a palm fell, and a large hand of golden light followed suit. Z. Large swaths of air were compressed to the extreme, emitting a deafening sonic boom. Meanwhile, at last a Chinese-speaking Burmese soldier was pushed out, and he slid over on his knees in defiance, yelling at the top of his lungs. "Taoist master, spare your life. We've all come to surrender." Phew! In a flash of lightning, the golden hand crossed over the main North Legion, and with a piercing air-breaking sound, it disappeared straight into the mountain forest in the rear. Boom! The entire earth shook, and a shocking wave of air swept through the 8 directions, blowing away large swaths of smoke and dust, and blowing away the guts of the tens of thousands of soldiers present. In the man's terrified eyes, Yi Qingxuan's palm rested on top of his head and asked in a flat voice. "Surrender? Ilu, a good boy, this Taoist priest is simply a humanoid intercontinental missile, fortunately kneeling early." That person's heart surged out of a thick fear, and hastily returned. "Back to Taoist master, we've already taken control of all the heads of the 4 great families and their related relatives, and this time we've come over with the intention of handing them over to you." He waved his hand toward the back, and soon dozens of people who were tied up in 5 different ways were brought up. The 2 of them, Elder Qin and Warrior Chief, were looking at each other with glowing eyes. This one was a walking military achievement. Yi Qingxian nodded his head without much concern, and the man's body trembled, and then he whirled around and gritted his teeth. "We will also be traveling to Hakusha to turn ourselves in and wait for the Hakusha officials to deal with us. We also know the fundamentals of the 4 great families' decades of operation, and we only beg the Taoist master to spare our lives." Flop flop. Behind him, the black pressurized soldiers of northern Burma, at this time, all fell to their knees, shouting for mercy. Yi Qingxian took these people's pleas for mercy into his eyes, and after 2 seconds of silence, he turned around and walked sullenly towards the armored car. Qin Lao rushed out to inquire, "Taoist Yi, then these people?" "You're on your own." Yi Qingxuan's voice seemed somewhat helpless. "It's time to kill, it's time to shut down, and the poor man's part of the job is over." Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewards have been issued. The host has gained avatar. Detaining the gods and calling the immortals. Detaining gods and calling immortals, you can detain and drive mountain gods and land spirits, as well as spirits, ghosts, and yellow turban warriors. If the caster is highly skilled, he or she can even call upon the legendary gods and immortals to come and help in the battle. Comment: if you call an immortal to come, the immortal will come. If you call a god to go, the god will not blame you. Chapter 60, The Top of Reputation, Letter from Fusan. Seeing that the opposite side surrendered en masse, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. No way? Tens of thousands of people don't even dare to fight, and they directly slip and kneel on Taoist Master Yi en masse? I think it's quite understandable. If I were facing a Taoist master who could carry bullets hard and make the earth tremble with 1 foot, I'd surrender too. Laughing my ass off, it's like playing a game where our blood sea fielder is about to take 5 kills in 1 hit, only for the opposite side to backhand and surrender. Ha 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 ha. I don't know if you've noticed, but Taoist Yi's golden light spell has never been this bright before, so I guess he thought that this time was a vicious battle. I found it too, goosey goosey. At that moment, a pop-up screen suddenly floated past the live broadcast. Then does this mean that Taoist Yi hasn't exerted his full power so far? A brief silence fell over the live feed. A series of "ha" followed on the public screen, as well as more intense pop-ups. Seems like it. Taoist Yi is basically considered to be bombarding the whole of northern Burma by himself this time. This is not even using his full strength? What counterattack? It's called a cross-push. Indeed. But after hearing you say that, I want to follow suit and kneel. This is too powerful for Taoist Yi. Awesome awesome. When I think about it carefully, we don't even know if Taoist Yi has used his full power so far. He couldn't have been deciding how many % of his strength he was going to put out according to his opponent's strength. The netizens in the live broadcast room, after a discussion, have said that they have been shocked. The public screen gift is even more constant, a variety of tart words are endless. After determining that Yi Qingxian hadn't used his full strength so far, the public screen was even more neatly organized. That night, with the collective surrender of the armies of the 4 major families in northern Burma, the curtain came down on the mighty purge. As Yi Qingxian and his group returned to the territory of Hakusha, the officials also began to carry out the aftermath work, and the related videos also began to spread on the internet. Some of the melon eaters who had not watched the live broadcast were also all shocked after seeing the video of Yi Qingxuan's slap that shook the earth. The paperwork says that this Taoist master has pushed across the whole of northern Burma all by himself. I'd like to see. WC, so fierce? Oh, this is too fierce. Besides the contemporary heavenly master, there are still experts in Longhu Mountain? What's the name? You don't even know, Taoist Yi? I now suspect that the one who went to Qin Mountain that day to subdue the demons was either a contemporary heavenly master or Taoist Yi. Be bold, Taoist Yi is the contemporary heavenly master. Taoist Yi, you guys really dare to ponder. Ha ha ha. Seeing their own family win, the vast majority of netizens were delighted, and you made jokes in the comment section. Immediately afterward, the official social account that belongs solely to Hakusha published a long post on all major platforms. The content of the general meaning is to thank the Longhu Mountain Yi Taoist director of this help, specially awarded the first-class merit medal, allowed to freely enter and exit the major military sites, with the power to deploy the local provincial police and so on. The extent of its regard is self-evident. As a result, Yi Qingxuan's reputation, along with that of Longhu Mountain, reached a peak within Hankiori. The following days, not only the entire mountain gate daily visitors overcrowded, the disciples under the doors without exception, get the official promised benefits related to the letter summer. And those old generation of Longhu Mountain who were a bit dissatisfied because Yi Qingxian had succeeded to the throne early, now all of them had a change of words and praised him as a heavenly master that was rare to come across in 500 years in Longhu Mountain when they saw someone. As for Yi Qingxian himself, he did not care much about these things. After returning to Lung Fu Shan from northern Burma, he announced to the sect that he had gone into seclusion, and began to think about his newly acquired, detaining the gods and calling the immortals. At this time, the Fusan small country which is eyeing on Longhu Mountain, is preparing to launch a test against Hakusha's heritage. 3 days later, after receiving the news that the contemporary heavenly master was in seclusion, a storm that swept through the kingdoms began to brew. Within the territory of Fusan, the 3 great families that had inherited the yin-yang technique for 1,000 years had once again come together after 100 years. The meeting lasted all night. Early the next morning, they united with Fusan officials and sent invitations to the countries. Roughly speaking, the Fuso Shrine is dedicated to the heroes of Fuso who have died in wars over the past 100 years, and in honor of the loss of these heroes, Fuso officials will conduct a grand festival. They hereby solemnly and sincerely invite the representatives of all nations to come to Fusan to observe the ceremony. Subsequently, one of the invitations, moreover, was sent to the territory of Hakusha at the first time. This behavior quickly caused a large number of the people of Hakodate to become strongly displeased. That night, a phone call was once again made from the state security to the Lung Fu Shan Heavenly Master's mansion. The author doesn't want to be cool, so I'm asking for a good review. Chapter 61, A Blatant Provocation from Fusang. That's why, our shrines are dedicated to Fusan heroes, and we should, ladies and gentlemen, with respect in our hearts, take part in this festival. After the news of the opening of the festival in Fusan was released, journalists from various countries flocked to the country of Fusan, and a Fusan leader walked out of the parliament building and smiled calmly at the journalists in front of him. He then straightened his sleeves, revealed a confident smile, and continued. We are fully confident that we will organize this festival with unprecedented grandeur, just to remember these heroes who sacrificed their lives decades ago, when friction with Hakusha arose. Counselor, I've heard that a large number of people over in Hakodate are protesting against this festival in Fuso. I wonder what Fuso's stance is on this matter. A blonde reporter interjected. That Fuso counselor frowned lightly, then immediately stretched and smiled. As you know, the nationals of Hakusha always like to make a big deal out of things, and are unable to let go of their hatred and look to the future like we do in Fusan, so in order to enlighten them, this time I also wanted to present an invitation letter to the official Hakusha. At this, a sober reporter, with a look of indignation on his face, raised his voice. The damage Fusan caused to Hakusha in the past is incalculable. As an ancient civilization, how can Hakusha people easily let go of it? One must realize that the abuser and the victim cannot empathize. The Fuso counselor's eyes narrowed slightly as he spread his right hand toward the gate, pulling up the corners of his mouth in a leathery smile. This friend, if you are here to condemn Fuso, please take your emotions and leave here. Fuso doesn't welcome interviews with spirited journalists like you. The reporter's face changed, but ultimately he didn't say anything else. I heard that recently a 1,000-year-old Taoist temple in Hakodate has gained a lot of fame, and there is even a strange person in the sect who can resist hot weapons, and they just recently made a big fuss in northern Burma. Won't they take measures against Fusan after hearing about this festival? Another reporter asked a question. The Fusan counselor's face was as usual, shrugging his shoulders slightly as he calmly said. I think you should ask the 1,000-year-old Taoist temple in Hakusha about this question, and I for one am looking forward to their answer. That Taoist temple is called Longhu Mountain, and the Fusan officials have heard about their recent reckless style of behavior. However, if they want to follow their rules even in this land of Fusan, then I can only be concerned about the safety of their lives, as well. Fusan is not Maine, we have ample power to restrain them, and I hope you will be relieved. Such a strong answer caused a gasp of surprise from the journalists. After all, this speech sounded like a threat to Hakusha to them. When your people come to Fusan, they'd better be peaceful and not think of causing trouble at the festival, or else, beware of their lives. This kind of face-palming behavior is enough to be published in the new issue of the International Weekly. The journalists had their eyes glazed over, taking notes quickly on the books in their hands. Seeing this, the Fuso counselor laughed lightly inwardly. He certainly didn't say that just now casually. Rather, it was because Fuso officials had reliable sources that allowed him to confirm one very important thing. The contemporary Heavenly Master of Lung Fu Shan is closed. Without this most influential variable, they were naturally confident in this festival. However, even if the contemporary Heavenly Master did not close his eyes, for them, the advancement of the ritual was only a little more troublesome. The three great masters of Fusan Yin and Yang arts, but they have the ability to awaken the gods of Fusan. What is the use of that Lung Fu Shan Taoist priest, no matter how strong he is, and no matter how disgruntled the nationals of Hakka are? The power of mortals, after all, cannot reach the heavens. As long as this festival is successfully completed, it will nullify Hakusha's recent buildup, as well as appease the people and get to the bottom of Hakusha. The Fuso counselor couldn't help but smile at the thought. Reporters whirl around asking new questions, such as the recent spate of paranormal events around the world, Fuso's subsequent measures against local paranormal events, and specific measures against the festival. The Fuso congressman responded to each of the questions and spoke eloquently. Only when the press conference was over and the various reporters left one after another did he turn to an old man in the attire of a magus beside him. "You heard what was said, didn't you?" "Heard that." The cleric old man nodded. "Very well." A glimmer of gloom flashed across the Fuso counselor's face as he continued. "Let me re-emphasize to you that journalists from all countries will be present at this festival, and some high-ranking officials from the beautiful kingdom will come to observe the ceremony. So no surprises are allowed. Please rest assured." The magus elder closed his eyes, lowered his head, and spoke in a low tone. "Old Bones, I promise you on behalf of the three Yin-Yang families that as long as those strange people from other countries try to use tricks to disrupt the festival, our three Yin-Yang masters will definitely palm them straight to death." The Fusan counselor nodded in satisfaction. "Focus on that Longhu Mountain, it's been making a lot of noise lately, even the top has heard the wind." "Naturally." The other side. On the internet within Hakodate, netizens have long since exploded after hearing the news that Fuso is about to open a shrine festival. "I'm really angry at this news. This brain-dead Fuso country has never stopped for a day in recent decades. Grandma, having a festival at a shrine and inviting our people to it, isn't that a naked provocation? What shrine? Looks like a toilet to me. Screw the heroes, a bunch of Class A war criminals don't deserve to be honored." "That's right. And sending out invitations for our people to go to the festival? Bull Demons is really backwards to the Big Dipper. We in Hakusha are already being kind and broad-minded by not allowing them to collectively come over and kowtow and thanks. Obviously, in the hearts of the vast majority of Hakusha nationals, Fusan is an enemy country that does not share the same fate. Even now, in the era of peace, the blood feud of their grandparents' era still made them unable to forget." At that moment, in the face of this almost face-to-face provocative behavior of the Fusan officials, the netizens were naturally all birds of a feather and affectionately greeted the driftwood of the Fusan nationals. And in such an atmosphere, there are those who are righteously indignant and, of course, those who disagree. Ugh! What's the point of being upset? Fusan has the backing of the beautiful country, and its own national strength is not weak, so it's impossible for us to declare war openly. That being said, is it hard to believe that we can only send people over there to bow and worship those war criminals in a hard way? Let's wait for an official answer. It's not something we can say. For a while, the discussion on the internet was unusually heated. Under such a premise, that night, that Fuso congressman's speech at the press conference was translated and sliced by the relevant account and transferred to the domestic Shivering Sea platform. Once the slicing video was released, it sparked a huge response. In just a few hours, the blood pressure of all the netizens of Hakusha was pulled up, and the anger value was directly topped to full. This Fusanese who's been living a good little life is too arrogant, isn't it? It means that our people have to watch their heads if they try to go over and stop the festival? That's what it means. Does this asshole think there's no one in Hakuhodo? Haven't heard of Taoist Master Ye's reputation? Upstairs, people have said this clearly, they've heard of it, but didn't think that Longhu Mountain could pose a threat to them. Face-palming taunts and blatant provocations, how dare the Fusang Kingdom? Damn, the fists are hard. Me too. 111,111. Explode with them. There's no need for everyone to calm down. Don't be in a hurry, I've heard that the invitation to the festival has already been sent to Longhu Mountain by National Security. Really? Fidelity. I don't think that the Heavenly Master, his old man, would ever sit back and do nothing. Then there's no need to worry, is there? I'm sure Taoist you will step in. Don't worry, gentlemen, my uncle works for the National Security Bureau, and he told me privately that Longhu Mountain has already replied to the letter, and will soon announce the news. Chapter 62 Decisions on Candidates. Lung Fu Shan, the Heavenly Master's Mansion. A kundo with a cool temperament and picturesque eyebrows stood in front of the main hall with a solemn expression. Some of the Longhu Mountain disciples in Taoist robes then stood in front of her, some relaxed, some serious, but all of them looking as if they were waiting for instructions. And this kundo with an extraordinary temperament was none other than that disciple under Yi Qingshuan's door, Zui. Although she was not very old, but her generation was not small, coupled with her upright character, she handled the affairs of the door in a well-organized manner, and never made a mistake, and most of the things in the door, big and small, were taken care of by her. Therefore, he spoke quite a lot in the door on weekdays. At this moment, Zui looked around, and after seeing that everyone had arrived, she spoke in a clear voice. I'm sure all of you have heard about Master's seclusion, right? Seeing the crowd nodding their heads in agreement, Zui then let out a hum, and then paced around while seemingly casually saying, his old man just showed great power under the mountain, giving us Longhu Mountain has grown a lot of prestige. I think everyone in the door more or less, are followed by a bit of light, right? Hearing this, some of the less senior Longhu Mountain disciples immediately became excited. That's really nothing to say. Some distant relatives have called me in the past 2 days, all of them were very polite, and asked if we are still recruiting at Longhu Mountain. My 6-year-old cousin even ran to me, wanting to worship in our Dragon Tiger Mountain, ha! Uncle Zwa, Master Shifu, his old man is too fierce. 11 out of 10 of the people on the mountain these past 2 days are fans of Master Shifu. I talked to my friends from other Taoist temples, and they all admired our Longhu Mountain too. Not only were these young disciples excited, but some of the senior old Taoists all had a smirk on their faces at the moment. Obviously, what Yi Qingxian had done at the bottom of the mountain during this period of time had made them very long-faced in the Xian sect. Zui coughed lightly, and when the heated discussion calmed down, she slowly said, we are all fellow disciples of Longhu Mountain, so words of gratitude can be put aside for now. Right now, Master he is in seclusion, I think he must be having some enlightenment on the Tao, and naturally, those of us who are disciples can't be disturbed. This wasn't supposed to be a big deal, but the reason I'm gathering everyone today is because of a change of heart over in Fusan. Fuso? Some of the gatekeepers who don't regularly surf the internet asked suspiciously. Fusan and their Longhu Mountain are separated by thousands of miles, so any major changes should not reach the mountain gate, right? Some of the sect members who had heard about it changed their faces slightly. Immediately after that, Zui calmly told the matter that Fusan Shrine was going to organize a festival, and the speech of that Fusan parliamentarian at the press conference. After listening to her, the air in the entire mountain gate gradually quieted, and obvious anger surfaced on the faces of a group of sect members. As a representative of the righteous path, how could Longhu Mountain allow a small country with a blood feud to act so recklessly? Naturally, he was furious. Seeing this, Zui nodded. Fusan's move is not only provoking Hakusha's national prestige, but it's also not putting Longhu Mountain in its eyes. There is a lot of public outcry under the mountain right now, and there are quite a few people who have pinned their hopes on our Longhu Mountain. I, Zui, as a disciple of my master, am even more of a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Let me ask all of you, right now the small country of Fusan is so provoking the master's reputation that he has just built up, can we tolerate it? As the words fell, the group of disciples all stepped forward and drank in unison. Can't. The sound rang through the night sky. Zui first nodded slightly, then said in a solemn tone. This afternoon, the national security called, Master didn't have his cell phone with him in seclusion, I answered it. The caller said that with this invitation from Fusan, Longhu Mountain can offer an invitation slot if they want to participate. The words just fell. Then a profoundly qualified Taoist snorted coldly and stepped forward. Xiaozhua, although senior's cultivation isn't as good as the heavenly master's, he's still one of the best in the sect, so let me go. I'm going to thwart those Fusang dogs. Old Tian, your cultivation isn't as good as mine, it's better to let me go. Another old Taoist in red robes shook his head and spoke. His eyes turned to Zoe and he smiled. Xiaozhua, my old bones are quite tough, I'm almost 100 years old, even if I die in Fusan, it's not bad, right? I promise you, before I die, I will definitely stir up that godly toilet. Then one after another, the older Lung Fushan disciples came forward and volunteered to help. Those with less seniority silently clenched their fists and complained in their hearts about their own lack of competitiveness. Zui Yi took in all of their reactions, then slowly returned. Several master uncles and master uncles, you are old, and you have also given too much effort for the Dragon Tiger Mountain, which is the foundation of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. This trip to Fusang is too dangerous, letting you guys risk your lives, forgive Zui Yi can't promise. And those who are still junior in seniority, not to mention that your divine abilities and techniques are still far from mature, even if you clench your hands and bleed, I won't let you go down the mountain. She paused, then added. So, for this operation, I will occupy this slot and travel to Fusan. For one thing, I'm a master's father's heirloom, and I'm far superior to all my nephews in terms of kung fu, so there's a good chance that I'll be able to retreat in one piece. Secondly, my identity is there after all, so I can suppress the public opinion under the mountain, and show the sincerity of our Longhu mountain. Not good. Immediately, someone voiced a rebuttal. Xiaozhua, you are the only disciple of the heavenly master, how can you risk your life? Longhu mountain, all of you are up and down, there is no reason why I can't, there are many other seniors in the door who are suitable for stewardship, all things considered, I am the most suitable candidate. Zui Yi calmly returned. Seeing that someone else wanted to retort, she continued. Gentlemen, I've written back to National Security, and with the Fuso Festival just 3 days away, there's no time for us to take our time deciding. Moreover, I'm not going to die, Master's Celestial Master's Seal is still with me, and when I drive it, I can at least retreat in one piece. Fellow disciples, just wait for my news on the mountain. The young girl's words fell, and eventually no one spoke out against it. P.S. Thank you for all the gifts, besides, don't be anxious, the protagonist will pretend to be a big wave next. Chapter 63 The Accompanying Taoist Master of Lung Fushan. Day 2, Morning. A special airplane flying from Hakusha to Fusan docked at the foot of Longhu Mountain. A middle-aged man in a suit, with his hands behind his back, stood beside the special airplane and was looking at the top of Longhu Mountain with a serious face. He was the diplomat for this cross-country operation, and had long heard about the recent great reputation of Longhu Mountain, so he had waited here early in the morning. After all, the stakes of this operation were so high that if it was mishandled, it could easily lead to the damage of the country's prestige. However, it is not possible to go. If Hakka officials still only verbally condemn this time, it will certainly cause a large number of Hakka nationals to be dissatisfied. Tang Wanxia, a great country. If you let a neighboring country make a grand mockery of you and still have no response, then. The Hakusha diplomat sighed, his hands clenching silently behind his back. The news that Lung Fushan would send someone along with them was publicized last night. His task now was to wait here for the arrival of the one and then travel together to the territory of Fusan. Behind him stood a familiar CCTV reporter, none other than Lin Bingbing. She was successfully promoted because of the White Cloud Temple incident, and because she called Yi Qingshuan's bluff, she made an exception to get the interview this time. At the moment, she was facing the camera held by 2 staff members and smiled. Good morning to everyone in Hakusha. It is now morning time, 7:56, and I'm sure you've all learned, from various sources, about this operation, and that a Taoist priest from Lung Fushan will be accompanying them. And we arrived without incident at the foot of Mount Lungfu, waiting for the Taoist priest who was accompanying us on this trip to descend. Here, you all might as well guess with Bing Bing whether it is the familiar Taoist Master Yi or that mysterious contemporary heavenly master who was accompanying us to Fusan this time. When these words came out, the live broadcast room was abuzz. I'm guessing it's Taoist Master Yi. Who doesn't know that my Taoist Master Yi is as cynical as he is hateful, and he dares to strike at the drop of a hat? He definitely won't let Fusan off the hook. I also think that Taoist Yi is the idol I'm pushing. You all are wrong, you yourselves calculate how often Taoist Master Yi has been down the mountain this time, how come you should take a break? Makes sense, I thought it was the Celestial Master. A Celestial Master coming down from the mountain? Hey, when you say it like that, I'm looking forward to it too. Damn, by Fusan this Dog Day Island country angry all night did not sleep, fast into the Dragon Tiger Mountain to make a Fusan shrine. Taoist Master Yi or the Celestial Master, as long as I can teach the Fusan officials a hard lesson, I don't have a problem with whoever it is. Me too. In the midst of the heated discussion among the netizens, the Hakusha diplomat standing at the forefront had a flash of light. Coming! He exclaimed joyfully. The remaining three looked up and saw a young Koan Dao with a cool temperament, walking slowly from the mountain path. I can't believe it's not Taoist Yi. Seeing the visitor, Lin Bingbing was surprised. She had thought that the young Taoist, on such an occasion, would definitely not be absent. Most likely tripped up on something important or hadn't heard about this one at all. Lin Bingbing thought in her heart. A few of you have been waiting for a long time. That young Koan Dao stood in front of a few people and opened his mouth. Poor Taoist Zui Yi of Longhu Mountain, disciple of the contemporary Heavenly Master, if you don't mind, just call me Taoist Master Zua. Her expression was flat, and her voice revealed a sense of coolness. The Hakusha diplomat took the first step forward and introduced himself. Liamo, the person in charge of this operation, you can just call me by my real name. Subsequently, the three Lin Bingbing also introduced themselves one after another. On the other hand, the netizens in the livestream were unable to sit still. It's actually not Taoist Yi? Shocked me for 100 years, I thought for sure it would be Taoist Master Yi, but I didn't expect it to be a little girl. Sure enough, this period of continuous action has caused Taoist Master Yi to suffer a secret injury, and could only temporarily recuperate in the mountains without ever thinking about it. Laughing my ass off, is the one upstairs writing a novel? It's all finished in your head. I have a feeling that Taoist Yi is just delayed by something. This female Taoist priest is so young, can she really work? It doesn't give me the same sense of security as Taoist Master Yi at all. It should be fine, didn't you guys hear what she said? She's the disciple of a contemporary Heavenly Master. Even if she can't compare to Taoist Yi, she shouldn't be far behind, right? A disciple of a contemporary Heavenly Master? Boy, that sounds awesome. Is it hard to believe that the younger you are, the more powerful Dragon Tiger Mountain is? But then again, does anyone know who Taoist Yi's master is? This is not clear. I only hope that this woman is on the level of Taoist Master Yi, or else we will really have to watch obediently at this Fuso celebration. I think it hangs. The live broadcast room was full of talkers, each expressing their own opinions. Obviously, the vast majority of netizens preferred Yi Qingxian. After all, there had been a clear demonstration of strength that allowed people to feel at ease. On the contrary, this new Zui Yi Daolong is a bit unfamiliar, and coupled with her young age, many netizens don't have much confidence in her. Fortunately, Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master Senior Apprentice name is still quite good, even if many netizens do not have much confidence in her, but did not say something to touch the cold water words. One could not judge a person by his appearance. Yi Qingxuan's performance made them fully understand this. However, they do forget that there aren't that many deviants in the world, and the vast majority of people are still incapable of going beyond common sense. Beside the special airplane, after briefly introducing each other, the Liemo diplomat began to arrange for the people to board the plane. Soldiers are precious, the matter of rushing to the Fusan festival cannot be delayed. The faster we reach our destination, the more room for maneuvering we can have. I hope everyone understands. He said in a serious voice, his serious tone and smooth logic drawing nods of agreement from several people. Soon, several people boarded the special airplane one after another. With the roar of the engines, the special plane began its journey to Fusan. Thinking that the road wasn't too close, Diplomat Limer started to popularize some diplomatic principles to the live broadcast. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Bingbing came to Zui Yi's side, lowered his voice, and asked with some curiosity. Taoist Master Zua, do you know Taoist Master Yi Qingxian Yi? Recognize. Zoe blinked and calmly returned. Lin Bingbing let out an ow while asking. So can I ask why he wasn't the one to come this time? If you can't tell me, forget it. She was genuinely curious. Zui Yi glanced at her, weighing his words, and said faintly. He had a sense of cultivation and has closed up in the back of the mountain, so he can't spare his hands for the time being. I see. A look of realization appeared on Lin Bingbing's face and she smiled lightly. Then you must know about Taoist Master Yi's deeds at the bottom of the mountain as well? Naturally. Zui Yi nodded. You must be under a lot of pressure then? Zui Yi just wanted to deny it when he heard Lin Bingbing laugh. Actually, I'm the same. After all, this kind of thing is like a change of position. If the last one did too good a job, the next one is under a lot of pressure. Zui Yi immediately fell silent. It was a long moment before she turned her attention to the buildings that had grown so small below her, a hint of sighing and nervousness mixed in her tone. Yeah. Chapter 64, Landing in Fusan, Dismounting. The special airplane flew at a very high speed, plus the pilot was experienced, so the group quickly approached the Fusan country. Looking down from a high place, the whole of Fusan looked like a long worm clinging to the Pacific Ocean, causing the line of people and the netizens in the live broadcast room to feel a wave of discomfort and nausea. Sure enough, when relationships deteriorate to a certain point, one cannot look at a thing objectively. Not to mention that the thing itself is highly problematic. Later that afternoon, the special airplane began to land slowly in Fusan territory. Inside the cabin, dressed in formal attire, Limo's expression grew more and more serious as he looked down at the ever-approaching ground below and spoke in a low tone. Gentlemen, we are now starting to represent the face of Hakusha, and we need to do so without humility or arrogance. Especially Taoist left, I've heard that you Longhu Mountain Taoists have always disliked bending the rules and will strike when you see something unpleasant. Mr. Lee greatly admires this kind of character of yours, but next please exercise a little restraint when it comes to injustice. This is not Hakusha after all. Master Ah, you see the impression you leave to the people under the mountain. Zui inwardly laughed lightly, but his face was expressionless, just flatly returned. The poor Taoist understands, and will also be sure to inform the footman in advance before making his move. Thanks a lot then. Li Mo sighed in relief. He couldn't be blamed for making a big deal out of it. He had watched far too many videos of the Lungfu Mountain Taoist master's hands the other day. The point is that it also made him look so good that he couldn't resist liking each one, causing big data to keep pushing it for him. The helicopter's swirling air currents blew away the dust on the ground and landed steadily on Fusan territory. The group had just stepped down when they saw a group of suited Fusan officials walking head-on. The one in the lead was the same Fuso congressman who had spoken so eloquently at the press conference the other day. At this moment, he was wearing a smile on his face, speaking fluent Chinese and laughing loudly. Mr. Lee, Fuso welcomes you. Saying that, he extended his palm towards Li Mo, looking enthusiastic. Hello, Mr. Fujiwara. Reimer shook his hand with a leathery smile. Facing Li Mo's coldness, the Fusan counselor didn't care. He looked his sight to Lin Bingbing and the others at the back and laughed. Several of you must be Hakusha's heroes, and your arrival really adds another color to the festival. If those dead heroes at the shrine see that all of you from Hakusha have come all the way here to pay your respects, I'm sure they'll be quite happy. Words. Hakusha and his party all showed varying degrees of anger. That's just a disgusting thing to say. Fuso should have known exactly where they were coming from, and now he was giving them the slip in and out of words. The netizens in the live broadcast room all became angry. Damn him, let's worship him a cow devil payoff. This Fusang old dog deserves to die. Exactly. If they hadn't ignored the demands of our Hankiori Ministry of Foreign Affairs, why would we have sent someone here on a special trip? Goddamned Fusan Island Nation, I'm going to bean them one day. This bastard still wears a suit and tie and looks human, but I didn't realize he was playing the smile and hide the knife thing. At the same time, a flash of honorable gold flashed through the depths of Zuoyi's ever so slightly bland eyes. And being the diplomat that he is, Liemo took the lead and stepped forward and calmly returned. Mr. Fujiwara, we have come here to ask your country to abandon this festival, and have no intention of attending. Mr. Liemo, it should be common sense that diplomacy cannot involve the other party's internal affairs, right? Senator Fusan asked with his smile still intact. This is not interference in internal affairs, this is in line with the requirements of international law. Liemo said, Fusan could have closed its doors and held the festival on its own, but now it's making a big deal out of it and even inviting officials from various countries to come and watch the ceremony. Such behavior is no longer a simple festival, but a persecution of Hakusha's citizens. Liemo's words were solemn. In the face of his heavy accusation, the Fusan counselor, however, slowly tightened his smile and his tone became a bit cold. Mr. Lee, I repeat, you, Hakusha, have no right to interfere in this festival, nor do you have the right to forbid Fusan from inviting the nations. If several of you have come to pay your respects, then I welcome you on behalf of the people of Fusan, and you are also free to come and go on the day of the festival with your invitations. But if a few of you come to interfere in Fusan's internal affairs and look for trouble, then I'm sorry that we in Fusan can't accompany you. As soon as his words fell, a person from the group behind him took a step out. Boom! In the next second, an invisible pressure suddenly descended above Hakusha's group, causing the leader Liemo to change his face in an instant, his knees softening as he looked to fall to his knees. Just then, Zui at the back let out a cold snort. Boom! The air seemed to explode with a silent sound. The airflow overflowed in all directions. The man from Fusang retreated several steps in a row. The corners of his mouth then surfaced with traces of blood, obviously being at a disadvantage in the clash. Zui Yi looked as usual. Seeing this, a flash of surprise appeared on the Fusang counselor's face, then he quickly turned around and sternly questioned the man who made the move. Who gave you permission to make a move on the gentlemen of Hakusha? If anything happens to them, you'll be a sinner in Fuso. I'm sorry, Senator, I took offense, and I apologize to several of Hakusha's valued guests. The man's eyes stared at Zui Yi with a deadpan stare, and he couldn't stop smiling on one side. Li Mo's face was grim. You'll have a good time later. The Fusang counselor cut the man severely before turning back to look at Zui Yi, who had a cold expression and was dressed in a Taoist robe, and smiled. This must be the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain, right? I've heard a lot about you, and I'm sure you've got great skills and a reputation to live up to. Zoe hummed. The Fusang counselor nodded again towards Li Mo, his attitude resuming its previous warmth as he smiled. Several honored guests have traveled a long way from Hakusha, so I'm sure they must have been exhausted long ago, so if you'd like to stay in Fusan for a few days, I can arrange lodgings for all of you. Then I'm grateful to Mr. Fujiwara. Surprisingly, Li Mo actually nodded his head in response. Then, with his eyes fixed on the Fuso counselor, he continued. I have also brought many articles of concord on my trip, and I will be visiting your foreign ministry many times over the next few days until the festival is cancelled. For the sake of some common interests in economic trade between Hakusha and Fusan, I hope that your country's top management will think twice before acting. At the end of the sentence, there was a hint of threat. In response, the Fuso counselor smiled slightly and opened his mouth to reply. Then I wish you luck. Chapter 65, The Heavenly Master's Exit. Lung Fu Shan, the back of the mountain. Within one of the hidden and secluded caves, Yi Qingxian, who was dressed in a purple robe, sat cross-legged here. For the last 3 days, he had been here studying that newly acquired divine ability detaining God in calling immortals. Having just obtained this divine ability, Yi Qingxian sensed that it was extraordinary from its name and introduction. That's why he dedicated time to it and used it for research. Right now there are some eyebrows raised. At this moment, Yi Qingxuan's eyes were tightly closed, and the golden spirit platform deep within his eyebrows vibrated slightly. His consciousness was now walking on a vast and boundless land, with the sound of a small Taoist voice constantly sounding around him. And on the earth in front of him, there stood thousands of huge stone monuments, some of which were nearly broken, while others were basically intact, but all of them were huge in size without exception. The small ones are comparable to 3- or 4-story buildings, and the big ones even loom like mountains. On it, there are also seal engravings of different characters in the ancient script of Hakka. If an expert in history had been here, he would have taken the opportunity to read the ancient words compiled and engraved on it. Groups of stars, 28 stars, dawning star officials. 3 mountains, 5 great emperors, Eastern Mountain Taishan Tian Shirin Shang Great Emperor. The 8 positive gods. Yi Qingxian looked serious as he kept passing through these stone monuments, and the pressure enveloping him gradually increased. Until finally, he stopped in front of a lofty stone monument that exuded a sense of majesty and solemnity. Is this the current limit? Yi Qingxian inwardly sighed silently. His line of sight shifted upwards, and the reddish-golden ancient text inscribed on the stone monument then came into his eyes, the golden words flowing like liquid, looking extremely divine. Yi Qingxuan's heartbeat accelerated, and he subconsciously whispered out the guilt-like ancient text. Qingyuan Miao Daoxinjuan, Kunlun Mountain Guku Erlang, Yang Jian. After exhaling deeply, Yi Qingxian pressed his palm against it. Buzz! The golden ancient text on the entire stone tablet shone brightly at this moment, and it seemed that a majestic and vast energy surged into Yi Qingxuan's body. A complicated symbol similar in color to the golden ancient text appeared on Yi Qingxuan's brow spirit platform. The symbol looked like it was made up of a golden thread, resembling a closed golden pupil, and a steaming great sun that was about to be birthed. Even without mana to catalyze it, the symbol revealed a sense of grandeur and righteousness, and just by looking at it with one's eyes, one could feel a burning sting. I'm in a state of divine possession. Yi Qingxuan's mind was enlightened, he opened his eyes and only felt that his own position was being continuously uplifted, even his divine soul had become incomparably light, almost about to ascend to the heavens on the wind. Unspeakable confidence and the feeling of omnipotence from the bottom of the heart, physical body meridians, internal organs are all cheering, as if a palm can break the mountain range, gently step as the earth is shaking the mountains. The sense of sanctification in the flesh. Is this the detention of the gods and the calling of the immortals? Yi Qingxian looked at his body in surprise. Wisps of clear wind lingered around him, and his hair had grown a little longer with it. The mysterious symbol between his eyebrows transformed into a radiant to the extreme golden seal. The deepest part was blazing gold, and it faded layer by layer outwards, resembling the pupil of an indifferent and majestic god's eye. Isn't that invincible plus invincible? Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh and casually took a step forward. Boom! A majestic aura like the revival of a giant dragon burst steeply from his body, followed by rippling out from the back of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Phew! A strong and powerful gust of wind steeply lifted up from heaven and earth, sweeping across the entire Longhu Mountain in a flash, causing all the disciples and visitors on the mountain to have their spirits lifted. Master Shifu is out of the gate. This thought simultaneously surged in the minds of all the Longhu Mountain disciples, and joy immediately appeared on their faces, the gloom in their hearts being swept away. Although the action at Uncle Zuoyi's place was thwarted, it's okay. In their minds, as long as Master Shifu was out, there was nothing difficult under the sun. Backcountry. Yi Qingxian was quite pleased as he gathered his aura, and all the divinities on his body quickly dissipated. This divine spirit possession brought about by this detaining god and summoning immortal was extremely consuming, so in the future, it could be used as a crushing killing move. Just don't know who can force it out is all. Yi Qingxian inwardly spat. He stretched his back and then began to sense the location of the Celestial Master's seal. With the help of the Celestial Master's seal, he could notify Zuoyi of his own emergence. After being in seclusion for so many days, I hope that nothing happens at the bottom of the mountain. Under his senses, the scenes around the Celestial Master's seal began to appear in front of him in the form of a curtain of light. In the next second, Yi Qingxian, who saw the light screen, frowned lightly and muttered out. What's with the Fuso Shrine? Chapter 66, White Monasticism. Above the curtain of light was none other than a shrine that covered an extremely large area. Inside one of the houses, Zuoyi, dressed in Taoist robes, was sitting here, looking calmly at the two people who were talking intensely not far away. It was that Hakusha diplomat, Liamo, and that Fusan legislator with the surname Fujiwara. The former had been anxious with the Fusan Foreign Ministry for 3 days because of the festival, but the Fusan officials had always adopted a stalling tactic. While having this counselor Fujiwara come and break bread with Liamo to slow down Hakusha and his party, the other side was methodically carrying out the preparations for the festival. Until today, the festival has been opened in the near future. Representatives of various countries have all arrived outside the shrine to watch the Fuso festival, which will bring shame to Hakodate. Outside the shrine, a large number of Fusan nationals surrounded the place, cheering loudly, and banners praising the Fusan government were everywhere, all of them Fusanese who were proud to support war criminals. Therefore, they were quite satisfied with the organization of the festival. Even though the situation was beyond repair, Reimer didn't give up on the negotiations. Right now, he was making a last stand, sitting around a wooden table and snapping at the Fuso counselor. Senator Fujiwara. Now that the representatives of all the countries have arrived outside the shrine, but they have not yet entered, Fuso now announces that the festival is cancelled, and there is still room for maneuver. Mr. Lee, don't say these unrealistic words. Senator Fusan scratched his earlobe seemingly in boredom and laughed. You're a very good diplomat, but it's too late to get the council to cancel the festival, even if I'm persuaded by you to vote against it. This shrine festival has been a great success. Li Mo's face was grim to the point of dreadful silence. I know it will take time for you to accept this. The Fuso counselor said in a serious tone, but even if you need time to accept it, you can wait until you return to your country to be difficult. There's no need to waste your breath with me here, right? Look, several of you have been running your legs off these past 3 days, but you've always been a lone wolf, so you should also understand a truth, right? As he spoke, the Fusan counselor stood up, walked over to Liamo, patted the latter's shoulder, and smiled. The nations have acquiesced to this festival. But Hankiori hasn't agreed yet. Reimer's reply came in a loud voice, his eyes glaring angrily at his opponent. The Fuso counselor stared at first, then laughed. So what? It's done, what else can you do? His tone was reckless. Liamo instantly fell silent. Being in Fusang, he was also powerless in many things. We can't really go to full-scale war with Fusang just because of one festival, can we? His heart was like a knife, and without further words, he stood up and looked at the 3 people waiting outside the house, Lin Bingbing, and shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, Lin Bingbing's expression froze on her face, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. The heart silently sighs, Fusang really is not easy to deal with, and those who don't come hard can disgust you. So did the 2 staff members behind them? As Hakushas, they could only watch the rituals of war criminals being held in front of their eyes, and this was undoubtedly a great blow to them. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more agitated. What does this mean? Fuso is still unwilling to cancel the festival? Can't you see our Hakka's diplomat Lee shaking his head over here? It's obvious. 3 days of talk and no. What a waste of time. I told you negotiations are useless. Why don't we just fire an intercontinental missile? Are you crazy upstairs? Do you want a Sakusha to go to full-scale war with Fusan? What's so bad about it? It's better than watching people discuss themselves like this and not being able to do much about it, right? That's it. Most of the netizens were not unenlightened fools, but at this moment, they were still irritated and enraged by the light in front of them, and couldn't help but break out into curses on the public screen. The festival held by Fusan today is obviously a blatant provocation to Akusha. But between nations, this level of provocation is clearly not up to the level of starting a full-scale war. Even the countries of the Blue Planet, when faced with such a situation, would selectively turn a blind eye to it, instead of joining forces to denounce it. The saying that it's not a matter of concern applies not only to people, but to nations as well. And in the face of this provocation from Fusan, Hakusha's response will surely be seen in the eyes of the major media, and even the nationals of each country, and even the heads of state in the Pacific Ocean. Hakusha's response this time will somewhat affect their approach when dealing with Hakusha in the future. Is it worth getting close to? Let them cede some of their benefits in the future? Should it be revered? Or should we distance ourselves sooner rather than later? It all depends on how Hakusha responds today. Therefore, the events that took place here today will somewhat change the future direction of the international scene. Master, bless me. Zoi exhaled silently. She slowly stood up, her eyes looking towards the Fuso counselor who was planning to leave, and the mana within her body began to flow. From the moment she stepped out of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, the young girl was ready to step into this quagmire. Today, even if we fight until the golden light shatters, we will still destroy part of this shrine. Phew! Zui suddenly rolled a gust of light wind around his body, and the Tiancher seal in his arms was slightly hot. Immediately, that Fusang counselor sensed that something was wrong. He frowned at the young Taoist girl in the corner, and saw a brilliant golden light surging out of the young girl's quiet black eyes. At the same time, the latter's voice, which was as cold as a winter spring, rang out in the room. Foot, stay back. Under the gaze of those golden pupils, Senator Fusan's spirit gradually tensed up, and he immediately stopped and turned around to ask. Something wrong, Daoist left? Reimer followed suit and turned his head. After seeing that the left Taoist master who came along with him had his golden pupils burning at the moment, just like he was about to make a move, he was instantly startled. Daoist left, what are you doing? He got up in a hurry and walked over quickly. Zui said without changing his face, negotiation. Where is this negotiation stance of yours? Cold sweat oozed from Limo's forehead. How could he not have expected that the young girl Taoist master, who had kept her promise and was peaceful for the past 3 days, would suddenly move her hand when she was about to leave? Hearing the commotion, Lin Bingbing outside the house also ran in, after seeing first Agu, and then Busy. Daoist left, there's no need. You quickly put away the divine power, the big deal is that we do not participate in this festival. We are a great country, there is really no need to die with this country that is not as big as bird. Words. Zoe's face was as flat as ever. However, the Fuso counselor on the side of the room was listening with a blackened face. Fusan is a long and narrow country with a well-developed economy, and has always prided itself on being a great power in the Pacific. To be taunted by a reporter at this moment that it's not as big as bird? The smile on Senator Fusan's face quickly disappeared as he questioned in a cold voice. By the sound of that, is Daoist left trying to make a move against me, a counselor of Fusan? Reimer explained through gritted teeth. Counselor Fujiwara, you're overthinking it, she and I have an appointment, of course she didn't mean that. That's right. Lin Bingbing nodded along and agreed. Left Taoist she has not practiced Kung Fu for the past 3 days, a moment of skill itch, want to run a little Kung Fu was very normal. The young girl, who was always cold, shook her head and interjected with a strong posture. The two of you don't need to explain for me, I'm just planning to make a move against this Fusan sinner. Watching these sinful beasts who invaded my land, insulted my mountain gate, and killed my compatriots in the past being sacrificed as heroes, if we still don't do something about it, it's really a white monasticism. Chapter 67 A Transoceanic Strike from Daoist Yi. Seeing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room became excited, and the pop-ups on the public screen scrolled rapidly. This Taoist priest speaks well. I was going to say she's done nothing in the last 3 days, just traveling, and I didn't expect to find her waiting here. Too reckless. This isn't in Hakusha, Fusan territory is isolated, it's questionable whether this left Taoist master can live next. Huh? When you say it like that, it seems like it. Inside the house, looking at the young Taoist girl with long flowing hair in front of him, Liemo sighed in his heart. This left Taoist priest is still too young. Even if you succeed in making a big mess here, what would that do? Will Fuso be scared by this? It won't. More than anything else, they would only be angry, and then their desire for revenge against Hakusha grew stronger. Unless there's an ability to interrupt the entire population of Fuso in one fell swoop, like the beautiful country once did. That way, this island nation can be made to feel afraid, so that it will not dare to resist, but only kneel. But the question is, can Zoe do it? The answer is no. Limo's concern was soon realized. Facing the Zui who had raised his temperament, the Fusan legislator did not show a look of panic. Instead, he waved his hand calmly. Whoosh! In the next second, dozens of black-clothed and masked silhouettes drilled out from outside the walls of the house, some wielding Japanese swords, others some kind of style gods, but all without exception staring dead at Zui inside the house. Apparently all of them are Fuso's ninja jurists and the like. Wordlessly, a shocking murderous aura filled the courtyard. For a while, the Hakusha crowd fell into a turtle in a jar. I was acting in self-defense. The Fusan counselor smiled and opened his mouth, saying, Left Taoist, intending to assassinate a counselor of Fusan, right now, even if I kill you right here, the officials of Hakusha can't say anything. Liemo and his group's faces changed slightly. He heard Zui's calm voice ringing from his ears. As soon as you do it later, you guys just run. They definitely won't make a move on you guys, plus the poor Taoist is making a big fuss about the shrine next. Don't worry, one person does everything, the poor Taoist will take all the responsibility afterward. The young girl's flat tone revealed a hint of unquestioning words. Reimer's brow was furrowed tightly, as if he was pondering why it had come to this point. Lin Bingbing, on the other hand, marveled in her heart, worthy of being from Longhu Mountain, just as decisive as Taoist Yi. It's just a bit less powerful. Zui didn't know what they had in mind. She looked around, calculating the strength of both sides in her mind at a rapid pace. If there are only these people, I can cope with it, is to spend at least 70% of the mana, the remaining 30% used to destroy the shrine, enough? Zoe nodded imperceptibly. Luckily, I'm usually working hard. Until now, the young girl's mood was as calm as water. Some of them are similar to what was envisioned before going down the mountain, thinking that even if they can't make a name for Longhu Mountain like their master did, at least they can keep the reputation of Longhu Mountain today. That would be nice. The corners of Zui's mouth rose slightly. Buzz. In the vigilant sight of the group of Fusan, radiant and mysterious golden light surged out from within her body, forming a fiery flame-like shape that shook in the wind. Just as Zui was planning to take the lead and lead the crowd out of here, through the Heavenly Master's seal, Yi Qingxuan's slightly smiling voice rang in her ears. If you're going to go, you might as well go far. Words. A flash of joy subconsciously surfaced on Zui's bland face. Master? You have come out of the gate? I just finished my melon and I saw it live, so if you want to go, go far. Master is going to make a move? Exactly. Disciple understands. Hearing this, Zui immediately gave up his original plan, the golden light closed up at once, and his eyes returned to their original color. She then turned around and headed out of the house. Looking at Zui, whose aura had weakened all of a sudden, the Fusan counselor didn't react for a moment. This Lung Fushan Taoist priest. What's going on? Not only him, even Liemo and the others froze for a moment. Wasn't there going to be bloodshed just now? Why did you lose all your energy at once? The dozens of Fuso fighters were also bewildered, and they unanimously looked at the Fuso counselors in the room. Still fighting? The look was like a question. The Fusan counselor's face was as heavy as water, and finally returned a look of wait a little longer. This Taoist priest was not easy to deal with at first glance, and there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be endangered once they fought. And there's no point in making a big deal out of it if the other side is scared by this. At this time, Zui, who had walked to the gate, turned around and looked at the four Liemo who froze in place and calmly asked. Not leaving yet? Oh. Lin Bingbing was the first to react and jogged over. After coming to Zui's side, she lowered her voice and asked in surprise. Daoist left, not fighting? Zoe hummed and continued toward the house. It wasn't until the two walked out of the house that the puzzled Liemo came back to his senses. Looks like the left channel chief is choosing to hold back for now. At the thought, he let out a sigh that he didn't know if it was pity or relief. Immediately, Liemo nodded his head towards the Fusan counselor and slowly spoke. Fuso's behavior this time, Hakusha takes note. Farewell. With that, he followed with the two staff members. After the group converged, they quickly exited the shrine. Seeing the crowd walk out, the Fuso people outside the shrine were suddenly excited. Look! Hakusha's people are being driven out. Ha ha ha! The shrine is a holy place in Fusan, and it's only right that no Hakusha should be allowed to enter. I've been watching the Hakushas protesting online every day for a while now, and I thought it was so powerful, but I didn't realize it was a bluff. Ha 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 ha! The sound was particularly harsh as they murmured in Fuso. Daoist left, don't care. Lin Bingbing comforted in a small voice. She was afraid that the other party would have an impulse to unfurl the golden light spell and start killing in a big way. That way, a few people wouldn't necessarily be able to walk away. I'm fine. Zui said faintly. Lin Bingbing was relieved. Amidst the cheers of thousands of Fuso nationals, their figures gradually walked away until they disappeared. Lung Fu Shan, the back of the mountain. Like to taunt and pop champagne, well, what a face. After seeing that the distance was almost the same, Yi Qingxian said with a smile or not, he raised both of his fingers, and a divine talisman with flowing light immediately appeared between his fingers. The talisman constantly emitted a sense of thickness and loftiness, looking extremely weighty. Who? Yi Qingxian exhaled deeply. In the next second, his majestic mana, which was as vast as the sea, began to pour towards the talisman without reservation. Buzz! The light of the talisman grew brighter and brighter, until finally, cumbersome runes drifted out around the talisman, and it trembled crazily. Immediately afterward, Yi Qingxian placed this divine-grade talisman, which had been pushed to the extreme, against his brow, allowing it to link up with the Heavenly Master seal, which was far away in Fusan. Woo! The talisman trembled even more, and it couldn't wait to fly to its destination. Yi Qingxian bent down and casually picked up a stone on the ground. He placed the stone on top of the talisman, and in the blink of an eye, the stone merged into the talisman. In the end, Yi Qingxian loosened his fingers, and this little stone for you talisman that trembled to the extreme actually directly came out of his hand, smashing through layers of sound barriers, driving a gale, and rushing up into the sky. Whoosh! This talisman transformed into a white aura, carrying a destructive force compressed to the extreme, and flew toward the sky at great speed, heading straight for its destination across the ocean. Chapter 68 The Means of the Celestial Master, Meteorite Falling on Fusan. Meanwhile, Fuso Shrine. My lord, just let them go? A Fusan ninja looked at his companions who were dispersing around him and couldn't help but step forward. I've probed. Except for that Dao-robed woman, the rest of the few are all ordinary people's aura. With his hands behind his back, Senator Fusan walked towards the house without haste and said faintly. What's wrong with that? If it really comes down to it, can you guys guarantee my safety? Our purpose has been achieved, so let them go if they want to, they're just in our way if they stay here anyway. That Fusan ninja still frowned, the palm clutching the hilt of his sword getting harder and harder. My lord, I come from the Tekawawa family, so I dare to ask one more question. If that heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, who claims to be able to invoke heavenly thunder, comes out of the gate and learns of this and turns on the Tekawawa family, will Fusan officials take any measures? The Fusan counselor laughed and said, this is natural, even if he can induce heavenly thunder, he is still just a mortal body. Is it possible that he still dares to make an enemy of our Fusan nation? It's simple. The higher the position, the more they value their lives. Even that heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, who has always been in a high position of power, is bound to be not exempt. What's more, Fusan's military strength is not comparable to that of northern Burma, so how can one man's strength counteract it? The Fusan counselor's mood then brightened up. The action had both defeated Hakusha's diplomats and made Hakusha's nationals furious. It would give him the popular vote in the campaign afterward, so I can't say that he'd be able to get ahead again. This really pleased the Fuso legislators. Thank you, my lord. Hearing his reply, the Fusan ninja seemed relieved. Like he was quite jealous of that celestial master. The Fuso counselor glanced at him and couldn't help but snicker. Look at you, if that Longhu Mountain heavenly master really came looking for him afterward, even if the Fusan officials don't do anything, what can he do? Your Tekawawa family has been worshipping that god of fire for generations, so how could you not even be able to deal with an ordinary man like him? The ninja hesitated for a moment, then followed with a nod of approval. It was no secret in the Fuso Council that the Tekawawa family could invoke the power of the gods. Moreover, that power was indeed supreme, and it was bound to be no problem to deal with a Taoist priest. Seeing this, the Fuso counselor smiled slightly, then got up and left the room. He walked towards the outside of the shrine, looking at the many Fusan nationals waiting outside the shrine, listening to the boiling cheers in his ears, and then looking at the excited expressions of those foreign journalists. The corners of his mouth rose, and his heart couldn't help but become more and more pleased. This test is just the first step, and the action will only get more rampant afterward. Hakusha didn't dare to openly tear their faces apart, and this intelligence gave them good inspiration. The invasion that wasn't completed decades ago may be able to be restarted by taking advantage of this aura revival. With a slight movement in his heart, the Fusan counselor walked out of the shrine, looked at the crowded Fusan nationals in front of him, and waved his hand enthusiastically. And the crowd responded to him, cheering louder and louder. They are all advocates of this war criminal festival. Many journalists from other countries who wanted to fall on Hakusha took the opportunity to step forward and pass the microphone and camera together. Senator Fujiwara, do you have anything to say about the festival? The Fusan counselor smiled brightly and said, this festival is to appease those fallen Fusan souls, and I myself adore these heroes. I hope that in the future, if there is a plan, countless similar heroes will still emerge from my Fuso to add to my Fuso's national expansion. There was an uproar at this statement. Fusan and Hakusha are separated by the sea. One side wants to expand its territory, it will bring a sense of crisis to the other side, not to mention an island country like Fusan which is surrounded by the sea on all sides. If there is a territorial expansion, the goal is self-evident. Journalists have been writing many words of praise for Fuso. Senator Fujiwara, with regard to this festival, Hakusha has repeatedly stated his strong opposition. Another reporter asked. As far as the results are concerned, Fuso doesn't seem to care about similar objections? Not bad. The Fusan counselor nodded with a smile and said, when does Fusan need to ask about the opinions of other countries when it comes to its internal affairs? And why do we need to care about the opinions of other countries? So it is. That reporter nodded and asked excitedly, then Fusan's move, not afraid of provoking Hakusha's retaliation afterward? The Fusan counselor laughed calmly, no matter how Hakusha wants to retaliate, Fusan will take it all. These words were spoken with great bravado. There was a vaguely violent sonic boom. As expected, when they heard the words of the Fusan legislator, the Fusan nationals around them became even more excited, and they chanted "Long live Fusan" as fervently as the followers of some cults. Even many journalists were flushed with excitement, knowing that this was an absolutely powerful statement. The Fuso counselor watched the scene with satisfaction. In the next moment, he suddenly felt that the earth under his feet was somewhat abnormal, and his center of gravity was somewhat unstable, and when he checked, he found that the earth was actually trembling slightly. An earthquake? The Fusan counselor raised an eyebrow and didn't pay too much attention after all, being in the Pacific Ocean seismic zone, earthquakes were a common occurrence in Fusan. Gentlemen. He was just about to open his mouth to inform the crowd of his discovery and to calm them when he realized that the trembling had become quite pronounced. Rumble. Countless rubbles on the ground began to jump, the surrounding houses were shaken to drop layers of dust, large flocks of birds were startled to fly, and barking bursts of dogs resounded in the distance. The crowd steeply panicked and subconsciously tried to evacuate, but because of the large number of people, they were unable to do so for a while. The Fusan counselor's face changed slightly, and his body stumbled, nearly falling. He felt that this might be a great earthquake, one of the few in Fusan's history, and could not help but feel remorseful that he had been a bit unlucky, and that he should have postponed the festival a few days later. Woohoo! Just then, the winds of heaven and earth suddenly strengthened, blowing the thick clouds high in the sky to start swaying, and the large trees below clattered and bent. The Fuso counselor was forced to sink down and hold onto the ground just to steady himself. It's really evil. He cursed in his mind. Phew! In the next second, a resounding air-breaking sound exploded from the distant sky, and the thick clouds high in the sky were shattered with a loud bang. A huge mountain that covered the sky and the sun flew out from it, its diameter exceeding 100 feet, and its shadow enveloped the Fusan shrine below, as if separating the two realms of yin and yang. Countless people felt the light steeply darken, and they looked blankly at the sky, followed by pupil earthquakes. Only to see a mountain of hundreds of feet covered in crimson and burning with flames in the sky, staining half of the sky red, with 5 colors of light tumbling around before being taken over by crimson light. This lofty mountain carried a palpitating air pressure and air-braking sound as it plunged down towards the shrine below at great speed in a meteor-like stance. The Fuso counselor was so shocked that he couldn't speak, his mouth almost open to the point of dislocation. He even suspected that he was still dreaming, otherwise how could he have seen such a huge meteorite about to fall on Fusan? He didn't even get a notice beforehand. Are Fuso's astronomical observation and defense ministry for show? But really, you can't blame Fuso for its lack of technology. Try to ask, a small stone is not yet as big as a thumb cap, to exceed the speed of Mach, from the letter of the summer Longhu Mountain, flying at great speed to Fusan Shrine, by virtue of size and speed, and what kind of detection instrument can be detected? Naturally, I can't. Modern technology is advancing at a rapid pace, and it might actually be possible to phase out fairy magic. But at least not now. Woo! The meteor mountains that covered the sky looked like they were wrapped up in the sky and fell down together, and the violent and incomparable heat wave almost came down on their faces, making countless people below feel a desperate sense of suffocation, as if the air had become as sticky as a swamp. They had never seen such radiant cloudiness, like a super-sized fire cloud, so brilliantly stretched that it took their breath away. Senator Fusan's legs were weak, his form shaking like no other, and his back was tingling one after the other. A large vacuum appeared in the sky, and the clouds fled away, all of which made people feel how horrible the meteor in the sky was. Are you kidding me? Senator Fuso's throat tightened and he said in a voice only he could hear. A scene that was incomparably magnificent and horrifying even in a movie had indeed descended over the Fuso shrine at this moment. Chapter 69 Here and Now, just as it is now. In the shrine, someone struck out brazenly, a brilliant blade light and a strange style god rushed up into the sky, heading straight for the lofty mountain in the air. But when the blade light hit it, it was as if a mud cow had entered the sea, failing to raise even a single ripple. The style god even lost its spiritual power and fell down before it reached the high altitude. Trying to block the impact of this meteorite with just a few small monsters was a pipe dream. Woohoo! The air became incomparably scorching hot, and the huge lava in the air that kept falling seemed unstoppable. Countless desperate and horrified eyes looked at this scene. Just then, the Fusan counselor faintly heard a loud, pale voice ringing out from Spike City, containing extreme anger. With the shrine as the center of the circle, the trees in a 10-mile radius grew crazily, reaching a level that covered the sky in an instant, attempting to block the falling giant lava, and countless people instantly realized that the strongest person who was sitting in this shrine had struck. However, under the mountain's impact that was beyond imagination, the trees that covered the sky were like fluffy grass shaking in the wind and rain, being crushed at an extremely fast speed, while the meteorite wrapped up the remaining kinetic energy and smashed heavily on the shrine's earth, with a huge impact sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Boom! Deafening explosions set off a 12-grade gale that shattered all the countless nerves in the ears, and the earth beneath his feet trembled crazily, and the entire shrine was instantly destroyed, with houses collapsing and earth and rocks tumbling down, and dozens of miles in the circumference seemed to be like the earth's dragons turning over in a spectacular manner. The roots of this earth are almost broken through. This is the true greatness of heaven and earth. Boom! Immediately afterward, a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept toward the buildings in a 10-mile radius at an unimaginable speed. Under this terrifying greatness, the minds of those Fusan nationals who had come to pay homage to the war criminals seemed to be completely submerged, leaving only confusion and panic. They were scared out of their wits that this shrine, dedicated to their beloved heroes, had been wiped right off the map in such a manner. From which country exactly? What kind of tactics can do this? Why is that country so bold? Is he not afraid of Fuso's subsequent insane retaliation? But those won't be answered for a while. In the crowd outside the shrine, some were regretting, some were trembling, and some were screaming, all in absolute terror. The natural disaster-like scene in front of us has scared everyone's liver and guts. No matter what happened here will definitely go down in the annals of Fusan. And at the end of his life, that Fuso congressman actually felt a hint of familiarity. Having witnessed the sight of a nuclear weapon explosion, he only felt that the other moment was just like this moment. Or even as if it were. And, while onlookers may not be aware of the forces that made the move this time, he had some inkling. Hakusha. It's definitely Hakuna. Senator Fuso closed his eyes in despair. Boom. The entire heavens and earth were dead silent except for the roar that symbolized destruction. Daoist laughed. Would we be going a little too fast? On the airplane, Lin Bingbing asked tentatively. At that time, for the sake of their own safety, quickly leaving was naturally the superior choice, just considering the indignant audience in the live broadcast room, more or less should show some unwillingness, right? Going back in high spirits, it would be strange not to be scolded to death. Therefore, considering the subsequent reputation of Longhu Mountain, Lin Bingbing had asked this question. Her fears were justified. The netizens in the live broadcast room had long been cursing in circles. Alas! Running here with great fanfare and going back in a mess, I've never seen such a suffocating live broadcast. Exactly. When I watched Taoist Master Yi some time ago, it was really cool as hell. Nostalgia. It's only been a short time since our men returned from Fusan in defeat. Crippled? That's a nice thing to say, look at what kind of pressure they're under. After chatting over there, they turned around and took a plane and ran away. Where is the slightest hint of resignation? Stop it, no one wants to end it so hastily. I'm just upset. And inside the cabin, Zui Yi pondered a little and finally gave an answer. Master is out of the gate, he told us to leave quickly. Master? Lin Bingbing quickly remembered Zui Yi's identity, and immediately asked with some joy, it's his old man, the Heavenly Master? Aha! That dares to be good. But why do you want us to go fast? We're not. Boom! Before Lin Bingbing finished speaking, a huge sound like destroying the sky and earth came out from the land of Fusan behind the crowd, as if hundreds of millions of hectares of mountains and rocks had collapsed in a shocking manner. The loud noise stretched for at least nearly 100 miles. The crowd's bodies trembled as they turned back in shock, looking at Fuso in the back in unison. Only to see that within the Fusan shrine, a crimson light was shooting straight up into the sky, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye was devouring the surrounding buildings at breakneck speed. This fiery red glow illuminated a shocked face in the cabin. There was a dead silence in the live broadcast room, and the pop-ups that were originally surging were all strangely still at this moment. Chapter 70 The Unfathomable Contemporary Heavenly Master. Inside the cabin, Liamo, Lin Bingbing and the others looked dumbfounded, unable to say a word. At this moment, the proud shrine in Fusan is a scene like a nuclear bomb washing the ground. Several people suspected something was wrong with their eyes. How else could we have seen such an unbelievable scene? But the constant roar, as well as the shaking of the earth below, were proving to them that what was happening in front of them was an absolute reality. Gradually, as the vibrations below gradually subsided, the few people on the helicopter came back to their senses, their pupils refocusing on the bottom. At this moment, the Fuso shrine. No, I should say that the old shrine site had already been forcefully altered by the impact of the huge lava that colored the sky. The terrifying and incomparable shockwave almost leveled that area. The original shrine building, enshrined tablets, and antique statues have all disappeared at this moment. In its place was a lofty, tall mountain that stood silently on the earth. The mountain is nearly 1,000 meters high and imposing. Even though several people were high in the air, they could feel an unshakable sense of suppression emanating from it. When the sight looked over, he saw that a tens of feet of scalding golden ancient character penalty was still sealed on the smooth mountain wall. Penalty? Lin Bingbing on the airplane muttered out. The spirit that had just eased up again because of this sentence was shocked into a bit of a trance again. Looking at the meaning of these words alone, it was as if the situation in the square was a punishment from a certain being for the shrine's behavior this time. But a single punishment has directly changed the landscape for dozens of miles around in Fuso's territory. Lin Bingbing subconsciously held her breath. What kind of person could have such tactics? In her perception, even that Taoist Master Yi, who had pushed across the northern part of Maine, was far from reaching this level. Lin Bingbing looked down at the ground below that had changed drastically, and an idea surfaced from the bottom of her heart, causing her heartbeat and breathing to speed up together. She remembered what Zoe had said earlier. Master has come out of the gate. Lin Bingbing whispered softly to herself, her tone was one of uncontainable shock. No wonder that celestial master told them to leave quickly. Kidding, this kind of natural disaster level of destruction strike, do not go as one to stay and wait for death? Taoist Master Zua, you just said that. Heavenly Master that he just left the gate? Even though she already had an answer in her heart, Lin Bingbing still couldn't help but ask. Exactly. Zua nodded her head slightly as she looked at the earth below, her eyes flushed with color, and her mouth was tinged with an obvious smile. Master's cultivation has been refined again. She thought in her mind. Lin Bingbing was silent. It suddenly occurred to her that if the person who had done it was really a contemporary heavenly master, it was the same tactic that had been performed at Hakusha's Dragon Tiger Mountain. That is to say, the heavenly master struck from thousands of miles away and just wiped the Fuso shrine off the map? Lin Bingbing's heartbeat was so fast that it was almost out of control. This. What kind of fairy Taoist master is this? It is comparable to an intercontinental missile. On the side, Limo's expression was also frozen on his face, gazing motionlessly at the destroyed shrine below, doubly shocked. His mood was incomparably pleasant. As a diplomat in charge of intercession, DC was sort of disgusted to the point of headache by Fusan's official. Right now, the mission that had left him defeated had actually ended perfectly in this way. No longer do we have to worry about Fuso sneaking in a festival at the shrine, because the shrine is going to hell with its adherents. As this somewhat hellish idea popped up in his mind, Liamo couldn't help a smile from appearing on his face. Reunite war criminals and their advocates in the ninth heaven. That Lung Fushan heavenly master is really a Taoist master with a compassionate heart. At the same time, the netizens in the live broadcast room came back from their daze. Looking down at the bottom of the camera, the land of Fuso, which, even if it was very far away, could be seen to be in a state of disarray. In the next second, the pop-ups that had originally stopped rolled at a speed that suddenly seemed to explode. What's going on? What's happening in Fuso? It's not clear. But this battle is comparable to a magnitude 9 earthquake. This commotion. I'm afraid it's not the nuclear weapon they stored in the shrine that exploded. Don't be silly upstairs, Fuso doesn't have nuclear weapons. Besides, can't you see that mountain? That's a ING meteorite falling on Fusan. That shouldn't be. If a meteorite of that size would have crashed into the blue planet, surely it would have spread around the globe months ago. I don't know, I just know that our neighbor, who has been living a good life, has been hurt, and I'm afraid that he will have a hard time in the coming days. Ha ha ha. It's okay, we'll donate 1,000 paper cranes to him later. Upstairs really knows what it's all about. Holy cow, this natural disaster is too terrifying. The Fusang Divine Toilet was directly wiped off the map by this meteorite. Fuzangoku deserved it. Ha 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 ha. Some of the netizens were shocked, some just felt thrilled, and some expressed joy. All of them were in high spirits and excited at the moment. After all, just now, the smug and villainous Fusang, in the twinkling of an eye, was dumbfounded by the meteorite, which no one cannot laugh. Just then, a pop-up suddenly floated across the public screen, quickly drawing the attention of everyone. Did you guys notice that our people just left in a hurry, and then the meteorite crashed into the Fuso shrine? Would this be too much of a coincidence? There was a moment of silence on the public screen, then it scrolled violently. You mean, it was one of ours who moved? Huh? It can't be. Who's capable of that? Why wouldn't it? How else can we explain our people leaving in such a hurry this time? It feels so reasonable when you say it like that. Just now, the Taoist left said that the Heavenly Master had come out of the gate. Is it possible that it was the Heavenly Master who moved? What? If that happens, won't we get slapped in the face again? What we? Who's with you we? I've always trusted our diplomatic corps, okay? No bean deduction for the face change upstairs? If this is really the hand of that celestial master, it's truly that of a land god. A land god? A nuclear weapon in human form. Then I guess the head of the beautiful country won't be able to sleep well. Indeed. But if Fusan's top brass know that it was the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master who struck this time, won't they retaliate against us? How dare he? A walking nuclear weapon. If he dares to turn against our Haka, the Heavenly Master will directly run to their land and kill them. Just ask them if they are afraid. The pop-ups were thrilled, doubly excited to learn that the scene in front of them was most likely coming from one of their own family members. Thousands of miles apart, directly destroying the shrine, this means was beyond their imagination. Even though the netizens' perceptions had been bombarded by Yi Qingxuan's deeds repeatedly during this period of time, they still could not help but feel shocked after witnessing today's situation. Chapter 71, Panicked Fuso Nationals, Beautiful Country's Intentions. The sudden fall of the meteorite not only rocked the land of Fusan, but also the government of Fusan. After the great noise, there was not a moment to mourn the destruction of the shrine, and immediately rushing to the scene were the official Fuso troop of soldiers. And after seeing the light in front of them, they coincidentally froze in place, even their lips trembled with them. Nah, nanny? Liar, right? A meteorite? Hey! Are you kidding me? The shrine has disappeared? Is this the wrath of God? How can it be? How could such a large meteorite fall on the blue planet? It also happened to fall on our Fusan. Shrines. Our shrine. Woo woo. How did this happen? only to see in the shrine quietly stands a seemingly unshakable lofty mountain, and in the mountain surroundings, dozens of miles of architectural landforms have long since vaporized and disappeared. The Fusang soldiers stared blankly ahead, feeling only dizziness in their heads, and all of them were plunged into unspeakable fear and sadness. Behind them stood thousands of Fusan nationals who had rushed from the neighboring areas because of the commotion, all of them pale and weak after seeing the Fusan shrine obliterated in front of their eyes. And the golden characters on that mountain were glittering, as if there was gold flowing through them, looking extremely divine. "There are words on the meteorite," some onlookers exclaimed. "I saw it too. What was that writing? I can't read it. It's Hakusha text. It's punishment for punishment. How could it be Hakusha script? How can there be Hakka script on a meteorite?" Someone returned in horror. "I see that the Hakusha side has been particularly unhappy with the shrine's festival this time in the past few days, and I'm afraid that some of the Hakusha's deities have struck out. I've heard my grandmother mention that Hakusha has a long history, and quite a few old deities live in seclusion in those big mountains. This must be their handiwork." "I heard that from my dad too," the crowd murmured. "Don't panic, everyone." Among the Fusang soldiers, someone bravely turned around and shouted, "What's in front of us is just the result of a natural disaster, and it's not some Hakusha's gods. We need to conduct an examination now, and if this meteorite contains certain rare metals, then we in Fusan will be blessed by the disaster." After saying that, he directly walked forward, his figure entering the deep pit in front of him, moving ever closer to the meteorite mountain. Seeing this, the crowd at the back suddenly quieted down quite a bit, and all of their eyes fell on that bold Fusang soldier. But just after that soldier stepped in a certain distance, the vision was steep. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended from the top of that soldier's head, directly crushing his legs hard and breaking them, and he knelt on the ground in a state of distress. "Ah!" Fusang's soldier cried out in pain, his voice was miserable, and he was even more horrified in his heart. Can it be that this meteorite is really thrown by a certain old god of Hakusha? That's too scary. Boo! The soldier reacted extremely quickly, and after a brief moment of shock, he knocked his head heavily on the ground, one after the other, while shouting, "Immortal, spare my life! I know I'm wrong." And along with the fall of the words, the pressure on his body actually did disappear for the most part. Useful. The Fusang soldier's heart was overjoyed. At this moment he could no longer care about his face. Forcibly enduring the severe pain in his legs, using both hands, he crawled in a panic towards the direction he came from. This scene was all seen by the Fuso nationals behind them. One man said in horror, "There really are immortals in Hakusha. This is made by the immortals of Hakka. Whoa woo. My ancestors are still enshrined in the shrine. How could this happen? I told you not to hold any festivals. Those assholes up there take so much of our taxes, but they only add to the chaos in Fuso." The crowd's murmur grew noisier and noisier, fear flying through it. The commotion of this occurrence was too great. The news that the Fuso shrine had been destroyed by a meteorite spread around the globe with unimaginable speed. Inside the land of the beautiful, the White House, the suited and booted president sat at his desk and fell into a long silence as he watched the scene on the big screen that was beyond his perception. According to the footage relayed by the Fusan-related satellites, the giant meteorite that covered the sky suddenly appeared in the sky above the Fusan shrine, and then destroyed everything in the surrounding area with a huge amount of kinetic energy. It's all so incredible. So much so that the term fairy sounds so reasonable at this point in time. That's the only word that can explain this unbelievable scene. The president of this beautiful country's brow tightened and his fingers gently tapped on the desktop for a long time before he spoke. "Got an eyebrow?" Someone behind him immediately stepped forward and whispered back, "Based on the writing on the meteorite, and the direction it was facing when it fell, we presumed that it was Hakusha's handiwork." "Nonsense!" The president interrupted with a direct voice, and after 2 seconds of silence, asked in a heavy voice, "If Hakusha had such technology, he would have openly declared war on our country long ago, so how could it be Hakusha's handiwork?" Underhand lips pursed slightly as he explained. "Mr. President, according to my research, it's not much of a technology. During this period of time, there were quite a few paranormal incidents over in Hakusha, but they were all solved by an organization called Dragon Tiger Mountain. Some time ago, another member rushed to the north of Myanmar, and I heard that one person suppressed the local armed organization." "Alone?" the president asked confirmatively, sounding a little incredulous. "The military force in northern Burma, although pulled down, has at least tens of thousands of militia troops equipped with basic heat weapons, and it is surprising that they would be overwhelmed by a single man?" Super soldiers? Or have they developed some kind of one-man kit? Neither, Mr. President. The henchman's voice was a bit dry as he said, in Hakusha, these seem to be known as Taoist techniques, and the members of that Lungfu mountain are known as Taoist priests. The president of the beautiful country was silent longer this time. I only believe in science, he would have said so. But when the words came out, they turned into hint to the Fusan officials that if they want to take revenge on Hakusha, the beautiful country will provide ample arms support. He paused and added toward his men. Also, tell them that Hakusha is using some kind of advanced technology technique this time, and that our country will soon be able to crack it. The henchman answered and quickly turned away. The president then looked over those materials on his desk, his expression gradually becoming grave. Hakusha, indeed, still has a killer hidden. Just test their limits with Fuso. Chapter 72 The Undeterred Fusan Officials. Time passes slowly. Fuso, Tokyo. At the moment, a drizzle was falling over the city. Though the impact of the meteorite has, for the moment, slowly subsided, the Fuso people of Tokyo are far from having recovered from the natural disaster. The streets were filled with disoriented Fuso nationals. Suffering such a horrible natural disaster for no reason at all, the blow to them could be imagined. What's more, many of the people who went to the shrine today were their friends and relatives, and this news was like a bolt from the blue for them. The word punishment written in the Hakka language on that huge meteorite made countless nationals think of it while they were puzzled. Why does the meteorite have Hakka writing on it? Could it be that Hakusha did this incident? Just as they were speculating, the Fuso official published a long article on the internet. In and out of the words, there is a message. This incident is related to Hakusha's. The news quickly sent shockwaves through the territory. Many Fusan nationals were fearful with a little bit of anger. Hakusha is also too much. In their view, their people were merely going to pay homage to the heroes of Fusan, and should not have suffered such severe punishment in any case. Besides, Fusan is not a tribute country of Hakusha. What gives Hakusha the right to drop a punishment when it was just a provocation? In the end, even if this festival offends the nationals on the Hakusha side, it's just those Hakusha people being careful, right? For a while, there was a great deal of anger in Fusan, and the citizens expressed their dissatisfaction with Hakusha. All kinds of conspiracy theories are also endless, vaguely, even let the Fusan up and down the hostility directly pointed at Hikangsia, formed a kind of joint anti-foreign bizarre posture. In the meantime, Fusan, Tekawawa family headquarters. In an ancient and stately mansion, the leaders of the three great families of Fusan held a post-war meeting. Inside the house, that old man in the Tekawawa family's Shinigami attire sat with his eyes closed and a serious look on his face, saying, I'm sure you've all heard about the meteorite, and since we've chosen to gather together today, let's all say what you think. The words fell, and the atmosphere in the room was quite depressing. The faces of all the people present were all grave. The means that Husha revealed today really made them feel shocked and incredulous. So much so, that when I came earlier, my legs and stomach were spinning. It's too scary. Just ask me, who is a good person who can throw a mountain right into someone else's country at the drop of a hat? What? You said you weren't sure? Just kidding, ordinary Fuso nationals may not know it well, but this room knows it best. The female Taoist priest in the opposing team had wanted to make a move, and then as if she had received some news, she suddenly turned around and left in a hurry, taking everyone in Hakusha with her. Then the meteorite fell. Calling it a coincidence is a bit of a stretch. After hearing the words of the magisterial elder, a man in ancient clothes appeared to be fidgeting a bit, and there was a strong sense of awe in his voice. Master Tekawawa, I have no idea, since Fusan was at fault first and the other party has responded, this matter is considered to be at an end. The old magus shook his head slowly and said, the implied message has already been put out. If we let this go, how can I, Fusan, live with myself in the international arena in the future? But you have also seen it. That's a nearly 1,000-meter meteorite. The man's speech got faster and faster, dozens of miles in a radius without an inch of grass, and hundreds of miles of land have been affected. This is a power that 10 million tons of explosives couldn't do. Chapter 73. I have an idea. How about we besiege Dragon Tiger Mountain? As his words fell, the faces of the people in the room became unusually ugly. This level of destructive power, if it was truly created by a single person, was just too terrifying. Its real strength, said walking in the world of the gods is afraid is not too. If this matter is truly one man's work, then naturally it ends here. The Magus elder's tone was flat as he said slowly, however, if this effect was realized because it was in conjunction with a certain piece of technology from the Hakusha military, then that would be a different matter. Tekawawa family head, what does that mean? Someone frowned lightly. Read it yourselves. The Magus elder took a letter out of his pocket, placed it on the table, and slid it over. This is a message sent from the parliamentary side, and its source is the Ministry of Defense of the beautiful country, which is highly credible. After the people took the letter paper and passed it around, there was a stunned question. So, that meteorite wasn't some kind of spell, but just in conjunction with some kind of military technology from Hakusha? No wonder. I told you, how could anyone be so powerful? A man burst out laughing. When he heard the news today, it almost scared him to death. I see, Hakusha's War Neglect Bureau has always liked to hide things, so this explanation makes sense. The letter also says that the beautiful kingdom will soon be able to decipher this technology. That's great. Ha ha ha. Scared me to death, I thought we were dead. It seems that all of you are not afraid. The Magus elder closed his eyes and looked at these senior members of the three great families, saying, then the old man will speak his mind. Please speak, Tekawawa family head. That's right. But there's no harm in speaking. The crowd had gotten excited, seeing the truth about the meteorite fall revealed, which encouraged them. Just knowing that the opponent's strength was not that terrifying could keep the will to resist still in their hearts. Thinking of this, the magisterial elder nodded slightly and said in a low voice. First of all, I believe that revenge must be avenged, or else my Fusan nationals will be disgruntled, and it is inevitable that trouble will not arise in the future. Moreover, there were still experts from our three families stationed at the shrine that day, and the contemporary head of the Asano family even personally sat at the back of the shrine, but as a result, all of them had their lives taken away by this meteorite. If we don't do something to set an example, the young talents of the three great Yin-Yang families are afraid that they will be chilled, and in the future, they are afraid that they will be alienated from the family, and this is something that absolutely cannot happen. Words. The people who had previously had "I'm scared" written all over their faces nodded their heads this time, and their expressions became much calmer. Since the opponent was not a god, there was nothing to fear. A Taoist priest, no matter how strong he is, he can't get through to heaven. What's more, there are more than 1,000 existing Yin-Yang magicians from the three great families. Although many of them are currently dealing with spirits in various parts of Fusan, they can all be recalled to the headquarters with a single letter. At that time, even if that Longhu mountain comes out in full force, what can it do? Obviously many of the people present had thought of this layer, and all of them had a great determination in their hearts and no longer shivered. Tekawawa family master, what do you want to do? A beautiful woman in revealing clothes asked with a smiling face. She has long heard that most of the people of the Dragon Tiger Mountain are not yet leaked Yuan Yang, coupled with the cultivation of many years. If you can catch a few, pick up one or two. The beautiful woman subconsciously licked her lips. The Magus elder glanced at her and faintly said, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Since they destroyed our shrine, let's do the same. In that case, I have an idea. A well-dressed and elegant man suddenly laughed. Master Asano family, but there is no harm in speaking. The old Magus blew out the hot air on his tea. The elegant man smiled politely, stood up, and spoke aloud to the crowd. If I remember well, that Longhu mountain is known as the Taoist leader of Hakusha, and it is rumored that the mountain gate will not be destroyed for 1,000 years, so its status in the country will most likely not be much lower than that of our shrine, right? When he saw a slight nod from the crowd, he proceeded to laugh. Then, if someone slaughters most of the disciples under Longhu mountain and then burns the so-called 1,000-year-old mountain gate cleanly with a single fire, do you all think that they will be able to feel our pain more or less? The beautiful woman's eyes lit up as she listened. What do you mean? Not bad. The elegant man smiled. Since they destroyed our shrine, let's smash their so-called 1,000-year Taoist temple and call it even. After saying that, he looked at the people present, and saw that they were all looking at the old Magus in the first seat, obviously waiting for the latter's opinion. Can. The Magus elder was silent for a moment, then picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one go, saying in a cold voice. Then it's settled, the next main target of revenge will be set as Hakusha's Longhu mountain. Does anyone have any different opinions? Words. Someone with a hesitant face raised their hand and asked. Tekawawa family master, the Dragon Tiger Mountain is not a lord to be messed with. What benefit will we gain by messing with them? Obviously, many of the people present had this idea, and all of them were silent at that moment. In response, the magisterial elder calmly returned. Is it enough to get the approval of the top brass of the beautiful country, including the president? Enough, enough. The joy of the man who asked the question was simply hard to hide, and he agreed in a loud voice. Not only him, but all the people present were all in a joyful posture. The beautiful country is the leading country in the world today, and it is the secret master of Fusan, whose power is quite terrifying. If they can get their approval, then their own family and family members in the future in Fusan can be said to be an additional life-preserving talisman, even if it is the parliament of Fusan can no longer casually move them. You have to look at the master to beat the dog. Not to mention a beautiful country with a strong nation. Being a dog to them, these Fusan warlocks felt no shame at all. Looking at the crowd that had fallen into ecstasy, the corners of the magisterial elder's mouth rose slightly. The successive incidents had already made him extremely dissatisfied with this Longhu mountain. Right now it was wonderful to be able to gather the strength of the three families and take down Longhu mountain in one fell swoop, both to be recognized by the beautiful country and to pull out this thorn in the side. He couldn't wait to see the shocked faces of the Hakushas. Discussions about this meteorite fall intensified on the internet within Hakodate. The largest forum in China had a large number of netizens discussing it in the comment section of a news-oriented post. It's a big departure. I've just watched the live replay many times, and the meteorite fell not long after our people left. There's definitely something fishy going on. Ha ha ha. Who cares? All I know is that our neighbor who had a nice little life is now in national mourning. One day the nation rejoices for the festival, and the next day the nation mourns because of the sacrifice. Master really can't hold back his laughter. Goose 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 goose. Cool, ah. But you guys really don't say. There was really something in the live broadcast. One foot the Taoist priest said that the heavenly master was out of the gate, and the next foot the meteorite flew over. I was there at the scene, and that was the situation. Now even if we say that the meteorite has nothing to do with the heavenly master, I'm afraid no one will believe us. If it's really the handiwork of a heavenly master, then it's too terrifying. Summoning meteorites, Iluabeen, who can top this? It seems that Tiancher, his old man, is not far from being a land god. Not far? It is. The next time Taoist Master Yi broadcasts live, I'll high and low have to ask him to introduce us to the heavenly master. Netizens are obviously very exuberant. After all, it's important to them that Fuzangoku is having a bad time. And just as the netizens were chatting, a new thread popped up in the forums, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. The Fusan National Assembly has issued a major statement saying that Hakusha is not involved in this matter and that measures will be taken. Chapter 74, I don't like that place much. The content of the post, to the effect that the Fuso Parliament held a press conference 2 hours ago. At the press conference, a group of attending legislators vociferously indicted Hakusha's crimes and cited heavy evidence with the help of a meteorite. At the end of the meeting, they also expressed their intention to take relevant measures against Hakodate, so that Hakodate officials and all nationals could be psychologically prepared. The words were full of threats. Seeing this post, the netizens within the forum who were still planning to sleep were not sleepy anymore. They all sat up and dove headfirst into the comments section below, and the floor of the comments section immediately began to grow at an extremely fast rate. What's the situation? Fuso is going to throw dirt on us again? I'm not sure, but reading the news it looks like it's because that meteorite has Hakusha writing on it. Henshaw? Bull, right? Seeing that some people didn't believe me, one user quickly posted a picture below. Only under the night sky, on the smooth mountain wall of that 1,000-meter meteorite, a big golden character of tens of feet was engraved there. There's really a word, huh? It's still a penalty word, this. What is this? I was a bit unconvinced just now under another post, but now it seems that this meteorite can't really be thrown over by his old man, the heavenly master. Hey! You don't say. It is said that the 10-mile radius where the meteorite is now has become a no man's land. Why did I hear it was 100 miles? 100 miles? Then this meteorite is simply more powerful than a nuclear weapon. What if this is the work of a celestial master? If you lose it, you lose it. Didn't those people who got smashed at the shrine say nothing? Who doesn't know that the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain likes to joke around? That's what the heavenly master, his old man, throws around for fun. I can't say that the aliens are using Hakusha as well. As the saying goes, the whole universe speaks Hakka. Upstairs, your focus seems to be wrong, so what if we really did it? Didn't those people in Fusan deserve it? With the heated discussion among netizens, one of them made a shocking remark that directly made many netizens who wanted to shirk their responsibilities react. Right. Damn, 2 days ago we were on the verge of begging them not to hold the festival, to respect history and give us a step down, but it turned out to be good. They're directly feasting the nations. That's right. At that time, the hanging hairs on the Fusan side, one by one, they were as bullish as 250,000, not giving us any face at all, and now that a meteorite has come down, they are starting to pretend to be pitiful? Tell a joke and they're pretending to be aggrieved. For a while, the netizens were outraged. After passionately greeting the nationals on the Fusan side, many of them suddenly realized something unusually outrageous. Wait, so that penalty represents the Celestial Master's punishment for Fuso's move? You just realized it. I just thought this was the reason why his old man, the Heavenly Master, did it. I Lua Celestial Master throwing meteorites at the drop of a hat. Then again, this meteorite's power is so terrifying, how does that Fusan still dare to threaten ours? What do you mean? He must have given them a hint from his beautiful country daddy's side. I'd say it's these Fuzangs who are tooth and nail, haven't they been like that since the beginning of time? Just as they were arguing against the audacity of Fuso. A long-diving netizen posted a comment, "You're all missing the point, Fuso's move is still very understandable." The crowd was a little disconcerted when they saw it. What does this brother have to say? That's right, say what you have to say, Riddler, get out of Hakusha. That netizen quickly replied, have you guys forgotten? Isn't this Fuso gambling just like back then? What's the bet? Bet we don't have a second one. The floor fell silent for 2 seconds at these words, followed by a whole bunch of comments popping up. Laughing my ass off. How could I forget that when the beautiful country dropped a nuclear bomb, they were also betting that there wouldn't be a second one. Ha 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 ha. This Fuso doesn't have a long memory. Is this forcing the Heavenly Master, his old man, to throw a second one? It makes sense to me. The Celestial Master stated that he still miscalculated. I should have known that I should have sprinkled it as beans. Who said that Fuso didn't have any nuclear weapons? There are 2 of them. Then, there were some obscure remarks such as, it is not that we cannot afford to build nuclear weapons, but that it is more cost-effective to take someone else's, and the weather that day was very hot, at 6,000 degrees Celsius. The netizens cackled with laughter, and the comment section was filled with merriment. Lung Fu Shan, the Heavenly Master's mansion. Yi Qingxian sat on a wooden chair, propping his head with one hand and sliding the screen of his cell phone with the other, laughing lightly every now and then. If you don't say this class of netizens is talented. Hell jokes after hell jokes, the first person to invent a hell joke was a genius. Inside the room, Zui, dressed in Taoist robes, placed a pot of tea on the table and asked with a light smile while pouring the tea. What are you looking at, Master, so happy? With that, she handed over the poured hot tea. Watching a collection of hell jokes from the netizens. Yi Qingxian laughed and shook his head, putting down his phone and taking the tea. So? Zui nodded casually, and after sitting down on a wooden chair on the side, Yi Qingxuan's cell phone rang. Ping pong battles the enemy, fruit pot's petals are disoriented. Yi Qingxian coughed lightly and picked up the cell phone, placing it to his own ear. Just then, I heard a familiar old man's voice coming from the other end of the phone with obvious awe, Heavenly Master, it's me, Qin Changjin. It's Elder Qin. Yi Qingxian laughed. You can just call me Xiao Qin. Elder Qin's voice was a bit dry as he asked with a bitter smile, Heavenly Master, have you seen the news from the Fusan Council? See? Yi Qingxian first felt a bit amused, then calmly returned. Ahem, now that you've seen it, I won't bother you much, I just want to ask you 2 questions. You ask. Shi Lao on the other end of the phone seemed to gulp, then asked in a tone that carried a few hints of anticipation. Heavenly Master, the meteorite that fell into Fusan territory was made by you? Yes. Yi Qingxian said seemingly casually. There appeared to be a dense chorus of exclamations of surprise and ecstasy on the other end of the line. Be quiet. Elder Qin snapped. Then, realizing that he was still calling Yi Qingxian, he hurriedly continued, Heavenly Master, I'm not talking about you. I know. Yi Qingxian lost his smile. This old man, he's kinda funny. Elder Qin heatedly laughed, and with obvious awe in his laughter, he said. You've also made too much noise this time, directly causing the whole world to look over. Was it for any particular reason? Well. Yi Qingxian pondered slightly, then returned with a calm voice. I don't like that place much. There was a dead silence on the other end of the line. Chapter 75. Not only did the enemy not flee, but he had the audacity to countermand a general attack on me. Hearing Yi Qingxuan's words, Elder Qin on the other end of the phone, as well as the many members of the State Security Bureau behind him, all looked odd. Not for anything else. It was only because this Heavenly Master's answer was a bit too concise and overbearing. Which translates to, Heavenly Master, why did you throw the meteorite? A. Because the poor Taoist is not happy with them. The crowd secretly smacked their lips and just felt their brains buzzing. Throwing over a meteorite because you're upset? Tianchi, you are true to your nature. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Elder Qin was the first to break the silence and smiled. In any case, with your strike this time, the Fusan side should not dare to act rashly in a short period of time, and the national security side can also slowly deal with the impact of this incident. Not necessarily. Yi Qingxian returned with a flat voice. Fusan has always been careful. It's not very realistic to say that they have no problem with us now, and they might take retaliation, so it's better for national security to pay attention. Elder Qin collected his laughter and solemnly said, Don't worry, Heavenly Master, as long as they dare to come running to pick a fight, I'll make sure they won't be able to return to Fusan. After a pause, he laughed again. However, even if they dare to come looking for trouble, they will most likely stay far away from Longhu Mountain, and I'm afraid that by that time, it will be necessary for the Heavenly Master to make another trip. No harm done, it's part of the job. Yi Qingxian appeared unconcerned. Hearing his plain reply, Elder Qin subconsciously associated it with Yi Qingxuan's contributions these days, and a wave of respect and gratitude immediately surged through his heart. We will never forget Heavenly Master's great favor. There's no need to be so formal. Don't you guys secretly open up quite a few policies towards Lungfu Mountain these days? It should. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. Inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Yi Qingxian put the phone away and smiled at Zui Yi beside him. You've heard everything, right? Something that Fuso is likely to retaliate against? Well, when the time comes, I'm afraid that Master will have to make another trip down the mountain, so help Master wash this Taoist robe, and pack a few changes of white robes along the way. Yi Qingxian stretched his waist, took out a Taoist robe from his bosom and handed it over. Got it. Zui Yi took the Dao robe and turned a little worried. Master, the Fusan side knows your strength as master. If you really come to send a letter to Xia to carry out retaliation, then the people who come this time will definitely not be the good guys. Why don't you bring some of your disciples to follow you, Master? Yi Qingxian waved his hand and said, No, it's nothing more than a little more effort. Then, I'll go and call up a few senior master uncles and master uncles, so that they can join you then? Zui Yi was still not quite at ease. Yi Qingxian lost his smile and said, What is the point of asking them to follow? Master is not a triad society, it's just a matter of going down the mountain to draw people. There's no need for a front and back crowd. But you don't even listen to your teacher? Yi Qingxian directly interrupted with a voice, then assumed the posture of a master and said indifferently, Since you know that the Fusan warlock who came this time is definitely not easy to deal with, it is all the more reason for you to let your disciples stay honestly on the mountain. With you guys around, Master can't even play his big moves. Zui Yi's lips pursed slightly. She wanted to say something more, but associating it with the 100-foot meteorite that fell from the sky, she immediately held back her worried words. Compared to the master, those Fusan warlocks who came to pick a fight seem like they should be more worried about their own safety. Thus, she nodded slightly and said, Disciple knows. Go on. Yes. Zui Yi hugged the clothes and turned to leave. Just as she was about to step out of the room, a system beep suddenly sounded in Yi Qingxuan's ears. Ding. Temporary mission triggered, night attack on Lungfu Shan. Previously, after encountering your means of bombardment, the foolish Fusan three great families hold a grudge against you and misjudged your strength under the lure of the beautiful kingdom. They have gathered hundreds of Fusanese warlocks, and will be coming across the ocean in 2 days' time, just for a night attack on Longhu Mountain. Mission, please use your means to crush the resistance of the three great families of Fusan. Note, as long as one of the three families has the will to resist, the mission will not be considered a success. Reward, 3 random earthbending spells. Looking at the panel that popped up from the system, Yi Qingxian was slightly stunned. What? I drop a meteorite, and you come charging up here in a group? What the hell is this? Not only did the enemy not flee, but they dared to launch a general attack on me? What an eye-opener, there are still such opponents who are looking for death. Yi Qingxuan's complexion was a bit odd as he called out towards Zui Yi, who had just stepped out of the gate and spoke with deliberation. Zoe, there's no need to go and prepare the clothes. Zui stopped and turned his head in confusion to ask, Master, what's wrong? There has been a change in plans. Yi Qingxian couldn't help but smile. The target of the opposite side's retaliation, Master has already guessed. Guessed? Zui asked in dismay, how did Master know? The Master has his own doorway. Master is really great. Zui's cool little face carried an obvious shock as she asked, then, Master, where exactly is the target they want to retaliate against? Could it be that it's not far from us? Well, it can also be said that way. Yi Qingxian nodded his head. Specifically? Dragon Tiger Mountain. Ha! This young girl with a cool temperament froze in place, not believing her ears. The words are split. On Bluestar's largest internet forum, at the bottom of a news article about this response from Fuso. In the comments section, two groups of netizens from Hakusha and Fusan respectively were arguing here. Hakusha is a barbaric land. To actually disrupt our festival in such a way is unforgivable. That's right. Our officials in Fusan have issued an announcement that the attack was not a natural disaster, but some kind of technological means. Damn Hakusha. My grandfather was enshrined in that shrine, and now there's not even a trace of ashes left. Just wait. Our officials are ready to take action against you and will soon blow up your houses. You'll all be homeless. Fusan's nationals looked furious, and all kinds of insulting words were unceremoniously slammed into Hakusha. But unfortunately, in terms of cursing, they couldn't curse Hakusha's netizens in 8 lifetimes. Damn you, you cow devil, a war criminal country is still pretending to be a white lotus flower? Crawl away from me. You guys are still unforgivable? Bunch of imbeciles who stink worse than my grandmother's mouth ulcers, go dig up your own recent history. See who's the unforgivable one. Laugh me to death. Calling us barbarians? You guys used to kneel and learn our manners. What are you pretending to be civilized now? It is. Even the text has copied us a whole lot. In recent times, when we see that the beautiful country is strong, we catch the English language and pull the wool over their eyes, so we have the nerve to say that others are hateful? Everyone don't pay any attention to them, small country nationals who can only masturbate are like this. I'd like to see how Fusan is going to take measures against us in terms of force with the Taoist masters from Lung Fushan. Hakusha netizens began a full range of dead-end greetings with the opposite side as the center of the circle and the loved ones as the radius while they were being reasoned with. For a while, Fusan's nationals were scolded with black faces, and even the comments were missing by a large margin. There are also many Fusang people who drop the phrase "you'll see. We'll see who gets the last laugh," or something to that effect, and then hurried offline. Let's put aside for a moment the situation between the two countries afterward. If we're talking about this genealogy defense alone, it's Hakusha who won. Chapter 76 Fuso's Arrival. Early in the morning of the vertical day, in the territory of Fusang. Inside the Tekawawa family residence. That Tekawawa family head, dressed in the costume of a Shinto priest, stood on the steps, looked at the crowd that was arranged in order before him, and nodded his head in a faintly unnoticeable manner. These 100 people gathered in front of him were all carefully selected good hands from the 3 great families, each with extraordinary means, and were the absolute backbone of the 3 families. If anything happened to these people, then the 3 great families would also suffer a great loss of energy. But it was worth it. As long as they could gain the approval of the beautiful country, even if more people died, they could slowly be raised again in the aftermath. The Tekawawa family head's eyes swept over these hundreds of people. These people all wore uniform clothing, black power suits, plus ink-colored coats. The one standing at the very front had black flames faintly escaping from their bodies, which was a symbol of having divine flames on their side. An arrogant teenager was an exception. He didn't even wear a power suit, and his ink-colored coat was even less so. He was just wearing a costume that was similar to that of the magisterial elder. It was a symbol of status in the Tekawawa family. The Tekawawa family head's eyes lingered on the teenager for a few more seconds, and a hint of worry appeared in his calm eyes. The young man's name was Tekawawa Shangren, the one with the highest talent in the Tekawawa family for the past 100 years, as well as his grandson. If the teenager hadn't strongly demanded that he had to go to Hankiori to kill a few Longhu Mountain disciples for fun, the old man would not have said anything to let him go. Although the age of the upper man is small, but the cultivation is not worse than some of the older generation, I think that even if you do not defeat that Longhu Mountain door people, but also be able to return in one piece. Thinking of this, the Tekawawa family head breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes becoming calm again as he shouted towards the crowd below. Gentlemen, although this trip to Longhu Mountain is quite dangerous and it is unlikely that we will be able to bring it down completely, as long as all of you work together to advance and retreat, it will still not be difficult to ensure a full-body return." Upon hearing this, the crowd all nodded their heads, and many of them even wore smiles on their faces, clearly calm and confident. They are all cultivation-accomplished people, now gathered together, naturally full of confidence. This trip, even if the legendary Longhu Mountain unsure, they also dare to fight. With a bit of luck, it wasn't out of the question to jointly slaughter that celestial master. The Tekawawa family head took their reactions into his eyes, and his mood perked up a bit. Whether or not the three Fusan families could stand in Fusan in the future depended on this time. If he could succeed, then he was the family head who would be remembered and admired by countless descendants of the Tekawawa family. Pressing down that restlessness in his heart, the Tekawawa family head looked towards the Magus Jr. at the front of the crowd and opened his mouth to instruct. "Shangren, you are the youngest of the people on this trip, remember not to kill your eyes, and put your own life first in everything. Even if you fall into the hands of the enemy, it doesn't matter. Longhu Mountain is a famous sect in Huanxia. As long as you surrender with a sincere attitude, they most likely won't kill you. There is a historical basis for all of this." "Fine, I know. Tekawawa Shangren impatiently pulled out his ears and blew out his breath. "Very well, gentlemen, the arranged passenger ship is already in the harbor, follow me." The Tekawawa family head closed his eyes and didn't say anything more. After saying a word, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Whoa! The great hundreds of people immediately followed him, one after another out of the compound, boarded a military transport vehicle, quickly away from this place. Lung Fu Shan, the Heavenly Master's mansion. At the edge of a mountain cliff, Yi Qingxian, who was dressed in a purple robe, sat cross-legged. The air around him trembled between gulps. This was a symbol of the Five Thunders orthodoxy cultivated to the extreme. There was no need to make seals, no forward swing, and between breaths, a single thought could change the heavens. As a contemporary heavenly master, Yi Qingxuan's thunder law had finally reached this level as well. Almost. Calculating the time, Yi Qingxian muttered a sentence to himself. Soldiers are precious and quick. If the other side really wants to attack Lung Fushan at night, then tonight is the best time. Moreover, just as Fusan can get some information about Hakusha, Hakusha's side can more than likely receive relevant inside information as well. At this moment, there are mostly rumors on the internet. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian casually took out his cell phone and slid it on the screen a few times, opening the relevant forum. As expected, just after opening the forum, there was a thread: Fusan intends to retaliate against us by force? The post attracted his attention. Yi Qingxian clicked in, and the netizens had already discussed several thousand floors in the comment section. Chapter 77, The Law of Exhaustion. Boy! Where did the owner get the news? Is Fusang really going to take revenge on Hakusha? It can't be. Can Fuso have the guts to do that? Don't they know that the contemporary heavenly master is out of the gate? Seeing that there were many inquiries, the owner replied below. I work professionally in the seaport, and I heard from the master who took me that there was a large group of black-clad people leaving on a giant ship in the morning, and I asked more and found out that the giant ship was going to our Hakusai. Many netizens were shocked to see this and replied below. So, Fuso is here for real? It's hard to say. Fusan's citizens are generally careful people, and I'm afraid their parliament isn't much better. I think it's you guys who are overthinking it. A huge ship that came to write a letter to Xia is just a ship. How can it be that it's here to attack? The owner is too sensitive. Can this be considered reliable information? Indeed, the owner falls into the category of being delusional, but it's okay to watch for fun. Some netizens were skeptical. After all, the source of this news was a little too sketchy. It seems to realize that his sources are somewhat untenable. The poster also added a caption after the title that read Entertainment Post, please do not take it seriously. But with the topic already open and the heat of the post, there were plenty of users who proceeded to discuss it in the comments section. Leaving aside the reliability of the owner's information, on this matter alone, if the Fusan side really wants to retaliate by force, what do you think? How do I watch it? Lie down and watch at home. Just kidding, I'm sure I'm drying back. That's right, with no one but the Fusanians. If Fusan really wants to retaliate by force, then judging by the destruction caused by the meteorite that day, we estimate that quite a few people will die, and I don't think Fusang has the guts to do that because that's basically going to war with Hakusha. Indeed, if there really was some unusual large-scale accident in the past 2 days, then Fuso is definitely not to blame. If it were true, where do you think it would be? Hardly, it would be that part of the Northeast. After all, there are quite a few heavy industrial facilities. That's an outrageous guess upstairs. I'm guessing the middle belt. Taking advantage of the hustle and bustle, netizens are randomly guessing. Some are guessing which is important, others are guessing which is crowded. Just then, a comment popped up that instantly attracted a lot of replies from netizens. Could it be the Dragon Tiger Mountain? My friend, Fuso people are bad, but not stupid. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Fighting Lungfu Mountain? Are they out of their minds? They're going to run into a gun? Divine Master, I've never heard such an outrageous idea. Everyone's having a serious discussion, and you kids are messing up, aren't you? Amidst the laughter of the netizens, the netizen who posted this comment was also a bit embarrassed and hastily replied below. It just popped into my head on a sixth sense, off the top of my head. At that, the netizens were even more amused. It doesn't matter if you say it off the top of your head, the big guys are just laughing at you. Hey! You don't say, you really don't say. Back in the days when Fusan fought a lot of brain-dead maneuvers, attacking the Dragon Tiger Mountain might really be able to do it. Brother, I understand that you want to see the Celestial Master go down and furiously whip the Fuzangs, but please exercise restraint. Beside the cliff, Yi Qingxian took in the discussion in the comments section with a somewhat odd expression. The sixth sense of the internet is a bit accurate in this session. However, it could also be because of the large base of internet users. After all, out of hundreds of millions of people, it's not uncommon for one or two to get the right answer right. Exhaustive method, kid. Yi Qingxian smiled and put away his cell phone. He stood up and folded back in the direction of the mountain gate. Longhu Mountain Tianshifu, as the leader of the Taoist sect, will soon be beaten at the door by the smallest of the small. This Tianshifu naturally want to prepare it too, lest he should be accused of poor hospitality when the time came. At sunset, a harbor in the interior of Hakusha. A giant ship slowly sailed inside the harbor, in which hundreds of Fusanese warlocks, who had already changed into their daily attire, stepped down from the giant ship, and under the command of the command boarded the relevant vehicles, and swiftly sailed to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The staff standing high above the harbor looked on from a distance with a few moments of curiosity. Usually there are quite a few tourists from Fusan, so how come this batch feels a bit strange? A vehicle traveled up the mountain road lined with lush trees, and the occasional bird could be heard chirping. Inside the car, unlike the laughter before departure, most of the warlocks were silent at the moment, with serious expressions, seemingly contemplating something. Having traveled a long way across the ocean, everything here in Hakodate is foreign to them, but they are charged with an important task and mission. Longhu Mountain is one of the birthplaces of Huanxia Taoism, with a long history and cultural heritage. When they thought of that renowned heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, the hearts of the crowd felt an extra trace of pressure. In the name of a great name, that heavenly master, even if he wasn't that terrifying, he thought that his skills wouldn't be that bad. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous at all. However, compared to that insignificant nervousness, there was more excitement in the hearts of the crowd. As long as they could successfully complete their plan, they would be able to make Hakusha and Lung Fu Shan's reputation fall to pieces, and they would become heroes of Fusan, as well as gaining the recognition of the beautiful country. What's more, that Lung Fu Mountain Heavenly Master wasn't a deity, and it was impossible to guess beforehand that they would choose Lung Fu Mountain to strike. Caught off guard, there is a very good chance that they will make a big mess and come back in one piece. The atmosphere inside the vehicle gradually rose. The corners of the mouth of the Magus boy who was in the middle of it, Tekawawa Shangren, lifted slightly, and a cruel light flashed in his eyes. Unlike the crowd, he had a goal in mind for this trip. That is, to kill that Longhu Mountain Taoist priest named Yi Qingxian. The other party's cultivation was quite deep at a young age, and he had also killed one of the Tekawawa family's hidden warlocks in Hakusha, so he was just the right person to be the soul under his Tekawawa Shangren sword. Tekawawa Shangren licked his lips, seemingly looking forward to the next bloody scene. The minutes ticked by as the light on either side of the vehicle flew backwards. By the time night fell, the sky was glittering with countless stars, as if they were specially lit as signal lights for the opening of this retaliatory action. The vehicle slowed to a stop about a dozen miles away from Lungfu Mountain. Whoa, whoa, whoa! One by one, the doors of the cars were pulled open, and a group of figures leaped out of the body. They were wearing black night clothes, their steps were light and steady, and they began to advance in the direction of Longhu Mountain with all kinds of weapons clutched in their hands. This retaliatory action, planned by Fusan and designed against Lung Fu Shan, has finally officially kicked off. Chapter 78: Attack on Longhu Mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of Longhu Mountain, a sedan slowly pulled up. Two men in avant-garde clothing stepped out of the car. The thinner one of them was excitedly snorting towards the lens in his hand, saying, "Families, today is also the day to come to the Dragon Tiger Mountain now. They are two fledgling new anchors on the shivering sea. In order to pay for the medical bills of their family's sick old man, the two brothers recently planned to make some quick money. But suffering from a lack of ideas that caught fire, their popularity on weekdays was always mediocre. But they just illustrated the annoyance in a new video yesterday, and immediately a high-profile person gave their opinion in the comment section. Going to Lung Fu Shan to rub it in. This comment could be a fairy tale for the brothers. Therefore, they had just gotten off the live broadcast last night and rushed to Longhu Mountain without stopping, intending to pay their respects and rub it in. Since the LWB heat has peaked, a number of vloggers have had the idea of rubbing it in lately. But without exception, they were all warned by shivering sea officials. So, right now, the only ones who dare to run against the wind to rub it in are these two brothers. But as the saying goes, things are rare and precious, no one else dares to do it, just the two of them do, so naturally they will attract a great deal of attention. As a result, as soon as the two parties started broadcasting, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented peak. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000. Until now, there are already more than 200,000 netizens watching online in the live broadcast room, and all kinds of gifs are even more incessant, and the pop-up screen scrolls like crazy. Visiting the Dragon Tiger Mountain? What a way to go! Ha ha ha! I've heard several favorite bloggers say that rubbing the heat on LWM is risky, and I'm worried that there's nothing to see. You two are not afraid of dying and popping up, you've got guts, rewarded. Make the coffee and take your vacation, get on the mountain, I want to see a contemporary celestial master. Boy, this popularity is 100,000 plus? That's the flow of Lung Fu Mountain. Goosey, where's the dude who advised them both to rub it in hard? What a fairy guide. Both of you, isn't it just an all-network block? Not afraid, at least the medical bills are earned, right? To each his own. We'll take care of the gifts, and you two just wail up the hill. The scene in the live broadcast room was a sight to see the two brothers' eyes light up. Boy, the whole job earlier was no bigger than this many people watching it. 200,000 plus popularity and rising. Even if the account is banned afterward, it's worth it. Thinking of this, the skinny anchor clenched his teeth, revealed a bright smile, and opened his mouth. Isn't it a recent legend how the Dragon Tiger Mountain? It's made us two brothers stupid too. Families, you'll see, the job that all the network anchors don't dare to fix, we'll fix it for you. The fat anchor immediately picked up the conversation, looking excited. In any case, success or failure was at stake, and they were giving it their all. The two were blowing off steam and talking to the live viewers as they headed up the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The number of tourists along the way was quite impressive, and many looked at the two anchors with amazement. Isn't live broadcasting not allowed on Lung Fu Mountain? How do these two? But the crowd, surprised as they were, didn't come forward to stop them, they just played their own games without disturbing each other. These two anchors were also smiling broadly, looking at the intensive gifts in the live room. They knew that they had made the right bet on this trip. Soon, the two came to a position halfway up the mountain. Here you can already see a lot of Lung Fu Shan's disciples. They are dressed in Taoist robes, chest and back, quite elegant to the visitors to introduce the human history of Lung Fu Shan. The two anchors immediately brightened up and sent a question towards the live broadcast room. Okay. Families, there's a Taoist master from Longhu Mountain right in front of you, so if you want to ask any questions, type them out on the public screen and the anchor will ask them for you. Nice. If you have any questions, just say so. Knowing that the two were going to help with the questions, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also interested, and there was a constant stream of pop-ups. Ask Taoist Master Yi Qingxian where he is. The skinny anchor read out the pop-ups he saw, then nodded and smiled, no problem. Let's go. The two of them had the wind at their feet and quickly arrived in front of a Longhu Mountain disciple. The Longhu Mountain disciple frowned lightly when he saw the camera in the hands of the two, but did not say anything more. This Taoist master, may I ask if you recognize a Taoist master named Yi Qingxian? The skinny anchor rubbed his hands and smiled heatedly. We'd like to pay him a visit, could we trouble you for directions? It was then that the over 100-year-old Longhu Mountain Taoist master glanced at the two of them and politely shook his head. The poor Taoist is not quite sure, you two find someone else. With that, he turned to leave. The two anchors were a bit dumbfounded, obviously not expecting to be rejected so dryly. They had thought that with the anchor's specialness and influence, the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain would sell them a few points of face anyways. But I didn't expect that the other party would just dismiss them without even lifting an eyelid. Some of the tourists on the sidelines gloated at the defeated two. They had also tried to inquire about Yi Qingxian earlier, but the replies they received were all the same. This is true even if there are individual extreme fans who threaten to refund their tickets. The Taoist priests at Lung Fu Shan apparently don't care if they refund their tickets. Love comes and goes. On the other side, the departing middle-aged Taoist had just walked to stand under a large tree when a white-robed disciple ran over panting. The latter's anxious appearance attracted the attention of many visitors. "Senior uncle, something big is wrong." Running in front of and behind the middle-aged Taoist master, the white-robed disciple lowered his voice, but the cold sweat seeping out of his forehead still caused his face to carry an undisguised urgency. The middle-aged Taoist frowned and instantly realized that the situation was not right as he spoke in a deep, soothing voice. "Don't rush, take your time, what's wrong?" The white-robed disciple whirled around to his ear, his tone a little flustered. "The enemy attack that the master said came, there are thieves on the mountain." Chapter 79 The Immortal War. It's almost dark, actually picking this time. The middle-aged Taoist's face was a bit gloomy. Both he and the disciples had heard from the celestial master in the past 2 days that an attack against Lung Fu Shan would follow. Most of the attackers were Fuso's warlocks. Therefore, a group of disciples were prepared for this. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. Where are the attackers now? Approximately how many people are there? The middle-aged Taoist took a deep breath and asked calmly. Near the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, the initial judgment is that there are at least 50 people upwards. There are already a dozen or so senior brothers who have gone to deal with it. The young disciple wiped the sweat from his forehead and nervously returned. Words. The middle-aged Taoist didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately instructed him in a whisper, "Go inform the master, I'll bring a few good men to go and test the waters first." "Yes." The young gatekeeper nodded. "Go on." The middle-aged Taoist patted his shoulder. With that, the two of them split into two, running towards the mountain on one side, and towards the dense forest below the mountain on the other. Some of the surrounding Longhu Mountain disciples also frowned lightly when they saw this. That middle-aged Taoist priest was their senior uncle. Leaving with a grim look on his face, most likely something happened on the mountain. Could it be the attack the master said had arrived? And seeing this, the touring crowd began to whisper. The two Taoist masters who left just now don't look too good. Where is the fire on Longhu Mountain? Can't be, these Taoist masters are all very skillful, putting out a fire isn't easy? Indeed, his old man, the heavenly master, can invoke heavenly thunder, and conjuring a little rain is surely no big deal. Then why the wrong face? It could be. Stumbled upon some odd tourist who came to touch the porcelain? The man deliberated for half a second, somewhat uncertainly. Makes sense, with the number of people coming to Dragon Tiger Mountain lately, it's not unusual to run into some brainiacs. The crowd nodded and then dispersed, no longer paying attention and going their own way. As for the two anchors who had been left out to dry, things weren't going so well in their live room at the moment. Perhaps due to the fact that he was simply rejected by the Longevity Tiger Mountain Taoist master, the heat in the live broadcast room began to continuously decline. I thought there was some big job, but I didn't expect to see a lonely one. Pull back, brothers, these two anchors are just a traffic cheat. Laughing to death. Directly rejected, dude thought you could ask something, swiping gifts for nothing. Bosses, underage refunds or a walk in the park. It's normal, people come to see you live just to see if you can dig up some hard news. As a result, the audience didn't even see any hair, so naturally, they were greatly disappointed and directly exited the live broadcast. Seeing that the audience in the live broadcast room was about to fall by 100,000, the two anchors finally couldn't sit still and were in a hurry. How can they end up so hastily when they have hardly found a business opportunity to make money, for which they have risked blocking the whole network? But there isn't a whole lot of good ideas for a whole job at the moment. What to do? What to do? The two men were so rushed that their faces were red, their foreheads bulging with veins, and their eyes were close to red warmth. At this moment, the live broadcast once again floated over a fairy guide pop-up screen. It's come to this, what are you waiting for? If I were you guys, I'd just go after that middle-aged Taoist priest who just came down the mountain and see if there's any fun to be had. Seeing this pop up, some of the people watching the live broadcast chimed in. Hey! What a great idea! It depends on whether these two anchors dare or not. But, if they're going to be accounted for afterward anyway, might as well let it go really? Punch and Judy. I want to see fun. Anchor, go after them. Let's see if there's a brainwashed fairy touching the porcelain, or if it's just the malodorous man who's up to no good. Don't be a wimp, go after us and we'll give you 2 gifts. Like, something? Looking at the pop-ups that kept scrolling on the public screen, the skinny anchor's heart moved slightly as he gulped and subconsciously looked at his own brother. Just see the fat anchor also look over with some heart. The 2 men looked at each other, then nodded heavily, and had an idea to engage. That's no risk at all in order to come up with the medical bills. Brothers. Favors away. After the 2 reached a consensus, the skinny anchor gritted his teeth and laughed. After saying that, he opened his legs and directly chased after that middle-aged Taoist master in the direction he had left. The fat anchor's eyes were equally excited, and he held up his cell phone as he chased after the thin man. Under the night. The 2 chased all the way to the front of the dense forest halfway up the mountain of Longhu Mountain, tired and panting. Finally they heard some movement coming from the front, and a ray of light rushing up to the sky. There it is! The skinny anchor's heart was so happy that he couldn't think about it in time. He took a hard step and continued to move forward. The fat anchor followed closely behind, and the 2 of them plunged headlong into the dense forest ahead. But immediately afterward, the 2 froze in place in shock at the scene before them. One could only see a Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain dressed in Taoist robes with his body entangled in golden light, retreating towards the mountain while looking vigilantly in the direction below the mountain. At the end of their line of sight, there were dense black shadows sweeping rapidly from above the treetops. These black shadows were wrapped in colorful air clusters around their bodies, numbering nearly 100, all of them carrying a shocking killing aura. Obviously it's coming from a bad place. And after seeing the black shadow attacking, these Longhu Mountain Taoist priests coldly grunted. They actually quickly stopped in their tracks, and then mouthed incantations to meet them without hesitation. Boom! 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 A golden light and a black shadow heavily collided together, and an unending roar erupted while powerful winds overflowed. This is... what the hell? Just as the 2 anchors were confused, the audience in the live broadcast room also directly exploded. Chapter 80, The Master is here. What is this? Someone really hit the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Shocked me and my mom for 10,000 years that someone could be so brave? Holy! It's a golden light spell on these Taoists? Didn't they say they wanted to believe in science? Upstairs, you want to get up and be shocked when the Qing dynasty dies? The point now is that someone attacked Longhu Mountain at night. What the hell are these people? Look at this number of at least 100, and every one of them looks like they're not to be messed with. Could it be someone from Fuso? That makes sense. After all, as far as Fuso has mentioned getting back at us lately. I have an impression as well. I thought they were going to attack some big first-tier cities, but I didn't realize they were coming for Longhu Mountain. How dare they? Don't they know that the Heavenly Master is out of the gate? Good guys. Don't be too optimistic for a moment, guys. I see the situation. The Taoists are losing ground. Just as the viewers of the live broadcast were talking, in the dense forest in front of the camera, a dozen or so golden figures were in front of those hundreds of black shadows. This is like in the African grasslands, male lions are the absolute natural enemy of hyenas, but that is also the premise of the number ratio is not too much gap is too big. Once hyenas and lions outnumber each other more than 8 to 1, the hyena packs will grab the food, even if it's the lions. Right now. Although the Longfu Mountain Taoist masters were able to gain the absolute upper hand in one-on-one encounters with the black shadows, they could only barely draw in one-on-2 battles. But at the moment, the number ratio between the 2 sides had reached a staggering 1 to 10. As a result, a group of Longhu Mountain's Taoist masters were losing ground against the Fusionese warlock and were having trouble fighting it off. There were also a number of Taoist leaders with colors hanging from their bodies. Behind a large tree, the skinny anchor looked at the scene in front of him, and his lips couldn't stop trembling as he muttered. Damn, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't realize it was this big. So? Then are we still filming? The fat anchor on the side was scared to death. The skinny anchor looked at the popularity of the live broadcast room that was constantly soaring, and immediately put his heart across and gritted his teeth. Shoot! Life and death have their destiny, wealth, and honor. So the 2 anchors hiding behind the tree suppressed their fear, trembling and holding up their cell phones, their stance staggering as they followed in the distance. It's a good thing that cell phone gimbals are so powerful these days that the live feed isn't too shaky. On the other hand, a group of Longhu Mountain Taoist masters were shocked and angry in their hearts as they fought and withdrew at the same time. ING scumbags, biting off more than they can chew. These guys are not only here to cause trouble, they're here to kill them. Thinking about this, several senior Longhu Mountain Taoist masters had gloomy faces. As the big brother of the Hakka Shenmen Dao sect, they were actually being chased in their own territory. This was simply a strange shame. There is no better method than to avoid the front line for the time being. This place was some distance from the Taoist temple on the mountain, and it would take some time for reinforcements to arrive. As long as the situation is stabilized, Longhu Mountain will soon be able to slow down, and by then, it will be the opposite side that should run away. But clearly, both sides understand this. In the face of the retreat of the Longhu Mountain Taoist masters, the Black Shadow's attacks became more and more frantic, and had already reached an undisguised level, with their moves revealing a strong killing intent. Dang! 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 The intensive attack smashed on top of those golden lights, erupting a sound of golden iron. The brilliant light rushed straight into the sky, and the strong wind shook off one sky-high tree after another. The great commotion startled many tourists descending the mountain, and among them there was no lack of some bold ones who immediately rushed in this direction. Sensing that the situation was not good, a middle-aged Taoist elder quickly stopped his stance, turned around, and bellowed. Chongjin and Lao Tian, follow me to meet the enemy, stall them, and let the younger ones go up the mountain to report. Yes. Immediately, two old Taoists of a similar age in the team rose up into the sky, their bodies glowing with golden light as they charged straight toward the roiling black shadows. Their eyes were firm and resolute, as if they were facing a battle of life and death. Right at this moment, a black shadow flashed ghostly in front of the two old Taoists, and unlike the others, this black shadow did not wear a mask, and a grinning teenager's face was exposed in the air. His eyes revealed a cruelty and arrogance, as if he was announcing his arrival to the entire Hakusha. It was the gifted young man of the Tekawawa family of Fusan, Tekawawa Kamedo. As he looked at the golden light rising from the two old Taoists, a flash of contempt flashed in his eyes and he directly waved his right hand. Canopy. In an instant, a black flame deeper than the night erupted from his palm and solidly blasted onto the two Dao masters, the black flames tossing and turning, devouring the golden light on the two in an instant. What? The pupils of the middle-aged Taoist master at the very beginning shrank, his heart shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. These two Taoist masters were both elites amongst the cultivators. How could they be so easily shattered by a teenager's protective golden light? Boom! In the next second, those two Dao masters were knocked out of the sky by the remaining force of that palm, smashing heavily into the earth. Their bodies tumbled on the ground, sporadic black flames remaining on their bodies, and they spat out blood from their mouths, obviously suffering from serious injuries. Ha 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 ha. This is the golden light mantra that Dragon Tiger Mountain is so proud of? It's simply unbearable. A smug smile appeared on Shangren Juchuan's face as he looked at the miserable state of the two Taoist masters. Where is that Taoist named Yi Qingxian? Let him come out and suffer death. Little master, I can still consider leaving some people for your Longhu Mountain to collect their corpses. His rampant laughter echoed throughout the battlefield, causing the blood pressure of a group of Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples to soar, and the veins at the corners of his forehead to throb. Immediately stopping his retreating steps, his eyes gradually became ruthless, intending to let go. Click! The middle-aged Taoist master at the head of the group directly took a step forward, a piercing lightning aura surfaced in his palm, and his face stared grimly at the loudmouthed Tekawawa Shangren. And seeing that the crowd no longer retreated, Fusan's group of magicians also stopped chasing after them, stopping at the treetops one after another, looking playfully at the Longhu Mountain disciples below who were radiating killing intent. The two anchors hiding behind the tree were even more frightened and couldn't breathe. The heavens and the earth were silent. What? As soon as I said that Taoist priest named Yi Qingxian, you guys got anxious, so it seems like he's in a very high position? Tekawawa Shangren was the first to break the silence. Seeing the silence of the crowd, he said in a teasing tone, then I'll have to torture that guy all the more when the time comes. The one who dares to kill us must have already made a good realization, right? Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure swept down from the mountain, and after standing hurriedly, he cupped his fists towards the middle-aged Taoist. Uncle Shifu. Master Shifu was here. As soon as the words fell, the Fusang warlocks standing in the treetops instantly changed their faces. Tianshi, coming? Boom! At the same time, a majestic aura like the awakening of a giant dragon exploded from the direction of the Heavenly Master's mansion at the top of the mountain, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chapter 81, Dark clouds cover the Sky Master's appearance. And just as Shangren Tekawawa cast divine fire to defeat the two Lungfu Mountain Dao masters, the discussion in the live broadcast room became incredibly heated. Are you kidding me? The Taoist priest was seconded? Who the hell are these guys? I'm afraid it's not really Fusang coming over to seek revenge. Indeed. It's obvious to me that these guys came prepared. I didn't think this group of old Fuso dogs had some skills, croak. I'll blast you all apart, ah. Netizens were in disarray, all shocked by the scene in front of the camera. It never occurred to them that Fusang really dared to send people to fight on Longhu Mountain. Moreover, looking at the situation, it really posed a threat to Longhu Mountain. Just as they were shocked, they suddenly saw Shangren Tekawawa in front of the camera laughing maniacally and delivering a mocking speech to the Lungfu Shan Dao masters. Within the words, the spearhead was pointed directly at Yi Qingxian. These words not only made the present Longhu Mountain Taoist masters furious, but also made the netizens in the live broadcast room look at them with hardened fists. This asshole dares to be so arrogant? These decades have really given these assholes a good time. Still dare to stick their faces in and taunt us? Laughing to death, daring to seek revenge on Taoist Master Yi, I hope that when Taoist Master Yi comes, this bastard doesn't run away without a trace. The netizens were filled with righteous indignation, and the frantically scrolling pop-ups looked incredibly agitated. Obviously, they were extremely unhappy with this attack by Fuso. However, although the netizens were surprised, but the heart did not have the slightest fear of emotion, on the contrary, more and more angry. All they wanted now was to kill all of these suspected Fuso assassins. Just then, a Taoist priest suddenly broke in front of the camera and arched his hand towards the middle-aged Taoist priest. Uncle Shifu. Master Shifu was here. When these words came out, heaven and earth were silent. The crowd in the live broadcast room was first shocked, and then a thick ecstasy welled up in the bottom of their hearts, and the pop-up screens of the entire public screen all boiled up. Master Teacher? Is that the Master Teacher I think it is? Are you kidding upstairs? Surely that's the only Master Teacher in Lungfu Shan. Excited, I didn't expect to see this great god today, this is worth the price of admission even if I die. Seeing that the crowd in the live broadcast room seemed to have exploded, some poorly informed netizens anxiously asked. Why are you guys so excited? Who is Master Shifu? Yeah. I'm shallow in learning, so don't sell yourselves short and tell us. The skinny anchor standing in front of his cell phone couldn't help but lick his lips after seeing this pop up. In order to rub off on Lungfu Shan, he had sort of done quite a bit of homework before coming here. If he remembers well, the master of Longhu Mountain is more than likely the one. Contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. He couldn't hide his excitement in his lowered voice. His voice carried clearly into the anchor room. Those netizens in the livestream who were not clear about this heard this and were first stunned, then burst into ecstasy. WC. No wonder you guys are so excited. Damn, the phrase Heavenly Master blew me out who had been diving. Can you see the Heavenly Master? Urgent. I every day to run to the Yi Taoist account under the message to ask what the Heavenly Master looks like, he does not bring a reply, today can finally be able to see the main event. I haven't been this excited since graduation. Dense forest. Phew. The sound of the wind suddenly tightened, and feeling the terrifying pressure coming from the top of the mountain, none of the hundreds of Fusang magicians present had their faces changed drastically. Immediately afterward, they all raised their heads at the first opportunity and directed their sights towards the vaguely Taoist temple at the top of the mountain. In their perceptions, an extremely terrifying aura is reviving there. Seeing this situation, one of the Fusang warlocks immediately jumped down from the treetops, dodged forward, and said in a deep voice towards Tekawawa Shangren, whose face had also become ugly. Young Master Tekawawa, the Heavenly Master is coming. According to our plan, we should start splitting up now, lest we get caught by that Heavenly Master in one fell swoop. All in one? Tekawawa Shangren's face was gloomy as he said in a cold voice, there are hundreds of people on our side, so if he's the only one, he can't fight a battle? The expression of this person who spoke out was also a bit hesitant, obviously feeling that there was a bit of truth in Tekawawa Shangren's words. After all, the hundreds of people present were all the elites of the three great families of Fusan, and there was inevitably some arrogance in their hearts. Even if this so-called celestial master is notorious, they feel that in the case of superior numbers, perhaps. No, it can definitely be a battle. Then you will attack first, and the hundreds of us will act in cooperation with you. Despite the inner fire, the man who spoke stayed in the end of his words. Upper Tekawawa nodded his head without a care in the world and snorted at the crowd. I really want to see if this so-called Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master is really as powerful as Grandpa said. In the mouth of his own master, he had heard its comments about the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. In the vast majority of cases, the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Masters are near the top of the list of practitioners of the corresponding era. I hope he's not vain. Tekawawa Shangren was radiant, his voice was high, and he clearly had a plan. As the most demonic genius of the Tekawawa family for 100 years, he naturally had a different kind of confidence. Ta! As soon as the words fell, the unmistakable sound of footsteps came from above the dense forest. The hearts of the people present were tightened. Immediately afterward, the footsteps gradually became thin, approaching step by step, as if they were stepping on the hearts of everyone present, leaving people breathless and revealing a great sense of oppression. At this moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky in a 100-mile radius, gathering rapidly in the night like 10,000 horses galloping. The clouds rolled like an ink-dyed scroll, signaling the imminent arrival of a storm. Feeling this ever-increasing lofty aura, it was clear to all the practitioners present that the person who was about to arrive was bound to be the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. Only that Heavenly Master could bring about such a terrifying sense of oppression. A look as if they were on the verge of an enemy appeared under the eyes of the Fusan warlocks, who were tightly gripping their spells with a tense look on their faces. For their part, the Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye, their eyes filled with anticipation and respect. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast room held their breath and waited with bated breath. For a moment, the eyes of everyone present were drawn to the direction from which the footsteps came as if they were attracted by a magnet. It was only behind the quiet and peaceful woods. A black-haired young man wearing the purple robe of the Heavenly Master, his sleeves fluttering, his expression indifferent, and his posture calm and unhurried, stepped out. Seemingly unseen majestic cloud she converged around him, every step he took seemed to step on the rhythm between heaven and earth, and a terrifying pressure suddenly descended on Longhu Mountain. Under the thick dark clouds in the sky, the young Taoist was like an immortal approaching the world. Chapter 82, Identity Exposed, the whole internet is shocked. Yi Qingxian? You're not. You are. Shangren Zhuchuan had searched for relevant videos on the internet beforehand and knew Yi Qingxuan's appearance, otherwise he wouldn't have provoked him by name. The purple-robed youth who arrived in front of him was dignified and majestic, even the Tekawawa family head who was in full fury in his memories was more than a star difference in terms of aura, not to mention, Tekawawa Shangren was only the young generation of the Tekawawa family. The sense of oppression felt from the purple-robed youth at that moment was like a heavenly disaster coming down. So that's it. Shangren Zhuchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the indifferent purple-robed youth with a deadpan expression. No wonder he was so active walking around Hakusha, no wonder his actions were overwhelming every time, and no wonder that his own uncle who was suspected of refining divine fire was also beheaded by him. All of this was because he, Yi Qingxian, was the contemporary Heavenly Master. In an instant, Tekawawa Shangren figured out a lot of things. At the same time, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was crazy like a heavy snowfall, and the screen full of expresses the netizens' mood at this moment. Taoist Yi is the contemporary Heavenly Master? Iron, my hands are shaking right now, this is awesome news. Seriously. Really. It's absolutely true. I just went and searched, and that's the Celestial Master's purple robe. Tomorrow's hot search number 1 is booked. It's too outrageous. No wonder he didn't reply when I left a message under his shaking sea, so he's the contemporary Heavenly Master. Would it be too young? Can such a young Celestial Master really be relied upon? Is the one upstairs a newcomer? Go search the deeds of Taoist Yi and the Heavenly Master. If this isn't reliable, there are no reliable people in the world. Taoist Yi, my Superman. Taoist Yi has seen those two seriously injured Tao Masters, this is a good show. After seeing the Heavenly Master's purple robe on Yi Qingxuan's body, the viewers in the live broadcast room all boiled up, and the number of people online even directly broke through millions. One can foresee how quickly the news will spread across the country, and the world, next. At this moment in the dense forest, the atmosphere was tense with swords. Shangren Zhuchuan's fists were clenched tightly, as Yi Qingxuan's icy cold vision swept across the entire field, his heart thumped and began to beat extremely fast, his muscles tensed and trembled slightly, this was the body's instinctive reaction of fear when encountering a strong enemy. Other than facing his own master, this kind of nearly suffocating tension was something that Kamito Tekawawa had never felt from anyone else again. At the same time, the wariness in his heart gradually rose. What about the Divine Master? We were all of a similar age, and his own talent was the first in the Tekawawa family in 100 years. I don't believe I can't beat him. You're hiding it deep enough. Supreme Bamboo River's exuberance was incomparable, a maniacal smile hanging on his face as pitch-black divine flames surged around his body. No one would have ever imagined that the contemporary heavenly master would be such a young Taoist. Let me meet you. Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, he lowered his figure and crushed the earth with one foot, his body transforming into a residual shadow as he rushed at great speed towards the purple-robed young man who had his hands tucked away in his cuffs. The hundreds of Fusan warlocks at the back were also silently watching this, intending to use this to judge the weight of this young heavenly master. He saw that the purple-robed youth was whispering something to that middle-aged Taoist priest, blissfully free of the tension of entering a battle, while the two heavily injured Taoist priests were being assisted to stand in front of him. Upon hearing the commotion, the youth turned around, and an indifferent line of sight then landed on the remnant shadow that was rushing in at breakneck speed. For no reason, a wisp of coldness suddenly rose in the heart of the stared-upon Tekawawa Shangren. You did this. The youth's icy voice, which held a hint of anger, resounded in his ears, and an unprecedented sense of panic enveloped the heart of this future head of the Tekawawa family. What a lot of nonsense! Tekawawa Shangren shouted angrily as if he was bracing himself. Canopy! The pitch-black divine fire that surged from his body grew a few points more, and his entire body was like a pitch-black fireball that was advancing at breakneck speed. Hundreds of Fusan warlocks were tense, staring dead-on at the purple-robed youth who still hadn't made a move. The crowd of Lungfu Mountain Taoist priests, on the other hand, had glowing eyes, while some of the younger ones shouted out with some excitement. The two anchors hiding behind the tree widened their eyes and clutched the cell phones they were using for live broadcasting. The pop-ups in the live stream were rolling like crazy. The moment the pitch-black fireball arrived, the purple-robed youth raised his palm seemingly slowly. Suddenly, a numbing sound of bones bursting resounded through the mountains. Ka-ching! A large tree in the sky was instantly knocked off, and in the sky of wood debris, a black figure flew out backwards, spraying a large mouthful of blood on the back of the sky. He was wrapped up by the huge force and smashed nearly 10 giant trees in the sky with a roar, scraping the ground and skidding for dozens of feet before he managed to stop his body. The crowd of Fusan warlocks looked wooden and stiff as they looked back, with thick horror welling up under their eyes. See previously also arrogant Bamboo River Shangren, at this moment like a dead dog lying there, limbs twisted into a twist, motionless. And that purple-robed youth. At this moment, he was straightening his cuffs, his sight swept blandly over the group of Fusan warlocks, and he stepped in with a steady pace, as brilliant to the extreme golden light erupted from his surroundings. Powerful winds overflowed in all directions, blowing the surrounding mountains and forests to rustle. It was this simple step forward by the youth that caused the hundreds of Fusan warlocks to feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Their breathing became rapid and fine beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. Trespassing on my mountain gate and injuring my disciples, you Fusan warlocks are so imposing. Yi Qingxuan's voice did not carry a trace of emotion, and was as cold as ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. As the leader of the righteous path of Hakka, if he let this group of Fusan demons end peacefully, he was really in vain as the contemporary heavenly master. Rumble! Along with his words, a deafening thunderclap came from the sky, shaking the mountains and forests and causing people to panic. Immediately following, as if they had discussed the matter, the group of Fusan warlocks instantly put away their breath, fear surfacing under their eyes, before scattering in all directions without hesitation. Bamboo River on the person is not a small horse building, even in their midst, that is also the bottom of the top 3 masters, right now was so easy to kill a palm in seconds. Damn, if not see with their own eyes, who dare to believe ah? Fusang magicians were shocked and afraid, they did not have the heart to make trouble, like sheep that encountered a tiger, they fled in a hurry. Didn't even have the courage to look back at that celestial master. And seeing them in such a sorry state, a group of Longhu Mountain's disciples also rushed forward to ask for instructions. Master, what do we do now? The Fusang demons broke into the mountain. Yi Qingxian put his hands into his sleeves, his posture stern. Naturally, none will be left behind. The disciple is commanded. This group of Lungfu Mountain Dao masters let out a low cry, and then rushed out together with the Lungfu Mountain disciples who had rushed to support them. Previously, they were troubled by the sea of people, but now that they had the backing of the master, they naturally wanted to get back at it. Buzz off! In an instant, hundreds of bright golden lights shone up from the mountains, and they crossed the sky like meteors, directly pouncing towards the black shadows that were fleeing in all directions. Each golden light contained extreme anger, and the entire Longhu Mountain was instantly enveloped by a solemn and stern killing intent. Seeing this situation, the two anchors hiding behind the big tree also excitedly came out and arched their hands towards Yi Qingxian. Greetings, Heavenly Master. Yi Qingxian glanced at them and smiled lightly. Lucky for you too, this flow is as good as it gets. In order to gather the medical expenses, I can only come up with this plan. I hope Heavenly Master will forgive me. The skinny anchor revealed a shameful expression and said with some embarrassment. No matter, you guys will be blocked afterward anyway, this is something that poor Taoist can't help you with. Yi Qingxian laughed. No matter what, we're already grateful that Heavenly Master has tolerated us to broadcast until now. The thin anchor said gratefully. In this moment alone, they had already earned enough to cover the medical expenses and more. Now even if Yi Qingxian gave him 2 slaps, he would want to kneel down and praise the Heavenly Master for being able to write and fight. This is not a celestial teacher, this is simply a living god. Just then, Yi Qingxian asked seemingly casually. Is the live stream on now? It's open. The skinny anchor nodded quickly and asked, should I turn it off? Now. No need. Yi Qingxian smiled and said, you guys rubbed up against the traffic of Longhu Mountain, it's not too much for Longhu Mountain to ask you to carry a message, right? Not too much, not too much. Dare I ask what words the Heavenly Master is bringing? Who is it brought to? We'll go now. No need to be so troublesome, they must be watching your live broadcast right now as well. Yi Qingxian waved his hand. He then looked to the camera and smiled. Counselors of Fusan, it's really hard for you to use so many people to come to Longhu Mountain as guests this time. Come what may, the poor Taoist next intends to sit in your territory as well. I hope you're ready. Chapter 83. Then I am relieved. Fuso, Tokyo. Inside the conference room at the congressional headquarters, a handsome purple-robed young man was playing on the big screen, while his flat voice slowly came out from the stereo. When his words fell, the dozens of suited and booted Fusan legislators present all changed their faces. The counselor in the lead paused the video, folded his hands, and spoke in a deep voice. Who is in charge of this retaliation against Lung Fushan? It's me. A middle-aged man with thinning hair stood up and trembled. It's you, Raisin. The Fusan Prime Minister at the head nodded, no joy or anger audible in his voice. What did you say before the operation? Not saying? The Prime Minister of Fusan laughed. It's okay, I'll say it for you. You said that this time at the very least, you would make Longhu Mountain suffer heavy losses, so that the countries would see what would happen if they offended us. That's why we've specially gathered here today. How did it turn out? This. The middle-aged counselor with thinning hair was sweating like a pig. He had never expected that Heavenly Master's strength would be terrifying to this extent no matter what. Now, with people injuring 2 of our disciples, tell me, do you think our hundreds of people can still come back? Prime Minister Fusan then asked. The middle-aged counselor remained silent. Because those hundreds of warlocks most likely won't make it back. Thinking about this, his mood became extremely irritated. Why is that? It's clear that there was a good plan beforehand. This is all because that Lung Fu Mountain Heavenly Master is strong and unreasonable. Seeing his silence, the Fuso Prime Minister felt a headache. This is not compared to a few decades ago, the current Hekasia's national strength, not to mention the development of meteorite-targeted strike, such incredible weapons. If we were to go to full-scale war with such an opponent, the hearts and minds of the whole of Fuso would break down in a big way. And he himself, the Prime Minister, is more than likely not going to be able to sit down. But the attack on Longhu Mountain, things have been exposed. The Longhu Mountain Tianshur also sent word to come to sit. It is said that he and Hakusha national security relationship is very shallow. It is difficult not to suspect that this is not Hakusha's signal to go to war. Thinking of this, the Fusan Prime Minister felt his head grow 3 sizes. He then turned his eyes to the people present inside. Gentlemen, don't just listen, tell us what you think. Prime Minister, it's not that we just listen. A counselor said with a bitter smile, there's really nothing we can do about it. The meteorite is still standing on the shrine site, and thousands of people go to take pictures of it every day, not to mention the fact that all countries are looking at Fuso's encounter with a cold eye, so we can't do it alone now. What about the beautiful kingdom? Is there still no news from them? That Fusan Prime Minister asked again. No. The Fuso Prime Minister slumped in his chair and lost his smile. People are about to hit the door, can't we, Fusan, even deal with a Hakusha now? Prime Minister, there's really no need to rush. A counselor with glasses coughed lightly twice and calmly analyzed, our opponent is not the entire Hakusha anymore. The Fuso Prime Minister came to a point of realization and asked, what do you mean? The councilman with the glasses said. Our target for this attack was LWS, not some Hakusha company or public building. Metaphysical forces like these and similar sometimes don't make it to the official table. Do you remember what this heavenly master said just now? He said that he wanted to come to Fusan to sit down, which is mostly just on behalf of their Longhu Mountain, and not the official meaning of Hakusha. Hearing his words, the group of Fusan legislators also nodded frequently. For his part, the Fusan Prime Minister's eyes brightened slightly and followed his words. You mean, he most likely doesn't have support from the Hakusha military and can only take revenge single-handedly? Yes, I do. The spectacled counselor nodded, so it's only this Lungfu Mountain Heavenly Master we're going to face next, not the entirety of Hakusha. I see. The Fusan Prime Minister relaxed with the naked eye, and a smile even appeared on his face. He whirled around and heaved a sigh of relief, laughing softly. I thought I'd be hit by another meteor strike from Hakusha next, that really scared me. There's nothing to worry about if it's just a Taoist priest with a bit of magical means, let him come. Not bad. Many of the council members nodded along, revealing a look of relief. Seeing this, that spectacled counselor nodded and calmly said. This Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master is still a typical Hakusha thinking, wanting to use his personal power to fight against the power of our Fusan nation is more or less intentional and whimsical. Chapter 84, All the weather is in a state of turmoil, and our way is prospering. Hakusha, Shinjing City, National Security Bureau Headquarters. The whole country was in a frenzy over learning the true identity of the Heavenly Master of Lungfu Shan. Qin Changjin, the national security leader, is here busy dealing with the repercussions of the attack on Lungfu Shan. Notify all the major platforms to block all of the offshore water armies that are denigrating Longhu Mountain, and give the statement released by Longhu Mountain an all-out push to stream. In the name of national security, call Longhu Mountain to express our sincere condolences, and strictly investigate the mode of entry of the people involved in this attack, as well as the relevant people responsible for registering their entry. Hundreds of people came to the mainland in such a big battle, the national security actually did not even receive the slightest news. There must be internal ghosts, give me to investigate. Strictly investigate. Dare to target Dragon Tiger Mountain, no matter who it is, once verified, 10 heads will be chopped off for him. Qin Changjin in front of the desk was furious. A command was issued one after another, obviously moving a real fire. After sending out a group of people, he snapped at a new group of state security officers who had come in. Shame on you. It's so humiliating. On behalf of the State Security Bureau, I licked my face every day and begged for help from Lungfu Shan, but as a result, they were attacked, and we didn't even do a damn thing to help them. I made a phone call, and guess what they said? Said the problem is solved, you guys just wait for news from the master at the headquarters. Listen. Gentlemen, I just want to ask, in the face of danger, is our National Security Bureau a pose? The crowd of state security officers were silent. In the back of his mind, he cursed the asshole who was hiding inside the national security and helping to cover up the news over and over again. It was worth mentioning that, being able to send hundreds of Fuzangs to the mainland while the entire national security was in a daze, this enemy agent hiding within the national security was definitely not of a low status. But they silently looked at the furious Qin Changjin and inwardly said, even if that person's status is high, as long as he is caught this time, it will definitely be a capital offense of collaborating with the enemy, so damn it. I'm so damned. I've caused everyone to be scolded together. On top of that, there was a hint of gratitude and anger in their hearts. Thankfully nothing happened to LW. Otherwise, it would not only be a heavy blow to the NSA, but also a great loss to the entire Hakusha. Anger, on the other hand, was due to the fact that with the help of the Taoist master of Lungfu Shan, their mortality rate on missions had plummeted recently, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Lungfu Shan was the lifesaver of some of the national security employees. Right now, being attacked at the mountain gate in such a brazen manner, the hearts of these national security personnel were naturally extremely dissatisfied. They unanimously decided that they would next work overtime to bring out that traitor, and incidentally minimize the loss of reputation of Longhu Mountain this time. As Qin Changjin finished his lecture, this group of national security personnel also quickly exited the room and began to start the investigation. Looking at the reclosed door, Qin Changjin sighed deeply. In this matter, it was true that he was angry, but the series of measures in the square was mainly done to that heavenly master. The mountain gate was attacked, and if the National Security Bureau didn't give the slightest indication, Qin Changjin was worried that the celestial master would have a bad taste in his mouth. So much for scratching the surface. After all, apart from helping to adjust the direction of public opinion, that Lungfu Mountain Heavenly Master hadn't left them any work in the first place. In the early hours of this morning, when the local police went to the mountain, all they got was nearly 100 corpses and the purple robed Celestial Master's flippant thank you. Qin Changjin then fell silent. Then his eyes looked out the window, in the direction of the island nation of Fuso. Next, the Heavenly Master will definitely take some measures against Fusang. Associated with the meteorite from last time, his heart actually felt a little bit of anticipation. Ahem, that's not good, peace and friendship, not just gloating about what happens to other countries. Qin Changjin coughed lightly twice, then brought his attention back to the moment as he picked up his cell phone, wanting to talk to the head of Central News. Coincidentally, just then he received a call, not from an investigative debriefing by a member of the NSA, but from a young man who made him stand in awe. Lungfu Shan Tianshi. Qin Changjin didn't dare to slow down and immediately picked up the phone. Elder Qin, the poor Taoist has something he wants to trouble you with. On the other end of the phone, the youth's voice was calm. Qin Changjin's eyelids jumped twice for no reason and lost his smile. Heavenly Master, trouble would be an understatement. This is the first time you've asked me to do something, right? As long as it's something that national security can do, there's no harm in saying so. Meanwhile, he muttered straight in his mind. Is there anything that the Heavenly Masters can't handle and have to come and bother the national security? As far as force was concerned, Qin Changjin felt that to Yi Qingxian, there was nothing that could not be solved with a slap. If so, 2 slaps. Right now it's actually gotten to the point where they're specifically calling to bother state security, mostly for trivial matters that have nothing to do with force. Could it be that some newspaper had a death wish and created a rumor about Lungfu Shan? Right at this moment, Yi Qingxian slowly said. It's not a big deal, it's just that the poor Taoist is going on a long trip next. It may cause a bit of a commotion, so I'd like to ask your national security to issue a document at that time to calm the people down, so as not to cause panic within Hakusha. Far away? Qin Changjin's heart suddenly stuttered as he asked tentatively. Where are you going? Fusang. Yi Qingxian was concise. Hearing this name, Qin Changjin's heart beat even faster. He had thought that Yi Qingxian would take measures, but he did not expect the other party to move so quickly. When do you plan to move? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, ah. Qin Changjin subconsciously repeated himself, and then just as he was about to nod in agreement, a trace of coldness suddenly rose in his heart. Wait a minute, did the Celestial Master just say that there might be a bit of a ruckus? It sounds like it's just a very normal little thing. May. Before that, did the Heavenly Master specifically instruct them to appease the people? Like, no? How big should this move be, then? When he thought of this, Qin Changjin suddenly drew a breath of cold air, and his mind quickly flashed through the 100 miles of thunderclouds along the Qin Mountain and the huge meteorite that fell on Fusan at supersonic speeds. These things could not yet be specifically instructed by Yi Qingxian. Qin Changjin swallowed back the yes that was on his lips and spat out a question. Heavenly Master, this movement you speak of. How big is it exactly? When Yi Qingxian on the other end of the phone heard this, he was silent for 2 seconds and replied. It's probably going to be slightly bigger than any of the previous times. What about the exact scope of the impact? Yi Qingxian once again fell into silence, and after a few moments, he returned. It never affects Hakusha. Qin Changjin was instantly relieved, and with a long sigh of relief, he patted his chest and laughed. Then don't worry about messing with it. Hakusha's side will be left to us to explain. Yes? The youth's voice took on more than a hint of surprise. Then I'll trouble you. It's just a part of the job, even if you don't say it, we will do it. Qin Changjin smiled back. When he said that, he paused and then added. But Heavenly Master, in fact, the people of Hakusha are very receptive nowadays, and they are usually not afraid. Of course, I'm not suggesting that you're being redundant, I'd just like to have a few more words with you on a personal level. You say. The youth laughed. Qin Changjin took a deep breath, his smile tightened, and he said in a deep voice. As you know, even though it's a time of peace on the surface, in private, Fusan is still eyeing us. They are bad seeds with no conscience in their bones, and if Hakusha shows any more fatigue someday, they will definitely bite up without hesitation. It's just a bit of selfishness on my part. If you're going to strike this time, I'd like you to strike hard, preferably the hardest possible blow, while preserving yourself. Hit them so hard that their livers will split. Hit them so hard that they are afraid in their bones. I dare say that the people of Hakusha won't be scared because of the commotion you've made, instead, they'll be incredibly excited. If there's any discontent from above and it's sent down, I'll carry it for you. How's that? After saying these words, Qin Changjin's eyes filled with blood as he silently waited up for the other party's reply. As Qin Changjin said earlier, it was just a bit of selfishness on his part. Because his father was a personal participant in that war, his feelings toward Fuso could be described as hateful. In times of peace, such an opportunity for revenge can be extremely rare, and it would be a great profit if he could use his own black hat to exchange for the fear of 3 generations of Fusan. If this matter could really come to fruition, then Lung Fu Shan, the mountain gate of Huanxia, would also surely receive the attention of all the countries in the world. That's not necessarily a good thing for a Taoist sect. Therefore, even if Yi Qingxian refused, Qin Changjin was completely able to understand. Well, the silence in the air didn't last long. Very good. Laughter was hard to hide in the youth's voice. He then hung up as if he had expected it. Straightening his cuffs, the young Taoist stepped out of the door of the mansion, and the moment he appeared, countless reverent gazes fell upon him. The young Taoist was light in spirit and light in breath, his body floating, dressed in a white robe, looking extremely at ease. Seeing that the crowd was in an uproar because of his appearance, he pressed his hands in vain, and it seemed as if heaven and earth fell silent all of a sudden, and even the crowd became quiet. In the midst of hundreds of reverent gazes, his clear voice spread throughout the entire Longhu Mountain, causing everyone who heard it to instantly become excited. The world is in turmoil, and the way is prospering. The crowd of Longhu Mountain disciples clasped their fists in unison, and their cries resounded through the sky. The world is in turmoil, my path will prosper. Chapter 85, Tekawawa Family Head, the advantage is mine. Yi Qingxuan's instructions were simple. It was to urge the disciples that Huxia and even the whole world would next see the first full-scale turmoil from the spirits, and that they were to be stationed in Huxia in order to prevent any major chaos within the territory. As for his old man, in a time of crisis, I'm going to give Fuso a head start. The contemporary divine master said as much. Just like that, in Yi Qingxuan's sentence, lest they will be able to pull through when the time comes. This perhaps the strongest practitioner of our time, the heavenly master of Lung Fu Shan, has officially descended from the mountain. Meanwhile, an unspeakable natural greatness was condensing at great speed offshore of Fusong. Fuso, one of the 3 great families, the Tekawawa family headquarters. This mansion, which covers an extremely large area and has many buildings, actually looks more like a Taoist shrine with an excellent history when you look at it alone. Not only are there mountains and water, the scenery is beautiful, and there is an endless stream of tourists coming and going, some to eliminate evil spirits, some to pray for blessings and seek wealth, and some to worship the gods. As far as the naked eye could see, there was a long line just in front of the cardboard box where the money was pitched to ring the bell. It was obvious that this was a prestigious Fuso shrine for 100 miles around. Because it was different from other shrines that had a false name, but because there were real cultivators in attendance, there were many high-ranking officials from Fuso who came here. Therefore, it looked extraordinarily normal for some members of the Fuso Congress to be mixed in. Inside the main hall at the very center of the shrine, the contemporary head of the Tekawawa family, that old Shinto priest, was sitting here. Unlike his usual calmness, at this moment, his face was twitching a bit from time to time, obviously thinking of something painful. Tekawawa Shangren, his only grandson, the future head of the Tekawawa family, the pride of the younger generation, just died in Hakusha. The Magus elder's face could no longer hide his grief, and the depths of his eyes were filled with hatred. Lung Fu Shan, what a Lung Fu Shan! And in front of him, there was a Fusan warlock with strange costumes sitting on his knees. All of them were experts among the existing warlocks of the 3 great families of Fusan, but all of them looked a bit ugly as well. A few hours ago, they had learned of the news of that celestial master's impending visit, and that was why they had rushed here without stopping to discuss a plan. At the forefront of the group of warlocks, a suited Fusan counselor sat there, talking to the old cleric with a serious look on his face. That Yi Qingxian is the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. He can kill the Shangren with a single palm strike. His strength is too strong. Right now, in order to deal with him, we can only ask the Congress to hire another master. The Magus elder forcibly held back his grief and said, that celestial master is mostly single-handed and not considered a threat. The Fusan counselor shook his head and said in a cold voice, as I see it, you have hundreds of existing warlocks, so you don't have to be afraid of him alone, do you? The Magus elder returned with an expressionless face, Counselor, do you think we are fools? Since that Lung Fu Mountain Heavenly Master dared to let the word out to come here, he would definitely bring enough manpower with him. Don't worry. The Fuso counselor patted him on the shoulder and laughed. If he really dares to bring that many people, we can stop him there at the customs. The magisterial elder was somewhat moved. After a moment's silence, he asked, "You've put customs on full alert?" "Not bad." The counselor nodded and smiled. "According to the current news, he hasn't even gone through customs yet, so you have plenty of time to prepare." Hearing these words, not only the Magus Elder, but the entire room of the three warlocks had their hearts slightly stirred. If they were fighting on home soil, they would indeed have no small amount of confidence. After all, the head of the Tekawawa family alone was able to fight with the power of the gods within the shrine, not to mention the gods that the other two families believed in. Thinking about this, the Magus Elder's heart gradually became fiery. On his own side, the three families joined forces, fighting locally, with the help of the gods. Opposite side, fighting alone, mortal body, means known. Put it this way. Advantage on me. Old man Tekawawa licked his lips and asked, "What can we get if we kill this heavenly master?" The counselor smiled faintly. "The original reward, plus 500 billion fuso gold." As soon as the words left his mouth, the breathing in the entire room suddenly intensified by a few degrees. The old cleric stared at the smiling counselor and nodded slowly. "The job, we'll take it." Chapter 86 Celestial Master opens the airwaves, terrifying heat. The words are split. Meanwhile, at this moment in Hakusha, the heat on the internet about the Heavenly Master of Lungfu Mountain had already reached a peak. Hashtag the true identity of the Heavenly Master of Lungfu Shan hashtag. With overwhelming heat values, it is firmly at the top of the hot search list. And such as so-and-so star for filming a movie storm thin 100 pounds, so-and-so fresh meat super absolute muscle line. And so on entertainment news. Even if the studios behind them put in all their effort and money, they couldn't shake the number one spot on the Hot 100 at the moment. In response, Shivering Sea's staff also threw their hands up in the air and said helplessly to the several large studios that were constantly on the phone with them complaining. "Deadly orders from the top, whoever dares to collect money and give heat this time, wait for the role." Only then did these large studios stop protesting. Afterwards, they all began to think about how to get their own artists to get some linkage with the Lungfu Mountain Heavenly Master. The agents of those top-stream female artists were even more daring and started planning how to speculate a CP with the contemporary Heavenly Master. But these are not the concerns that are needed at the moment. Nowadays, just search for terms related to LWM and you'll see a whole bunch of videos rubbing it in. Hashtag shocked. Upon seeing the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master reveal himself, Bronze was confused, Silver was shocked, and he was the only one who laughed. Hashtag the status of the Heavenly Masters of Lungfu Shan, Kapu. Hashtag 4K 60 FPS. A night attack on Lungfu Shan, a factual record of a contemporary Celestial Master's strike. Hashtag. The list goes on and on. Even though it could also reap quite a bit of heat, what netizens were most concerned about right now was what Yi Qing Xian had personally said a few days ago by way of the live broadcast of the two young anchors. Visiting Fuso. That's right, in this age of information where Rakugo people are everywhere, only the news of his old man's visit to Fusang is so explosive that it can attract all these netizens with difficult tastes. The last time a meteorite fell on the Fusan shrine, there were many people who suspected that it was the handiwork of the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. That time, the Heavenly Master hadn't been there in person. Therefore, at this moment, tens of millions of netizens are eagerly waiting for the leading media which has the means and energy to follow the whole process of this Celestial Master going abroad. Not to mention, the revenue that comes from traffic is extremely scary. Not to mention other things, tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room, just to say that the bandwagon, even if the bandwagon anchor sells the defense, there are a large number of netizens to buy to taste the salty, to see how it is. But, unfortunately, 2 days have passed since the attack, and there is no news from any of the media. Obviously, none of them didn't have the ability. Seeing that it is a total loss, including the central station, which is highly expected by netizens, has been silent for 2 days. For a time, the largest forum within Hakusha was also buzzing below the post about this matter. I've been saying for a long time that this operation is so involved and the water is so deep that no media outlet would dare to take it over without that ability, you know? Indeed, the reason for this is not even clear to me. It can only be said that those who understand naturally understand, and those who do not understand say nothing. The big one is coming. I have a feeling that this time it's going to be really big. What does big mean? I don't know. But you can guess a little bit with your toes, right? Taoist Master Yi. Bah, Heavenly Master. Is he visiting Fusan this time simply to enjoy the cherry blossoms? It's hard to say. It's the time of year when the cherry blossoms are in full bloom in Fusan, So maybe the Heavenly Master, his old man, really switched moods and went there? Switching moods? Oh, when his own mountain gate, which symbolizes the prestige of the Shinmen sect, is attacked by the Fusang people, I would consider it a very restrained outcome if his old man doesn't sink the Fusang Peninsula to the bottom of the sea with a slap. Upstairs is in a hurry, isn't it? I haven't finished yet. Converted into a killing heart that is also converted into a muda. What do you think the top brass in Fuso are feeling right now? Can they sleep? Netizens have different opinions, most of them are also Yusayer, I pull my, after all, who do not have the relevant information in hand, but also can only randomly bull. Just then, a post made by a person was quickly topped off, causing the netizens who saw it to sit bolt upright. The title of the post is succinct. Coordinates Fusan. Customs here is on full alert, checking for people from Hakodate, and now the whole airport is full of Fusan's gun-toting self-defense forces. There's also a picture attached below, which was taken from a somewhat tricky angle. And the picture shows an airport that does have a large number of gun-toting soldiers standing guard and patrolling. Such a bombastic headline, coupled with a glance at the top reel photo, quickly attracted a large number of netizens who guarded the forum. In just 2 minutes, the comments section covered hundreds of floors directly. The owner is so brave. How dare you shoot this? Hard work, hard work. Now there's no need to guess what the Fusan top brass thinks, it's clear as day. Ha 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 ha. This look tells me they're about to panic. Fusan officials also difficult do not send a notice directly blockade if too ashamed, not blockade, but the heart is not solid. So they can only send more soldiers to guard it. Boy, how many self-defense forces does that have to be? There's dozens of them in this one piece in the picture, so by that extrapolation, there's probably thousands of them in the whole airport put together. Die laughing. Don't they know that the Heavenly Master fought tens of thousands of people to surrender in northern Burma some time ago? They must know that. They're being confident that Fuso's self-defense forces are better than the militia in northern Burma. Thousands of gun-toting self-defense guards go toe-to-toe with the Celestial Masters. 9-1 open it up, 9 minutes for the Heavenly Master to kill 10,000 of them. Minutes? Seconds? Ha ha ha. Now the question arises, when will the Heavenly Master arrive? Celestial Master's personal account on Shivering Sea is on the air. Live. Upstairs, if you cheat, your dick cuts vertically. Unexpectedly, the man replied backhandedly, cheat you never dear in this life. It's really on, go watch it. So tough? Send the link. +1. Send the link. +2. Soon, a live link to Shivering Sea was posted, and a large number of netizens flocked to the relevant live room. The account name of the live broadcast was Yi Qin Xian, it was a private number, and the homepage also had an officially certified gold label. Contemporary Heavenly Master of Lung Fushan. Absolutely, this is definitely the rarest certification in all of Shivering Sea. And it just goes to show that it was Yi Qin Xian himself who started the show. A large wave of netizens from the forum rushed to the excitement, surprised to find that at this time in the live broadcast room, the number of people online has soared to 8 million, and there is still a crazy upward trend. This has broken the record for Shivering Sea ever. At the same time, the popularity of the major anchors' live rooms plummeted by a large margin. Their public screen was constantly swiped by people. Daoist Yi is on the air. Go watch it. Seeing this, some brainless anchors were infuriated and went straight off the air. While some big anchors with brains, they were quick to open Yi Qingshuan's live broadcast in the live broadcast room, which turned into a second stage on the spot, successfully attracting and retaining a group of viewers. Right in front of the camera, a plump and handsome white-robed youth was flying at great speed high above the sky. Behind him was a clear blue sky, a brilliant mock ring, and a large patch of smashed clouds, while the turbulent air currents were bisected in front of him. The scene looks incredibly dreamy and at the same time very real. The visual impact is pulled straight through. Facing the nearly 10 million excited and incomparable netizens in the live broadcast room, the white-robed youth raised his cell phone unhurriedly, and while pointing a bony finger at the ground below, he laughed in a calm voice. Look everyone, there is the Fuso Sea, that piece is Okinawa, there is Shibuya. There is the destination of our trip, the Tokyo metropolitan area. I've seen some of you ask what the approximate speed is now. Well, about Mach 30 or so, any faster, and the poor man won't be able to control the direction very well. Chapter 87 Weather Forecasting, Not Intercontinental Missiles. Compared to Yi Qingshuan's calmness, the netizens in the live broadcast room were completely abuzz. Against the heavens, Taoist Ji, as soon as I came and I saw you old man flying in the sky. Heavenly Master is awesome. I forgot you had the option to fly directly there. Isn't it normal for a celestial master to fly? Just like I've been an electrician for more than 20 years, I can tell if there's electricity or not just by touching it. Boy, Mach 30? That's fast enough to polish and wax an ICBM in the air, right? Let me put it this way, at this speed of the Celestial Master, no present-day air defense can stop it. Celestial Master, slow down, it's the first time in my life I've flown so fast. Don't be crazy upstairs. If the Celestial Master gets annoyed with you and turns off the broadcast, we'll make you fly tonight. Aren't you guys forgetting something? There are still thousands of Fuso self-defense forces at the airport customs right now, trying to intercept the Heavenly Master. Ha 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 ha. My heart aches for them for a second. I'm just asking, who would have thought that the Heavenly Master would fly straight over? What a ing descending blow. Tactical backward glance. Heavenly Master, where are we going first now? With the live streaming netizens twittering away. High in the air, Yi Qingxian looked at his rapidly approaching destination, his thoughts churning. He could sense that there were several faint auras of gods within Fusan. It is thought that those shrines such as Amaterasu Amakami, Tenno Ganaka, Yagi Orochi, Kakuto, and other ancient gods of Fusan. These shrines have undergone hundreds or thousands of years of worship, and most of them possess the means of divine descent. In other words, by conservative estimation, one would have to face at least 3 Fusan gods on this trip. As for the maximum number of Zun, Yi Qingxian wasn't really sure. After all, he wouldn't have remembered much about these so-called Fuso deities. In the end, it's just a matter of seeing what happens. Thinking about this, Yi Qingxian let out a light smile, and a divine golden light escaped from his eyes, which was incomparably divine. He was in excellent shape at the moment. The previous 3 days of closed-door participation in that, detaining God and calling immortals, had given him a staggeringly large harvest. The test of this divine ability was the caster's life cultivation. And in terms of attainments in life cultivation alone, there was almost no one in the world who could surpass Yi Qingxian. Not to mention, looking at the history of Longhu Mountain for more than 2,000 years, there was no second person who could cultivate the Golden Light Mantra, a divine ability that hammers the life cultivation to the extreme, at this age. At a young age, he took over the position of Heavenly Master. If there is no absolute strength to support, even if it is Longhu Mountain, it will breed countless dissatisfaction. However, even if there were no objections within Longhu Mountain, the outside world did not recognize a person so easily. After 1,000 years, Fuso had long forgotten. How terrifying could a Xianmen avatar from Hakusha be? After upgrading that door detaining God and evoking Immortal to LV5, Yi Qingxian had absolute confidence. On this trip, he alone can subvert the whole of Fusang. It was just as well that, after being a bit unable to exert himself in Hakusha, he had no worries in Fusan and could test the limits of this divine ability to his heart's content. This has to be thanked for the fact that the text of the history of the family is thick enough and the boundaries of the land are wide enough, to borrow the power of the gods, so that you can pick and choose at will. He murmured a soft smile as his figure began to dive at breakneck speed. A surging and thick flood of mana was running through his body. The golden light of divinity flowed from his eyes, cold and indifferent. Inside the shrine at Tekawawa headquarters, with the magisterial elder agreeing to the Congress's conditions, the Fusan counselor also revealed a smirk and said, "One more piece of news, you don't really need to be too nervous. As soon as the Heavenly Master shows his face at the Fusan border, the self-defense forces stationed at the various airports will immediately take control of him. There's definitely still a Hakusha presence inside the airport, and that Tenchi surely wouldn't dare to fight back too much, and it would take quite a bit of time to break out of the self-defense force. At that time, Fusan's defense system will be fully activated, and with the most advanced arms and equipment from the beautiful country, we will definitely be able to suppress that Heavenly Master head-on. Combined with the jutsu techniques of your 3 families, decapitating a Hakusha Taoist who is thriving in Fusan and solo is still simple to think of." Word strike. The Fusan warlocks present, as well as the magisterial elder, all nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing this, Senator Fusan smiled confidently and continued. "Since there are no objections, I won't bother you much. I have to go back to record the situation next, so I'll take my leave." Go slowly. The Magus elder's eyes were slightly closed, and his expression was quite a bit more relaxed than it originally was. With the backing of this Fuso counselor, his confidence, which had been mostly lost, had returned. Even the heartache brought on by the death of Tekawawa-sama had eased quite a bit at the moment. The Tekawawa family is a large and prosperous family. The death of a Tekawawa on the person only, in the future, you can still let the family of those women to regenerate it. Thinking about this, the magisterial elder had wanted to laugh softly as well as ease the silent atmosphere in the room. But for some reason, he suddenly had an extremely uneasy feeling in his heart. It made him look back at the idol behind him. The statue of the god was seen to be solemn and majestic, with its precious light restrained within, looking no different from usual. Only then did the magisterial elder put his heart down again. With his back to the idol, he bottomed out. And that Fuso counselor stood up and gave a shallow bow to the people present, then walked out with a smile on his face. Wait for his figure to disappear in the doorway. The Magus elder also cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, since there are no objections, go back and report to your family heads. While that heavenly master hasn't arrived, we need to gather the existing living forces of the three families together first, including the power of the gods of your two families, which will be used next." It was at this moment that a sonic boom suddenly came from the sky outside the house. Chapter 88, Yi Qingxian, I came here this time to sweep away Fusan. Listening to the sonic boom coming from outside the house, the magisterial elder's tone immediately lurched, and his eyes suspiciously looked toward the door. Seeing this, the people in the room also followed his line of sight. But because the door to the room was hidden, they couldn't see exactly what was going on outside the house. One could only hear a gasp of surprise from the Fuso incense burners resounding from the shrine outside the house, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Squeak! Immediately afterward, a gust of strong wind blew, and the hidden door was blown and creaked. "I'll go take a look." The Magus elder frowned and stood up, walking slowly to the door. Meanwhile, the inner turmoil grew stronger. The rest of the crowd sat in place, their faces grave, silently speculating in their hearts as to why. Could it be that someone is causing trouble? Thinking about this, many people also had the intention to go out and take a look. Suddenly, an explosive sound suddenly rang out from outside the house. Boom! In the next second, in the crowd's dismayed gaze, the heavy door of the house instantly blew open, and in the midst of the roiling wood shavings, a familiar black shadow violently flew in backwards, blood spurting wildly from its mouth. He was wrapped up in a huge force and smashed the mahogany floor with a loud bang, scraping the ground and rolling around 10 times in a row before he managed to stop. Only at this moment did the people in the room see the true face of this black shadow. It was the same smiling Fuso congressman from earlier. The Magus elder's eyes were gloomy as he slowly raised his head and looked towards the door in front of him. The people inside the room breathed slightly trembling, their fists clenched tightly, and they all looked sideways and followed them outside the room. Right away, the many frightened-looking Fusang incensers outside the house made way for a proper path. On the right path. Dressed in a white robe, Yi Qingxian had one hand behind his back and one hand holding up his cell phone, like an ordinary incense burner, stepping in calmly. Celestial Master? Upon seeing the visitor, the magisterial elder's face changed wildly, and waves of shock suddenly rose in his heart. How did he get here? Didn't that congressman say that customs was blocked across the board? With Fusan's military level, which is one of the top existences in the entire world, in a situation of full alert, there are actually practitioners who can come here in a dignified manner. And the Magus elder's line of sight swept over the Fusan counselor lying on the ground, who was currently in a state of uncertainty as to whether he was alive or dead. A flash of horror flashed through the Magus elder's eyes. How dare you take direct action against a member of the Fuso Congress? That's like declaring open war on Fuso. Even if a cultivator possessed battle power far beyond that of ordinary people, he would inevitably appear to be weak against an opponent whose unit of measurement was a country. He had never dreamed that a cultivator would actually dare to openly provoke a powerful country. This heavenly master of Longhu Mountain is really young and ignorant and bold to the extreme. The old cleric's throat rolled and his voice was dry as he asked, "You killed the congressman from Fusan?" "The poor Taoist is helpless," said Taoist. "Please stay." He died and refused to listen, desperately trying to run. Yi Qingxian appeared unconcerned and laughed lightly. Poor Taoist had no choice but to reward him with a slap. "Do you have a problem with that?" As he spoke, he took a leisurely stance and walked straight to where the magisterial elder was originally sitting on his knees, casually touching a chair from his arms and setting it on the ground. Then, without haste, he sat up. There were nearly 30 Fusanese magicians present, but at this moment they all turned a blind eye to the young Taoist's behavior and remained silent as they knelt in place. Because they all heard the exclamation of the magisterial elder Feng Heavenly Master. Is this the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain? The hearts of the Fuso warlocks shook. Shocked, they suddenly thought of the clansmen who had perished in Longhu Mountain a few days ago, and the eyes that fell on the young Taoist instantly revealed thick resentment. What's more, they had already begun to run their mana inside their bodies, their eyes were sinister, and they casually intended to strike. The atmosphere in the room grew more and more oppressive, heavy, and suffocating. Yi Qingxian, however, did not care at all, as he propped his chin on his right hand amidst the heavy intense gazes, his eyes indifferently looking down at these Fusionese magicians who were kneeling below. His flat voice was not loud, but it easily spread throughout the entire shrine, revealing a natural majesty. I am Zhang Qingxian of the divine state of Hakusha, the heavenly master position of Longhua Mountain, and I have come to pay my respects to Fusan and set things right. Gentlemen, it won't be a bother, will it? These words exploded like thunder in the ears of the Magus Elder and all the Fusan warlocks. In the next second, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from above their heads, shocking them into freezing in place, unable to move. The scene at this moment seemed to recreate the shocking sight of an ancient emperor at his court. The envoys of the small countries that had come to pay tribute fell to their knees, except for the emperor, who represented the true dragon, who sat leisurely in his chair. And the magisterial elder, at this moment, stood just like the chief eunuch serving beside the emperor, appearing humble and small. Rumor has it that ancient Hankiori would send envoys to various countries to rectify their dynastic programs as a monarchy in order to rectify their own national prestige. How similar to the scene at hand. Outside the house, the hundreds of Fuso incense burners who had gathered around were quickly evacuated by the relevant people inside the shrine. However, this is the Tokyo metropolitan area, where the economy is highly developed and young people make up the majority of incense burners. Therefore, there were quite a few people who had transmitted the scene captured by the party to the international video website at a very fast speed. Inside the house. Do you know what your actions just now mean? The Magus Elder's voice was hoarse as he was the first to return. What does it mean? Yi Qingxian asked with a smile. The eyes of the magisterial elder who didn't realize the problem were cloudy, and there was an undisguised chill in his voice. Means you're declaring war on the entire power of Fuso. Is that so? Yi Qingxian still had that unconcerned look, seemingly nodding his head casually. He then lifted the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "And what if the poor man is the one declaring war?" As the words fell, everyone present looked at him with angry eyes. As the saying goes, a dog fights for power and a man takes advantage of the situation. These Fusang warlocks were in their native land and had great psychological bonuses, so naturally they were quite a bit more hardened than those who attacked Longhua Mountain. This is Fuso Tokyo, and once a battle breaks out here, the Fuso army that gets word of it will soon arrive. Plus the magisterial elder who was able to drive the Gaju Earth divine power. They couldn't even think of a way to lose on their side. Coupled with the reward that the Fusan counselor had previously promised, there were already people who couldn't sit still, and the killing intent was extremely obvious in their eyes as they looked at the young Taoist. But, the magisterial elder still retained the least bit of sanity. He felt that the other party must have some sort of dependence if he dared to come alone. Since he was determined to finish off Yi Qingxian here, he should carry out a siege that left no stone unturned. Not a fruitless battle. The dozens of people in the room right now, even if they can win, I am afraid that it will be very difficult to keep this celestial master. The Magus Elder's inner thoughts turned electrically. He quickly finalized his idea. Let's press on and wait until the three families had gathered all their manpower before combining our efforts to surround Yi Qingxian. The slight humiliation at hand will be tolerated for the time being. Ninja, the most important thing is the word patience. Thinking of this, the Magus Elder pressed down the killing intent in his heart and smiled at Yi Qingxian. The Celestial Master is joking. Fusang and Hakusha have been friends for generations. How could there be a declaration of war? Generations of friendship? That's what your textbooks say, huh? Yi Qingxian asked back with a smirk. This. The old Magus was stunned, then smiled somewhat awkwardly. It's all a policy of the Fusan Diet to ease the hatred between the two countries, so you understand. After saying that, he turned his head and summoned a servant and commanded. Go and bring me my treasured jade dew, and also, find 2 people to carry this counselor down on the ground. What's it like to have a person lying on the ground in a good shrine? At the same time, he forced his voice into a line, and his voice resounded directly in this servant's mind. Quickly go and notify the other 2, tell them that the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master is not coming for good, and ask them to immediately gather all their men to come here to surround and kill the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Quickly go! This servant nodded in panic and turned to leave. For his part, the Magus Elder returned around, first using his eyes to hint to the people present not to move, and then smiled towards Yi Qingxian on the high seat. I have instructed my subordinates to make tea, so if the Heavenly Master has anything to do, why don't we talk over a drink? Yi Qingxian didn't seem to notice his small movements and laughed calmly. Yeah. On the other hand, the heads of the other two of Fusan's three great families Kamamitsu and Onaka quickly received a note each. The note was written in rather urgent handwriting, and it read: The Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain has suddenly arrived. Gather all your men quickly and come to the Tekawawa headquarters to surround and kill. Upon receiving the news, the two family heads were first stunned. They had only sent someone to the Tekawawa family in the morning to discuss countermeasures, and it wasn't even noon yet, and that Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master had killed directly in Fusan? It's obviously coming from a bad place. They quickly congealed and began to move at once. First, they immediately gathered the vast majority of the manpower of the Kamitsu and Onaka families, and rushed towards the Tekawawa family headquarters in great numbers. They then passed on the news that Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master had crossed the customs and come directly to the Tekawawa family to the Fusan officials who were still in the dark. After doing so, the two family heads coincidentally came to the idols enshrined in their respective families. For the defeat of the previous days, both of their families all held a grudge. On the one hand, they thought that it was because Longhu Mountain had reacted too quickly and relied on the tactic of a sea of men to dismantle their attack. On the one hand, it was because the trip had yielded nothing and had cost a number of masters. Along with that, the dream of being recognized by the beautiful country went out the window. Although it was unclear why that Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master had come so suddenly, the opportunity was rare. Since he's here, he absolutely cannot be allowed to escape in this siege. Thinking of this, the Kamamitsu family lord and the Onaka family lord sincerely fell to their knees in front of the two tall and majestic idols. Their voices were sometimes low, sometimes high, and they called out a whole lot of obscure language. And with the words fell, the two idols in front of them also gradually radiated an unusual divine light. Chapter 89 Drinking Tea is Drinking Tea. Right at the same time Yi Qingxian broke into the Tekawawa family, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also in a frenzy. Wayfarer, ye go for it. I want to see blood flowing. Crouching Lu a big trough. Ye Taoist long just now is a slap to Fusan's parliamentarian pumped flying? Alone in a tiger's den, the celestial master really isn't vain at all. Are these Fusan guys ninjas? They're not even doing anything? Worthy of being Fusan. A member of their own parliament is about to be killed, but they can still smile and invite Taoist Master Yi to have tea. Tisk, TSK. Seeing how they're enduring this, I have the illusion that we're the villains. Hey! You guys don't say. They are really expert in this area. Many Fusan literature creators love to engage in minotaur creation. These are all their national culture. Ugh! These Bushido-loving little people are disgusting. That's... In the beginning, they were the ones who insisted on organizing the divine toilet ceremony, then they were smashed by a meteorite, then they actually sent people to attack Longhu Mountain at night, and now that Taoist Master Yi has come to the door, they actually act like they're the victims. Inside the Tekawawa family headquarters, Yi Qingxian leisurely sipped his tea. The group of yin-yang warlocks in the room, who were facing him as an uninvited guest, obviously would not have a good face, and constantly sized him up with their gloomy eyes. The magus old man turned a blind eye to this as he knelt down in front of Yi Qingxian and spoke with a smile. As the leader of Longhu Mountain, the Heavenly Master will not go out unless he has something important to do, right? What exactly is the reason for your visit today? Didn't you say it all for poverty earlier? Yi Qingxian put down his teacup and laughed softly. How about you all pretend that poor Tao is here to declare war? Brush! The Fuso warlocks in the room couldn't sit still. Someone among them eventually pulled out a taijutsu directly from his waist, and whistling air-breaking sounds rang out one after another, and cold light shot out in all directions in the room. The air became austere. Seeing this situation, the magus elder's smile tightened a bit, his eyes slightly chilling. Heavenly Master, do you really think you are invincible? Or are you thinking that we in Fusan are all incompetent and surely will not be a match for you, Dragon Tiger Mountain? Perhaps it was because he thought it was about time. His tone gradually became grim. At those words, Yi Qingxian, however, did not change his color and nodded his head blandly. Not bad, the poor Taoist doesn't even put you barbarian pariahs in his eyes. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a surging wave of qi erupted from his body, forcing down the qi of all the people present with the strength of one person. At this moment, Yi Qingxuan's black eyes were cold, and his expression was indifferent to the extent that it was like the heart of a lake with snow drifting on that winter day. It was at this moment that there was actually a pugnacious man who suddenly bellowed. Everyone, don't let him scare you, this Taoist priest is just bluffing. After saying that, he directly broke away from the surrounding crowd, holding a large taijutsu and slashed towards Yi Qingxian. Phew! The strong wind of the blade pummeled directly at his face. Yi Qingxian's expression was calm, and a brilliant golden light quietly surfaced on his raised slender palm. Without flickering or avoiding, he cleanly slapped out a palm. Boom! The moment the palm and the blade came into contact, the blade was instantly blasted to pieces, and the palm wrapped in a huge force landed heavily on the face of that mighty brawny man. Boo! Accompanied by a scalp-numbing popping sound, the pugilist's head directly exploded in its entirety, and his body flew out backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the verdant stone wall. Seeing this, those Fusang warlocks who drew their swords all turned slightly pale and staggered back 2 steps. The room was dead silent. Yi Qingxian raised his hand to smooth out his sleeves and faintly said, "Drinking tea is drinking tea, what's with all the nonsense? No one's here yet, keep drinking." Chapter 90, The Nations Are Shaken, and Fusan Sends Troops. Fuso Congress, Headquarters. Inside the largest conference room, a dozen or so suited counselors, most of them in charge of Fuso's military forces, gathered urgently. The atmosphere at this moment was very depressing, and all of these existences, which were usually called big names in politics, were all stony-faced at the moment. Obviously, the news received by the party had caught them a bit off guard. On the large screen in front of him, a scene from Yi Qingxian's live broadcast was being played. With a casual slap of the young Taoist's hand, the pugnacious man who had risen up was beaten to death. Some of the Fuso MPs in the room couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. Such a bloody scene, in normal times, naturally could not make them change color. But the situation is different. The thought that the murderer in the video is less than 100 miles away from here, the people present immediately felt a creepy feeling from the bottom of their hearts. Spectators and those who are there can never understand each other. Bam! Just then, the door to the conference room was violently pushed open. I saw that Fusan head walk in quickly, his face unable to hide his panic, and his voice was laced with thick fear. What's going on? Isn't his portrait fully wanted by customs? How did that Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master appear directly in the territory? The whole room was silent. The people looked at me and I looked at you, all unable to tell. To be honest, they were wondering. Fusan's ports and major airports have raised their alert to the highest level today. Even the most prominent figures from each country had to be registered to enter and leave Fusang these 2 days. But this heavenly master of Lung Fushan, it was under such circumstances that he came directly to Fusan with a brutal and unreasonable gesture. Is there a mole inside? Speak! Just as the crowd was guilty of muttering, the Prime Minister of Fusan let out another angry cry while turning his sights to several members of parliament in charge of national defense. Words! Finally, a member of the Defense Department slowly rose to his feet and stumbled back. Probably through some hidden means of military sales by Hakusha, bypassing our detection systems. Prime Minister, you also know that the outside world is rumored that if that country of Hakusha has 60 points for the military tactics it shows, then it definitely has 90 points behind the scenes. Toward the end, his voice trailed off, obviously not quite believing it himself. If Hakuhodo has such technology, it would have already choked each other head-on with the beautiful country, and would not have put Fusan in its eyes at all. The situation at hand was mostly the means of that heavenly master himself. But this idea, the defense MP didn't dare to say outright. After all, that would more than likely make the crowd in the room run away in fear. If you can descend on the Tekawawa family silently, then you can descend on the Diet silently. The Prime Minister of Fusan fell silent and took a seat in the topmost chair, then took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Immediately call the Hakusha embassy and demand that they immediately stop this behavior of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Prime Minister, we called just now, but no one is picking up there. Then fight again. Then send someone right to the door. Hiss. The Prime Minister of Fusan became agitated all of a sudden, and he slapped his hand on the table, grimacing in pain. When the pain in his palm eased a bit, he then growled. The behavior of this Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master has seriously harmed the international relations between Fusan and Hakusha. Tell the embassy in Hakusha that if they still don't listen, then we'll just take coercive measures. Yes. The counselor immediately got up and quickly left the conference room. After he left, the Fusan Prime Minister looked around at the people present and asked in a deep voice. Has Mr. Head of the beautiful country been notified of the present situation? Prime Minister, I've sent someone to inform. Very well. The Prime Minister of Fusan nodded his head and instructed a few members of parliament in charge of national defense. Notify them that the entire territory of Fusan is to be put on a state of war readiness immediately, and bring back the self-defense forces stationed at customs, fully armed. I'm also going to call in the kamikaze self-defense force. Prime Minister. Someone exclaimed out in shock, even if it's fine to enter a state of war readiness, you have to use the divine wind? It's just a Hakusha cultivator, where is the need for such a fuss? Yeah. Would it be a little too much fanfare? Shut up. The Fuso Prime Minister snapped. I've figured it out. The meteorite that landed in our territory some time ago is most likely also unrelated to this Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master. He can't be allowed to remain so unscrupulous. Drive the army over there for me. Evacuate the crowd over there, and if necessary, just wash the ground with missiles. Also, send the fleet to stand by around the Fusan Sea, and pull out the new fighters. Along with a series of orders issued, a group of Fusan members of parliament were also busy. But they still have some difficulty accepting it. They have been operating in high positions in Fuso for many years and have long considered Fuso to be the powerhouse of the world today. Right now such a mobilization of the army, just to deal with one person, not to mention whether it is necessary, but only in the heart of this awful little diaphragm. Seemingly seeing their struggles, Councillor Fusan's eyes were cold, and he said in a calm and undeniable tone. Don't think that this is a labor of love, but I'll tell you one thing, the ancestors of Fusan have learned from their experience when they fought the Hakusha. This matter of making a move against Hakusha, either you don't do it or you do it to the end. Beautiful country, White House. That celestial master from Longhu Mountain has traveled to Fusan? And killed a Fusanese parliamentarian on the spot? Yes, sir, the Fusan side is waiting for our statement. So? Inside the head's office, the head of the beautiful country listened to the report of his personal secretary, his eyebrows gradually screwed together, his voice low. Fusan's customs are completely blocked, and the aerial reconnaissance system uses our products, so how did he manage to show up in Fusan's territory without alerting Fusan officials at the same time? This is still unclear, but it's most likely a special tactic from Hakusha's side. The secretary quickly returned. Of course I know it's a special tactic from Hakusha's side. The headmaster rubbed the corner of his forehead with a lost smile, and the pupils of his eyes, as sharp as eagles, surfaced with a different kind of luster, and said, Hakusha has been passed down for 5,000 years, and it's not surprising that a bit of magic has been passed down. My doubt is, did this means come from Hakusha's military, or from this celestial master himself? What do you think? This subordinate body is the latter. The secretary hesitated before answering. Then your brain hasn't been corrupted by money. The headmaster smiled, but the smile was as icy as it could be, and said, It's truly amazing. That reconnaissance system given to Fusan is already considered to be of the highest level, and for this celestial master to actually be able to do this to this extent is truly beyond my expectations. I used to think the super soldier program was, now it looks like there's a shift in thinking. At that, he paused, then laughed. As for our approach, it will remain the same as before. Stay put for the time being, keep a close eye on the situation over there, and make sure I can always get first-hand information about that heavenly master. Understood, sir. The secretary nodded, and then asked, and on the Fusan side, what should be the reply? Just say that the means we're about to use are rather alarming and that we need some time to prepare, and let them just watch themselves for now. This work? The secretary asked with some hesitation. Headmaster's smile disappeared for a moment. What did I tell you? Don't question it, just fulfill the order. The secretary hurriedly lowered his head. I'll get on with it. Very good. The headmaster nodded slightly, spinning around and still smiling as he answered his query. It's definitely going to work. The Congress over in Fusan is most afraid of our country, and they'll help us brainstorm on their own why we haven't done anything about it. And a scene similar to this one is taking place one after another within the most important organs of power in each country. Chapter 91, The Dragon and Tiger That Subverted the World. In the meantime, inside Fusan, thousands of Fusan jurists, consisting of the Kamamitsu and Onaka families, gradually approached the position of the Tekawawa family's main headquarters. At this time, there were still quite a few tourists lingering inside the shrine, most of whom had been attracted by the handsome man who had fallen from the sky earlier, and intended to stay here to find out what was going on. However, with the passage of time and the expulsion of the staff inside the shrine, they had to leave one by one. By the time there were no more than a dozen tourists left, most of the thousands of Fusanese warlocks would have all arrived near the shrine. A big battle is on the horizon. And high in the sky, the originally bright sunlight gradually disappeared, obscured by dark clouds coming from nowhere, looking like a mere weather change. The attention of the nations was drawn to it. Today, because of the arrival of a young Taoist, the world is in the spotlight. Inside the house. Hearing Yi Qingshuan's statement, the Tekawawa family head's eyes flickered as he asked with a smirk. From what you say, Heavenly Master, you know that we are gathering men? Naturally. Isn't the Heavenly Master afraid? The Tekawawa family lord's eyes were shadowy as the mana in his body began to flow rapidly. He could sense that a large wave of auras belonging to Fusan Yin-Yang warlocks was rapidly approaching. Yi Qingxian then asked back with some amusement. Afraid of what? Afraid of your siege? The contempt in that smile was undisguised, instantly causing the people present to burn with rage. Heavenly Master, you shouldn't be too confident. The Tekawawa family had suppressed the emotions that were welling up in his heart and drank in a cold voice. You are so powerful that you may truly be the #1 seeker of the law at that time, but underestimating us Fusan Yin-Yang masters will ultimately cost you. Along with the increasing number of breaths arriving outside the house, the old man's voice grew higher and higher. This is Fusan, not your dragon tiger mountain. If it's a dragon you have to coil, if it's a tiger you have to lie down. After he said that, he rose up with a flourish, the killing intent in his eyes was finally undisguised as he looked straight at the young Taoist in front of him. However, the young Taoist still had the same unhurried demeanor, leisurely sipping his tea. This asshole. The old man Tekawawa's heart's anger rose high. If Yi Qingshuan's strike had not been too shocking, he would have already killed over at this moment. But just because he can be calm doesn't mean the rest of the group can be calm. Many of those present gradually regained their senses from the scene just now and regathered courage in their hearts, standing up one after another and drawing their weapons at their waists. Wow! A piercing cold light illuminated the darkness inside the room, and a weapon whistling sound rang out one after another. You guys seem to have some kind of misunderstanding about the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Finally, Yi Qingxian put down the teacup in his hand, his eyes slightly converged, and he faintly said. The poor Taoist represents the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and this dragon and tiger, not the coiled and reclining dragon and tiger. It's the dragon and tiger that tipped the world. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura that swept across the entire field erupted from his body, kicking up strong winds, and the raging air currents directly toppled the roof. A Fusan Yin-Yang master holding a weapon and dressed in a different costume was revealed in the roiling wood shavings. They numbered in the hundreds and thousands and stood on the roofs of every house in the shrine. It's amazing to look around. Looking down at the young Taoist who had exploded his aura, these Fusan warlocks had different demeanors. Some of them are staid, some are playful, some are excited. But without exception, all of them carried a shocking killing intent. Heavenly Master. Told you so, don't think your world is invincible. Old man Tekawawa laughed out loud, looking at so many allies, his confidence doubled and he let out a loud laugh. All the buildings in a 10-mile radius are the property of the Tekawawa family, so you won't be able to escape today. Olmi also wants to see whether your Shinmen Taoism inherited for thousands of years in Hakusha is stronger, or our Fusan Yin-Yang art is better. Today, we, the 3 Fusan families, are here to meet you, Jedi. As the words trailed off, he turned his head to look at the thousands of Fusan warlocks behind him and shouted aloud. Gentlemen! This is that heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. A few days ago, he was the one who led the murder of your friends and family at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Killed my grandson. I advised you all to endure before, because there was no chance of revenge, but now. None of you need to endure. Follow me on. Greet together. Under his encouragement, thousands of Fusan Yin-Yang masters were all excited, and they each used their own means, and colorful light clusters emerged from their bodies. Whoosh! In the next second, a figure directly crossed off the roof and rushed straight towards Yi Qingxian. With such a formation, Yi Qingxian was however always calm in his demeanor. He's here today, after all, for one thing only. Beat these Fusan barbarians until they are weak and afraid. Buzz! His Dao robe fluttered as he took a step out, and radiant to the extreme golden light surged out from around him. This golden light shot straight up into the sky, shaking the void. This young Taoist who had cultivated the golden light mantra to the extreme, now unveiled the strength that had been hidden until now, and surging mana that was like an ocean flowed wildly within his body. Yi Qingxian slapped his palm out. Boom! The air in front of him instantly distorted to the extreme, erupting into a deafening sonic boom. The extremely fast incoming figures came to an abrupt halt, the clear sound of sinews and bones shattering exploded from their bodies, bursting into a cloud of blood mist one after another. The power of a palm was terrifying. Many people were shocked in place and dumbfounded by the scene. Don't panic. Together. It gave them a boost of confidence. Can win. Boom. In an instant, a white coat with a kind of invincible momentum madly rushed into this 1,000-people battle formation. That white coat around, eye-catching golden light is as strong as a bamboo, and wherever it goes, it splashes up countless broken weapons and broken limbs and arms. Within the shrine, countless scarlet blood flowers blossomed immediately, and wailing sounds of agony rang out. This battle formation composed of thousands of yin-yang warlocks was easily broken through in front of that young Taoist like papier-mâché, and was instantly heavily damaged. Its majesty is unrivaled. This was the battle stance of the world's #1 Dharma seeker. Chapter 92, The Fire Ministry, at your service. 2 minutes ago, the viewers in the live broadcast room, after seeing the crowds of Fusan warlocks outside the house, were all shocked and shrieked out. So many people? Can Taoist Yi handle it? I told you it was too risky to come here alone. Many ants bite the elephant. Even if Taoist Master Yi is strong, he's still human. There is no big hangars on the air, no people in the military? Hurry up and call to ask what the situation is. Boy, at least thousands of Fusan practitioners have come to this battle, right? Really looking up to our Taoist Master Yi. Does the Heavenly Master read the pop-ups? If you can see it, take my advice and avoid it for now. All of them were sweating for Yi Qingxian in their hearts. After all, since ancient times, there were countless examples of supreme experts being piled up to death by using the Sea of Men tactic. The history books tend to give these men of God a common rating. Exhaustion. No matter how brave you are for the ages, you will fall before the huge sea of men. However, just as the crowd was bottomless, they saw Yi Qingxian swing a dozen or so charging Fusan warlocks to their deaths with a single slap. Afterward, he was like a meteor falling into the earth, transforming into a white aura to kill directly into that imposing 1,000-man battle formation. Immediately after that, it took on a brutal and unreasonable invincible stance, sharpening all the way, instantly splattering countless pieces of flesh and blood wherever it went. Seeing this, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room came to a weird standstill. It took a few seconds for anyone to react from the shock. What's going on here? What did I see? Taoist Yi, he surrounded thousands of people by himself? More than that. He's ravaging thousands of cultivators across the street. Abstract, too abstract. That's a 1,000-man battle formation. I thought the Celestial Master would be struggling. I am too. But by the looks of it, the Divine Master is practically terra-killing kindergartens and descending to strike. Heavenly Master, avoid the front line for a while? Are you telling them to avoid the poor Taoists' front? Well, there are indeed a very few chosen people in history who don't have to care about the so-called rules. Rules. It's meant to be broken. And inside the shrine, the 1,000-man battle formation that had encountered the onslaught first panicked, and then someone immediately came back to their senses and began to shout out, intending to organize the crowd to counterattack. However, Yi Qingxian did not give them this opportunity. He saw that the white clothes were amazingly powerful, as fast as lightning, obviously looking extremely light, but wrapped in a terrifying impact, almost instantly killing through the defense of a Fusan warlock, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the commanding warlock. Not good. The Fusang Yin-Yang master who had tried to command was so shocked that he had just tried to back away when the young Taoist's palm touched his chest. Boom! Only hearing the air explode with a loud bang, this Yin-Yang master, who had quite a deep cultivation level, was hit with a palm that caused his chest to collapse, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and he flew out backwards. Yi Qingxian retracted his palm, his sight quickly swept over the surrounding Fusang Yin-Yang masters who were chilled all over their bodies. A maniacal smile appeared on his face as he lowered his figure again and disappeared into a white shadow. In the next moment, countless miserable cries erupted from this 1,000-man battle formation once again, and a wave of fear filled the air. In just a few short breaths of time, this Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master had beheaded another 100 Fusan Yin-Yang masters. At this point, the battle formation formed by these 1,000 Fusan Yin-Yang masters finally began to crumble, letting out desperate screams and fleeing in all directions. Damn it, is this Taoist priest still human? The face of the Tekawawa family head, who was hiding behind the battle formation obi, turned blue, and his heart was shocked and fearful. The shock was that Yi Qingxian had actually performed so effortlessly in the face of a siege of thousands of Fusan warlocks. The fear was that at this moment, Yi Qingxian looked so relaxed, and obviously hadn't even used his full strength to kill the liver and gall of the 3 Fusan great families who had joined forces. It's just not human. It seems that there is no time to wait for the other 2 family heads. The Tekawawa family head's heart sank slightly, as the current situation seemed to be, if he didn't make a move, he would have to wait for all the warlocks of the 3 families to collect their corpses. In order to stand up to the pressure and salvage the festering hearts, someone had to stand up to the pressure of that young Taoist. This is a person that only he or she is capable of. Bastard, how dare you underestimate our Yang family in Fuso? Unforgivable. Akusha little child. Old me will fight you. The Tekawawa family head roared, looking at the young Taoist who was madly chiseling the formation. He no longer cared about the so-called face etiquette, and while his body was ablaze with black flames, he shouted in an incomparably frenzied tone. "O Supreme God! Your devotees hereby invoke your mercy. I wish to sacrifice to you my soul, my flesh and blood, and all that accompanies me. O great God of fire jagged earth! I pray to you to please send down your divine power and grant me the authority to set this world on fire." Boom! The instant the words fell, the idol in the Tekawawa family's main headquarters lit up violently, and an aura above mortals suddenly descended from the Tekawawa elder's body. His eyes became as black as ink all of a sudden, and the wild winds around him spilled out. Using the raw energy of the Tekawawa family's centuries-old sacrifices as a guide, he invites the god of fire from Fuso mythology. Now, the power of the gods, contained within his body. The corners of the Tekawawa family head's mouth rose wildly. He thought that his own current battle power had already reached the first rank in the world. Even if this dragon tiger mountain heavenly master in front of him was strong, he couldn't possibly be a match for himself right now. Yi Qingxian, who was in the battle formation, sensed the suddenly enhanced aura and immediately blasted away hundreds of people in front of him with a palm strike, turning his head to look in the direction where the aura was surging. Has the first Fuso god descended? Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh, then his body stood still and his hands were put into his sleeves. Hakusha-chan, it's too late to be afraid. The Tekawawa family had only thought that he was stunned to the point of being at a loss for words, and after letting out a sardonic laugh, his hands violently joined together and began to fully mobilize the borrowed divine power within his body. As the Fusan fire god, the Kakutsu Earth destiny grasped the origin of the black divine fire. This black divine flame was a terrifying flame that was claimed to be able to burn the world and the sky. Boom! In an instant, berserk black flames like a volcan eruption erupted from the magisterial elder, sweeping the sky in a 20-mile radius at once in a lightning-fast speed. Rumble! The dark clouds shrouding the sky above all dissipated rapidly under the black flames, and the thunder power contained within was absorbed at a rapid pace. The temperature between heaven and earth had risen steeply, and water vapor was being extracted and evaporated at extreme speed. This terrifying noise startled the Fusan nationals in the surrounding area, and they all looked up in the direction of the Tekawawa family's main headquarters, and those who didn't know what was going on suddenly exclaimed in shock. Even they without cultivation could see that the sky above the shrine there was burning with pitch-black flames that were enough to envelop dozens of miles of territory. This is the manifestation of divine power that the Fusan fire god deserves. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were flat, and his Taoist robes were being blown around. He lifted his cell phone, flicked it with his left hand, clicked it, and snapped a casual picture. At the same time, his right hand pressed in vain, and the void actually shook slightly. From the moment he arrived in Fusan, Yi Qingxian had been thinking about the timing of the use of the detaining god calling immortal and the way to use it. It was just that he had been a bit torn as to which god would be better to assist. But now it seems like there's no need to dwell on it. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Qingxuan's mouth lifted slightly. His vast sea-like mana began to deplete at an extremely high rate, and the chosen target in his mind was becoming clearer. Without a sound, heaven and earth fell into a dead silence, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Then, he heard this dragon tiger heavenly master recite softly. Ministry of Fire. Fire is on command. As soon as the words fell, heaven and earth suddenly changed. The young Taoist's flat voice echoed in the void. Fire positive, summer official, one of the 5 officials. It is the Red Emperor, Zhu Rong. Next. Boom. The heavens and earth suddenly erupted with a shocking wind pressure, and the dark clouds high in the sky swirled like a tornado, plummeting down. The black flames that had enveloped dozens of miles of territory were instantly washed away. Vast clouds and chi surged in, and in front of Yi Qingxuan's body, an illusory gigantic figure took shape at a rapid pace. The figure appeared to be beast-faced inhuman, with radiant and splendid flames emerging vaguely around its body, and the supreme bitterness swept across the heavens and the earth. And the moment he saw that figure, the old man Tekawawa felt like his head was hit by a heavy hammer, and he became dizzy. At the same time, for some reason, the divine power all over his body began to be out of control and fled as if it had detached from his body. Seeing this, old man Tekawawa's heart was creeped out, and the goosebumps on his back had a hidden tendency to explode. This. How is this possible? The gods of his own offerings were warring madly in his soul, roaring in rage to escape this place. It's unbelievable. Chapter 93, a Taoist art that is like a nuclear bomb washing the ground. It's God I'm inviting. How could the honorable Fusan fire god be afraid of a young Taoist's methods? The mood of the old man of Bamboo River became more and more shocked, only feeling that this Taoist in front of him was simply incomprehensible. He had never seen a cultivator who possessed such means. But he was now ultimately blessed with divine power, so he thought that he must possess the power to fight. The old man of Bamboo River summoned up his courage, and once he clenched his teeth, he intended to condense divine fire once again. Just then, he saw Yi Qingxian pointing at him from a distance with a calm demeanor, and his slightly smiling voice exploded in his ears like thunder. Such a weak authority of fire, this is the fire god of Fusan? Such arrogant words, but this time, the old man of Tekawawa not only had no anger, but was inexplicably terrified. It was only because the god attached to him sensed a natural pressure of victory from the Taoist. It was almost like the feeling of despair when a small stone faces a lofty mountain, clearly belonging to the same source, but the nature of the feeling is vastly different. Then, without waiting for the old man of Tekawawa to return to his senses, the young Taoist sighed languidly. Forget it, a mosquito is still meat, it's better to keep it. With a roll of Yi Qingshuan's right-hand sleeve robe, the temperature between heaven and earth surged up, and the bright and brilliant flames almost rose up to the sky. In an instant, it constructed a reddish figure that stood atop the sky and stood up to 100 feet tall, covered in fiery flames, with reddish golden streams of light flowing from his eyes as he looked down indifferently and icily at the Tekawawa family head below. The pupils of the Tekawawa family head contracted violently. He felt that the huge figure's sight contained pure killing intent, and then a calm divine sound like thunder swept out from heaven and earth, spreading over 100 miles in every direction. Shu Rome leads the way. The moment the words fell, the crimson in the old man Tekawawa's eyes spread to its maximum at once. Boom! Under the dome of the sky, flames churned. In an instant, the dark clouds in a 100-mile radius transformed into brilliant and incomparable flaming clouds, illuminating the land of Fusan below into a crimson red, presenting a sense of extreme danger and near-destruction fear. With the temperature climbing extremely fast, the air was getting brighter and brighter, and the area within a 30-mile radius began to see irreversible melting and evaporation. Those yin-yang magicians were terrified and fled frantically, despair and fear written all over their faces. However, no matter how much they struggled, this side of heaven and earth seemed to be blocked off as a dazzling to the extreme light slowly rose. The light shone inescapably on the shades, causing them to scream and disappear into thin air. Burn! 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 From 100 miles away, it looked as if a large, steaming sun was slowly rising from the headquarters of the Tekawawa family. The Fusan nationals who saw this scene were beyond horrified, and the fear etched into their bones made them scream. What's more, some even went straight toward the direction of the rising sun after kneeling down and kowtowing frantically, trying to obtain the gods' forgiveness in this way. Inside the parliamentary headquarters, the Prime Minister of Fusan, who had been observing the situation, had a wonderful look on his face after seeing a white light pasting his face in the live broadcast room. There was also a group of Fusan legislators whose expressions had similarly changed. At this moment, they all had their mouths wide open, staring blankly at the light on the big screen. The legs couldn't stop shaking. Such a scene made them feel a familiar sense of despair. The two heads of the Kamamitsu and Onaka families, who were rushing here, had just crossed the boundary of the Tekawawa family when they saw a scene that was like a nuclear bomb washing the ground. The rushing fire that was almost close by stopped them in their tracks instantly. Both men looked equally stunned. What did they see? A fiery cloud sweeping dozens of miles around? Has the Tekawawa family been nuked? The two men looked at each other, and both saw a message in the bottom of the other's eyes. It's not right. Gotta run. Although both of them were now in a state of concentricity with the idol, and only needed a single thought to invite the deity to possess them, at the moment they couldn't give birth to the will to fight no matter what. This tactic of the opponent is comparable to a nuclear bomb. Even if the two's battle power soared after their divine possession, it was clearly not the best strategy to make an enemy of such an opponent. Admittedly, looking at the situation, both of their families should be almost dead. But so what? The two families still have some subsidiary industries to earn money, and they can still enjoy their twilight years comfortably in the latter half of their lives, so why should they give up their precious twilight years for the sake of their children and grandchildren? This is the realization of the Fuso people. The two family heads took a deep breath and turned around in unison, quickly concealing their breath with the intention of running away. In the next second, both of their movements froze at the same time. Just in front of him, in the open space, stood a young Taoist in red and white Taoist robes with a calm demeanor. The moment they saw the Taoist, all five senses of the two family heads lit up with absolute red lights. The Taoist's calm demeanor, combined with the mushroom cloud behind the two men, brought a sense of oppression almost equal to a heavenly disaster coming down. This is the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. The two family heads' throats rolled, and their faces looked as if they were facing an enemy, and revealed a few points of despair. Bad. If I had known, I would have cut ahead with the Tekawawa family. This Taoist priest is simply not human. Chapter 94, Letting the Poor Taoist Stop Now? It's too late. Looking at the oppressive young Taoist in front of them, the two Fusan family heads took a deep breath. Then, without hesitation, the two of them softened their knees and knelt straight down, shouting, "Heavenly Master, spare my life. I am the head of the Kimitsu Onaka family. If the Celestial Master can spare our lives, it will come in handy in the future." The voice seemed incredibly sincere. Both of their heads were buried low as well, and they looked like they were genuinely heartfelt. No matter what, the young Taoist in front of him was truly killing the three great families of Fusan to the point of great injury with his own strength. Even that Tekawawa family head who was also able to invoke the gods died under him, which says a lot. Sliding on their knees to such an opponent, the two Fusan family heads did not feel ashamed at all. Rather, if they could avoid a head-on confrontation with just this trick, the two could wake up laughing in their dreams. And seeing the two men directly kneeling and surrendering, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. Laughing my ass off. These two assholes changed their faces really fast. I guess I didn't expect this day when I screwed us 2 days ago. Now you know to beg for mercy? Taoist Yi. Don't be fooled by these two's acting skills. Exactly. These Fusang people are the best at feigning pity. If we let them off the hook this time, they may take revenge on us in the future. Would you guys be too dark inside? I do think we can let them off the hook. Reconsideration, these two seem to be convinced anyway. Let them go for once and show our great nation's temperament. These two claim to be the head of the family. They sound like the Fusan kind of bigwigs with a lot of status. Spare them and they might even help us in the future. Don't talk nonsense if the stupid bird upstairs doesn't have a brain. Do you know what the nature of these Fuso people is like? Can you guarantee that these two aren't acting now? What evidence do you have that they're acting? You big. The two sets of people in the live room argued, each thinking the other's ideas were incomprehensible. Some people believe that one should be decisive in dealing with one's enemies and should not show any compassion to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Some people felt that it was now the era of peace, and Yi Qingxianfang's actions had also returned with interest what happened to Longhu Mountain a few days ago. But at the end of the day, the decision is not on either of their sides right now. Whether or not to continue with the forceful execution was all at the young Taoist's whim. Looking at the two people who had fallen on their knees, Yi Qingxian put his cell phone into his sleeve robe, his calm black eyes flickering slightly. His thoughts tumbled, his life of cultivation at Longhu Mountain and the history he had learned by heart since his early childhood were presented in his mind. A flash of memories flew through his mind. He realized he hadn't wavered from the beginning, and his thoughts were now incredibly clear and definite. Kill these two. Then smash the Fusan Parliament, pick a few more ill-intentioned Fusan legislators to make an example of them, and then destroy 99% of Fusan's existing cultivation power, so that if they want a bonfire in the spiritual world in the future, they can only rely on Hakuhodosia, and then put. Of these many ideas of this and that, the only one that was not an option was the shaking of hands and making peace. This young celestial master of Lungfu Shan clearly remembers the crimes of Fusang. This country was madly rushing through the gates of the country when Hakusha was weak. History records that there was no evil in the burning and looting. A mere 8 words in the current world represent millions of dead and wounded people of Hanko, as well as those who were taken for experiments and whose lives were worse than death. At that time, Longhu Mountain, as a great Shinmen sect, the entire mountain gate fought until there were only a few dozen people left, nearly breaking the generation. Stroke by stroke, it's all bloody history. Not to mention, Fusang also made a big fuss about the festival some time ago, and after being slightly punished by Yi Qingxian, he even found someone to attack Longhu Mountain at night, seriously injuring 2 Longhu Mountain disciples. No matter how you look at it, there's no reason to stop there. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian cleared his throat and faintly said, "It's not impossible to keep you guys alive, just agree to one condition of the poor Taoist." Hearing these words, the two kneeling Fusang family lords instantly raised their heads and asked in delight, "Is the celestial master serious about this? The poor Taoist wants to speak his mind." "Good. Heavenly Master, please speak, not to mention one, even 100, we will do as we are told." The hearts of the two Fusang family lords were ecstatic, saying that when they left this place, sooner or later, they would avenge today. "You, Lung Fushan, are strong, you are a bit invincible, but we don't believe that you can protect Lung Fushan all the time. As long as one is human, there will always be a day of negligence. Not 100, just one." Yi Qingxuan's eyes slightly closed as he spoke faintly. "Hand over the power of faith you've accumulated over the centuries, and go to Longhu Mountain to do volunteer work for another 30 years, and the poor Taoist will keep you safe." Hearing this, the two people kneeling on the ground both had ugly faces. Handing over the power of faith accumulated by their two families for nearly 1,000 years, and then going to work as a volunteer on Mount Longhu for 30 years? What a joke! The power of faith was fundamental to their call for divine possession, and it was extremely difficult to accumulate. It must be known that the gods are temperamental and want different sacrifices every day. This offering is sometimes the lifeblood of the living, and sometimes something more precious. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, and the same is true for serving the gods. It's not easy to use the power of faith to call on the gods at all times. Yi Qingxuan's move was tantamount to taking away all of their hard work from the first half of their lives. How could anyone accept this? Moreover, after taking them away, they have to let them go to Lung Fushan to work as volunteers. It's almost like killing people. The two family heads, Divine Light and Mechanica, slowly stood up, their icy eyes falling on the young Taoist who didn't care much, and said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Master, is this matter really non-negotiable? What do you want to discuss? Let's say you stop there. Wrap it up?" "Ha!" Without waiting for them to finish, Yi Qingxian interrupted them with a light laugh and said, 14 days ago, you personally remonstrated with the Fusan Diet to hold a shrine festival, and the Hakusha officials in the Longhu Mountain tried to dissuade you to no avail, but you did as you were told. Afterwards, the poor Taoist exerted his means, which was considered a slight punishment, and this matter could have been put to rest, but what happened? You handpicked hundreds of warlocks, traveled across the ocean, attacked Longhu Mountain at night, and seriously injured my disciples. The poor Taoist came to Fusan in person, originally wanting to seek justice, but it turned out that you guys did the right thing and gathered all the hands of the three families to surround and kill with all your might. Now tell me, close? Late. The speeches of the strong always possessed weight, and with Yi Qingxuan's words, the air in a 10-mile radius gradually became oppressive and somewhat suffocating. In the icy voice of the young Taoist with a slight smirk, the two Fusan family heads breathed heavier and clenched their fists. They were going to say something to muddle through and create the appearance that they had nothing to do with it. But what the other party said was so detailed and accurate that they couldn't find words to refute it for a while. By now, the flame cloud over the Tekawawa family's headquarters had mostly dissipated, and the sound of the wind coming from the distance was interspersed with the sound of the engines of fighter jets and the sound of exploding zaps from tank tracks pressing across the ground. Yi Qingxian acted as if he hadn't heard them, still gazing at the two. Seeing that the two remained silent, he spread his hands and smiled. Are you only allowed to hurt yourselves and not allow others to kill you? What in heaven's name? Such cold words undoubtedly reduced the possibility of reconciliation to zero. Seeing this, the two Fusang family heads immediately clenched their teeth and roared. Since there's nothing to talk about, what's the point of wasting words? Hands clasped together, divine light blazed in his eyes, and his voice was high as he began to chant. Wordlessly, two breaths that were far above ordinary beings suddenly descended here. Chapter 95, It's Your Turn. The Divine Light Family Lord revealed a pale aura of a vast ocean, his eyes tumbling with shocking waves, and a circle of light blue chi waves surged around his body. The harbor closest to here began to kick up a fierce wind, and the air around the Divine Light Family Lord boiled steeply as wave after wave was lifted. Boom! A few short breaths later, a monstrous tsunami up to tens of feet high appeared out of thin air underneath him, and his figure shot up into the sky. The Kamamitsu family serves Mayatsukimi, the god of the sea in Fuso mythology. The Onaka family head's aura instantly became lofty and steady, and his terrifying mana fluctuations far exceeded the level of an ordinary cultivator. The earth beneath his feet seemed to be one with him, radiating an unshakable heaviness. Accompanied by the step taken by the Onaka family head, the earth shook in unison in a 10-mile radius. The Onaka family serves Oyama Tsutsumi, the god of mountains in Fuso mythology. The two god-level breaths merged into one, and the feeling of this breath being vast and majestic, looming and destructive was almost overwhelming. The expressions of the two Fusan family lords became incomparably cold, revealing a subdued divinity. Their eyes teasingly gazed at the tiny young Taoist below, their voices indifferently low. Master Hakusha, the two gods have arrived, why don't you quickly bow and beg for mercy? The magnificent voice resounded high in the sky, drawing the eyes of dozens of miles around to look over. There are also unafraid of death of Fusan journalists, even at this time arrived at the top of the nearby high-rise, high-speed camera aimed at this place, opened the largest television station in Fusan real-time live broadcast. Millions of Fuso nationals clicked in and watched in shock at the images shown on the TV. One person stepped on 100 meters of huge waves on the land, and one person raised his hand and threw his feet accompanied by the earth shaking, looking majestic and amazing. Across from the two, a young Taoist with red and white robes stood quietly. Behind the Taoist, there was the pitch-black coke that shrouded dozens of miles of territory, and the shrine's buildings were all gone, with not a single intact building in sight. This scene creates a very tense image. What the hell? Some Fuso nationals watching the broadcast exclaimed in front of the TV, they couldn't believe their eyes. As the two men snapped, Yi Qingxian finally stretched out his hands in his sleeve robes. His demeanor remained flat. Two gods only. And let's not talk about the countless number of divine greats in that vast divine system of our own. In the Shanhaijing alone, which recorded ancient spirit creatures, there were many foreign beasts that ranked in the class of deities. And there is one extremely conspicuous sentence in the evaluations that most of these foreign beasts with divine spirit realms can obtain. Edible. There is also a gap between gods and deities. This fey beast of the listed godhead was not even a match for his own old ancestor. It is doubtful whether the so-called mountain gods and sea gods of Fusan are qualified to leave the comment edible in the Shanhaijing. And how could they deal with the helpers Yi Qingxian had shaken through the detention of gods and summoning of immortals? Buzz. Just then, dozens of Fuso's fighters gradually emerged under the gloomy canopy, densely packed and occupying most of the sky. Hundreds of tank armors also slowly drove out of the city in the distance, followed by a large number of well-trained Fuso soldiers. Fusan's army, it's here. Combined with two divinely possessed Fuso practitioners. At first glance, it looks like that. It's good to fight in a group. Yi Qingxian exhaled and let out a light laugh, his wide red and white Taoist robe bulging with the wind, a terrifying aura brewing at breakneck speed. This master called by the poor Taoist likes to fight in groups. As for the two Fusan family lords on the opposite side, after seeing the arrival of Fusan's army, a flash of joy sprang up in their eyes. Two gods, plus a national force that ranks in the top 10 in the world. Against a Lung Fu Shan heavenly master from Hakusha. This fight is a win any way you look at it. Boom! Thinking of this, the Onaka family master no longer made any more stops, he worked his magic power and his feet violently stomped on the ground, the earth roared, the earth and rocks surged, and his figure arrived in front of that young Taoist all at once. That's the end of the line, arrogant brat. Mountains and rocks of astonishing scale emerged from his fists, rising to the size of tens of feet in an instant, the fists comparable to mountains slammed down heavily towards Yi Qingxian. Boom! Powerful winds overflowed in all directions, the earth immediately smashed out a deep pit, countless debris splashed, Yi Qingxian's figure was covered by the huge mountainous fist, a large area of smoke and dust churned up, swirling away in a circle of airwaves that were visible to the naked eye. The sound was so majestic that you couldn't stop your heart from trembling. This time, no more brilliant golden light sprang forth. Inside the live broadcast room, the Hakusha netizens, who were already incredibly nervous, suddenly turned pale when they saw this. The nationals on Fusan's side cheered out. The Fuso Prime Minister inside the Diet headquarters even heaved a long sigh of relief and slumped in his chair. A relieved smile followed. The Onaka family head who made the move had an exuberant expression on his face, and only felt soundly refreshed all over. And a few laughs at his earlier fear of the Taoist. Confused myself. This Taoist priest had just fought soundly and made such a loud move, he must have been close to running out of gas a long time ago. The divine-like family master watching the battle from the rear lost his smile and shook his head. Suddenly, an unspeakably violent aura suddenly descended. The Onaka family head's face changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to draw back. But the massive mountainous stone palms were clamped down, preventing him from moving. A bountifully handsome young Taoist appeared in the pit before him. In his dark eyes. At the moment it was a vast golden light. The plaintive voice rang through the room. It's time to fight. The Great Sage. Chapter 96, Great Sage, Take the Field. And just as the Fusan military acted, Hakusha officials also received corresponding news. With the volume of the two countries like Fusan and Hakusha, it's not surprising that anyone has undercover agents of the other inside. Upon learning that the Fusan officials had activated the first level of war readiness and dispatched a large number of troops to encircle Yi Qingxian, Xin Changjin of the National Security Bureau almost didn't jump up. Damn Fusan officials, the Heavenly Master, his old man went to settle the grudges of the cultivation world. What did they official forces follow to get involved? Xin Changjin immediately reported the matter to his superiors, and then complained to Tang Ying, the assistant who had come to report the situation. Careful. Fuso is such a careful country. Tianshi, he's just avenging the mountain gate, and maybe he's making a bit of a scene, but that's all for cultivators. The officials should know this all too well and keep a blind eye open. But the Fusan Island country is only this much. The Celestial Master went over even to give them face. This is if I. Xin Changjin cursed and greeted Fusan up and down. After Assistant Tang Ying heard this, her pretty little face suddenly revealed a somewhat odd expression. She had come to report the results of the Tianshi to Xin Changjin, but she hadn't found a chance to speak since just now. And, to be honest, although she also looked at Fusan very unpleasant, but on this Fusan official use of the army this time, her heart actually more or less able to understand a little. After all, Tianshi his old man made a bit too much noise. Tang Ying deliberated for 2 seconds and carefully opened her mouth. Elder Qin, do you know that the Celestial Masters strike this movement, how big it is? How big? Xin Changjin, who was cursing, first froze and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask. See for yourself. Tang Ying silently placed the report in her hand on the table. Xin Changjin gave her a strange look, then took the report and quickly read it. How big can the commotion be? Xin Changjin was going to say that. But after seeing the words on the report, he couldn't say it anyway. Killed thousands of Fusan Yin and Yang masters and completely destroyed the largest shrine in the region, Tekawawa Shrine. Preliminary estimates, with the shrine as the center, all the buildings in a 30-mile radius were destroyed due to high temperatures, the vast majority of which were the industries of the Fusan cultivation community, resulting in economic losses of hundreds of billions of Fusan gold. Taking the words on the report into his eyes, Xin Changjin's complexion became wonderful for a moment. The air in the office fell silent for a moment. Under Tang Ying's gaze as if she were asking, now what? Under the gaze of the... Xin Changjin coughed lightly and forced himself to be calm. Heavenly Master, his cultivation is heavenly. Once he moves, it's inevitable that he will be a bit vocal. This loss, it's only natural. The laughter in his tone could barely be concealed. Tang Ying inwardly spat and couldn't help but ask. Elder Qin, the army Fusan used this time is extremely large. The Heavenly Master, he just went through a great battle. Can he leave from Fusan territory without any problems? The words revealed obvious concern. Ever since that day when she drove Yi Qingxian to Qin Mountain to subdue the tiger demon, Tang Ying had some heartfelt admiration for this young Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. If anything happened to the other party in Fusan, she was afraid that she would be sad for a long time along with it. Having heard what was said, Xin Changjin also collected his laughter and said in a deep voice. I've already informed my superiors of this, so as long as they're not confused, they should know what to do. Xin Changjin's guess was correct. The upper echelons of Hakusha, who received the news, acted at the first opportunity. An order was sent out as fast as possible, a large number of Hakusha's troops began to mobilize, and massive swarms of ships began to appear one after another on the major coasts. Inside a solemn military camp, an old man dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, with a grave expression and veins rippling on his forehead, shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. Quickly! Immediately summon the fleets around the South China Sea to assemble at fire speed. I'm going to personally take command. No matter what, I must ensure the safety of the Heavenly Master. The words were filled with anger and determination. The Heavenly Master, that was the leader of the Xian sect of Hakusha, the pillar of the Hakusha cultivation world, he would never allow the slightest slip up. Damn Fusan devils! Their cultivators besieging the Celestial Masters, that's a matter for the cultivation world, and their military actually follows and meddles in it blindly. The old man's fists were clenched, his nails sunk deep into his palms, and his heart burned with rage. The behavior of the Fusan ghosts had touched his bottom line, and he would never tolerate such provocation and aggression. The rest of the people within the camp also looked cold, their eyes revealing determination and anger. In this tense atmosphere, the crowd moved quickly to convey orders and prepare for battle. Outside the harbor of Hakusha, on that vast coastline, a huge ship that was rare to see in the past surfaced one after another. They are like steel giants, majestically and solemnly breaking through the waves and sailing towards the sky. At the same time, a warplane, like a nimble bird of prey, whistled up into the air, the airflow spewing from its tail making beautiful arcs in the sky. The spectacular scene was jaw-dropping, and an unspeakable sense of awe welled up in my heart. That aura of solemnity, like a cold current, quickly enveloped the sea around Hakka, as if warning people that a storm was coming. The goal of the Hakusha military is clear. Rescue that heavenly master of Lung Fushan who is behind bars. And the major cultivation mountain sects of Hakusha. Forces such as the Wudong Mountain, the Horizontal Sword Sect, the Shangqing Sect, and other forces, as well as more than a dozen branches of the Jingyi sect's Shenmen sect. After getting the news, the corresponding palms also began to show up one after another. They had contacted the Hakusha military that each of them knew, wanting to see if they could help Yi Qingxian a little. Heavenly Master, he's going to deal with Fusang, and we sects want to help out. They said as much. It was worth mentioning that in the Horizontal Sword Sect, a young cultivator named Jiang Yu had actually run directly to the Hakusha military camp, wanting to ride the fleet forward to help. This shows the weight of Longhu Mountain in the Huansha Shenmen. Just whether the person in question cares about their assistance is another story. Fuso territory. Yi Qingxian was feeling the surging divine power surging within his body, and his eyes were a golden light. An unprecedented sense of omnipotence filled his body and went straight to his soul. Detaining the gods and calling the fairies. This divine ability is perhaps an advanced version of the so-called inviting immortals and summoning gods spells. It is cast in two ways. One type is marshalling, and when it is performed a flowing golden book appears in the mind's eye, on which are recorded countless deities in the compilation. As long as the life is strong enough, he can be deployed at will to help in the battle. Overwhelming. The Zhu Rong that Yi Qingxian had summoned earlier was of this type. As one of the 5 officials of the 5 elements in the first generation of Fire Zhang, Zhu Rong recovered the fragments of authority on the Tekawawa family head in a nearly crushing manner. It then detonated a fire cloud that swept for hundreds of miles, which could be considered a destructive pull. And the consumption is just as staggering. 1/10 of Yi Qingxuan's vast sea-like mana was directly drained away. It secretly alarmed him. So far in his cultivation, other than the beginning of the session, Yi Qingxian had never had a situation where his mana was deficient to such an extent. A great battle down, a body of mana is already 10 not save 8. That's terrible. As for the second use of detaining the gods and summoning the immortals, it was the means that Yi Qingxian was currently casting. It is the calling of the immortal. In its essence, it borrows the power of the gods for its own use. As long as one's cultivation was high enough, one's Tao was deep enough, and one's physical body was strong enough, one could pretty much shake whoever they wanted. Cultivating to a high level of depth, one could even directly ask a deity to fight on their behalf. And Yi Qingxian thought of a candidate the moment he saw the number of enemies. It's time to fight, sage. At this moment, Yi Qingxuan's surroundings were lifting up circle after circle of chi ripples that were incomparably loud, and his vast golden eyes were filled with battle intent. Yi Qingxian could clearly feel that his emotions were a bit off. In the old days, he would have been a little more emotionally calm. Now, although it was also considered calm, deep inside, there was a hidden battle intent that was entrained with pure killing intent. Is it under the influence of a possessed deity? Yi Qingxian quickly discovered the reason. He then remembered the character of this great saint. Cynical, confident and high-spirited. That is to say, the 2 Fusan family lords in front of him who were also possessed by the same divine spirit were more than likely 2 evil demons in his view. Not bad for you, sage. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh. The hymn about the Monkey King subconsciously floated in his mind. Longevity and immortality for hundreds of millions of years, and the ghosts are transcended when the divine light shines on them. The turbidity and the clearness of the water run with it for a few times, and it splits the several robberies to the west and east. The tiny golden immortal above the mixed one. Come on, great sage, it's time for us to get into the ring and make some noise. Chapter 97, The Jade Palace Clarifies 10,000 Miles. With this in mind, Yi Qingxian collected his mind, his vast golden eyes sweeping over the 2 Fusan family masters who were like enemies. Looking at these 2 Fusan family lords who were obviously a bit stunned, his flat voice was like a breeze lifting up. Come. Poor Taoist will let you all see what the true power of a god means today. Toward the end of his words, the Taoist's tone was filled with the contempt of someone in a high position. At the same time, the two Fusan family lords both sensed the extremely rapid climb of that frame in the Taoist. It was a terrifyingly furious aura of God. This turn of events caused them, who had just put their hearts at ease, to feel the pressure all over again. Akusha's celestial master, really extraordinary means. But behind them is Fuso's army measured in tens of thousands. Right now it's an arrow that has to be fired. The Onaka family head made several attempts to break free of the Taoist's grip, but they all ended in failure. And after hearing Yi Qingshuan's statement, the infuriated man even directly laughed angrily. Good. I'd like to see what you call. Boom! Before he could finish his words, a slender palm directly blasted the air and landed heavily on his chest. A terrifyingly huge force instantly erupted out, and the Mechanica family head's figure instantly flew backwards, a mouthful of blood spraying out of the sky, his eyes filled with shock. Now that he was a mountain god, his flesh was strong enough to resist machine gun fire, and ordinary missiles were like scratching an itch. How is it possible for someone to break their defense with a slap? The head of the Onaka family effortlessly looked to the opposite side that was flying away. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced the feeling of being knocked out of the room. Only Yi Qingshuan in the pit looked indifferent. The chi in his body flowed crazily, and large white clouds of chi emerged from the void around him. This white golden cloud of astonishing scale was the legacy of the Tekawawa family, the power of faith that the Tekawawa family had accumulated for nearly 1,000 years. Buzz! These white clouds compressed extremely fast, dripping and spinning, and finally slowly coalesced, actually transforming into a stick with a gilded body. Yi Qingshuan held his palm in a false grip, grasping this club in his palm and casually dancing a few times, but it made the 10,000 people in the arena feel a bizarre sense of imbalance. Even the fighter jets hovering in the sky began to shake. It was as if this earth was shaking and gravity was out of balance under the swing of that club. The crowd couldn't help but feel tightened. How terrifyingly huge must this be? The Divine Light family head with his feet on a huge wave clenched his fists tightly, a few drops of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. If he was winning 2 minutes ago, he was panicking a bit now. Breaking the defense of a Yamagami-possessed head of the Onaka family with a single slap? He thought to himself that he couldn't do it. Had this Taoist summoned a god known for his power? The one above. The young Taoist's line of sight was cast, and the Divine Light family head who was being stared at instantly had a chill down his back as he stiffly returned. What's wrong? And what kind of god are you? Yi Qingshuan's voice was indifferent. At that moment, the Onaka family head who had been knocked off his feet regained his footing and roared angrily at the Taoist. Taoist? You are unbridled. How dare you make a move against me possessed by the mountain god? Have you thought about how you're going to die? This family head of the Onaka family roared angrily as his divine power stirred and began to connect to the earth veins in a 100-mile radius, and in this land beyond Fusan, Tokyo, the mountains stretching for 100 miles were all under his control, and the surging power of the earth veins surged into his body, causing his breath to climb upward. Boom! The earth let out a dull roar, like a roar from the god of the Fusan mountains. The power of the mountain range that stretched for 100 miles was all within this Onaka family head at the moment, with countless earth and rocks tumbling and attaching themselves to the surface of his body. In just a few short breaths, 100-meter-tall rock giant stood above the earth. With one step, the ground was already shaking. Such a size was simply not something an ordinary army could contend with, and the defense far exceeded that of the hardest large buildings on the blue planet. This scene caused the hearts of the Fusan troops who stayed in the distance to watch, and they subconsciously turned their eyes toward that young Taoist. How are you going to cope with such divine power? Yi Qingshuan's figure directly disappeared in place. In the next second, he appeared above the rock giant. In the midst of countless horrified gazes, the young Taoist held a gilt club in his hands, raising both hands above his head and bending his body back like a taut, strong bow. Not only that, a golden silhouette that topped the sky also emerged behind him. That silhouette had a purple golden crown on its head, its pupils were golden, it was clad in golden lux armor, and the same hands were raised high in the air, and in its palms, it was also clearly holding a clear and ponderous gigantic club. A pale and overbearing power from the distant past suddenly descended on this place. The young Taoist's hands fell violently. The golden shadow behind him likewise violently slammed down the stick in his hand, and his aura was wild like he wanted to split a lofty mountain in half. It all happened in an instant. The rock giant that was 100 meters tall only managed to cross his huge arm over his head in an attempt to block this heaven-destroying stick. Next. Boom! The club carried an unrivaled dominance and madness, slashing heavily at the rock giant with an unstoppable force. Terrifying force erupted with full force like a volcanic eruption, and that lofty and tall body instantly exploded like broken porcelain under the impact of this force. The earth shook in unison for 100 miles in a radius, shaking like an earth dragon turning over. Chapter 98. You go to the Qianquan Four Seas and ask. This tremendous sound shook the world. The force wrapped in the club stirred up a storm visible to the naked eye, and hardened that 100-meter-tall rock giant into a sky of broken rocks, and even the Onaka family head in it was also blasted into a mist of blood. In the sky that towered over the clouds, the thick and majestic clouds were violently split apart by an unstoppable force, and when one looked at it, it looked as if the sky had been split apart from it alive, which was generally shocking. Boom! Immediately afterward, the gilt club slammed heavily into the earth with the momentum of Tarzan crushing an egg, emitting an earth-shattering roar. The entire surface of the ground looked like it had been torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a huge trench tens of meters wide was cracked open with a loud bang. The earth and rocks tumbled in the gully, and smoke filled the air as if the earth were groaning in agony. And that remaining force was transformed into an invisible shockwave, like a raging torrent that kept spreading forward, and wherever it passed, all the buildings were devastated and destroyed. Perhaps it was because of the fall of the Fusan mountain god. At this moment, in the eyes of the tens of thousands of Fuso self-defense forces, all that could be seen was the trembling of the earth and the tumbling down of soil and rocks. They were shocked beyond words by this amazing scene. The scene in front of him was so similar to the type of natural disaster that was most familiar in his memory. Earthquake. The power of this stick could actually trigger a sound comparable to an earthquake. The group of Fusan journalists on the high building at the back, after stabilizing themselves, all stared dumbfounded at what was happening in front of them. Eyes full of shock and bewilderment, lips trembling, these Fuso journalists, who were usually the best at speaking, could not even utter a decent word now. Everything in front of them was so unbelievable that it was overloading their brains. In front of the camera. High in the air, Yi Qingxian slowly descended, finally stopping in front of that Divine Light family head who had his feet on the waves. At this moment, the Divine Light family lord's face was bloodless, and his previous confidence had long since vanished. He could no longer feel the mountain god aura of the Onaka family head that loomed like a mountain. That means. No way, how is this possible? That Yamagami-possessed Onaka family head was killed by such a blow? It was less than 2 minutes before and after. The Divine Light family master's breathing was ragged, and his entire body was trembling, already not daring to think any further, his vision lowered, not daring to meet the Taoist in front of him at all. Answer the poor Taoist's question just now. Yi Qingxuan's expression was indifferent, the club in his hand was gently pressed against his brow, and a flat voice followed. And what kind of god are you? The Divine Light family lord's throat rolled, and after 2 seconds of silence, he slowly said, Hi, Poseidon. At the same time, he lowered his eyes to look at the mess on the earth below, his heart already scared to the extreme. Heavenly Master, now that both Fusan families have been destroyed by you, you can stop, right? He asked somewhat sadly. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly, how can that be? Thousands of yin-yang masters have died at your hands, what more do you want? The Kamitsa family head was trembling, and he was almost on the verge of not being able to maintain his invoke God state in front of the other party's furious and overbearing divine might. He pleaded in his most pitifully desperate tone. Fusan's cultivation community has been greatly damaged. With your cultivation, Heavenly Master, surely you know that a disaster will befall the globe next because of the spiritual revival, right? If we kill off all the practitioners in Fusan, hundreds of millions of ordinary people in Fusan will suffer as a result. Having heard what was said, Yi Qingxian casually put his stick on the other party's shoulder, his pupils pure gold, and laughed lightly. What the poor Taoist wants to do is simple. Like you guys, it's all or nothing. With the stick on his neck, a chill rose behind the Divine Light family head and he couldn't help but question. Hundreds of millions of Fuso lives. Are they not worth mentioning in your eyes? How could that be? The poor Taoist is not that cold-blooded. Yi Qingxian shook his head, and even the grip on the club in his hand loosened a few points. Then what you mean is to let me off the hook? A light of surprise appeared in the Divine Light family lord's eyes. There was no harm in agreeing to the other party's earlier conditions as long as they could continue to live. There is an old saying in Hakusha that if you leave a green mountain behind, you are not afraid of having no firewood to burn. This Divine Light family head now felt deeply convinced. A strong hatred then welled up in his heart. The Fuso army behind him were watching him, and there was a reporter from Fuso TV on a high building in the distance, recording his current performance. After that, Fuso definitely couldn't stay. It could be said that the Divine Light family head had fallen from a big shot in the Fusan cultivation world to a lonely clown in a single day. It was all because of this damned Lungfu Mountain heavenly master in front of him. Endure, I will endure. The Divine Light family head pressed down the hatred in his heart and turned toward the young Taoist in front of him, compensating and smiling. The heavenly master is indeed kind-hearted. I will definitely reform my ways in the future and protect the peace of the party. These troops below, I'll try to make peace for you too, and try to make your next departure as smooth as possible. If you are still unsure, I can return to Longhu Mountain with you, and in the future, I will be an honest volunteer at Longhu Mountain. An extremely sincere and quite beautiful statement. This Divine Light family head had already made a secret determination. Just go to Lungfu Shan and do volunteer work. Longhu Mountain is now famous. The daily incense is estimated to be higher than the three great families of Fusan combined. With his own cultivator's charm, I do not believe that he cannot hook up with a few Hakusha women, so that they can give birth to their own children. As long as you leave your children behind, you can secretly teach them and cultivate their hatred for Dragon Tiger Mountain. After a number of years, it could definitely be transformed into a sharp knife that was strong enough to injure the root of Longhu Mountain. Thinking of this, the smile on the Divine Light family lord's face grew more and more brilliant and sincere. It's like it's really trying to reform. But the young Taoist with black hair still didn't lower his stick. Heavenly Master? The Divine Light family master realized something was wrong and asked tentatively. You're mistaken. Yi Qingxian finally spoke. But that icy voice made the Kimitsu family head instantly fall into an ice cave. If Fusan can't hold out at that time, they can ask Hankiori to send troops for assistance. Build a few cities where Hakusha people live by the way, and psychic disasters will naturally be fought off by Hakusha practitioners. It's simple, isn't it? This. The Divine Light family head's eyes went wide and he couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. Isn't this just a session? The poor man didn't say that. Yi Qingxian lightly laughed and said. In addition, the poor Taoist has given you so many chances, yet you are slow to hear the mission completion beep. You Fusang people are really dogs who can't change their ways. With those words, the young Taoist's golden eyes were icy cold. Seeing this, the Divine Light family lord's pupils shrunk as his five senses began to warn him frantically. Although he couldn't understand what the so-called Q was, he could feel the heavenly killing intent surging out of the Taoist. This killing intent went straight to the clouds, pure and dense, almost changing the color of the world, causing one to contain the chills. He's going to kill me. The Divine Light family lord's heart was beating furiously, and while his figure retreated violently, he shouted in shock and anger. Oh, see! Bless me! Boom! As soon as the words fell, the waves underneath him that were as high as tens of feet surged up, the majestic water instantly rushed up to the sky, and at an unimaginable speed, it surged towards his circumference. The sound of the water running away was like a thunderstorm, and finally turned into a solid barrier. Water vapor steamed above the wall, as if there were water dragons swimming around, vaguely revealing a sense of immovability. After doing so, the Divine Light family head roared at the Fuso army below. Don't wait! Fire quickly! This Taoist is a madman. The words fell. Seemingly hearing his urgency, Fusan's army immediately made a move, as a tank began to start up and the fighters in the sky rapidly dropped in altitude. And Yi Qingxian turned a blind eye to this, his right hand raised, the club in his palm swept violently across the sky. The silent expression was plain, but the sound of that club was so loud that it looked like it was going to break the mountains across the sky, and the suffocating sensation of approaching death almost descended from the sky. The Divine Light family lord could no longer think. The stick attacked, like a meteorite from the sky smashed into the ocean, only this meteorite seems to span 10,000 miles in general, so that this vast ocean also seems incomparably small. Boom! Deafening explosions shook the world, and the sea was tossed in the distance. The Fusan soldiers below holding firearms all had their eardrums shattered on the spot and fell to the ground in pain, and could only see the majestic water exploding into huge clear ripples in the air, like a salute to welcome the Holy King. That's for sure. Behind Yi Qingxian, golden shadows suddenly emerged, their faces instantly becoming clear. Seeing the virtual shadow wearing a phoenix-winged purple golden crown on its head, clad in locks of golden armor, and stepping on lotus root silk footsteps and cloud shoes, from afar, this was clearly a monkey king that stood on top of the sky and the earth. His body revealed an extremely strong and domineering divine might. The meaning of that expression is overflowing. You go to the four seas of Qianquan and ask, I'm the first demon of all times Qi. Chapter 99 We fight the Heavenly Master? Us? With the sweeping out of a stick that seemed to be able to cut across the mountains. Yi Qingxuan's ears resounded with crisp and incomparable, yet densely packed system beeps. Ding! The 3 Fusan families have all lost their will to fight. Mission accomplished. Detected that not only did all 3 Fusang families lose their will to fight, but all of them ascended to heaven. The mission was overfulfilled, and the rewards were upgraded. Detected the host hunting 3 spokespersons of the Fusang deities. Mission exceeded, reward upgraded. Detected that the host has crushed the wariness of over 50,000 Fuso nationals. Mission overachieved, reward upgraded. Detected at. Comprehensive rating of this mission, SSS grade. Reward has been upgraded to 3 Great Divine Powers. The Big Dipper Technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining shaking mountains, turning rivers and stirring seas, and whipping mountains and moving stones. Shake Mountain in Earth LV1 creates earthquakes that can shake the ground and drive the Earth's dragons to turn over. At a high level of cultivation, the caster can easily shake the mountains and the earth. Turning rivers and stirring seas LV1, able to manipulate rivers, lakes, and seas, setting off monstrous waves and tumbling them, and when cultivated to the extreme, it is the greatness of controlling the oceans and seas. Whip mountains and move stones LV1, this is the art of whipping mountains and moving them. The caster can manipulate the changes of the earth and mountains, opening mountains and splitting rocks with his hands, and when cultivated to a high level, he can even transfer mountains and arbitrarily draw the power of the mountains for his own use. Looking forward to your next mission from the bottom of my heart. The barrage of announcements was almost incessant, and the text on the pale blue screen of light was replaced with a dazzling gold color. This shows the high degree of precision with which the mission was accomplished. Yi Qingxian felt the many extra pieces of information in his mind and exhaled silently. The trip wasn't all about the rewards though. But this ridiculously rich harvest still made him smile more than a little. But the fight isn't over yet. Accompanied by the on-the-spot death of the Kimitsu family head. Between the heavens and the earth, as if some sort of signal to start a war had been pulled off, the remaining armies of Fusan that still had the strength to fight began to launch an offensive towards Yi Qingxian in mid-air. The guns of one of the fighters were aimed at the Dawnguard, and a full 20 to 30 mm caliber guns began their first volley. Boom! 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 The cannonballs that exceeded Mach's speed came, but Yi Qingxian didn't even bother to dodge. His body exploded in a trail of flames, but he couldn't even damage his Dao robe in the slightest. His sight swept over these Fuso fighters that were flipping back and forth, and the moment he exited the evocation of God state, his figure directly disappeared into the air. Fusan's most advanced fighter jets have a top speed of just about Mach 2. As for Yi Qingxuan's flying speed, it could easily exceed Mach 20, comparable to an intercontinental missile, and he could also turn around at will. The two are not even on the same level of speed. It just so happens that my heart is a little happy, so let's practice on these guys. Whoosh! A bright and dazzling golden light was seen crossing the sky like lightning, dragging a long stream of tail and rushing up to the sky at an astonishing speed. With a speed that surpassed all the fighters, this golden light was like a burning meteor, rushing straight towards those Fusan fighter groups that had been thrown into a panic by the disappearance of the Taoist. Immediately after. Boom 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 boom. In a rather domineering manner, that golden light forcefully smashed a Fusan imported fighter jet from back to front without any reasoning, looking at the crowd below in disbelief. High in the sky, a brilliant firework exploded one after another, dazzlingly bright. From a distance, the uninformed would think that Fuso's fireworks display had been brought forward this year. The battle in the air was over almost instantly. The Fusan troops below could only see a golden light falling from the sky, and the wreckage of countless airplanes falling around them with it. In the golden light, the Taoist man was dressed in a red and white Taoist robe, with light steps, just like an immortal. He walked slowly towards the Fusan army of tens of thousands of people in front of him. Gulp! Tens of thousands of people's throats rolled at the same time, and a clear gulping sound followed in the air as tension and panic gripped everyone's heart. Is this still human? Raising his hands and feet creates a noise like an intercontinental missile, cracking the impenetrable ground with a single blow of his stick, triggering small earthquakes, and penetrating an entire fleet of Fuso fighters with a single blow. This would not be human. The crowd had a look of despair, death grip on the hands of firearms. Even the driver in the tank did not dare to drive the tracks forward, for fear of angering the opposite side of the young Taoist who was slowly walking. An atmosphere of despair and collapse spread rapidly through the army. Baka, Baka. How do you fight this? There's no mistaking it. I'm hitting the Heavenly Master? Seriously. Chapter 100 The Terrified Fuso Diet. Just as the Fuso army was terrified. Along with the dissipation of the power of the two deities, the entire land of Fusang began to tremble. Fusan is an island nation, and many mountain ranges and water veins are already connected, so once a few of them suffer destruction, then the rest of the terrain and landscape will be forced to be rewritten as well. Rumble. The earth trembled crazily, and the terrain of the surrounding mountains and waters followed the collapse and change. Predictably, after today, hundreds of miles of maps beyond Tokyo will be redrawn. Yi Qingxian lifted his dark ink-like pupils. The golden light belonging to divinity had already faded as he looked at the Fusan army in front of him who were in a state of panic, his voice indifferent. Abandon your weapons and withdraw therefrom. The poor Taoist's heart is kind, and he can still spare the deaths of these curmudgeons. Words. Immediately, thousands of Fusang soldiers directly dropped their weapons and raised their hands on the spot, shouting surrender in Fusan language. They had long been scared out of their wits by the other side's performance. But the army also has the Kamikaze Self-Defense Force, which is treated as Fuso's ace combat team. Even after seeing Yi Qingxuan's strength, they did not intend to surrender. Whoa! In the next second, nearly 10,000 gun muzzles in the Fusan army were raised in unison and aimed at the young Taoist who was walking slowly. Everyone, don't panic. After 3 fights in a row, he must be running out of strength. A Fuso soldier in the army shouted out. Fire! A tank, under the command of the relevant commander, quickly aimed its gun at Yi Qingxian, and then with a command, fire appeared at the gun's muzzle. Boom! The blazing shells wrapped with huge kinetic energy and shot at high speed towards the young Taoist, while the rest of the heavy tanks also followed and fired one after another as if they had discussed the matter. Boom boom boom! Countless cannonballs all attacked that young Taoist. All of the Fusan soldiers watched the scene nervously, gripping their weapons tightly in their hands, intending to use this to judge their next actions. A great deal of smoke and dust rolled up from the earth, accompanied by the sound of intense bombardment. Immediately after, everyone in the room felt a chill that pierced through their bones. It was as if even his own soul was trembling. They stared dead in the smoke. A golden stream of light swept out at breakneck speed, tearing through a large swath of gusty winds, and with a speed that absolutely broke through the sound barrier, disregarding the blockade of a heavily armored tank, it rushed straight over towards this place. If you open your eyes wide, you can see a blurry silhouette in the golden light, at this moment showing the meaning of domineering arrogance. Fire! Fire now! Some people in the Fusan army yelled in terror, as if that would dissolve the fear in their hearts. But the next second, that golden light crashed through a heavy tank in a rough and incomparable manner, killing the military formation with an unstoppable momentum. Tens of thousands of bullets hit him, sputtering and striking out searing sparks, and wherever the golden light went, countless broken armor and limbs splattered. This scene directly crushed the battle spirit of everyone present. Countless people began to flee, their weapons were casually thrown here and there, and all they wanted to do at the moment was to stay away from that golden light. The entire island nation of Fusan, a nation that was perhaps in the top 10 in terms of military strength on the blue planet, the 10,000-man army that they had assembled with the strength of the entire nation, was at this moment being routed by a Taoist man. Inside the Fuso Congress, the Prime Minister of Fusan closed his eyes in despair as he looked at the scene displayed on the big screen and said, "Fuso is finished." Hundreds of fighters were instantly destroyed and hundreds of tanks were scrapped. An army of tens of thousands of people is even more disorganized, and even if it can be brought together afterward, a large number of people are bound to lose their will to fight when faced with a war with Hakusha in the future. Moreover, this scene was also broadcast live in real time by a number of good Fusan media. The blow to Fusan's national prestige can be described as devastating. This is no longer a loss that can be undone by time alone. It was a blow that was enough to break the spirit of a nation. The entire conference room was dead silent. All of the Fusan legislators, who used to be so powerful in the past, were now as if they were dead, with their heads bowed. We can't let him fight like this any longer, or Fuso will really be finished. Just then, someone finally stood up and said in an urgent tone. The rest of the people looked at him, and one of them couldn't help but ask, "And how should we stop him? Do you have any good ideas for making peace with him?" The man's face changed slightly, and it was clear that he didn't have any good ideas either. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. You all have large armies on the move and are directly trying to surround people for real. Now that you realize the situation is not right and you can't beat them, you want to negotiate peace? There is no such thing in heaven. In the conference room at this time, there were not a few Fusan legislators who had the same idea as him. They all clenched their back teeth as their hidden eyes swept over that Fuso prime minister. My own prime minister, who has a brain smaller than a sesame seed, is really stupid. There is no backwardness at all in everything, so what does that leave them with? In the event that Lung Fu Mountain Heavenly Master headed for this place after piercing through the army, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Thinking about this, many counselors' hearts trembled, and they were immediately a bit foolish, wanting to quickly escape from this place. Unbeknownst to him, the Prime Minister of Fuso is also screaming inside at this moment. He also did not expect that the day before was a winning situation. Who would have expected that the next day the country is about to fall? Why is it that every Prime Minister of Fusan always has to suffer a big loss before wanting to stop? The Fusan Prime Minister cursed inwardly, but his face was forced as he said in as calm a tone as possible. Go and get in touch with the head of the beautiful country and ask them for help. Also, send someone to visit Hakusha's embassy again and strongly condemn. No, strongly plead with them to let this Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master leave. At the end of the words, his voice still couldn't stop trembling. Hearing that he was finally getting the hang of it, a councilman immediately stood up and went to carry out those orders. It was at this moment that someone suddenly exclaimed, "That celestial master is gone." What? The crowd was creeped out and rushed to look at the big screen. Sure enough, he saw that in the big screen broadcast, he could only see the wreckage of machinery strewn about, and that young Taoist in red and white Taoist robes had long since disappeared. Where did he go? Prime Minister Fusan subconsciously asked out of breath. Without reason, a chill surged through his heart. Something is coming. The thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind, causing this Fusan Prime Minister to be unable to contain his panic. Along with the other legislators throughout the room, they all tensed up. They all had a bad feeling. They knew in their hearts that the secret conflict between Fusang and Hakusha had long ago reached an irreconcilable point. That Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master had come this time. In addition to avenging the attack on the mountain gate last time, he must have also had murderous intentions towards them, the manipulators hiding behind the curtain. Moreover, as things stood, if the other party wanted them dead, it wouldn't take much effort at all. Even if this celestial master wanted to destroy the entire country of Fusan, it did not seem completely impossible to do so at the moment. It's a bit of a pain in the ass at best. So much for this bad feeling that. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind suddenly kicked up inside the room, fierce air currents rushed into the room, all the glass in the conference room burst with a bang, and the thoughts in the Fuso Prime Minister's head came to an abrupt end. Just see the wall on one side of the conference room. At this moment, a big hole has appeared, and the light inside the room is clearly exposed to the canopy. A bountiful and handsome Taoist man also appeared in the room with him. With a leisurely and unhurried demeanor, he pulled over a chair and casually sat down, smiling faintly at the crowd. And the moment he saw the Taoist, the temperature in the entire conference room seemed to have dropped to the freezing point, making it hard to breathe. All of the Fusan counselors present subconsciously stood up, their eyes fixed on the relaxed Taoist in front of them. Immediately after, boom! A terrifying pressure from a high-ranking person suddenly descended, and the dozens of Fusan counselors present were all enveloped by this pressure, their bodies uncontrollably falling to their knees. Even his head was suppressed by the airflow and slammed heavily on the ground. Dang! 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 The kowtowing sound was continuous and sounded extremely crisp and pleasant. This was the absolute suppression of ordinary people by cultivators. Dozens of Fuso legislators turned pale. At this moment, their lives and families were at the mercy of the Taoists' thoughts. Chapter 101, Divine Providence. Inside the conference room, Yi Qingxian straightened his cuffs, lowered his eyes, and his smile tightened. He looked down at one of the Fuso counselors who had fallen to their knees before him and said in a flat voice, "Gentlemen, the poor Taoist has come over to sit today, no disturbance, right?" The Prime Minister of Fusan, who had lost control of his body and could only fall to his knees, screamed inwardly. "How dare we say we're interrupting when you're calling in like that?" But he barely managed to regain control of his tongue and hurriedly stumbled back. "No, don't bother. If the Heavenly Master wants to come and sit down, Fusan is naturally welcome." "Yes?" Yi Qingxian smiled faintly and said, "Then how about in the future, poor Taoist comes once a week? It doesn't take half an hour to get there and back anyway. You don't need to send such a person to welcome you like this time, the poor Taoist isn't that golden yet. Look at you guys this time, you even used the fighter group and tank unit, it's really hard for you guys." As he spoke, he tapped his finger on the desktop, his voice clearly smiling, but it made the Fusan legislators in the room feel the pressure as if they were facing a mountain. The Prime Minister of Fusan was even more frightened and bloodless. Yi Qingxian acted as if he had not seen it, calmly picking up the top-quality tea on the table and pouring a cup for himself. Afterward, he sipped his tea while faintly saying, "The poor Taoist is not a tyrannical person, and when I came to Fusang today, I did not mean to drive you Fusang people to extinction. It's just that Tekawawa family of yours from Fusan, some time ago, some of their clansmen made waves in Henxia, brutalizing my Henxia people, not to mention that they even gathered manpower and attacked Longhu Mountain by night afterward, which is a provocation to the Henxia Shen sect. As a contemporary heavenly master, the poor Tao must always come to settle this account." Indeed. The Fusan family head's head was practically sunk into the floor as he hurriedly returned. The Tekawawa family deserves to die for such behavior. Yi Qingxian hummed as if he agreed. But what was said next made the Fuso Prime Minister nervous again. However, during this period of time, the forces in Fusan that provoked Hakusha were not just this one Tekawawa family. You, the Fusan Congress, will take the lead in organizing the festival of the sacred toilet, ignoring the many warnings from Hakusha, offering so-called war criminals as heroes, and humiliating the many martyrs of the poor. This matter can't be written off, not to mention your action of surrounding and killing poor Taoists just now. According to the teachings of the Taoist sect, beheading you 10,000 times wouldn't be too much. Towards the end of his words, Yi Qingxuan's flat voice was filled with a shocking murderous aura. Under the shroud of this murderous aura, the faces of dozens of Fusan legislators changed wildly. The Prime Minister of Fusan, who leaned the closest, was even more frightened to the point that he was trembling and almost about to fall to the ground softly. Yi Qingxian looked at them calmly and finally sipped his tea lightly and said faintly, "However, as the party said, the poor Taoist is a good-hearted man. There's nothing to be gained by killing you, but it's just a different set of people coming up. Therefore, the poor Taoist has 3 conditions here, remembering that you are first-time offenders. If you do well, there is no harm in keeping you alive. First, revise your textbooks to include the crimes of those years, so that your children and grandchildren will know that their forefathers were shameful war criminals and not heroes in fictional stories. Secondly, the return of those looted Hakka artifacts. Third, send a delegation, and Fuso will recognize its status as a sinful nation in front of the nations of the world." The words just fell. The Fusan Prime Minister, as if he was afraid that he would back out, hurriedly exclaimed, "Can Fuso agrees to your terms." The Fuso legislators behind them all followed suit and agreed. "Very good." Yi Qingxian gently nodded his head, casually placing the teacup in his hand on the table and lifting the intimidating pressure that had enveloped the crowd. Dozens of Fusan parliamentarians suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief, and the joy of surviving a robbery welled up in their eyes. That Fusan Prime Minister collapsed to the ground with the same ecstasy in his heart. Just amidst this ecstasy, there was also a trace of strong hatred. Yi Qingxuan's 3 conditions could be said to make them Fusan lose face internationally. Even, it will greatly shake the authority of the official Fuso in the future. Tough, what a tough offer. But Fusan had no capital to object now, and he could only hide this hatred in the bottom of his heart. But that's okay, there's always a day when this Taoist is out of his league. Wait until then. With this in mind, Prime Minister Fusan carefully looked at the corner of the Taoist's coat, and nicely restrained the killing intent in his eyes. Just then, the Taoist's flat voice suddenly rang in his ears. However, in order to express the attitude of the poor Taoist towards this action of Fuso, a slight punishment is still necessary. As you know, all the nations must be watching to see what happens to Fusang this time, and the poor Taoist just took advantage of this to give notice in passing. Hear that? The Fuso Prime Minister suddenly had a feeling that his heart was pounding. What do you mean? He raised his head in a panic and looked at the blandly looking Taoist in his seat. But all he saw was that young Taoist lifting up a pair of cold and indifferent radiant golden pupils. Golden pupil again? The Fusan Prime Minister was horrified, his throat tightened, and the words of inquiry were stuck in his mouth. Dozens of Fusan councillors also had their hearts tightened, an indescribable sense of panic rising from the bottom of their hearts as they trembled and looked towards Yi Qingxian on the high seat. The next second, they all saw. The Taoist's golden pupils, which symbolized majesty, were slowly lighting up at the moment. A surging and vast mana field rippled out from around him, and the earth trembled loudly. The mind whispers. Speaking up. Poor Taoist has a Big Dipper technique, and there happens to be an active volcano in this Fusang. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? So, if the volcano erupts today, it would be a sign of God's will. Chapter 102: The biggest fireworks show Fuso has ever seen. Yi Qingxuan's mind quickly connected with the earth veins that stretched for 100 miles under his feet. Thoughts tumbled through his mind. He had only just acquired the divine ability of shocking mountains and shaking earth, so if he wanted to reach the level of being able to drive it at will, he would at least have to undergo a period of familiarization. But that's okay, because as a wall hanger, he has a way of leapfrogging right over the process. Yi Qingxuan's system could take the demons and devils that had been killed and convert them into the corresponding points that could be used to enhance the divine aptitude. And as a former senior disciple of the Heavenly Master's house, plus the contemporary Heavenly Master nowadays, throughout the entire 1,000 miles of territory surrounding Longhu Mountain, the number of demons that died under his palm was countless. This allowed him to accumulate a large number of points. Yi Qingxuan's own talent was extremely high, and with this powerful assistance, it was not strange for him to ascend to the top of the world at this age. Although the points that had been accumulated had been consumed quite a bit on the detaining God and calling immortals aptitude some time ago, there was still a surplus at this moment. Current points, 18,726. Yi Qingxian had never been any kind of indecisive person, and points had always been used when they should be used. So, stud. As Yi Qingxuan's mind moved, a large amount of points began to rapidly deplete, and the level behind the divine ability of shocking mountains and shaking ground began to rapidly escalate. Ding! Upgrade successful, Avatar. Shaking mountains and earth has been upgraded to LV2. Ding! Upgrade successful, Avatar. Shaking mountains and earth has been upgraded to LV4. Ding! Upgrade successful. Ding! Upgrade successful. Avatar. Shaking mountains and earth has been upgraded to LV10. Current points, 8,726. Yi Qingxian raised a pair of vast golden eyes in a Hue manner. That's good. He can do anything now. Even if it is, literally, mountain shaking. Boom! As if sensing the Taoist's extremely escalating Tao intensity, the earth trembled more and more in a 100-mile radius, and countless buildings shook crazily. The entire surface of the Tokyo metropolitan area began to shake violently, and the earth roared as if an earth dragon had rolled over, a spectacular sight that was jaw-dropping. Countless Fuso nationals lost their balance and fell to the ground at the sudden jolt. They looked dazed, their eyes filled with helplessness and confusion, and looked around in panic as they tried to comprehend what was going on. Inside the conference room, the height of Yi Qingxuan's mind climbed to great heights. Within view, the largest and most famous active volcano in Fusan was only a handful of 100 kilometers away. That's not even a short distance for Fuso's fastest Shinkansen. However, to Yi Qingxian at this moment, it was already considered close at hand. Buzz! The raging earth veins connected to his mind and soul, but they returned to calmness without even a ripple. After a few short breaths, Yi Qingxuan's mind regained its calmness and his eyes opened. He exhaled a breath of unending white air, a volcano symbolizing raging greatness that was now peacefully connected to his mind. At this moment, Yi Qingxian had perfect control over the flow of the earth veins of this active volcano. This meant that this Fusan's #1 active volcano had now become the palm of his hand. It's about time. Time for fireworks. The Taoist smiled faintly, and a red aura flickered in those radiant and vast golden eyes. The entire Fuso Tokyo area has just returned to peace. If it wasn't for the countless cries of alarm that were rising and falling in the city species at this moment, Prime Minister Fusan would have even thought that everything that had happened earlier was a dream. If it was not a dream, how could such an unbelievable scene happen in front of us? The Fusan councillors collapsed in various parts of the conference room. All of them looked at the Taoist who had returned to calmness, although everything was back to harmony, but based on the words of the party, they understood that the Taoist would not let Fusan go just like that. While they were guessing what the Taoist wanted to do, the Fuso Prime Minister's afterglow happened to glance through a broken hole in the wall and catch a glimpse of an unmistakably familiar blur of a mountain in the distant sky. It's the same active volcano that's the largest in Fuso. See Mount Fuji above the white clouds surrounded, looks peaceful and quiet, majestic, just so far from the view, it is not difficult to understand why Fusan every year so many people worship Mount Fuji, and even as the faith in the heart, or Fusan's spiritual totem. But this is clearly a scene similar to that of the past days, but in the bottom of the heart of the Prime Minister of Fusan, there is a cold chill that rises quietly. A terrible conjecture suddenly surfaced in his mind. This Lungfu Mountain Heavenly Master should not want to. No way. Never. That's a volcano that symbolizes the faith of countless Fuso people, the sacred mountain of Fuso. How could he, a Hakusha Taoist, dare, and how could he do it? Right at this moment, Yi Qingxian suddenly turned around and sat back down on the chair with an indifferent expression. Dukes. His fingers lightly knocked on the desktop. Clearly the force is slight, but in the void, it is like a meteorite wrapped in hundreds of thousands of tons of force from the sky, heavily smashed in a smooth flow of the earth veins. Wordlessly, this earth vein steeply went berserk, and the terrifying greatness contained within it began to spiral upwards. But the Prime Minister of Fusan, who was on the sidelines, didn't notice his movements in order to dispel the panic in his heart. This Fusan Prime Minister jerked his head up, too late to care about the several puzzled and odd lines of sight cast behind him, as he stared dead ahead at the distant head of Mount Fuji. Perhaps it was because he had been looking out for years, but at the moment he felt that the active volcano, which symbolized some kind of faith in Fusan, was undergoing some kind of irreversible and terrifying change. In the next second, the goosebumps on the entire back of Fusan Prime Minister had a hidden tendency to explode. In his vision, one could only see that the majestic and magnificent mountain was rapidly changing color, and was turning from a calm and peaceful grayish-white to a furious and crazy fiery red, as if it was brewing an extremely terrifying energy, and was about to spurt this energy out. Boom! At the same time, a slight and incomparable sense of vibration came clearly from the earth beneath him. Prime Minister Fusan's pupils contracted violently. Even if he was stupid, he understood what the Taoist had done just now. How could you do that? The Fusan Prime Minister looked back at the Taoist incredulously and cried out in disbelief, "Detonate Mount Fuji, even Hakusha will be affected." The words fell. Those Fusan legislators in the room who had just relaxed were suddenly tense once again, and many of them had a dumbfounded look on their faces. What did they hear? Detonate Mount Fuji? What a joke! A Fusan legislator, a believer in Mount Fuji, couldn't help but speak up, "Prime Minister, what mountain are you talking about detonating? Can you trouble?" Boom! A not-so-dramatic shaking interrupted him. Under the canopy, the entire active volcano was awakening at great speed, accompanied by a mild earthquake that was far less intense. But it was this slight earthquake that instantly made every Fuso councillor present become bloodless. After the previous baptism, they definitely didn't think that the Taoist could not trigger a more violent earthquake. The fact that the earthquake at hand is so mild can only mean one thing. That Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master who was leisurely sipping tea was not the source of the shock. Of course, even though he wasn't the source of the tremor, the shaking certainly had nothing to do with him. That, coupled with the fact that it was such a slight tremor, indicated that the source of the quake was far away from them. Associated with the Fuso Prime Minister's earlier exclamation of surprise. Mount Fuji is about 150 kilometers away. Perfectly meets the above criteria. That is to say, the people in the room subconsciously turned back in unison, and then there was an earthquake in the pupils of all of them, and even their brains, which were all a bit unclear originally, began to tremble. In the distant sky, the canopy had already transformed into a destructive fiery red color, and the Fusang Divine Mountain, which had been sleeping for hundreds of years, had already revived at this moment, as if expressing its dissatisfaction at being awakened. Splendid and violent flames gushed out, and surged towards the mountain in a vast and violent manner. Woohoo! A violent and strong gust of wind came late, instantly overturned the tables and chairs in the house, large and small doors and windows shattered in unison, blowing one of the pale Fuso members of parliament in doubt, dumbfounded in the gust of wind mess. In the distance, smoke rolled, flames rose, and fiery magma erupted from the center of the earth, raging like a dragon. Huge rocks were thrown into the air by the force of the eruption, like meteors across the sky, emitting a dazzling light. Lava cascades down, bringing with it a searing heat that burns all life with a valor that makes one feel small and vulnerable. Such a horrifying scene caused the entire nation within Fusan to panic, subconsciously gathering in various open spaces with bewildered looks on their faces. It was just that the mountainous magma seemed to be directed by someone, never able to break through the dozens of miles around the boundary or spread to the surrounding towns. But that alone was enough to send all the Fuso legislators in the room, who considered themselves knowledgeable, into a dead silence. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh. His icy cold voice did not carry a trace of emotion. A small punishment is a big punishment, so keep that in mind. In the future, if the offense is repeated, the poor Taoist doesn't mind sinking this incorrigible nation into the ocean. Chapter 103 Falling the Curtain. Be well. In the sight of a group of Fuso legislators in despair, Yi Qingxian got up and walked out of the conference room, his figure rising into the sky. In the meantime, below, at the entrance to the congressional headquarters, a dense crowd of Fusan journalists gathered, apparently wanting to take the opportunity to interview the young celestial master from Longhu Mountain. Behind these reporters, there were also crowds of Fuso nationals surrounding them. Some of them are residents of the neighborhood, some of them are residents of other places, and some of them are students of major Fusan colleges and universities. After hearing the news about this place, they all rushed here without stopping. The crowd at this moment about to that celestial teacher. There were many young Fuso men and women among them who even wanted to take this opportunity to worship under that Hakusha master. Their minds were clear, there was turmoil in the Blue Star Nations during this time, and it was obvious that something big was going to happen regarding the spirits. If one can worship under this heavenly master of Lung Fu Shan who shakes the earth when he raises his hands and throws his feet, the benefits are naturally self-evident. It's not their fault. After all, the scene that happened in Fusan just now had already made countless Fusan nationals feel a heartfelt shock. They all felt a sense of heavenly calamity like despair from this young Taoist. The Fuso people are much young in their bones. What's more, the other party was still in existence that was so strong that it was unreasonable, and even if they caused such destruction, they simply couldn't raise much resistance in their hearts. Instead, he wanted to quell the anger of that Longhu Mountain heavenly master as quickly as possible. Obviously, these Fusan nationals had been completely subdued by the successive divine power impacts. Now even if the Fusan Diet calls for all the people to join the army and wage war against Hakusha, there will be countless people who will turn against them on the verge of war. The difference between the two sides is just so obvious. When you are personally strong to a certain extent, it's not too much of a stretch to see how humble others can be to you. Phew! Just then, the crowd of onlookers saw a white dress rise up from the sky inside the Congress headquarters. After a gasp of surprise, countless lenses all came up, shutter sound after shutter sound, but unfortunately, they all only captured a long white trail. The real owner had long since disappeared without a trace. Is this the fairy of Hakusha? This just flew away? It's horrible. It's the first time in my entire life that I've experienced so many earthquakes in a row in one day. Damn it! This bunch of damn tax money assholes in the Diet, who usually do nothing serious, but at the critical time, they also invite such a horrible enemy to our Fuso. That makes sense. Fusan as a country is finished. Nah, Yumi Jam, I'm planning to go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain in Hankiori after I graduate to pay homage to my master. What about you? Aoya Makoan, I'm sorry, let's break up. Hey! Why? Doesn't Yumi-san like LW? No, it's that Yumemi Jam is now so full of that Dragon Tiger Mountain heavenly master that she can't like anyone else anymore. Nani? There was a lot of talk in the crowd, most of which carried off for that celestial master, and outside of the words, there was also a strong sense of yearning revealed. It can't be helped, handsome and capable young Taoist, even the enemies are confused when they look at them. And at the back of the crowd, the lava in the sky was still as brilliant as iron trees. Thanks to Yi Qingxuan's blockade, this grand and magnificent scene was extremely tense while still having an unrivaled deterrent utility. Predictable. For a long time to come, Fusan's parliament is afraid that the Longhu Mountain, Yi Qingxian, and other keywords, listed as a national high-risk documents, to avoid future generations due to misjudgment of the strength of both sides, thus generating conflict. Inside the conference room. With Yi Qingxuan's departure, Prime Minister Fusan covered his eyes in pain and slumped in his chair. The rest of the group was similarly disheveled. They understood that Fusan had been reduced to a complete and utter stepping stone this time. After that, the prestige in the international community will be in ruins, and no longer have the ability to compete with Hakuhodo. Even after the nuclear wastewater discharge program, I'm afraid that it will be greatly hindered. Moreover, it is necessary to fulfill Yi Qingxuan's 3 conditions. The combined impact of these events is much worse than the impact of the destruction of the Fuso shrine some time ago. The shrine was destroyed, and it was still able to claim to the outside world that it was the cause of a natural disaster and retain its face. But today's incident can be regarded as that heavenly master telling Fusan and the nations plainly. The poor Taoist alone can penetrate the defenses of your entire nation and tear apart the official prestige you hold so dear. It's a total nightmare. The Prime Minister of Fusan, who was disheveled to the core, squeezed his voice out of his throat and sighed. Go quickly, and start preparing the 3 things the Celestial Master said. Also, send more people to do some fake positive news and try to minimize the negative impact of this one a bit. Chapter 10 for the shock of the beautiful country. Beautiful country, inside the capital's palace. The head of the beautiful country had just sat his ass down on the chair in his office when he saw his personal secretary rushing into the office in a hurry. Heads. The look on the personal secretary's face was eager, and as soon as he entered the door, he hurriedly shouted, "The results from Fusan's side have come out. Should I report it to you now?" "Don't be in a hurry, why don't you take a sip of water first?" The headmaster pushed the tea away from the table without haste and laughed. So, how did it turn out? That Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master was seriously injured? Or did the Fusan officials make a compromise and let the injured Celestial Master leave? In his words, he seemed calm and unruffled, and just by looking at his demeanor, he made people subconsciously feel that things were under his control. Looks like the head has some judgment on how things will turn out. Seeing this, the personal secretary also instinctively relaxed for a few moments, and he subconsciously assumed that the head had not taken that Celestial Master's performance this time into consideration. Worthy of being the head of our country, it seems to know some national secrets that we underlings do not know. In front of the beautiful country's heritage, that Celestial Master is not enough to fear. This personal secretary was secretly shocked. Then, after taking 2 grateful sips of tea, the personal secretary shook her head and said in a tone that carried a few shocks. Neither, but that Celestial Master did leave Fusan now. I'm sure you've left. Headmaster nodded slightly. That was expected of him. After all, that Celestial Master was a representative of the Hakusha Shen sect, and although it would have been a stretch to say that he managed to leave Fusan, and a bit of a surprise to him, it wasn't really strange for that Celestial Master to have this kind of strength. Just don't know against Fusan's military power, let him suffer multiple injuries. The chief brain's mind raced with thoughts as he asked, seemingly casually. Have you tallied up the losses on the Fusan side? Tell them that we, the beautiful country, can reimburse them for their losses this time. After all, it was kind of a good show this time. Reimburse them? Mr. Headmaster, that's not good. The personal secretaries looked odd and stammered. What's wrong with that? The headmaster smiled slightly and explained in a serious tone, those fools in the Fusan Diet must be very sad right now, and if the beautiful country provides assistance at this time, there's no reason to worry about continuing to infiltrate Fusan in the future. Moreover, that Celestial Master is still an individual after all. Entering the country alone and fighting against the armed forces of the whole of Fusan must have been a struggle, right, and the damage caused must have been very limited. Therefore, I guess Fusan's losses won't be too high this time, at most about 10 fighters, plus about 10 armed tanks? Doesn't matter. This amount of resources, while not exactly gross for the beautiful kingdom, is not exactly what you would call an unacceptable loss. If we can further expand our control over all of Fuso through this amount of resources, it's a good deal. Go for it. After saying that, the head of the beautiful country leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, looking calm and relaxed. But the personal secretary remained frozen in place, looking hesitant, without the slightest intention to turn around and leave. Seeing this situation, the head frowned, some displeasure surfaced under his eyes, and he said in a deep voice. I'm talking about you, you've been slacking off lately, talking back on a lot of things I say, what do you want? Have a problem with my decisions? No, Mr. President, I don't have any problem with your decision. The personal secretary hurriedly waved her hand and asked stiffly. It's just that I'm worried that you might not have read the financial report of Fuso's loss this time? You mean, my guess is wrong? Headmind murmured as his frown stretched a bit. Could it be that Fuso has suffered a great loss this time? Aha! The personal secretary was silent for 2 seconds before nodding heavily. He whirled around and handed the head a stack of reports in his hand. The head frowned as he took the report, and after briefly flipping through it, his expression gradually turned brilliant. 156 new fighters, 319 heavy tanks, more than 50 kilometers of large buildings collapsed, all large and small buildings in a radius of about 40 miles were vaporized, and the Fuji erupted again after 100 years, damaging more than 10 miles of mountain fields in the area, and the related Fuso soldiers were lost. The head of the beautiful country couldn't help but lose his voice as he shouted out what was written on the report, his originally calm and gentle voice trembling at the moment, saying, This. What a joke! Fuso is going head-to-head with Hakusha? This reported loss is outrageous. Just looking at this list, he'd believe it when he said that Fuso had been bombed by dozens of nuclear bombs on the mainland. This is simply incomprehensible. This head of the beautiful country couldn't have imagined that Fusan's losses would be so exaggerated even if he had thought about it. In his cognizance, only a full-scale war between the official Hakusha and Fusan could have created such a horrifying situation. Could it be that the Hakusha official saw that Celestial Master was distracted in Fusan, and in the heat of the moment, directly messed over a few Dongfeng Express? No, this is crazy. The top officials of Hakusha are not fools, surely they know the consequences of this. The head of the beautiful country's brow was almost wrinkled together, and he felt like his brain was going to dry fire with this list. Feelings you really do not know. Seeing this, the personal secretary's eyelids fluttered wildly as he could see the shock of his own head. Also thought the list of damages on that report was outrageous. Not to mention that this is no longer a loss that can be calculated in a short period of time. The initial judgment of the economic loss is over $1 trillion. Not to mention, Fusan was forced to agree to 3 conditions of that celestial master. It can't be helped that celestial master named Yi Qingxian is too exaggerated. The personal secretary felt her worldview crumble and reshape when she thought about the relevant footage she'd seen today. It was only then that the head of the beautiful country snapped back from the report, his eyes about to drip blood looking at the secretary in anger. What the hell is going on here? If Hakusha officials really used large-scale nuclear weapons on Fusan, then the United Nations will strongly condemn it, and the beautiful country will step in to intervene. No, sir. The personal secretary's throat rolled and his voice was dry as he said, Hakusha's officials haven't made any unusual moves other than amassing a large fleet around the South China Sea. And all these losses in Fusan were hard fought by that Lung Fu Mountain Heavenly Master, all by himself. The air in the whole office was dead silent. The head of the beautiful country felt like his intelligence was being insulted, but after seeing the horrified expression on the secretary's face that didn't seem to be a forgery, he had to believe the words coming out of the other's mouth. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, the head asked with difficulty. Then that heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, when he left, did he have serious injuries on his body? The personal secretary looked a little dimmer and smiled back bitterly. Sir, when that celestial master left, he looked the same as when he came. On an anachronistic note, I don't even think his hair is messed up. Chapter 105, The 3 Armies Arrayed and Clipped. Meanwhile, over the South China Sea. The air currents around Yi Qingxian surged, blowing his Dao robes over, and behind him was a milky white trailing trail, with an unobstructed view of the stunning seascape below. Just by looking at his hand alone, even if one said that he was an immortal who had attained enlightenment, there would be no one who would not believe him. Combined with his white jade-like skin, his handsome-to-the-core looks, and this conspicuous ancient-style red and white Taoist robe on his body, the credibility was even higher. If you go skulking around some comic convention, you'd think you'd be surrounded by the beautiful girls on the floor, confessing their love like crazy. It's kinda bittersweet. Yi Qingxuan's mind, however, was not on this right now, even though he knew that his looks were outstanding. His mind was now set on contemplating what he intended to do afterward. For this reason, he even slowed down his flight speed a bit. The speed, now, is about 1,224 kilometers per hour. Yi Qingxian advanced towards the territory of Hakusha. As for the follow-up. Right now there are still more than 8,000 points in hand, which can raise either of the 2 heavenly deity methods to LV8, but then the other one will only be stuck at LV1. Is it really time to go and kill some demons? Yi Qingxuan's mind churned with thoughts. In addition, according to his senses, a large-scale revival of spirituality would be 2 months from now at the latest. By that time, the territories of the countries of the Blue Planet will be in the midst of paranormal phenomena, both large and small. These psychic phenomena were definitely accompanied by various risks. As for what exactly, Yi Qingxian was not sure. However, if that talisman of deducing heaven's chance was used, one should be able to know the exact developments that would follow. Not necessarily, even the strongest heavenly chance talisman also needs the medium of divination. Maybe after using it, nothing can be calculated, but also for nothing to take a great avatar talisman. Yi Qingxuan's mind wandered. In that case, it's better not to use that talisman up casually. Preparing for it step by step, at most alerting the heads of the major sects and the official Hakusha, and then obediently waiting for a large-scale resurgence of spirituality would be the best course of action. Since that's the case, it's true that we should take advantage of this time to raise the 2 heavenly deity laws to perfection. This is also a good way to deal with subsequent emergencies. Although it was a bit of a fanfare, I'm afraid that the next step is to let those dormant demons in Hakusha feel a little bit of a small shock from the Zhengdian Master's office. There was no need to focus only on Hakusha. If there was a relevant spirit demon in another country, Yi Qingxian wouldn't mind going along to get rid of a demon. It would help the Tianshifu make a name for itself overseas as well as earn some points for itself. Old dang, don't worry, the Heavenly Master's mansion will flourish in the hands of my disciple. Yi Qingxian sighed with some nostalgia, and clouds of the past appeared before his eyes. He vaguely remembered the latter's look of both relief and complexity when he had bested his own master for the first time. At that time, he was still too green to understand the meaning in his own master's eyes, and was only immersed in the joy of defeating his master. Now that I think about it, if he could have been unassuming at the time, the previous heavenly master might have told him more about the hidden secrets of the spirits, instead of hastily dropping the inheritance password and then evaporating from Longhu Mountain. Yi Qingxian had also actively searched for traces of his own old Deng during the years he had been in office, but unfortunately, they all came up empty-handed. Not even a single piece of the Taoist robe that had ever been worn could be found. Otherwise, Yi Qingxian would inevitably cast the Heavenly Chance Talisman without hesitation to see if he could directly retrieve his own master. Take a step and see what happens. At the very least, I can't let Hakusha go wrong during my tenure. Yi Qingxian sighed quietly in his heart, pulling his thoughts back in the present. Looking down at the sparkling sea below. Suddenly, Yi Qingxian raised his eyebrows lightly as he noticed a crowed fleet docked on the sea in the distance, and on one of the ships, the bright red flag of Hankiori was fluttering. With his eyesight, he could still see the deck filled with frenzied-looking Hakusha warriors. And on the huge ship at the very front, an old man in a Zhongshan suit stood straight at the very front of the group. Being in the Hakusha military, one of the highest status few, the old man's face had wrinkles, and that ancient face carried a rare smile, thinking that something good had happened to put him in a happy mood. Seeing this situation, Yi Qingxuan's eyes instinctively showed a look of good trouble. This atmosphere, at first glance, was here to greet him. Yi Qingxian had wanted to pretend that he couldn't see it and fly directly back to the territory of Hankiori, and afterward, in a very sincere manner, he said that he hadn't seen it. To be honest, he wasn't too keen on the fanfare of the welcome. However, considering that he was the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, and that Hakusha's army had acted out of good intentions, ignoring was really a heartbreaking act. In the end, Yi Qingxian still shook his head with a lost smile as he quickly lowered his flight altitude and flew towards the fleet at the very front. At the sight of his figure, the eyes of that old man in the Chinese mountain suit lit up, and he hurriedly arched his hand and saluted with an extremely serious attitude. Wow! The army behind them saluted in unison, and it was extremely spectacular to look at. When Yi Qingxian stood on the deck, the old man in the Chinese mountain suit was the first to open his mouth and laughed out loud. "Welcome back, Heavenly Master." As soon as his words fell, a burst of neat and solemn voices synthesized from the army behind him, and a mountainous roar of cheers resounded over the waters. "Welcome back, Heavenly Master! Welcome back, Heavenly Master!" The sound shook the sky and the earth, and it was indescribably shocking. Even Yi Qingxian, who was originally feeling a bit awkward, felt a lot more comfortable after hearing this welcoming sound. Is this what is known as a family affair? He laughed softly inwardly. If he didn't have his heart set on Hakusha, he wouldn't have traveled to Fusan so aggressively to battle the local Fusan Yin and Yang masters even if he was guided by the mission. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian politely returned the salute and smiled. Blessed infinite heavenly Father, you are all welcome. The poor Taoist is but an ordinary Taoist priest, and cannot be greeted by such a large battle by all of you. The old man in the middle mountain outfit looked at the young Taoist with a humble tone and calm demeanor, and the feeling of respect in his heart grew stronger. As things stood, he could assert. This young celestial master of Longhu Mountain is a national treasure that Hakusha deserves to protect with all his might. As for whether or not people needed Hakusha's protection, that was another story. The old man smiled brightly and laughed towards Yi Qingxian. Heavenly Master need not be polite. This is the treatment you deserve, and I still don't think this battle is enough. If you're fine for the rest of the day, why don't you stay for a meal before you leave? Poor Taoist also has the exact same intention, and there are still some things that I want to inform you all in advance. Yi Qingxuan's voice was polite and calm. This way, Heavenly Master. Chapter 106, Shaking the Universe. The words are split. Along with Yi Qingxuan's trip to Fusan coming to an end, the level of topics on the internet in Hakusha regarding Yi Qingxuan's trip also managed to be completely triggered. At this moment, on the short video platform, there was arguably one edited video after another about Yi Qingxuan's battles. As long as the editing skills are over the top, each video will have millions of likes at the very least, as well as tens of millions of views. There are even people who specifically search for related phrases and bookmark all the related clip videos and play them on a loop. Without any other reason, the contemporary Heavenly Master's battle posture possessed an irresistible magic power for every Hakusha with a passionate heart. For a while, the comments related to Shivering Sea were hotly debated. All eyes on me, I have an announcement to make, Taoist Master Yi will be my idol from now on. There's no need to announce this kind of thing? I'm directly Taoist Master Yi's dog. Good point upstairs. I'll hold you on my next date with Taoist Master Yi. In hell, hurry up with a piss yellow one to nourish this nymphomaniac pussy upstairs. I'm diabetic, so I'm afraid I'll give her a taste for it. Needless to say anything else, as far as this wave of the Heavenly Master crushing Fusan is concerned, I dare say it's definitely the first in 2,000 years for Longhu Mountain. 2,000 years in Longhu Mountain? The first person in 5,000 years in Hakusha. It's so combustible, so combustible. I can't sleep after watching a dozen or so edited videos, tossing and turning in my bed with excitement. Who isn't? I'm excited to dear 10 rounds in my room. Upstairs is so disgusting, want to dear straight to say, don't ing bring up Taoist Master Yi. Taoist Master Yi will be the god of my heart in the future. Isn't Taoist Yi an immortal? Casual nuclear explosion level spells, plus hard hitting the Fusan army and stepping into the air, what the is this if not a god? Laughing my ass off. I just watched the news over in Fusan, and it said, Yi Qingxian, the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, was calm and composed in the encirclement of the Fusan army, and there was no one to stop him. It turns out that they can also boast about people Don't be awkwardly black owl. Fusan's dog-licking skills are top-notch. Back in the day, they gave our ancestors a good licking. Ha 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 ha. Usually I see so many Fuso media denigrating, but this time it's actually all shock and praise, eye-opening. Who says otherwise? These Fuso people really do need to be beaten into submission like this, to be honest. You may all be joking, but I'm really excited to death. I want to go straight to Dragon Tiger Mountain to worship the master. You're the only one who's excited. My grandfather read the news about Taoist Master Yi and is now clamoring for my son to be sent to Dragon Tiger Mountain to learn the art. Dragon Tiger Mountain's test is very strict, isn't it? I also want to go. There was a constant buzz on the internet, with netizens clearly extremely satisfied with Yi Qingxuan's battle results, and even the latter himself was being pushed. The older generation of Hakusha nationals were even more greatly energized. They, who already had a deep hatred for Fusang, were not to mention how happy they were to learn that a foreign celestial master had run to Fusang single-handedly and crumbled Fusang's military force so hard that even the situation had become a mess. As the saying goes, my enemy's pain is my pleasure. The more the enemy suffers, the more it proves I'm in the right. These older generation of Hakka nationals directly in the mind, the status of the Longhu Mountain on limited elevation, but also demanded that the state to the celestial masters to arrange villas and other material conditions, to prevent the celestial masters to run away to other countries. The idea is simple and sincere. And because the heat of this event was so high, even the two small fairy shrines, Little Sweet Potato and Scarf, had heard of the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's deeds this time. An absolute portion of the users also expressed their adoration and shock at Yi Qingxuan's actions this time. However, there were still some oddballs who thought that Yi Qingxuan's action this time was too loud and had caused incalculable economic losses to Fusan, and demanded a public apology from Longhu Mountain. These little fairies even formed a spontaneous topic club, using Yi Qingxian being a male as a reason to demand that Longhu Mountain introduce a female heavenly master, otherwise it would be sexist. As a condition, they said that as long as Lung Fushan behaved themselves, they could believe in Taoism and could go to Lung Fushan once a year to offer incense. The Lungfu Mountain officials naturally would not spoil them. The answers given are clean and concise. Believe it or not, get out. This reply immediately triggered the emotional points of many netizens, causing them all to break into soothing smiles. Damn, used to seeing the official number when the head of the turtle, the first time I encountered such a hard-headed, actually dared to hard with these brain-dead fairy, cool. They have been posting below the relevant topics, mocking these individual fairies who want to bring the tempo of Lungfu Mountain. Every netizen's mouth was as hardened as poison, and in just 10 minutes or so, these fairies had broken their defenses. Just as they tried to fight back, their accounts, along with their cell phone IPs, were permanently banned by a hurriedly arriving bib review. The operation confused the fairies. They usually bring negative beats from all areas, they've never been outright banned like this before. Moreover, it was an account that they had worked hard to raise, and it was actually directly banned permanently by the audit. What a joke! On the other hand, after banning hundreds of accounts in a blaze of glory, the Scarf reviewer in charge of the matter finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Then couldn't help but curse angrily. Bunch of psychopaths. No brain? It's fine if you usually like to make counterintuitive remarks, but now you even dare to bring the rhythm of Longhu Mountain? He was originally immersed in the fervor of this event to eat melon, but he had never thought that someone actually dared to bring the rhythm of Longhu Mountain in the Scarf, and the spearhead was also directly pointed at that celestial master. That scared him half to death. It is important to know that all of the current large social media platforms in Hakuhodo Summer have all been sternly warned by the officials that they are not allowed to indulge in any rhythmic topics targeting Longhu Mountain. In order to express the anger in his heart, this audit resolutely handed over the information of the members of this topic group to the relevant local police department. These little fairies with no brains are just waiting to be invited to the station for tea. This auditor thought viciously in the back of his mind. After clearing out these brain-dead remarks, the entire online platform of Hankiori was filled with praises for the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's office. On the international forums outside of Hakusha, the heat about the attack on Fusan was soaring with an incomparably terrifying momentum even without the relevant push stream. Netizens from various countries expressed their shock at the strange young Taoist, and they couldn't believe their eyes. My God! Are you teasing me? A man who beat Fusan's army to a rout? Is he that god? It's already in our newspapers. It's absolutely true. I can't believe it. How can something so magical be real? Does anyone understand how I feel? I can't take it either. It's like one of those superheroes from the Beautiful Country movie. But this is reality. Friend. I've checked the information, and this young gentleman is none other than the contemporary Heavenly Master of Hakusha's Dragon Tiger Mountain. I can take some of that now. Celestial Master? Is that a position? You can understand that it's the leader of Longhu Mountain. Their mountain lineage has been passed down for more than 2,000 years, which is also extremely long when placed in Hanyusha. Immortal art. This is Hakusha immortal art. Do all Hakusha people know this? I don't think so, then they would have ruled Blue Star long ago. Longhu Mountain has some connection with our stick country, it's in our history books. Come on. A country that rubs Hakusha the wrong way with its weather forecasts, don't flatter yourself. The Fusan side has succumbed. The level of destruction is so exaggerated, that Celestial Master is practically superhuman. Countless people at the international forum were shocked into skepticism by the news about it. They just couldn't believe that a country that was at the forefront of the world in terms of comprehensive national strength would be crushed head-on by a single person. The impact was unparalleled for them, who prized individual heroism. All, after a long period of shock, a large number of LWF fans have sprung up in various countries. Officials at the top level of the countries even said one after another. That youth contains the energy to destroy the world. Chapter 107 Reasons. Hakusha, South China Sea. At this moment, the sky was shrouded by night, and on a huge Hakusha ship, a large number of Hakusha warriors were standing, all of them guarding around the deck, their sights gazing out over the distant sea. From time to time, people turned back to that young Taoist with honorable eyes. The young Taoist at the moment was sitting in front of a wooden table, one hand propped up on his chin, and one hand casually flipping through the online news. And the old man in the Chinese mountain suit sat across from him, holding a jug of wine altar and pouring wine with a solemn expression. From the mouths of the warriors, Yi Qingxian learned that the old man's surname was Nia, and that he was one of the most powerful few bigwigs in the Hakusha military. At Nia Lao's gracious invitation, he was semi-forced to stay on the ship. And by the looks of the other guy, he's afraid he's going to have to finish his drink before he can leave. However, to be able to pour wine and read the newspaper on Hakusha's ship is an incredible thing to put on anyone's mind. But at this moment, there is no letter to the summer warriors are dissatisfied, on the contrary, doubly honored. The respect they had for Yi Qingxian in their hearts was that exaggerated. In front of the wooden table, Yi Qingxian couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising as he took in the discussions of the netizens in the relevant comment section. The vast majority of netizens were shocked by the results of his trip, and the confidence in their hearts soared. This is great, and the high level of self-confidence will benefit them in their future path in life. In that case, although this trip to Fusan was considered to have taken a bit of effort on his part, that effort was clearly not in vain. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh. Speaking of which, I'm sure he wouldn't have to worry about points if his system was giving them according to reputation, right? I'm afraid that point count went straight to the bottom. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian silently exhaled and put down his cell phone, his eyes looking across the room. Elder Nya, who was dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, had already poured the wine at the moment. He noticed Yi Qingxuan's line of sight and asked with a smile. Did the Celestial Master see the discussion on the internet now? See? Yi Qingxian took the bowl of wine. Any thoughts? Well. Yi Qingxian replied, it's sort of expected, and poor Taoist can understand why everyone's emotions are high. Nia Lao nodded thoughtfully, then sipped his wine and said with some emotion. I initially thought that you, Celestial Master, ran to Fusan to punish them for trespassing on Longhu Mountain, but it turns out that was only one of the reasons. Yi Qingxian raised his eyebrows lightly and smiled lightly. What makes Elder Nye think so? Do you think that there are other reasons for poor Tao's trip? Of course, you don't see how much noise you've made this time. Elder Nye laughed and said, if you're just doing this for the sake of what's going on Lungfu Mountain, this trip to clear out the Tekawawa family would be considered the end of the operation. That's what we thought at first, so we just sent some undercover agents from within Fuso with the intention of picking you up afterward. But what about the results? At this point in the conversation, the old man's eyes instinctively lit up, and he continued with some excitement. You just wiped all the buildings around the Tekawawa house off the map. There could be a lot of Fuso military factories hidden there. Didn't you see how anxious the Fusan officials were? We are all sweating for you. Seeing their troops in action, we also started mobilizing our troops on the hoof, heading towards Fusan with the intention of picking you up. And it turns out that before you even got to us, one of them put Fuso through the roof. The old man's tone became more and more agitated, and at the end of his words, there were even more than a few hints of incredulity. Fusan's military power should not be underestimated, otherwise Hakusha would not have let it remain until today. But such military power, in the hands of the Taoist in front of him, it was like an unbearable porcelain, breaking at the touch. You are simply too strong, and the resulting noise is so great that it is terrifying. The old man's eyes were filled with awe as he said, if it was purely for the sake of what happened on Longhu Mountain, you would never have gone so far. So, I think there's something else. If you don't mind, you might like to say something? Yi Qingxian propped his chin on his palm and looked sideways at the gradually deepening night, seemingly casually. The poor Taoist heard a saying a long time ago, called woe is not as good as the children and grandchildren. The poor man didn't recognize that statement at the time, but then he grew up and had a deeper thought. That is, woe may fall short of the children, but only if the favor also falls short of their children. The poor Taoist used to think that Acacia, with its vast land and favorable conditions, has been a powerful nation since ancient times. Why is it that by now the people in the country are worse off than the barbarian people of a small, bullet-ridden country? The answer to this question was understood when the poor man was a little older. Because the money and resources that belonged to the people of Hakodate were taken away from them by others decades ago. They brutally murdered the ancestors of the Hakka people and used the rich resources they robbed to give their descendants a life more than 10 times more wonderful and easy than the descendants of their victims. They then rewrote their own history, concealed their crimes from future generations and told the descendants of their victims that they wanted both sides to put aside their past enmity and to live in harmony and non-aggression in the future. Non-aggression? Yi Qingxian drank down the fine liquor held in his cup, his light laughter sounding slightly icy. Why didn't they say that earlier? Chapter 108 Aura Storm. It's only now that things have come to this point that they say let go of hatred and look to the future and other such scenes. The poor Taoist really finds them disgusting. Yi Qingxian placed the wine glass in his hand on the table, his handsome face was as cold as ice and frost, and said indifferently. And in the face of such an enemy, the young people of Hakushu can only look at the social welfare over there while putting up with the flawed rhetoric from the mouths of those Fusanese peacemakers on the internet. And finally, to be asked by the other side to put aside their hatred and long live peace. To this, the poor man only wants to say, screw viva la paz. Like this kind of small border barbarians who have one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes, it is them that the poor Taoist is fighting. Nye Lao froze as he listened, opening his mouth but failing to speak. As far as he could remember, this was the first time Yi Qingxian had said such words with a straight face. I have long heard that in Taoist culture there is the saying, if you say the dirty words out loud, your heart will be clean. The moral principle of. I didn't realize it was real. Elder Nye couldn't help but smack his lips and ask. Are these the reasons for your ruthlessness this time, Heavenly Master? Not really. Vast golden light surged out from the bottom of Yi Qingxuan's eyes, and his entire aura was lofty and steady. He said in a bland tone, the poor Taoist just thinks that 100 years of national hatred is difficult to be pacified in the ocean. A slight punishment this time, and I hope they will recognize their position in the future. Elder Nye's eyes flickered, and his entire body fell silent once more. A slightly smaller punishment. No, Heavenly Master, you actually call this action a slight punishment, huh? This operation, those who don't know thought you were going to sink Fuso, you actually said it was a small punishment. And by the way, you don't seem to think it's enough? For a moment, it seemed as if 10,000 unknown divine beasts were racing through Nye Lao's heart, extremely raw grass. He organized a large number of words in his mind at a rapid pace, wanting to elaborate on the destruction of Fusang this time, thus allowing Yi Qingxian to face up to the extent of the sensation of this operation, as well as the scale of the destruction. However, he quickly thought of another time. It's not another country that Tianxia is fighting, it's Fusan across the sea. If it's Fuso, it looks like really acceptable? Nya Lao was thoughtful. Nya Lao was enlightened. Nya Lao came to a realization. It's not bad to be a celestial master who never treats his enemies softly. The most sincere smile instantly appeared on Elder Nya's face as he said in an exclamatory tone. I see, the heavenly master's view is quite emotional even for old me to hear. He half stood up and quickly filled up Yi Qingxuan's wine, sighing afterward. I am ashamed to say that the old man has lived a long time, and is himself a personal witness of those things, and nowadays, he actually adapts to this mode of peaceful coexistence. Alas! No harm done. Yi Qingxian raised his hand to interrupt his pouring of wine and also interrupted his speech, smiling lightly. It is human nature to yearn for peace. But know that the peace at hand is due to the similarity of the strength of the two sides. We have two responses to the Fusan barbarians, one is to always be on guard, like you usually do. The other is what the poor Tao is doing now, using absolute strength to beat them into submission, which will at least keep them quiet for 100 years. So it is. Elder Nya nodded thoughtfully, he did not dispute what Yi Qingxian had said. On the premise that the comprehensive national strength could not make a cliff lead, it was obviously an undesirable thing to venture into war, so Hakusha and Fusan could live in peace with each other until now. However, even if a war is started, Hakusha is not afraid of Fuso in the slightest, that's all, it's just that there will be some necessary price to pay that way. As for the second countermeasure, Yi Qingxian said. Oh heavenly master, it is only a super specialized being like you that finds excuses. Just don't hesitate to punch a world power. If we look at the countries of the blue planet, which one of them has to think twice before moving against Fusan? Even if you don't look at Fusan's strength, you have to look at the face of the beautiful country behind you. Not to mention the fact that it wasn't a country that wanted to make a move, but a young Taoist priest who was mediocre in every way except for his good looks. Tianxia is so powerful. This leading elder of the Hakusha military sighed inwardly as his line of sight subconsciously landed on the young Taoist sipping wine across from him. Just see the Taoist, a pair of black pupils, God-ink convergence, from time to time flashed a flash of gold color, common unhurried temperament, neat atmosphere of red and white Taoist robes in his body, looks extremely majestic and solemn. If it wasn't for those who knew the inside story, no one would believe that it was such a Tao-robed youth who had hardened Fusan's military power. Which immortal is this that has descended to the earth? The aura is really so big that it scares people to death. Nya Lao inwardly marveled. At the same time, there was an extra surge in the heart that nothing could match a sense of security. Retracting his thoughts, the old man asked curiously. By the way, earlier the Heavenly Master said that there was something he wanted to tell me in advance? What exactly is it? The matter of spiritual revival should not be unfamiliar to you, right? Yi Qingxian put the wineglass down, cleared his throat, and opened his mouth to ask. Naturally, it's not unfamiliar. Quite a few of the trickier demons and evils were still beheaded with the help of you and the disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Old me remembers it very clearly. Elder Nya nodded slightly. The simple fact is that the resurgence of spirituality up to this point in time has only been an appetizer, like going to a fancy restaurant for dinner. The real main course comes next. Yi Qingxian said in a flat tone. Appetizers? Main course? A somewhat puzzled Nya Lao scratched his head and asked, do you mean that the scale of the psychic resurgence will get bigger and bigger next? Nice. Yi Qingxian raised his hand and drank down the wine in his cup, stood up and walked slowly to the edge of the deck. The moonlight was deep, bright moonlight sprinkled on the surface of the sea. He calmly looked at the indistinct dream-like light in front of him. His voice calmly said. Elder Nya, just imagine it as two worlds colliding. Our world has a thin aura because of the Jedi Sky Pass, so it's difficult for elves and monsters to become established, and the progress of cultivators is relatively slow. And the one on the other side is a new world full of auras and ghosts. The two worlds collide, and a large amount of aura follows the collision and comes here from that side of the world, awakening the demons that are dormant here, and that's why we have a large number of paranormal events at the front end of the time. And next, as the collision of the two worlds deepens and the density of auras continues to rise, the auras of our world will more than likely fully recover. When that time comes, a large-scale aura storm is not to be talked about how to defend against it for now. Let's first say that after the storm, I'm afraid that the entire Blue Star's spiritual demons and devils will be born as if they were blowing out of the ground. Along with Yi Qingshuan's words, Elder Nia's brows gradually tightened. The Divine Master. Are you serious when you say this analogy? Is there really a world crashing through? Well, poor Taoist isn't sure. Yi Qingxian shook his head, his expression leisurely. It's just that there's a sense of urgency in my heart that a mountain rain is coming, and the poor Taoist hasn't felt this way for more than 10 years. If there really is a world like that, maybe they have a way to follow the gap to our world. However, there is one thing that the poor Taoist can be sure of: in 2 months, there will be a storm of aura that will be enough to sweep the globe, and there will be an endless stream of demons in the aftermath. It's no secret that the scale of the aura storm is staggering, and over the next 2 months, the countries will surely be able to detect this upcoming aura storm through various means as well. Then, does the Heavenly Master mean that he wants us to hurry up and repair the relevant defense buildings in order to withstand the storm? Nia Lao asked seriously. Hakusha's construction speed was world famous, and as long as the Taoist in front of him gave the order, thousands of defense fortresses could rise up in a short period of time. Surprisingly, Yi Qingxian shook his head. No, it doesn't have to be built. Elder Nia saw that the young Taoist in front of him smiled faintly, his flat voice carrying a domineering aura that swallowed mountains and rivers. The aura storm will be left to the poor Taoist to deal with. So what are we preparing for? After the aura eruption, many cultivators with cultivation qualifications will emerge, and what Hakusha has to prepare for is the relevant cultivation organizations. Chapter 109: Fuso Official Sliding Knee. As the saying goes, everything has to be explained. With such a big commotion in Fusan's territory, it is only natural to give an explanation to Fusan's nationals. In Fuso's official general news, Yi Qingxian and the Fusan official battle was evenly matched, and it was the entire mountain gate of Longhu Mountain fighting against the Fusan army. Both sides fought openly and secretly for a full 2 months. As for the huge commotion on that day, it was merely the result of the excessive noise from the duel between the two sides. Finally, as to Longhu Mountain, Tianshi was injured. Fusan officials see casualties too large, take the initiative to negotiate peace. The two sides concluded a pact of friendship, Fusan and Longhu Mountain, in the future non-aggression, this matter before the end of the day. After the fall, Fusan's official media said that the largest active volcano in the territory erupted by chance, not a contemporary celestial master doing it off the cuff, as rumored on the internet, and called on everyone to disbelieve rumors and not spread them. In addition, Fusan officials claimed that 3 famous local shrines, Fire Shrine, Sea Shrine, and Mountain Shrine, had repeatedly lied about the instructions of the Fusan Diet during the conflict, which directly led to the head-on clash between the Fusan army and the Longfushan celestial masters. The heads of the 3 families have been sentenced to death, the buildings surrounding the shrines have been seized, and the clansmen have all been sentenced and authorized to be arrested. Moreover, there will be a thorough investigation of the ships that traveled from the territory to Hakodate some time ago. Revise some of the textual errors that occur in history textbooks in colleges and universities. In order to express the friendship with Longhu Mountain, more than 2 million pieces of Hakka cultural relics will be sent back to the territory of Hakka. The implication revealed between the lines, "Do not know," also thought they were paying tribute to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. A lot of tossing and turning is considered to have saved the honor of Fusan officials. Originally a one-sided crushing situation, hard in the mouth of Fusan reporters, turned into an evenly matched grueling battle. There are also many media organizations claiming that the Longfu Shan Heavenly Master was seriously injured in the battle and will likely not live long after returning home. In response, Fuso territory. The vast majority of Fusan nationals, while holding a skeptical attitude, believed Fusan's official rhetoric. The credibility of Congress is there, and the persuasive power is still there. This is thanks to the fact that celestial master didn't go for the play with the most pop-ups parading Fuso's congressmen through the streets. Some Fusan practitioners who were in the know, on the other hand, feared that celestial master to the extreme, and many of them chose to flee the city and return to their old fields to farm, intending to spend their old age in peace on that. Hell knows if that temperamental young Taoist would be enraged by Fusan's official false briefing. If one more annoyance killed them, the cultivators staying in the city, would not even be able to run. Beyond that, there was also a considerable number of Fuso nationals who, upon learning of this, set out from Fuso in the direction of Hakusha. Don't get me wrong, they didn't want revenge, they just wanted to worship under that divine youth and become a member of that heavenly master's house. They are not the only ones who think the same way. Above the blue star, all the countries that got the news, after seeing the video related to that heavenly master, there were big action pulling full of people from their own countries, taking all kinds of transportation, heading towards the heavenly master's mansion. For a while, words like Hakusha Immortal Technique set off a global craze. Despite all the fuss on the outside, on the part of the people involved. Hakusha Territory, Longhu Mountain, Heavenly Master's Mansion. Master, this Fusan media is really hateful. After being warned by you like this, they still dare to distort the facts. The stunningly beautiful looking and cool temperament of the young Taoist priestess angrily received the newspaper and looked at Yi Qingxian, who was lying on the chair with a calm expression, and couldn't help but say, "It's okay." Yi Qingxian waved his hand and lost his smile, an expected thing. If they don't say so, do they still want to make all the facts about being defeated by Master public? It doesn't exist, and there's no harm in fudging the rhetoric a little bit as long as it's done properly. Rather, that's just the way they always do it. Besides, it's not too late to clean them up when the aura storm passes. There was no one else in the room, so the master and disciple were not too formal. But disciple is still angry. Zui viciously ground his small tiger teeth and... Another Fusan newspaper actually said that you were actually defeated, but the Fusan officials said it was an even match for the sake of your face. What? They are actually so shameless? Yi Qingxian sat up violently and asked incredulously. The party's composure was gone. Yes. Zoe angrily handed over the paper. It's actually true, damn it, it's just a matter of tarnishing the poor Taoist's reputation, but it actually dares to smear our Longhu Mountain, it's really audacious. Yi Qingxian gritted his teeth after he quickly swept his eyes twice. Zuer, quickly go and investigate, the poor Taoist wants to slap this editor-in-chief's head. Understood, disciple will go and check the bottom of that newspaper. Zui fished out his cell phone from his sleeve, his tone cold. Half a minute later, she handed the results to Yi Qingxian with a disappointed look on her face. The news said that newspaper was forced to disband the next day, and the editor-in-chief was taken in for questioning by a large group of Fuso soldiers. Well, they're still moving weirdly fast. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh and sat back in his chair. It was also said on the news that as they were leaving, the group of Fuso soldiers mouthed the words, "Baka Yalu. Why did you publish such an article? You are showing great disrespect to the heavenly master of Lungfu Mountain." Chapter 110, The Master's Rebellious Disciple. After a brief interlude, calm returned to the house. Zui placed the newspaper on the stone table, moved a bench and sat down next to Yi Qingxuan's legs. Master, recently more and more people have been coming to our Dragon Tiger Mountain to pay their respects. The young girl raised her plain hand and pulled a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice clear and crisp, not only from within Hakusha, but also young people from the beautiful country, the Stick country, and the Mao country. My disciple has seen that even the Fusan side has come with a whole bunch of young people, and there are some really qualified ones among them. My disciple has told the disciples of Longhu Mountain, once these people said they came to worship the master, all of them replied that they would not be accepted for the time being, but quite a few of them stayed directly under the mountain, and it looked as if they would not leave without worshipping in Longhu Mountain. Master, you say, do we really insist on not taking it? There is no rush. Yi Qingxian casually sipped the tea on the table with a leisurely expression. This is the National Security Bureau to send a good Longjing, 2 days ago, Qin for gold specifically to bring some good. But to be honest, Yi Qingxian didn't really love it. Compared to that, he preferred Coke sparkling water. But drinking tea helped to emphasize his heavenly master's steady temperament, which was considered a necessity in order to do well in front of his disciples and disciples. If people knew that the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain loved to drink Fat House happy water, I don't know how many people would be shocked. Why? Zoe, who was underneath her, tilted her head slightly and asked suspiciously. Master, haven't you been saying a lot during this period of time that a mountain rain is coming? If we take in more disciples now, we'll definitely be able to line up some use when the time comes, right? Yi Qingxian held the teacup in his hand and asked softly. What do you think? What kind of people come to worship now? People who look up to Longhu Mountain, or those who look up to you, Master? Zui replied without hesitation. Then why do they look up to Longhu Mountain, and why do they look up to Master? That's because Master, you've been showing great power all this time, cutting down demons, sweeping through northern Burma, and suppressing Fusan, plus your stature when you're fighting the enemy, it's really... Zui two eyes let go, the beautiful little face slightly red, looks a little excited, as if counting the family said. This junior uncle, who had always been cool on Longhu Mountain, was apparently just like a fanatical little fangirl. I said stop. Yi Qingxian raised his hand to interrupt her narration and lost his smile. In short, they came to worship the mountain because their master seemed to do as he pleased and as he wished, didn't they? Of course, Master, you are invincible. Zui nodded his head. But if we let such people learn the avatar, what will they do in the future? Zui Yi's little face froze. Yi Qingxian said with a flat voice. Zoyer, it's not that I'm boasting, under the teachings of your master ancestor, I should be considered to be in the first rank of the world in terms of my heart. Seeing Zui Yi nod, he continued. If master had possessed his current cultivation without experiencing the purification of Longhu Mountain, to be honest, master would have directly incarnated as an ancestor person who doesn't eat beef by now. Master is having the number one heart in the world to have the cultivation of the world. Zui Yi whispered in defense. But there exists in this world a kind of people who are gifted, but whose hearts are bad in a way that cannot be set right. Yi Qingxian shook his head and calmly said, if we let such a person learn the skills of Longhu Mountain, he would only use the name of Longhu Mountain to do evil in the future. Although it is possible to be converted under my master's tutelage, there are now so many admirers that my master can't teach them all. Wait, when the aura storm is coming soon, those who are greedy for fame and fortune will leave in disappointment, and the ones left behind at that time will have the value of being properly tempered. After saying these words, Yi Qingxian stretched his waist and laughed lightly. Master hated preaching the most back then. I didn't expect to actually learn this after sitting in this position. Master's teachings, disciple keeps it in mind. Zui Yi's lips pursed slightly, and a strong sense of guilt welled up in his heart. No harm done, Yi Qingxian said casually. But what he did not know was that the guilt in Zui Yi's heart was overwhelmingly due to the fact that when the young girl dreamed in the middle of the night, she often dreamed of her master. The light of the dream was so explosive that the young girl woke up each day ashamed and rushed to change her intimate clothing. And after listening to these righteous teachings of Yi Qingxian, the guilt in her heart became even heavier. Master, I am sorry, the disciple's thoughts are still too dirty. Zui Yi hung his head, his fists clenched the clothes on his legs, and his cool little face was so red that it was about to drip blood, looking extremely charming. Zwire? Yi Qingxian said with some strangeness. Disciple is here. Zui Yi hurriedly sat up straight, his voice so loud that he startled himself. Seeing this, Yi Qingxian frowned lightly. Why are you blushing so much? Did I just hit the nail on the head with that comment that shamed her? Also, this is the age when self-esteem is high. I was saying anime lines in the middle of the night and wanted to die of shame when old Din found out. Thinking about this, Yi Qingxian nodded slightly. Master? Seeing her own master's frown, the young girl's heart was in a state of flux. Fearing that the other party would see what was on her mind, she tentatively voiced out a question. You're frowning, is something on your mind? Having heard what was said, Yi Qingxian's brows stretched as he cleared his throat and laughed lightly. It's okay, for the master to think of something fun. However, in the end, you are also doing this for the good of Longhu Mountain. There is no need to take what I just said to heart, as long as you know that it is not appropriate for Longhu Mountain to recruit new disciples during this period of time. The disciple understands. Go on, master wants to be alone for a while. Yi Qingxian reclined down on the chair with a leisurely expression. Seeing that there was no anger on his own master's face, Zui Yi then put his heart down. Then disciple has gone to show everyone on the mountain their feats, so if you need anything, master, call me. After Yi Qingxian nodded his head, the young girl walked out of the courtyard with light footsteps, then closed the gate and let out a long sigh of relief. Good, so close. If I let master see what's in my mind, I'm afraid I'll be removed from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zoe's small face was miserable, and after calming down a bit, she walked down the mountain path towards the building below. Halfway down the road, he came face to face with a handyman disciple holding a wooden basin. Good day, senior uncle. The disciple rushed to greet Zui Yi once he saw that it was him. This senior uncle was famously strict on the mountain, and because of his deep attainments in the Golden Light Mantra, he often instructed new disciples, and his prestige spread very widely at once. Hello. Zoe nodded lightly, casually glancing at the wooden basin the other was holding. The wooden basin was small, and it held a red and white Taoist robe that was obviously extremely bright. This is? Zui Yi felt that the robe looked a bit familiar. This is the Tao robe that Master Shifu wore 2 days ago. I was about to take it to be cleaned. The handyman disciple said. Master's Taoist robe, Master's Taoist robe. Zui Yi's heartbeat accelerated, his face did not move, and he asked in a cold voice. How come the robes from 2 days ago have to be cleaned now? It's not Master Shifu who has shown great power this time. The look on the handyman disciple's face was a bit embarrassed, and he said stiffly. When his old man handed it to me, he said there was no hurry to wear it, and my brothers and sisters encouraged me to bring it back to look at it, so we brought it in and took some pictures. Taking pictures? Senior uncle, forgive me, disciple knows his mistake, next time he will never do such a thing again. The handyman disciple lowered his head and cried. Uncle Zui has a cool character and works in a disciplined manner, and he is ready to be punished. Just please don't make yourself copy the golden light mantra 10,000 times. Pay attention next time. Surprisingly, the young girl's voice didn't sound too harsh, it was still the kind of blandness that was like a waxing moonwind in snow. Is Uncle Zui on the wrong medication? The miscellaneous disciple raised his head in some dismay. The young girl's cool little face could not be seen to be happy or angry, and she said softly. Leave the clothes, I'm going to check them for tears and give them to you to clean afterward. Okay. The handyman disciple was as if he had been pardoned, handing over the barrel with some surprise. Looks like Uncle Zui is in a good mood today? After handing over the barrel to the other party, this handyman disciple quickly walked down the mountain path and left this place that made him stand uneasy. Zui withdrew his eyes from the mountain path and looked again at the red and white Taoist robe and the barrel in his arms. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated, and her stunningly beautiful face became redder and redder. She hugged the barrel and walked quickly back to her compound. Closing the gate and looking around nervously, after confirming that there were no bystanders in the courtyard, the young girl picked up the red and white Taoist robe before burying her head deeply in it, breathing heavily. Master! Ah! Chapter 111 The Dragon-Robed Woman's Mighty Pressure. Achoo! On Longhu Mountain, inside the courtyard with ancient architecture, Yi Qingxian suddenly sneezed. It made him instantly alert. With his cultivation, he had long been able to keep all diseases and poisons at bay. What's with the sudden sneeze? There's something fishy going on. Could it be that something has changed in the world? Shouldn't be. The affairs of other countries don't concern me. There is the State Security Bureau in Hakusha territory, and Fusan will certainly not dare to mess around again in a short period of time. Or, is an aura storm coming? That's not right. According to my projection, at least 2 more months. Yi Qingxuan's brows gradually tightened. He rose from his chair and paced back and forth across the courtyard. As the #1 Dharma seeker of the world, one's own sense of the richness of aura could be said to be unrivaled, so one's deduction should be very credible. But it's like the weather is unpredictable. Because of the collision of the two worlds, it wasn't impossible if the arrival of the aura storm was advanced. Just as Yi Qingxian was not good at tracking demonic qi over long distances, his attainments in divination were not very deep, and without the aid of a talisman, he was most likely no match for the sect of artistic characters' sect leader-level figures. However, his unrivaled 5 senses told him that the aura storm was still at least 2 months away. As the saying goes, there are 50 great roads and 49 heavenly derivatives. If one of them is removed, it is a variable. It's better to extrapolate, just in case. After finalizing his idea, Yi Qingxian stopped and fished out a flowing talisman from his bosom. The Taoist text on this talisman was ethereal, and just by pinching it at his fingertips, he could feel his perception being amplified by a factor of 10. This is the Great Avatar Charm. Heavenly Chance Deduction. Buzz. Yi Qingxuan's eyes lit up with a clear blue aura, like 2 tassels fluttering beside his eyes. He didn't inspire the entirety of the talisman, but only drew on some of the power of the heavenly chances on the talisman to assist in his divination. Yi Qingxian slowly closed his eyes, sank his mind into the spiritual platform, and used his consciousness to write down the words, the arrival of the aura storm. Then he clenched his hands and began to divine. In the void, there was a wheel that looked like a sophisticated computer running at a rapid pace, and countless seal scripts emerged from it, connecting to the Taoist's inspiration. Yi Qingxian then saw that illusory light surfaced before his eyes. It was a huge city close to a futuristic metropolis, with countless shuttles and silhouettes skimming over the city. It looked surreal and vestigial. In the center of the city stand lofty skyscrapers up to 1,000 meters high. Good lord, what a new world, huh? Yi Qingxian secretly said in his heart. Although he had judged it long ago, previously judging it through inspiration and now seeing it with his own eyes through deduction were 2 different things. This wisp of his mind was being tugged towards the looming tall building in the center of the city. This was also the power of the heavenly chance deduction talisman. The reasoning is simple. The answer Yi Qingxian wanted to know was hidden inside that lofty high rise. Phew! As the viewpoint raced, Yi Qingxuan's vision came to the interior of the topmost floor of the tall building. Hua! Obviously this lofty high building exterior looked clearly like a modern city, but the top floor of the interior decoration, like live as a glorious palace interior. Inside the palace, hundreds of figures were kneeling, all of them emitting the aura of cultivators, and none of them were weak. Cultivators of this world? Yi Qingxian nodded his head slightly, his sight moving upwards. One could only see that at the topmost position of the palace, a skillfully crafted dragon chair was placed, and a stunningly beautiful woman with black hair hanging down her shoulders was sitting there. She propped up her chin with a careless expression, and her body was a dragon-flying slim robe, outlining the thrilling curves of her body. However, what made Yi Qingxian care the most was the fact that she had a strong and incomparable aura emanating from her surroundings. What a strong breath! Yi Qingxian couldn't help but marvel. The intensity of the aura was at a level he had only seen in his life. It was already almost 20% of his breath intensity. There was no doubt that the other party was a Dharma seeker with terrifying strength. And this stunningly beautiful woman, at the moment, was looking at a report presented below. There were densely written words on the report. Yi Qingxian lifted his spirit and borrowed the power of the talisman's heavenly chants to the extreme, and finally made out a line of unfamiliar fonts at the top. Although the font was unfamiliar, Yi Qingxian's mind naturally conjured up the relevant meanings through divination. There are about 67 days left before the aura mingles. Please decide on a plan as soon as possible, Your Majesty. After the storm, strong attack or negotiation. Unbridled. Without waiting for Yi Qingxian to finish reading, the woman on the dragon chair raised her head violently, and the soft gulp from her mouth shook inexplicably, as if it were a thunderous sound. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a shocking aura erupted around her, overwhelming the sky towards this wisp of Yi Qingxian's mind. Rumble. Yi Qingxian was not good at divination, and when he was shocked like this wisp of mind was instantly disconnected from his main body. Yi Qingxian, who had returned to consciousness, opened his eyes, and what met his eyes was the familiar building of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Looks like we'll have to get a better network next time. The Taoist laughed softly. You're still loose on it, just wait. The poor Taoist will beat you to your knees and wipe your tears in 2 months. Chapter 112: The Conquering Desire of the Empress of the Martial Kingdom. Seek the Dharma. On the top floor of the lofty high-rise that Yi Qingxian had observed earlier, inside the Golden Palace. On top of the high platform, the stunningly beautiful, dignified dragon-robed woman's black hair fluttered, and her pair of golden eyes transformed into dragon snake-like vertical pupils, taking in people's hearts and souls. Under this terrifying aura, the bodies of the officials in the entire hall trembled uncontrollably, and the entire floor shook slightly. The officials raised their heads tremblingly and looked over in disbelief, but in the end, they only landed on the dragon chair where the dragon-robed woman was sitting. Such a humble gesture was made for no other reason than the fact that the dragon-robed woman was the reigning emperor of the Martial Kingdom. Co-lord of the 2 continents, Zhang Yunchang. Why did His Majesty suddenly explode in breath? Hundreds of officials couldn't help but think about it in the back of their minds. Could it be that an assassin is coming? It shouldn't. As the supreme ruler of the Dharma-seeking realm's 2 continents and 24 counties, His Majesty's cultivation could be considered to be of the first-class level in the world. Ordinary seekers of the law could not even see her face, and could be suppressed with the lift of a hand, and where was the need to erupt an aura of such magnitude? What's more, what kind of assassin would dare to assassinate the reigning empress of the Martial Kingdom? It must be known that the Dharma-seeking realm was only a land of 7 continents, and of those 7 continents, a full 2 of them were controlled by this dragon-robed empress in front of her. Whether it was in terms of strength or status, she was in existence at the peak of the Dharma-seeking realm. At that moment, an old man standing in front and dressed in ancient clothes saw that no one dared to make an inquiry, so he personally stepped forward and asked with an arch of his hand. Your Majesty, you suddenly exploded your breath, but have you discovered something? Nothing. The dragon-robed empress's voice was majestic and indifferent. Just found a rat in hiding. In the eyes of the crowd's puzzled eyes, she slowly sat back in the dragon chair, put the sonata in her hand aside, and laughed somewhat playfully. In this report you handed over, it says that the aura of that world is thin, and that there are mostly no powerful Dharma seekers? Exactly. Seeing the Empress send a message, immediately a middle-aged man in official robes below walked out of the line and bent down to respectfully say, Your Majesty, I have asked the people from the Heavenly Supervisor to probe with all their might, and that world's aura is ridiculously thin, not to mention powerful Dharma seekers, not to mention such things as everyone practicing cultivation. When such a world collides with us and the auras mingle, it will definitely cause an aura storm over there. The destructive power of an aura storm should be clear to all of you. It is not too much to say that it destroys the heavens and destroys the earth at all. At that time, the many forces in that world will inevitably be greatly injured under the impact of the aura storm. Not to mention, with their level of technology, it may be some time before the arrival of the aura storm is observed. Therefore, I thought that I should wait for the aura storm to calm down and then quickly send out an army to cross over to that world through the passage and incorporate that world under my martial kingdom. His tone was extremely confident, obviously well verified beforehand. The hundreds of officials all either nodded slightly or remained silent. Apparently, it wasn't just the middle-aged man, but the offense was what most of the officials in the palace were thinking. A world with a thin aura could not spawn powerful Dharma seekers, nor could it support the cultivation of large numbers of practitioners, and it was bound to be a far cry from their fighting strength. The meeting of two world civilizations is usually faced with two situations. When the other party is stronger than itself, it advocates peace and common development. When one is stronger than the other, one advocates killing, and is bound to take all of the other's resources. Jiang Yunxiang's eyes swept over them, her right hand propped up on one side, silent. It wasn't until the confident middle-aged official's face changed slightly that she laughed softly. Well, good for you. When did the eyes of my martial kingdom's Scythian supervisor become blind? It was clearly a light laugh, but his voice was full of icy cold chill. All the officials in the court were scared and bowed their heads. Cold sweat oozed out of that middle-aged official's back as he subconsciously asked. What makes you say that, Your Majesty? Don't get it? Jiang Yunxiang let out a light laugh and casually threw the sungha in front of him, saying indifferently. Didn't you guys say that the other side didn't have any powerful law seekers? Then if I tell you that some of them have already probed here directly through some means, what will you reply? Impossible. The middle-aged official's eyes widened as he jerked his head up, and after seeing a pair of cold and indifferent vertical pupils, he jerked his head down again and said stiffly. Your Majesty, that's impossible. We have tried various means, but there is no way to directly probe the other side's specific location. We can only get a vague top view of their world's technological level. You mean I'm telling lies? Don't dare. Jiang Yunxiang's laughter made the middle-aged official's legs go weak as he flopped to his knees and kowtowed. I have already double-checked the intelligence. That world is indeed thin in spiritual qi, and it's impossible to cultivate a strong person above the seventh realm no matter what. It was at this moment that the old man in ancient clothes who had first voiced out earlier walked out and arched his hand. Your Majesty, the probing ability of the martial kingdom's heavenly supervisor is one of the best in the world, so it shouldn't be out of place. I have the audacity to ask, when Your Majesty speaks of probing, could it be the rats you mentioned just now? Jiang Yunxiang nodded with a careless I have just felt the obvious intention of prying, and I perceive that the person who is prying should not be far away from this place. But after being scared back by my aura, that sight directly and completely disappeared, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it had evaporated. This empress's tone revealed an unquestionable dominance as she faintly said. It should just be a wisp of mind, however, the aura emanating from it doesn't belong to the Dharma-seeking realm at all, so it must be the means of the people of that world. So it is. The old man in ancient clothes was also a bit stunned. He also didn't expect the other party to have this kind of tactic. When none of them were able to probe the specifics through various magic treasures, someone in that world was actually able to directly send a wisp of his mind, and also accurately sent it into the royal capital. This tactic is truly terrifying. No wonder His Majesty is so furious. The old man in the ancient costume's throat rolled as he spoke in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I feel that there is something strange about this matter. Say. With Your Majesty's achievements, you still can't do the cross-border distraction of the mind, but that person did it. This may not be his personal power. I thought that he should rely on some kind of external power. Jiang Yunxiang nodded her head gently, her expression flat. She actually thought the same thing. That wisp of mind was entangled in a sea of strange power, and although it was impossible to tell exactly which kind of law it was bound to be unrelated to the external object. It was just that the strength of the strand of mana contained within it was extremely high, and it was definitely not of a caliber that could be found in a Dharma seeker below the seventh realm. To be able to break through to such a level in a world with a thin aura was a commendable talent. If you can get me under your wing, you can be of great use in the future. Thinking of this, she faintly said, that wisp of mind was indeed a bit strange, and fled very quickly after being detected by me. But that person's cultivation level is extremely high, definitely above the seventh realm. Therefore, it is also true that you have made an error in judgment, and afterwards, go and receive the punishment yourselves. The middle-aged official paled and nodded his head. That old man in ancient clothes then pondered slightly, his face gradually becoming grave, and then spoke. In Your Majesty's judgment, that person's cultivation level is above the seventh realm, to be able to have that level in that environment. Your Majesty, I thought that this person should not stay for long, and that we should then send out manpower to kill him with all our might. Heaven knows what realm he can break through after being nourished by the aura. Hear that? The corners of Jiang Yunxiang's mouth rose slightly, and some exuberant desire to conquer surged under her eyes as she spoke aloud. This person, I will personally deal with him at that time. To be able to scout here so quickly, he must be the leader of the Dharma seekers in that world, and even so, he has the qualifications to make me take a shot. The old man in ancient clothes nodded his head slightly. The cultivation of the empress of this country was through and through, and it was well known in the Dharma-seeking realm. If she was the one to take on the enemy, she thought that there would be no need to worry, and that Dharma seeker would definitely not be able to make any waves. The rest of the officials also nodded slightly, and even their expressions were much more elated. It was obviously extremely assured of the empress' strength. The old man in ancient clothes cleared his throat, arched his hand and respectfully said, "Since that's the case, let's wish that your majesty will succeed in killing this bureaucrat at that time, so as to put an end to the future troubles for our martial kingdom." Sangak Li, you've misunderstood. Surprisingly to the old man surnamedly, Jiang Yunxiang shook her head slightly as she used a voice with a slight playful smile, saying, "I will not kill him. I admire his courage to personally come to explore this courage. This kind of talent has the value of subduing. It would be a blessing for the martial kingdom to have such a man of honor under its command." Having heard what was said, the old man surnamedly frowned lightly, knowing that his own majesty's almost perverted desire for conquest was back. Whether it's people or land that shows amazing talent value or has a rich and superior geography. No matter how strong, no matter how far away, this female empress of the martial kingdom would not hesitate to be there in person and use absolute force to take them under her wing. Those who don't will fight Xiong until he breaks down and is beaten into submission. Beat them until they willingly fall to their knees and bow their heads. The hard-to-fight sky dangers are fought until the mountains topple over and the sea pours in. Even if the land is no longer rich afterward, it must be included in the territory. This was the desire for conquest of Jiang Yunxiang, the noble co-owner of the two continents. I'll break his legs first so he can't run away like he did this time. The empress of the martial kingdom was smiling and magnificent, revealing an unparalleled and powerful confidence. All the officials of the dynasty bowed down, the stars cupped the moon, and their voices were high. Long live the emperor! Chapter 113 An Undeniable Reward. Ding! Temporary mission, the conquering desire of the Empress of Wakoku. Previously, the host snooping with the help of the heavenly chance deduction talisman managed to startle the Dharma-seeking realm's Empress of the martial kingdom, who has developed an extreme desire to conquer the host and intends to come personally to beat the host to his knees and take him back as a henchman after the blast of the aura storm. Mission: please use your means to put a pet collar on the honorable and majestic Empress of the martial kingdom. Reward: randomized supreme cultivation method 1. Yi Qingxian, who was leisurely sipping tea, was stunned as he looked at the panel that suddenly popped up from the system. "Miss System, do you want to see what kind of quests you're posting? Putting a collar on someone who's an empress? Is the poor Taoist, the heavenly master, still doing his job? And, what do you mean by snooping? Poverty Road Hall Righteous One Master, for the sake of the world's safety and security, forced the use of the power of the heavenly talisman, a hall of probing. You actually said that it is snooping? Do you know how difficult it is for Taoist priests who are not good at divination to deduce such things with the help of heavenly talismans? Change snooping to probing for the poor man, please." Yi Qingxian inwardly spat, his eyes then swept over the previous story, and could not help but lightly tsk. What's wrong with this guy? Dude is so good looking and has such a superb demeanor. You knock me to my knees and bring me back as a henchman? It's such a waste. This is simply... No, wait, that's not the point. Yi Qingxian shook his head. The focus is on the desire to conquer he righteousness deduction probe, neither show his face to speak, nor bumped into some dog blood fragrant scene. Where do you get this desire to conquer from? Yi Qingxian looked odd as he covered the lid of his teacup and set it aside, sighing. The poor Taoist is the head of the righteous path, a contemporary heavenly master. How can you do such a thing as putting a collar on another country's empress? It's really more of a bad influence. Though he had always looked down on these matters of honor, the sound of the battle at that time could devolve into rather strange rumors if it became too loud. For example, the contemporary heavenly master of Lung Fu Shan is actually a pervert who likes to put collars on his defeated men. For example, the contemporary heavenly master of Lung Fu Mountain and that woman he didn't know looked at each other. For example. In short, the impact was bad, and even if it was the supreme cultivation method, Yi Qingxian was not a big fan of it. With the system's pissy nature, it would be fun to let him fumble out another strange gongfu. Ding! The host's motivation has been detected to be too low, the reward has been upgraded. Additional reward, the undying golden soul cultivation method. Additional condition, defeat the Empress within 1 incense stick after the start of the battle. What? Yi Qingxuan's pupils shrunk slightly. If he remembered correctly, this should be a divine skill that could only be learned when the 8-9 Xian Gong was cultivated to the highest level. As long as the mind is alive with the thought of life, the body and soul will stand and not be destroyed in all ages. Thinking about this, Yi Qingxuan's heart thumped, but he still coughed lightly and said, Miss System, this is not a matter of divine power or not, the focus of the poor road. Ding! The host's motivation has been detected to be low, the reward has been upgraded. Additional reward, clues to the disappearance of the last heavenly master. Reward condition, hold the collar of the Empress of the Martial Kingdom and take her to court once. Woohoo! Terrifying gusts of wind suddenly lifted up, thick dark clouds emerged at great speed, obscuring the dazzling light of the sky in an instant, and countless gigantic trees in the sky were bent by the emergence of the gusts of wind. The entire sky over Lungfu Mountain became dark in one breath. Woohoo! The violent and majestic wind came from a great distance, whisking over the Wanxia Sea, carrying billions of hectares, sweeping over layers of dark clouds and mountains of huge trees, and wrapping a vast and terrifying aura of the gods and spirits that rolled up into the sky. Inside the courtyard, the Taoist's bony palm caressed the flowing Tianchi seal, smooth and strong. Greatness burned in his radiant golden pupils, and his flat voice was filled with an uncontrollable vigor and majesty. Deal. Chapter 114, Kunlun Heavenly Maiden. Hakusha Territory, the Kunlun Mountains. Under the clear blue sky, this huge mountain range spanning the western part of Hakusha was quiet and peaceful. The highest passes are 4,000 meters above sea level, and over hundreds of millions of cubic meters of cold ice hide this mountain range from the world's view. In the place where mortals cannot see, a vast area of the huge dojo is located here. The halls are brick and wood structure, carved beams and paintings, majestic and extraordinary, a formation in the dojo outside the dazzle, divine incomparable. Each of these formations is useful, and the most commonly used function is to cover the sky and conceal the Taoist temple. So that even if regular people could come near the dojo, they would go around to other places unknowingly, thus not being able to discover this isolated Kunlun Taoist temple. The name is Kunlun Ruins. This Taoist temple has existed for thousands of years, and is said to be the dojo of the Queen Mother of the West in the Hakka mythology. It is said that some of the people who were shipwrecked around the Kunlun Mountains were able to return to the regular world under the guidance of the Kunlun Heavenly Maiden. At this moment, in such a vast dojo, there were dozens of sinister shadows flickering within this long-hidden Shinmen Taoist temple. They were laughing softly and talking. Lu Yun, Master has summoned us all to go over there together. If you keep tossing and turning, I'll see you. I'm not afraid. I broke through the Kunlun heart technique to the 2nd level last night. Master, she definitely won't want to chastise me. You broke through to the 2nd level? Really? Sure. Just wait and see. I'm sure I'll be able to shine in today's morning class. Alright, it's just up ahead, don't mess up. You'll be screwed if Master sees you. Well. Soon, these figures gathered at a courtyard in the center of the dojo and looked at an ancient wooden chair in the center of the courtyard with expectant eyes. Soon, in the main house of the compound, a young girl dressed in white clothes walked out. Her skin was alabaster, emitting a slight fluorescent glow. Her expression was calm, and her entire being revealed a feeling of not belonging to a human being. As the current daughter of the Kunlun Ruins, the young girl's age was not as young as her looks. It is also a highly cultivated Dharma seeker. In the midst of dozens of admiring eyes, she walked over to the rustic wooden chair and sat down, her voice gentle. Are we all here? All here, Master. A tall woman who was clearly the most mature compared to the others stepped forward and bent down to arch her hand. Very good. The Heavenly Maiden's voice was flat, but it gave those who heard it a feeling like a spring breeze, saying, For today's morning lesson, Master will not check your homework for now. Next, a great thing is to be commanded to you. Hearing this, dozens of Kunlun disciples raised their heads, either puzzled or curious, and looked at her. The Kunlun ruins are secluded from the world, and the disciples under them are in constant purification. On weekdays, the most important thing is that the maiden found someone in distress near the Kunlun Mountains and called a few disciples to go quickly to rescue them. It was the first time in their memories that they had solemnly summoned all of them to come and instruct them on something important. The Heavenly Maiden swept a glance at the crowd, and after taking in their doubts, she softly said, The Master is going down the mountain. Not caring about the disciples' dismay, she continued. For this next period of time, you will stay in the Kunlun ruins. After that, even without the supervision of the master, you must still be diligent in yourself when the master returns. If he finds out that anyone has fallen behind in his homework, he is to be punished. Master is going down the mountain? The tall woman came back to her senses and hurriedly asked. The heavenly maiden hummed, calmly. Last night, my master had some heart palpitations, so I divined a fortune, and I actually realized that the concentration of aura in this world is rising sharply. This speed is extremely terrifying, calling it the only thing I've ever seen in my life, almost to the point where every hour that passes, it rises by a large margin. This is not a good sign. If the concentration of aura continues to rise up at this rate, then it won't be long before the world is greeted with an aura storm like a flood. As her words fell, the crowd within the compound fell silent. There were other disciples whose mouths were wide open from dismay, more shocked by their own master's actions. Apparently, they seldom had contact with the outside world on a regular basis, and the vast majority of the time, they were oblivious to what was going on in the outside world. It is only when you come across people who are in distress in the mountains and go out to rescue them that you will learn something about them in passing. Although I can't understand what an aura storm is, but it can startle them far away in the Kunlun market, making the master who has never been out of the Kunlun mountains personally come down the mountain. This aura storm must be some kind of big deal not to be taken lightly. Many disciples thought so. It seemed to have read the gatekeeper's mind. The heavenly maiden pondered for a moment, then added. The aura storm will be a havoc, its destructive power capable of instantly crushing the mana field of any mana seeker. Although the Kunlun ruins have always been hidden from the world, whenever there is a great calamity, the current generation of heavenly maidens will come down to save the world. As a contemporary heavenly maiden of the Kunlun ruins, naturally, I cannot be an exception to this rule, and thus, I will be leading for a period of time. However, you don't have to worry too much. As soon as Master helps the present-day Hakusha to build up its defenses, he will return immediately. The young girl's voice was like a clear spring flowing on a winter's day, cold and clear. The words were heard by many Kunlun ruins disciples who had their lips pursed. Listening to the young girl, this trip was quite dangerous. Those of them who were disciples were naturally a bit worried and reluctant. Master stayed in the Kunlun market is afraid that there has been more than 100 years, now alone down the mountain, it is really. Thinking of this, that tall woman even had a touch of eagerness appearing on her face as she asked out loud. Master, then let disciple accompany you. You have not been out of the mountain for a long time, it is inevitable that you do not understand some of the outside world, but disciple only entered the mountain at the age of 10, and I have some understanding of the Changsha, so I can certainly help you. No need. The young girl shook her head, a slightly confident look appearing in her clear eyes as she smiled faintly. Don't worry, my master is at least a great avatar who has practiced for hundreds of years and is good at divination. It is not in any case impossible to find the person who is in charge of Hakusha today. In addition, Yuqing, during these days of the master's absence, you will manage the dojo and teach on behalf of the master. After saying that, she looked at the crowd, her clear little face serious for a few moments, and asked. Did you hear everything? Seeing that the young girl's mind was made up, the tall woman known as Yuqing could only nod her head and speak in unison with the many Kunlun disciples behind her. At your service, master. After walking out of the Kunlun ruins, the young girl's heart was like water, and after confirming the direction of her destination, she followed the veins of the mountains towards the bottom. The figure was as swift as the wind, a step of 100 feet. At the same time, while taking in the light along the road, she clenched her fingers in her hand and performed divination. The orientation of the emperor of present-day Hakusha. The young girl recited in her mind. The young girl's plan was simple. First she calculated the location of the current emperor, then she descended on the palace as an immortal and told the truth about the aura storm. And then at the end, say that you can help them. In this way, she could borrow Kunlun's formations and build fortifications in each city that were strong enough to withstand the storm. It was still a method she had learned from the last Kunlun heavenly maiden. According to that reliable predecessor, this method has worked 100 times. So, there's no way it's going to fail. Plan to pass. The young girl's eyes brightened slightly, and as subtle miniature spell formations surfaced on her fingertips, she ran the Kunlun's deduction technique. Buzz. Massive amounts of information poured into her mind from the heavenly Tao, and the miniature spells at her fingertips retrieved them at breakneck speed. But a few seconds later, the young girl's figure slowed to a halt, and even the spell dissipated with it. Only this Kunlun heavenly maiden's small face was filled with consternation at the moment. Hey! The young girl's head tilted, confusion welling up in her clear eyes. What's going on? The current emperor of Hakusha, why can't he be divined at all? Chapter 115, Anemia will convince them. Hakusha, Gangnam. Taishan Mountain, inside a military base in the hinterland. In the chief's office, Elder Nya dismissed everyone, not even the personal guards were left behind. Celestial Master, do you mean that world does exist? He frowned and turned toward the other end of the line, lowering his voice in question. 2 minutes ago, Yi Qingxian called him through the number he exchanged on the ship last time and came up with a sentence. Poor Taoist went to that world to have a look. It does look like that. You can start preparing for the work related to the aftermath of the aura storm. Straight away, the aged Nya Lao was dryly confused. It's not his fault. It's like when you ask a person if there are augurs in the Pacific Ocean. He just said 2 days ago he wasn't sure, said maybe he did, maybe he didn't. As a result, in a couple of days, he brought a belt made of dragon tendons, put it on his body, and ran to tell you that this augur he found, and the dragon tendons on his body are also very general. Anyone would be shocked. Is this matter serious? Elder Nya couldn't help but ask one more question. Naturally. The voice on the other end of the phone was very calm as he said, also, the poor Taoist has incidentally confirmed the date of the arrival of the aura storm, so make a note of it. You even managed this? Nya Lao asked out of breath. This job was originally requested by Yi Qingxian to pay close attention to the changes in the air currents around the world, and as long as there were signs of extreme turbulence in a certain place, that would most likely be the place where the Yi passage was born. At the same time, it will be the breaking point of the aura storm. For this reason, Nya Lao called the relevant departments overnight, emphasizing the importance of this matter many times over. The result told him that there was no need for it now. The other celestial master took care of it all by himself. There is a sense of powerlessness that cannot be hitched. Nya Lao sighed inwardly. Of course, this work is only to extrapolate the timing of the storm's arrival, not to contain it at all. After all, according to Yi Qingxian, that is. Anyway, the range of that aura storm was so large that it could cover the entire globe, it couldn't run away from anywhere, and it was the same from where it erupted. At most, it's the difference between getting blasted a second sooner and a second later. So should I tell the weather watch to stop observing? That won't be necessary. Yi Qingxian coughed lightly and casually said. Think of it as a means of judging the progress of other countries, and when the time comes for the Weather Bureau to observe it, then the few remaining powers, too, will have almost all noticed the difference. In addition, the official Hakusha can appeal to those who are abroad to return home, or else the poor Taoist won't be able to protect them when the time comes. Heavenly Master. A warm current immediately surged through Elder Nya's heart. The other party's strength was heavenly, and he also had such a heart for the people of the Seedflower family, and those of his own family who had drifted overseas treated them as if they were his own. It's like a living old ancestor. Nya Lao, who had been a materialist all his life, was practically wondering if the young Taoist was the reincarnation of some immortal. Don't worry, I'll order this right away. The old man took a deep breath and asked, the date of the descent of the aura storm? It's about 67 days later. Yi Qingxian replied. I see. Elder Nya nodded slightly, and after hesitating for 2 seconds, he weighed his words. But, oh Celestial Master, do we really just have to prepare something after the fact? No need to assist you with anything? No need. It was still the same glib, subdued tone. Elder Nya instantly fell silent, a bitter smile appearing on his aged face. The aura storm in the other party's mouth was too terrifying, causing this old man, who had a high position of power in the military of Hakusha, to always hold a grudge. It must be known that the most lethal weapon, currently in the hands of the Blue Star humans, is the nuclear weapon. The killing range of nuclear weapons, on the other hand, is only hundreds of kilometers at the maximum. But this so-called aura storm encompassed the entire Blue Star. You couldn't do that with all the nuclear weapons of all the countries today. Between the two, there is almost a gap between heaven and earth. And now, in the face of such a terrifying storm, they could only let the Taoist bear it alone. Though the other didn't care. Even though the other person feels it's his or her job to do so. But Nya Lao knew in his heart that if the Taoist shrugged it off, no one would be able to force him on. Alas! Elder Nya let out a deep sigh, paused, and smiled bitterly. Sometimes I wish I could do you some favors. Even if it's just a little bit. No wonder that kid Qin Changjin came to himself all day long to tell about the merits of the Heavenly Master, asking the above to give this Taoist all sorts of preferential treatment as well as to give all sorts of benefits to Longhu Mountain. Because in his opinion, Hakusha could only thank this young heavenly master of Longhu Mountain in this way. Other than that, they can't help at all, and they can't do any favors. Powerless, ah. Nya Lao sighed inwardly. Right at this moment, Yi Qingxuan's relaxed voice with a slight smile came from the other end of the phone. No need to care, the poor Taoist is long used to it. In this matter, if it were the poor Taoist's teacher who had come, he would have done the same. As an orthodox heavenly master, the poor Taoist should carry the load. Furthermore, when the country is in trouble, how can a Taoist priest not come down to the mountain to save the world? After saying that, he didn't care if the other party had listened to him or not, and then laughed. In addition, Henxia has a long history. Besides Longhu Mountain, there are quite a few hidden Shin clans that exist. This time, the aura storm is a matter of great importance. They might come to assist Henxia and get through this difficult time. Although most of these people are highly skilled, most of them are high-minded and only want to practice their own laws. At that time, if they find you and express their disagreement with the poor Tao's program, they can be allowed to come to Longhu Mountain. The poor man will make them agree. Good. Towards the end of his words, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Nia Lao always felt that the Taoist's tone was somewhat excited. It's like a boxer finding some sandbags while they're handy. It should be misheard. How could a person as gentle as the heavenly master casually use force? Nia Lao lost his smile and shook his head, amused by his own thoughts. After a few more words of concern, the two men hung up the phone. Chapter 116, Why aren't they surprised? Hakusha. Outside the Kunlun Mountains, in the nearest city. A young girl in a white dress with a grave expression was slowly walking forward in the city. It was that heavenly maiden of the Kunlun ruins. Her eyes swept over the buildings in this city of Hakusha, and her eyes showed a shock that was so hard to contain that she was walking and advancing rather slowly. What she had seen and heard since this journey was very different from the light she had seen hundreds of years ago. When she first worshipped in the Kunlun Mountains, she was not yet able to suffer from the mountain's diet, and the previous heavenly maiden took her down the mountain from time to time to the Hakka towns around the mountain range to buy meat and vegetables. At that time, human towns were dominated by small stalls that relied on houses for their livelihoods, mostly tea houses and taverns, or opened by industries with considerable assets. Despite occasional dynastic changes and changes in the number of the year, those changes were minor, and the tone of the town did not fundamentally change. The same goes for the size of the building, and the foot traffic, which is at best the difference between 60 and 100. And like some of the large buildings, all of them remained unchanged during the 100 years or so that she was still active on Earth. Most of the later dynasties would not dismantle them, but made relevant repairs and continued to use them. The Great Wall built by the first dynasty will then turn into a barrier for the later dynasty to rely on. But the city in front of her, and the town of Hakusha in the young girl's memory, could be described as the difference between a stream and an ocean. The huge building that had been in the town when he had come up the mountain hundreds of years ago was long gone. In its place was an even more majestic steel jungle, with buildings taller than an impressionable palace rising from the ground, and tens of thousands of mortals traveling through them. Most of their expressions were incomparably bland, yet they were traveling forward in all directions in seats that rivaled the speed of ordinary cultivators. In the distance, on the viaduct, a steel dragon-like dead thing was moving at a speed that even a young girl would marvel at, through the huge cave, over the long river beneath it, and towards the distance at breakneck speed. The young girl, who hadn't been out and about for hundreds of years, was so shocked by the sweeping change before her eyes that she could hardly believe her eyes for a moment. The young girl was a little lost in thought as she looked out over the city. The disciples recruited by the Kunlun ruins in recent years were mostly children who had been killed in the Kunlun mountains. So, this was the first time the young girl had seen the scenery outside the mountains since she had been away for 1,000 years. No wonder Yuqing came to join me and showed such a worried expression. I see. The young girl sighed silently, her throat a little dry as she slowly retracted her eyes in return. She wanted to find someone to ask something about the current emperor, but faced with the scene in front of her, she was somewhat at a loss for words for a while. After all, as far as she could remember, talking about the emperor in the street was a big taboo for the common people, and the young girl didn't want to involve these innocent mortals. However, the aura at the bottom of the mountain was indeed different from the one that was so thin hundreds of years ago. Even for a great avatar with the cultivation of a young girl, she actually didn't have that feeling of being trapped in stagnant water. The young girl raised her hand and scratched the air in front of her with a little smile. She then followed the road, walking forward while thinking of relevant solutions in her head. The Kunlun Mountains don't know those methods of summoning the local gods of the mountains and water, so they can only do it from a human perspective. Why don't we ask to see if there's a far-flung practitioner in the neighborhood, and ask him for some news about the current emperor ourselves. The idea had just sprung from her mind when the young girl shook her head no. Forget it. Mortals are usually a bit closed-minded and not broad enough in their insights, and it's easy to mistake some charlatans for the so-called old gods. In the young girl's memory, when she first went up to the Kunlun mountain, she heard that a great magician with great powers had come to the town below the mountain. Not only claimed to be able to cure all diseases, but also to be able to scatter beans into troops, turn stones into gold, and fight cows across mountains. And so on Taoism. At that time, the young girl was in her prime and had just worshipped in the Kunlun mountains, a time when she was eager to learn more about the Tao. That great master would have divine abilities that could not be found in the Kunlun Mountains collection, so she went straight down to the Kunlun Mountain and came to that town, intending to have a friendly exchange. But I never thought that the great master was an aged charlatan. The so-called healing of all diseases is just boiling some unknown talismanic water and letting the sick people drink it. When you're dead, you cover up the news or make up lies. Those who survived were all treated as publicity stories, spreading them outward to attract more uninformed and ignorant mortals to pay a lot of money to seek medical treatment. The enraged maiden, on the spot, burst that Archmage's lies and struck out to teach him a hard lesson. But this move not only did not reap the praise of the people, but also attracted a scolding. The incident made a deep impression on the young girl. The young girl shook her head gently to shake the bad memories away and continued on her way. She then changed her plan from practitioners to officials. As long as she found the officials of the city and showed her hand in front of them, surely the relevant officials in charge would come to her. At that time, as long as one indicated that one wanted to meet with the current saint, the other party would naturally find a way. With this thought in mind, the young girl's pace gradually quickened as she made her way towards one of the most strikingly large buildings in the distance. In just 2 minutes, she was in front of this highly trafficked center mall. The surrounding pedestrians kept casting stunning glances at her, while other boys hurriedly reminded their companions beside them, and several people looked at the plain-looking young girl together, and all of them let out a breath of cold air in unison. The young girl's beauty was not human, exuding a feeling of being different from ordinary beings. On the other side, the young girl didn't care about the stunning eyes, but just silently surveyed the building in front of her. The styling is sophisticated, the foot traffic is high, and crucially, the footprint is so extensive. The young girl thought that the building in front of her, even if it wasn't an official government-related facility, it was certainly not unrelated to the local government. How else could they occupy such a large territory? As they say, good is great and great is good. The young girl was going to start. At this moment, in the square around her, although it didn't reach the scale of a sea of people, there were enough hundreds of pedestrians present. These people were enough to help her spread her reputation and get the officials to pay attention to this place and believe in her skills. Phew! She gently exhaled, her pure white clothes swaying slightly, a large amount of clear chi surging in, lifting her figure up, her entire body appearing as light as the wind. She then gently whirled in the air, as naturally light as a swimming fish turning in the water. It looks extremely beautiful. There are masters. Someone's flying. Do you think Brother Divine Eagle is here? Also fly up. Someone is really flying. The walkers below chattered, all of them looking in amazement at the young girl in the sky like a fish out of water, not sparing the slightest bit of exclamation in their mouths. Unbeknownst to him, the young girl in the air was also a bit surprised. She realized that there was actually no shock in the eyes of these people below, only some surprise and expectation? What are they expecting? Can't flying alone sedate them? It was hard to believe that they had seen someone else perform the art of the royal wind. Chapter 117 The Dragon Tiger Mountain. Holding this doubt, the young girl frowned lightly. She then twisted her fingers forward. Woohoo! In the next second, a raging air current emerged from in front of her, and in an instant, a bottom-up, hovering tornado visible to the naked eye rose up from the ground. Phew! This tornado shot straight up into the sky, taking the young girl's form high into the air as well, flying sand and rocks all around, but spiritually avoiding the crowd below. It was spectacular from a distance. Awesome, awesome. What a master. Handsome. Other than the group of Taoist masters from Lungfu Shan, this is the first time I've seen any other Taoist masters in Hakusha. This Taoist master looks younger than Taoist Master Yi. Then again, are women Taoist priests too? The crowd below was murmuring, obviously extremely interested in this cultivator who had suddenly appeared. And naturally, the content of their conversation could not be hidden from the ears of the airborne maiden. Dragon Tiger Mountain? Master Yip? At the sound of her familiar words, the young girl's clear eyes lit up a little. She instantly waved her hand to disperse the dragon scroll beneath her, her figure coming to the ground lightly and looking towards the crowd not far away. What you guys just said? Is it the Dragon Tiger Mountain? The young girl blinked and asked with a cool voice. You looked at me and I looked at you and the crowd in the distance, all seeing a hint of nervousness and excitement in each other's eyes. After all, the young girl who had been flying in the sky just a moment ago was more or less thrilled to be talking to them the next second. Soon, a bold one in the crowd took a few steps forward and said aloud. Taoist Master, haven't you heard of Longhu Mountain? There is still incense surviving in Longhu Mountain now? The young girl asked without answering. There was a hint of imperceptible anticipation in his tone. Of course. The pedestrian was a bit stunned, not expecting someone to ask such a question. Don't you usually surf the internet? Longhu Mountain is now in full incense, surely it still exists. Don't you usually look at your cell phone, Taoist Master? The contemporary Heavenly Master just showed off his power over in Fusan a while ago. This Taoist priest probably doesn't have a cell phone. You don't say. It's possible. I've heard that many Taoist masters are purists. Taoist Master. Contemporary Heavenly Master Taoist Master Yi is my idol. If you're going to Longhu Mountain, remember to get an autograph for me. In the crowd, there were constantly people who laughed out loud towards the young girl. And upon hearing the crowd's reply, the gruff look on the young girl's face finally dissipated for the most part. In its place was a look of relief. After hundreds of years, it's great to hear a familiar name again. The young girl sighed in her heart. She nodded slightly toward the crowd, her demeanor still flat, and said, Thank you all very much, I have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Strike that. The young girl whisked her sleeves and turned around, her feet stepped lightly, and amidst the crowd's cries of surprise, her slender figure instantly shot up into the sky. Longhu Mountain, Tianshi Mansion. The warm sunlight sprinkled into the room. Yi Qingxian touched the celestial master's seal from his bosom and leisurely walked into the hall of voodoo. Afterwards, he took the demonic souls of the 38 demons he captured on this trip out of the heavenly master's seal and suppressed them under the hall of voodoo, acting as nourishment for the spirit tree on the mountain. The fact that Longhu Mountain was able to cultivate before the revival of Aura had nothing to do with the spirit trees that roamed the mountain. Yi Qingxian naturally wouldn't treat them poorly either. Every time he kept the demon souls of the demons and came back to use them all as sustenance. For this reason, he often snubbed the demons against the enemy, stating that he could let them live if they gave up their accomplices. However, the result is that after giving up their accomplices, a group of demons appeared neatly in the hall of voodoo. The poor man is such a good man. Yi Qingxian clapped his hands and smiled. With the nourishment of these demonic souls, by the time the aura storm was over, Longhu Mountain would be able to become the premier cultivation treasure of the world. After feeling the leaping of the spirit trees that filled the mountain, Yi Qingxian casually called out the system panel. Current points, 16,880. After 3 days of intense demon beheading, his backstage points had also come from the original 8,000 or so to the current number. Rather, it was worthy of him for the last 3 days. This could now raise both heavenly deity laws to a sizable level. Yi Qingxian nodded his head slightly, but he was not in a hurry to upgrade immediately, intending to save up 20,000 points and then pull the full amount in one breath. That's also called overkill. Yi Qingxian walked out of the Vermilion Hall, moving his muscles and bones while looking his sight into the distance. During this period of time, there were more and more guests on Longfu Mountain. I had thought that after the trip to Fusan had been over for some time, the mountain would have less crowded, but a few days ago the official of Hakusha personally published a letter of thanks about Longhu Mountain. Although the letter's thanks were only for the gratitude of Longhu Mountain for this period of time to pay, and after that a passing remark about the number of artifacts returned by Fusan. But this letter of thanks, between the lines, reveals one thing: the reason why Fusan is so solicitous in returning the artifacts is all because of Longfu Shan. As for why, it's not clear. The only thing that can be said about this is that know-it-all. As a result, Lung Fushan's patronage has increased rather than decreased during this time, and with the next national holiday in Hakuhodo summer just around the corner, it's looking to be another spike in revenue. Yi Qingxian was not too concerned about this. Although the incense of Lung Fushan was flourishing and his qi was prosperous, it had a lot of benefits for him. Yi Qingxian found a recliner and sat down comfortably before fumbling for his cell phone from his arms. Hey, the apprentice is away for a little while. But just as he had opened a certain competitive game, the perception covering the Dragon Tiger Mountain suddenly touched off. Yi Qingxian held the Heavenly Master's seal, and he was able to take in all the winds and grasses around this Longhu mountain. The fact that the perception is touched at the moment means that Yi Qingxian raised his head, and then he saw a black dot emerge from the clear blue sky. He was slightly surprised that someone was actually trespassing on the mountain so obviously. With that, he stood up and majestic mana flowed from his body. Chapter 118. The young Heavenly Master will not meet the Heavenly Maiden of the Kunlun Ruins. Yi Qingxuan's aura gradually increased and instantly enveloped the entire Longhu mountain. This caused the disciples on the mountain to all perceive his majestic and vast aura like a giant dragon at the first moment. Inside a certain remote courtyard, there were a dozen young disciples practicing here, and after sensing the sudden eruption of breath on the mountain, they instantly muttered, "Master Shifu is running the show? No way, Master usually practiced in the back of the mountain. That land is big, barely able to accommodate the visions of his old man's cultivation. It's hard to say about the compound at the top of the mountain. I'm afraid that the visions will be all over the place." Could it be that the aura has been revived recently and the video of the hands-on has been seen by too many people, so Master Shifu simply broke the pot? How can it be? How big of a battle is it for him to transport his energy, Master? Even if he didn't cover it up, for the sake of these tourists on the mountain, his old man would have gone to the back of the mountain to cultivate, so how could he suddenly explode his breath? What do you mean? The Master is afraid that he has discovered something and is planning to defend the enemy. Seriously? It can't be. We took out the entire group of Fusang warlocks that attacked the mountain some time ago, so we'll be able to deter them for a few years at least. So, what's going on? I think. Master, he is afraid that he has perfected his cultivation, the dot of the point of perfection, and naturally broke through the current realm, so he didn't suppress his breath for a while, and it's not appropriate for us to disturb him now. Makes sense. This Longhu Mountain sect member was obviously convinced by his companion's explanation and slowly nodded his head. Right at this moment, a jade-white light suddenly lit up on the azure-colored canopy in the distance. The light was clear and pure, wrapped in an equally powerful aura that was equally conspicuous even in daylight. Moreover, looking at the trajectory of this white light, it was actually falling straight towards the location of the mountain top. Someone really dares to attack the mountain? Seeing this, the group of young disciples immediately changed their faces. That disciple who had just been convinced even threw his sleeve robe aside and ran towards the door while cursing angrily. Perfect, your grandmother's leg. This light is all rushing towards our master, and we are practicing our kung fu in this stupid place. Let's go up the mountain. But senior brother, it's only good that this light is running towards Master Shifu, right? If he really attacked the mountain, wouldn't Master slap him to death? The remaining few rushed to follow, and one of them couldn't help but open his mouth. You have a point, but that doesn't stop us from going up the mountain to save Master Shifu. That senior brother, with his athletic figure, said rather seriously. Why? A sectarian subconsciously asked. You're silly. Someone is running to the master, is it appropriate for us as disciples not to go and take a look? But Master Shifu his cultivation. What? When Uncle Zwa asked about it afterward, that's how you replied to her? Got it. Hurry up, elder brother. Many thanks to senior brother for saving my life. Senior brother's great favor, senior brother will never forget it. Cut the crap and follow. This senior brother lost his smile and shook his head, his figure speeding up once again. Just like that, several waves of Dragon Tiger Mountain disciples began to rush towards the mountain. In the meantime, inside the mountaintop compound, Yi Qingxuan's breath was vast, lofty and tall, unobtrusively revealing itself at the top of the mountain. It was almost a clear message to the incoming one in the sky. If you dare to come down, poor Taoist will you to death. In the courtyard, Yi Qingxuan's black hair fluttered and his Taoist robes tumbled. Yes, if he could, he didn't want to start a fight on Longhu Mountain, because then, with the strength of his cultivation, he would easily damage the spirit trees on the mountain. Taking a step back, even if the spirit tree was not damaged and only some buildings were destroyed, that would still cause Yi Qingxian a heartache. After all, it's all homegrown. But even so, the white light in the air still didn't have the slightest intention of changing its trajectory, instead its speed was getting faster and faster. Damn, the poor Taoist really gave you face. Yi Qingxian whispered softly to himself, and as his eyes opened and closed, a flash of vast golden light swirled and manifested. His originally unadulterated aura steeply became austere. Phew! Heaven and earth seemed to follow and depress. However, just then, The jade-white glow looked like it was in a hurry, rushing to convey a wave of goodwill. Not a kicker? Sensing the goodwill transmitted by the white light, Yi Qingxuan's brows relaxed, but he still did not let his guard down. In the next second, the jade-white light transformed into a pillar of light and landed in the courtyard. Along with the fading of the light, Yi Qingxian also saw the appearance of the visitor. A white-clothed girl was quietly looking at him, her delicate features carried a sense of dignity and atmosphere, and her whole person exuded a pale aura that did not belong to this era. It's an old thing. Yi Qingxian made a judgment almost instantly. But at the same time, he recognized the white garments the other man was wearing and where he belonged. Kunlun ruins? Yi Qingxuan's tone carried obvious surprise. The young girl asked with a slight nod. Are you the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? It's a question, but it's in an affirmative tone. Boy, really? Kunlun Market is an old one. Yi Qingxian was inwardly surprised, but his face was unperturbed, fully displaying the confidence and calmness that belonged to the leader of the Xian sect. He nodded calmly, arching his head. Poor Taoist Zhang Qingxian, the heavenly master position of Longhu Mountain. Unlike her dignified and calm exterior, the young girl was actually a little apprehensive inside. She did recognize the route to Lung Fushan. After all, he had accompanied the previous heavenly maiden a couple of times back then to participate in the so-called Luo Tian de Jiao. And because the last heavenly maiden and her were treated with pomp and circumstance at that Luo Tian Jiao festival. The maiden at that time deduced one thing from this: the Kunlun ruins were not low in the regular world. Therefore, she had actually come this time with the mentality of a former elder. In addition, there are a few illusions that they will be treated with dignity. But unexpectedly, when the party came from the sky, before the scene she fantasized about played out, a terrifying and overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from the mountaintop below. The aura was so strong that it moved the young girl. It's simply not humanly possible to achieve the intensity. Just as she was marveling inwardly, this Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master is much stronger than the old Taoist before. At that moment, the lofty aura at the top of the mountain steeply changed, and even filled up with a shocking killing intent. And the spear is pointed straight at himself. The young girl in the air was suddenly awakened from her fantasy. Miserable. Hundreds of years ago when he participated in the Luo Tian Jiao festival, that was the time when his master and himself had received invitations. Now, he was flying over here in a big way without any news from Longhu Mountain. What is one usually treated like in this situation? Breaking into the mountains? Or a provocateur, a demonstrator, a face seller? All in all, it's not a good thing. The young girl's face turned white. The former mentality in his heart dissipated. Press the remorse in your heart. The young girl hastened to implement the remedy, sending her goodwill toward the breath below. That's what spared a major battle. After hearing Yi Qingxuan's question of Kunlun ruins, the apprehension in the young girl's heart dissipated a bit. Great, someone who knows their own mountain gate. However, adhering to the proper posture of a senior, the young girl still assumed a calm and bland demeanor. Are you the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? With such a strong strength, he must be the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Sure enough, she saw the young Taoist nodding bashfully and arching his hand. Poor Taoist Zhang Qingxian, the heavenly master position of Longhu Mountain. Thank you to all the big guys for catching up and supporting me, and thank you to all the readers who are willing to watch the ads to support me. Chapter 119 Times have changed, my friend. Contemporary heavenly maiden of Kunlun ruins, heavenly master can call me by my name, Xin Yaoguang. The young girl returned the salute and looked at Yi Qingxian, saying, I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, Longhu Mountain would still remember the name of Kunlun ruins. Her voice resumed its flatness, as ethereal as a god above the 9 heavens. Yi Qingxian straightened up and laughed. Legend has it that Kunlun ruins was the dojo of the Queen Mother of the West, and there was also fellowship with the ancestors of Longhu Mountain hundreds of years ago, so naturally, the poor Taoist will not forget it. This is a lie. Yi Qingxian remembered the Kunlun ruins only because back then, when he looked through the sect's canonical records, he was surprised to find out that even though the mountain gate of Kunlun ruins had not come out for hundreds of years, it was still placed among the top Shenmen gates by successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. That is, as long as the Kunlun ruins came out, it would still be one of the first Xian sects to receive an invitation to the Luo Tian Dajiao. This made Yi Qingxian so envious. In his opinion, the head of this mountain gate, that is, the Heavenly Maiden, did not go out of the door every day, and stayed at home even if it was affordable to the culture of the mountain gate. It was simply refreshing. It was a perfect match for his idea of eating and drinking and just settling down for life. As a result, Kunlun Ruins was also labeled as a social terrorism sect in his mind. However, after seeing such a dignified Heavenly Maiden, Yi Qingxuan's opinion of the Kunlun Ruins had slightly changed. The other party suddenly came out of the world after hundreds of years, definitely not out for a trek. There must be something important. Right now, if there was any important matter that could startle this mountain gate that had been hidden for hundreds of years, then I'm afraid it would only be the upcoming aura storm. Good job. I apologize for ever thinking of the Kunlun Ruins as a sociopathic gathering place. Yi Qingxian inwardly said. As for Xin Yaoguang in front of him, after listening to his bragging, her expression also softened quite a bit. Great, no incident for so long. I thought the reputation of the mountain gate in the permanent world would decline. It seems not. He saw Yi Qingxian somehow conjure up another rattan and bamboo chair and placed it on the ground. Then sitting on the chaise longue by the stone table, he saw her still standing and wondered. Fellow Daoist, the chairs are given to you, sit down. Thanks a lot. The young girl in white dress gently sat on the rattan bamboo chair with elegant movements and nodded her head back. Yi Qingxian glanced at her, and despite knowing it in his heart, he asked as usual. Fellow Daoist, when did you come down from the mountain? Today. Xin Yaoguang's cherry-colored lips pursed slightly, and then added in a whirlwind, in the morning. So it is. Yi Qingxian nodded slightly, casually lifting the teapot on the stone table and pouring a cup of tea. He asked with feigned curiosity. The Kunlun Ruins have been hidden for hundreds of years. Why did they suddenly come out? He pushed the tea to the young girl. Xin Yaoguang took the teacup and assumed a serious posture as she replied. I was just about to discuss this with you, Celestial Master. Something big has happened. Yi Qingxian inexplicably wanted to laugh a little, but he held back. Putting on the same serious demeanor, he said. Fellow Taoist, but there's no harm in saying so. The young girl nodded, seriously. The Kunlun Ruins specialize in the way of divination and deduction, and after I awoke with palpitations last night, I divined a fortune, and the trigrams showed that the aura of this world is soaring. Heavenly Master, you are also a leading cultivator, so you should know the importance of this matter and have some sense about it, right? Listen, what people say is also true. Unconsciously praising his own hand, truly worthy of being the Heavenly Maiden of the Kunlun market. Yi Qingxian replied as he spat irrelevant grooves in his mind. Indeed, the poor Taoist has also sensed this matter these days. I wonder if you are. What a good tea. The young girl took a sip of the tea and subconsciously marveled. Sorry. Unconsciously. The young girl's pretty face flushed, then quickly calmed down, her voice became clear and cold, and she continued. Since the Celestial Master knows about this, it's easy to explain. Unusual cultivators might think that this is a good thing, but according to my trigrams, this matter is not that simple. If the aura continues to soar at this rate, I'm afraid it will trigger a flood-like aura storm. The young girl's speech was extremely fast, as if to cover up the party's embarrassment. Having heard what was said, Yi Qingxian took a sip of tea, pondered for a moment, and calmly said. This matter has also been known to the poor Taoist. Ha? Really? Xin Yaoguang exclaimed. Even for her who was proficient in the art of deduction, she had only determined hay after making many deductions. The other side actually knew about it already? Accompanied by Yi Qingxian nodding his head in affirmation, Xin Yaoguang could not help but lose her voice. Didn't you say that the divination art of Longhu Mountain is not considered profound? Fellow Daoist, in front of the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, this is very rude of you. I'm so sorry. It's okay, the poor Taoist was joking. Looking at the young girl with an apologetic face, Yi Qingxian smiled and casually said. You're a funny one. He then set the tea aside, crossed his arms, placed them in front of him, and asked again. So? What are you going to do after you know about the aura storm through divination? I intend to incorporate the formations inherited from successive generations of the Kunlun Ruins into each of the cities, and I hope that you can help me meet with the current saint. Xin Yaoguang blinked and whispered back. Sorry, this can't be done. The Taoist's reply was decisive. Why? The young girl revealed a stunned expression and subconsciously pursued the question. In her opinion, this matter was beneficial to the world, and the other party, as the leader of the righteous ones, should be having a headache over the matter of the aura storm. Right now, if he himself proposed a solution, the Taoist should have readily agreed to it. Yet the next second, the Taoist's flat voice rang out from her ears like thunder from a clear sky, directly causing this long-lived heavenly maiden to freeze in place. What for? Dead early in the morning, dog. There is no emperor now. Chapter 120. A girl out of time. The Qing dynasty is dead? The emperor is gone? What do you mean? Shen Yaoguang felt countless question marks surfacing on her head as she looked at Yi Qingxian with a bit of bewilderment in her eyes. Meaning, there's no one to lead Hakusha now? The young girl's voice was extraordinarily ethereal, and on top of that, more than a little confused. She couldn't be blamed after all. As far as she could remember, feudal dynasties had changed over the millennia, but never collapsed and disappeared. Who had thought that she had only been in the Kunlun ruins for hundreds of years, and that even the most basic dynasties had disappeared in the outside world? It's like the average person who usually frequents a century-old restaurant, but after a long trip, the restaurant simply closes down and disappears, replaced by a new industry that they've never seen before. More or less blindsided. This caused Shen Yaoguang to be a bit overwhelmed for a moment. How is a country to be run with no one to lead it? You can't say that either. Hakusha just doesn't have an emperor anymore, but the official institutions are still there, and their credibility is even stronger to say the least. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly. The power of discourse compared to the former imperial institutions, the poor Taoist feels that it is more than ever, and the prosperity of the country is not in a class of its own. Times have changed, my friend. Indeed. The young girl instantly associated herself with what she had seen along the way, and immediately nodded rather approvingly. And after learning that the official organs still existed, she breathed a meaty sigh of relief and then added, "Then can I trouble the Heavenly Master to help introduce me?" The Kunlun ruins defense formations are simple and effective, and if they can be integrated into the major cities, they will definitely be able to withstand this aura storm. But Yi Qingxian still shook his head. There's no need. Not necessary? Well, not only is it unnecessary, but, in the poor Taoist's opinion, you, fellow Taoist, can't do anything to integrate the formations into the various cities. Is the Celestial Master doubting my abilities? Shen Yaoguang's eyes flickered slightly. It was a matter of Kunlun market's honor, she said seriously. I was 6 years old when I cultivated the mountain, and as I increasingly studied the Tao and the Kunlun ruins, I am still somewhat confident in my attainments in formations. If you don't believe me, Heavenly Master, you can make a move to verify it. Yaoguang is willing to accept the test. No, you've misunderstood. It's not that the poor Taoist doubts your ability, it's that the poor Taoist is afraid that you'll die of exhaustion halfway through the journey. Yi Qingxian wordlessly exhaled and casually took out his cell phone, scratching on the screen while casually saying, "The poor Taoist has said that times have changed, Taoist. In ancient times that was only a few cities, sure you could maintain them one by one, but do you know how many cities there are now?" The young girl shook her head in bewilderment. Still really an old thing. Look young, the actual age is probably older than even my 2 milk. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh and placed the results from the search on his phone in front of the other party. See for yourself. Looking at the number displayed above, Shen Yaoguang froze in place for a moment, her clear face carrying a clear stunned look. That was almost a number she'd never thought of. Yi Qingxian was right in his refusal. If all of these cities let the young girl add the formations, she estimated that she would not be able to finish by exhausting her mana hundreds of times and messing with her mental energy until she ran out of gas. In other words, her perfect plan was flawed from the start. A sense of frustration arose in Shen Yaoguang's heart. Her head sank slightly and she said softly, "So, it seems the times have really changed. I thought that by practicing for hundreds of years, I would be able to do what I wanted to do, but I didn't realize that I was still this powerless." The young girl's voice was a bit despondent, vaguely revealing a hint of resignation. "Heavenly Master, is this feeling stronger when you have lived in the permanent world for a long time?" Me? The young girl nodded and said, "Although you look young, you have a sense of stability. Heavenly Master, is it possible that you have found your balance in this sense of powerlessness?" Her words were quite sincere, and it was clear that she was genuinely seeking advice. But powerless? Even though Shen Yaoguang's expression was serious and her eyes carried a longing for recognition, Yi Qingxian still felt sincerely unfamiliar with this term. No, to put it another way, if you were to come out of the mountains after hundreds of years, you would certainly want to find some recognition. Better think about it. When has one ever been powerless? Yi Qingxian immediately fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he said with some difficulty, "Fellow Taoist, even if you say so, the poor Taoist can't think of a time when he felt powerless." Could it be that you're thinking too much? Shin Yaoguan, huh? No, how is it nothing like what she thought it would be? The young girl felt that the other party's tone was filled with unrivaled confidence, vaguely carrying a sense of invincibility. Is there no strong enemy against whom you are powerless? The young girl pursued the question somewhat undeterred. No. Yi Qingxian replied rather dryly. What about difficult opponents? No, the poor Taoist has not encountered any opponents for the time being since his cultivation. What about natural disasters that are hard to fight? The poor Taoist hand rubs heavenly thunder, and unusual natural disasters can still be countered by Taoism. Shin Yaoguan was completely speechless. She was half speechless, her eyes lost color for a while. Just then, the main event of her visit flashed through her mind, the aura storm. The young girl rushed back to her senses and asked. Celestial Master, it's too late, you'd better take me to introduce me to the so-called official. Even if the formation can't cover all the city, a part of it is still possible. As long as we get mortals to gather in cities that are protected by formations at that time, I think we will be able to ride out this aura storm peacefully. Not good. Yi Qingxian calmly shook his head and opened his mouth to deny it. Are you kidding? Gathering all the Hakushas together? What city in the world can carry the food and clothing of over 1 billion people? Furthermore, if only a few cities were to be protected, the strength of the formation would definitely have to be increased as well, and it would not take much less energy. Also, what about those cities that don't have formations to protect them? Just leave them to perish in the storm? In that case, reconstruction after the disaster would be another big problem. Therefore, Yi Qingxian had his own methods. Not good? Shin Yaoguan subconsciously asked, Heavenly Master, things have come to this, do you have any other methods? That's natural. Can you tell me honestly? Shin Yaoguan spoke in an urgent tone and said with a straight face. As a Kunlun Ruin's heavenly maiden, solving this aura storm is also something I have to do. If your method is reliable, then I can also rest assured. Yi Qingxian didn't think it mattered. After all, his method, the path he took, wasn't obscure or difficult to understand. So he nodded gently, his voice calm. Poor Taoist intends to unfold a mana field over Hakusha, covering the entire country, and rely on his own life cultivation to harden against this aura storm. Shen Yaoguan? The big one is coming. Chapter 121. Let me help you out. Aura storms to cultivators are like mega floods in the eyes of mortals, Category 12 typhoons. And other natural disasters. It is natural to take various methods to solve this problem in a roundabout way. Things like dredging rivers, fortifying houses, taking shelter for a while. Shin Yaoguan's methods are very similar to these. Other than that, she couldn't think of any other good way. Or maybe there's no good way to do it. As for Yi Qingxuan's reply at this moment, it directly made this Kunlun Mountain heavenly maiden's head spin. The method in his mouth was tantamount to a mortal man coming forward and stating that he did not want any foreign objects and intended to withstand this deluge or protect against a 12-stage typhoon by virtue of being a single man. Isn't that a joke? Shin Yaoguan looked at Yi Qingxian in shock and couldn't help but repeat the other party's words. Unfolding a mana field? Covering the whole country? You alone? Yi Qingxian nodded slightly and said calmly. If it's a simple aura storm, Poverty Road's mana field should be able to cope with it, but of course it has to be coupled with some divine Dao techniques, and Poverty Road isn't a little cutie. Shin Yaoguan still felt incomprehensible. Celestial Master, this aura storm is wide enough to cover every country. The Kunlun Ruins deduction art is truly renowned. Fellow Daoist even figured this out? Yi Qingxian unexpectedly praised her with a light smile. It seemed oblivious to the so-called aura storm. Shin Yaoguan felt like she had a lot of things she wanted to say for a while, but was somewhat unable to say them. The words changed to a sentence. You really aren't kidding? Poor Taoist never lies. If you don't believe me, you can make a move now and verify it. Yi Qingxian appeared cloudy. Seeing that the Taoist had said so, the young girl could only nod silently. No need, I believe in the Dragon Tiger Mountain and the heavenly masters of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Despite the tsunami-like waves in her heart, Shin Yaoguan asked in as calm a tone as possible. But if it's okay, can I stay here for a while? Of course. Yi Qingxian laughed. Kunlun Ruin was an honored guest of Longhu Mountain back then, and naturally it is today. That would be a problem. The celestial maiden in white dress leaned back on the rattan chair and exhaled a breath of air, nodding politely. She only felt that her tough perception had suffered one shock after another within today. However, even so, she was willing to trust this young Taoist with an extraordinary temperament. Not only out of respect for the 2,000-year history of the Mountain Gate, but also because of that earlier photo op. Even though it was only a few seconds, Shen Yaoguang did feel a vast and terrifying aura like the sea. It was then that Yi Qingxian smiled faintly. It's just a sleepover, it's no trouble. It's just that, it's estimated that there will be quite a few cultivators visiting Longhu Mountain next, and at that time, the poor Taoist might bother with them some, so I hope that you, Taoist friend, won't care about the related movements at that time. The young girl rested her hand on her cheek, thought for a moment, and then said, "The Celestial Master is going to fight them?" "Naturally." Yi Qingxian sipped the warm tea, his eyes slightly closed. In another week, regarding the arrival of the aura storm, all accomplished Dharma seekers in cultivation will be able to sense it. Since it is a cultivation with success, there are bound to be some who want to take measures accordingly, and most likely they will find the officials and let them implement their own programs. The poor Taoist has already greeted the above, allowing the official Hakusha to make every effort to construct the relevant departments, cultivation academies, and other buildings after the recovery of the aura. This move will definitely make some people feel disconcerted, and some of them who hold themselves to be overly strong will come to Longhu Mountain to find trouble with Poverty Road at that time. Yi Qingxuan's voice was rather calm, clearly not taking this matter to heart. After all, for him, fighting people was never a hassle. Nothing a slap on the wrist won't fix. If there is, then the poor Taoist will have to rub the heavenly thunder. Therefore, you'd better pray that this slap from the poor Taoist will take you down. So it is. After listening to Yi Qingxuan's explanation, the heavenly maiden whose aura was overpowering nodded her head slightly, her complexion regained its calmness, and she said in a natural tone, "Since that's the case, I'll be the one to do it for you, Heavenly Master, when the time comes." "You coming?" "Well, Heavenly Master, you will preserve your strength and wait for the aura storm to arrive." Shen Yaoguang straightened her upper body, her expression clear and cold as she looked at Yi Qingxian. "Leave it to me to deal with fellow officers like these who like to add to the chaos and teach them a lesson." Yi Qingxian said with difficulty, "What they are questioning is the level of Poverty Road. If you help me out, I'm afraid that some people will think that Longhu Mountain is going to depend on Kunlun Market." The young girl thought a little, and said, "Even the heavenly maiden of the Kunlun ruins chose to believe in Longhu Mountain, surely all those lesser Dharma seekers than me will also be heartily convinced." "That's not easy to say." Yi Qingxian shook his head slightly. "It doesn't matter, as long as I say that I've defeated your men miserably and been beaten to a pulp, those people will surely not be upset anymore." Shen Yaoguang did not hesitate. The corner of Yi Qingxuan's mouth moved slightly. "Can you actually do that?" All willing to sacrifice their reputations to pad mine, it's no longer appropriate to refuse. Thinking about this, Yi Qingxian lost his smile and said, "All right, then. Don't worry, leave it to me." The young girl's eyes brightened slightly and her tone was serious. Then he asked, "Are there any books similar to history books in Longfu Shan?" "Naturally." Yi Qingxian said, "It's in the Longhu Mountains book depository, if you want to see it, go and take a look." "Thank you, Heavenly Master," the young girl said rather pleasantly. "Right." Yi Qingxian looked as if he had suddenly thought of something as he looked at the white-robed young girl who was not even clear about the change of dynasties and asked, "Do you know about cell phones? I can get you one." "I don't know." The young girl blinked. "Is that thing important?" "It's okay, if anything, you can learn quite a bit about the present through it." "So it is." The young girl nodded her head thoughtfully, then fished out a golden heavy yuan bao from her bosom and handed it over to Yi Qingxian. "Trouble Sky Master." Yi Qingxian suddenly felt like he was coaxing a child. 2 days later. Meteorological Administration, in the Land of the Beautiful. A horrifying discovery that gave all the staff in the room goosebumps. Chapter 122, The Ark Shelter. Inside the beautiful country, in this largest weather observatory. The world's most advanced detection equipment was placed here, surrounded by a large number of top talents, who were all serious at the moment, their eyes staring at the big screen above. The data displayed on the large screen was seen to be jumping around, showing that it was a complex and well-thought-out deduction and calculation. Meanwhile, supercomputers spread across the major laboratories of the beautiful country were running wild, seeking to disprove the unthinkable conclusion. Hundreds of top researchers all held their breath and waited intently for the results of their calculations. In fact, the world's most advanced scientific equipment, hundreds of the world's top talent, as well as the use of several supercomputers in the observatory were all specially approved by the head of the beautiful country yesterday. And the sight of so much fuss simply for the outcome of a project. Changes in air currents in the Pacific Ocean. This is the project that is being frantically explored within the observatory at the moment. Early yesterday morning, the data observed by the unusual-sounding satellite USS caused a huge stir within the meteorological observatory on the same day. The relevant data are presented directly to the offices of the heads of state. After going through the relevant data as much as he could, the head of the beautiful country made a snap decision to quickly special authorize these resources to the observatory so that they could recalculate the results. The reason is simple. Because the data recorded on that report came from a terrifying current that was brewing at breakneck speed. If this stream of air were to converge, it would be a superstorm that would be enough to destroy several countries in the true sense of the word. At this very moment, inside the weather observatory of the beautiful country, the huge screen was pulsing with alarming numbers. Drops. Along with the end of the calculation, the image displayed on the screen began to change, only to see an incredibly rich storm color aggravating at great speed over the Pacific Ocean. Hundreds of beautiful nation workers were present, all staring blankly at the scene on the screen. What this scene represents is simple. A divine storm, unprecedented in the history of the blue planet, is brewing in the skies above the Pacific Ocean at a speed beyond imagination. My God! What the hell is going on here? Finally, someone in the weather observatory let out a cry of alarm, and the sound of panic pulled the rest of them back from their disorientation. I could have sworn. In 60 years of living, I'd never seen such a horrible weather map. Good heavens! I'm afraid the precursor to this storm is of a level never seen before in the centuries of the beautiful kingdom's history. I'm afraid? It is. This is a natural storm that represents destruction. My dear God. I can assure you that this storm will absolutely sweep across the entire Pacific coast, and there is no telling how many countries will be caught up in it. More and more researchers exclaimed in shock, their looks filled with shock, their pupils reflecting the shocking colors. Pacific. As the largest ocean on the blue planet, it carries more than billions of hectares of seawater, and its watershed area is more than hundreds of millions of square kilometers. The entire coastline connects almost more than half of the world's countries. And observations now show that the scope of this coming divine storm is already large enough to cover the entire Pacific Ocean. What this represents is self-evident. There is no doubt that if there is only one word to replace it, it is destruction. How can this result be acceptable to this group of leading scientists? Leaving aside for the moment, what a grandiose and massive tsunami would be unleashed on the seas of the nations. The energy contained within this storm alone definitely far exceeded the strongest storm that had descended so far. Hundreds of weather watchers couldn't accept the results, and they've been testing and troubleshooting variables since yesterday, spending time verifying the results on their screens over and over again. But all to no avail. Not only did the terrifying energy data on the large screen not decrease, but instead, during the time they had been calculating, it had skyrocketed a great deal more compared to what it had been at the very beginning. There is no doubt that this will be a divine storm that will go down in the annals of all mankind. Enough to sweep the entire Pacific coast? One of the scholars sat paralyzed in his chair, raised his hand and pointed to the image on the big screen, and cried out with trembling. How can it be so simple? Can't you see? Half of the Pacific Ocean is now encompassed by this storm surge. Obviously, in yesterday's calculations, there wasn't this much coverage. At this rate of insanity, how dare you guarantee that this storm will be confined to the Pacific Ocean? There's no energy for it to converge. A researcher subconsciously retorted. But before the words were finished, the scholar from the party interrupted. And where did this energy it's now converging on come from? Are you able to give me a clear picture? The scholar's voice had trembled to the point of loss. The researcher fell silent and his face turned pale. Yes, even with the gathering of the best machines and scientific talent on Blue Planet today, they were baffled as to the cause of the storm. It was impossible to even deduce where this majestic to terrifying air current came from. Although science is about bold assumptions and careful evidence. But if the cause of a thing is too implausible, then even the stage of bold hypothesis becomes a struggle. The laws of nature and the laws of physics that we have mastered are but a drop in the ocean of the laws of this universe. The scholar's face was already bloodless, and he said in a tone of incomparable trepidation. No one has a solution to this storm at all, we'll just have to build shelters big enough to hold the entire citizenry of the beautiful country while this storm is still converging. It can't be done. Upon hearing that scholar's program, someone with a desperate face cried out. Unusual storms end in a few hours at short notice and last no more than 10 days and a half months, and even if this storm is unprecedented in scale, the time left for us is definitely no more than 2 months. What is it going to take in 2 months to build shelters that can hold the entire citizenry of the beautiful country? Why don't we join forces with Hakusha's construction labor team? Their infrastructure skills are world-renowned, so they might be able to finish the shelter before the end. Another researcher suggested. His proposal was quickly taken as a priority by the crowd, but one of the leading scientists shook his head and said, Hakusha's scientific level isn't too far behind us, and they've more than likely noticed the anomalies in the Pacific Ocean as well, so trying to poach their infrastructure staff at this point in time is a no-brainer. It doesn't matter. As long as we take advantage of the opportunity to recruit infrastructure workers from those backward countries, we still have a silver lining as well. In the end, after some heated discussions, a program named Ark Shelter was successfully formulated. That night, the plans for this program were presented to the head's office. With nightfall, the head of the beautiful country unwrapped the plan. After learning about the horrors of the storm, the ever-calm head couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a moment, he urgently summoned the top brass of the beautiful country and launched an impromptu congress. Here comes the first shift. Chapter 123: A Plan Against Yi Qingxian. What do you think of this Ark Shelter program? In Congress, the head of the beautiful country asked questions of the many members of Congress. His tone was calm and slow, and he appeared to be frank. It also gave members of Congress, who had been dumbfounded by the news of the storm, a reprieve from their panic. Mr. Head, with all due respect, I think it is imperative that the veracity of this information should be verified. A congressman stood up, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and spoke in a deep voice. The veracity of the message has been verified through repetition, and now it's time to discuss the solution next. The head of the beautiful country folded his hands together and placed them in front of his body, his tone of voice not seeing any urgency. Mr. Headmaster, I think the shelter option is feasible, and with our current national power, it's not too difficult to create a few shelters that can accommodate millions of people in 2 months. A middle-aged legislator with a seat in front of him spoke up. It just seems to me that the program could probably use a little bit of trimming added to it. Trim? Exactly. This middle-aged counselor smiled slightly and immediately stood up, speaking aloud to the crowd. According to the news, nowadays, some technologically advanced powers are mostly starting to notice something strange in the Pacific Ocean. Our country should have been one of the first to realize that the storm was coming, and as it was, we should have taken advantage of the head start. The head of the beautiful country nodded slightly. You continue. The middle-aged counselor smiled smugly, his tone then intensified a few points. I think that we should immediately announce the news related to the aura storm and utilize the public's cult mentality so that our country can occupy the greatest voice in the next action. Utilizing this discourse, we are taking the opportunity to make a big deal about building this shelter code named Ark, and surely in the shortest possible time, we will be able to pull in the top talents from various countries. In this way, when the storm is over, with the help of this group of top talents, we will be able to complete the post-disaster reconstruction in the shortest possible time, and still be able to retain the position of the beautiful country as the world's hegemon. Along with his words, many of the legislators present nodded slightly. Being the first to jump out in the face of danger will indeed reap absolute rewards. It's like the prophet in the game of werewolf killing who managed to tell the identity of the werewolf. No matter who is said to be a wolf, someone will believe it. That's how important words are. But some people continue to raise their concerns. Hakusha's reputation is now as strong as ever internationally, and with that heavenly master of Longhua Mountain sitting in the east, the nations are expected to look to him. The words were full of importance, causing the heads of the beautiful countries to all look slightly pale. After the Battle of Fusan, the weight of that Lung Fushan celestial master has been unspeakably heavy on the international scene. Even Hakusha's neighboring countries, and even the many countries in the Nordic continent, were now frantically showing their goodwill to Hakusha. Absolute super specification of war power brings absolute impact. Simply sitting in the east would make hundreds of countries on the blue planet take him incredibly seriously. No matter which country it was clear that that heavenly master was in existence that could never be crossed. This is the energy of that Lung Fu Mountain heavenly master today. That's a real problem. Alas! In the face of that Hakusha Taoist, no country dares to openly call him out anymore. Even my country doesn't want to be on the opposite side of him. Exactly. Why don't we just join forces with Hakusha? Maybe that celestial master has some good ways to ward off natural disasters. How can that work? There is always only one leader, and cooperating with Hakusha will only weaken our country's voice in the international arena. Then you mean to openly confront that celestial master? That's not what I meant. Is there no program that will ensure the future development of our country without making war with Hakusha? There was a stalemate as a group of legislators discussed the matter. However, there was one point of view that the crowd was tacitly in agreement on, and that was not to go against that heavenly master. Never let Yi Qingxian have a reason to strike. Gentlemen, there's really no need to be so troubled. At that moment, the head of the beautiful country, who hadn't made a comment, spoke up, looking around the room and then speaking slowly. Although that celestial master's personal battle power is so strong that it doesn't make sense, I've read the records and he's never struck out for no reason. That is to say, due to his status, he had a reason for each of his strikes and did not really do whatever he wanted. In that case, there is an opportunity to implement the program you proposed earlier. He turned his attention to the middle-aged councilman with the seat in front of him. Mr. Headmaster, you can say anything you want. The middle-aged counselor had a look of joy and excitement on his face. I'm just saying that the terrifying reputation of that celestial master is not without a way to check it. The headmind smiled faintly and said, just hire a large number of water armies and head to the major online platforms to exaggerate the scale of the storm as much as possible, and minimize that heavenly master's battle power appropriately. This degree has to be grasped well, to make the onlookers feel that we are presenting the facts and reasoning, and in less than a month, we will be able to drastically diminish that celestial master's prestige. In the meantime, we have to do our best to showcase the cutting-edge technology of the beautiful country, so that the world will feel that the technological fortress of the beautiful country is safer compared to that celestial master. Being strong in combat doesn't mean that the insurer is strong, and then when the time comes, we'll open the door wide to show that the arc of the beautiful country welcomes anyone in the world to join. Talent will surely flock to it. There was a distinct smirk in his voice, clearly having long studied that celestial master's shortcomings in depth and knowing how to soldier on. Hear this. Inside the conference room, the crowd applauded, and the corners of the beautiful country's heads' mouth slowly rose. Tenchi, the war of public opinion is the basic of the war of nations. No matter how strong you are in personal combat, as long as your heart is in the right place, I still have plenty of ways to limit you. Mr. Head, I have a question. When we open the country's gates, there must be more than just talented people from various countries coming. There must be a huge amount of stinking fish and shrimp. Amidst the applause, someone still couldn't help but frown and ask. Should they also enter into the ark and take up valuable spots? Of course not. The head of the beautiful country showed a smile, only it was full of coldness. For those useless comers, just turn them all away and let them die in the storm. Half an hour later, it was accompanied by an official announcement from the beautiful country. Worldwide, the major online platforms immediately created a furor. Chapter 124 Yi Qingxuan's shocking speech. The scale of the storm is depicted with a lot of jargon in this official briefing from the beautiful country. The detail of its data looks quite convincing. As for how much of this data is true and how much is false, only the official of the beautiful country knows for sure. But none of that matters. Importantly, this report has the power to convince the vast majority of the public. Reports indicate that a horrific storm, large enough to sweep across the globe, is brewing over the Pacific Ocean and is expected to descend in up to 2 months. It also details how horrific the storm's destructive power would be, energy that could easily destroy several countries. At the end of the report, the beautiful country said that they are preparing relevant defense plans and that they are confident in their ability to keep their citizens safe and sound during this storm. Soon, the comments section on the relevant social media platforms were filled with netizens from various countries who started discussing it here. My God! Is this for real? Are we going to be finished in Great Britain? I asked my cousin at Harbor Tech and he said this report is highly authentic. How come? I just got married and I haven't had a chance to enjoy the good life yet. Ha 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 ha. I'm not panicking at all. I've just immigrated to the beautiful country and can enjoy the shelter of the beautiful country. It's all right. The coordinates are in Hakusha, and I'm not panicked with Tianshur, his old man, sitting on Longhu Mountain. Among the messages from many countries, one Hakusha netizen's message below is unusually striking. On top of that, the Hakusha netizen also attached a couple of panda head emojis, looking calm and collected between the lines. And the replies below him were unusually numerous. The envy. I'm on the Maoist side of the country, and now I'm so tempted to go hide in Hankiori territory. Upstairs, white skin sister, I'll teach you a little trick, find a Hakusha boyfriend and you'll be able to get in without any problems. Really? I like Mr. Tenchi so much, can I be with him? You might as well stay in line in Maoist country. One is in a stick country, envious +1. However, speaking of which, our country also has a connection with Longhu Mountain, so the Heavenly Master should protect us as well. Your country has a connection with Lungfu Shan? How come we in Fusan don't know about it? Longhu Mountain had contact with our ancestors 1,000 years ago, and both sides cut their teeth on their skills, both praising the other. Seriously? Of course it's true. We have this record in our history books. Laughing me to death, cutting a hook. I just went and searched, and 1,000 years ago a Longhu Mountain Taoist master beat a chi practitioner who came to the Central Plains to tears. And then what? Then the bastard went back and wrote a book, insisting that the two sides were undefeated, and it was taken as official history by the executives of the stick country. Ha ha ha. I thought it was something. It turns out that you were also beaten up. According to you, we Fusan and the Heavenly Master have even more connections. With the help of the text translation that comes with the website, the netizens of the various countries are talking to each other. The history in the mouth of the country of the stick was quickly dismantled in this discussion, and immediately fell silent in shame. Afterwards, the crowd continued to discuss about the Dragon Tiger Mountain, their words filled with respect for Yi Qingxian. No one questioned the fact that Yi Qingxian was able to escort Hakusha. After all, the latter's performance in the international arena was close to a miracle. However, just then, a dissonant voice mixed in. Hakusha, don't talk so much. Looking at the IP unknown and the language used, the speaker is a Westerner. That Hakusha Taoist priest is indeed powerful, but don't forget that just because he can fight doesn't mean he can protect you. Blackie's at it again, if you're good, you'll put on a show to subdue Fuso too. Some netizens were dismissive of his denigration and immediately replied. What? Did I say something wrong? This Westerner kept tapping away at his keyboard, sending out comment after comment that I admit that Hakusha division is so powerful and capable of fighting that not even a country's army can be a threat to him. But does it have anything to do with his ability to shield Hakusha from the storm? What good is it for him to be able to fight in the face of this unprecedented divine storm? Just as a country that has the means of nuclear strike does not necessarily have the means of nuclear defense. Maybe that celestial master is only good at fighting and not good at these defensive means. Personally, I still prefer to believe in the beautiful countries, arc. Along with his reply being sent, the reply section of this message briefly fell silent. Many people began to ponder whether that celestial master really possessed the ability to protect a country. It is important to realize that a hitman and a bodyguard are responsible for different jobs. Generally speaking, the latter is more laborious and more difficult to perform than the former. Just like in the ancient times of Hakusha, a very strong martial artist was not necessarily a very good dark master, but a very good dark master had a high probability of being a very strong martial artist. Yi Qingxian has fully demonstrated the gold in his role as a martial artist, but whether or not he is a good dark master, there is a question mark. Thinking about this, many of the netizens in the countries frowned slightly. Including some of Hakusha's netizens, their hearts sank slightly after seeing it. Yes, they had overemphasized Yi Qingxian's combat prowess, thus ignoring the matter of whether or not he possessed the ability to escort. Even though the other party had, so far, not indicated on social media platforms that they could protect Hakusha, or even showed knowledge of the matter of the storm's desire to come. That's really a bit of a minus. However, the people involved don't care about those scores in their minds is all. So, below this well-placed message. For a while, only the Westerner with the rhythm was left to comment frantically. Why aren't you all talking? You guys aren't just now realizing that Hakusha isn't absolutely safe, are you? If you ask me, it's better to call on your relatives and friends around you early while you can, so that they can bring you, together, to join the embrace of the beautiful country. The most reliable defense device in the world right now is the arc that the beautiful country is building. And, to be the first to predict the storm without any announcements from the countries, the beautiful country's technology level needs no introduction, right? A statement with strong rhythmic meaning was sent out by him and constantly seen by the netizens of the countries browsing this report. Soon, a large number of low-level accounts with unknown IP affiliations also began to make relevant remarks. The entire ethos of the report's comments section has changed without even realizing it. More and more people began to think that the young celestial master did not have the ability to withstand the storm, and the scale in their hearts began to tilt towards the beautiful country. As you can see, in life, try not to get into arguments with retards because they will bring your IQ to the same level as theirs. And then beat you with a wealth of experience. If the story had not involved his own life, and indeed the lives of all his friends and family, the netizens of the nations might have been able to see the point, and thus not have been affected by the rhythm. But it doesn't matter. This was because the comment that Yi Qingxian had posted was rising rapidly in the comment section at an alarming rate. And this comment, posted by the man himself, possesses a rather terrifying stabilizing effect. In the meantime, the head of the beautiful country couldn't help the corners of his mouth from turning up as he looked at the many comments underneath the report and scrolled through some of the related stories posted on social media. The way things are going, it won't be more than a few weeks before most of the hearts and minds on the blue planet will be on the side of the beautiful kingdom. What are you going to do about it, Skymaster? Laughter falls. The headmaster lifted the tea on the table and was about to drink it when he suddenly saw a user's comment flying up in the comment section of that story. What? The moment he saw the comment, the otherwise unhurried head's breath hitched. He was startled into sitting up straight for a moment, while his wrist flicked and a large amount of tea poured onto the table. He saw that the user's name was the last 3 Hakusha characters he wanted to see. Yi Qingxian. And the comment, which is a simple sentence with a powerful confidence in the words. It doesn't matter. I'll do it. The replies under this message are growing fast. The message was shown to be very effective. Just glancing at the bottom of the message, the excited replies. Goosebumps rose in shock just behind the head of the beautiful country. What a terrifying call to action. Here comes the first shift. That said, isn't everyone taking a long May Day vacation soon? Chapter 125, Leave It to Me. Below Yi Qingxuan's message. Filled with countless netizens who had heard about it from Hakusha. Tiancher actually took the initiative to come forward and bag the win. I'm so touched. Heavenly Master. We honor you to the core, yeah. So what if it's a storm sweeping the globe? The Celestial Master said he would strike. Steady la. Steady la. The dog days of the water army in the outer net to bring the rhythm of our Celestial Master? Brothers, give me a hard check. Numerous Hakusha netizens cheered, feeling extremely excited about Yi Qingxuan's trip. It was important to know that previously Yi Qingxian had never openly made a statement on the extranet. And this time, not only was it published, it was under the official social media platform of the beautiful country. This gives the netizens of Hakusha the illusion that Yi Qingxian had already brought them to kill the enemy's public opinion base camp and had taken the initiative to give them a backing. Imagine if a young Taoist who looks like an immortal tapped you on the shoulder and said to you in a solemn tone, "I'll leave you guys to it next." What an uplifting scene that would be. As a result, Hakusha's netizens began to carpet search the comments for the accounts of those water armies that were carrying the tempo, and once they were found, they were greeted with a bird's eye view. Where have we seen this kind of action on foreign forums? It didn't take more than a few rounds to lose in a magical sparring match. Hakusha's netizens went all the way to the top, and this brought back every bit of the prestige that had been lost earlier. This is very much in line with the culture of Taoism. Other denominations tell you to make peace and forget hate. But the dogs tell you to just him. Lung Fu Shan, the Heavenly Master's mansion. Yi Qingxian casually placed his cell phone on the wooden table and leisurely leaned his body back. He'd underestimated his influence. Review posted on the extranet 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes later it was directly topped by enthusiastic Hakusha netizens to the top of the comment section. That's why the story of compatriots united, no matter how many times you read it, is a source of heartfelt joy. Yi Qingxian lightly smiled and muttered to himself. Ta-da! Just then, outside the door in front of him, the sound of tiny footsteps rang out. Immediately afterward, a young girl in modern dress stepped in. It was Xin Yaoguang who had changed her dress. Outside the door, there were leaves floating in the wind in the courtyard, and the young girl's long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and after straightening her attire, her clear eyes looked at the Taoist and nodded. It fits perfectly, thank you, Celestial Master. Yi Qingxian looked at the refreshed Kunlun Heavenly Maiden in front of him, cleared his throat and laughed lightly. Quite well, looking at it this way, you, Taoist, really do look like a wandering seeker of the law in the mortal world. Shouldn't it look like a normal person? The young girl's voice was a little dubious. Normal people don't give off that ancient aura all the time. Yi Qingxian stretched his waist and said in a casual tone. They just give off an air of instability, modern people, and there aren't many of them that aren't crazy at all. Is that so? Shin Yaoguang pondered for a moment and then nodded, asking in a gentle tone. Where are those people who are coming to ask you for a statement? Have they not arrived yet? I'm ready. The young girl looked a little leery. There's no rush, the NSA just called me and said they're on their way. Yi Qingxian calmly said, remember the words of poor Tao, when we meet them, don't be polite to them, otherwise they will think that we don't have a bottom. Shin Yaoguang's small face was serious as she replied. Don't worry, I'll make sure to give them a good lesson in the Kunlun Ruins Tao arts. Then the poor Taoist will wait and see. In the meantime, a group of figures dressed in various kinds of Taoist robes were marching towards Longhu Mountain on a mountain road that was dozens of miles away. Quite a few of their faces were a little bit unkind. Apparently there was some problem with the large mountain not far away. Or rather, there were some opinions about that arrogant and cocky contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Chapter 126 Covetousness Under Greater Good. The morning sun was just right, and the morning light cast a gap in the tree canopy, spilling out onto the trail in bits and pieces. Led by a red-robed old man, dozens of Hakusha Dharma seekers looked unimpressed as they swiftly marched in the direction of Longhu Mountain. The atmosphere in the group was a bit stagnant. The red-robed old man at the head of the group was even more frowning, and the anger that had yet to dissipate was still hanging on his withered tree bark like old face. All of their group came from the major hidden mountain sects of Hakka. After learning of the events of this storm's arrival through the sects' respective means, all of them chose to go down the mountain. After all, in their estimation, if this storm was not handled well, it would end in the fall of rivers and mountains, the displacement of people, and even death. It was only then that he hoofed it down the mountain. In addition, the seclusion of these mountain sects of theirs was not as thorough as the Kunlun ruins, and they still had an understanding of the general situation outside the mountains. Not only do they know about the change of dynasties, but they even have their respective Hakusha military contacts. As a result, these self-possessed reclusive Dharma seekers quickly contacted the top echelons of the Hakusha military. But after they explained the causes and consequences, not only did they fail to attract the attention they had imagined and rejected their help, but they also insisted on advancing according to the current plans of the Hankiori military. And after getting to the bottom of the matter, they angrily discovered that the current plan of the Hakusha military was actually just a plan for the establishment of some strange buildings, the kind that didn't have half a cent to do with fending off natural disasters. This is just ridiculous. The Dharma seekers of these mountain gates immediately expressed their dissatisfaction and put forward their own defense programs, asking the Hakusha military to fully support them. Unexpectedly, all they got was a rather helpless sentence from the other side. This is the meaning of the contemporary heavenly master. His old man said that this storm will be resolved by him. Gentlemen, if you have any problems, you can go to Longhu Mountain to confront him. Listen, what does that mean? It means that the superstorm sweeping the world can be solved by that Lung Fu Shan heavenly master alone. It's almost like they're treated like jumped-up clowns. Dozens of Dharma seekers were first stunned, and then all of them rose up in anger. It was clear that they were all here to save Hakusha as well, but they were actually being belittled like this. The people held themselves to be dignified figures in the cultivation world, and with their mountain gates all claiming to be Shan sect, they were naturally dissatisfied with Yi Qingshuan's single-handed approach. Then, I don't know who shouted first. Didn't the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master say that we could confront him if we had any problems? Let's go! Thus, the anger in the hearts of the people was ignited, and they immediately advanced towards the direction of Longhu Mountain with great fanfare. It's really outrageous, after years of not seeing each other, the Dragon Tiger Mountain today is so arrogant. In the group, there was a disgruntled Dharma seeker carrying a huge sword, his tone thinly veiled with anger. Back then, the Dragon Tiger Mountain was all about convincing people with reason. Where is this kind of overbearing behavior? They simply don't care about us. Exactly. I really want to quickly see what an arrogant and domineering person the contemporary Heavenly Master is. Humph. You want to know what that Heavenly Master looks like? Still need to wait to go up the mountain? Someone coldly grunted and pulled up his voice to draw the crowd's attention before holding up a cell phone and sneering. You guys see, the contemporary Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain is actually filming a program and doing a live broadcast. It's really quite grounded. What was playing on the screen was exactly the live cut of Yi Qingshuan's initial participation in that Broken Weird Season 2 program. The crowd was already a bit dissatisfied with this overbearing behavior of his, and now that they saw that he was only about 20 years old, the dissatisfaction in their hearts reached the point of spilling out. While we people are practicing hard in the mountains, he is actually leading the Dragon Tiger Mountain to attract the eyes of the mundane world like this? The way I see him, he's simply still a milquetoast doll, right? How can he also hold the position of heavenly master? I haven't seen you for decades, and Longhu Mountain has fallen. Someone had a sigh on their face, a long, fretful sigh. Another person chimed in, who says otherwise. How urgent the situation is now, only we who are these seniors can feel it. You see what this young celestial master is saying? What do you mean? If you have a problem, go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain and look for him. A beautiful woman clasped her hands to her chest and said in a deep voice, which of the people here are not his elders? He should be the one to visit us one by one if there are problems. What is said is very true. It's like he thinks he can weather the storm all by himself. It's simply a mouthful. This little doll has too much breath. That red-robed old man walked over with quick steps, and after scanning the young Taoist on that screen twice, he suddenly said angrily. The poor Taoist also had some friendship with the previous heavenly master. I thought he was a Taoist who knew right from wrong, and the poor Taoist respected him, but I never thought that he was so dim-witted that he would choose this kind of name-dropping junior as the heavenly master's successor. When he said that, he grunted angrily. There is a great deal of talk in such an emergency situation, with no awareness of the seriousness of the problem. In my opinion, it's time to reconsider the status of the head of this Dragon Tiger Mountain Xian sect. The red-robed old man's White Peak Quan had a long history, with hundreds of disciples under his door. Even though it was claimed to be a hidden world, behind the scenes, it was also funded by many wealthy merchants from the mundane world, so the size of the mountain gate was basically at the level of a hegemony amongst this group of people. Together with the fact that the aura of today's permanent world has not yet fully recovered, the size of the major mountain gates also rarely reaches thousands of people. Therefore, if Longhu Mountain retreated to the second line, he, by Fengguan, would have a not-so-small probability of competing for this so-called leader of the Xian sect. It's no wonder he's so uptight. Moreover, in the red-robed old man's opinion, the contemporary heavenly master could tell at a glance that he was young and tender, and that his Tao and magical powers had certainly not been cultivated to perfection, and his mind was bound to prefer the generation of contending courage and ruthlessness. As long as the identity of the elders was revealed, and then the strength was shown, and a few words of reprimand were given when necessary, it would definitely make this young celestial master ashamed of himself. I think it will definitely play a great role in the future when competing for the position of Xianmen leader. Thinking about this, the red-robed old man couldn't help but feel his heart on fire. Humph. When we ascend this Longhu Mountain, we will definitely make this young heavenly master apologize for his mistake, and let him take a good look at the elegance of our older generation of cultivators. The crowd nodded in agreement. The topic was unconsciously bypassed as the distance between them and Lung Fu Shan grew closer. A moment later, someone casually said, by the way, a few days ago, I heard that the mountain range ban over at Kunlun Ruins was lifted, and some mortals had seen a woman in white walk out of the mountain range. The Kunlun Ruins? That Kunlun Ruins that has been hidden for hundreds of years? Someone asked out of breath. Exactly. The man looked a little smug. The Kunlun Ruins had continued for thousands of years, and to be able to recognize this kind of Xian sect could also sidestep the strength of one's own sect. Moreover, as a fellow hidden sect, the Kunlun Ruins had an extremely high status in the hearts of these people. Right now, hearing that the Kunlun Ruins had been unblocked after hundreds of years, it was natural that some people would lose their minds. I once heard from my sect's master ancestor that whenever there was a great calamity in the Changsha, the Kunlun market would send a contemporary heavenly maiden down to save the world. The middle-aged Dharma seeker who could use a point-and-shoot cell phone earlier came over and said with some exclamation, "It's really inspiring, that must be a mildly powerful senior." That's natural, the Kunlun ruins have been passed down for thousands of years, and the heavenly maidens within the gate change once every few hundred years, so their cultivation is naturally unfathomable. Truth be told, my master's ancestor had met the contemporary heavenly maiden before her seclusion, and had left a portrait in order to show his admiration, so if I could meet the contemporary heavenly maiden, I would be able to recognize her. The Kunlun ruins. It's also been hundreds of years since they've shown their faces. If that heavenly maiden senior really came down from the mountain, she would surely be dissatisfied with this overbearing behavior of Longhu Mountain as well. Well said. That Longhu Mountain heavenly master had better pray that his behavior hasn't been discovered by senior heavenly maiden, or else there will be no good fruit for him. Gentlemen, Longhu Mountain has arrived. The people spoke one by one, and although their words were discussing the Kunlun ruins, they revealed their extreme dissatisfaction with Longhu Mountain. Unconsciously, the majestic and solemn Longhu Mountain was already close at hand. Happy May Day holiday, gentlemen. Chapter 127, Don't say the poor Taoist is bullying you. Following the mountain path of Longhu Mountain, the crowd made their way up the mountain. The appearance of such a large group of people dressed in ancient attire inevitably caused a burst of attention. Immediately, there was a curious gaze cast, puzzled by the influx of so many people with very different dressing styles from Longhu Mountain at once. On top of that, this group of people all had extraordinary temperaments and went up to the naked eye with some precious light, living like those so-called cultivators. Moreover, what was even more concerning was that all of them were actually grim-faced at the moment, looking ill-mannered, like ancient vagabonds who had come to ask for a claim from the court. It's really strange, at this juncture now, there are still people who dare to come to Lung Fushan to look for trouble? Countless tourists have had their appetites whetted by the idea. Although live streaming is not allowed on Lung Fushan, it is still possible to simply record your life. Many tourists then took out their cell phones from their bags and took pictures or videos of the group. Some of the more idle tourists even focused their attention directly on them, following them to see if they were having fun. The disciples of Longhu Mountain naturally saw this scene. However, they had learned of the gang's arrival from Yiqing Xian a few days ago, so they did not stop them, only that there was a vague look of anger in their expressions. The master stood up for himself in a time of crisis, and there were actually people coming to his door to ask for money. When it's really sick in the head. The biased master also said it was normal and not to be concerned. Feeling the countless lines of sight cast around him, that red-robed old man flushed a little. He liked this feeling of being the center of attention too much. He was so hot-blooded that he actually shouted at the top of his lungs. "Gentlemen! The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain is young and ignorant, and acts in an overbearing manner, actually wanting to fend off an upcoming terrifying storm all by himself, and not allowing the official Hakusha to build up defenses. Such behavior is really not taking the lives of the people of Dawn into account, so we have come here to ask for punishment. Those who want to see how domineering this young heavenly master is, follow us up the mountain." The loud voice resounded over the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain. Hearing one Dragon Tiger Mountain disciple instantly harden his fists. Countless tourists, on the other hand, were stunned. Regarding the storm, they had naturally heard about it. After all, it was high on the hot search list for the past 2 days. Even those who didn't pay attention to the hot list would have learned about it through word of mouth from relatives and friends around them. Dozens of years ago, when the internet was not developed, rumors of the end of the world could be made known to the world. Not to mention the speed at which information travels in this day and age. And what made them stunned was, of course, the statement of the red-robed old man in front of them. If it was really as the red-robed old man had said, then there was some reason for this group of people to be so vocal. However, the contemporary Heavenly Master's actions over this period of time were evident to them. That's a true super-spec single combatant. Even if we say we have to weather this storm alone, it doesn't seem to be a problem, does it? The vast majority of people are convinced of this. It's all about word of mouth. What's more, they had long since learned of Yi Qingxuan's attitude from the comment section of that report from the beautiful country, so where was the need for the red-robed old man in front of them to inform them? Where did you guys come from? Are you also worthy to ask the Heavenly Master about his sins? A double-door visitor was the first to shout, "I'm a grumpy person, I just want to ask you guys who Hook 8 is. Where were you guys when the Heavenly Master crusaded against Fusang some time ago?" "It is. Those who don't know think you're official." A bunch of people ran over here in great numbers, asking for the sins of the Heavenly Master at Longhu Mountain. I see you like a group of cosplay. Cos is the size of the king in poker. This is the time when someone has to ask, Taoist Master, is it really in the cards for them to ask the Heavenly Master about his sins? There's a show when there's a show. There's a show for you at the circus tonight. Don't be ashamed. Spreading wildness in Longhu Mountain, the national security will be here soon to invite you to have tea. Countless tourists in all directions laughed, their words full of sarcasm and mockery towards this group of people. The red-robed old man, who had never heard so many taunts, was instantly dried out and broke his defense red warm. Outrageous! As soon as he broke away from the block of his companion beside him, he angrily shouted. It was he himself who said that if there are any problems to come to Dragon Tiger Mountain to look for him. We are all following the rules as well. If it weren't for the lives of the people of Hakusha, why would we bother coming down the mountain? He breathed heavily and his voice became incomparably sad and angry. The poor Taoist doesn't believe that he, Longhu Mountain, can block this storm and has come to verify one or two things. Is it wrong? After the words were spoken, countless tourists looked odd. If you're just here to verify one or two things, what's with the questioning of the party? Now you're playing the poor guy. Okay. Just when some tourists wanted to make a rebuttal, a calm and leisurely voice swung out from the compound at the top of the mountain. as if a breeze had instantly blown across the entire Longhu Mountain. Don't sell your mouth at the poor Taoist, as if the poor Taoist is bullying you. Come up here. Chapter 128, Questioning the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The red-robed old man's mood was a little apprehensive. His figure was at the forefront of the group, heading in the direction of the hilltop compound, moving forward with great vigor, only his face was not quite natural. At the back of the group, followed by a large number of eating tourists, obviously extremely curious about the matter. The last thing that's lacking in this day and age is people who are looking for fun. Seeing that Yi Qingxian was not the least bit afraid, and instead took the initiative to voice out an invitation to this group of people who came to the mountain, the tourists naturally smelled the smell of trouble. Just ask, who doesn't want to see a cultivator fight? Which one of us here doesn't want to see the Heavenly Master make a move? Obviously, everyone wants to see it. Only from time to time there were Taoist elders on both sides of the mountain path who voiced their advice, and they, the tourists, were not good enough to follow too closely, and could only walk far behind the red-robed old man's team. Unnaturally glancing at the crowd behind him, the red-robed old man admonished himself to be calm. The reason for his heart's apprehension at the moment was very simple, to say the least. Simply because of the plaintive voice that had swung from the mountaintop earlier. The breezy voice wrapped in unrivaled confidence made the line feel the heavy pressure of a mountain and a sea. The red-robed old man was no exception. One sentence alone made the group, including him, feel a little sweaty. This couldn't help but make the old man feel a little baffled. Without even meeting the face, just hearing the other party's voice could make a person of his own cultivation level feel panic? What's the situation? Could it be that this young celestial master's cultivation level is very high? Just as soon as this thought surfaced, it was rejected by the red-robed old man, who lost his smile and shook his head. How is that possible? Even though he hadn't seen a video of his opponent's fight, he'd seen it clearly from the man's cell phone earlier. The contemporary Heavenly Master's appearance still had a hint of boyishness, definitely not more than 30 years old. And those who are highly cultivated among the seekers of the Dharma are usually able to prolong their lives to about 200 years old. Contemporary Heavenly Masters under 30 years old. Honestly, even if you start practicing Kung Fu from your mother's womb, how strong can you be? And how could he be a match for his own self, who was a titan of the cultivation world? Thinking about this, the red-robed old man's expression became much more confident. Cultivation has been going on for 100 years now, how could he be afraid of a junior? What's more, even if the other party's status was honorable, the cultivation path was about, the one who achieves is the teacher. He himself was trying to tell him that even if he was the contemporary Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, he could not do whatever he wanted when his cultivation was low. Thinking of this, the red-robed old man grew more and more confident, and even his pace began to take on a bit of a swaggering stance. And at the front of their group, several disciples on the Dragon Tiger Mountain were quietly leading the way. A few disciples were only a scant 2 or 3 meters away from each other, talking to each other in low voices. Senior brother, in your opinion, will this group of people cause trouble for Master Shifu? Oh, have you practiced monasticism in the mountains to fix stupidity? Can you say it yourself? I'm worried they'll get slapped to death by the master. Slapping them to death isn't so bad. Master Shifu, his old man, has a sense of propriety, but they won't be spared a beating. Master Shifu was fending off the storm for Akusha. What do you think these people are jumping out to get involved? Is it hard to believe that it's really for the sake of the world? I think there's an element of doing it for the sake of the world's people, but it's more of an eye-opener for the status of our Longhu Mountain. Master Shifu is busy every day, doing everything himself, and these people have the nerve to come and ask for forgiveness, I'll be damned. Although these murmurs were small, these Longhu Mountain disciples obviously did not deliberately suppress them to a level where onlookers could not hear them. After all, they never talk bad about people behind their backs. Thus, the red-robed old man at the front of the rear ranks could clearly hear these murmurs. His face quickly filled with blood from irritation and his fists clenched, but he still didn't snap on the spot. The many Dharma seekers behind them all had ugly faces as well, apparently hearing the conversation in front of them. The red-robed old man took a deep breath and accelerated his pace up the mountain. Let's see what else you guys have to say after catching that Longfu Mountain Heavenly Master in 3 or 2 tries. When the time comes, I will say, if it were not for my white peak one coming out late, where would those credits come to you, Longhu Mountain? See how you should conduct yourselves. The old man shouted angrily in his heart. The Dragon Tiger Mountain disciple leading the way in front slowly stopped, turned around, and said in a cold voice, "Gentlemen, we're here. Master Shifu is inside. His old man doesn't like noisy environments, so we won't go in and wait for you here. In addition, Longhu Mountain has had an honored guest land here at Master Teachers in the past few days, so there is no need for you all to make a fuss if you see it. Strike that. Without waiting for the crowd to react, the disciple in the lead turned back to the courtyard in front of him and opened his mouth with a gentle bow. Uncle Zui, we've brought someone. Uncle? Doubts had just arisen in the hearts of the red-robed old man and the others when they saw the gate of the courtyard in front of them being pushed open with a creak. A cool young girl dressed in Longhu Mountain's Taoist robes walked out, her eyes cold as she looked at them. Are these the only ones? Zui Yi's tone was casual. Yes. The Dragon Tiger Mountain disciple at the head of the group nodded his head and said, It's all here, senior uncle, we didn't stop a single person. And upon hearing Zui Yi's words, the red-robed old man and his group immediately frowned. What do you mean only these? You translate what that means. Someone in the group felt humiliated and said in a cold voice. What? Is the Dragon Tiger Mountain thinking that there are too few of us? What a bunch of rabble-rousers. Zui Yi shook his head and calmly said. You misunderstand, it's just that fewer people came than expected, so there's that. The man wanted to say something else, but the red-robed old man reached out to stop him. Forget it, it's just a junior. The old man stared tightly at the cool young girl in front of him, his complexion somewhat grave. Since the moment the young girl stepped out of the party, he had felt a slight palpitation from the other party. This meant that the other party possessed strength that could threaten his life. A so-called senior uncle of Longhu Mountain has this kind of strength? The red-robed old man was secretly alarmed, and only then did he reach out to stop his companion. Well, business is business. The man retreated indignantly. Zui Yi was oblivious to all this and remained polite. Master and an honored guest are drinking tea in the courtyard, so I hope you all will move a little less. Got it. The red-robed old man waved his sleeves and directly stepped forward. The law-seekers behind them followed suit. The crowd pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. It was a clear and elegant young girl in modern attire, sitting by the stone table in front of her, her black hair draped over her shoulders, her expression calm, an ancient book lying quietly on her lap. It's a scene of the ages. Just the moment they saw the young girl, someone in the group was instantly shocked to instantly stop in their tracks and shouted out of breath. Heavenly Maiden? How many days do the big boys take off on May Day? Chapter 129, Call Your Master Ancestor. As the sect master of the Three Swords sect, Yang Rui had always been quite proud of the history of his own mountain sect. Especially since his own master, the last previous Three Swords sect master, not only had his sword skills been profound, and had made the Three Swords sect's reputation in the cultivation world, but he had also had the good fortune to meet the contemporary Heavenly Maiden of the Kunlun ruins. According to his old man, he had met the contemporary Heavenly Maiden in person when she had not been in office for long. This sight is a glance of 10,000 years. Not only did this Three Swords sect master ancestor fall on the spot, but he also tried to find ways to develop some more stories afterward. It was just that since then, it wasn't long before the Kunlun ruins laid down a ban and declared themselves hidden from the world. His own master ancestor also regretted this to the core. He even brought up his paintbrush, which had not been used for many years, and drew a contemporary portrait of the Heavenly Maiden with his own hands, hung it in the center hall, and watched it day after day. Until Yang Rui's term as sect master, that painting had not been taken down from the Three Swords sect center hall. Because it's so good looking. The young girl in the portrait is elegant and dignified, with extremely beautiful looks and a superb temperament, just like the image of a fairy in the world's imagination. Well, it's also the white moonlight in the heart of the Three Swords sect's master ancestor. Yang Rui had worshipped the Three Swords sect since he was a young boy, and under that master ancestor's day and night cultivation, his master had also admired the Heavenly Maiden to the utmost. Along with that, Yang Rui also had admiration for the Heavenly Maiden. So far, 3 generations of Three Swords sect ancestors. The deeds of the Heavenly Maiden are as good as they come. Keep in mind the appearance of the Celestial Maiden. The love for the Celestial Maiden is as good as it gets. It's kind of a good story, too. For many years, Yang Rui has been paying attention to the situation over the Kunlun ruins, and often sends out his disciples to go down to the Kunlun ruins specifically to investigate. This was also the reason why he had gotten the news of the unblocking of Kunlun ruins so quickly. Originally, I wanted to go after that Heavenly Maiden after finishing the matter here in the Heavenly Master's mansion, to see if it could produce some intersections. However, he never expected to see the rightful owner directly in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Sure enough, it was really as elegant and stunning as the portrait, and really as calm and dignified as the rumors had it. Seeing the Kunlun market heavenly maiden that he had longed for day and night, Yang Rui's mood was predictably excited. Elder heavenly maiden. He quickly stepped forward and smiled confidently and calmly. My name is Yang Rui, master of the Three Swords sect, meet senior. My master's ancestor once had a meeting with you, and instructed his descendants to treat you with courtesy if they see you. Shin Yaguang nodded slightly and calmly said, thank you for taking the trouble. On the stone table beside her, there were 2 teacups, still hot, and with an empty recliner. It was obvious that another person had been drinking tea here earlier. Most likely it's that celestial master. Yang Rui's mind was clear. The people behind him, along with the red-robed old man, who saw his eagerness to come forward and talk to him, coupled with the name Heavenly Maiden, also quickly realized the identity of the dignified young woman. Kunlun Ruins, contemporary Heavenly Maiden. This is a great Xianmen sect with the same history as Longhu Mountain. The red-robed old man has some insights and knows that the Kunlun markets method is unrivaled in the world, and with the legendary immortality medicine of the Kunlun Mountains, it can even make the practitioner's life extend to 1,000 years. Therefore, don't look at the young girl's young appearance, but her actual age, more than likely, is a horrible number. Fellow Taoist Yang Rui's Mountain Gate is obviously acquainted with the Heavenly Maiden, so it is not bad to let him climb a little. The red-robed old man's inner thoughts fluttered. This Kunlun Heavenly Maiden was most likely here to express her dissatisfaction as well. Longhu Mountain Tianchu's status, although lofty, but really want to talk about it, but also did not compare to this Heavenly Maiden too much higher, coupled with the Kunlun market status supreme. That Tianchu I'm afraid I cannot put on airs. Thinking of this, the red-robed old man gloated a bit. He glanced sideways at the house off to the side, guessing that the young celestial master was more than likely sitting inside, already writing the dilemma. All it takes is a little more fire to make it bow down and admit its mistakes. The red-robed old man licked his lips in excitement. Since this was the case, let's first pull this Kunlun Heavenly Maiden's stance to our side, and then the chances of winning the confrontation would be greater. It was also at this time that Yang Rui, whose heart was getting hotter and hotter, also started to get close to the young girl. Senior Heavenly Maiden, you are truly as dignified and beautiful as the portrait. He rubbed his hands together in excitement and... I wonder if you are free next. Why don't you come and sit at my Three Swords sect? There was an obvious earnestness in his tone and a bit too much enthusiasm in his manner. But overall it's not enough to be annoying and call it friendly. The red-robed old man silently made a judgment. But the young girl's elegant little face did not have a pleasant color, but instead frowned lightly and asked softly. What is your business here? Hey. Oh. Yang Rui was first stunned, then quickly reacted. I can't believe I even forgot about business because of the excitement of the moment. This Three Swords sect member, who shared the same judgment as the red-robed old man, hurriedly returned. Like you, we are dissatisfied with the decisions of the Heavenly Master and have come to ask him about his sins. The words were not yet finished. Instead, the air within the compound suddenly chilled. On the stone table, the heat on the 2 teacups instantly dissipated, and the warm tea froze instantly. Yang Rui's words behind him got stuck in his throat as he saw the young girl in front of him suddenly raise a pair of ice-blue eyes, and an extremely terrifying aura of extreme cold rippled out. Insolent man! The young girl's voice was icy cold, and along with the fall of the last syllable, a wave of invisible chi bombarded Yang Rui's body. Boo! Yang Rui was originally still wearing a smile, but when he was caught off guard, his thin figure was directly smashed and flew backwards. Boom! The gate made of mahogany was instantly shattered, and a wretched figure interspersed with a sky of broken ice heavily smashed onto the ground outside the courtyard. With Yang Rui at the center, several cracks quickly erupted on the mountain path. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Yang Rui lifted his head with difficulty and looked at the silhouette in the courtyard. Only to see the young girl standing up. Her head of black hair had transformed into a bright snow-white color, looking like an ice heavenly maiden above the 9 heavens. She exhaled a breath of cold white air, her indifferent voice resounding through the courtyard. Asking the Heavenly Master for punishment, the Three Swords sect is not worthy. If you want to ask for punishment, call your master ancestor. Chapter 130. The Heavenly Master makes his appearance. Longhu Mountain, Tianchu's mansion. The atmosphere within the compound was oppressive, as if it had dropped to standard atmospheric pressure, making it hard to breathe. I didn't expect the Heavenly Maiden Senior to strike this ferocious. It's really worthy of being a Heavenly Maiden Senior. The seriously injured Yang Rui pulled the corners of his mouth, but ultimately could not resist the dizziness of the head tilted, was fainted on the spot. Until the moment before he passed out, his heart was still filled with admiration for the young girl. Seeing this, the corners of the red-robed old man's mouth twitched slightly. Couldn't help but curse in his mind, dead-licking dogs are so useless. The old man looked back, joining the crowd at the stone table in the center of the courtyard. Only to see there, that heavenly maiden with snow-white hair had her sleeves fluttering, her ice-blue eyes were bright and incomparable, and her body's aura was surging, lining this compound as if winter had descended. Have you all come to ask the celestial master for forgiveness? Shin Yaoguang's face was filled with coldness and her voice was indifferent. She and Yi Qingxian had both conferred previously. Once they meet and confirm their target, they are immediately suppressed by thunderous means. In this way, this group of self-possessed Dharma seekers can be subdued. Let them not think that if they come out of seclusion for decades, they can just act as talkers. The young girl wasn't an unreasonable character, but she did understand that it was time to strike when it was time to strike. The red-robed old man's throat rolled, moving his somewhat stiff face, and asked in a deep voice. Heavenly Maiden. Elder, are you siding with the Heavenly Master and supporting his ridiculous proposal? The Kunlun Ruins don't think the Heavenly Master's proposal is absurd, and the Heavenly Maidens of the Kunlun Ruins support the Heavenly Master of the Longhu Mountain. Shin Yaoguang's eyes brightened slightly, and the corner of her mouth lifted up an icy arc as she said in a cold voice. I've already lost to the Heavenly Master, and will be at his disposal next, so if you all are not convinced and still have questions, you can swarm me. The young girl's voice was unmistakably confident. With her close to 1,000 years of purified Taoism among the people present, as long as Yi Qingxian stood up, it was not impossible for her to say, everyone present is a mongrel. You lost to the Celestial Master? The red-robed elder subconsciously took a step back. Senior Heavenly Maiden, you've been cultivating for almost 1,000 years, I'm afraid, and you're already a horizontal-level combatant in today's regular world. It's not that the poor man doesn't believe in you, it's just that. That's not the way to tell a lie, is it? The words just fell. It was someone who stepped forward and said in a rather disgruntled manner. Heavenly Maiden, we have traveled a long way in order to discuss the matter of the storm. We must let that Heavenly Master come out and give us an explanation. Shin Yaoguang's figure abruptly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of that person. The man's face changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his arms and mobilized his mana to run the spell. Shin Yaoguang nonchalantly slapped out a palm and blasted it solidly on his arms. Boo! The rushing cold air instantly exploded, and the man's figure flew out backwards with a loud bang, his face turning blue, and his mouth kept spitting out large chilly air. Obviously not badly injured. On the mountain path below, the countless tourists clustered here all looked curiously at that figure. If I remember correctly, this was one of the group that had just gone up the mountain. Is this a fight with the Divine Master? Many of the tourists got excited, they just loved seeing the bloodshed. Then he took a few more steps up the hill and stretched his neck to get a better look. However, because the mountain path in front of them was blocked by several Longhu Mountain disciples, they too could only give up their plan to continue up the mountain after several attempts. As for those few Longhu Mountain sect members, they were also holding their sleeves with both hands at the moment, looking up in considerable surprise at the frozen and shivering backward flying figure. Extremely cold type of Dao magic aptitude? Obviously it wasn't the master's handiwork, so it was most likely the noble guest's handiwork. She looks like an elegant girl who respects her master, but she's actually this sharp when it comes to fighting? They couldn't help but have a slightly changed opinion of Shin Yaoguang. Along with that, he also had more and more respect for Yi Qingxian. Anyone who could hook up with the master was really not simple. Inside the courtyard, the faces of the red-robed old man and his group were already as bad as they could be. Especially the red-robed old man who had other plans, his mood plummeted to the bottom at this moment. The cunning Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain actually invited the Heavenly Maiden of the Kunlun Market to be a fighter. If the Heavenly Maiden was of that gentle nature, she would still be able to maneuver around a bit through words, thus forcing Yi Qingxian to show himself. But looking at the situation just now, the young girl was clearly a master of striking out. How else does that make him snappy? Damn it, who the hell said that the Heavenly Maidens of Kunlun Market were intellectual and dignified? I'm going to die for you. Despite his inner curses, the red-robed old man knew that people had to bow their heads under the eaves. So he clasped his fists and said with an ugly face. We know what the Dragon and Tiger Mountain means, and there are no more questions we want to talk about now. It's just that the poor Taoist would like to ask the Heavenly Maiden to convey a message to the Heavenly Master on our behalf. The guests were able to ask Senior to block it, but this storm that's coming, can we also ask Senior to help fend it off? The tone revealed a strong sense of resentment. The implication of these words is that we are able to be deterred by your battle power, but this storm that is coming, even if it is facing you, it will not retreat in the slightest. Tianshur, he can hide from us, but he can't hide from the storm. A speech of grief and indignation, living like the ancient wronged loyal minister, because of the treacherous ministers in power, had to temporarily bow down. The results are also remarkable. Only to see that the rest of the people who came with the red-robed old man, after hearing these words, also revealed a look of grief and indignation, and their bodies all began to lean towards the red-robed old man, in a manner as if they were following him as their leader. When Shen Yaoguang saw this, her pretty brows wrinkled slightly. She had thought that by repelling the two with a thunderbolt, she would be able to make the gang see the gap in their strength and be convinced. But now it seems like that's not the case. If he let the other party retreat like this, he might have to make up rumors about Dragon Tiger Mountain in the future. This was not what Shen Yaoguang wanted, as it appeared as if she was being unhelpful. But it's not good enough anymore. After all, this group of people were dead set against believing that the Heavenly Maiden of the Kunlun Ruins was not a match for that young Heavenly Master. Where's this coming from? Did she want her to call Yi Qingxian out now and the two of them fight? But then, it would still be a waste of Yi Qingxuan's qi, causing him to give up his previous efforts. Thinking about this, Shen Yaoguang was a bit discouraged. She suddenly thought of a scene from a few days before. Even the Heavenly Maiden of the Kunlun Ruins chose to believe in Longhu Mountain, surely all those lesser seekers of the law than me will also be convinced? The youth of his time shook his head and laughed lightly. It's hard to tell. Now it seems that he was really right. How did he guess? Shen Yaoguang sighed, while the red-robed old man in front of her arched his hand towards her once again, cleared his throat, and spoke aloud. Since the Heavenly Master insists on not daring to meet us face to face, then we will take our leave. The loud voice traveled a long way outward from the compound. The tourists on the trail all heard it. The Heavenly Master doesn't dare to see you? Shen Yaoguang's eyes were morose and cold, and there was no semblance of emotion on her face. The red-robed old man raised an eyebrow, instinctively sensing a hint of misfortune, but thinking that he would soon be descending from the mountain, his guts grew a few points. If the Heavenly Master dares to meet us face to face, why does he hesitate to come out? The voice is still as loud as ever. Now, whether the group of tourists could see the place or not, they could understand what was going on. The Heavenly Master actually dares not show his face? Inside the courtyard, a trace of hideous anger surfaced on Shen Yaoguang's face. Insolent disciple, I'll personally do it. Count on it. A calm voice came from inside the room, seemingly with a few laughs. Immediately afterward, a sound of thin footsteps came out from inside the house. Along with it, there was a sudden and overwhelming pressure that descended. The red-robed old man's body stiffened slightly, his face surfacing as if he was facing a great enemy, his sight looking towards the door of the house there. Only to see a young man dressed in a dignified purple robe, straightening his cuffs and stepping out of the house unhurriedly. The air on Lung Fu Shan became dark for a moment. Everyone keep up with the updates. The author tries to update. Chapter 131 The Immortals Descend. It was supposed to be a request that couldn't stand the enthusiasm and had no choice but to agree. Let the geek girl, who had been out of time for hundreds of years, help herself to the matter of making this group of people happy. It's no less outrageous than having a secondary character play the role of a socialite to ask for a strange girl's WeChat. In a word, it's summed up, brutal. Yi Qingxian sighed leisurely, and he was still in a pleasant mood as he slowly stepped out from the house. Heavenly Master, it's not easy to see you. The red-robed old man smiled skinlessly, arched his hands and cupped his fists and said, I wonder if, now, we can be allowed to make some comments? And seeing the Taoist appear, the Heavenly Maiden naturally retreated to the side. Obviously no more strikes. This caused the red-robed old man to breathe a sigh of relief, and the mood that had originally sunk down flamed back up. As long as the Heavenly Maiden of the Kunlun Ruins didn't intervene, he was confident that he would be able to take advantage under this Heavenly Master. Go ahead. Yi Qingxian casually sat down on the rattan chair and poured himself a cup of tea. The same goes for all of you, you can say whatever you want to say, this freedom of speech of the poor Taoist. The relaxed and calm voice revealed a confidence that was countless times more natural than Shen Yaoguang's. And somewhat bizarrely, the red-robed old man and his party actually suddenly had a sense of embarrassment in reporting to their elders. A feeling of nervousness as if they had returned to their childhood, when they first faced the mighty mountain gate, filled everyone's heart. For a while, none of the people actually opened their mouths to speak, all of them opened their mouths, the words they wanted to say stuck in their mouths. Say it. Yi Qingxian glanced at them in surprise and sipped his tea. Hurry up, Longhu Mountain doesn't care about food today. The poor Taoist would like to ask what the Heavenly Master intends to rely on to withstand the storm when he says he wants one to be in charge of this natural disaster. The red-robed old man hesitated for a long time, but still took the lead to step forward and asked in a deep voice. Step by step, as originally planned. The old man's mood grew calmer and calmer, regaining some of his party's composure. Then he went on to ask, what exactly is the exact method? I also hope that the Heavenly Master will not hesitate to give advice and not evade the question. That's natural. Yi Qingxian put down his teacup and looked at the red-robed old man and said indifferently. To resist the storm, the poor Taoist's method is so simple that even a junior who has just practiced can understand it. Oh? What is it? Without noticing the dark sarcasm in Yi Qingxuan's words, the red-robed old man subconsciously asked. Unfold the mana field and envelop the entire Hakusha. Seeing Yi Qingxian nodding his head, Shen Yaoguang, who was on the side, blinked her eyes and calmly returned. Before she had a chance to analyze why the Heavenly Maiden Senior looked like the young Taoist's little assistant, answering when she was told to. The red-robed old man's brain that heard the answer was a bit down for a moment. He had thought the other man's methods would be a bit outrageous, but he hadn't expected them to be this outrageous. What's the difference between this and those crazy Taoist priests who brag that they can move mountains and fill seas? Where can human power do a miracle of this magnitude? Not only the red-robed old man, the line of people all froze in place after hearing these words. An eerie silence fell over the courtyard. Yi Qingxian didn't care how dumbfounded they looked, and beckoned to Shen Yaoguang, signaling the other party to find a rattan chair to sit on. A host has to have the confidence and ease of a host, standing there like what the word is. Shen Yaoguang nodded and quickly moved a rattan chair and sat beside Yi Qingxian. It was only at this point that the red-robed old man snapped back to his senses. Are you kidding me? He shouted in a trembling voice, unfolding the mana field, that's the shallowest means of defense for cultivators, and only cultivators without defensive aptitudes use it. And how precious is mana, and how difficult to manipulate. Wanting to cover the entirety of Hakusha with a mana field, covering nearly 10 million hectares of land. The red-robed old man pointed at the sky, his entire body trembling from excitement. Ask the gods and goddesses in the sky and see if they can do it. It's simply ridiculous. The poor Taoist was expecting you to say what kind of good idea. Now it seems that you are merely using the name of Longhu Mountain to amuse us. The old man's shout was shrill. In reality, he wasn't in such an angry mood, but it was the only way to show how ridiculous Yi Qingxuan's plan was, thus gaining enough words for himself. Outside the courtyard, the countless tourists who heard the red-robed old man's shouts were chattering at the moment. Inside the courtyard, everyone except Shen Yaoguang stared at Yi Qingxian with angry eyes. Yi Qingxian slowly turned his body sideways, his arm resting casually on the stone table. Time passes slowly. Just when the red-robed old man thought the other party was dumbfounded, the buxom young Taoist suddenly raised his finger and gently tapped the hard stone table. Dukes! An invisible ripple emerged, taking the stone table as the center of the circle and spreading abruptly in all directions. It was like hitting some kind of signal. On the Taoist, an incomparable surging torrent of mana rushed out, lifting up the sky in clouds, like that rolling long river tsunami, rushing towards the heaven and earth. The sound was so immense that even the dark clouds over the Heavenly Master's mansion were descending at breakneck speed. The entire Longhu Mountain trembled. In the vision of the red-robed old man and his group, the aura in the sky was raging. It was the ubiquitous heaven and earth, the spirit that had existed since the ancient times and had been nurtured by this heaven and earth for hundreds of millions of years. At this moment, they actually all converged in front of the Taoist person, accompanied by the heavenly torrent of mana on his body, like a wild dragon rushing straight into the clouds. The red-robed old man was trembling madly. The scene in front of him was beyond what he had known in his 100 or so years of cultivation. How can a human being have the ability to turn the tide? At this very moment, someone actually did it. Is it such a Taoist who serves as the leader of the Hakusha Xian sect today? Chapter 132. Who is in favor and who is against? The majestic clouds on Lungfu Shan are plentiful and high. It was as if the dome of the sky was dropping lower, connecting to the tiny compound at the top of the hill. On the vastness of the canopy, thick dark light slowly hovered, setting off this side of the heavens and earth as if it were an immortal mountain spirit platform. Inside the courtyard, the red-robed old man gulped down his saliva, and the entire person was already speechless. He didn't understand how the other party could possess such a terrifying mana field. Successive generations of Longhu Mountain Heavenly Masters were admittedly the leaders of the cultivation world, but apart from that legendary ancestor who had become immortal, the rest simply couldn't possibly mobilize a mana field of such a scale. Enough mana fields to cover the 9 states of Hakka. How terrifying a Dao lineage did this require, and how solid a spirit did this require? Celestial Master. Are you resorting to some external object? The red-robed old man's throat tightened, and he finally settled down. Is it with the help of the mountain terrain of Longhu Mountain? Or did it catalyze some legacy left behind by that ancestor Zhang Daoling? It was really hard for him to believe that the other party had relied on himself to achieve such a level. But along with the fall of his words, the pressure of the entire mountaintop suddenly increased. A purple aura like a meteor crossed the air, ghostly appearing in front of the red-robed old man, driving up the surging clouds of gas, setting the young Taoist off as if he were an immortal descending into the world. The Taoist's expression was calm, but it was as if a terrifying storm was brewing between his brows. Calling the ancestor by his name and denigrating the reputation of Lung Fu Shan. He was already at the end of his patience with this old Taoist. Condescending, his eyes indifferent, he pressed down with a palm seemingly at random. In the red-robed old man's perception, the clouds and she in the sky were raging and boiling up, as if the immortals were trembling with anger. The old man's face surged with shock and fear. He didn't even see the young Taoist's movements before the other party arrived in front of him. The poor Taoist is the White Pequan Master. In a horrified shout, he hastily pinched out his fingers, frantically urging the mana in his body, and a defensive Dao art surfaced one after another, blocking the front of that slender palm with precision and unerring accuracy. Boom! The surging clouds of chi fiercely overflowed in all directions, and the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain shook in unison. The red-robed old man's arms were directly blown off by the majestic force, and his mouth and nose overflowed with blood as his body flew out, crashing straight through the thick red door and smashing half of the mountain road. The whole person rolled dozens of times on the broken mountain path, and finally hit a giant tree with a bang before coming to a stop. Countless tourists looked at the red-robed old man who was close at hand. All of them fell into a stupor, and the sound of whistling wind suddenly rang in their ears. Look up! A young Taoist was seen walking out of the courtyard in front of him, his honorable and mysterious purple robe fluttering. The clouds rolling in from the sky acted as an extremely tense backdrop for him. Celestial Master? Some of the tourists immediately became agitated and subconsciously inquired, "May I ask what this is all about?" Yi Qingxian casually picked up the red-robed old man on the ground. After thinking about it, he said, the door kicked the door and had to verify the poor Taoist's weight. After saying that, in the midst of a crowd of admiring and respectful gazes, the young Taoist carried the fainted red-robed old man and turned to leave. After he left, countless murmurs rang out from the crowd. To my death, I wouldn't have thought that someone would actually dare to come to Dragon Tiger Mountain to kick the bucket. What are these guys' identities? Did the Heavenly Master win? Nonsense, do you see how that old Taoist was beaten up? He must have won. Ha 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 ha. Ignorant people are fearless. Heavenly Master. My friend says you are not one at all. His name is Chen Jicheng, and he's right next to me right now. Mudbloods. Don't take me with you. Tian Sure. He's kidding. Ha ha, the young man is very spirited. Heavenly Master. My friend wants to try with you too. Listening to the laughter of the tourists, Zui, who was guarding the place, was also in a good mood. Her favorite thing in life was to see others embrace her own master. Master is really the best in the world. Zui shouted in his heart. Didn't care about the clamor outside the courtyard. As Yi Qingxian re-entered the courtyard. Only then did the people in the courtyard come back to their senses from their stupor, and subconsciously shivered all over. Just as he turned back, he realized that the originally divine and incomparable red-robed old man had already disappeared. The scene that caught his eyes was the young Taoist walking through the door, while the red-robed old man, who was held up as the leader by himself and the others, was casually carried in his hands. Such a chilling scene added to the oppressive appearance of that calm face. Shen Yaoguang blinked, and the corner of her mouth actually raised an imperceptible arc. The red-robed old man didn't know to take things as they came, and the Celestial Master had spent effort to show him his mana field, but he still couldn't actually gain his trust. If you can't get it, don't get it. The Celestial Master chose to just lift the table. It's so deserved, great joy. Nope, how can I be happy about someone else's suffering? At the thought, she rushed to smooth the corners of her mouth again. Pursing his lips slightly, he looked at the Taoist. Take him down to nurse his wounds. Yi Qingxian smoothly threw the old man towards the two bystander Longhu Mountain disciples. The corners of the two Longhu Mountain disciples' mouths had long been grinning to the roots behind their ears as they reached out to receive the old man. Yes, master. Before leaving, he didn't forget to playfully look twice at the crowd that was too scared to make a sound. I told you not to mess with the master. Now you're stupid, aren't you? Master Shifu doesn't like to take on fellow travelers, not that he doesn't dare to take on fellow travelers. According to the mouths of several senior masters and uncles, when the master was a Taoist priest at Longhu Mountain, he was all about on-the-spot revenge. The beauty of it is that not smoking their thoughts will interfere with monasticism. It's amazing that these people don't know how to take the good with the bad, and they have to force Master Shifu's hand. He deserved to be beaten up. After the two Longfu Mountain disciples left. Inside the large courtyard, it was quiet again. Gentlemen. Yi Qingxian gently exhaled a breath and resumed his seat on the rattan chair, smiling faintly. Does anyone else question the ability of the poor Taoist? The smile was nice, but didn't contain a trace of warmth. The people present looked at me, I looked at you, and in the end, they all laughed dryly and arched their hands. The Heavenly Master's cultivation is through the heavens and through the earth, and we are ashamed to be inferior. Naturally, I have no comment. Those who have an opinion have just been sent flying out by your slap for less than tens of feet and fainted on the spot. That's the White Peak Quan master who has 100 years of Taoist practice. It's not some cat or dog. He was still smacked like this, and if he and the others took a hit, they were afraid that they would go straight down to see their ancestors. Immediately, he shrunk his neck, and his color became more and more respectful, and his manners became more and more respectful. The thought of it is laughable. Yi Qingxian lost his smile and shook his head. Why would there be this kind of fellow Taoist who had to be beaten up before they could stop, since all of you have no more opinions? Then go back from wherever you came from. The poor Taoist still has to sit on Dragon Tiger Mountain, so I apologize for not seeing you off. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. As if they were amnestied, the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief, bowed deeply, and turned toward the outside of the courtyard. After exiting the compound, the group of people then followed the mountain path and the gloating gazes of countless tourists, and finished the most humiliating part of their journey in this life. If I had known, I would have been more polite and not listened to that White Peak Quan Yuan master who was so aggressive and rude. What a shame! A group of people clenched their teeth and cursed the red-robed old man countless times in their hearts as they left Longhu Mountain in a lousy shape. The big boys say fight, so fight. Chapter 133: The Changing International Situation. Sent off the uninvited guests. Yi Qingxian also counted on complete idleness as he gained a brief moment of tranquility. As for what happened on Lungfu Shan, although there is no image dissemination, it is still through word of mouth, the oldest means of communication, that many people have learned about this place. This also managed to dissuade all the Hakusha cultivators who wanted to find trouble. It's an honest hit and miss. Yi Qingxian, who had been given a rare moment of peace and quiet, chose to meditate for a while. Every day, he reinforced and strengthened the seal of the voodoo hall and practiced the two heavenly dipper divine abilities that had just risen to perfection, which was quite comfortable. Apart from Niao Lao, who called him from time to time to report on the situation, Hakusha's officials didn't contact him again because of the demonic scourge. The reason is simple. Within the territory of Hakusha, the demons that were currently revived had all been killed by this young Taoist until they were chilled to the bone. Some of those who missed the net only dared to cower in the deep forests every day for fear of letting that Heavenly Master hear the news. How long this will last, of course, is unknown for the time being. After all, after the baptism of the aura storm, those powerful demons were nourished, and they would surely spring up one after another like rain. That heavenly maiden of the Kunlun ruins, on the other hand, stayed within the young Taoist's compound every day, holding a thick book on the history of Huanxia, reading it carefully while occasionally asking the Taoist some questions. Time just passes slowly. In the meantime, the prestige of both the beautiful country and Hankiori is growing in international forums. The two have vaguely become the two giants of today's Blue Star. The former is due to the recent constant show of tech-related muscle. Not only did the construction of the Ark start with great fanfare, but also spent a lot of money to bring in technical front-end construction talents from various countries to speed up the completion of the Ark. As time passed, a massive steel behemoth rose up around several economically developed cities in the beautiful country. The Congress of the beautiful country is quite clever. There is not just one, but dozens of the so-called Arks, and they are scattered all over the country, enough to accommodate nearly 10 million people for a brief period of time. Hundreds of meters of magnificent buildings with steel cast tops creeping above the earth like a spine. Although the rest of the country also prepared the relevant countermeasures, but in the face of the beautiful country of the dozens of technological sense of pulling full of steel behemoths, more or less some grassroots team compared to the international stage when the sense of constraints. The results of these measures have been remarkable. With airfare to the land of the beautiful becoming more and more expensive, obtaining a green card to the land of the beautiful is becoming more and more difficult. A good portion of the top talents of the various industries of the countries have also thrown themselves into the arms of the beautiful country. As for Hakusha, its recent popularity is a little weaker than that of the beautiful kingdom. Because in all the countries are lifting the whole country's efforts to build defense projects at the moment, with the infrastructure maniac title of Hakadati, there has never been any relevant action. Hard to say, it's just a variety of unusual types of buildings similar to colleges and police stations that have been built around the country. This has left a number of Hakusha nationals a little bewildered, wondering what the officials are up to with their airplanes. At first, they thought the officials were busy with more important matters and were just secretly building fortifications. But as the day of the arrival of the storm predicted by the beautiful country drew nearer and nearer, someone finally began to sit up and take notice, for there was no sign that Hakusha was building fortifications. Even if it is hidden too well. Moreover, taking a step back, there was no need for Hakusha to cover up the news by building fortifications. Even if you don't state the address of the building fortification, just show that you have a fortification in the works, that's fine. What's with this silence? It can't be an open pendulum, can it? Holding such concerns, countless Hakusha nationals began to leave messages under the official social accounts, pressing for a positive official response and expressing their urgency in words. Eventually, as more and more people questioned it, Hakusha's officials were finally unable to sit still. On the same day that the beautiful country announced the completion of the arc, Hakusha's official response article was released for the first time in nearly a month and a half. The article is very simple, just one short line. Hakadati has a clear program to face this storm, and we hope that the general public will not panic and believe in their country. This short note, when placed at the beginning, might have had a calming effect. However, placing it on the day of the completion of the beautiful country arc obviously did not satisfy the nationals of Hakusha. Related skepticism is growing on the country's social media platforms. There was no choice but for Hakusha officials to reveal something again. This storm is being dealt with by Lung Fu Shan, so I hope the general public will be assured that they can trust Lung Fu Shan and the Heavenly Master. The response managed to put most people at ease. He also told his friends and family not to be alarmed, that the young, magical celestial master would deal with the storm. The terrifying reputation that Ji Qingxian had stacked up so far had caused more than 80% of Hakusha's nationals to breathe a sigh of relief and return to their normal lives. The thoughts of countless Hakusha nationals are simple. That divine Lung Fu Mountain Heavenly Master surely has a way to deal with this storm. Only with him, the territory of Hakusha is the safest place in the world. The young Taoists' giving did not fall short. Hundreds of millions of mortals already regarded him as a god in their hearts, and even if a temple were opened now, a large number of mortals would still go to worship him. Even after hearing this news, many countries that could not afford to build fortifications sent letters of request for help to Hakusha Longhu Mountain, willing to offer a generous reward just to have that celestial master shelter their country along with it. But even so, and yet, a significant number of people are still opposed to it. What a joke! Leave this kind of thing to the Dragon Tiger Mountain? What can they do? I admit that celestial master from Longhu Mountain is very powerful, but I don't believe he can protect one of our countries under the storm. Ha ha ha. Luckily I got a ticket to the beautiful country today, bye bye, everyone in Hakusha. You're all just waiting to be killed by the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Hey, it's a good thing I got a black boyfriend, he'll help me get a spot on the arc, duh. After getting the news, the beautiful country was also seeing eye to eye and began to greet Hakusha's talents in a big way to take refuge in the arc. The sun and moon go round and round, again and again. Finally, one day 2 months later, the scale of the raging currents in the Pacific reaches an extreme. Woohoo! Unprecedented dark clouds surged wildly, obscuring the skies of the nations, and fierce winds whipped through the basins of billions of hectares of seawater. The storm, as expected. Chapter 134, Fuso Collapse. Pusan, offshore coast. It's a rainy day and the air is muggy today. On a high platform, Keita Mizutaki wiped the sweat from his face, and after turning on the instrument that detected the water level, he slumped himself into a chair. It had been almost 2 months since he had been dispatched by FUSO officials to this offshore sector. The daily work is to explore the height of the offshore water level and report any abnormalities at any time. Mostly as a precautionary measure against that superstorm that was making the rounds on the net, he thought. But until today, Keita Mizu's department has not noticed anything unusual about the water level offshore. At one point, this made Keita Mizuguchi suspicious that there was no such thing as a superstorm. Everything is just a lie made up on the internet. As for the so-called Ark and the Asylum of the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, are merely ideas that the countries have come up with in order to attract talent. Not going to fall for it myself. As long as that Lung Fushan Heavenly Master doesn't come to make trouble, Fusang is the safest place in the world. What a hell of a day. After resisting the urge to curse the ghostly weather in a low voice, Keita Mizutaki lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, his eyes looking towards the coastline in the sky. There was a Fusan patrol warship anchored there, tasked with guarding against Hakusha's navy. The sea was endless and looked calm and peaceful. Keita Mizutaki stretched slowly. Speaking of which, his family was considered to be in a good position, or else he wouldn't have been able to be assigned such a clean and labor-saving job. It was only because Keita Mizu's ancestor was a former officer who had invaded Hakone, and had divided up the lives and property of many Hakone people. It made him often sigh that he was fortunate to have been blessed by his ancestors to be able to live such an easy life. Looking at the calm coastline, Mizutaki Keita casually shook off the ashes of his cigarette. His mind suddenly thought of that Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master who had caused a great disturbance in Fusan a few months ago, and his heart instinctively felt a pang of fear. It's a good thing I wasn't in Tokyo at the time, or I'm sure I would have been affected as well. It's really an ancestor manifestation. Even if Hakusha now had that Heavenly Master sitting in his place, so what? In a few hundred years, that Heavenly Master would also pass away due to his longevity, and at that time, their great Fusan Empire still stood above the Blue Star. This is the victory that belongs to Fuso. Indecisive and soft-hearted. Keita Mizu exhaled white smoke with an indescribably cozy expression, his tone teasing, "It's because of that you won't be able to completely annihilate us, Fusan." He didn't doubt the battle power of that Heavenly Master in the slightest. Even if he said that it could slaughter the entire country of Fusan, he thought that it would be completely doable. But the other side didn't do that. What's that if not a soft heart? Keita Mizutaki shook his head contemptuously, and was just about to shake off the ashes of his cigarette again when, not knowing what was going on, his palms trembled lightly, accidentally letting the cigarette slip from between his fingers and fall to the ground. Wasted. But it's okay, it can still be smoked. He frowned and subconsciously reached out to pick it up, but a loud, regal sound like muffled thunder suddenly rang in his ears. Thunder? Keita Mizu's heart sank slightly. Thunder on the beach was not a good sign. It likely represented the arrival of a thunderstorm strong enough to cause a small amount of houses to be lost in the coastal city. So thinking, while he took the cigarette back to his mouth, while looking up into the sky. The next second, however, the cigarette in his mouth slipped again. Even the gods fell into a stupor. Only to see in the distance on the vast sea surface, under the thick black light, the vast water flow climbed dramatically, is with the momentum of the mountains and sea surging pressure, like breaking free from the cage of the ferocious tigers running in packs. The patrolling warship from Fusan also spotted the scene. Panicked and hasty, he turned the boat around and motored toward the shore. The usual look of that huge ship, at the moment in the back of the row of lofty waves set off, actually looks incredibly fragile and small. It was swallowed up and disappeared in an instant. It wasn't until then that Keita Mizutaki let out a strangled cry of horror, scrambled to his feet, and ran inside, shivering as he frantically pressed the alarm button. Woo! A shrill, piercing alarm sounded throughout the offshore sector in an instant, as cacophonous as a death knell announcing death. Meanwhile, the water level began to rise extremely rapidly. It's fast enough to make your head spin. Nanny! Is a tsunami coming? The entire Fuso offshore sector's exploration system was alerted, and all the members crowded onto the high platform in a state of panic. What the hell? At this moment, Mizu Keita was already paralyzed with fear, and in the face of questioning, he acted as if he didn't hear it, only staring at the distant sea with terrified eyes. There, the overwhelming tsunami is rushing in. Its rear is also followed by a grand piece of the naked eye, covering the sky of the majestic storm. The water level off Fuso is rising extremely fast. The strength of the observed currents has exceeded the all-time record. Someone yelled out, panic in his voice, the sound finally muffled by the sound of the storm. How much over the all-time record? The instruments don't show it. Sir! This place is going to flood soon. Hundreds of people were staring at the tsunami looming in the distance, the storm that covered the sky, their faces bloodless, and all of them were reminded of the rumor. The storm arrives. I didn't realize it was actually true. You know, Fuso's Congress didn't build any defenses. And also appealed to the nation not to travel to Hakodate in the beautiful country, telling the nation that everything is fine. Now it seems that they are just giving up the land of Fuso. Because this slap in the face has no defense at all. As soon as the water level rises too much, the entire country of Fusan will be soaked in seawater. And those members of Congress, at this moment, I'm afraid, have long since fled Fuso. Some look desperate, some regretful, some have long since fainted from fear. In the next second, the tsunami instantly engulfed it all. Rumble. Huge waves roared like mountains against the coastal cities of Fusan. The relentless waters roamed over the dikes, destroyed countless houses, flooded all the roads, and engulfed everything in the raging waves. The sounds of collapsing houses, the cries of the people of Fuso, and the honking of automobiles mingled together, and it all made for a thrilling picture. The overshadowing storm followed close behind. Amidst the roar of mountains and tsunamis, the entire land of Fusan was rapidly disintegrating and collapsing under the impact of the storm and tsunami. Not feeling well, only one shift. I'm very sorry. Chapter 135, Sitting in Hakusha, Palm Breaking the Tsunami. Hakusha, offshore. Yi Qingxian sat quietly and looked into the distance. On the wooden table in front of him, a pot of tea, a seal, extremely simple. Under the overcast sky, within human eyesight, the Taoist saw Fusang crumble and wither in the storm. It is already a picture of a dead country. He tucked in his chin, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. 2 months, not yet come to pull the face of the letter to Xia for help, has been self-inflicted. Not to mention Yi Qingxian. There is simply no one in the world who can save this rotten to the bone island nation. The matter had come to a head, and the Taoist could only say good riddance. As for those Fuso nationals who chose to believe in the Fuso diet and thus chose to stay in Fuso itself, Yi Qingxian was a heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Choose to let go of the plot to help your country and respect the destiny of others. He had always felt that he was one of the more talkative types. Just like the prime ministers of some small countries that had no grudges and deserved respect, they found him during this period of time and directly kowtowed to him for help, pleading with Lung Fushan to shelter their countries. The dogs also all chose to help out when they could. For no other reason than simply wanting to do so. As a Taoist priest, it is natural to follow your heart. Yi Qingxian leisurely exhaled. Pounds of majestic and vast mana began to travel through his body. Below the high platform he was on, hundreds of journalists and countless Hakusha nationals gathered, either holding up their cameras or opening their eyes wide. All of them put their attention here. Yes, Yi Qingxian's strike this time was in the form of full disclosure. Only in this way can the people be appeased to the greatest extent possible. The Taoist's aura began to climb. That's when he got a call. On the other end of the phone was the old man's gruff and incomparable voice. Heavenly Master, Fusan has fallen even if it has, and the storm is coming towards Hakusha. Are you ready? Yi Qingxian's voice was calm, naturally. Should we evacuate the crowd, or arrange some backup for you? Yi Qingxian replied, no need. Yes. Nye Lao on the other end of the phone felt like his heart was about to jump out as he took a deep breath. Billions of pairs of eyes are now on your old man, and I've already withdrawn all of the fleet on the South China Sea. Next, it's all up to you. Yi Qingxian's eyes were slightly closed, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a slight sip. His voice was thick and laughing lightly. Good. The words fell. A vast pale golden light surged from the depths of those ink-colored eyes. The Taoist placed the teacup on the table, and the moment the two touched, a slight sound was made. Boom! The clouds and air in a 10,000-mile radius shook in unison. The Taoist rose slowly. The dome of the sky seemed to follow the descent, the clouds circled and white clouds embraced, transforming the high platform he was on into a fairyland. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. This mythical scene lowered the fear in their hearts. The news spread far ahead of the storm by a few minutes. Hakusha's netizens were almost the first to learn of Fuso's overthrow. The countless Hakusha people who had gathered in the city where the Taoist was located didn't have time to rejoice when they learned of the news. Hakusha and Fuso are very close. Fusan's destruction means the storm is about to reach Hakusha. Without the appropriate means of defense, they would also have to endure the horrific impact from the storm in a few minutes. Fuso had helped them personally verify the horror of the storm. After seeing it, the nationals of Hakusha couldn't help but secretly sweat. Despite having done a great deal of mental preparation, by the time this day actually came, everyone still couldn't help but feel panicked. It was good that the figure gave them plenty of courage. It allowed them to dare to gather here and wait for the Taoist to strike. At this moment, they all gathered all their attention on that slender figure on that high platform. Underneath is a brightly lit city, and behind it are the homes that countless people depend on for their livelihoods. 100 years ago, the people of Hakusha were forced to flee the land under their feet in a sorry state when their homes were invaded by powerful enemies. 100 years later, when a threat that was countless times more powerful than the strongest enemy of that year struck, there was already no one who still needed to run away. Far out to sea, the terrifying tsunami wrapped hundreds of millions of hectares of seawater and pressed in vastly. With a height of hundreds of feet, it was completely a seawater sky wall that could not see the top. Just looking at a tsunami of this magnitude, mortals were already breathless and weak in the legs. This was definitely the most terrifying and oppressive heavenly storm they had ever seen in their lives. In their minds, a meteorological natural disaster of this magnitude is simply not something that manpower can fight. Hundreds of millions of netizens gathered in the major live broadcasting rooms, at the sight of the tsunami storm that covered the sky and seemed like an extinction disaster. Even through the screen, everyone's bodies were still trembling slightly and their hearts were beating dramatically faster. A tsunami storm of this magnitude, I've only seen it in those godly disaster movies. I'm going to look stupid. Isn't that a big egg finish? Shut up upstairs. Can't you see the heavenly master standing on the high platform over there? I'm going soft with fear in this situation, and only the heavenly master can bring me a little security. Tianxia is so damn stable. He doesn't even panic in this scene? If the heavenly master doesn't panic, neither do I. You're not panicking? If you're not panicking, then neither am I. Don't send it. The heavenly master has made his move. With that massive tsunami as an appetizer, the distance between and the coast of Hakodate was reduced to less than 1,000 meters. On the high platform, Yi Qingxuan's figure disappeared in place. Phew! In the next second, a figure was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, roughly tearing through the thick dark light on the canopy and running straight towards the direction of the tsunami. The silhouette stopped at the surface of the sea. Numerous tense, staring eyes looked on. Only to see the young Taoist standing in the air on the vast sea, his expression calm, the purple Taoist robe on his body hunting in the gusty wind. He held out his palm to that tsunami. Immediately afterward, the eyes burned a brilliant golden color. Still bracing myself to get up for one more chapter, Happy May Day bigwigs grin. Chapter 136, Calming the Tsunami with a Flip of a Palm. After returning from Fusang, Yi Qingxian had been chopping off demons and harvesting points all over Hakusha. No matter what kind of demon, as long as they received the news, they would kill them and shoot them to death on the same day. Such hard work is certainly rewarded accordingly. On Yi Qingxuan's system panel, in addition to that, Shaking Mountains and Shaking Earth, Heavenly Dipper Law, the other two Heavenly Dipper Laws, which were originally only LV1, were also upgraded accordingly. Turning Rivers and Stirring Seas LV10 complete, can manipulate rivers, lakes, and seas, and set off monstrous waves to roll over, and when cultivated to the extreme, it is the greatness of controlling the oceans and seas. Whip Mountains and Move Stones LV10 Perfection, this is the art of whipping mountains and moving them. The caster is able to manipulate the changes of the earth and mountains, open mountains, and split rocks with his hands, and when cultivated to a high level, he can even transfer mountains and arbitrarily draw the power of the mountains for his own use. It could be said that the current Yi Qingxian already possessed the kind of greatness that moved mountains and filled the seas in mythology. There was no need to perform, detaining gods and calling immortals, he himself was a mortal who was comparable to a god. It is natural that a kingdom of mortals should be saved by mortals. High above the sky, Yi Qingxian, who was extending his palm towards the tsunami, appeared incomparably noticeable. He exhaled slightly, his expression serious. Raising a pair of golden eyes of pure vastness, that glowed brightly like a beacon burning unceasingly on a rainy night. The Big Dipper's method of turning the river. Along with the extreme depletion of the mana in his body, the Taoist began to grasp the dominant power of these billions of hectares of raging seawater. The original flow rate of extremely fast vast seawater is like hitting some kind of bronze wall, gradually decelerating, accompanied by the surge of majestic water pouring back, the tsunami because of the collision and erupted into a thunderous roar, regenerating the heart and soul. Woohoo! Huge gusts of wind swept across the coast, a large number of roofs and grounds were pulled up hard, and countless onlookers were blown backwards and forwards. Only barely able to open his eyes a slit, he strained to see the figure high in the sky. The young Taoist in the air had a beard and hair, and his golden eyes were shining brightly. It was like the attention of an immortal urging a supreme dharma. At the front of the outstretched arm, the 5 fingers held in a false grip, as if twisting something extremely heavy, slowly and firmly turning it over. Rumble! A portion of the vast ocean water had begun to surge towards the back, and the billions of tons of sediment that was wrapped up in it surged into it, and the terrifying kinetic energy caused the sea surface to set off countless waves, creating an extremely magnificent scene. The towering tsunami that was hundreds of feet high continued to slow down and gradually decreased in height. The mud and sand in it didn't enter the sea and sank to the bottom of the sea, erupting into a thunderous and loud vibration. Thousands of white waves exploded one after another beneath the Taoist. Each of them possessed the terrifying force of smashing hard reefs into pieces. The number of countries that were concerned about the state of Hakusha at the moment was unknown, not to mention the countless mortals who were watching the situation here in real time through the live broadcast. Without exception, they all saw a scene that they will never forget in this life. The Taoist stood at the front end of the tsunami, his purple robe fluttering like the bright and colorful purple star in the night sky. Terrifying natural greatness continuously collapsed in front of him, and the annihilating god-level tsunami collapsed inch by inch between his flipping palms. The pop-ups in all the major live streaming rooms were all rolling madly, and on the public screen of the official live streaming room, the pop-ups were even more dense to the point where it looked like a heavy snowfall. Heavenly Master is too handsome. Is this the charm of cultivation? It's not because of being handsome that you went to monasticism, but because of monasticism that you became so handsome. Heavenly Master, we honor and love your mouth and teeth. The heavens are swirling. My way prospers day by day. Awesome, 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 awesome. Don't make a codex here upstairs. Although I'm also so handsome I want to have a seizure. Sunrise in the east. God bless Hakusha. Who is the peak at the end of cultivation? Once you see the Heavenly Master the path becomes empty. Countless people were shocked at the magnificence of the scene, and they didn't mince their words, frantically marveling at the never-before-seen sight. Under the gloomy sky, the figure of the Taoist was truly like a great sun. The rushing waters, at last, began to stabilize, and large, massive waves exploded on the surface. Countless broken waves reflected the upright figure of the Taoist. The storm is long and vast. In the cities in the rear, countless people chanted the name of the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. The emotion of gratitude and praise went straight to the clouds, and the sound of cheering was like a mountainous roar. Seems to have heard the commotion. The young Taoist high in the sky turned his head, his pair of vast golden eyes mysterious and unpredictable as he nodded slightly. Seeing this situation, journalists from various countries held up their cameras, scrambling to record this scene, and in the form of a live broadcast, passing the news of this place to the countries of the world. Woohoo! The moment the tsunami had just been disintegrated, an even more violent air current came from the sea. The sound of the wind drowned out the cheers of the people for a moment. The young Taoist with purple robes fluttering in a thick aura reared his head back, his expression becoming serious once more. Ahead of him, the water level of the vast, infinite sea rose once more, and the entire skyline was dyed a destructive ink color. That's the color of the storm. The earlier tsunami was merely the result of waves created by the air currents, and the next one was the real showstopper. The eye of the storm, a divine storm with a diameter of over thousands of miles, was whipping across the vastness of the sea, pressing toward this place with an unshakable posture. If you are looking down on this place from the atmosphere, a huge swirling storm large enough to cover the entire Pacific Ocean waters will be seen coming towards the coastal nations at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, at the mouth of Hakusha's sea, a brilliant and incomparable golden light rose up into the sky. In the wake of the golden light, tens of thousands of miles of continuous cloudy chi emerged, forming an overwhelming scale that then shook in unison. Looking down from high up in the sky, it was as if that golden light had unfurled a wall of cloudy air covering a territory of 10,000 miles. Rumble! Accompanied by a muffled sound that was loud enough to resonate 10,000 meters in the air, the rolling clouds changed and quickly transformed into a magnificent and majestic oriental dragon that was 10 million feet long. The giant dragon of cloud energy protected the 10,000 miles of territory in its arms, and that golden light was clearly in the position of the dragon's head. No doubt that will be the first position to take the hit. And in the instant that the 10,000 miles of cloudy air took shape, the figure of the giant dragon took over the entire sky like a miracle recorded in mythology. From the mouth of the sea, to the middle of Hakusha, into the westernmost part of Hakusha. Whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary mortal, as long as they raised their heads, they could see a majestic and magnificent to the extreme cloud energy dragon perched on the canopy. Yi Qingxuan's expression was calm and his eyes were indifferent, but his entire aura was so furious that it was like a supernova erupting. With the help of the two heavenly dipper methods that had been cultivated to perfection, Yi Qingxuan's mind had connected to the land of Huanxia. The three mountains that stood in Hakka, with their lofty mountains, were at the moment emitting a strange white light, reinforcing the firmness of the clouds for the Taoist. The two long rivers flowing in Hakusha, with its vast watershed, had a smooth and gentle current at the moment, not as turbulent as in previous days, as if they were preparing for the Taoist to share the impact. A moment before the storm arrived, Yi Qingxuan's afterglow glanced at the rear frontier, which was open and peaceful. In his field of vision, countless channels of smoke and fire chi streaked across the earth, like an earthly scroll composed by the people of Huxia, magnificent and incomparable. There's no better view. The corner of Yi Qingxuan's mouth lifted slightly as he withdrew his afterglow, his golden eyes looking at the ever-approaching terrifying storm. Come on, storm. There seemed to be a smile in his calm voice. The poor Taoist is the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. This voice melted into the rolling clouds of air and resounded through the heavens and earth with unrivaled pride and confidence. At this age, he took over the position of heavenly master and stood outside the country's borders to defend against the extinction of the world. Which celestial master in ancient and modern times is better than me? The Taoist man is in harmony with heaven and earth, his beard and hair are all open, and he is radiant. Miles of clouds and air shook in unison. In the next second, the divine storm instantly ran in. Terrifying vibrations instantly erupted over the vast Pacific Ocean waters. Big scenes are so hard to write. Chapter 137 Cloud Chi Giant Dragon, Hard Against the Storm. A terrifying mic resounded throughout the world. The giant dragon of cloud energy trembled continuously under the impact of the divine level storm, but it never showed the slightest sign of collapsing. The shockwaves triggered by the two spread towards the surroundings. Billions of fishes and shrimps were shattered into pieces by the aftershocks in the vast sea. Rumble. Large swaths of seawater were split apart by the immense kinetic energy contained in the impact, revealing the solid seabed below, and as far as the eye could see, the whole of the Pacific Ocean was a fabulous sight to behold. In the radiant golden light, the Taoist's expression was as calm as water, and the store of mana, which was even more vast than an ocean, was being consumed at a rapid rate. Before this unprecedented storm, 40% of his entire mana had been used up. That's already a pretty scary number. Fortunately, the mountain power accumulated over thousands of years in the 3 mountains and 5 mountains of Huanxia, and the majestic water power contained in the 2 major long rivers were acting as a milkmaid for him to supplement his mana, and were providing a constant boost. Although without their help, Yi Qingxian was able to hold up the scale and strength of the defense. But as the saying goes, national heritage is also part of strength. No need to use it for nothing. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted from the god-level storm, like billions of ancient giants shouting in unison, or like tens of thousands of terrifying thunderbolts exploding at the same time. The terrifying storm, which was enough to level any prosperous country, was hitting the cloud energy dragon with all its might. Above the dragon's head, Yi Qingxuan's figure was as solid as roots high in the air. In front of this storm that caused countless mortals to be paralyzed with fear, he hadn't even taken a step back. Woohoo! The terrifying storm was split apart by the giant dragon of cloud energy that he had transformed into, and the fierce winds poured towards the places where the giant dragon couldn't be coiled. Soon, the strong and violent swirling convection currents around the eye of the wind covered the entirety of the giant dragon of cloud energy that was coiled on the land of Hakusha and strangled it madly. Rumble. Wisps of white clouds rose up to the sky, and the white dragon chanted with its head high. A scene that was hard to see in ancient myths was being staged in the common world. In the live broadcast room with satellite transmission, people could clearly see the cloud energy dragon not moving as if it were a mountain amidst the strangulation of the storm. Everyone within the live broadcast room was excited beyond measure, their hearts filled with reverence for that young heavenly master. No one would doubt the strength of the Taoist anymore, his reputation reaching a new peak at this moment. It is comparable to the spiritual totem of Hakusha. The tsunami and storm arrived in the land of beauty a little later than Hankiori. There are quite a few of them live on the Hakusha live storm site. Therefore, even from the Ark in the beautiful country, one could clearly see the miracle-like scene in the Pacific Ocean. The interior of the Ark is very spacious, with strict zoning. The people in the highest level area, high as the head of the beautiful country, low as the congressman, all stared intently at the scene on the big screen, and in the moment when they saw the Taoist man manifest a 10 million giant dragon of cloud and gas, protecting the whole of Hakusha behind him. A group of members of the Congress, led by the head of the beautiful country, were all in a state of stupefaction. It's not just them. Throughout the entire arc, most people were focusing on the situation on Hakusha's side. It's natural to stay and see what happens to the countries that are the first to experience the storm. Some of these crowds were gloating, some wanted to see a joke, and some simply wanted to see how Hakusha was destroyed. And at this moment, along with the golden light rising from the Pacific Ocean, it was as if everyone had been strangled, unable to make even a single sound. The entire interior of the ark was dead silent. Some of them had taken considerable effort to run all the way from Hakusha to ark. It was thought that Hakusha would pay the price for this decision. I didn't expect it to be so solid. After a short silence, someone finally squeezed a voice out of their throat. My God! That Hakusha man is as strong as a god in Norse mythology. I even feel like he could take on God. How can Hakusha top that? I'm the one who dumped my family's money in exchange for an ark slot, and I ran over from Hakusha's side specifically. Me too. Now this makes me look like a clown. My goodness. You guys came from Hakusha? Why? That's the safest place in the world right now. Who knew that Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master was so strong? I thought that beautiful country's technology must be stronger than his Taoism. Don't be too sad, you two are still considered good. 2 days ago there was a Hakusha woman who was snubbed by her boyfriend, and as a result, because she didn't have a arc quota, she's still locked up outside. Seriously? 2. Rumble. A loud roar and strong vibration suddenly descended on the ark, and the conversation that had just resounded was rudely interrupted. 5 minutes after Hakusha was hit by the storm. Storm arrived in the beautiful kingdom without incident. Rumble. Under the first impact of the storm, a large amount of smoke fell from the top of the ark. Subsequently, the entire ark began to tremble violently. Chapter 138 The Crumbling Top Brass of the Beautiful Country. Beautiful Country, the Ark. The interior space, the size of hundreds of soccer fields, is lined up in this way with a honeycomb internal structure, further strengthening its ability to withstand storms. The casting, ark, material is not the slightest cut corners, all using the world's top casting method, in order to stand in the storm. But, perhaps the power of the storm was underestimated too much. Perhaps it was because the Longhu Mountain Taoist priest appeared to be too relaxed in the storm, resulting in the presence of the beautiful country. All thought that the ark can be stable as a mountain in the storm. Everything is about a reference object. Storms are destructive or not, it depends on who is defending against them. Just like at this moment, the entire ark headquarters was trembling under the impact of the storm, and large swaths of earth and rocks were falling from the top, looking quite terrifying. Countless terrified voices mixed together and filled this space, appearing extremely miserable. The Fortress of Doom, built with countless assets, was at the moment like a flatboat on the sea, shaking under the baptism of the storm. There is absolutely no such thing as standing. The ark headquarters is in a precarious position. Seeing this situation, the head of the beautiful country's face turned pale, his 5 fingers clenched tightly, the tips of his fingers sinking into the flesh from the force, oozing out a crimson red. He clenched his teeth and shuddered as he sat down at one of the tables and chairs. On the table in front of them, there were countless probing devices, which presented in detail the damage of the ark all over the beautiful country. What he was in was the ark headquarters, and also the most solid of the dozens of fortresses. But even so, the place was shaking under the weight of the storm. If this is true here, what about the far less solid ark divisions? With trepidation, the head of the beautiful kingdom called up the remaining ark completions on the instrument. The legislators behind them all held their breath and turned their eyes to the instrument's screen together. Only a dozen holographic models were pulled up on the big screen, and more than half of them had undergone damage. At this trend, it's just a matter of time before these ark divisions are swept away by the storm. Thinking about this, all of the people present were scared to the point of being bloodless. If those divisions were declared broken, then all the elite talents in them would perish. At that point in time, the beautiful country's rebuilding program is. And, what's more, even the ark headquarters may not be able to hold up next. Quickly, contact that celestial master of Hakusha. The head of the beautiful country rose shakily to his feet and shouted hysterically to the crowd. Contact Hakusha quickly. Tell them we're willing to offer any payment. As long as we get that heavenly master to step in and shelter the beautiful country in passing, we can do whatever we want from now on. One of the counselors nodded in a panic, stepped aside, shivered, took out his cell phone, and started dialing the number. The head of the beautiful country had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the voice of the counselor break down. Heads. The signal is jammed by the storm, we can't get through. Use the satellite phone. The head of the beautiful country was simply furious, slapping his thighs hard and roaring. Had he known that there would be today, he should have helped Yi Qingxian at that time and slapped those insidious congressmen of Fusan to death. Where would they be allowed to repeatedly die in front of Lung Fushan? That way, he might be able to make that Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master change his mind about himself, thus sheltering the beautiful country in this storm by the way. Damn Fuso. What a bunch of scourges. The head of the beautiful country couldn't help but curse. Back then, they should have dropped a few more nukes on their territory, damn things, even if they were finished themselves. It even dragged us into the blacklist. He had forgotten that he had secretly tripped up the Hakusha officials before the storm struck. The intention is to draw the talents within Hakusha to take refuge through a strong call to arms. Unfortunately, the slightly talented Hakusha talents had long heard of the greatness of the Heavenly Master beforehand, and in the face of the solicitation of the beautiful country, they were not moved at all. Most of the people attracted to ARC are foreigners in Hakodate, and they are all stinking fish and shrimp. Some of the legislators present had obviously thought of this, but they chose to remain silent in the way of the furious head of the beautiful country. After all, they also felt beforehand that ARC could protect them and completely disdained showing favor to Longhu Mountain. In hindsight, it's just plain stupid. While the Prime Minister of the beautiful country was furious, the satellite phone call made by that congressman to the official Hankiori was finally connected. Greetings. I am a member of the Congress of the beautiful country named Smith. Just after picking up the phone, Smith looked incredibly anxious. The storm is too horrible, the arc of the beautiful country is now in critical condition, and we ask for the blessing of that Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. As long as Heavenly Master is willing to step in and help the beautiful country, we are willing to agree to any conditions. The anxiety in his voice couldn't be concealed at all, and while he was on the phone, he was still looking at the dome of the arc from time to time, fearing that it would collapse in the next second. No need to worry. A dignified and elegant young girl's voice came from the other end of the phone, saying calmly, the Heavenly Master said that the beautiful country is proud and arrogant, so it would be good for them to learn a lesson. Grow a lesson? Smith was stunned at first, then anxiously explained, beautiful country already knows it's wrong, but there's no time for reparations and apologies now. I assure you that as soon as the storm is over, we will immediately travel to Akusha to thank you. How are you? Seeing the silence on the other side, Smith hurriedly tapped the satellite phone. Is the signal broken? It's not broken. The young woman's voice was more than a little displeased, as if she was surprised that the other woman's thanks were so simple, and she asked softly. You want the Celestial Master to step in and help you, and your only thanks is to come in person like this? According to the young girl's conception, at least a large amount of money should be paid in tribute, or a position of state religion should be promised to Longhu Mountain, right? It wasn't that the young girl who was the heavenly maiden of the Kunlun ruins valued these external things. It was just that she had seen with her own eyes when she was walking in the earthly realm back then that if a foreign country wanted to ask the then Hakusha to send out troops to help, they would have to at least show this level of sincerity to do so. Her query, therefore, made sense. The young girl regarded the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master as her best friend, and she naturally did not want her best friend to suffer. And hearing the young girl's question, Smith was instinctively a little angry. Once upon a time, the people of Hakusha could talk to them from such a high position? But in the next second, he reacted to the fact that the situation was long ago different from what it had been decades ago. Hakusha and beautiful country. Already the offense and defense are alien and the strengths and weaknesses are interchangeable. Pressing back the strangeness in his mind, Smith asked eagerly. Then, according to your idea, what should the beautiful country use to thank Hakusha? Your Excellency doesn't need to thank the entire nation of Hakusha, it's fine to single out Longhu Mountain, or even single out the contemporary Heavenly Master. The young girl's voice was as calm as water and, I'm not sure about the size of your country, so send all the belongings you can provide within your ability to the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's office afterward. All the belongings? Smith lost his voice. The young woman gave a faint her voice indifferent, what's the problem? No. Smith gritted his teeth, it wasn't like he was paying out of his pocket anyway, so let the other side Leoneize him. Besides, what's the use of having more money if your life is gone? When Ark is destroyed by the storm, won't the money in their treasury still be Hakusha's? So it seems that people are simply trying to find a reason to save their lives. Very well, then. The young girl dropped the sentence and hung up straight away. Who? Smith followed, putting down the satellite phone and exhaling as if relieved, then turned around and nodded to the incredibly nervous crowd with a somewhat disembodied smile. Saved. In the next second, this ARC area, which was restricted to high-level officials of the beautiful country, erupted with amazing cheers. Hundreds of the top executives of the beautiful country cried tears of joy and embraced each other. Rather comical. Here comes the first shift. Chapter 139 Empress Wu. High Martial Realm, capital of the Martial State. Inside the prosperous modern metropolis, in the lofty high-rise building, wearing a black dragon robe, the stunningly beautiful female empress of the Martial Kingdom was seated here. She exuded terror, and her picturesque brow was full of pleasure. As the empress of the Martial Kingdom, who was the co-owner of the two continents, Jiang Yunshan was in a good mood at the moment. Along with the eruption of the aura storm on the Blue Star, the channel connecting the two worlds finally gradually stabilized. The probing means of the High Martial Realm was also finally able to probe the specific situation on the Blue Star through this so-called channel. It was seen that in the center of the Great Hall, there was a wide curtain of light rising up, which revealed an overhead view of Blue Star at the moment. It was seen that on the Azure Planet, a majestic cloud visible to the naked eye surrounded a vast continent, like a huge dragon made of majestic clouds, firmly resisting the impact of the aura storm. And at the head of the giant dragon of cloud energy, a golden light was that bright and noticeable. Through the aura emanating from the golden light, Jiang Yunshan could be certain. This was none other than the Blue Star Seeker who had peered into the Great Hall that day. I really do have some skills, and I have the qualifications to let this emperor personally temper them. The corners of Jiang Yunshan's mouth rose slightly as she straightened up slightly, her white dragon robe unable to hide her proud figure, the towering peaks in front of her chest swaying along. Looking around the hall, taking in the stunned looks on the faces of the many officials, she laughed softly. How? Didn't you all love ministers say that no Dharma seekers above the seventh realm would appear? The words fell. The hundreds of officials present all fell into silence, with only their eyes still glued to the figure on the light screen. To their death, they would never have imagined that a world with a depleted spiritual chi could actually spawn a powerhouse of such exaggerated proportions. With one man's strength, hard against the aura storm. Top of the eighth realm. No, I'm afraid that an early extreme realm Dharma seeker wouldn't be able to do such a thing. In other words, that golden light was a mid-extreme realm Dharma seeker, or even higher? What a joke! One must know that even in the high martial realm where aura was abundant, there were at most only a handful of dozens of extreme realm powerhouses in the current generation. This also included those who lived in seclusion in the major secret realms, and if they were removed, there would be even fewer extreme realms walking the world. None of these people were world-renowned wizards with amazing talents and full of strange encounters. With the help of the abundant aura of the high martial realm, he fought 9 deaths to cross that heavenly rift and become the extreme realm powerhouse that is not found in hundreds of millions. But that golden light is just a cultivator of the wither realm, and it can even step into the extreme realm. This was a bit hard for all the officials present to accept. What makes them, the Wu Kingdom, able to dominate the land of 2 continents and become the absolute #1 power in the world today? This is naturally unlawful officials at all levels to coordinate efforts, political and human harmony, people and places and other reasons. But look at the root of it. It was because the Empress of the Martial Kingdom, Jiang Yunshan, was a peak 9th grade Dharma seeker. It was an existence that stood near the end of the path of cultivation. Ordinary forces would explode even if they looked at it, not to mention messing with it. Because of Jiang Yunshan's existence, the vast country of Wogwa did not have any rebellious forces or any hostile countries. Today's Martial Kingdom is truly a dynasty of 10,000 nations. As the ruler of such a godly country, Jiang Yunshan's reputation was naturally skyrocketing. Just by flashing his name, he can make his enemies run away. It was worth mentioning that when Jiang Yunshan first ascended the throne, although her force was at the top of the world, but after all, as a woman, countless forces moved to think otherwise. They held its strategy of attacking the heart if they couldn't beat it, and wanted to tie up with the martial state. Yet the end is also extremely tragic. The previous sect master of the Mountain and Sea sect, a cultivation at the peak of the 8th realm, a top powerhouse with half a foot in the extreme realm. After getting drunk at the banquet, he laughed and uttered, "I really want to taste and see the small mouth of this newly appointed Empress of the Martial Kingdom." As a result, after this playful remark reached Jiang Yunshan's ears, she killed the Mountain and Sea sect that very day and beheaded that horrified Mountain and Sea sect master on the spot. The head hangs high in front of the mountain gate, and no one dares to take it down even though it is pointing to the wind drying. Since then, the reputation of the Empress of the Martial Kingdom has been greatly shaken. To this day, the harem of Wakoku remains empty. Sleepy fried. Happy May Day, bigwigs. Chapter 140, I will personally suppress him. Inside the opulent hall, the atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Didn't care about the many officials with complicated looks. Jiang Yunxiang on the high platform propped up her chin and looked at the light screen with interest, the golden figure that was still showing great power. With a casual move of her hand, the golden figure was quickly enlarged. A young Taoist dressed in purple robes with a bland expression caught Jiang Yunxiang's eye. Nice expression. The smile on Jiang Yunxiang's face grew even wider, and a flash of excitement flashed through her dragon snake-like golden vertical pupils. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, the other party's strength was probably at around the middle of the 9th rank. This kind of strength was considered a famous giant when placed in the high martial realm. Even he himself mostly had to weigh the situation before making a move, lest the struggle of the other party lead to too much destruction of the surrounding landscape. Because then the map would have to be redrawn again. It was a waste of talent for such a character to actually cultivate on the blue planet. Jiang Yunxiang shook her head slightly. This time, she wasn't going to hold back in the slightest. For one thing, it was that the blue star's aura was barren and its resources were scarce, and it didn't have much value to the Martial Kingdom in a short period of time, so Jiang Yunxiang felt that it wouldn't hurt even if she broke up some of the mountains and the earth. Secondly, then the kind of stirring this man gave himself was far beyond any of the great generals under his command. If one could make such a demonic figure submit to their feet, it would certainly bring an unrivaled sense of conquest. We'll be alone at the forefront of the aura storm, showing that he must be the greatest hope of that world, like me, being stared at by countless pairs of admiring eyes. When you see me, you will definitely be shocked by my strength. But for the sake of guarding the world behind him, he would definitely grit his teeth and rush up to fight me tooth and nail. However, because of the exhaustion of physical strength and the disparity between the realms, thus losing the battle, full of unwillingness to look at me. Da! Jiang Yunxiang's veiled hand lightly knocked on the dragon chair, the corner of her mouth rose, her mood getting hotter and hotter, her breathing getting more and more rapid. She hadn't been this excited in a long time. In theory, when a few more hours passed and the Ye Passage was completely stabilized, the Martial Kingdom would be able to immediately send troops to the Blue Star. At that time, the front runners will naturally be ordinary soldiers, and then those military generals. Jiang Yunxiang was an empress, so if she wanted to take the lead, she would need some reason to pave the way. It wasn't that difficult, after all, she could decide all matters in this courtroom with a single word. More of a formality. Gentlemen, are you all mute? Jiang Yunxiang's bland sight swept over the crowd. I'm asking you all, didn't I say that there wouldn't be any powerhouses above the 7th realm in that world? The air in the Great Hall fell into silence for a moment. Your Majesty, I thought that this person must be a cultivation genius with great fortune accompanying him. That Li Shangguo was the first to break the silence. He was able to climb to this position today. Naturally, he was able to hear the strings in the Empress' words. It's not surprising that a side of the world would have one of these deviants, but... He bent down slightly and said in a respectful voice, if your Majesty can make a move to take this person under your command, it would truly be a blessing for my martial kingdom. Whoa! The crowd of civil officials all knelt down. They all heard Jiang Yunxiang's meaning from Li Shangguo's words, and immediately bowed and raised their voices. I, for one, request that your Majesty, on this imperial expedition, personally subdue this man. On the other side. The group of military generals reacted a little slower, but they were better at judging the difference in strength between the enemy and us. If that young Taoist was not as strong as them, they would have positively asked for battle at this moment and patted their chests to ensure that they would return triumphantly. But if it's like now, the young Taoist's strength far exceeds theirs, straight to the height of their own saint. That would require a different set of words. I'm afraid it's difficult to deal with this person due to my low strength. The many military generals clattered to their knees and shouted in a tone of shame. Reclamation requests that your Majesty personally take action to subdue this man and add another great general to my martial kingdom. Whoa! Inside the splendid hall, all the officials knelt down towards the dragon-robed woman at the top. I ask your Majesty to personally take action to subdue this man and add another great general to my martial kingdom. The loud voice resounded throughout the hall. Well. Just as well. Jiang Yunxiang shook her head, in a rather pleasant mood, while her face was incomparably plain. In that case, when a few more hours have passed, I will personally take action to suppress this person. She couldn't wait for time to pass faster. Long live the Emperor! Hundreds of officials chanted in unison, facing this young Taoist whose strength clearly far exceeded theirs. It was the wisest choice to have their own saint step in. If we still follow the past and send ordinary soldiers from the lower three realms to attack first, we would only be depleting our troops for nothing. Although to them who held themselves to be one step above Blue Star, it was a bit of a drop for the Empress of the Martial Kingdom to personally deal with a Blue Star's Dharma Seeker. But there is no other way at the moment. After all, when looking at the entire Martial Kingdom, there was only one extreme realm powerhouse, Zhang Yunxiang, and the remaining strongest martial generals were only at the level of peak 8th grade. Fighting with that young Taoist, one would more than likely be treated like a sandbag and beaten unilaterally. Perhaps he could rely on his huge military strength to hard wear out that young Taoist, but in that case, he was afraid that he would have to die and injure half of them, and the entire Martial Kingdom would have to be injured. In the aftermath, some of the more distant frontiers may also be subject to rebellion due to insufficient troops to hold them down. Therefore, between an easy win and saving face, an easy win is more important. The other side of the world had a thin aura anyway. By the looks of it, the young Taoist was the only one who could fight the outrageous monster. As long as he is removed, nothing else is to be feared. And naturally, the person who removed this would have to be Zhang Yunxiang. With her absolute strength that had overwhelmed the high martial realm, dealing with an unfamiliar extreme realm powerhouse would certainly be a handful. Numerous officials nodded slightly in their minds. Then it's settled. Zhang Yunxiang stood up and looked around, then spoke in an incomparably majestic tone. The generals obey. After all the officials had knelt down, her eyes slightly converged, then she slowly said. When the Yi passage is completely stabilized, immediately send 70% of the warships through the Yi passage. The common soldiers of the lower three realms are responsible for attacking the small frontier nations that survived the storm. The elite soldiers of the middle three realms are responsible for attacking the great nations that are still intact. The martial generals of the 7th and 8th realms are responsible for staying with the battleships, and wherever the army encounters resistance, you will go to support them. When she said this, she paused, then looked at the young Taoist on the light screen with blazing eyes and smiled lightly. As for this person, I will personally take action to suppress him. Her voice revealed an unrivaled confidence, as well as a bit of unquestionable majesty. It lifted the spirits of all the officials who heard it. They all had a premonition that the Martial Kingdom, which was spread across 2 continents, was about to once again usher in a great victory that would go down in history. Long live the Emperor! The Martial Kingdom will surely shine in the light of the 10,000 worlds under the leadership of Your Majesty and reach the pinnacle. No prizes. Question: do you guys think the update time is netherworldly? Chapter 141 Gentle Deity. Thanks to Bright Moon Falling Dust, Big Brother's great healthcare. Akusha, offshore. High in the air, Yi Qingxuan's expression was calm, just silently maintaining the extremely consuming and wide area Cloud-Chi giant dragon. On the vast ocean ahead, the storm was still raging madly, tearing the giant dragon's body with all its might. But it has clearly begun to show signs of weakness. The body of the giant dragon of cloud energy was becoming more and more solid, and the collapsed areas were being repaired by a steady stream of mana. By drawing on the supply of spiritual chi from the heavens and earth, Yi Qingxian had found a strange balance within his body. This allowed him to naturally recover his mana while maintaining the Cloud Chi giant dragon. At this moment, his entire mana reserve had come to a level close to 80%. Not only that, Yi Qingxian also felt that his perception had expanded dozens of times, and between breaths, the cells and meridians in his body were cheering. This indicated that the blue star's aura concentration had been raised at least tens of times compared to the past. From a world with a thin aura, it gradually began to shift towards a world suitable for cultivation. That's the benefit of this aura storm. When the storm subsided, the number of cultivators in the entire blue planet would see a blowout explosion of growth. It also has an easy to understand and extremely widespread title. The aura is revived. Anyway, nearly draining 50% of my mana is really a bit of a shock. Yi Qingxian wordlessly exhaled. This was the first time he had experienced such a level of exertion since defeating Longhu Mountain's old den. If another 100 or so such aura storms came, he felt that he would more than likely not be able to hold out. Mana might not have to worry about running out, but the exhaustion of the mind was difficult to recover from. I've slacked off too. Yi Qingxian let out a light laugh. If he were to change into the years when he had just practiced cultivation, and realized that his mind was not enough, he would definitely have to shut down hard. The eyes looked through the dragon's head in the direction of the beautiful country. Looking into the distance, he saw that on the territory of the beautiful country, more than a dozen arcs were broken to a great extent, revealing a large portion of the steel bars and iron pillars used in casting, looking extremely tragic. But tragic as it was, it held at least. This is also thanks to Shen Yaoguang's sound transmission early. If it is a little later, the beautiful country is only a piece of broken bricks and tiles. However, even if the people were still alive, the massive reconstruction of its national buildings would be enough to give the beautiful kingdom a few drinks. Drink till you puke kind of thing. Yi Qingxian withdrew his gaze and refocused his attention on the storm that was about to calm down in front of him. At this rate of progress, the storm would completely dissipate in a few more hours. And the majestic spiritual qi contained therein would float towards all parts of the heavens and earth, evenly distributed to each country. However, those who cultivate the Tao are originally existences that claim the aura of heaven and earth. If heaven and earth don't give it, then rob them hard. After all this effort on the part of the poor Taoist, you have to charge some interest, right? Yi Qingxuan's voice was flat, and then he actually took a step out. Boom! The dragon's head constructed by the majestic cloud qi lifted up with a roar, opening a huge, ghostly mouth towards the remaining aura storm in the Pacific Ocean. It was accompanied by Yi Qingxian taking a deep breath. On the Pacific Ocean, there was silence, then a violent gust of wind rose steeply. The remnants of the violent storm, affected by this gale, ended up pouring in unison towards the huge mouth of the dragon's head. Yi Qingxuan's hands were open, and in the gusty wind, his purple robes fluttered, transforming into a purple haze reflecting on the canopy of the sky. Woohoo! In the sound of whistling wind, along with the storm of aura madly surging into the mouth of the giant dragon, the originally milky white body of the dragon actually began to emerge a complicated and mysterious golden pattern. It became. A flash of surprise flashed across Yi Qingxuan's eyes. He had just cast the method of transforming the dragon vein recorded by Longhu Mountain with the idea of trying it out. I didn't realize it really looked like that. Is it possible that you are really a genius? A golden aura converged in Yi Qingxuan's eyes as he followed the memorized method to fuse the storm and the giant dragon. However, since he only had a half understanding of this method as well, rather than fusing it, it was more like kneading the two together as if he were kneading dough. The technique is quite rough and direct. It doesn't matter if it looks reliable, it's really reliable. Yi Qingxian comforted himself in his mind. No one would recognize it anyway, so when the time came, he would say that it was a superior dragon vein, and who would laugh at his crude methods. If someone really dared to ridicule, that Taoist would definitely show that person what the top technique dragon tiger heartbreaking fist meant. Shaking his head, Yi Qingxian collected the distracting thoughts in his mind. Focus all your attention on the kneading. According to the Longhu Mountain's canonical records, the dragon vein was the greatest symbol of a prosperous dynasty in the past, and it required a large amount of aura to infuse it before it could be born. Later, because of the calamity, the dragon vein, which had been warmed by Hakka for generations, was destroyed. It also coincided with an era of thin aura, and without the support of a large amount of aura, the dragon vein naturally could no longer be born. Right now is a time not to be missed. Yi Qingxian kneaded the dough with increasing concentration. The winds on the sea grew more and more violent, and the mountains and the sea tumbled under his feet. The reason why the Taoist could make the Taoist so serious was also because the dragon vein was so mind-blowing. It can be melted into the earth veins of a country and directly grow the national fortune of the entire country. In the future, though, the number of people who are proud to be a hero may not increase. But there must be fewer of those suffering mortals in this country. Yi Qingxian did not consider himself to be a saint and could not do anything to think of others beforehand. But as a heavenly master of Lungfu Mountain, he would provide a little shelter to those mortals within his ability. It doesn't hurt to give a little more without endangering yourself. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly. The purple robe on his body seemed to shine a little brighter, looking more and more honorable. What the Taoist doesn't know is this. Maybe it's because of an overabundance of ability, or maybe it's a status override. His so-called, a little shelter, for the mortals of the land under his feet, had long been the equivalent of a great favor that could not be repaid for 10,000 lifetimes. In the eyes of today's Hakusha nationals, the Taoist is a gentle deity. Chapter 142 Fusing Dragon Veins, the Great Army will arrive. Buzz. Along with the cloud energy dragon becoming more and more solid, the golden patterns on its body surface also became more and more dazzling. Finally, after reaching a certain critical point, the Taoist raised his hand and wiped it over the dragon's head, and the dragon's eyes suddenly lit up, and the pupils of the eyes, which were 100 times more massive than a real lighthouse on the sea, became as animated as a living thing at once. Is that what it feels like to draw a dragon's eye? A smile of relief flowed from Yi Qingshuan's eyes. It's a bit abstract, but the general direction is still right. When it's done, name it. New Dragon Vein. Yi Qingshan wore a smile on his face as he looked at his masterpiece with considerable satisfaction. At this moment, the residual aura from this aura storm was finally devoured by him, and a brand new rough dragon vein was completely formed at this moment. As long as it is integrated into the 100 years of Summer Earth, after thousands of years, it will surely become as thick as it was before. It has come to an end for the time being. Yi Qingshan casually waved his hand, and the giant dragon of cloud energy below that stretched for 10,000 miles shook with a roar. Woohoo! The giant dragon rose up into the air and flew in an incomparably magnificent manner straight toward the young Taoist high in the sky. Afterwards, at a distance of inches from its position, slowly stopped, around the Taoist began to soar up and down, like a good and lively heaven and earth creatures. It's just slightly larger in size. The scene was extremely magnificent as it flew up and down, and a loud sonic boom rang out one after another. A giant dragon taking to the air? The storm is over? It's definitely over. I don't even feel the ground tremble anymore. It's like a ing dream. A full 8 hours, and just now that wind was outrageously fierce. I thought it was the end of the world. The Heavenly Master actually did block the storm all by himself. Tianchi is my god. It's so awesome. So handsome. It's so handsome. As long as there's a Heavenly Master sitting in Hakusha, it feels like there's nothing to be afraid of. You realize that now? As mountainous cheers erupted from the nearest city below, a face filled with surprise lifted up, staring intently at the figure high in the sky. Purple robes of honor, slender figure, face like white jade, as if he were a true immortal. This young Taoist, whose appearance was configured to pull full weight, his thin stature was at the moment as if he was as tall as a lofty mountain, so that when one looked at him, one's heart would be filled with a sense of security. In the countless lines of fervent admiration, the Taoist stretched out his bony palms and gently stroked the giant dragon's head, as casually as if he were petting a pet that he had raised in his own home. Countless people held their breath and stared blankly at this scene. The Taoist was seen smiling faintly and tapping the dragon's head. Woo! Wordlessly, the giant dragon of cloud energy nodded heavily, and after driving up the surging air currents, it swung its body and charged straight toward the earth below. In the countless horrified gazes, the dragon actually went straight into the earth, and after a slight shaking, it was closely linked to the national fortune of Huxia. In this way, it is considered done. High in the sky, the vast power of merit and virtue converged, about to descend on the Taoist. Creating a dragon vein that was sufficient to benefit billions and allowing it to fuse with Hakka, the heavenly Tao naturally rewarded the power of merit as vast as the sea. It was not impossible to cast a golden body of merit through this. It will take a while for the power of merit to converge. Yi Qingshuan's heart moved slightly as he exhaled silently, his sights redirecting to the sea in front of him. The crowd in the city below followed his gaze. Only to see that accompanied by the gale slowly stopped, the originally rough, shocking waves of the vast sea also began to gradually restore calm. The waves are not shocked. The surging waves slowly retreated into the depths of the sea as if they had been pacified by a large invisible hand. The white waves that were lifted up, on the other hand, were like a falling feather, gently lapping at the shoreline reefs. At this moment, the entire sea appeared exceptionally tranquil and peaceful, as if a fierce battle had just ended and everything had returned to tranquility. The Taoist stood quietly above the sea, looking as calm as if nothing had happened earlier. Between the two, a rippling, extremely tense and mysterious picture is formed. Thousands of journalists raised their cameras and scrambled to capture the scene. Predictably, for a long time thereafter, the Taoist would become a spiritual totem in the hearts of countless people. In the meantime, High Martial Realm, Martial State. An army of countless cultivators was already fully loaded and ready to go. The author's body is very weak, these 2 days first one shift, later recovery to make up for it. Chapter 143, The Martial Kingdom Rinku. High Martial Realm, Martial State. The tall and majestic square was densely filled with countless soldiers of the martial kingdom. They were dressed in various types of vestments and battle armor, holding various types of magic weapons, their expressions solemn and determined. Everyone exuded a powerful aura, obviously also called cultivators, their auras blended into one, natural. These cultivators used to come from different sects, clans or organizations, but at this moment, they were all soldiers of the army of the martial kingdom. Much of this was due to that battle-hardened empress of the martial kingdom. With absolute majesty, she made all of these cultivators of different origins willingly become soldiers of the martial kingdom. These cultivators converged into an indestructible force, neatly arranged in a certain formation, tacitly understanding each other, obviously having gone through a long period of training and bonding. The entire army stood like a steel city wall, giving people an unshakable feeling. Each practitioner waited with undivided attention for the order to be given, the desire for victory and the belief that the mission would be accomplished shining in their eyes. Once Jiang Yunshan's orders were received, this army would surely charge forward with a thunderous momentum, displaying amazing combat power. In fact, there were several small and medium-sized countries in the high martial realm that had submitted under this army. On top of the high platform, Jiang Yunshan's majestic sight swept over these soldiers and nodded slightly. The vibe was pretty good. On top of that, her heart grew hotter and hotter. The young Taoist's heroic stance had been imprinted in her mind for hours. Placed in the high martial realm, one would have long ago killed over and forced the other party to submit by virtue of force. But the other side was in another world, and now they could only wait for the so-called passage to be completely solidified. Taoist, you make me wait a little anxious. Jiang Yunshan took a deep breath, her dragon snake-like golden vertical pupils flushed with a touch of annoyance, and her plain hand that was placed on the fence exerted a slight force. Click! The fence made of fine ironwood instantly showed large cracks under her white jade hands. A majestic aura, if anything, overflowed from her body, pressurizing the many officials behind her. Those who are familiar with this empress of the martial state know that this world-famous female emperor of the martial kingdom was addicted to conquest. Your Majesty. A minister bent respectfully behind her and spoke in a deep voice. The Guizhengui army is fully prepared, and the Yi passageway has been inspected by people from the supervisory heavenly division and is basically solid. As planned, it's time to start moving. Very well. Jiang Yunshan smiled faintly, the aura on her body gradually climbed up, and soon overshadowed the battle formation of tens of thousands of people below. Depart in one incense stick. No. Your Majesty. Hakusha, in the nearest city to the sea. Yi Qingxian fell from the air, and countless people immediately gathered, cheering to the heavens. Heavenly Master. You're my fan. No, I'm your fan. You can even say the wrong thing, the bag is a fake enemy agent. Heavenly Master. I'm your true fan. Taoist Yi. They all look up to your abilities, I'm the only one who's a fan of your face. Tiancher. Give me an autograph, I'll go back and use it as a family heirloom. If I could get the Heavenly Master to shake my hand and let me eat mountains of food, I'd do it. You kid even took it, didn't you? Celestial Master. I'm asking for a low request. I don't want your autograph, just give me a lightning struck wood that you struck with your own hands. The crowd cheers immensely, fully highlighting the popularity of the dogs right now. But it was the Hakka people, and 30–40% of foreign faces in the crowd, who had evidently run for refuge at great expense for the last 2 months. At this moment, they were also all captured by the elegance of the Heavenly Master of Lung Fushan, and were reduced to a fervent member of the crowd cheering and calling. However, in order to avoid trouble, they, along with all the people, were kept well away from tens of meters away by the Hakusha army. Yi Qingxian gently waved at them. It wasn't that he didn't want to go up and say a few words, he was a bit shy with so many people watching. The social fear is not so much that I'm worried I won't be able to say anything. At this time, in the Hakusha army, Nya Lao, who was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, walked up and solemnly saluted Yi Qingxian. Heavenly Master, a great favor is not appreciated. This old man, who had a very high position in the Hakusha military, was actually carrying a hint of trembling in his voice at this moment. What needs in the future, you just open your mouth, as long as a word, Anyeshing would death also go to do for you. At this moment, he kind of completely understood one thing. If Hakusha did not have Yi Qingxian to sit in on it, it would definitely not be able to survive this natural disaster so peacefully. At least more than 80% of the personnel will be killed or injured, and there will be countless large buildings collapsed. Heavy losses are absolutely unavoidable. But now what? With this young celestial master's hand, the whole of Hakusha experienced almost zero damage other than a slight tremor for 6 hours. With such a tremendous feat, Nya Lao felt like he couldn't afford to repay it in his entire life. Saying such words was considered to be his greatest respect for Yi Qingxian's. A show of hands, no need to care. Yi Qingxian sighed with a light smile and stretched, this matter is even ended, the follow-up may. His words came to an abrupt end. Boom! In the next second, the golden light suddenly erupted from his body, wrapped in an extremely terrifying killing intent-like substance, and rushed straight to the sky. The Taoist raised a pair of vast golden eyes, and in the midst of countless stunned lines of sight, he looked sideways at the distant sky, his good-looking brows locked. In his perception, there were suddenly tens of thousands of extra auras of cultivators there. I can't believe it's coming so fast. The Divine Master. Elder Nya was also startled by this sudden turn of events and subconsciously followed Yi Qingxuan's line of sight. Only to see that high above the sky, in the pale canopy, a huge space wormhole was gradually taking shape. The invincible author is down, so make sure you all take care of yourselves. Chapter 140 For the King Meets the King. 5 minutes ago, over the martial state. Accompanied by Jiang Yunxiang's order, a magnificent and large-scale wushu fleet stirred like a steel beast. They neatly adjusted their formation, and their glittering, icy hulls gradually accelerated as if they were about to tear through the void. Under the great attention of the people of the Martial Kingdom, this powerful fleet entered the Yi Passage, connecting the High Martial Realm and the Blue Planet. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by strange energy fluctuations, and the dazzling light made the billions of people below unable to open their eyes. They fell to their knees with a crash, expressing their respective admiration towards the Wugwa fleet high in the sky, or rather towards the Wugwa female emperor. His Majesty the Emperor is on another imperial expedition. It is rumored that the target this time is another world. The Martial Kingdom is fortunate to have such a king. I've only seen His Majesty in one of the army's bands, and it was a true imperial majesty. I really don't know how long His Majesty is going to have a great victory this time. His Majesty will surely bet on the countless treasures of that world banshee. The cry went straight to the clouds. The invincible stance of that Wu Empire's female emperor had clearly been reflected in the hearts of every Wu nation's nationals. I wish Your Majesty a great victory. Bless my martial kingdom for 1,000 generations. The combined chants of hundreds of thousands of people were like a mountain of voices. I wish Your Majesty a great victory. Bless my martial kingdom for 1,000 generations. And when the blinding light in the air dissipated, the Wakoko fleet had already disappeared without a trace. When we left, the entire people of the capital were chanting His Majesty's mighty name. Inside the huge ship at the head, a general of the martial kingdom was excitedly heading towards the figure on the high seat, arching his hand and respectfully saying, "This shows that His Majesty's trip is a popular one, and it's bound to be a great battle." Behind him, a group of military generals also nodded their heads, looking warlike. Having heard what was said. On the high stage, the magnificent Jiang Yunxiang smiled blandly and asked seemingly casually, "By the sound of you, do you think that the popular will is the battle of the great victory?" "That's natural." That military general laughed out loud. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt an indifferent and incomparable line of sight fall on his body. The smile on the warlord's face instantly disappeared as he asked cautiously, "What does His Majesty mean?" "The people's heart is in the battle of the great victory, and what if the people's heart is not in the battle of the great victory?" Jiang Yunxiang asked with a wry smile, "I'll lose on this trip?" This. Beads of sweat slid down from the forehead of the general of the Martial Kingdom, in the face of the questioning of the Empress of the Martial Kingdom. The seventh realm of his throat was actually tight, and for a moment he could not even say, "I do not mean this." "I'm asking you a question." Jiang Yunxiang's jade hand lightly knocked on the dragon chair, suddenly raising a pair of gilt-colored true dragon vertical pupils. "Do you think that I will lose?" In an instant, a ridiculously strong aura suddenly erupted from her. Boom! This aura instantly enveloped the entire giant ship, and the nearly 1,000-foot massive ship trembled uncontrollably. Inside the ship, the hundreds of 7th Realm martial generals were all pressured by the aura and fell to their knees, unable to even raise their heads. All they could do was squeeze the sound out of their throats. "Your Majesty is mighty in all corners of the world, so naturally you will win every battle." "Very good." Jiang Yunxiang on the dragon chair propped up her chin, her eyes indifferently sweeping over these kneeling generals of the Martial Kingdom. As the co-owner of the two continents, she was used to hearing flattery, good words, and all kinds of excuses for cowardice over the years. At first none of this mattered. Because no matter if it was an immortal sect that claimed to be transcendent, a dynasty that was legendary for being invincible, or a Xian sect power that had been passed down for thousands of years. There's no battle that can't be won as long as there's a royal army of your own. That immortal patriarch of the transcendent immortal sect was hardened by her and knocked down to her knees begging for mercy. All of the disciples within their clan were enlisted in the army, and the secret techniques that were crowned were thrown into the corners of the treasury of the Martial Kingdom. The 1,000-year-old male lord of the Super Dynasty was so terrified that he killed himself in dementia after seeing the greatness of her blowing apart mountains and rivers with a single palm. Its 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains were included in the boundaries of the martial state. The master of the Shinmen sect, which had been passed down for 1,000 years, was convinced after 100 rounds of fighting with her, and willingly used the 1,000-year mountain gate as a practice ground for the martial kingdom. All of the canonical books in his door were dedicated to the military generals of Wokoku. Jiang Yunxiang had seen far too many of these. Over time, she had stopped treating anyone or anything in this world as if they were on equal footing with herself. Everything in this world is only second-rate to me, Jiang Yunxiang. Since it is the second stream, one's victory is a matter of course, so why is there a need for such a thing as popular support? Thinking about this, Jiang Yunxiang's red lips lightly opened, and with an undeniable tone, she faintly said, "Keep in mind, even if the people are not in favor, this trip will be a great battle." Yes, even that stunningly talented young Taoist was just a bit of an interest to himself. After exchanging hands, the Taoist would feel the difference in strength between the two sides since, and like those so-called immortal sect dynasties, his heart would be pleased. As her words fell, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the giant ship quietly disappeared. The crowd was like being pardoned, and that military general who was conscious of his slip of the tongue even shouted, "Your Majesty is right." The rest of them also chimed in, "Your Majesty is right." Just then, an old man with a serious look walked over quickly from the hatch outside the hall. It was not hard to tell from the strange attire he wore that the old man was a member of the Divine Constabulary. "Your Majesty." The old man bowed respectfully towards Jiang Yunxiang on the dragon chair, and the words he uttered caused everyone present to be energized. "Here it is. Is this the other world?" High above the sky, along with the martial kingdom's fleet pouring into the blue star, Jiang Yunxiang inside the giant ship at the head of the ship gladly got up and came outside the ship. Looking at the unfamiliar light in front of her, that conquering heart of hers grew hotter and hotter. Although the High Martial Realm was more than 10 times larger than this realm, those were landscapes that one was tired of seeing, and after unifying the land of the two continents, Jiang Yunxiang didn't bother to open up any more territories. Unlike this moment, every part of this realm is filled with unfamiliar flavors. That's the beauty of conquest. The corners of Jiang Yunxiang's mouth rose slightly. She stretched casually, the golden dragon robe on her body outlining the perfect arc of her body. Long-lost excitement surged in the heart of this unrivaled empress. Boom! Right at this moment, an aura so strong that it could not be ignored suddenly erupted from an extremely distant location. Jiang Yunxiang's golden pupils lit up and immediately looked along with the commotion. Not only her, but all of the hundreds of military generals from the martial kingdom had also swept out of their cabins at this moment, arriving at 1,000 meters above the Pacific Ocean, waiting for Jiang Yunxiang's orders. And the moment that aura erupted from the land in the extreme distance, all of these hundreds of martial kingdom generals became gloomy. This aura is definitely the extreme realm. It's amazing that you can actually reach the extreme realm in a place like this. How many demonic monastic geniuses is this? Despite being mentally prepared beforehand, they couldn't help but be shocked after actually feeling this aura. No one knew the extreme realm portion better than they did. Trying to reach the extreme realm in a place like this was tantamount to using a spoon to scoop the largest ocean in the martial kingdom empty. Not to mention the fact that the Taoist looks very young. The generals of the martial kingdom immediately put away their petulance. All of them followed Jiang Yunxiang's line of sight. In the next second, their pupils all contracted, and a golden light was reflected in their eyes. A radiant golden line that shot straight up into the sky and was majestic rose violently from the earth there and went straight up into the clouds. No doubt about it. That young Taoist who had been so powerful in the image had noticed their arrival by now. Boom! Jiang Yunxiang's dragon snake vertical pupils were flooded with excitement, and with a loud sound that awakened the heavens and earth, her aura began to climb. Longevity doesn't fly, dang resurrection. Chapter 145, The Great War is Coming. Akusha, a city near the sea. After feeling Yi Qingxuan's aura eruption from a close distance, even though the Taoist had deliberately restrained himself, the overflowing majestic aura still made the tens of thousands of people around him unable to help but feel weak in their legs. They all looked at the Taoist in dismay, thinking, hasn't the storm been resolved? How is it that the Divine Master still wants to do the fight? Of the hundreds of thousands of mortals present, only Elder Nian knew what was going on and finally reacted. Celestial Master, it's someone from that world? Exactly. Yi Qingxian walked to the shore and looked out at the distant sky. His handsome face was unprecedentedly grave, even his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Trouble. That day's confrontation, which was after all separated by a world, coupled with the fact that he was not good at probing, caused him to misjudge the strength of that martial kingdom empress. More than 20%. The aura emitted by the other party was quite powerful, and its intensity was already approaching 30% of his own strength. Something so grim that it worried him. Facing such a strong enemy, even though one was not afraid, the slightest mishap, even just a hint of energy fluctuation spilling out, was enough to easily take away thousands of innocent lives. Things aren't looking good. Should we give up on the plan to put a pet collar on this empress of the martial arts nation? That's not good. I've bought my own collar and I can't afford to make a mistake when it comes to Olden. Yi Qingxuan's brows tightly furrowed as his expression grew more and more grave. Seeing him like this, Nielao couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Heavenly Master, could it be that this enemy is unusually difficult to deal with? It does get a little tricky. Yi Qingxian swept his gaze over Nielao and said in a calm tone, "This is as of now, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this is the biggest crisis encountered. Not only that, but according to the poor Taoist's preliminary detection, the person who came to attack is far more than just one person. There are tens of thousands of cultivators to say the least." Yi Qingxian paused, then added, "At this moment, they are hiding over the sea about 3,000 kilometers away from here." The more Nielao listened, the more his heart grew heavy. "May I also ask the Heavenly Master to instruct us on how we should respond right now?" Yi Qingxuan's fingers rested against his chin as he fell into deep thought. Just at that moment, a beautiful figure descended from the sky like a fairy and landed beside him. Only to see the person coming a white as snow-long skirt, graceful posture, face clear and elegant, just like a lotus flower, elegant and dignified temperament, people dare not look directly at 5 features exquisite, as if carved and refined. It was that celestial maiden on the Kunlun Mountains, Xin Yaoguang. "Sky Master." Xin Yaoguang softly called out, her voice clear and pleasant, but with a hint of heaviness. She frowned and said with a serious look, "There are many more powerful auras on the sea in the distance, 3 of which are on par with me, and there is even one that far surpasses me." The young girl's tone was laced with a few shades of horror. One must know that as a Kunlun heavenly maiden who had survived for nearly 1,000 years, other than Yi Qingxian, she had never encountered a Dharma seeker who could compete with her. However, at this moment, 3 people with such terrifying strength had appeared all at once. What was even more surprising was that there was another aura that was much more powerful than hers. Despite some inner reluctance, Xin Yaoguang tried to restrain her emotions and maintain her usual calmness and composure. It was just that her originally calm and collected tone couldn't help but become anxious at this moment. "Heavenly Master, with you and I joining forces, we might be able to withstand that most powerful aura. But I'm afraid the other few will be a bit troublesome. I've tallied it up, and the number of cultivation forces within Hakusha combined is less than 1/10 of what others have. The quality is even more unmatched." Xin Yaoguang's tone was rather helpless. "But that's just the way it is. Even if they were affected by the thinning of aura, the cultivation of this group of fellow practitioners were all too slack, and it was rumored that even the death barrier was rarely closed." Right at this moment, Xin Yaoguang suddenly noticed that Yi Qingxian was looking at himself with 2 glowing eyes. "What's wrong?" The young girl was slightly stunned. "Where did I go wrong?" "No." Yi Qingxian shook his head and laughed softly. "Even if one sighs that the poor Taoist is really dim, he actually forgot that there is still a battle force that can be used by you, fellow Taoist. Could it be that you, Heavenly Master, have been fighting alone all this time?" Xin Yaoguang pondered slightly and asked seriously in return. "Indeed, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Xin Yaoguang revealed a disappointed expression. "It's just that I didn't expect those fellow travelers to be so useless. If this were to be placed in 1,000 years ago, when encountering a strong enemy of this level, there would definitely be top cultivators from all sects who would come forward. How can it be like this, where the Heavenly Master is left to carry it all by himself?" A nameless fire welled up in the young girl's heart. "It's okay, the poor Taoist is used to it." Yi Qingxian cast his eyes toward the distant canopy, his voice gradually lowering. "Fellow Daoist-chan, the poor Taoist has an errand here. I wonder if you're up to it? Heavenly Master, please speak." "There is nothing forbidden," Xin Yaoguang said without hesitation. "The poor Taoist would like to trouble you to use the formations of the Kunlun ruins to protect the Hakusha coast." Yi Qingxuan's slender palm stroked the railing, his eyes casting high into the sky as he lightly smiled. "In that case, the poor Taoist will be able to let go a little and welcome the guests properly." "Heavenly Master, you're going to take them on alone?" Xin Yaoguang's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Exactly. Yi Qingxian nodded. In order to prevent his teammates from giving away their heads was this. In his perception, a terrifying aura as majestic as a giant dragon's revival was slowly descending from a high altitude thousands of miles away. Boom! Just then, along with a deafening roar, it was as if the entire heaven and earth trembled. And the source of that roar was somewhere thousands of miles away. Suddenly, a dull, thunderous roar swept in like a storm, carrying a palpitating, fearful pressure. This pressure was like a heavenly collapse, and there was no doubt that it originated from that martial kingdom empress. Her presence was so strong that it was impossible to ignore, and even with thousands of kilometers of vast ocean separating the two sides, the pressure was still as powerful as a Tarzan pressing down on an egg. The moment this pressure descended, all of the millions of residents in the city turned pale and their bodies shook, almost going limp. They were oppressed by the sudden power and their hearts were filled with fear and awe of the unknown. However, just then, a similarly majestic and vast aura violently erupted from within the body of the young heavenly master on the shore. Boom! This aura was as unstoppable as a torrent, and in the blink of an eye, it collided head-on with that pressure and cancelled it out completely. In an instant, the gloom that had been hanging over the city dissipated without a trace. The guests across the street are starting to make a move. In the midst of the countless shocked and frenzied lines of sight, Yi Qingxuan's expression was calm as he opened his mouth to ask. How about it, fellow Daoist Shun, can you do it? Realizing that now was not the time to be surprised, Shen Yaoguang pressed down the shock in her heart and 1,000 words converged into one sentence. Heavenly Master, how certain are you in this matter? 10%. The dowser looked up slightly, revealing a pair of glittering golden eyes. His demeanor was spirited, and a powerful and unrivaled aura emanated from his body, and it continued to climb at an extremely fast speed, while he let out a faint laugh full of confidence. As long as you can guard the coastal area, the poor Taoist is 10% sure. That's good. The young girl's demure little face became extremely serious and earnest. Only to see her head full of black and shiny hair turn into a bright and white color like snow in an instant, the whole person seemed to be transformed into an ice-cold fairy that descended to the earthly world from above the 9 heavens. Buzz! Accompanied by a low humming sound, a mysterious and complex formation of incomparable size suddenly emerged from beneath her feet. In just 2 short breaths of time, this massive formation had already fused perfectly with the long coastline of the Hakusha kingdom. Then, please get started. Shen Yaoguang's clear and pleasant voice sounded again. Blessed infinite heavenly Father. Yi Qingxian shouted out a Dao, followed by his body violently erupting with a dazzling and eye-catching golden light, rushing straight into the clouds like a bolt of lightning that cut through the sky. The bright and splendid golden light carried an endless killing intent as it sped straight toward the end of the distant sky. Here comes the first shift. Chapter 146 Positive Confrontation. 2,000 kilometers offshore of Hakusha, over the Pacific Ocean. Jiang Yuxiang, who was clad in a dragon robe, slowly operated her body's magic power, her dragon snake vertical pupils slightly bright, looking around the world with interest. At the sight of the dense satellites drifting beyond the blue star, this empress of the martial kingdom froze for an instant, as if she had never seen such a rudimentary detection object before, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old man from the Scythian supervisor noticed her sight. After following the gaze, the old man spilled a smile. With only this level of detection means, it's no wonder they can only hope for that young Taoist. But the next moment, without waiting for him to hear his own empress's response, a series of ear-piercing sonic booms suddenly rang out in the distance. Along with Jiang Yunxiang, the crowd all looked over in shock. Only to see a golden light in the air like an extremely sublimated meteor crossing the canopy, flying against the sky and lifting up a monstrous Taoist rhythm, turning into a long rolling river pouring in. The sound is so powerful that it is like an unrelenting and invincible posture. In Jiang Yunxiang's vertical pupil, the clouds in the sky were all raging and churning. That was in response to the arrival of the Taoist. At this moment, the aura in a 10,000-mile radius was all whistling and circling, rippling like a sword rolling through a dragon wall. Excitement welled up under Jiang Yunxiang's eyes. It was the same scent that had haunted her day and night for the past 2 months. When she raised her palm, a simple action, but it set off a surging wave of air and heavily smashed onto the flying golden light. On top of the golden light, a deafening sound of gold and iron clashing erupted, resounding in the sky. Between the palm and the golden light, just the slightest bit of chi spilled out. Boom! The entire sea of clouds was shaken to the point of slightly tossing, and the sea below even exploded with monstrous waves of water. The crowd of Martial Kingdom's 7th Realm generals all looked shocked, their eyes wide open. They all felt the terrifying and incomparable chi tremor from the collision of this strike. If it were myself and the others, I am afraid that I would have been turned into blood mist in the sky when that golden light came. Not bad, you are really good. Jiang Yunxiang blocked the blow stiffly, her eyes burning with a smile that was hard to hide. On the opposite side of her, the handsome young Taoist with golden eyes was indifferent, standing in the air. Behind him was a sea of 10,000 miles of clouds, setting him off like an immortal descending to the world. The poor man is in a bit of a hurry. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were looking disdainfully high up, without the slightest hint of a smile on his face. The other side came with such fanfare, surely not to make peace. Looking at its battle, it is mostly likely to come to open up territory for their country and unify the otherworldly world. It sounds like what's called an expedition, and it seems to be full of bravado. But this was Hakusha, his second hometown where Yi Qingxian had lived for more than 10 years. What does it mean when people from other worlds come running to conquer? The country is splitting up? How rare is the chance to fight with an extreme realm, let alone an extreme realm like you? Jiang Yunxiang kept increasing the force on her hand, laughing softly in a leisurely and casual manner. Even I am so patient, why are you in such a hurry? The corner of Yi Qingxuan's mouth lifted into a dangerous arc. The people here honored him as the heavenly master, made him their spiritual totem, and placed all their hopes in him. The system also offered him unprecedentedly generous rewards. Therefore, there was no reason to let this high-minded empress go, no matter what. Because the poor man is going to put a pet collar on you within an incense stick. Accompanied by the Taoist's bland words, the smile on Jiang Yunxiang's face instantly froze. The generals of the martial kingdom in the distance were even more breathless. Putting a collar on that unbeatable empress of the martial kingdom? Is this man crazy? To actually dare to humiliate this supreme emperor of the martial kingdom. How many years? How many years had it been since Jiang Yunxiang had made a name for herself in the high martial world, and no one had dared to speak out against her? This shall not have its head ripped off and hung on the city wall? That old man of the divine superintendent was even sighing in his heart. What a great cultivation genius, would have wanted him to serve the martial kingdom. But now it seems like it's up in the air to stay alive. Unbridled. Staring at the Taoist in front of her, Jiang Yunxiang's dragon snake-like vertical pupil instantly revealed chilling killing intent, and the intensity of her breath around her body instantly climbed to the extreme. Thanks to my high opinion of you, I didn't expect such a despicable heart. Rolling red haze appeared from behind her, coloring the entire canopy into a demonic blood red. In front of the monstrous killing intent. The purple robe in the air seemed extraordinarily small. Chapter 147. Everyone, do not act rashly. After stepping into the extreme realm, the Dharma Seeker was as powerful as the gods of heaven and earth. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, he was able to mobilize the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and at every turn, it was a surge of spiritual chi for thousands of miles. The closer the extreme realm's realm was to completion, the greater the range of auras mobilized, and it was extremely simple and rough when dealing with the enemy. A casual blockade of heaven and earth could choke off the aura supply of a low-realm Dharma Seeker, causing them to only bind their hands. But if it was a battle between two extreme realms, then it couldn't be ended so easily, and it had to be a real battle to see who had a higher fighting ability. At this moment, a cold aura appeared in Jiang Yunxiang's vertical pupil, and with a simple step, the red haze in the sky behind her shook in unison. The red haze was like a mountain tipping over, toward the purple robe below, overwhelming the sky. It was simply the sound of destroying everything, the majestic breath spreading towards heaven and earth. The cultivation of the peak of the extreme realm was revealed at the beginning. Buzz! A loud and clear gold and iron buzz exploded. Under the horrified gazes of the many generals of the martial kingdom, the young Taoist's eyes slowly gathered golden aura, and his steps ascended to the heights, his clear voice resounding in the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth Xuanzong, the root of all air, extensive training for hundreds of millions of years, to prove my divine power, the three worlds inside and outside, but the Tao is the only one, the body has a golden light, overlaying my body. See no evil, hear no evil. Encompassing heaven and earth, it nourishes the living beings. Having been practiced 10,000 times, the body has a bright light. Servant of the three worlds, welcomed by the five emperors. All the gods are facing the rights, and they are serving the thunder. The ghosts and demons are losing their courage, the spirits and monsters are losing their forms, there are thunderbolts inside, the god of thunder is hiding his name, the whole and wisdom are intertwined, and the five airs are flourishing. The golden light appears quickly, covering and protecting the real person. Accompanied by his slightly laughing voice, radiant to the core golden light gradually surged around him. Seemingly slow, but just in time for that red haze to pour over, the chanting finished. What was reflected in the eyes of the crowd was only the vast golden light that shot straight up into the sky. Means of protection? No one in the high martial realm dares to receive His Majesty's red shattering mountain hard. This Taoist is really out of his mind. Chanting spells is arrogant. I just don't know how good it is. The angry shouts of the many military generals rang out one after another. The other party's earlier move of humiliating their own empress had made them very unhappy. It is natural to want to see it eat its own right now. Only to see that the rosy red haze in the sky landed heavily on top of that golden light. It seemed like a meteor crashing into the earth, suddenly erupting into a terrifying and groundless storm. Boom! Did that Taoist hold out? In the midst of such a vast sound, a general of the martial kingdom covered his face with one hand, his body was blasted backwards and flew out hundreds of feet, only to struggle to ask in a loud roar. I hope to hear that the young Taoist was seriously injured in one shot. In fact, in the past top battles of the martial kingdom, it was usually Jiang Yunxiang who demonstrated overwhelming battle power by crushing the enemy's strongest person in a single shot. At this moment, this military general naturally thought that this battle would end the same way, and his heart could not help but be a little excited. His Majesty is not only invincible in the high martial world. The same lack of enemies in the other world. Although that young Taoist has a demonic talent, the aura of this realm is thin, the inheritance is definitely not deep, and the divine principle in Taoism practiced will definitely be inferior to His Majesty's. Soon, the figures of the rest of the military generals were also revealed from the raging wind. They tried their best to stabilize their forms and gritted their teeth as they looked towards the place where the astral wind had erupted. Boom! On the distant canopy, the astral winds gradually dispersed and visibility increased, and just at the moment when the two supreme figures could be seen, a thunderous sound actually exploded violently, and raging and violent thunder light overflowed in all directions, tearing apart the rolling clouds. Soon, Jiang Yunxiang's magnificent body was reflected in the eyes of the generals of the martial kingdom. Only to see her body dragon robe slightly torn, vertical pupil raised, but all without the previous majesty, but instead revealed a trace of lingering gravity. And above her, a buxom black-haired youth stood in the air, with thunderons churning in his palms. It looked breezy, without the slightest sign of being affected. This situation made the military generals all look dumbfounded, and a touch of horror gradually welled up under their eyes. His Majesty has suffered a loss? All of them were cultivators who had been in the sand for a long time, and seeing this situation, how could they not see who had the upper hand? High in the air, Yi Qingxian looked down at Jiang Yunxiang below with a leisurely expression and laughed softly. It's hard. The opponent's dragon robe was actually not a decoration, but a defensive magic weapon with extremely strong defense, forged from dragon scales. His previous strike of heavenly master level palm lightning went down, and that honorable and exquisite dragon robe was only slightly torn. Good stuff. I'll strip it down later for the private collection of the Lung Fushan Heavenly Master. Not as hard as you. Jiang Yunxiang stared intently at the Taoist, the gravity under her eyes quickly fading as she coldly replied back. In the previous exchange, she had actually felt a long-lost sense of threat from her opponent's body. That bright to the extreme golden light, hard seems to be unshakable general, even the sky red haze or just let it flicker slightly. The hardness is simply baffling. He had been at the peak of the extreme realm for a long time, and when fighting, not to mention losing, even the situation of being evenly matched had rarely appeared so far. Right now actually suffered a loss under the hands of an unknown young Taoist. If you drop it again, you're afraid you'll let the other side get carried away. Thinking about this, the corners of Jiang Yunxiang's mouth lifted slightly, her chin lifted lightly, and her posture once again resumed as that unrivaled empress of the martial kingdom. She smiled faintly toward the many martial arts generals in the distance. I'm going to have to go through a bit of trouble with this man, so you all can go and finish what you have to do. Yes. Very good. Jiang Yunxiang nodded slightly, her eyes falling back onto Yi Qingxuan's body, her voice icy cold. When you have taken the lands of this realm, I will escort this disobedient straw man back to the court. The many generals of the martial kingdom clasped their fists in unison. I will obey the decree. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the originally clear sky instantly became extremely gloomy, as if it was covered by a thick black curtain. This darkness spread out quickly, covering a radius of 10,000 miles in just a few breaths. At the same time, rolling dark clouds gathered here from all directions like surging waves. As if they were driven by an invisible force, they converged together at an astonishing speed, forming a huge cloud that covered the sky. In the midst of this thrilling sight, Yi Qingxuan's figure slowly emerged. Under the gaze of the crowd, which was incredibly grave, his plaintive voice resounded like thunder. intertwining with the rumbling thunder. Gentlemen, you are not going anywhere today. Wouldn't it be better to just stay here and properly witness how the poor Taoist beats your empress to death? At this moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, leaving only the dark clouds in the sky and the Taoist's icy voice echoing in the air. One shift for now, I'm very sorry. Chapter 148. Between extreme realms, there is a gap. The High Martial Realm was a vast land with many powerful people. As the emperor of the god-level dynasty, the Martial Kingdom, Jiang Yunshang's prestige was one of the highest in the High Martial Realm, where there were as many powerful people as there were clouds. Coupled with her proud battle record, and her cultivation at the peak of the extreme realm, it could be said that when looking at the high martial world, there were less than a palmful of people who could talk to her equally in terms of status and position. If this standard was placed in Jiang Yunshang's heart, then none of the billions of Dharma seekers in the entire high martial realm would have the qualifications to have an equal conversation with her. The innate majesty and the peak of combat strength together created the unrivaled reputation of the common lord of the two continents. For hundreds of years, she had been like an earthly true dragon, reigning over the high martial realm. And as a true dragon, it naturally has its untouchable scales. Jiang Yunshang's scales were her own identity as a woman. She doesn't allow anyone to molest her. Not even a demonic cultivator from the other world. Right now, Yi Qingxuan's statement was undoubtedly frantically stroking this empress's reverse scales. Even showing how casually he stroked it in front of everyone. Obviously, he had such stunning natural talent, but his character was so despicable. It's almost like you don't know what you're doing. Boom! High in the sky, Jiang Yunshang's absolutely beautiful face was completely gloomy, and even this part of the heaven and earth became oppressive all of a sudden. The air seemed to drop to an appalling temperature, leaving one breathless. The many generals of the martial kingdom were gasping for air from afar. The terrifying pressure made them unable to resist, trembling slightly. Even their figures in the air were slightly swaying to the east. The eyes that looked at the young Taoist were filled with shock and anger. What was shocking was that the other party actually completely disregarded their empress, and when things had developed to this point, they even dared to speak out to provoke them. Their guts were too big. The anger was at the flippant words coming out of the Taoist's mouth. It was as if the so-called empress of the martial kingdom was treated as an existence that could be taken at will. I'm afraid I'm not crazy. The military generals shook their heads. After today, there would be one less supreme genius in this world, leaving only one of the most powerful emperors in all the generations of the martial kingdom. Although the premise of this matter is, Jiang Yunshang could successfully defeat Yi Qingxian. But none of the people present felt that Jiang Yunshang couldn't do this, so they naturally didn't care about these details. Therefore, they immediately sentenced Yi Qingxian to death in their hearts. Woohoo! In an instant, a vast and boundless red haze erupted from behind him like an angry wave, as if it was going to dye the entire world red. This red haze was like a burning flame. The blazing flames rose up in the air, covering the sky and rapidly spreading out, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the vast sky that stretched for 10,000 miles. The sky seemed to be ablaze in this magnificent sight, with clouds rolling in and out of change. The red haze shone with a dazzling light, blending with the heavens and earth. It was like a magnificent scroll, displaying the power and majesty of an extreme realm powerhouse. Jiang Yunshang's eyes were icy cold, and her breath around her body was like a great sun rising in unison. She was the strongest Dharma seeker who had spanned thousands of years, so she naturally wouldn't tolerate a young Taoist humiliating herself. A single finger pointed to the sky, and the dome of the sky, which was dyed blood red by the red haze, trembled violently. Carrying the might of heaven and earth in Jiang Yunshang's palm, it seemed to hold the signal for the sky to fall, as the 10,000 miles of red haze transformed into the dome of the sky, heavily smashing down towards Yi Qingxian. Why do you always like to make such a big deal? Yi Qingxian silently looked at the loud and powerful attacking aptitude in the air. Fellow Taoist, you've made the poor Taoist a little upset. Below was the sea, and if he dodged, the strike would inevitably set off a monstrous tsunami. Always engaging in these great offensive magical powers, really treating him like a sandbag? And he wants to take it hard? Seeing the Taoist's body once again surging with bright golden light, a general of the martial arts country was shocked and shouted, and hastily drew back, fearing that he would be wrapped up in the aftermath of the wave. The people around him also reacted extremely quickly, whooshing towards the distance. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the originally gloomy and gray sky was instantly covered by dark clouds as thick as ink. These dark clouds seemed to possess endless power and pressure, giving people a feeling of irresistible fear. Just then, a dazzling and eye-catching light suddenly erupted from the clouds. The light was as hot and bright as the sun, carrying a heavy texture as if it could crush everything. Immediately afterward, a dozen millstone-thick heavenly thunderbolts whistled down from the clouds at an astonishing speed, and they were like a ferocious dragon, swooping down with teeth and claws at those Wu Kingdom generals who were desperately fleeing. The power of these heavenly thunderbolts was extremely terrifying, and each of them contained a heaven-destroying energy. However, this heavenly thunder did not hit them, but instead fell straight into the sea in front of them, exploding the vast sea with a violent churning. Those generals of the martial kingdom who were trying to move away were instantly shocked by the scene, stopping their stance in a hurry and looking back in horror. The poor Taoist said that you can't go anywhere. Amidst the countless gazes of horror and fear, Yi Qingxuan's beard and hair were spread out and his Dao robes flipped over. His expression was indifferent, and he raised his eyes to look at the miles of red clouds that were falling at great speed in the air. Let the poor Taoist teach you what it means to have an overwhelming difference in strength. Nearly exams, time constraints, allow the humble author a shift of 2 days. Chapter 149 Fighting the Empress of the Martial Kingdom. Boom! As the words resounded across the world, in the sight of the crowd of martial kingdom generals who were terrified to the extreme, the thunderclouds in a 10,000-mile radius shook and roared in unison. The silver bright-colored glow grew brighter and brighter until that glow also possessed weight. In a matter of moments, the vast might of heaven and earth instantly enveloped the sea below. The Empress of the martial kingdom high in the sky frowned lightly, looking gruffly at the young Taoist below with his hands in his sleeve robes. In the face of a sky full of red haze close at hand, he was actually mobilizing the power of thunder in the sky? Only to see the leisurely-looking Yi Qingxuan's body finally lit up with wisps of golden light. Then, he raised a pair of ice-cold golden eyes, and the space around him that had been solidified by the red haze suddenly flowed anew, his feet stepping on the void, facing the sky-littering red haze that was falling at great speed, and stepping up to the top. Boom! The young Taoist ascended faster and faster, finally transforming into a piercing golden stream of light that directly collided with that rosy red haze in the sky. The moment the two came into contact, a black-to-the-point glow appeared at first glance in heaven and earth, which spread extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. Next. Rumble. The deafening sound of the explosion, with the terrifying stormy airflow, spread rapidly toward the 4 directions of heaven and earth. In front of this amazing aftershock, hundreds of Wuguo generals were instantly shaken out thousands of feet, and even the soldiers in those Wuguo warships were shocked to death countless times on the spot. However, amidst that roiling mana turbulence, the battle was not yet over. I can't believe I solved it this way. Seeing the Taoist so roughly and directly destroying his own red haze, Zhang Yunshang's brows furrowed, the dragon robe on her body fluttered, and her face was filled with a grave loss of color. She had never thought that someone could stand up to her offensive divine abilities with a protective spell alone. But the scene in front of me was just so unbelievable. It's happening right now. In the midst of the turbulence in the sky, a slender figure suddenly rushed out and swept straight in. Since Hongxia can't destroy your protective spells, then I'll switch to a stronger attacking aptitude. Red golden dragon scales emerged under her snow-white skin, and Zhang Yushang's entire body instantly transformed into a humanoid true dragon with a lofty aura. There was dragon power emanating from his breath, and the space fluctuated between his hands and feet. But even though she revealed such an appalling stance, the purple-robed figure still didn't hesitate for a second, his speed increasing instead of decreasing, and the entire person instantly arrived in front of Zhang Yushang. A beautifully sharp whip kick ruthlessly shot at Zhang Yushang's right shoulder. Boo! Zhang Yunshan was still adapting to the surging strength of her fleshly body, and when she was caught off guard, her slender figure was heavily smashed down. Boom! With her as the center, the sea splashed huge circular ripples, and the water column in the center was smashed up tens of feet in height. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Yunshang knocked the seawater around her for 100 feet backwards and over, and she stood on top of the constantly trembling seabed, looking at the figure above her in slight consternation. Only Yi Qingxuan's hands poked out of his sleeve robe and rolled up the obstructing cuffs a bit, then directly swooped down. Without any finesse, the arms were pulled apart violently. The fists fell like a raging wind and rain. How dare you! Zhang Yunshang grunted angrily. At this moment, she had completely liberated her physical strength. Now even if she were to physically fight a peak true dragon with a divine-level bloodline, she wouldn't fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Daring to come to a physical fight is simply an act of seeking death. Zhang Yunshang rolled over and rose up, her fists and feet coming out in unison, blasting head-on with the countless fist winds that fell from Yi Qingxian. The sea waves churned and the winds of the astral plane overflowed. A horrifyingly huge gully emerged from the solid and unrivaled seabed, and an ear-splitting sonic boom exploded in the empty space. Completely unabashed head-to-head. The young Taoist's expression was calm, and the prideful empress was secretly shocked. The opponent was actually able to go head-to-head with his power-liberated self just by relying on that thin layer of golden light? How deep is this life cultivation? Boom! Along with the two once again facing each other with a palm blast, Jiang Yushang's figure closely grazed the surface of the sea and flew out hundreds of feet backwards, splashing up large waves. Ho! Jiang Yushang exhaled white gas, her stunning face slightly fierce, and the dragon god-like vertical pupil slowly converged golden aura. The state of true dragon possession was a great load on her physical body, and this once invincible crushing tactic couldn't even take down a young Taoist at the moment. At this moment, only to see the Taoist man once again rush to, around the body of the golden light is actually once again bright a few points. Jiang Yushang took a deep breath. There can be no more delay, this bureaucrat must be taken down at the earliest opportunity. I'm going to. A cold light flashed in Yi Qingxuan's eyes, and his palm probed out like lightning, tightly clutching her noble and elegant hair bun. At the same time, his knee snapped, and like a downhill tiger it viciously exploded on her tilted face. Boo! In an instant, severe pain struck, and Jiang Yushang screamed out, her beautiful face twisted and distorted from the pain. However, Yi Qingxuan's eyes were still incredibly cold. At a time like this, you're still trying to talk tough? You're almost done with the poor man's lines. Blood spilled out of the Empress's mouth and nose, and her head instinctively tilted backward, the tremendous force on her knee striking the peak extreme realm powerhouse's eyes and ears buzzing. How many years has it been since I've encountered such an unrelenting attack? This thought subconsciously surfaced in this Empress's mind. Then, an even more ferocious strong wind came towards her at great speed. Yi Qingxian raised his bony palm and slapped it out like an immortal pressing down. Heavily pumped on Jiang Yushang's white face. Before the chaos in her mind dissipated, another huge force came immediately after, striking this Empress of the Martial Kingdom. Her eyes lost focus and her body uncontrollably tumbled towards the distance. Your Majesty? The many military generals and generals finally rushed over, wanting to observe the battle once again, but they didn't expect to see the sight of their own empress being smacked out by the Taoist just as they arrived. The crowd watched in horror as a sense of unrivaled absurdity arose in their hearts. As the generals of Wogwa, they have long been accustomed to the situation where His Majesty hangs the enemy up to beat him. However, this kind of light in front of them, where their own majesties were slapped by their enemies without saying a word, was absolutely unheard of. This can only mean one thing. That was the fact that underneath that young Taoist's slender and thin body, there was a greatness that not even an extreme realm powerhouse could resist. And at this moment, the Taoist man was like a shadow to their fallen sire, violently pouring his fists and feet onto Jiang Yushang's delicate body. Then, in plain sight, Yi Qingxian actually fished out an exquisite pet collar directly from his arms. Updates will resume tomorrow, so get an early night. Chapter 150. The Empress of the Martial Kingdom is quite a good girl. Thou shalt not be reckless. Seeing the collar in the Taoist's hand, Jiang Yushang's pupils contracted, and she shouted in shock and anger. With things as they were, how could she not know what the other side was trying to do? It was clear that he wanted to turn himself into his pet in front of all the generals of this martial kingdom. This denizen! Jiang Yushang pursed her red lips lightly and clenched her teeth, her mind uncontrollably flooded with the humiliating scene of herself being collared by the other party. It's simply unbearable. Her heart was beating faster and faster under her high breasts. One must realize that at this moment, not only were there hundreds of high-ranking generals of the martial kingdom watching from afar, but there were also dozens of aviation giants of the martial kingdom parked high in the sky. Inside the giant ship was the elite army of the martial kingdom consisting of tens of thousands of Dharma seekers. The men didn't leave the ship, but through the detection equipment, they could clearly see what was going on here. That is to say, if one loses here, the hefty reputation one has built up over the centuries. That should never be allowed to happen. Jiang Yushang's face was filled with rage, her teeth clenched, and sparks of anger flashed in her eyes. With a wave of her hands, her entire body's mana surged out like a tidal wave, and the red haze in the sky surged wildly like an enraged beast, forming a huge red vortex, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world into it. Rumble! Right at this moment, only when the Taoist lightly snapped his fingers, the 10,000 miles of thunderclouds let out a deafening roar, and countless purple thunderbolts split down heavily from the clouds. It was like a giant dragon, blasting toward Jiang Yushang with a destructive momentum. In an instant, the seemingly impenetrable red haze turbulence was easily torn apart by the heavenly thunder, turning into bits of debris that dissipated into the air. Why? Jiang Yunxiang couldn't help but issue a question. Her entire body had already somewhat broken its defenses. The opponent's Dao was completely unreasonable, and no matter how much mana she mobilized to cast the Dao, it would be shattered in a split second. Who can stand this? No one would answer her query. At this moment, Yi Qingxuan's face was flat, his body was like a shadow, one hand clenched a fist, and the majestic force continuously exploded on Jiang Yunxiang's body that was comparable to a true dragon. The continuous attack pounded Jiang Yunxiang's body with abnormal qi and blood tumbling, her eyes were starry, and it was hard to bear. Without a word, a single hand knocked her backwards nearly 10,000 feet across the ocean. Jiang Yunxiang, who used to be incredibly arrogant, couldn't even stabilize her stance at this moment. Underneath Yi Qingxuan's mysterious purple robe, which seemed to contain the greatness of destroying the world, he merely used just enough force to suppress his opponent. As long as Jiang Yunxiang had an opening to catch her breath, he would increase his force some more and consume some more mana. The two of them sped their figures all the way across the sea. Unbelievable. That old man from the heavenly superintendent murmured out, his eyes lost in thought as he gazed at the shocking battle on the sea. He had never imagined that someone would be able to suppress that omnipotent sire in such a sorry state. The rest of the Wushu generals were also dumbfounded at this scene. Not that they didn't want to step up and help. It was really that the sound of the two people bombarding each other was too terrifying. Just the strong winds that escaped shook the entire seabed, and the clouds in a 10,000-mile radius were stirring madly, with lightning flashes and thunder, and there was a hidden tendency to form a super tornado. The strength of the extreme realm was displayed to the fullest. Not to mention going forward to help, just by getting too close, they were afraid that they would be blown to death by the heavenly thunder that the Taoist would casually fling over. In the past, those words that were used to praise His Majesty, such as only I am the only one, terrifying and incomparable, etc., were only appropriate to describe Yi Qingxian. As for His Majesty, to be very disrespectful, they feel that their majesties are really resistant to beatings. Stop. Jiang Yunxiang exploded with all her strength and finally found a chance to open her mouth and shouted angrily. The dragon robe on her body shattered nearly halfway, and her skin covered in golden dragon scales was revealed. To be able to beat this true dragon-possessed empress of the martial kingdom like this, one could not find one in the entire high martial realm. There aren't even rumors of anything like that. But right now, this kind of thing, which is comparable to a pie in the sky, is really happening. Jiang Yunxiang's mood was extremely heavy. Breathing heavily, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Compared to the high and mighty she was in the beginning, she really added a touch of flavor now. But the young Taoist across from him was clearly not a master of appreciating beauty. That's fantastic, and you're actually trying to call it quits? Yi Qingxian laughed coldly, his fist carrying a horrifying force, exploding a large area of air and smashing down heavily. Jiang Yunxiang hurriedly raised her arms to block it, and before the majestic incoming force, the sleeve robes on her arms were instantly torn, and the dragon scales shattered and splattered. Broken dragon scales fell from his small arms, revealing his white skin. Jiang Yunxiang's face turned white, her throat slightly sweet, and she nearly spat out blood again. But the opposite Yi Qingxian looked like his patience had been worn out, his feet kicked up and his figure instantly disappeared from its original position. By the time it reappeared, it was already above Jiang Yunxiang's head. The indifferent black eyes swept in, sending chills all over the body of this unrivaled empress of the martial kingdom. Strength was crushed and the fight was suppressed. So that's what it feels like. General. Yi Qingxian landed one hand on her shoulder, and his slender palm suddenly exerted force. Jiang Yunxiang's slender figure was suddenly skewed, and then crashed downward towards the sea below at an extremely fast speed. This devastating scene caused the scalps of the many generals of the martial kingdom to go numb, and the goosebumps on their backs had a hidden tendency to explode. In their eyes, it was simply that the young Taoist had been fooling around with his own sire for a while, and finally ran out of patience and casually spiked Jiang Yunxiang. In the distance, the young Taoist's figure transformed into a golden stream of light, running straight towards the falling Jiang Yunxiang. Tugging up Jiang Yunxiang's gorgeous hair with one hand, Yi Qingxian stopped his stance and snapped open the pet collar in his hand, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Don't move. In Jiang Yunxiang's eyes of shock and anger, the pet collar that possessed many symbols landed on her neck, only to hear a snapping sound as the collar closed. With it, the look on the empress's face solidified. Immediately afterward, the Taoist picked up the chain on the collar and gave it a gentle tug, so good. Moving casually like he was teasing his pet dog. However, it was the faint pull that brought Jiang Yunxiang back from her stupor. In the next second, the Empress's mortified and furious voice resounded over the entire Pacific Ocean. Shameless Taoist! I will kill you. Computer went out yesterday, took it in to reinstall the system. A little gift from the big boys, the returns are ridiculously low. With free sites, it's up to the big boys. Chapter 151 The Empress of the Martial Kingdom is my pet. The Tao of the Crowned World. As well as, the heart for making decisions on the spot. It takes both to be qualified to be the next Heavenly Master of Lung Fushan. From the hands of the previous Heavenly Master, he took over the power to oversee the entire Orthodox Church, the duty to patrol the world for spirits, and the decision to choose the future direction of the Orthodox Church. Yi Qingxuan's age was extremely young for the generations of Heavenly Masters. He possessed the characteristic, almost conceited self-confidence of youth, without those superfluous indecisions. He was able to do this by choosing, out of the countless branches, the one that was right for him. And steadfastly go on. This is exactly why the last Heavenly Master decided to pass the throne to him. In front of that honorable purple robe, whether it was the demons or the armies of the other world, what they had in common was that if they wanted to get their hands on this land of Hakka, they would have to pay a heavy price. Jiang Yunshang felt that her body's sea of qi was sealed by the Taoist, and her formerly majestic mana was dead silent. But even so, she possessed the terrifying physical body of an extreme realm powerhouse. Winning against the Taoist is already impossible. Even if he suffered great humiliation today, he can only go back to recuperate first and come back next time to wash away the shame. Jiang Yunshang finalized her idea and fully intended to withdraw. But every time she tried to move back, she was unceremoniously pulled back by the Taoist's casual handful of chains around her neck. It's so humiliating. Jiang Yunshang clenched her silver teeth, her eyes almost spitting out fire. Unprecedented anger welled up in his heart. There's not much that can be done in favor of this one. The ones with mana were still hard-pressed head-on by Yi Qingxian head-on. Now that he was blocked from the sea of qi, there was even less room to fight back. The pet collar around his neck was even covered by a thick layer of golden light, indestructible. A top-notch body protection Tao would actually come in handy in a place like this as well. Clank. Jiang Yunshang had just had a struggle when the Taoist pulled the chains in his hands tightly, making a pleasant sound of crisp humiliation. In the meantime, snap. A loud slap sounded, and Jiang Yunshang's head was once again slapped to the side, her stunningly beautiful face only in a trance at the moment. The fiery pain coming from her face was a constant reminder that this was not a dream. That purple robe was resting steadily in the sky right in front of him, his expression indifferent, and just by sweeping his eyes, an extremely terrifying sense of oppression came over him, as if the sky was falling, so that one could only feel pure despair. Don't move, the poor Taoist is checking things out. Once again, he tugged on the chain in his hand. Yi Qingxian frowned lightly, his tone somewhat troubled. His opponent struggled quite hard, causing him to have to put more effort into maintaining the intensity of the golden light on the collar. Otherwise, this fragile pet collar could easily be ripped to shreds by the other party. Luckily, the system's beep wasn't too late. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully put a pet collar on the honorable and haughty Empress of the Martial Kingdom. Reward, Supreme. Tai Shang Chung Jing Decree. Detected that the host has successfully defeated the Empress of the Martial Kingdom in 7 minutes and 36 seconds. Additional reward conditions have been met. Reward, Immortal Golden Soul Cultivation Method. The Supreme Decree of Silence LV1, Quietness and Concentration, and Light and Dust. Quietness is the body of the immortals, the world of Taoism, can be done to see a time will be practiced on the perfect, cultivated to the depths, can be broken through the roots of the law, the power of any spells will increase dramatically. Ding! You have practiced the Tai Shang Ching Jing Decree and have automatically acquired it after browsing through the Undying Golden Soul Cultivation Method. Indestructible Golden Soul LV1, the Supreme Soul Cultivation Method, cultivating to the high depths. As long as the person who bears the indestructible Golden Soul has a heart of life in his mind, he will be able to achieve 10,000 calamities without destruction, billions of disasters without extinction, and any fatal injuries will be repaired extremely fast. Invincible. Sweeping his eyes over the system panel, Yi Qingxian wordlessly exhaled a breath. Feeling all the extra strange sensations in his body, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his breath became more and more terrifying, loftier than the mountains and more vast than the sea and rivers, like an immortal who had returned to the peak. Sight casually looked toward the Wakoko fleet in the distant air. Seeing him look at them, the surrounding Mugwei generals were all shaken in spirit and quickly snapped out of their stupefied emotions, unable to stop themselves from shivering. If they're not mistaken, that His Majesty, who was comparable to a god in their hearts, was currently like a puppy, even the chains on his collar were being played with in the hands of that young Taoist. The scene was so shocking that they couldn't utter a single word. And the terrifying aura overflowing around the Taoist man made them even more afraid to make the slightest move. For a while, hundreds of eyes, which were mingled with fear, only dared to land on the hem of the Taoist's coat. As well as, on Jiang Yunshang, who was like a Taoist puppy. "Thou art too deceitful." Being treated like this in front of the group of ministers, Jiang Yushang only felt endless humiliation enveloping her entire body, and the idea of fighting back to the death and letting go of her life was born in the bottom of her heart. "Shut up." However, right at this moment, the Taoist's icy voice once again sounded in her ears. "If you dare to move, the poor Taoist will palm you to death right here." "You?" Jiang Yunshang's heart was on fire, her anger almost engulfing her sanity. "After palming you to death, then pull the dragon robe off your corpse and hang your naked body on the gates of the largest city in your world for public display." Seemingly feeling that it was not convincing enough, the Taoist expressionlessly continued to add, "What?" Jiang Yunshang was like falling into an ice cave, and her heart instantly fell to the bottom. The freshly minted death wish also began to waver wildly. Poor Taoist's request is very simple: as long as you are obedient, you can live. As if he could see the chill in her heart, Yi Qingxuan's words had a few more smiles in them. Jiang Yunshang's breathing was ragged, and her hands pinched blood from her palms, dripping it down her fingers into the sea below. Nourished by the blood of an extreme realm powerhouse, it was possible that this sea would breed some terrifying demons in the future. But these were not Jiang Yunshang's concerns. She took a deep breath. "Name your terms. Watch your tone of voice." Yi Qingxian yanked up the chains in his hands and forced Jiang Yushang to look at himself. This scene was another tightening in the hearts of the distant generals of the martial kingdom. The Taoist's vast golden eyes were cold and cool. In front of such eyes, Jiang Yunshang, who was an empress, actually subconsciously lowered her head. Realizing that this behavior was nothing short of softening, she immediately raised her head again, only this time her tone was far less forceful than last time. "What is your request?" "A hallowed empress can't even say please?" The Taoist frowned lightly, the near-substantial pressure almost drowning Jiang Yunshang. She forced herself to hold back the shame in her heart and pursed her red lips lightly. "Please say what you want, Yunshan will definitely not be forbidden." "Sorry to keep you big guys waiting." Chapter 152: Reasons for not being able to resist. Not caring in the slightest about the shame and indignation on Jiang Yunshang's face, Yi Qingxuan's eyes slightly converged as his inner thoughts churned. The two basic tasks of the system have been accomplished. But the most important one hasn't worked out yet. Next, if he wanted to know the whereabouts of Lao Deng, he would have to make a trip to the high martial realm and hold this empress of the martial kingdom in court once. Behaviorally, it's not that hard. It's the mental insults that are a bit too great. As a female emperor of a country, her prestige in the hearts of the people and ministers would not be much lower than that of a deity. Let this kind of high-minded and proud of the high position, give yourself obediently as a dog, obedient to their own wishes to be led to the court, more or less some strong people difficult. It's hard for Jiang Yunshang not to fight with him. What a trouble. Yi Qingxian sighed silently. In his heart, he knew very well that Jiang Yushang appeared to be softening now, but that was because Yi Qingxuan's demands were still bearable for the time being, and she had developed the idea of tasting the guts with pay or something like that. But if the humiliation reaches the level of being a dog for the enemy? This female emperor who was ranked in the extreme realm was afraid that she would let Yi Qingxian know what it meant to surpass the self-detonation of a nuclear weapon. Yi Qingxian himself was not afraid. But who knows if Jiang Yunshang's self-detonation would involve the people of Hakosha? And, in that case, the clues to the whereabouts of the last celestial master would be broken. This was the only mission that Yi Qingxian was determined to win. So, no matter what, Jiang Yushang had to be made to behave. Since normal expressions don't work, let's do what's necessary. Jiang Yunshang. Yi Qingxuan's voice was flat, and his left hand gently scratched open his index finger's fingertips. "Open your mouth." A few drops of blood with a hint of golden aura in its crimson color slowly dripped down his pale and slender fingertips, as if time had frozen at this moment. They were like crystal-clear jewels, emitting a mysterious and tantalizing aura, each drop containing endless power and the essence of life. The moment they came into contact with the choppy sea below, the entire surface of the sea was dyed a divine reddish-gold color. Phew! In the next second, a scent that was described as fragrant to cultivators floated up from that sea. Jiang Yunshang instinctively sensed that something was wrong and asked with a frown, "What do you want?" "That's a lot of crap." Yi Qingxian let out a light tsk and his right hand directly pinched Jiang Yunchang's chin, forcing her to open her cherry-colored lips. Whoops! Then he flexed his finger and flicked it, and a drop of blood fell straight into the mouth of Jiang Yushang, who was constantly struggling, right in front of the shocked gazes of the generals of the martial kingdom. Daring madman! How dare you take on His Majesty? Seeing this situation, the onlookers of the martial kingdom's generals could no longer sit still. Someone shouted angrily and was about to fly forward, but their voices came to an abrupt end in the next second. Only to see Yi Qingxuan's icy sight sweeping over. In his eyes, which had returned to pitch black, was pure and chillingly terrifying killing intent. The crowd of Wugui generals were instantly silenced, and even the palms of their hands gripping the weapons at their waists unconsciously loosened. As for the general of the martial kingdom, the battle spirit that had just been ignited instantly dissipated, and his figure was fixed in the air, trembling all over, with bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead. Get out of here, the poor Taoist will need you to lead the way later. Only when Yi Qingxuan's arm gently waved, a raging, boundless clear wind swept in like a giant dragon. This clear wind contained endless power and might, as if it could destroy everything that blocked its progress. Those generals of the martial kingdom, on the other hand, were completely unable to resist this powerful wind. They were like fallen leaves swept up by a gale, caught up in it without any resistance and flew backwards along with the clear wind. This flight was tens of thousands of feet away. During this process, these generals continuously let out cries of terror, but there was nothing they could do to change their fate at all. They could only watch as they moved further and further away from Yi Qingxian, eventually disappearing into the distant sky. Yi Qingxuan's line of sight spiraled down to Jiang Yushang, who was constantly coughing. This empress of the martial kingdom, at the moment, was rapidly healing from her injuries. Even those locations on his body that Yi Qingxian had smashed into a bloody mess were quickly repaired. From the drop of golden blood that flew into her mouth earlier, Jiang Yunchang felt a terrifying energy that was like an abyss, more powerful than any precious medicine. But even so, her heart remained heavy. As the saying goes, a leaf knows the fall. From this simple drop of blood, she detected her opponent's strength more clearly than she had earlier against the blast. Definitely more than just the extreme realm. The Taoist's strength was going to be far above the extreme realm. Moreover, even if her injuries were repaired, the seal at Jiang Yunchang's dantian was still as steady as Mount Taishan, blocking all the mana in her limbs and bones. Compared to earlier, her fighting strength had not been restored. Of course, even if it was restored, it wouldn't be much use at all. It doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, you still have a chance. With my qualifications, I will be able to kill him in my lifetime. Such shameless people will eventually pay for their arrogance. Jiang Yunchang silently gritted her teeth. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. It was just that Yi Qingxuan's actions at the moment were really a bit unbelievable, which caused her heart to feel a touch of unprecedented panic at the same time as she was facing the enemy. When the coughing subsided a little, Jiang Yunchang wiped the corners of her mouth and asked in as calm a tone as possible. You gave me a drink of your blood? What do you want? You'll know soon enough. Yi Qingxuan's mouth revealed a slight playful smile. It was also the first time he had cast this Dao since acquiring it. Puppetry. A creature that eats a part of the host's body can be transformed into a string puppet and deployed at will. I really didn't expect it to come in handy. Yi Qingxian sighed in his heart. Because to him, demons were meant to be driven to extinction, and not one could be left behind, no matter what the reason. As for people, they are even less likely to be the object of the spell. Not to mention doing it himself, even if he heard of another practitioner doing it, Yi Qingxian would have to kill over on behalf of Longhu Mountain to get rid of the demons and defend the way. Therefore, for a long time, this Dao was really a bit of a chicken. But it couldn't be more appropriate in the situation at hand. Buzz. In the next second, a demonic red light emerged from Jiang Yunchang's body. As the red light traveled, she quickly sensed something was wrong. Unable to stop his pupils from shrinking. I've been a bit stuck in the writing lately, so it's good to hold the outline in, and the rest will flow much more smoothly. Chapter 153, This is what is called licentiousness. Extreme realm powerhouses penetrate the heavens and the earth, and their strength can destroy mountains and break waves. The degree of mastery over one's body had long since reached the point of perfection, and the slightest change could be easily detected. The fact that a feather cannot be added to a body is the most basic thing. And even though Jiang Yunchang's qi was sealed at the moment, she was always still able to feel the majestic energy in her qi. It was just that this energy could not be freely driven by her because of the blockade of her limbs and bones. But now, since that drop of blood entered her body, things were different. Not only could he not sense the existence of the sea of chi at all, even the rotation of his mind became sluggish. The feeling was like being stripped of control of your body. What did you do to me? A touch of panic instinctively appeared in Zhang Yunxiang's calm and collected tone. Don't be in a hurry, it will take some time for those courtiers of yours to get here. Yi Qingxian replied, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. The next request of the poor Taoist, you'd better listen carefully and not waste everyone's time. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you after I recover. Zhang Yunxiang sensed something unusual, and thick killing intent flowed from her eyes. The young Taoist's methods were now unusual, and the demands made were bound to be unacceptable to her. Even though there was something similar to the idea of lying in wait in her heart, Zhang Yunxiang had her own pride, and even though she had verbally softened a little earlier, she was still unwilling to lower her head too much. Then there is no way. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were cold as he faintly said. The poor Taoist wants you to gather the civil and military officials and return to the high martial realm. You want this emperor to give up the expansion of the martial kingdom? Zhang Yunxiang's brows stretched a little. The heart was unconsciously relieved. Luckily, it's just a painless request. Moreover, this world with barren aura had the other party sitting on it. Invasion would have been an impossible task. Despite some reluctance, Zhang Yunxiang had the intention of abandoning the invasion and returning to the court in her heart when she lost earlier. The reason why he hated the Taoist was just a matter of resentment. Your request is granted. Zhang Yunxiang raised those lonely vertical pupils and faintly said, not the ban on my Qi Si, and when those Wu Kingdom generals who were greatly flown by you come back, I will naturally retreat. It was kind of the biggest setback she'd received since taking the throne. But it didn't matter. With her own qualifications, Zhang Yunxiang was confident that she could surpass the other party within 100 years and take revenge. Your Majesty is in a hurry, isn't he? Poor Taoist hasn't finished yet. Yi Qingxian looked at her with a smile, breaking the precedent of using the title of Your Majesty. There was just not the slightest bit of reverence between the words, instead they were filled with a few moments of careless teasing. It's amazing that the other party hasn't realized what they're in for after all this. It seemed that even if it was unseemly, it was necessary to make the high-minded emperor recognize his current situation. What else? Poor Taoist is going to join you in returning to the high martial realm. Yi Qingxian casually stretched his waist and looked at the many small black dots that appeared in the distant sky. What do you want to do? Zhang Yunxiang's heart sank. What the poor Taoist wants to do is simple. The arc of Yi Qingxuan's mouth became visible as he tugged on the chains in his hands and laughed softly. The poor Taoist will lead His Majesty to the court and receive the worship of all the people, as in the days of old. You are wanton. Zhang Yunxiang's dragon face was furious, and her pair of icy vertical pupils were almost ready to spit out flames. Had taking in the Empress's gesture in his eyes, Yi Qingxuan's smile gradually lost its temperature. Wanton? The golden aura in his eyes burned up, and his blazingly cool eyes fell on Zhang Yunxiang's body. This is not considered wanton. Yi Qingxuan's figure instantly disappeared, appearing in front of Zhang Yunxiang, his palm landing on his shoulder, an extremely terrifying force instantly bursting out. Now that's what I call wanton. On your knees. In this voice that sounded like a command, Zhang Yunxiang's tall body shortened all of a sudden. Above this high altitude, in the eyes of the distant and constantly approaching generals of the martial kingdom, he directly knelt down in the air. Zhang Yunxiang looked at herself in a trance on both knees. For a moment it was almost hard to believe this time. I'm kneeling? Like those incompetent defeated generals of yesteryear, kneeling down in front of the courtiers to the cultivators of the empire? You! Zhang Yunxiang raised her head violently, her body trembling as she frantically tried to mobilize the qi si within her body. This is urgent? Yi Qingxian ignored her angry eyes and laughed softly. Do you realize what your aggression means to other worlds? Now just making you kowtow is already a bargain. The poor Taoist hasn't led you to the court yet. I will kill you. Zhang Yunxiang clenched her silver teeth, her eyes almost dripping with blood like rage. But it was just that at this moment, her entire cultivation was sealed off to the fullest, making her look like an ordinary woman who was incapable of raging. Dealing with invaders, this expression is only fitting. Yi Qingxian nodded slightly and smiled heartily. But that's just where it's at. Speaking of which, you've done a great job with the dragon robe. Yi Qingxian looked down at Zhang Yunxiang's furious and stunningly beautiful face, a smile at the corner of his mouth, his voice cold. It's a shame to be dressed for court. Unusual pets don't wear clothing, do they? Zhang Yunxiang's heart almost stopped beating. The next step is to humiliate Jiang Yunxiang, for this kind of unauthorized invasion of other countries is to ruthlessly humiliate the mouth and teeth. Chapter 154 Departure to the High Martial Realm. Jiang Yunxiang knew that she was beautiful, and she could see the signs from the whispers. If it wasn't for the overwhelming strength coupled with the stunning looks, it wouldn't have been possible to attract the adoration of so many powerful and terrifyingly strong people who held Jiang Yunxiang as the pursuit of their hearts. Jiang Yunxiang had also heard that she had made it onto the so-called list of the most admired goddesses in the high martial world. If the maker of that list didn't know how to exercise moderation, she would have been caught out and palmed to death long ago. Plus, Jiang Yunxiang's own strength grew stronger and stronger, and after she gradually reached the peak of the mountain of cultivation, all those so-called fervent gazes turned into admiration. When he saw her again, he no longer dared to have half a dab in his eyes. This has gone on too long. It had been so long that Jiang Yunxiang had forgotten how violently she would be humiliated whenever she lost in battle. And rightfully so. Because before that, Jiang Yunxiang had long since run out of opponents that could be called threatening. But heaven forbid, just as she was about to forget the consequences of her failure, she ran right into the young Taoist in front of her. You want me to be like a pet? Naked to face you? Jiang Yunxiang took a deep breath and looked at the purple-robed Taoist with grim eyes. Yi Qingxuan's eyes teasingly swept over the face of this empress, and he could roughly guess what she had in mind. It was nothing more than thinking that he would covet her beauty and humiliate her in 100 ways. But unfortunately, what one did was partly for the reward of the system, and partly to give this kind of people who randomly invaded other people's worlds, a billion little lessons. It's not like I'm asking you to take it off now, what's the rush? Yi Qingxian reached out and cupped Jiang Yunxiang's snow-white chin, forcing it to meet his eyes and smiled. Or can't you wait to show your subjects now? Being pinched by Yi Qingxuan's chin, Jiang Yunxiang's body trembled lightly, then her eyebrows furrowed as she scolded with her silver teeth clenched. No, shameless. Her hatred was so full that it spilled through her teeth. An empress who can't even move a finger is no different from a cat or dog in a frenzy. Alright, time to hit the road. Yi Qingxian smiled blandly, resuming that highborn's majesty, and reached out his palm as if an immortal was pressing down on him, wrapping it around Jiang Yunxiang's waist. Carry it casually in your hand. Immediately afterward, the sight calmly looked towards the group of martial country generals who had hurriedly flown in and softly said, Your emperor is now in the palm of my hand, take me to your world if you don't want her to die. Cluck Jiang Yunxiang clenched her teeth together, but she didn't have the courage to raise her head to look at the group of Wu Gui generals. The unparalleled humiliation almost consumed her. The generals of the martial kingdom looked quite ugly as their eyes swept over Jiang Yunxiang, who had her head hanging down, and their fists unconsciously clenched. If you take you to our world, you will release His Majesty? In the group, that old man from the heaven supervisor took a few steps forward and asked in a deep voice. What responded to him was a majestic pressure like a mountain or a sea. Boom! An enormous pressure suddenly descended on this group of Wu Gui generals, and that old man from the Scythian supervisor was even forcibly bent over, his spine making a crisp snapping sound as a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. You guys don't have the qualifications to ask questions to poor Dao. Yi Qingxian looked down at the group of people, his voice cold to the bone. In order to avoid any misunderstanding on your part, the poor Taoist will say one more time that not only is your majesty in my palm, but you are as well. Either that, or you all die here, and the poor Taoist will find the spatial passageway himself. Either that, or lead the way. Facing the mountainous and majestic pressure of the Taoist, the old man of the heavenly superintendent's face changed wildly, obviously not expecting him to act so domineeringly. He had wanted to talk terms, but now it seemed hopeless. Like this? I see. This old man, who had worked for hundreds of years in the martial kingdom's heavenly supervisor and was well versed in all kinds of deduction techniques, had a despondent look on his face as he slowly arched his hand and said, You come with us. I had acute gastroenteritis from eating barbecue. It hurt so much I almost died. Spent the last few days in the hospital hooked up to water when really wanted to hunt that store horse. I've been recovering quite a bit today, and I've been hoofing it to code, so you've all been waiting a long time. I'm really very sorry and sincerely apologize or two. Chapter 155, Get out if you don't want to. Akusha offshore. At this moment, on the coastline, Shen Yaoguang, who was dressed in a white dress, stood in the air, stretching out her hands towards the sea and maintaining a defense formation. Thin beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead, and this Kunlun market heavenly maiden was in a rather heavy mood. Earlier in the time it took to burn incense, she had sensed a stunning and overwhelming burst of energy from the extremely distant sea, as well as a surge of heavenly thunder that was comparable to a heavenly disaster. Without a doubt, it was the remnants of the Tao belonging to Yi Qingxian. Such a strong tremor could be felt just here. It was hard to imagine what level of battle the Taoist was experiencing. The enemy is strong. Shen Yaoguang was well aware of this, and the idea of going to help in the battle popped up from time to time from the bottom of his heart. However, out of her trust in Yi Qingxian, she eventually chose to stay here. As long as the defense formation was still on, Yi Qingxian would not have to worry about the safety of the people of Hakusha. This was an assistance that was more potent than any aid in battle. Heavenly Master, you must be careful. Shen Yaoguang looked at the distant sky, and worried words unconsciously floated out of her mouth. Behind her, tens of thousands of Hakusha civilians all stood, countless nervous sights cast towards the thundercloud that covered the sky. The incredibly thick dark cloud was the hope in their hearts. Even though he didn't know who the enemy was, he could get a glimpse of how terrifying it was just from the earlier vibrations and the red haze that filled the sky. Under that near-apocalyptic might, any mortal would be weak in the knees. Once caught up in it, it would definitely end in 10 deaths. Therefore, at this moment, they could only hope for that heavenly master. It was also true that the Taoist had never let them down, and countless times he had helped the building to tip over and saved it from falling. According to the words of the Taoist, it is a custom inherited from ancient times in Hakusha for Taoists to come down from the mountains to save the world. As a heavenly master, it is unreasonable for the poor Tao not to come and take this responsibility. Unconsciously, that figure of his had become the hope in the hearts of countless Hakka people. Rumble. It was at this moment that the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly began to subside. People tensed up and murmured, their eyes looking towards the blurred sky in the extreme distance. Shen Yaoguang's expression became more and more serious, the mana in her body surging and flowing, ready to deal with any variables that appeared. Soon, a familiar soft laugh rang in her ears. Resolved. The speaker was obviously cloudy and unusually casual. Shen Yaoguang's taut emotions loosened up for a moment, and some joy surfaced on her small face. She withdrew her hands, and the defense formation that stretched for thousands of miles shattered. Immediately after that, he turned to the countless bewildered people of Hakusha and said with a clear and cold voice, "The crisis has been resolved by the Heavenly Master, so you can all rest assured. This time it's really over." The sound was not loud, but it was like a cool breeze blowing through the city. Heavenly Master. Won again and blessed Hakusha once again. In the crowd, someone cried tears of joy, which soon resonated with those beside them, and the city then erupted into a mountain of cheers. It's finally over. The unprecedented disaster has also been disintegrated and we can return to normal life. Shen Yaoguang in the sky watched this scene, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, while Yi Qingxuan's leisurely voice once again resounded in her ears. "I'll leave the next closing to you. The poor Taoist has some things to take care of and will temporarily disappear for a while. I'll join you." Shen Yaoguang transmitted a voice without hesitation. "That's not going to work," Yi Li said with a smile. What he did next would be more or less embarrassing if people knew about it. If you're embarrassed about something, it's best to keep it to yourself. Thus, without waiting for Shen Yaoguang to speak again, Yi Qingxian stepped into the spatial passageway in front of him, following behind the hundreds of huge ships and advancing towards the high martial realm. The moment Yi Qingxuan's breath disappeared, a moment of panic subconsciously appeared in Shen Yaoguang's eyes. But she quickly calmed down and looked at the place where her breath had disappeared and laughed softly. "Fellow Taoist Yi, that's really impressive. It would take roughly an hour to reach the high martial realm." Although Yi Qingxuan's golden light mantra at the peak could protect himself in the passageway, that consumed a lot of mana, and with the big battle, he was also a bit tired. Thus, he led Jiang Yunshang into the interior of the giant ship to the latter's exclusive private room. The room was about 300 square feet, lavishly decorated and exquisitely furnished, and looked to be from the strict selection of the 9 clans of various artisans. Should we say no less than an emperor for having such a private room on a giant ship? Yi Qingxian casually found a chair and sat down, leaning sideways and gesturing to Jiang Yunshang. "Make tea." Jiang Yunshang's limbs were sealed, her qi was locked, and the formerly majestic empress was now standing beside the table like a maid. "Make tea?" Hearing Yi Li's words, her hands clenched up and she coldly questioned, "You take me as your maid?" "No." In the face of her questioning, Yi Qingxuan's expression was calm as he rummaged through a Taoist scripture from his arms and said rather casually, "Get out if you don't want to, and call someone smart to come and serve." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunshang's eyebrows knitted lightly, and despite feeling that something was a bit off, she turned around without hesitation, intending to leave this place. Proud as she was, having her serve as a maid to someone else was worse than killing her. Just as she was about to step out of the room, the uneasiness in her mind grew stronger, prompting her to ask one more question. Will I be punished for walking out of this room? Of course. Yi Qingxian flipped the Tao scripture to the next second and said indifferently. The reason I didn't destroy your meridians is that I was worried that you wouldn't even be able to walk after abolishing your cultivation, and that it would be a struggle for you to be a maid. Since you don't want to be, then naturally the poor Taoist doesn't have to worry anymore. You want to abolish my cultivation? Jiang Yunshang asked out of breath, disorganized for the first time. She cultivated her whole life, only to come to this step today, standing on hundreds of millions of people, if she lost her cultivation. Jiang Yunshang's body trembled slightly. That was a situation she definitely did not want to face. Yi Qingxian did not look at her, but only nodded his head gently as a form of acquiescence. Jiang Yunshang lightly shook her red lips. That stunning face flow surfaced some struggle. I can make you tea, but not as a maid of honor, just for a while. No, it's the maid. Yi Qingxuan's expression remained unchanged and his tone was calm. Get out if you don't want to, the poor Taoist isn't in the mood to break up this thing with you. Jiang Yunshang's breathing gradually shortened, her hands clenching her robe tightly. A few moments later, she walked back to the wooden table with trembling feet and picked up the tea set on the table. Chapter 156, How did I fit in as a maid of honor? Whoa! The clear tea flowed out along the mouth of the pot and fell into the exquisitely crafted teacup, reflecting Jiang Yunshang's stunningly pale face. Once she was able to smile before a million troops were on the line. But right now, just a pot of tea put her in a bit of a trance. Dignity, once regarded as life, seems worthless at this moment. Jiang Yunshang had felt countless times that there was nothing in the world that could make her change color. But when the time really came for this cultivation to be sealed and possibly wasted, her heart still couldn't contain the fear. Perhaps it was because she didn't have the same greatness of calling the wind and rain as in the past. At this moment, her state of mind was fragile to the extreme, and she actually really acquiesced to the identity of a maid and made tea for the other party. Today it's just making tea. What about tomorrow? Would one have the courage to commit suicide if the other person were to do something even more outrageous to him or her? Thinking about this, Jiang Yunshang's tea-making hand trembled slightly. This question, to which I could answer yes without hesitation in the past, could not be answered today, no matter what. The reason for this was that Jiang Yunshang had a distinct feeling her own life was only at Yi Qingxuan's whim. If Yi Qingxian really had bad intentions towards her, she more than likely wouldn't even have the qualifications to commit suicide. Ka Chao. Covering the teacup, Jiang Yunshang turned her head sideways, her narrow eyes lost in thought as she looked at the Taoist on the seat. Then, trembling, he brought the teacup to his side. Only Yi Qingxian turned the Taoist scripture on the table to the next page without slowing down, seemingly oblivious to this empress's vibrating heart. Even though the tea was fragrant, he just lazily looked at the Taoist scriptures in front of him. It made it impossible to see what he was thinking. What a guy who can play with people's hearts. Jiang Yunshang's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, and she couldn't stop feeling a little stifled inside. In the past, it was others who speculated about her mind, fearing to offend her in the slightest. Like today, pouring tea in a disciplined manner, and not daring to make a sound because of the fear of whether it would disturb the other party's reading. One could only stand aside respectfully and wait for the Taoist to finish reading the book in his hand. It's a pipe dream. Splat. Closing the Tao scripture, Yi Qingxian looked sideways at the empress with clenched fists and asked casually. Soaked? Soak it up. Bring it. Yi Qingxuan's expression was calm as he casually picked up the cup of tea from the tea tray she was holding. It's a bit hot. Jiang Yunshang subconsciously uttered, but immediately realized her slip of the tongue. She was merely in the way of the other party's lewdness, so she had to recognize the identity of a maid, but how did she even fit into the identity at the moment? Moreover, according to the other party's cultivation, not to mention hot water, even drinking magma would not cause any damage. Jiang Yunshang's snow-white face was red on the verge of dripping blood, and the desire to explain reached the extreme in her heart. No, I've just been served for a long time, those words of the lackeys have long been familiar with my heart, and I subconsciously said them. Definitely not mentally recognizing the identity of a maid, definitely not. However, Yi Qingxian seemed like he didn't notice her embarrassment in general. After hearing Jiang Yunshang's words, he calmly nodded his head and then drank the hot tea as if nothing had happened. When the cup of tea was finished, Yi Qingxian looked sideways at Jiang Yunshang. At the moment, her face was pale and her hands were clenched, but there was still a lingering touch of pride and majesty under her eyes. That is a long years, in a high position, before the accumulation of the prestige of the temperament. The corners of Yi Qingxuan's mouth rose slightly. Anyway, there's still some time before we arrive, so let's toss this so-called empress around a little. Chapter 157, Demonstrating Value. How many armies are there up and down the martial state? Casually placing the teacup on the table, Yi Qingxian absently picked up the Tao scripture and asked. I'm talking about an army made up of cultivators, ordinary people don't count. Hundreds of thousands. Jiang Yunshan pondered slightly and quickly gave an answer. The qualification to become a cultivator was already 1 in a million, and even fewer were qualified to be included in the elite army by the martial kingdom. Even so, they were able to put together hundreds of thousands. The vastness of the territory of the martial state was evident. So that's quite a lot. Yili flipped open the Taoist scripture. Then roughly how many of these have a grudge against your Wugua? With such a number of troops, it was definitely not all local cultivators from the martial kingdom. It was thought that there were quite a few cultivators from enemy countries who had been forcibly integrated into the elite forces by the martial kingdom after their defeat. 60%, I think. A trace of doubt flashed in Jiang Yunshan's eyes, not understanding what the other party was asking for. Still, she said in a lowly tone. But they are all scared out of their wits. I didn't use any means at all, and they swore allegiance to the martial kingdom on their own. So it is. Yili nodded slightly and laughed softly. That is to say, a lot of people up and down the martial kingdom are old ministers of the deceased country? It's not wrong to say that. Jiang Yunshan replied with a light frown on her brows. From the other woman's choice of words, she was keenly aware that something was amiss. Among those military officials who had been included in the martial kingdom, even if some of them were disgruntled, in front of her absolute strength, that trace of disgruntlement was simply irrelevant. Even if the situation in the martial kingdom might be a bit turbulent with his cultivation being sealed at the moment, as long as he waited for his own cultivation to be unsealed afterwards, some of the turbulence would dissipate by itself. What is the purpose of using the term former ministers of the deceased country? That. Finally, Yi Qingxian propped up his chin and asked in a calm voice. If these people still have their hearts set on their homeland, what will they do when they learn that you have lost all your cultivation and will not be able to recover in the future? Naturally. Jiang Yunshan's stunningly beautiful face froze. The mind then subconsciously gives the answer. Naturally, he started a rebellion and sought to restore the country. The answer was indeed terrifying, but Jiang Yunshan's attention was elsewhere at the moment. It can't be recovered in the future. What does it mean? She asked as she looked incredulously at Yi Qingxian, a trace of fear surfacing on her stunningly beautiful face. You're not going to unseal my cultivation? Whoa! The ancient Taoist scripture was flipped to the next page by the Taoist. His eyes teasingly looked at this female empress of the martial kingdom and faintly said. When did the poor Taoist say that he would definitely unseal your cultivation? As soon as the words fell, a heavy pressure suddenly descended on Jiang Yunshan, causing her to instantly blanch. With all her limbs and bones sealed off, Jiang Yunshan didn't have the slightest ability to resist, and could only watch as she flopped to her knees. You don't think that by holding you to the court once, you'll be able to erase the evidence of your crime of invading Hakusha, do you? If it weren't for the poor Taoist sitting in Hakusha, you would have effortlessly attacked Hakusha and killed any Hakusha who dared to resist with a thunderbolt. Yi Qingxian condescended to look down on Jiang Yunshan's stunningly beautiful face that was lost in thought. The poor man is not interested in you personally. Even if you can manipulate your body at will now, the poor Taoist is too lazy to do so. You want the poor Taoist to unseal your cultivation, it's a simple matter. His voice was indifferent, and his words pierced Jiang Yunshan's heart like a sharp sword. But first you have to show your worth by lying on the ground like a pet and wagging your tail at the poor man. Otherwise, all bets are off. Chapter 158, Submission. Hearing Yi Qingxuan's words, Jiang Yunshan only felt her entire head spinning. Yourself. To lie on the ground like a pet and pray for forgiveness? How could she do something so humiliating? However, seeing her own knees on the ground, Jiang Yunshan's heart sprang up with another voice crying out. It doesn't matter, as long as you grit your teeth and endure for a while, your cultivation will be unsealed afterwards, and with your long lifespan, you're not afraid that there won't be a chance to rise again. There's still a chance, there's still a chance. Jiang Yunshan's teeth were biting her lips tightly, and the force was so great that she was almost about to bite through her entire lips. The heart is even more unbearable as if there were sharp blades pulling back and forth. The ground in front of her was so hard to touch that in days gone by such thoughts would never have crossed her mind. Even as the voice that had made her kowtow was unmistakable in her mind, there was still a glimmer of clarity that echoed in her heart. If you do such a thing, can you still be called an empress? If you do such a thing, will you still have the heart to take revenge in the future? What does it mean to show submission here? You should know best, Zhang Yunshang. For a time, countless voices echoed in her heart, and Zhang Yushang's breathing gradually became ragged as the color of struggle surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face. Just as she wanted to stand up and die. The young Taoist on the opposite side, however, looked as if his patience had reached its breaking point as he frowned lightly and waved his sleeve. You can just get out, the poor Taoist didn't stop you at all. A generation of female emperors, full of struggles, who are they putting out for? Get out, get out. Between the words, majestic wind pressure blew out from his sleeve robe, directly smashing into Zhang Yushang's body and sending her flying backwards. But it was extremely measured and stopped near the door. With this appearance, you want poor Tao to unlock your cultivation? Not half as submissive, go in your dreams. I think that Your Excellency the Empress has a skillful hand, and even without the cultivation that oppresses the world, she is able to maintain a huge territory, as well as keep the people under her obedient. Poor Taoist is waiting to see your performance. Once these words came out, while Zhang Yushang, who was wrapped in the gusty winds, eventually changed her face drastically. Wait! Her voice trembled as she subconsciously cried out. Yi Qingxian, however, acted as if he didn't even hear it as he picked up his teacup again and stroked his right hand onto the Tao scriptures. Give me another chance. Sure enough, a voice tinged with the emotion of despair shouted out from Zhang Yunshang's mouth, and the fierce wind around her finally dispersed. This stunningly beautiful woman with messy hair and wearing a dragon robe sat paralyzed on the ground, her face pale. The round and slender thighs trembled slightly, and even the mountains in front of her chest rose and fell violently. What else do you want to say? Yi Qingxian picked up his teacup as if no one else was there, pouring tea for himself while saying carelessly, "For the last time, don't let the poor man waste too much breath." At those words, a touch of sadness surfaced in Zhang Yunshang's eyes, but she still braced herself and said in a hard, soft voice, I. The heart in her chest was beating violently, almost as violently as if it were going to pop out of her throat. For the sake of revenge, for the sake of the foundation of the kingdom so far, just bear with it for a while. I am an empress, this is just some painless humiliation. Holding this thought, her slender figure bent down a little. I am willing to. Zhang Yunshang held the ground with both hands, her head a little closer to the dirty ground that she had never touched before, her voice dry. Willing to show you submission. Chapter 159, well done. Willing to show submission? Yi Qingxian looked at the kneeling and kowtowing empress of the martial kingdom in front of him and laughed softly. Soft is not too fast, is it? The poor Taoist hasn't used any means yet. Too fast? It's not because you're threatening what I've been trying to do for centuries. Or because you're destroying my innate power. Zhang Yunshang roared angrily in her heart, itching to lash out directly at the other party. But no way. Let alone lashing out at the other, even lifting his head now would wear away the last of his patience. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunshang bit her lips so hard that she almost cracked them. She was filled with resentment and anger. Why is fate so unfair to you? Why does oneself, who is naturally 9 degrees above others, have to endure such pain and suffering? She bit her lip hard, as if it was the only way to make herself feel slightly better. The eyes that used to be incomparably sharp revealed despair and helplessness at this moment. Tears were welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them flow down. Zhang Yunshang knew that crying wouldn't solve the problem, it would only make herself appear more vulnerable. At the moment, her heart was like a rough ocean with emotions churning inside. Get up! Well, the Taoist's voice sounded like heavenly music. Zhang Yunshang obediently stood up, but subconsciously suddenly thought about whether those courtiers would be in the same state of mind when they listened to themselves on a regular basis. But that question is destined to be moot. Because in this spacious room, she was no longer that high and mighty empress of the martial kingdom, but an ordinary subject who submitted to the Taoist man in front of her. No, perhaps, not even a courtier. Zhang Yunshang suddenly broke down a little, regretting why she had knelt and kowtowed so painfully just now. But now it was all over with saying anything, only to see the young Taoist pointing to the tea light in front of him. A pair of dark eyes looked at her calmly. Pouring tea? Zhang Yunshang asked tentatively. She searched the Taoist's handsome face for an answer, though never before had she thought that she would have to speculate on the mind of a member of the opposite sex in the future. Under her watchful eye, Yi Qingxian nodded slightly, then added faintly. As your maid serves you, so serve the poor Taoist. I know. Zhang Yunshang moved her feet lightly and retraced her steps back to the simple wooden table. After a short struggle, that stunning face finally regained its composure. She gently picked up the ancient tea set on the table and carefully held it up before slowly kneeling at the Taoist's feet. The movements were gentle and graceful, as if every detail had been carefully designed. Then, Zhang Yunshang began to make tea in earnest. Long, slender fingers nimbly fiddled with the tea set, skillfully mastering each step. The movements were light and precise, without a hint of error. The expression on his face was serious and solemn, as if this was not just a ritual, but a test and an ordeal for himself. Should I say it's worthy of an empress? Even Yi Qingxian, who was capable of observing in a subtle manner, was unable to pick out half a fault from her movements. So he laughed softly. You were born to do this. In the face of the young Taoist's sudden praise, a look of shame and indignation once again appeared on Zhang Yushang's face, but it was quickly calmed down. Simply keep cursing in your mind. About an incense stick later. This absolutely beautiful empress finally clenched her silver teeth and carried a perfectly steeped tea, placing it in front of Yi Qingxian. Not bad. Yi Qingxian sipped his tea and faintly complimented. Among the teas the poor Taoist has drunk, it's considered a very good batch. Between the words, he stretched out his palm and incomparably naturally touched Zhang Yunshang's soft head of hair. Zhang Yunshan was breathing heavily, her fists were clenched, and her body couldn't stop trembling slightly. But, this time, she didn't have the courage to remove the other woman's hand. You've been waiting a long time.